Oh my gosh, it's the 59th year of Konoha, and the summer air feels stifling, as if trapped inside a sealed jar. The cicadas are relentless, their cries rising and falling like a swarm of noisy children chattering in my ears, driving me up the wall. With a blade of grass between my teeth, I lie lazily in the grass, staring up at the sky, sulking to myself. All I did was watch a little. Some videos from certain island nation. I didn't save anyone, I wasn't in a car accident or get electrocuted. Heck, my computer didn't even break. So why did I wake up in this unfamiliar world out of nowhere? Talk about rotten luck. My name is Xianxia-Fusion. I'm 18 years old, with short black hair, skin the color of healthy wheat, and, if I may say so myself, a decent-looking guy. When I first crossed over, I dreamed big. Meeting the most beautiful girls, drinking the strongest sake, defeating every formidable enemy that crossed my path. But reality hit me like a sledgehammer, leaving a disappointment I can scarcely put into words. Everyone else who transmigrates gets some sort of cheat code. Me? I've been muddling along in this world for a whole month, and I haven't gotten a single special ability. In a world like Naruto, having no power means you're cannon fodder, pure and simple. My current self had absolutely nothing to his name. No clan, no special bloodline, no tailed beast, no connections. My chakra reserves are laughable, I can't extract it, I can't control it. And as for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, forget it. Worse still, I'm a posthumous child. My mother was a kabuki performer in Konoha's entertainment district. She passed away just as I entered school, and not long after, I dropped out and scraped by as a blacksmith's apprentice, just to survive. But just when I was losing all hope, at last, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Supreme Signature System successfully bound. The system's features are wilder than I expected. It claims I can check in by visiting locations, doing quests, participating in storylines, or even through performance art. Without missing a beat, it gave me my first newbie quest. Report to Training Ground 44. I shot up from the ground and dashed headlong into the forest. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. The trees around its perimeter are as tall as giants, their twisted roots snaking like dragons, and the whole place radiates a sinister, silent chill, straight out of a horror flick. I made it to the outer iron fence, called up the system interface with a thought, and managed to check in for the very first time. Ding! Congratulations, host. Location check-in complete. Reward, Shikatsumiyaku physique, along with the abilities dance of the larch and dance of the camellia. Shikatsumiyaku has been enhanced by the system. No need to fear any side effect from the original bloodline sickness. The Shikatsumiyaku. Now, this is a formidable ability handed down through the Kagaya clan. With it, bones can be fashioned into razor-sharp weapons or hardened for defense, rendering them nearly invincible. I never expected such a phenomenal reward. As a doctor in my previous life, I suspect that the so-called Kekkei Genkai illness must have resulted from a severe loss of calcium and bone displacement in the body. After all, Kimimaro could shoot his finger bone straight out, so it's no wonder he became sick. However, I am not a member of the Kagaya clan, nor do I share any bloodline with them. Still, the system calmly reassures me. As long as it's acquired from this system, everything will be universally applicable and perfectly safe with no restrictions. All I can do is marvel. This system is truly incredible. Immediately after, the system grants my second set of rewards: Clone Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Substitution Jutsu. It also reveals that all ninja techniques are categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, and god tier levels. Every time a jutsu is performed, proficiency increases by 1 point. Once it hits 100, the skill will level up and its power will greatly escalate. However, at present, the chakra within my body is alarmingly scarce. Just using the clone jutsu one time might deplete me entirely. Advancing my proficiency will be a slow and challenging process. While I'm fretting over my lack of chakra, the third reward from the gift pack arrives out of the blue. Ding! You've obtained the unlimited chakra effect. The news hits me like a thunderclap, so astounding I can hardly believe it's real. With unlimited chakra, I'll never need to worry about exhaustion or overburdening my body. It's a godsend, just when I need it most. Instantly, I feel my spirits soar, vigor brimming throughout my body, as if I could take to the skies at any moment. On a whim, I leap onto a tree and begin dashing through the forest, calling out joyfully, "Ha-ha!" Finally, I get to experience the true might of chakra. But just as I'm at my most jubilant, I misstep and tumble from the branch. It turns out that simply having chakra isn't enough. You have to learn how to control it too. Luckily, the system promptly bestows a fourth reward: an automatic mastery of chakra control methods. Even so, true proficiency will still require relentless practice. As this realization sinks in, A holographic panel materializes before my eyes, displaying my basic information. With my heart brimming with joy and excitement, I leave the forest behind. The sun is sinking low, and after a full day of training, I hurry home in high spirits. My home is small and modestly furnished. Once inside, I shut the door, quickly prepare a bowl of tomato and egg noodles to fill my stomach, and then dash to the mirror, eager with anticipation. Fumbling a bit with the hand seals, I channel chakra through my body, and with a pop and a puff of pale smoke, a charming young girl appears in the mirror before me. The system's prompt appears: transformation jutsu successful, proficiency +1. I was overjoyed and tried several times in a row, my proficiency improving at a remarkable speed, while my chakra reserves remained abundant. Next, I began practicing the body replacement technique. With each sharp sound echoing in the air, my mastery increased with every attempt. I trained late into the night, full of energy and not the slightest bit tired. On my holographic panel, the clone jutsu, transformation jutsu, and body replacement jutsu had all reached their peak proficiency. I couldn't help but cheer in excitement. This is amazing! Back when I played online games, I never liked picking mage classes, mostly because I hated running out of mana and being forced to sit and recover. Now, I could use chakra as much as I wanted. After finishing my training, I took a shower, changed into my pajamas, and stretched out comfortably on my bed, beginning to ponder my plans for the future. The next morning, just as dawn broke and mist lingered among the trees, I sprang out of bed and ran into the forest for more training. Following the technique rewarded by the system, I cleared my mind, slowly guided the energy within, then concentrated my chakra in my feet and charged at the tree ahead. After several rounds of practice, I finally managed to run straight up to the treetop with ease, and my chakra control grew steadily smoother. Training ended, and just as I was getting ready to leave, a group of young boys appeared. "Hey, blacksmith's errand boy, this is our turf. Get lost." A dropout like you actually thinks he can train as a shinobi. No matter how much you practice, you'll never be a ninja. Where do you even find the nerve? The old me was timid, frail, and an orphan, constantly bullied by others. But now, I was tough, independent, and decisive. I could never tolerate being picked on again. If anyone dared challenge me now, let them try. Chino-jun didn't move, but a boy with pale eyes stepped forward. He was a branch member of the Hyuga clan, his status in the family quite low, far beneath even Hinata Niji. In a vast clan with many branches, people like him were inevitable. "Hey, servant from the Meiji estate. Do you hear me? Get out of here." Relying on his family background, he spoke with arrogance, his words anything but kind. Repeatedly insulted, I could no longer restrain myself. My expression cooled into hard resolve. "Is this forest yours? Who do you think you are?" The pale-eyed boy, who was about to step closer, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What did he just say? His face twisted in anger and disbelief as he looked to his companions. I said, "Who do you think you are?" Chino-jun let a cold smile play at the corner of his lips as he replied. One of the bullies stepped forward, his tone menacing as he barked, "You, come over here and get on your knees to apologize, or you won't live to see tomorrow." Another boy sneered coldly. "Useless trash like you. Sure, the Hyuga clan may not control the whole village, but dealing with you is a piece of cake." The Byakugan-eyed youth drew a kunai from his clothes, the blade gleaming with a chilling light, his expression arrogant and disdainful. "You've angered me now. If you want a peaceful life in the Leaf Village, forget it, unless you get down and apologize this instant." Oh, Junichino's gaze was clear and unwavering as he met their eyes directly. "I'm busy working at the forge every day and pay little attention to the outside world. I really don't see what's so special about the Hyuga clan. Care to show me right now?" The wide-eyed teen snorted with ridicule. "You seriously want to go against me?" His face was full of scorn and contempt. But, right at that moment, Junichino did something no one saw coming. Without warning, he stepped forward, chakra focusing in his fingertips, and slapped the other boy 3 times in quick succession. Each slap landed solidly, the sharp crack echoing through the air. The instant the blows fell, the Byakugan teen clutched his reddening face in shock, utterly dumbfounded. You actually hit me?" Junichino offered a faint smile, gentle and unassuming on the outside, his smile as mild as a spring breeze. Yet his words rang out with unyielding force. "Don't talk to me about being small-time. Even if Hayashi Hyuga himself were standing here, I wouldn't be afraid of him." The other bullies were stunned by Junichino's commanding aura, momentarily struck dumb. Was this really the same weakling who used to let them bully him, barely daring to speak up? He always used to steer clear of them. How had he suddenly changed so completely? Still, remembering that June had no family backing, their arrogance quickly returned. "Tired of living, are you? We'll make you regret every second of today. You're asking for it. The Byakugan boy roared in fury and lunged with a punch. But to his shock, Jun caught his fist with hardly any effort. So this is the strength of the Hyuga clan? I'm not impressed. With that, Jun twisted and flung his attacker bodily aside. With a heavy thud, the white-eyed youth was hurled through the air and slammed hard against the trunk of a nearby tree. When did that guy learn taijutsu? I know, right? He even used chakra just now. How is he so strong all of a sudden? Amazement and disbelief spread across the faces of his former tormentors. The white-eyed youth, having been thrown to the ground, stood up with some embarrassment. He brushed the dust from his clothes and approached once more. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some skills after all. I guess blacksmithing really does temper a person. Still, you'll pay the price today. Inwardly, Ikuno Jun resolved that he must teach this arrogant guy a lesson. To him, there was no point in holding back or feigning weakness for the sake of peace. If a dog bites a man, the man must subdue the dog. That was his guiding principle. He used to say in his previous life, I never hold grudges, because every score is settled on the spot. Meanwhile, pale blue chakra surged in both of the pale-eyed youth's hands. In the next instant, he shot toward Ikuno Jun like an arrow released from a string. Pseudo 8 trigrams vacuum palm. He hadn't yet earned the right to learn the true technique. With an angry shout, a whirlwind of force blasted toward Ikuno Jun. The slicing wind left no doubt about the strength behind his blow. But just then, something completely unexpected happened. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Camellia, Ikuno Jun cried out, and it was as if something within him burst forth. Suddenly, from his back, chest, and shoulders, white bones broke through the skin and extended outward into razor-sharp spikes. 11 in all, gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. Ikuno Jun glanced at his transformed body and let out a quiet chuckle. This really does make me look like Wolverine. The sudden spectacle left the white-eyed youth frozen in shock. Before his very eyes, a seemingly normal person had sprouted bone spikes from his body. A sharp, sickening sound marked the moment flesh was pierced. The youth's palm was run through by a bone spike, and blood gushed forth. In panic, he grabbed his wounded hand and stumbled backward again and again. The bone spikes, wickedly sharp, were enough to slice open skin with the slightest touch. A direct hit could easily pierce someone through in an instant. We're not done yet. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Larch. Ikuno Jun barely finished speaking when a series of crisp cracks echoed from his arms. A moment later, a snow-white arm bone jutted out from his shoulder. He reached up, seized the bone, and wrenched it free. The entire bone transformed into an ivory blade, which Ikuno Jun gripped tightly and pointed directly at his opponent, while the wound on his shoulder where the bone had emerged began slowly to close. With a swift swing of the bone sword, a fresh crimson gash appeared on the youth's cheek, a vivid, blood-bright stripe. Rooted to the spot, the youth was petrified, unable to move a muscle. He had never before witnessed such a terrifying technique. The fear was overwhelming and utterly real. Gone was the timid apprentice from earlier. Now, Ikuno Jun seemed more like a demon risen from the underworld. A handful of the youth's companions, horror-stricken, turned on their heels and fled. Remember this. In my eyes, you are the one who is beneath me. With those words, Ikuno Jun seized the boy by the collar, chakra gathering ominously in his palm, and then hurled him through the air with brutal force. A deep crash echoed as the young man hit the ground hard. With nothing but 2 techniques, Ikuno Jun had completely subdued the Byakugan youth, leaving little room for doubt. Just as Ikuno Jun was turning to leave, a sudden rush of wind behind him caught his attention. A strike coming his way. Instinctively, he unleashed his chakra, his whole body shimmering with a faint blue light. At the same time, white bones emerged once again, but this time they spread and layered over his body like armor plates. In just seconds, a heavy coat of bone armor enveloped Ikuno Jun, leaving only 2 empty eye holes in the helmet, behind which strange red light gleamed. The Byakugan youth's fist crashed against the bone armor, but instantly bounced off. A handful of kunai clattered uselessly to the ground. The young boy felt a searing pain in his chest, a sharp chill crawling over his skin, as a mouthful of blood burst forth from his lips. His fist was now flayed, skin and flesh torn to shreds. He recalled what had happened just moments ago, fury and humiliation flooding his mind the instant he saw Ikuno Jun preparing to leave. Driven nearly to madness, he could think of nothing else but killing the one who had shamed him. In his rage, he had pulled a kunai from his ninja pouch and hurled it straight at Ikuno Jun's back. At the same time, he had leapt into the air, intent on launching another taijutsu attack. But when he saw Ikuno Jun's body suddenly enveloped by a layer of eerie white bone, terror seized his heart. This time, the boy was truly paralyzed by fear. "What's your name?" Chino-jun asked, with a calm, almost gentle smile. "Hyuga, Igamu." Later, they would meet again during the mission to rescue Cookie Kazuhana. He had tried his best to control his chakra expenditure, but those few intense moments were enough to leave him bedridden for a whole month. Face pale as paper, the boy staggered to his feet, barely able to stand. He lurched and stumbled away toward the edge of the forest, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Only then did the bone armor on Chino-jun's body gradually fade away. He sat down on the ground, mind swirling with confusion. That wasn't the dance of Camellia or dance of Clematis, the techniques granted as a reward. Could be a jutsu I created myself, forged when pushed to the brink. He tried again to summon the bone armor he used just now, but the technique failed to respond. So it really was an instinctive defense technique, triggered only in the face of crisis. A spontaneous protective jutsu. I'll call it white bone armor. What a formidable power. Meanwhile, several shadowy figures darted rapidly across the distant treetops, vanishing without a trace into the depths of the forest. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched everything unfold through his crystal ball. He took a deep breath, his face etched with astonishment. The Shikatsumiyaku bloodline? This boy from the blacksmith's family. Could he truly be a survivor of the Kagaya clan? To think he concealed himself so well. Hiruzen's recollection of Chino-jun was vague. He remembered only that the boy was said to be quiet and diligent in his duties. Never did he expect that Chino-jun possessed the Shikatsumiyaku. What could this mean for the hidden leaf, blessing or calamity? The third Hokage fell into silent contemplation. The next morning, dawn had just broken, ushering in a brand new day. Chino-jun arrived at the edge of the forest to begin his training. Mastering precise chakra control required practicing either walking on water or climbing trees, two of the most effective methods. A small creek ran beside the forest, and he could now maintain his balance while walking steadily atop the flowing water. Tree climbing, too, was no longer a challenge. Suddenly, he caught the faint, rhythmic sounds of something moving through the distant undergrowth. Ever since he had gained access to limitless chakra, both his physical and mental acuity had soared, his senses now sharper than ever. Is someone out there in the early morning? Curious, Chino-jun gathered chakra at his feet and leapt lightly onto the treetops, springing nimbly toward the direction of the sound. At that very moment, the system suddenly issued a new sign-in task. This time, it's a performative art sign-in. The host can choose the difficulty of the mission. D rank, shake hands with the next hidden leaf character you encounter. A rank, hug the next hidden leaf character you encounter. S rank, share a passionate 15-second kiss with the next hidden leaf character you encounter. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. Can I wait to see who it is before I decide? If I run into someone like Zabuza, just those sharp fangs of his would make it impossible to go through with it. You may. The footsteps drew nearer, echoing steadily through the forest. The mission character is about to appear. Chino-jun silently chanted in his heart, Hinata, Ino, Tenten. But as he looked down, the one who emerged beneath the trees was a boy. Thick, bushy eyebrows, wide round eyes, and the unmistakable bowl-shaped haircut. This was the very person Sakura often called bushy brows. He was none other than the ever-persevering, once astonishing Rock Lee. During the Chunin exams, he had shocked everyone with his fierce taijutsu, though his subsequent fate proved somewhat tragic. Rock Lee seemed to prove to the world. Effort mattered, but in the world of ninja, bloodline was the true decider of fate. Still, Chino-jun had always admired him. Rock Lee's pure-hearted, energetic nature, and his refusal to give up on his dream of becoming an outstanding ninja, had earned Jun's respect. Plus, back when Jun was bullied as a child in the village, it was Rock Lee who once stood up for him. Chino-jun stepped forward and greeted Rock Lee warmly. The two hit it off immediately. But all the while, Rock Lee never stopped his training. His fists thudded against the wooden post again and again, the bandages on his hands gradually darkening with blood. Can you teach me your taijutsu training methods? Jun asked with a smile. Rock Lee nodded enthusiastically, flashing a dazzling, confident grin. Tomorrow morning, same place. I'll show you how to train with weights. Overflowing with excitement, Chino-jun stepped forward and gave Rock Lee a firm, heartfelt hug. Before long, the system chime sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the performative art sign-in mission. Reward acquired. Universal space. Universal space? What could that be? After bidding farewell to Rock Lee, Chino-jun called out to the system in his mind and entered what was known as the universal space. The space was vast, with every area accessible by mere thought. He selected the library, and in an instant, found himself in a grand hall filled with countless books. The selection was astonishingly diverse, ranging from world classics like Les Miserables to specialized texts such as postnatal care for sows. After searching for a while, Ikuno finally managed to locate Paradise of Intimacy, along with several of its sequels. The storage room, on the other hand, was crammed with all kinds of materials and items, ingredients, building supplies, tools, plant seeds, and even household appliances. This space was truly formidable and endlessly practical. He decided to put some of these resources to good use and renovate his little cabin. First, he pulled out a thick wool carpet from the space and spread it across the floor, then placed a few pots of fresh flowers to brighten things up. The room instantly gained a warm and inviting atmosphere. Next, he stocked the refrigerator with bread, cakes, chocolate, and all sorts of fruit. Finally, he moved in a sofa, television, DVD player, computer, game console, and air conditioner. Once all the work was done, he sprawled comfortably on the sofa and started watching Ultraman Tiga. Soon after, he switched to playing Grand Theft Auto 5 with the game controller in hand. A life like this was truly relaxing and delightful. The next day, after his morning exercise, Ikuno Jun decided to pay a visit to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that his shikatsumieko ability had been exposed, it was bound to attract the attention of the Leaf Village's upper ranks. By taking the initiative to make contact and build rapport, perhaps he could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. He walked quietly along a secluded alley, when suddenly he heard a group of boys jeering maliciously, mingled with the faint sound of a girl crying. "Hey, stop right there, you from the Hyuga clan. White-eyed weirdo, your eyes are freaky." Hearing those words, combined with the girl's quiet sobbing, Ikuno quickly deduced that the one being bullied had to be Hinata. Hinata's cries were soft and helpless, tugging at the heartstrings with how pitiful she sounded. Ikuno's expression grew grave, his gaze turning icy cold. Hinata is supposed to be the heiress of a great clan, and yet she's being bullied to this extent? The Hyuga clan's ninjas ought to be ashamed. These brats dare to pick on my little girl? Time to teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. He decided to step in and scare the kids. Of course, he didn't intend to actually hurt them. Just make sure they remembered the consequences of their actions. "Hey, leave her alone," Ikuno shouted angrily. 5 or 6 boys saw him approaching and paid him no mind. Instead, they stooped down to pick up stones and hurled them at him. "Who are you? Mind your own business." One of them even pushed Hinata to the ground as he passed. Ikeda Jun sneered, thinking to himself that these kids really had no sense of discipline. He decided it was time to give them a good scare. After thinking for a moment, he cast a transformation jutsu. When the boys looked back at Jun, they were suddenly paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling. It's the Grim Reaper. In that instant, Ikeda Jun had turned into the very image of a reaper. Cloaked in black robes, a giant scythe slung over his shoulder, with a hood shadowing his skull-like face. The sight was both terrifying and mysterious. He sneered again, opening his robe to reveal a pale, bony ribcage. "Apologize to her." Jun deliberately lowered his voice, letting it reverberate with menace. "Sorry, Hinata." Driven by sheer terror, the boys hurried to apologize. "And after your apology, it's time for you to taste the Reaper's punishment." Ikeda Jun brandished the scythe, making as if he would bring it down. With shrieks of panic, the kids spun around and bolted, fleeing in all directions. Only then did Jun let his smile fade and turn back to Hinata. Hinata was still trembling, shaken to her core. He undid his transformation, resumed his normal appearance, and stepped forward kindly. "My name's Ikeda Jun," he introduced, offering her a reassuring hand and helping her up. Hinata had a bob of black-blue hair and wore soft lavender clothes. The shy look on her face struck Jun as utterly adorable. Gazing at her round, rosy cheeks, Jun couldn't help but feel an urge to reach out and pinch them. "Thank you. I'm Hinata." Her voice was scarcely more than a whisper, fragile and tremulous with embarrassment. Tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes, but as she looked up at the boy who had just saved her, a warm, unnameable sense of security washed over her. Ikeda Jun simply stood in quiet silence, watching her. Their eyes met for a brief, delicate moment. Overwhelmed with shyness, Hinata quickly lowered her gaze. Then, she gave Jun a polite bow before turning and running away. "She's just too cute." Jun couldn't help but mutter to himself as he left the alley behind. Some readers might object and say, shouldn't Hinata fall for Naruto right now? Give her back to Naruto. But this isn't Naruto's story. This is Ikeda Jun's. If all I did was let Hinata return to Naruto, there wouldn't be any reason to write this fanfic in the first place. After that, Jun headed for the Hokage's office building. He had 2 important matters to attend to today. First, to buy a plot of land, and second, to enroll in school. After announcing his visit, he made his way upstairs to meet the 3rd Hokage. The third Hokage wore a conical hat emblazoned with a bold fire kanji, draped in a flowing white robe. His iconic pipe was clenched between his lips, and though he wore an air of calm, he still looked slightly frail, dark shadows lingering beneath his eyes. He must have been up late again, peering through his crystal ball at the women's bathhouse. There were still a few suspicious tissues in the trash can. Chi-Jun almost burst out laughing, but the thought of standing before the third Hokage made his heart race with excitement. After all, sitting right before him was the renowned third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen recognized Chi-Jun as well, a little orphan from the blacksmith shop, and also the unique inheritor of the Shikatsumiyaku. But the Hokage didn't press him with questions. Instead, he put on his kindly demeanor and asked, "Did you come here to see me about something?" Chi-Jun answered directly, "Lord Hokage, my house is falling apart. I want to buy a piece of land." The third looked rather surprised by how blunt the boy was. He thought to himself, "Does this kid really have any money? Ahem. I'll have to discuss this with the two elders first." The two elders? He must mean Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. But Hiruzen quickly followed with another question. "Ahem. But do you have the money?" In truth, Chi-Jun didn't have enough to buy land, let alone build a house, and there was no pawn shop to help with the rest. Nonetheless, he had come prepared. He promptly pulled two books from his robes, Make Out Violence and Make Out Tactics, sequels to the famed Make Out Paradise. And these are... The third, flipping through a few pages, was almost so scandalized by the content that he nearly had a nosebleed. Hiruzen coughed a few times. Ahem, I'll need to think this over. While observing the Hokage, Chi-Jun noticed the old man's complexion was somewhat sallow, a sign that toxins were trapped in his body. So he reached into his pocket space and handed something to the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, lately you've been eating so many bananas. You must be constipated, right? This is a laxative perfectly suited to the problem. It's very effective." The third started to drink it down without thinking, but Chi-Jun quickly stopped him, laughing. "That's not for drinking." A few minutes later, there came a resounding rush of water from the bathroom. The third Hokage emerged, feeling thoroughly relieved. His fondness for this little fellow had only grown. With just one bottle of laxative, the old problem of constipation was dealt with at last. Ichino-shun, seeing no progress in buying land, had no choice but to press on with another request. "I'd like to go to school." "Ninja Academy? But the graduation exams are only 3 months away, and you're already 12. The third Hokage rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. However, considering both the comic book and the glycerin suppository, he finally nodded in agreement. "All right, let's first test your chakra nature. Only then can I decide which class to place you in." The third Hokage produced a small slip of paper. "This is a chakra paper. Different chakra natures trigger different reactions. Wind will slice it, earth will crumble it, lightning increases, water dampens, fire burns." Ichino-shun took the paper, closed his eyes, and focused intently, gathering chakra within himself. He too was curious to know his own chakra nature. Yet, the paper remained completely unchanged. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in mild disappointment, thinking to himself, "It seems he's just like Rock Lee, good only at taijutsu, with very little talent for ninjutsu." Afterward, he led Ichino-shun up to the rooftop to test his chakra reserves. Ichino-shun settled his breath, gathering chakra at his fingertips. A ball of chakra, about the size of his fist, hovered in the air. That's already about the amount a regular genin would have. The ball kept swelling, growing to the size of basketball, its blue glow shining even more intensely. The third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. This is already on par with a chunin. Eventually, the sphere stopped expanding at nearly a meter in diameter. Jounin-level chakra reserves. How is this even possible? For a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi could scarcely trust what he was seeing. But then, though the ball ceased to grow, Ichino-shun's entire body became enveloped in a bright blue aura of chakra, as if he'd donned a cloak woven from pure energy. He's actually able to manifest a chakra cloak this clearly. Only the first Hokage ever managed such a feat, no matter how he looked at it. The third Hokage could hardly believe this orphan, hidden away for so many years, was harboring such astounding potential. Only then did Ichino-shun relax, letting out a long breath. "Grandpa Hokage, can I go to school now?" he asked with a gentle smile. Of course you can." The third Hokage finally snapped out of his shock and affectionately patted Ichino's head. The future of the Hidden Leaf Village seemed brighter than ever. Yet, why did his chakra not reveal any elemental affinity during testing? Still, having such a vast reserve of chakra at just 12 years old, together with the rare Kagaya clan bone structure, already marked him as an undeniable genius. The third Hokage needed a successor capable of inheriting the will of fire. Moreover, when the opportunity arose, the root organization must be dissolved, and Danzo's influence weakened. The arrival of Jun Ichino had made his resolve even stronger. No matter what it took, Jun must remain in the Hidden Leaf. Otherwise, if another village were to discover and recruit him, it would undoubtedly mean a formidable new enemy for the Leaf. According to the regulations, only the descendants of major clans are entitled to receive a pension, but you are an exception. From now on, you will receive a monthly stipend, just like Naruto and Sasuke. With this, Jun Ichino no longer needed to work at the smithy and could dedicate himself to his studies at the academy. Jun smiled and asked, "Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. And what about that plot of land?" The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then offered a kindly smile. "The land won't be a problem at all. Ahem, I'll also arrange everything for the house construction, free of charge from start to finish." 2 days later, Jun Ichino received the land deed. Meanwhile, the root operatives secretly investigating him updated Danzo with their latest intelligence. 12 years old, Kagaya bloodline. He can already use a chakra cloak. You're certain you didn't misread this? No mistake at all. He even gave the Hokage some kind of sketchbook. They seem very close now. Kagaya bloodline, Danzo murmured, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Keep him under surveillance. As dusk settled over the village, the system announced a new sign-in task. Sign in at the Senju clan estate tonight. Once, the Senju was a mighty family, yet now only Tsunade remained, wandering far from home. The clan had long since dispersed, their ancestral estate slowly fading into obscurity. Night fell. Jun Ichino arrived at the edge of the village, before a dilapidated old residence. The glory of old was nowhere to be found. Desolation reigned. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The courtyard was thick with wild grass and strewn with fallen leaves. Cobwebs clung to the eaves, trembling in the wind. Inside, the silence was heavy and profound. Then, the system's mechanical voice resounded. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You've checked in successfully and gained all attribute chakra. All attribute chakra. Wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin-yang." Jun Ichino stood frozen in astonishment. Almost immediately, he sensed 7 distinct forces rising from the top of his head, washing over his face, coursing through his throat, swirling into his abdomen, his tailbone, his lower body, and finally flowing right down to the soles of his feet. Those 7 streams swiftly converged and fused together within his chest. In the world of Naruto, ordinary people typically possess only 2 or 3 chakra natures. Those capable of mastering every chakra nature are extremely rare, and without exception, each is a formidable powerhouse. And now, he had become one of them. The feeling was simply exhilarating. A new ambition sparked in Ikuno-shun's heart. To master every ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu in the Naruto world and become a king without equal. He leaned back against the dusty headboard, drifting off into a deep, satisfied slumber, until he awoke. Startled, he lifted his head, only to come face to face with an impossibly beautiful visage. My goodness, wasn't this Tsunade, the legendary big fat sheep? What was she doing here? After losing both her brother and her lover, Tsunade had left Konoha, wandering far and wide, though never severing ties with the village entirely. From time to time, she would return with Shizen to visit the old homestead and assure the village of her well-being. By chance, Tsunade had come back tonight, only to stumble upon the sleeping Ikuno-shun. The moment she saw him, Tsunade was utterly stunned. He looked so much like my little brother Nawaki did as a child. Ikuno-shun couldn't help but think, as she gently drew him closer, holding him tightly in her arms. Right at that moment, the system issued a new mission. But this time, it was a performance-style check-in task. Please act cute in Tsunade's embrace. A breeze. Ikuno-shun rejoiced inwardly. Soon, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed the performance art check-in. Reward, taijutsu, monstrous strength. This was the Senju clan's unique ability. It allowed the user to focus chakra into any part of their body, then unleash a tremendous burst of power in an instant, a massive boost to physical strength. A holographic panel unfurled before him. Host, Ikuno-shun. Age 18. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin-yang. Mastered ninjutsu. God-level clone technique, God-level substitution technique, God-level transformation technique. Mastered taijutsu. Dance of the Tanglewood, Dance of the Camellia, monstrous strength. Mastered Jinjutsu Nun. Special constitution, Shikatsumiyaku. Bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra reserve, infinite. Early the next morning, Tsunade and Shizune had already departed, leaving Ikuno-shun to venture alone into the forest. At 6 o'clock, while most people were still wrapped in the warmth of their beds. To Ikuno-shun, this was precious training time. Before Rock Lee arrived, he wanted to test out the monstrous strength he'd just acquired the night before. Ichino-Tashin raised his arm and gathered chakra within his body. In an instant, his fist was enveloped in a brilliant blue glow. He bent at the waist and hurled a punch straight at the boulder before him. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently, echoing with a tremendous boom. The massive stone shattered in an instant. Fragments shot through the air and rained down, leaving a field strewn with rubble. Exhaling deeply, Ichino-Tashin took a sharp breath, his heart a mix of shock and exhilaration. To his surprise, his hand wasn't hurt in the slightest. A few seconds later, his initial astonishment gave way to an irrepressible state of joy. The power in that punch was overwhelming. Simple, direct, and absolutely captivating. Before long, Rock Lee arrived. He shared his method of weighted training with Ichino-Tashin, and in return, Tashin gifted him a manga titled Sakura Haruno, 18+ edition. From that day on, every morning, Ichino-Tashin trained taijutsu side by side with Rock Lee. Even though he had the system support, he had no intention of slacking off. Continuous training was never a bad thing. After all, so absorbed was he in his training that he failed to notice the presence watching him quietly from the bushes up ahead. Short blue-black hair, pale white eyes. When she saw Ichino-Tashin climb to the mountaintop, a shy smile crossed her lips before she slipped away. She was Hinata Hyuga. Ever since Ichino-Tashin had rescued her the last time, the image of this handsome young man had often lingered in her mind. Just a few days remained before the start of school. Ichino-Tashin received a new task. Ding! Please proceed to the base of the Hokage, Rock, to check in. Since arriving in this world just over a month ago, aside from working as an apprentice at a blacksmith shop on the village outskirts, he hadn't really ventured into the heart of the village. Looking around as he went, Ichino-Tashin was as excited as a little bird, hopping with anticipation. The Hidden Leaf Village stretched as far as the eye could see, vast and boundless. What he'd seen of the village in the anime was merely the tip of the iceberg, nothing compared to the thrill of standing amidst it all. Beyond the residential quarters nestled in the valley, the village was surrounded by expansive forests. Truly, this was the largest shinobi village among the 5 great nations. Upon reaching the base of Hokage Rock, Ichino-Tashin was awestruck by the majesty of the scene before him. Just then, the system's alert chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. Check-in complete. You are awarded 1,000 Years of Death. 1,000 Years of Death. This was an E-rank taijutsu technique developed by Tsukumo Hatake, later passed down to his son Kakashi, and then turned into a more explosive version by Naruto, who combined it with explosive tags and a kunai. Famously nicknamed the butt-poke jutsu and fiery rear attack, Ichino-Tashin could only see it as an utterly comical move. However, what he never expected was that this particular ninjutsu would prove useful so soon. One day, just as his training session ended and he was preparing to leave, he suddenly sensed a rush of wind from the treetops above. In that instant, he realized he might be being tailed. Ichino-shun halted his steps, swiftly blending into a patch of foliage nearby. Peering carefully through the leaves, he spotted someone perched on a tree opposite him, cloaked in black, wearing a patterned mask, dressed head to toe like a true ninja. It's someone from Root, just as I suspected, he thought to himself. Ichino-shun recognized them right away. Their masks always featured different designs, never sticking to the same style. It was quite likely his Kagaya clan's Kekkei Genkai had caught Danzo's attention. At that moment, a streak of mischief flashed in his mind. What better time to test out his newly learned 1,000 Years of Death? Rummaging through his all-purpose storage space, he soon dug out a large cola bottle, though it wasn't soda that filled it, but a bottle full of laxative. He held his breath, focused his mind, and in the blink of an eye darted beneath the tree. Raising the cola bottle with both hands, he leapt upward in a flash. Mid-air, he unleashed his improved version of the 1,000 Years of Death. The contents of the bottle applied directly, without mercy. A blood-curdling scream erupted from his target, followed closely by a medley of chaotic sounds. From afar, a snatch of song seemed to drift through the trees, drops of icy rain wildly splattering on my face. Fortunately, Ichino-shun was quick and agile, slipping away before the scene could devolve into utter disaster. Satisfied, he mused to himself that he'd just created a new move, 1,000 Years of Death, Laxative Deluxe Edition. Serves you right for tailing me. With a smug smile, he made his way home, but soon his thoughts turned serious. With each new system reward growing ever more impressive, he knew it was only a matter of time before even more people, especially Danzo, took notice. The only solution he could see was to apprentice himself to the third Hokage. It was much like his old world, finding a powerful patron and forging bonds with influential elders. I'll need to find the right chance to have a word with the old man. I just wonder if he'd be willing to take me as a student, he calculated quietly to himself. The very next morning, Ichino-shun washed up, then ate his breakfast, bread with jam and a glass of milk. Today was his first day as a new student. The system had already delivered his next sign-in mission the previous night. Ding. Host, please go to the Ninja Academy for sign-in. The mission is valid for 2 days. As soon as he arrived at the academy, the system's reward was triggered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for arriving at the sign-in location. You have received the reward. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A wave of delight rushed through him, though he could only sigh. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He could not help thinking, wasn't this the so-called merciful technique that never really burned anyone to death? Still, at least this time, he'd finally received an offensive ninjutsu. After leaving the administrative office, Ichino-shun was assigned to Irika's class. Pushing open the door to classroom 301, Jun Ichino was instantly stunned. The scene before his eyes was nothing like what he'd seen in anime. The classroom was in utter chaos. Some students were chasing each other around, others were munching on snacks, some lay sleeping on their desks, while a few argued loudly. There was even a student playing with a dog. The whole place buzzed with noisy excitement. Only when Irika entered, wearing a stern expression, did the room gradually quiet down. All the students rushed back to their seats, sitting up straight, trying to look as obedient as possible. Jun glanced around the class, his heart racing with excitement. He recognized many familiar faces: Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Shino, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji. But peculiarly, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Irika cleared his throat and introduced him to the class. This is Jun Ichino, and from now on, he'll be joining you as your new classmate. No sooner had Jun stepped into the classroom than he felt eyes sizing him up from every direction. Whispers broke out among the students. Wait, isn't that the apprentice from the blacksmith shop? What's he doing in our class? I heard he dropped out before, can't even do the basic transformation technique. My dad said his mother was a kabuki performer. Jun understood that most kids in this class came from prestigious families or boasted unusual talents. So, it made sense that his sudden arrival would spark their curiosity and gossip. But he paid their chatter no mind, simply grinning with easy confidence, flashing a dazzling set of white teeth. Instantly, the girls in class were flustered with excitement. He's so handsome. He looks just as cool as Sasuke. Too bad he's just an orphan from a family of blacksmiths. His gaze met Sasuke's, and Jun offered him a friendly smile. Yet Sasuke's face remained impassive. He turned away, offering no response to Jun's gesture of goodwill. An awkward silence hung in the air. All right, quiet down, everyone. Let's take attendance, Irika said, pulling out the roll book. Uchiha Sasuke. Here, Sasuke replied, his voice detached and his face expressionless. Irika let out a quiet sigh and read the next name, Naruto Uzumaki. The room suddenly fell dead silent. The name seemed to capture everyone's attention. Naruto Uzumaki? Irika glanced around, confirming there was no sign of Naruto. At that moment, the classroom door was flung open, and a blond boy appeared in the doorway, panting for breath. Haha, sorry I'm late. Jun couldn't help but chuckle to himself. So this is Naruto? Compared to the reserved Sasuke, Jun found himself drawn to Naruto. This blond boy was full of warmth, honesty, and energy, always brimming with optimism and vitality. Their seats happened to be right next to each other. Jun took the initiative to greet Naruto, and the two quickly became acquainted. The school's curriculum covered the history of the 5 great nations, natural sciences, astronomy and geography, and the ninja code, foundational theoretical knowledge. There were also practical courses such as basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, individual and team cooperation, tactics, and ninja tool training. Today, aside from ninja tool training, all the other classes were dull and dreary theory lessons. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the school day came to an end, and Irika-sensei appeared at the classroom door. Everyone, remember to bring your protective gear tomorrow. We'll be having a hands-on taijutsu lesson. After class ended, the setting sun cast a gentle red hue over the school gates. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Jun set off for home on his own. Ki, Yun. A timid voice suddenly called out from behind him. Turning around, Jun saw the adorable Hinata. Just like in the anime, she had a gentle, fresh presence, soft and shy. At that moment, she kept her head lowered, nervously tracing circles with her finger in front of her chest. Jun had always liked this bashful side of her. Hinata's blush deepened when she saw him freeze in surprise, and she said in a barely audible voice, "It's me. My name is Hi. Chino-jun gave her a confident, gentle smile. Hinata Hyuga. When she realized he actually remembered her name, Hinata lit up with a bright, joyful smile. That day, you helped me. I haven't really thanked you yet. Could I treat you to something to eat? Sino you nodded. Sure. Let's go back together then. With that, he took the lead, heading for the streets of Konoha. Hinata followed behind him, her steps light and hesitant like a shy little tail. What do you want to eat? She asked softly. Chino-jun thought for a moment. Of course, Ichiraku ramen. Who could ever say no? Together, they made their way to the Ichiraku ramen shop on Konoha's main street. Chino-jun ordered tonkatsu ramen, sashimi rice, and grilled squid cakes with cheese. Hinata just asked for a bowl of tuna and vegetable ramen. Once their food arrived, Hinata carefully split apart her chopsticks and began eating her noodles in neat, tiny bites. Chino-jun didn't dig in right away. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and quietly observed Hinata. Her face was doll-like in its sweetness, her bangs obediently lying flat across her forehead, her eyes moist and luminous, her lips soft and delicate. She concentrated on her noodles one mouthful at a time, pausing occasionally to cradle the bowl and sip the broth, entirely absorbed in her meal. Without even realizing it, Chino-jun found himself lost in the sight of her. On impulse, he reached over and gently ruffled the top of Hinata's head. Hinata froze mid-bite, a mouthful of noodles still lingering as she hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Yet soon after, a gentle warmth and sweetness quietly blossomed in her heart. Though truth be told, her stomach was not yet full. Chino-jun dug into his own bowl of ramen with delight, struggling to stifle a laugh. Adorable little Hinata, you really know how to play innocent, he thought. But I already know about your record. 46 bowls of ramen in one sitting. After their meal, the two parted ways and headed home. Back in her room, Hinata sprawled across her snowy white bed. Her eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly as she clung to her pillow like a sleepy koala, her thoughts drifting irresistibly back to the image of Chino-jun. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chino-jun entered his all-purpose training space. Tonight, he planned to master the art of the great fireball jutsu. Taijutsu could be practiced in the forest, but fire and water-style ninjutsu were simply not suitable for normal training grounds. Fortunately, his training space was complete with a lake and wide, open fields, the perfect environment for refinement. The next morning, Chino-jun did not get up early for his usual workout. After all, he'd only rested for 3 hours the night before. But the fire-style, great fireball jutsu had now been elevated to divine mastery. He arrived at the academy. Today, Irika-sensei had scheduled a practical taijutsu, hand-to-hand combat, lesson. On the training field, Sasuke Uchiha was, without doubt, the center of everyone's attention, especially the girls, whose admiring gazes never strayed from him. All right, everyone line up. New students stand to Sasuke's right. Irika blew his whistle. Chino-jun quickly stepped over to stand beside Sasuke. At that moment, a pink-haired girl rushed over and shoved Chino-jun aside. It was Sakura Haruno. With a gentle tone, Sakura greeted, "Good morning, Sasuke." But her brow quickly furrowed when she noticed the blonde Naruto standing on Sasuke's other side. "Hey, why are you standing next to Sasuke?" Ino, with a hint of rivalry, draped her arm around Sasuke's neck. "That's exactly what I should be asking you. You belong over there next to the new kid. Drop dead, Ino pig. You freak. Forehead monster." Chino-jun was left a bit dumbfounded by the scene. Fortunately, Irika intervened before the quarrel escalated, while Sasuke remained completely indifferent. Still, there was one thing the two girls could agree upon. Sasuke is the most handsome. The most handsome of them all? Chino-jun wasn't quite convinced. Very soon, a large group of girls around them began to cheer loudly together. Sasuke is the coolest. In his heart, Ikuno-shun couldn't help but poke fun at them. They really haven't seen the world. There are plenty of people even more handsome than Sasuke. Think about Itachi, Kimimaro, Sasori of the Red Sand, and his father, Yahiko, Minato Namikaze's Deidara. Even Haiden stands out more than Sasuke in his own way. Yet, in his mind, the most handsome of them all was still Kakashi without his mask. By the way, Kakashi really did remove his mask at 20 minutes and 41 seconds into episode 689. At that moment, he looked incredibly charming. He even had a beauty mark. "Now then, let's have our new student introduce himself," Irika said with a warm smile. "My name is Ikuno-shun, and my greatest wish is to become Hokage." Ikuno-shun said this because he knew the third Hokage was surely watching him through his crystal ball at this very moment. These words, he meant for the third's ears, to show his resolve and where he stood. Naruto immediately chimed in. And me, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'll definitely become Hokage too. The whole room instantly erupted in laughter. A dead last dreaming of becoming Hokage? Don't make me laugh. Yeah, like Naruto could ever become Hokage. That's even harder than winning the lottery. This new kid's just the same. No sense of reality. Sakura raised her voice above the others, shouting, Hokage should be Sasuke. You guys. Naruto's face flushed with anger as he fought back. I'll surpass all the Hokage. I'll make the whole village recognize my strength. Watching his classmates sneer and jeer, Ikuno-shun could feel Naruto's pain deep inside. So Ikuno-shun leaned over and whispered in Naruto's ear, You will become the 7th Hokage. Naruto turned to him, eyes wide with hope. You really mean that? Ikuno-shun nodded, certain and sincere. Naruto had grown used to ridicule from children his age and the cold, distant stares from adults who saw him as nothing more than some outcast monster. He was no stranger to hurt. But this new classmate, rather than mocking him, offered him encouragement instead. Without warning, Naruto threw his arms around Ikuno-shun in a tight hug. And so, their friendship truly began. Irika-sensei stepped forward and gently separated them. All right now, since this is our new classmate's first practical lesson, as tradition demands, we need to see what you can really do. How will you test me? Ikuno-shun asked. Irika replied, You'll spar with Shikamaru. Shikamaru looked put out, mumbling, Why me? Such a drag. Just then, the system suddenly popped up with a message. Ding. Current mission. Please modify the challenge target. Select Uchiha Sasuke. Ikuno-shun immediately spoke up. Irika-sensei, I want to challenge Sasuke. His words landed in the classroom like a bombshell. What did he say? He wants to challenge Sasuke. Is he crazy? He's actually challenging the top student in class. Sasuke may be a bit arrogant, but there's no denying his strength, especially that fire-style technique, the fireball jutsu. This guy seems just as careless as Naruto. He must be another dead last. Haha, this is going to be a great show. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward. Host receives taijutsu, body flicker technique. Why couldn't it have been Flying Thunder God? Or Kamui? Ikuno-shun couldn't help but complain inwardly. Even so, he admitted that the body flicker technique was actually quite good. He remembered that before the Chunin exams, Gai-sensei had used this skill to suddenly appear behind Sasuke and the others. That moment had always made Shun full of envy. If I could master the body flicker technique to its limit, maybe I could move so fast that even after images disappear. As that thought crossed his mind, his spirits lifted, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The match was about to begin. Sasuke, you can do it. The girls in the class were shrieking encouragement for Sasuke, while barely anyone spoke up for Ikuno-shun. Yet Sasuke simply stood there, hands in his pockets, face calm, seeming utterly indifferent to the impending match. Irika walked over and asked, Sasuke, are you willing to spar with Ikuno-shun? Sasuke's answer astonished everyone. There's no need for a match. The classroom erupted in an uproar. What? No match? Is Sasuke giving up? Irika-sensei had just turned to call back Shikamaru when Sasuke cut him off. Sasuke murmured, just declare him the loser and get it over with. No point risking any accidents during the fight. The instant he finished speaking, the whole class exploded. Sasuke's supporters among the boys burst out in excitement. That's our Sasuke. I get it now. He's not admitting defeat. He just doesn't care to take part at all. He thinks Ikuno-shun isn't even qualified to face him. Sakura became even more animated, raising her voice several octaves. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Their reaction was perfectly natural. After all, Sasuke had always been a top student, and as the heir of the Uchiha clan, he drew admiration from all. Almost every classmate gazed at him with reverence. Except for Naruto, who was gripping both fists tightly in excitement. He clapped a hand firmly on Ikuno-shun's shoulder and said, Don't let them get to you. You can totally beat Sasuke. Ikuno-shun, meanwhile, was quietly amused. What a classic little show-off Sasuke is. Always making sure to act cool, no matter the occasion. Even Irika hadn't expected Sasuke to say that, and for a moment, he stood there in surprise. Sasuke spoke calmly. Sensei, may I be dismissed from class now? Just then, Ikeda-shun finally stepped forward, a smile on his face. Sasuke, honestly, I really don't want to fight you. The class immediately burst into excited chatter. Of course you don't want to. You're just afraid you'll get beaten so bad you can't stand up again. Shun shook his head with a light laugh. Actually, I'm just worried I might hurt you instead. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, then replied, simply, If you're so eager for a match, let's begin. The training ground fell silent in an instant. Remember to shake hands when it's over, Irika reminded them. This is a friendly spar, not a real fight. Both of you know your limits. The two of them raised their hands in opposing stances, ready for the duel. Everyone around held their breath, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment. I won't hold back, Sasuke said coldly, then dashed forward with lightning speed. But suddenly, just as he closed in on his opponent, Shun vanished into the swirling dust. And then, while Sasuke was still reeling from surprise, Shun reappeared right behind him. He actually knows the body flicker technique. Sasuke was stunned. As he tried to dodge, Shun appeared right in front of his eyes once again. A rush of blue chakra surged through the air. With a powerful swing, Shun landed a direct punch to Sasuke's midsection. Of course, Shun expertly controlled his strength and didn't use the monstrous power technique. Even so, Sasuke let out a muffled groan and was sent flying several meters away. Everyone was utterly shocked. How could Sasuke be the one who fell? What exactly had Shun just done? The training ground was left in utter silence. This result, no one could have foreseen it. Who was Uchiha Sasuke? He'd always been the legend of the entire grade. But just now, that inconspicuous new student had effortlessly defeated the legend. Haha, arrogant Sasuke. So you finally know what it feels like to get sent flying by a punch, huh? The first to react was Naruto, who cried out excitedly. As for why Shun was so strong, no one cared about that anymore. What mattered was that the show-off finally got brought down a peg. It was just too satisfying. Naruto jumped up in excitement and hurried over to stand right beside Sakura. I told you already, Ichino-jun is definitely going to win. Debeo. Sakura rolled her eyes and ducked aside in disdain. Idiot, get out of here. Even Irika-sensei was utterly taken aback. This first year's taijutsu is impressive. Maybe Sasuke got careless. Sasuke slowly picked himself up, his head buzzing, a dull hum echoing in his ears. Suddenly, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the stands. Everyone overwhelmingly rooting for Sasuke. Only Naruto cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you bunch of morons." Obviously, Ichino-jun is the one who's going to win. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Sasuke's lips. Outwardly, he looked fearless, but inside, he was troubled. I was too arrogant. If I could awaken the Sharingan, I'd see straight through his weaknesses and openings. He lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, a glint of cold resolve in his eyes, then raised both hands, posing to perform the great fireball jutsu. Is Sasuke about to use his secret move? A stunned gasp rippled through the field. Sasuke figured that the new guy was probably clueless about the Uchiha clan's abilities, so he'd have no idea what was coming next. But what Sasuke didn't know was that Ichino-jun was a die-hard fan of the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke. Irika's expression changed instantly the moment he saw Sasuke's hand signs. The match was supposed to be mainly about taijutsu. If Sasuke suddenly unleashed a fire-style jutsu, something the Uchiha were famous for, Ichino-jun could get seriously hurt. Irika tensed, preparing to rush in and stop him at any second. At the same time, Hinata, Naruto, and the Ino, Shika, Cho trio all knew exactly how dangerous the great fireball jutsu could be. Using a C-rank ninjutsu in a practical lesson? That was just insane. But Sasuke's fans, led by Sakura and Ino, were still beside themselves with excitement. Wow, the way Sasuke forms hand signs is so cool. He's amazing. Sasuke's fingers move in a blur through the sequence of hand seals. Serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With that, his cheeks bulged, and his right hand drew close to his mouth as he spewed out a massive ball of flame. A scorching shockwave blasted across the whole arena. Even students standing far away could feel the heat rushing over them. The wall of fire swept straight towards Ichino-jun. But just as Irika was about to spring forward to save him, he froze in place. To everyone's astonishment, Ichino-jun began flashing through hand signs even faster than Sasuke. Whoosh. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. What's he doing? Does he know fire style too? That's impossible. Without the Sharingan, he shouldn't be able to copy it. Sasuke stood rooted to the ground, thunderstruck. Boom! The two colossal fireballs collided midair, sending bursts of sparks everywhere. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with fire. Irika yelled at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, get back!" While Sasuke was still reeling in shock, Ichino-jun unleashed a second fireball. Although this, too, was a fire release technique, its power and presence felt entirely different this time. A giant fireball, nearly 5 meters in diameter, lit up the entire training field with a blazing red glow. To avoid drawing too much attention, Ichino-jun intentionally held back the force of his chakra. This was the true might of the great fireball. This was a flame that could truly be fatal. Sasuke snapped back to his senses and scrambled backward, falling onto the ground just in time to dodge the attack. The training ground erupted in excitement. What just happened? Naruto dashed down from the stands and threw an arm around Ikuno-jun. Huh, you defeated that guy. That was amazing. Hey, treat me to ramen after school. Let's celebrate. Alright then. Sasuke seemed lost and shell-shocked the entire time. As Ikuno-jun released the jutsu, the massive blaze vanished midair, leaving behind only a drifting cloud of smoke. Everyone was struck speechless by what they'd witnessed. When they looked again at Ikuno-jun, he seemed like something out of legend. For so long, everyone had envied Sasuke for his great fireball jutsu. No one could have guessed that the new transfer student, the blacksmith's apprentice, would surpass Sasuke by this much. Iruka, too, was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Back when the third Hokage assigned Ikuno-jun to his class, Iruka had doubted the decision. A child who had once dropped out and couldn't even master the clone jutsu. Could he really graduate in just 3 months? Now he finally understood. Ikuno-jun was a hidden prodigy all along. Coming to school was simply a formality. He just needed the diploma to become a full-fledged shinobi. Alright, the test is over. Ikuno-jun, don't forget the sign of reconciliation. Ikuno-jun nodded and walked up to Sasuke, reaching out his hand first. Sasuke was utterly devastated now, all his usual pride gone without a trace. But he didn't accept Ikuno-jun's hand. Instead, he pushed himself up, swaying a little as he got to his feet on his own. Classmates sent looks his way, a mix of sympathy, surprise, and, from some, thinly veiled glee at his downfall. Sakura glared fiercely at Ikuno-jun and snapped. Another annoying guy, just like Naruto. Idiot. In sharp contrast, Hinata's eyes brimmed with admiration, as if her gaze sparkled with light. Ikuno-jun met her gaze and gave her a gentle, reassuring smile. When the test was over, Iruka calmed himself and asked, Ikuno-jun, you must have put in a lot of hard work to achieve this, right? Would you mind sharing some of your experiences with the class? Chie was suddenly a loss for words. He certainly couldn't tell everyone that he'd only achieved such mastery after practicing 100 times in an alternate dimension. All he could do was scratch his head and smile sheepishly. Well, actually, today was my first time using this jutsu. What? His first time? The crowd was thrown into a frenzy once again. To be this skillful on the very first try, Sasuke's heart was tangled with emotions. He realized that someone who looked ordinary could actually be a true master in disguise. At the Ninja Academy, he'd always believed he was the center of attention, the story's main character. But even though he enjoyed showing off now and then, he never bullied anyone and could be considered open-minded. As for the kid from the blacksmith shop, Sasuke had no complaints. He walked over to Chie, gave a faint smile, and said, "This round goes to you." With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and left the training grounds. See? That's Sasuke for you, so composed. Exactly. Even in defeat, he's impressive. Sasuke's supporters cheered, waving their arms in excitement once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Hidden Leaf Village, Danzo sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, his eyes narrowed, surrounded by several of his most trusted root members. That new kid was strong. He couldn't be underestimated. And to think the boy had just enrolled and was already paired up with Naruto, the two seemed to be getting along quickly. Yes, Naruto, the Jinchuriki. That must be why the boy was getting close to Naruto. Surely, his goal was to harness the power of the Jinchuriki in the future. But he's just a kid, barely in his teens. Could he really be this cunning? Suddenly, Danzo seemed to have figured it out. This must be Hiruzen Sarutobi's plot. The boy was chosen as a potential successor to the Hokage. The thought sent tremors of anger through Danzo's body. He absolutely could not allow them to win over the Jinchuriki. The suspicion grew and spun wildly in Danzo's mind, each thought making the situation seem more urgent. Assemble a 10-man squad, immediately. After school, the setting sun bathed the Hidden Leaf Village in golden hues. Naruto clamored for ramen to celebrate, and Chie could only laugh and give in. Really? Are you sure? Awesome. Woohoo! Naruto leapt up in joyous celebration. Chie, you truly are my best friend. Ever since his father's death, Naruto received a pension at the start of every month. Still, by the month's end, he'd invariably wind up a bit embarrassed, asking Iruka-sensei to treat him to ramen. Now, his hopes were set on Chie instead. Chie, for his part, didn't mind at all. Money was just numbers, after all. And really, how much could a boy eat? But things didn't go quite as he expected. The two made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. I'm gonna dig in. Naruto pressed his palms together in delight, announcing his intention with excitement. Half an hour later, I'm stuffed. Naruto leaned back in his chair, patting his round, full belly, his face radiating satisfaction. In front of him stood a neat stack of 8 empty bowls. Miso, seafood, chashu pork, spicy, volcanic tonkatsu, fresh clam corn. He'd practically tasted every ramen variation on the menu. Money's been tight lately. I haven't had ramen in over a month, and I guess I went a bit overboard today. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. A few dark lines crossed Ikeda Jun's forehead as he thought, is this what you call a bit more? 8 bowls. You'd be a champion competitive eater back in my previous life. Truth be told, the cost of living in Konoha wasn't that high. The cheapest bowl of ramen was only 60 ryo. But most of Jun's money went into ninja tools and training gear. Now, he only had a little over 200 ryo left in his pocket. Watching Naruto beam with happiness, Ikeda Jun glanced out the window, and a clever idea immediately popped into his head. He felt for his wallet, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, Naruto felt as if he'd ascended to heaven. I'm really glad I met you. It's been ages since I've had ramen this delicious. Let's come here together more often from now on. For Naruto, being able to savor his favorite Ichiraka ramen, and even have a friend treat him, was the very definition of happiness. Jun, sorry for making you pay for all this, Naruto began to say, but before he could finish, he heard a pop behind him. Turning around, he was stunned. His words caught mid-sentence, and a smile froze on his face. The seat where Jun had been was empty, and in his place sat a plush toy of a traveling frog, the very same one displayed in the window of the toy store across the street. It was clear that Jun had just used the substitution jutsu to make a stealthy escape. Naruto was instantly overwhelmed with despair. Most days, even a single bowl of ramen meant cutting back on expenses after, but today he devoured 8, with extra toppings each time. Thank you for your patronage. The ramen shop's waitress, smiled gently and held out her hands, waiting to be paid. Fortunately, old man Ichiraka always looked after Naruto, often greeting him warmly. Naruto, should I make you another bowl? But this time, Naruto could only put it on his tab again. This little episode didn't put a dent in the bond between Ikeda Jun and Naruto. If anything, it brought them closer together. The two had naturally kindred spirits and quickly became inseparable. Jun even taught Naruto some slang from his former life online, which Naruto eagerly and enthusiastically picked up. There was still half a month left before the allowance would be distributed for the new month. If only there were online loan platforms in this world. A sudden idea flashed through Ichino's mind, and he hurried to the blacksmith shop. Since quitting his apprenticeship, the blacksmith uncle was now working up a sweat as he operated the bellows. Ichino produced an electric blower he'd found in his spatial storeroom and handed it over. Uncle, if you use this, it'll be even easier and more efficient. As he spoke, he started the demonstration. Very soon, the flames in the forge roared even brighter, saving them no small amount of physical effort. In the end, Ichino was rewarded with 1,000 taels for his help. He had money at last. Just then, the system unexpectedly popped up with a new sign-in task, catching Ichino off guard. Ding! Host, please establish a friendship with Sasuke, and proceed to sign in at Itachi's room in the Uchiha compound. Deadline, 1 week. He had to befriend Sasuke, and even pay a visit to his home? This challenge was proving to be quite a tough one. Ichino was momentarily at a loss. After all, he'd just defeated Sasuke at the training grounds. How could he possibly show up at his house now? Besides, Sasuke was hardly the most approachable person around. Making friends with him wouldn't be easy at all. Still, the harder the task, the greater the reward might be. That night, lying in bed, Ichino pondered over how teacher Ozawa's transformation training had ended that day, and his thoughts began to churn. There are just 3 months left before the plot begins. Building a connection with Sasuke early is absolutely crucial. But how do I become friends with him in just a week? Pondering this, he slowly slipped into sleep. At dawn the next day, Ichino woke up early to start his training. From the jungle, he heard a rustle and assumed it was Lee. But when he turned, he was met with the sight of Sasuke, dressed in his signature blue shirt badge with the fan-shaped crest of his clan, his expression as cold as ever. What brings him here? Ichino wondered privately. Sasuke had spotted Ichino too, and their gazes met. In that brief exchange, there seemed to be a subtle sense of kinship, as though unspoken emotions were flowing between them. Perhaps it was because both of them had experienced the pain of losing their loved ones too soon. Or maybe they each carried their own understanding of Konoha's warmth and indifference. Ichino took the initiative to greet him. Sasuke, are you here for morning training too? Sasuke nodded, his face as stoic as always. He got straight to the point. Let's have a rematch. A rematch. Ichino was a bit confused, scratching his head, and thought, some people just can't accept defeat. Sasuke went on, during our last match, your fireball jutsu really impressed me, but as for the taijutsu fight, I think I only lost because I underestimated you. That's why I want to spar with you again today. Ichino thought this guy really is passionate about getting stronger. Maybe, just maybe, this rematch could be his chance to build a genuine friendship with Sasuke. All right, Ikuno-jun replied cheerfully. Sometimes, friendship is forged through sparring and competition. The two agree to test only their taijutsu this time. No ninjutsu, and no shuriken or kunai allowed. Ikuno-jun was well aware of Sasuke's current strength. Although he was recognized as a prodigy at school, Sasuke had yet to awaken his Sharingan, nor could he perform Shadow Leaf Dance or Lion Barrage. In terms of physical abilities and chakra reserves, he was not in the same league as Ikuno-jun. Still, Ikuno-jun had no intention of holding back. For someone as earnest as Sasuke, only a fair and honest match would earn his true respect, and perhaps a real chance at friendship. The match began. Ikuno-jun opened with the body flicker technique. Before Sasuke could react, he had already appeared in front of him. Careful not to hurt his opponent, he threw a punch at Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke hurriedly raised his arm to block, but the impact still sent him stumbling back several paces. Ikuno-jun had deliberately held back his strength. Otherwise, Sasuke's arm might have been injured. Yet he gave Sasuke no chance to recover. Stepping forward, he delivered a straightforward kick that sent Sasuke crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Sasuke slid down the tree, coming to understand what it felt like to be completely outmatched. With a smile, Ikuno-jun approached and pulled him to his feet. Let's keep going. Unwilling to accept defeat, Sasuke steadied himself and tightened his fists, mustering all his speed to charge at Ikuno-jun once more. This time, Ikuno-jun deliberately suppressed his own speed and power, allowing for a truly even taijutsu contest between the two. Their exchange grew fiercer by the moment, neither willing to admit defeat. Both pushed themselves to the limit, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Thanks to his superior stamina, Ikuno-jun gradually dominated the fight, while Sasuke's movements began to slow with exhaustion. Moving swiftly, Ikuno-jun delivered a sharp side kick to Sasuke's back, sending him to his knees and making him cough violently. But Sasuke quickly propped himself up, stubbornly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, defiance still burning in his eyes. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke found it hard to accept yet another loss to an ordinary-born companion. Adjusting his stance, he once again charged at Ikuno-jun, refusing to back down. This time, Ikuno-jun flicked a pebble into the air with his foot, focusing his chakra and kicking it out in an instant. The pebble shot forward, whistling past Sasuke's cheek with a razor-sharp hiss of wind. The stone struck a tree behind Sasuke, boring a clean hole through the trunk in an instant. Sasuke spun around, stunned by the sight of the hole left in the bark, momentarily frozen where he stood. Immediately after, Ichino Toshio unleashed his monstrous strength. He smashed his fist into the ground, chiseling out a deep pit by sheer force. Dust billowed upward, the earth trembled violently, and shards of rock scattered in all directions. Sasuke held his breath, completely shaken by this relentless barrage of attacks. At last, he realized just how difficult it would be to defeat Ichino Toshio. "You can't beat me," came Ichino Toshio's gentle reminder. His tone was calm and confident, radiating a maturity and steadfastness beyond his years. And yet, Sasuke did not back down. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself into the fight again and again, refusing to give up. It wasn't until the golden rays of dawn poured through the trees that he finally came to a halt, gasping quietly, and admitted, "I yield." Though turmoil surged within him, on the surface he remained composed. He couldn't help but ask, "Is your strength truly the result of hard training?" Ichino Toshio only smiled and nodded. Of course, he couldn't reveal his true secret, so he simply gave a vague reply. Although Sasuke had been utterly defeated in this contest of physical skills, it was as if his fighting spirit had been wholly ignited. "Ichino Toshio, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll train even harder. One day I will surpass you." On hearing this, Ichino Toshio smiled warmly. "That's the Sasuke I know. I believe in you." With that, he pulled Sasuke into an affectionate hug, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Sasuke, unaccustomed to such gestures, quickly wriggled free with a low grunt. Yet the corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly as he tipped his face to the sky, trying to look as cool and detached as ever. Sunlight filtered through the morning mist, and both their stomachs rumbled with hunger. Without another word, they fell into step together, heading toward the village in quiet understanding. Each boy was lost in his own thoughts. Ichino Toshio wondered how he might further strengthen his bond with Sasuke to accomplish his mission, while Sasuke mulled over how best to broach the topic of learning more about taijutsu from Ichino Toshio. At last, Ichino Toshio broke the silence. "Hey, could I come by your place for some breakfast?" "Ha!" Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then replied coolly, Suit yourself. When they reached the front door, Sasuke stopped. This is my house. Ichino Toshio asked deliberately. So where's your family? Sasuke's expression dimmed. I'm the only one here. Come on in, let's get something to eat. Inside, the furnishings were simple but tidily arranged. A low table stood in the center, surrounded by tatami mats. There was a fridge and a television in the room as well. A flicker of memory crossed Ichino Toshio's mind. He seemed to see a family of 4 once gathered around this very table, sharing meals and conversation, laughter filling the air. His gaze was drawn to a photograph in the corner. In it, Itachi held Sasuke close, while Sasuke basked in the love of his older brother. But fate is merciless. 4 years ago, in the beginning of July, the Uchiha clan was wiped out. From that day on, young Sasuke swore an oath to avenge his family with his own hands and restore the honor of his clan. I'll go make dinner. Feel free to sit wherever you like, Sasuke said, then headed into the kitchen. Ikeda-shun rose to his feet and walked into the hallway. Scrolls and books were piled up in most of the room, but the tatami bedding lay untouched. This must be Uchiha Itachi's room, he thought to himself. Inwardly, Ikeda-shun called out to the system, hoping to complete the check-in, though he wasn't sure if he'd met the requirement. Had he really established a friendship with Sasuke? As he hesitated, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding. Location check-in task complete. Reward. Unmatched culinary skills. Subsequent rewards require forming a friendship. 6 days remain. He was a little stunned. Apparently, the mission had 2 phases. Unmatched culinary skills? What a strange reward. Receiving the skill left Ikeda-shun with mixed feelings. So, we're not quite real friends yet. Before long, Sasuke called him over for dinner. So soon? Ikeda-shun made his way to the living room and, imitating Sasuke, sat cross-legged at the table. The meal was simple, just 2 dishes, katsuobushi rice balls and stir-fried eggs with tomatoes. No wonder it was done so quickly. Isn't this a bit too simple? Ikeda-shun looked at the food, a little disappointed, unable to stop himself from recalling all his favorite dishes. Marbled beef, braised pork ribs, twice-cooked pork. But Sasuke ate contentedly. Well, as long as it fills you up, Ikeda-shun said, picking up a rice ball and taking a bite. Sasuke seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, the words catching in his throat. If there's something you want to say, just come out with it. After all, we're friends now, and getting to eat your cooking makes me happy. With his warm nature, Ikeda-shun gave Sasuke an encouraging, genuine smile. Sasuke froze for a moment. Friends. Since he started living alone, this was the first time he'd felt such warmth. He had originally wanted to ask Ikeda-shun to teach him martial arts, but in the end, the words never left his lips. It's nothing, Sasuke replied, then took another bite of his rice ball and quietly continued his meal. Looking at the young boy before him, waves rose once more in Ikeda-shun's heart. This boy's future path was destined to be filled with loneliness and darkness. You chose to follow that man after a long struggle of your own, didn't you? Ikeda-shun murmured softly. Sasuke looked up, puzzled. Who are you talking about? No one. Let's eat first, huh? With that, Ikeda-shun began devouring his rice balls with exaggerated gusto. Why does it taste better with every bite? Before he knew it, he had polished off 3 rice balls. Sasuke paused mid-bite, watching Ikeda-shun's over-the-top eating, and at long last, a faint smile appeared on his face. After the meal, Ikeda-shun happened to glance at the calendar on the wall. The 59th year of Konoha, summer. July 21st. A sudden flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He thought of a way to close the distance between himself and Sasuke. The day after tomorrow, July 23rd, it was Sasuke's birthday. Leaving the Uchiha house, they walked to school together. Noon arrived. Ikeda-shun returned home, dug through his ingredients, and decided to test out the top-tier cooking skills he had just received from the system's reward. Soon, a plate of golden fried rice, appealing in color, fragrance, and taste, sat steaming on the table. The rice was studded with slices of ham, diced carrots, and a sprinkling of green onions, with a small dish of pickled vegetables on the side. Though simple, its rich aroma was enough to make anyone's mouth water. Ikeda-shun picked up his spoon and ate with hearty, enthusiastic bites. Heavens, did I really make this myself? With the very first mouthful, he finally understood the true meaning of lingering flavor. An ordinary plate of egg-fried rice had somehow been transformed into a culinary delight. He let out a contented sigh, patting his belly. With this god-level cooking skill, I'll never have to worry about eating well again. I could even use food to win people over. At first, he thought this reward was useless, but now, that thought had completely vanished. After a short nap, he headed back to school, chatting and joking with his friends. When school ended, Ikeda-shun and Naruto left together. Suddenly, a group of men dressed in black appeared, blocking their path. Lord Danzo wants to see you, one of the men said coldly. Who's Danzo? Naruto asked curiously. He's another high-ranking leader in Konoha. Ikuno-shun was already speculating about their intentions. Were they trying to recruit him, or did they want to eliminate him? Seeing Ikuno-shun unmoved, the black-clad man pressed. Lord Danzo is waiting for you. He can wait. I'm busy today, Ikuno-shun replied, his eyes narrowing as he spoke with unflinching boldness. That was awesome, Naruto exclaimed, his face full of admiration. Come on, let's go home and play games, Ikuno-shun said, pulling Naruto along. In truth, Ikuno-shun was using this as a chance to test the other party's true intentions. As expected, the men in black immediately tried to take him away by force. These men are up to no good. If Danzo simply wanted to recruit me, he would never resort to such means. At this moment, Jun Ichino had already grasped their true intent. They had come to kill him. His very existence had become an obstacle on Danzo's path to becoming Hokage. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. Jun Ichino twisted his body with lightning agility, slipping past his captor's grasp. The air grew thick with tension, as if a fight might erupt at any moment. Worry was written all over Naruto's face as he stepped forward and shoved one of the men in black. Don't touch my friend. At that instant, the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! New plot sign-in mission. Intimidate the enemy. It seemed there was no way to avoid this confrontation. But Jun Ichino was undaunted. Besides his formidable fireball jutsu, he possessed a near-limitless flow of chakra, an overwhelming force. Not to mention, he could wield both the dead-bone pulse and raw physical power. Naruto, that's enough for today. We'll play again next time. Without waiting to see Naruto's reaction, he strode off with the men in black and left the school grounds. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind. Crush these enemies with overwhelming force, finish the mission, and claim the rich reward that awaited him. The streets bustled with people, hardly the place for a bold move. The black-clad ninjas formed a cross-shaped formation, trapping Jun Ichino at the center as they escorted him out of the village. They're truly afraid I'll escape, blocking every path, planning to take me somewhere secluded and end this, Jun Ichino thought, a cold smirk flashing in his mind. The setting sun dipped lower, dusk beginning to settle in. They moved farther and farther from the village's heart. At last, they reached the forest's edge, where Jun Ichino stopped, stretching his limbs to loosen up. I'm not going any farther. Keep moving. One of the root ninjas, seeing him halt, reached out, trying to grab his arm. Without hesitation, Jun Ichino gathered his chakra and unleashed his monstrous strength, launching the man through the air. A dull crash echoed as the black-clad ninja was sent flying, tumbling several times across the grass before coming to a stop. He lay gravely injured, blood spilling from his mouth, completely lifeless. Jun Ichino swept his gaze over the 9 remaining assailants, his voice as cold as ice. I know you're here to carry out an assassination. There's no need to keep pretending. Come at me, all of you. The 9 men in black stared at him in stunned silence. No one could have expected a boy so young to react with such composure and audacity. That Danzo would send a 10-man assassination squad after a single adolescent. This in itself seemed utterly absurd. Was a mere teenager truly worth such a display of force? What had just happened left every last one of them shocked to their core. That blow, it felt like the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. The leader of the assassination squad regained his composure almost instantly and gave a sharp order. Attack! Several ninjas drew the katana from their waists in unison, rushing swiftly toward Ikuno-shun. Their teamwork was flawless, their movements swift and precise, the cold steel flashing straight for Ikuno-shun's vital points. If it were anyone else, they likely wouldn't have withstood this onslaught. But suddenly, a layer of white bone armor surfaced on Ikuno-shun's body. It finally activated on its own. Ikuno-shun felt a surge of joy in his heart. At the same time, a blue chakra shield shimmered into existence around him. There was a harsh, metallic clang as the katanas struck the bone armor. The situation heated up instantly. A crack split one of the blades, quickly spreading across its length. With a sharp sound of splintering metal, the katana shattered completely, spraying shards across the ground. In a blur, Ikuno-shun appeared behind one of the ninjas, his hand closing tightly around the man's throat. Chakra surged at his feet as he unleashed a powerful kick to the opponent's lower body, crippling him. The ninja clutched himself and fell, writhing in pain, succumbing to death just seconds later. Yet, despite Ikuno-shun's overwhelming assault, the remaining ninjas showed neither fear nor hesitation. No wonder they're from root. They feel nothing at all, Ikuno-shun couldn't help but murmur. By now, the bone armor on his body had dissipated. The assassination squad instantly shifted formation, swiftly drawing kunai and readying to throw. At that moment, a kunai flew from the distant woods, striking with uncanny precision to knock away the kunai they were about to throw. A clattering cascade followed as kunai rained to the ground. The root members immediately turned, their senses on high alert, scanning the direction of the trees. Ikuno-shun also looked toward where the kunai had come from. In the next instant, a shadow leapt from the forest, landing steadily before everyone's eyes. The newcomer had shoulder-length white hair, wore a mask over his face, with his forehead protector tilted to cover his left eye. The other, sharply glinting eye, reminiscent of a fish, was clearly visible. Ikuno-shun's heart skipped a beat. Isn't this Kakashi the copy ninja? He actually appeared here. Seeing Ikuno-shun's startled expression, Kakashi offered a gentle reassurance. Don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Ikuno-shun was bewildered. Why would Kakashi show up? His mind spun with questions, his doubt almost written across his face. Orders from the third, Kakashi added lightly, adjusting his forehead protector as he spoke, giving a straightforward explanation. So, the third Hokage has been watching over me from the shadows. Ikuno-shun smiled wryly to himself. But he understood. The protection was only part of it. More important was having Kakashi secretly observe and assess him. Kakashi's sudden appearance left the remaining 8 ninja frozen for an instant. But they quickly scattered and sprang into action. 4 of them charged straight at Kakashi with their blades drawn, while the other 4 launched a fierce assault on Ikuno-shun. The dance of the larch. The dance of the camellia. Swords and bones clashed, igniting sparks as bright as lightning. Utilizing the unique taijutsu of the bone pulse, Ikuno-shun weaved through his enemies with effortless composure. The root ninja were shaken deep inside, though not a single flicker of emotion showed on their faces. With a wet crack, a bone spike from the dance of the larch impaled one man through the throat, killing him instantly. The enemy's attacks grew all the more savage, only to be rebuffed and wounded by snapping bone spikes again and again. Now, just 3 adversaries remained circling Ikuno-shun. His bone sword swept through the air, trailing ghostly afterimages as its speed climbed ever higher. In a heartbeat, the blade drove straight through one man's right eye and out the back of his skull in a spray of pale brain matter. That ninja toppled like a felled tree, collapsing silently, robbed of even a final cry. A sudden thought flashed through Ikuno-shun's mind. The system's mission: intimidate the enemy. Had everything, just now, still not met the standard? Why had the reward not yet appeared? Meanwhile, on Kakashi's side, the fierce battle raged on. 4 root ninjas charged at Kakashi in unison, their katanas aimed directly at his throat, deadly and merciless. To these members of Root, their very purpose was to eliminate obstacles for Danzo. Suddenly, Kakashi leapt into the air, forming hand seals mid-flight. The moment he landed, he pressed his palm to the ground and shouted, "Earth style, earth wall." At his words, the ground quivered almost imperceptibly. A stone wall rose up before him in an instant, blocking the incoming attack. Backed by Ikuno-shun, only 2 enemies remained. And at that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, the system's prompt. But it wasn't a reward this time. Ding! The host has automatically awakened 2 modified Kekai Genkai techniques, corpse fusion and skeletal resurrection. What the? You could actually awaken improved jutsu? He had never even heard of these 2 techniques in the anime. Without wasting time, facing the 2 corpses on the ground, Ikuno-shun quickly began weaving hand signs. Corpse fusion first liquefied the bodies, revealing ghostly white skeletons beneath. Then the grinding, clattering sound of bones filled the air. Suddenly, both skeletons sprang to their feet, their skulls lit by flickering ghost fire within empty sockets. The scene was eerie, truly chilling. Even Ikuno-shun was dumbstruck at the sight. The remaining root ninjas froze in shock, staring wide-eyed at their resurrected comrades. The skeletons themselves weren't especially lethal, but the terror was enough to throw the enemy into disarray. Seeing his opponents completely thrown off, Ikuno-shun quickly called up the system and completed his sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in for shocking move complete. Reward: Hashirama-style hand seal speed. Hashirama-style hand sign speed. Clasp your hands, and any jutsu comes at your command. Ikuno-shun could barely contain his exhilaration. He almost jumped for joy. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. As he moved his hands, 5 seals formed one after another, so fast they left no afterimages. In just half a second, A massive fireball erupted from his throat and blasted straight at the last two enemies. With a roar, the fireball barreled into the forest, engulfing them in flames. Chino-shun had redeemed the reputation of Fireball Jutsu, who said it couldn't incinerate people. Kakashi was completely stunned. Was I seeing things? Did that kid really use the jutsu without even forming seals? What has happened? Meanwhile, he still had two adversaries on his side. Momentarily distracted, Kakashi barely noticed as one foe lunged low, katana aimed for his legs. Chino-shun flashed forward in a burst of body flicker, grabbing the attacker. Crap, wrong target. Somewhat embarrassed, he let go, then used chakra to blast the enemy away. The last foe was dispatched just as easily. 10-man assassination squad. Not a single one left alive. For Chino-shun, it was his first kill. Exhilarating. If you just used a great fireball, but didn't form any hand seals, Kakashi finally couldn't hold back his question. Chiano-jun curled his lips in a grin and replied, "Who still uses hand seals these days, honestly? It's like rowing a boat without paddles. Just ride the waves all the way." Kakashi's mind was awash with turmoil. His eyes were practically red with envy. Jealousy +1. Jealousy +100. Jealousy +10,086. This kid's power was downright terrifying. What should we do with the bodies? Chiano-jun asked. I'll take care of it and report to the Hokage afterwards. Chiano-jun nodded, but couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed. He hadn't gotten to witness Kakashi unleash his Sharingan. Besides, the thrill of the fight had yet to be satisfied. It felt like reaching the very peak of excitement, then being stopped short all of a sudden. Meanwhile, on Danzo's side, the news that all his men had been wiped out nearly made him cough up blood and rage. Seems I have no choice but to call in that person. At that moment, at Chiano-jun's house, Naruto had been waiting for him for ages, and finally, he returned. Of course, Chiano-jun said nothing about what had happened that day. Once inside, Naruto dove straight into playing with the game console. It was his first time, but the kid was a natural. He played so well even Chiano-jun had to admit defeat. By now, the night sky outside was glossy, and the moon shone amid the sparse stars, so Naruto decided to stay for dinner. Chiano-jun fetched a few pieces of Kobe steak from his storage space. With the skills of a master chef, he served up a meal so exquisite that Naruto's mouth was slick with grease as he ate, completely losing himself in the deliciousness. This is amazing. I've never had anything this good. It even beats ramen. Jun, I should just move in with you. Chiano-jun pointed at the small house. There's only one room, one bed. You figured out. Naruto could only laugh and shake his head. After dinner, Chiano-jun made a batch of chilled lemon plum tea. The night wore on, quiet and hushed. As sleep crept in, he finally shooed the reluctant Naruto out the door. At last, the house was peaceful. Lying on his bed, Chiano-jun thought about the two important things he had to do tomorrow and the day after. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office blazed with light deep into the night. Kakashi stood by, making his report. Hiruzen Sarutobi had yet to recover from his astonishment. To use ninjutsu casually without even forming seals. A genius, an absolute genius. He must be protected at all costs. And, at the same time, keep a close watch on his every move, especially whether he has any secret contact with outsiders. The next day, July 22nd, one day before Sasuke's birthday, Chiano-jun arrived at the Hokage office early in the morning. After reporting his visit, he was ushered in to see the third. Though they hadn't met many times, the two had grown surprisingly close. There was something about this quick-witted, humorous boy that made the third Hokage genuinely fond of him. It's the middle of the day. What brings you to see me again? Chiano-jun stated his purpose plainly. Grandpa Hokage, I want to become your apprentice. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. He, too, had once considered taking on a disciple. But there was always so much to be done in the Hidden Leaf Village, his days packed to the brim. Yet, after persistent persuasion from Jun Ichino, he finally agreed to take him as an apprentice. Of course, there were conditions attached. He produced a document, much like a lifelong contract, clearly stating that betrayal of the leaf was never permitted, nor could he become its enemy. One's life was to be dedicated to protecting the village. Jun Ichino pricked his finger and pressed his bloody fingerprint onto the contract. For now, your studies at the academy remain your main focus. I'll guide you from time to time, and once you become a chunin, I'll begin systematic training with you. Jun Ichino nodded his agreement. Several AMBU operatives were utterly astonished when they heard the news. So many of the Leaf's shinobi had longed to become a disciple of the third Hokage. Ever since the era of the legendary three ninja, Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't taken on another student. To make an exception for this kid, unbelievable. When their classmates learned of this, reactions varied. Sakura was absolutely floored, her shock reaching the point of disbelief. Sasuke, though inwardly staggered, kept his expression perfectly contained. It was Naruto who was the most excited of all. Yes, this is awesome. You're his apprentice, which basically makes me half his apprentice too. Now nobody can look down on me or call me dead last anymore. Faced with Naruto's bizarre logic, all Jun Ichino could do was smile and let it slide. But Naruto quickly added, Jun, even if you're the old man's disciple now, the next Hokage is still going to be me. Jun Ichino nodded noncommittally. Sasuke, meanwhile, muttered in a frosty undertone, what a total idiot. At lunchtime, Hinata approached quietly, handed Jun Ichino something, then dashed away, cheeks burning. What could this be? Jun opened the package to find a bento, lovingly packed. On the bed of fluffy rice rested a sausage. Atop it sat a cute little mushroom. Below, nestled on either side, were 2 soft-boiled eggs. The whole thing was utterly adorable. He dug in with delight, the meal seeming sweeter with every bite. After lunch, Jun rummaged through his space pocket and fished out a sunflower hair clip. Seriously, the stuff in that pocket, it's got everything. He went to find Hinata, gently took her hand and said, Hinata, thank you. It was delicious. Here, a little flower for you. Then he clipped the hairpin into her hair. A jolt ran through Hinata, like an electric shock. It was the first time a boy had ever held her hand. Breaking away, she fled, face in her hands. She ended up fainting in the girls' bathroom. Sakura and Ino witnessed the whole scene. In Sakura's heart, she couldn't help but wish, if only Sasuke would treat me like that. As for Ino, she didn't exactly mind Jun Ichino. Actually, she thought he possessed Naruto's bright cheerfulness, yet also Sasuke's calm maturity. Most importantly, he was pretty good-looking. The maturity and confidence he radiated felt beyond his years. Sakura, who knows? Maybe I'll let you have Sasuke someday. Ino burst out laughing. Sakura looked on, utterly puzzled. As evening fell, the dismissal bell finally rang. In a flash, several figures darted out of the classroom, Naruto leading the charge. Let's go. Tomorrow, we're catching loaches together. Catching loaches? How ridiculous. The next day was Sasuke's birthday. Ikeda Jun had decided to give him a rather special present. The awakening of the 2-tomo Sharingan in his right eye. The Sharingan was a unique ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan, but could only be awakened under special circumstances. The more tomo each eye had, the stronger the Sharingan's abilities became. Admittedly, 3 months from now, Sasuke would unlock the double tomo in his right eye during his fight with Haku, but to help him do so early, on his birthday, no less. Now that would be the perfect gift. Most importantly, it would deepen their friendship and help Jun complete his mission. Ikeda Jun silently hoped. If helping Sasuke awaken his Sharingan earned him a Sharingan of his own as a reward. After classes ended, Jun invited Sasuke to meet him at the Konoha training grounds. Sasuke had wanted to spar with him anyway, so he readily agreed. All the way there, Jun pondered, extraordinary power only surfaces under special circumstances. Fury, terror, hatred, much like the night of the massacre, where the 1-tomo first awakened. In no time, he had a plan for how to push Sasuke. Arriving at the training ground, the two squared off, ready to spar. Even giving it his all, Sasuke still couldn't keep up with Jun. 20 minutes passed. Sasuke hadn't won a single round, but he showed not a hint of discouragement. Each time, he dragged himself up and pressed on. This time, Jun went even harder, determined to rouse the fighting spirit deep within Sasuke's bones. Aren't you supposed to be the top student at school? Konoha's genius, right? Face it, even your looks are supposed to be prodigious, so why do your moves look like some girl's dance routine? Jun taunted him. Sasuke, unfazed, charged ahead once more. Jun landed a punch square in his chest, sending him flying. Sasuke, is this really all you've got? Jun kept up his verbal assault, fanning the flames of rivalry. Mockery after mockery, Sasuke finally snapped, shouting, "Damn it!" He threw himself in with everything he had. "Come on, try your fireball, shuriken, kunai, throw them all. You're still just dead weight." The taunts escalated. Now Sasuke was running on empty, all but collapsed, gasping for breath on the ground. Pathetic. You're even weaker than Sakura and Ino. The verbal jabs kept coming, harder and sharper. So this is all the resolve you have. Itachi's words from the night of the massacre echoed in Sasuke's mind. How wiping out the clan was all to test his own resolve. Hearing resolve yanked Sasuke back to a memory stained in blood, and with a primal growl, he hurled himself at Jun once again. Enraged like never before, he held on for another 5 minutes. Ikuno Jun easily evaded Sasuke's relentless attacks, and at last, he landed a hard kick to Sasuke's knee. Sasuke crashed onto the ground. Ikuno Jun stepped forward and looked down at him. For a moment, he hesitated, but then gritted his teeth and stomped on Sasuke's head. He followed up with the most devil-may-care tone, full of contempt. What goes around comes around. Your retribution is me. Remember to give me a double tap and a kiss. Ahem, he snapped out of it. That was a line from another story. Han Majuan's viral catchphrase had wormed its way into his brain. Is this the so-called power of the Uchiha clan? Even the heirs of Uchiha get trampled by the likes of me. Maximum ridicule. Plus 100. That was Ikuno Jun's final move. If Sasuke didn't explode with rage now, there was nothing more he could do. Meanwhile, Sasuke, his reason finally gave way to anger. With the last of his strength, he pressed his hands against the ground and slowly, unsteadily, rose to his feet. Veins bulged on his forehead, fists clenched, his jaws grinding with a harsh, gritting sound. Ikuno Jun fixed his gaze on Sasuke's eyes, desperate for a miracle to happen. You will not insult the Uchiha. Sasuke growled, each word forced out in a low, trembling snarl. His head snapped up suddenly. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a cold, piercing aura as he stared at Ikuno Jun. A flash of crimson light burst forth. In his right eye, 2 black tomo, in his left, 1 black tomo. It happened. He finally awakened the double tomo Sharingan. Staring into those blood-red eyes, Ikuno Jun's excitement even outstripped Sasuke's. As expected from Indra's chosen one, the Sharingan really does awaken whenever it pleases. Empowered by the Sharingan and driven by blinding rage, Sasuke exploded into action. Ikuno Jun darted out of the way, shouting, "Stop! Sasuke, your eyes are awake." But Sasuke seemed deaf to his words, unleashing attack after attack in frenzied burst. Ikuno Jun dodged desperately, feeling, for once, as if he was actually getting beaten back. He couldn't help but marvel at the might of the Sharingan. The big 3 plagues of the shinobi world. I've already got bone spurs. When will I be rewarded with red eye and cataracts too? A few minutes later, Sasuke finally collapsed on the ground, utterly spent. He lay there, gasping for breath, his sanity gradually returning. I didn't really mean the things I said to insult you earlier. Ikuno Jun sat beside him and offered an explanation, talking for nearly 10 minutes. After realizing his true intentions, Sasuke finally responded in a muted voice. Thank you. Even though he'd been stepped on and his clan insulted, he had managed to awaken the double Tomo Sharingan. Besides, Ikuno Jun had meant well. Under the sparse moonlight and a sky scattered with faint stars, their stomachs gave a noisy, hungry growl. Come over to my place. Tonight, you're going to be so happy you can't close your mouth. Sasuke gave him a sidelong glance. Something's off about you. After everything that happened to the training ground today, Sasuke didn't feel angry at him at all. In fact, a strange sense of trust had begun to take root. For the first time, he nodded and agreed. This was his first time visiting a classmate's home. After arriving home, Chia-Jun began to prepare dinner. Game console, karaoke, treadmill, anime. You can make yourself at home. Ahead of time, Chia-Jun had carefully hidden everything related to Naruto, just in case. Sasuke wasn't interested in video games. Instead, he turned on an anime and became thoroughly absorbed in Attack on Titan. It wasn't until the aroma of delicious food filled the air and dishes were set on the table. At the sight before him, Sasuke was completely dumbfounded. Rice balls with shredded pork, kudzu starch dumplings, blueberry egg tarts, tomato pizza, sushi, black pepper steak, curry rice, pork miso chashu ramen, grilled fish, sweet red bean soup. After taking a bite of the rice ball, Sasuke looked up, his face full of surprise. Did you make all of this yourself? Chia-Jun smiled and nodded. Of course. It's not like there's any takeout around here. Sasuke stared in astonishment for a moment, then lost any sense of formality and started devouring the food ravenously. Huh, this level of culinary skill is downright legendary. But have we really not established our friendship yet? Why hasn't the reward shown up already? Must I really pull out my trump card? Sasuke lunged at the table, wolfing down everything in sight. After eating, he staggered to his feet, his stomach round and full. Chia-Jun reached into his pocket and took out a small bottle he'd scavenged from his inventory. Inside were a few dozen tablets. He shook out 2 pills and handed them to Sasuke. Digestive tablets. They'll help with the food. Oh. Sasuke took them and sat back down on the sofa. The two of them sat in silence for a while, the atmosphere turning a touch awkward. Why don't I sing you a song? Chia-Jun suggested. Sasuke nodded. After 3 rounds of drinks, you're still in the corner, singing stubbornly. Sasuke turned to look at him, his eyes wide with surprise. That sounds really good. But why does it feel so melancholy? A toast to freedom, a toast to death. As the words left his mouth, Chia-Jun realized the mood was completely off. Oh, come on. Who sings about death at someone's birthday party? He instantly switched tracks, thanks to all my teammates, sticking with me through every battle. Every night, we fight for victory together. Hey, big boss, don't shoot. Here, you can have all my weapons. When he finished, Sasuke sat there stunned, like a wooden post. Big boss, don't shoot, he repeated under his breath, and at last, a hint of laughter broke through. Seeing Sasuke finally smile, Xianxia-Fusion let out a breath of relief. But still, the system reward stubbornly refused to appear. Alright, looks like I'll have to use my ultimate move. Come on, let's go up to the terrace. I've got a surprise for you. Sasuke followed him out, doubt written all over his face. There, on the ground, was an exquisite birthday cake, its candles flickering. Scrawled on the top were the words, "Happy birthday, second pillar." Sasuke was taken aback. Whose second pillar? Xianxia-Fusion chuckled mischievously. You, of course. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Sasuke nodded. Yeah, it's nice. But in the next moment, he froze as if struck by lightning. He stared hard at the cake, then looked straight at Toshi Ikeda. My birthday? Toshi Ikeda broke into a radiant smile. Happy birthday to you. Sasuke's voice trembled a little. How did you know it's my birthday? Oh, that? I asked Grandpa Hokage. Now, come on, blow out the candles and make a wish. Later, the two of them lay side by side on the balcony, gazing up at the stars. Ever since he had started living on his own, Sasuke had forgotten what birthdays felt like. No one had ever cared about his birthday. At that moment, his heart was filled with gratitude and emotion. Toshi Ikeda sat up and lit the fireworks he had prepared. Brilliant colors blossomed in the night sky. Sasuke looked at Toshi Ikeda. Toshi, thank you. And just then, the system's voice finally chimed in. Toshi Ikeda let out a sigh of relief. I've finally become friends with Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have established a friendship with Sasuke. Special reward, multi-shadow clone jutsu. It wasn't the coveted Sharingan, but Toshi Ikeda was still overjoyed. The multi-shadow clone jutsu, an A-rank forbidden technique. By using a vast amount of chakra, he could create numerous substantial shadow clones, each capable of fighting independently, with their own consciousness and resilience. From now on, whenever he faced an enemy, he could conjure hundreds of clones in an instant, thanks to unlimited chakra. Imagine each clone unleashing the great fireball all at once. What a sight that would be! At this thought, excitement surged in Toshi Ikeda's heart. The moon is beautiful, Sasuke interrupted his daydream. Toshi Ikeda snapped out of it and looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly. Who would guess that this bright, flawless moon is actually the vessel the sage of 6 paths created with Chibaku Tensei to seal the 10 tails? He was eager to try out the multi-shadow clone jutsu, but felt awkward about sending Sasuke away, so he smiled and said, It's getting late. How about staying over tonight? I only have a single bed, so we'll have to squeeze in together. At this, Sasuke leapt up and dashed out of Toshi Ikeda's little house like he'd been stung. Once Sasuke had left, Toshi Ikeda locked the door and set about practicing the multi-shadow clone jutsu, complete with bunny girl outfits. The days flowed by joyfully like this for over a dozen days. There were still more than 2 months until the story truly began. One day, Toshi Ikeda and Naruto went to the ramen shop for a bite. After finishing their bowls, the two slung their arms around each other's shoulders and left the shop. Just then, Sasuke happened to be passing by. He had noticed over the past few days that every day after school, Toshi Ikeda would go eat ramen with Naruto. A feeling he couldn't quite name welled up inside him. Something sour. You annoying idiot. A cool, sharp voice sounded behind the two. Just moments ago, Naruto had been happily chattering, but when he turned and saw Sasuke, he immediately bristled with anger. Hey, who are you calling an idiot? Sasuke wore a look of utter arrogance. Who's the idiot here? Whoever I say. At once, Naruto's hair bristled with indignation. Jerk. Loser. Apologize, or the two of us will take you on together. Sasuke cast a cold glance at Jun Ikeda. Whose side are you on? Naruto grinned. Isn't it obvious? He's with me, right, Jun? Jun Ikeda froze for a second. The two famed protagonists, and yet so childishly immature. One was the reincarnation of Ashura. The other, the reincarnation of Indra. Perhaps it was fate that they were destined to be adversaries. Watching the pair trading insults back and forth, Jun Ikeda broke into a run with a chuckle. I'm not picking sides. You two can bicker all you like. Just then, a languid voice floated over. They're at it again. Should we try to break them up? Nah, that sounds like a pain. Yeah, let's just go grab some sweet chestnuts instead. With that, Choji and Shikamaru wandered off together. The next day arrived. Jun Ikeda slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to school. Math class. The teacher was going over a problem on the blackboard. A shuriken is 15 centimeters long, with a tip measuring 9 centimeters. It's made of two identical square pyramids joined at their bases. The widest point of the tip is 4.5 centimeters, and it's 1 centimeter at its thickest. What's the volume of the tip? Jun Ikeda and Naruto were nearly dozing off with boredom. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Jun Ikeda's mind. Ding! New performance art sign-in quest. Please cooperate with Naruto to beautify the Hokage rock. Task deadline, 2 days. Huh. Now, this was a mission he could get behind. Just picturing Naruto darting up and down, making a mess of the Hokage rock with his art, filled Jun Ikeda with delight. What are you grinning about? Naruto asked, curious. Jun Ikeda leaned over and whispered his idea to Naruto. Instantly, the two struck an agreement. Naruto, Uzumaki, stop right there. And you, the new kid. Angry shouts rang out beneath Hokage Rock in the Hidden Leaf Village. In that moment, several shinobi were giving chase, each heading in a different direction after the two boys. Both carried buckets of paint. One was Naruto, the other was Jun Ikeda. Thanks to Naruto's unique artistic talents, the stone faces of 4 Hokage had been marvelously, if outrageously, transformed. Although Jun Ikeda privately thought this was all a bit childish, he couldn't ignore a system sign-in quest. So his role was mostly to assist, handing Naruto brushes, mixing paint, keeping watch. This time, Naruto even put his newly learned English vocabulary in action. Incredible. A rare genius at work. Jun Ikeda couldn't hold back his laughter when he glimpsed Naruto's masterpiece. Naruto had taken Jun's English lessons to heart and put the words to good use. The first Hokage's face was covered in doodled circles, with a big F drawn on his forehead. The second was crying, snot streaming down, a giant U on his forehead. The third was the wildest. His eyes were hearts, drooling mouth open in a lecherous grin, and the forehead bore a bold C. The fourth Hokage looked utterly ridiculous, his lips puckered up into a tiny cherry mouth, and a large K drawn right in the center of his forehead. Ikuno Jun couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry at the sight. If Minato could see his son messing around like this, he'd probably jump out of his grave in fury. He sprinted down Konoha's main street as a few ninja finally stopped chasing him. After parting ways, Ikuno Jun pulled up the system interface and completed a check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission check-in. You are rewarded with Healing Palm Technique. He let out a sigh of resignation. Healing Palm Technique. This was a basic level of medical ninjutsu, enough to treat ordinary wounds and stop bleeding quite effectively. Just your run-of-the-mill jutsu. Nothing special. Still, it was better than nothing. Perhaps it would come in handy one day. But Ikuno Jun's true desire was to acquire those legendary, powerful abilities like the strength of 100 seal or creation rebirth. I risked getting expelled from school just for this task, and all I get is Healing Palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission check-in. You are rewarded with Chidori. Chidori, an S-rank lightning release technique developed by Kakashi. It was the advanced form of the lightning blade. No need to rush forward. It could be unleashed instantly from where you stood, expanding its range of effect. It unleashed chakra damage and could inflict serious physical harm at close range. Now, in addition to his fire style, Great Fireball, he had another powerful offensive tool, Chidori, the lightning style. Just then, a young boy was glaring at him with fury. Hinata was a soft-spoken girl, her shy demeanor and cuteness like that of a young blossom. Ikuno Jun wasn't the only one who had a crush on her. She was well-liked by many boys in Konoha. One of them was Abai Sugi, a genin of the same rank as Lee Rock. He was hopelessly infatuated with Hinata. So witnessing Ikuno Jun kiss Hinata, anger overwhelmed him. After Ikuno Jun's battle with Sasuke, he'd become notorious at the Ninja Academy. The upperclassmen, though, were unimpressed. Abai Sugi was among them. That's just a slightly flashier Great Fireball, isn't it? So what if he runs a little faster? Nothing special at all. Let's see how this kid fares today when he gets a taste of what a real genin can do. Such arrogance. A cold smile crept over Ikuno Jun's lips, the perfect chance to test out his Chidori. He and Abai Sugi made for the forest for their showdown. The challenge was over almost as soon as it began. Ikuno Jun clapped his hands together, a mere half-second. Lightning release, Chidori. A crackling surge of chakra, the electric hum reminiscent of static tuning between radio stations, filled the air. Pale blue energy swirled at Ikuno Jun's feet, sparkling into a ring of luminescent blue. Sparks danced and snapped across his palm. The sound intensified, a swelling chorus like 1,000 birds singing all at once. Lightning flashed, shadows trembling. The display was dazzling, its power reverberating grandly. With a swing of his arm, Ikuno-jun unleashed a thunderous bolt. Abai Sugi's hands hadn't even finished forming seals before the lightning struck, arcs lashing at him, leaving his body charred and smoking, foaming at the mouth. Fortunately, Ikuno-jun had expertly controlled the chakra output, holding back just in time. Otherwise, this fellow would have been a goner right then and there. Shidori technique, proficiency plus 1. In this moment, Chie-jun's heart brimmed with joy. Infinite blue energy buff, instant casting ninjutsu. The perfect prelude to invincibility. Watching the scene through the crystal ball, the third Hokage was deeply stirred. He even knows Chidori? Could Kakashi have taught him? That's impossible. That's an S-rank technique. This kid is a bundle of unexplained mysteries. But soon after, a smile crept onto his face. The Abe family isn't exactly innocent themselves. A little lesson will do them good to him. Later on, he summoned Chie-jun and asked how he had learned an S-rank ninjutsu. Chie-jun could only feign ignorance and shake his head. Honestly don't know. It's like after one night of thunder and lightning, I just woke up to this power. Ever since then, after every thunderstorm, the third Hokage would ask if he had awakened any new jutsu. That day, after school, Chie-jun headed home and set about improving his proficiency with Chidori inside his personal space. A holographic panel blinked into view. Host, Chie-jun. Age 18. Chakra nature. Wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin-yang. Mastered ninjutsu. Divine clone technique, divine multi-shadow clone, divine Chidori, basic healing palm, basic corpse melding, basic skeleton resurrection. Mastered taijutsu, body flicker, dance of the pine, dance of the camellia, monster strength. Mastered jinjutsu, none. Mastered skills, cooking. Special physique, shikatsumiyaku, kekii genkai, shikatsumiyaku. Chakra reserve, infinity. Meanwhile, on learning the latest intelligence, Danzo fell into deep thought. Losing 10 root members in the last failed attempt stunned him and stoked his hatred for Chie-jun. He tried seeking another opportunity for assassination, but Kakashi would always materialize out of nowhere to thwart him. As long as this ticking time bomb remains, Konoha will know no peace, and my claim to the Hokage seat will forever be at risk. Chidori was easy to level up, a flurry of practice, crackling energy, and proficiency sword. But leveling up the healing palm technique, now, that was a real challenge. It was out of the question to help people at the Konoha clinic. The next day, he found time to visit the market and bought several crates of frozen fish. Chie-jun understood that reviving someone frozen solid was impossible, but fish were very different from people. Some fish, even after being frozen, would revive and start moving again if placed in warm water. So technically, these fish weren't truly dead. Rolling up his sleeves, he took out a frozen fish and set it on the dining table. Healing palm technique. Performing the hand seals. A gentle green light shimmered to life. Chie-jun pressed his palm to the fish, carefully directing the flow of his chakra. Precision mattered. Use too much, and you'd kill the fish outright. Yet the frozen fish showed not even a flicker of life. Chie-jun's brows drew together in a tight frown. Could it be the cells haven't reactivated? Did I just fail? Just as he was puzzling over it, the fish in his hand suddenly slipped free, flopping and leaping across the dining table. Ha, it worked! Perform palm immortal art. Proficiency +1. After that, Ichino-jun took out one frozen fish after another. Under his hands, the stiff, frozen fish gradually started to come alive. Seeing this, Ichino-jun finally showed a satisfied smile. However, there were only a few dozen frozen fish, and his palm immortal art was still at the beginner level. So he hurried off to the forest, searching for injured birds and beasts. It took several days of effort to raise his palm immortal art to the intermediate level. That night, lying in bed, Ichino-jun let his thoughts wander. If Hinata and I end up together, what about Naruto? In the original story, after all, Hinata was his wife. But soon, he let go of the worry, because he thought of the perfect, happiest possible pairing. Sasuke and Naruto, of course. Think about it. After Sasuke defected from Konoha, Naruto chased after him for 3 whole years. Even after marrying, starting a family, and becoming Hokage, Naruto still couldn't forget Sasuke. Really, ask yourself, how many people are capable of feelings this deep? That's why they're the true soulmates. With this arrangement, he could also keep his conscience clear. Just as he was smirking to himself, the system popped up, releasing a new sign-in quest. Ichino-jun was just about to sleep when the system interrupted him. Ding. Host, please sign in at the tailor shop and commission a custom outfit. You have 4 days. 3 days later, Ichino-jun went to the tailor's to collect his custom-made clothes. Ever since crossing over, he'd been wearing the same old Naruto t-shirt. All his other clothes stored in his space were Naruto-themed, printed with images of Naruto and Sasuke. Both of them had asked him more than once why he had their faces on his shirts. Did he have a crush on them, or something? But this time, he designed an outfit himself, truly matching the world of Naruto. A white underlayer, a black kimono-style Haori hakama for the upper body, wide-legged, black pants that narrowed tightly at the ankles. Over it all, a long, flowing white cape. On the back, a big black circle enclosing a flamboyant hot pink kanji. Chi. Haha, not bad at all. Ichino-jun immediately changed into his new outfit. His inspiration was the Shahakusho uniform from Bleach. And, to top it off, it was the Captain Commander's Zero Division attire. Sharp. Commanding. Absolutely stunning. The only thing missing was a Zanpakuto. Just as he was thinking that, the system popped up again, offering a reward for completing the sign-in. Ichino-jun took a look. What the? It was actually Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. He examined it for ages, but couldn't find any special features. Still, hanging at his waist paired with this outfit, it looked incredibly cool, real head-turning style. He had 3 sets made to wear in rotation. The total cost was 500 ryo. Ever since he started hanging out with Naruto, Ichino-jun had turned into a paycheck-to-paycheck kind of guy. Luckily, the proprietress was a single woman. The roguish and charming Xianxia-Fusion pulled 4 thick sketchbooks from his personal space. The Appreciation of World Statues, Male Nude Edition, Volumes 1, 2, 3, and an illustrated guide to male urology. He strolled into the classroom. The moment he appeared at the classroom door, a wave of awe swept through the room. So handsome. Yeah, that outfit is just off the charts in charm. Black and white, classic and cool. And those playful pink letters on his back are such a fun touch. And that samurai sword, so cool. As luck would have it, Sasuke walked in just then. Standing next to Xianxia-Jun in his black and white Reaper outfit, Sasuke's blue clothes looked painfully ordinary in comparison. Ino and Sakura turned their gazes at the same time. They realized that compared to Sasuke, Xianxia-Jun had something more magnetic. That rebellious, handsome, effortlessly cool aura. Especially with that slight upward curve at the corner of his lips, it was utterly irresistible. Sakura quickly shook her head and forced her eyes back onto Sasuke. Ino, on the other hand, came right over, grabbed Xianxia-Jun's sleeve, and started examining it, curious and ecstatic. Her eyes sparkled with mischief and boundless enthusiasm. Hinata glanced at the scene, feeling a wave of envy turn in her chest. Throughout the lesson, she was completely distracted by the dashing Xianxia-Jun, her eyes often drifting toward him, almost against her will. After class, Naruto couldn't help but pester him for the same outfit. Xianxia-Jun pictured the scene of Naruto dressed like that. It would totally ruin Naruto's image, so he decided against it. As for the rewards for being showy, Xianxia-Jun was never much interested. He preferred things with practical value. Luckily, a few days later, the system sent another alert. This time, it was a mission check-in. Establish a social circle in class, make lots of friends, and create your own little group. Now that's a good mission. After all, if you don't have many friends, imagine how awkward and empty your wedding banquet would be in the future. As for who he planned to befriend, who else? The legendary Rookie 9, of course. The universal space really was something. Xianxia-Jun rummaged through it and dug up a ton of snacks. White peach-flavored ice bread, triple cheese, crispy potato wedges, yumi sticks, tubs of grilled meat. He even remembered to grab a pack of dog food. The next morning, carrying a massive bag of treats, he walked straight into the classroom. He headed over to Choji, who was munching on a bag of chips, but suddenly caught a whiff of something mouth-watering. Xianxia-Jun pulled out a huge tub of cumin grilled meat, popped the lid, and the aroma filled the air. Choji, this is for you. Really? Choji could hardly believe his ears. It smells so good. The moment Choji tasted the grilled meat, he was transported to heaven. This is amazing. I've never had anything this delicious in my life. The potato chips were instantly forgotten as he dug in with delight. With his natural talent for enthusiastic eating, the others quickly started drooling, the temptation too strong to resist. Even Shikamaru, who'd been slouched at his desk looking half asleep, perked up. Xianxia-Jun, you're definitely my friend now, Choji declared. The grilled meat was the clear winner over the potato chips. Just then, there came a bright, puppyish whimper. Chino stared at the crimson pill in Fong's mouth and pulled out some dog food. Akamaru wolfed down the food, tail wagging non-stop in gratitude. Kiba reached out his hand with a broad, welcoming smile. My name's Kiba Inuzuka, and from now on, we're friends. The culinary diplomacy had worked wonders. Chino had just gained 2 more companions. Kiba's personality was a bit like Naruto's, and seeing a chance to celebrate their new friendship, Chino suggested a group dinner. When Choji heard the word dinner, he agreed instantly and brought Shikamaru along. Naruto called Sakura and dragged Sasuke with them. Sasuke seemed uninterested and hesitated. Is Chino coming too? Of course he is. Naruto replied with a grin. Only then did Sasuke give a small nod of assent. Sakura pulled Ino into the gathering as well. Kiba called for Shino. In the end, it was Chino who took the initiative and gently urged the shy Hinata to join. At this moment, 9 of the legendary Konoha 12 were now assembled. The gathering was held at Kiba's home. It was a grand barbecue feast. Laughter and conversation filled the air. Chino gradually built connections with the 9 bright stars, blending in as one of them. Perhaps now they should be called the 10 bright stars. Hey, I think we ought to give our little group a name. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, proposed the idea first. After all, it had been ages since he'd shared a meal with so many friends. Yeah, make it sound bold and fierce. Something really cool and stylish. Chino thought for a moment. How about the Sky Blasters? Sky Blasters. Awesome name. For now on, with the Sky Blasters. And thus, their little organization had a name. At that instant, the system's reward arrived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in mission. Reward: Super Sensory Technique, allowing you to detect people and occurrences within a radius of 500 meters. Super Sensory? That sounds incredible. Let me give it a try. Chino activated the technique at once. Images flooded his mind, vivid and detailed, like an evolved version of the Byakugan. Startled by its intensity, Chino quickly shut down the ability. That night, back home, the room felt a little stuffy. He opened the window to let the cool night breeze in. On the breeze, a faint metallic tang caught his attention, a subtle scent of blood. Chino activated his super sensory technique again, sharpening all 5 senses. It's coming from not far ahead. Hurriedly donning his clothes, he leapt straight out the window. As he homed in on the target, the scent of blood grew thicker, nearly overwhelming. Chino leapt from tree to tree, racing toward the spot where the scent was the strongest. Something must have happened there. After hopping through the trees a few times, Chino finally located the source of the blood. 2 bodies lay motionless beneath a broad tree. Blood had seeped deep into the earth. Chino pulled a mask from his storage and put it on, then crouched beside the corpses. They were both wearing pattern masks, matching black uniforms. Root members. Each had a gruesome wound at the neck, a hole as wide as a finger, clearly made by a blade, ghastly and terrible to behold. It's not a shuriken or kunai, and not senbon either. Just what caused their deaths. All at once, a gust of chilling wind swept in from behind Ikuno-shun. The fallen leaves rustled sharply, their sound extra jarring in the stillness of the night. Suddenly, there was a loud splash. Ikuno-shun shouted sternly, "Who's there? Get out here now, I see you." But the disturbance vanished as quickly as it had come. Just then, beneath the pitch-black night sky, 2 haunting, glittering eyes appeared ahead. They glowed like the wailing eyes of a phantom. Their gazes locked, and Ikuno-shun could clearly hear the pounding of his own heart echoing in his chest. The night was dark and the wind was high. Ghostly eyes glittered in the shadows. Nervously, Ikuno-shun called out, "Show yourself. Stop pretending, hiding there in the dark." Suddenly, with a thud, something leaped out from the shadows. A small creature, which meowed twice at Ikuno-shun. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. So, it was just a stray cat. Gave me quite a scare. But what about those 2 root ninja corpses? Ikuno-shun activated his super perception technique, instantly gaining night vision. In front of him sat a small black cat. Its golden eyes glowed oddly in the darkness, eerily reminiscent of Orochimaru's sinister gaze. Ikuno-shun had always liked cats and dogs. He'd adopted 4 stray cats at home, and even the cats in his neighborhood depended on him for food. He slowly crouched down and called out softly. The cat crept a little closer, settling a short distance away, its gaze never leaving him. It was then that Ikuno-shun noticed. The cat's fur was much longer than ordinary, and its ears stood out, sharp and large. Then, all at once, Ikuno-shun's mouth fell open in shock. The cat had a third eye set right in the center of its forehead, and on its back sprouted a pair of black, angelic wings. He hurriedly looked at its tail. It swished back and forth, just a single tail, not the legendary 2-tailed Nikomata. What kind of cat is this? Why has it appeared here? Is it because of my love for cats? Or did my massive chakra lure it in, hoping to devour me? As Ikuno-shun's mind spun with these uneasy questions, the black cat suddenly opened its mouth, revealing rows of jagged, saw-like teeth. The corners of its mouth curled up minutely. It was smiling. Under the ink-black moonlit sky, that strange grin sent a shiver down Ikuno-shun's spine. He became all the more convinced. This cat was no ordinary creature. Perhaps it wanted his soul or his chakra, but until he uncovered its true intentions, Ikuno-shun held back from making a move. So, man and cat remained locked in a standoff. Looks like there's no way out of this. I'll have to fight. I may have only just arrived in this world, but I'm already getting attached to this life. I'm not ready to die yet. Swiftly, Ikuno-shun pulled the Kusanagi sword from his pack, gripping it tightly and taking up a defensive stance. At that very moment, the little cat's attention shifted to the Kusanagi sword, its eyes fixed on the blade, unmoving. Its golden eyes burned even brighter. Suddenly, the cat's forelegs shot up, its hips swayed a few times, and then, with a sudden burst of strength, it launched itself from its hind legs. In the blink of an eye, it pounced right in front of Ikuno-jun. But Ikuno-jun's sword was already drawn. The razor-sharp blade glimmered coldly under the moonlight. The tip of the sword was pointed straight at the black cat. Just as the blade was about to strike, Ikuno-jun halted abruptly. Last time, when he was rewarded, Ikuno-jun hadn't noticed anything special about the Kusanagi sword. He'd simply paired it with his outfit for show. But now, he realized the Kusanagi sword was emanating a white, ethereal sword aura. Although he stopped himself in time, the sword energy still struck the cat. A gash was sliced open along its body. Instantly, dark, reddish blood began to stream from the shimmer of its fur. The reason Ikuno-jun pulled back was because, instead of attacking, the cat had stopped at his feet and was brushing up against him affectionately, seeking attention and comfort. As a devoted cat owner, he understood. This was a sign of trust and fondness from the feline. It doesn't mean me any harm. Ikuno-jun crouched again, gently touching the cat's wound. I'm sorry. That must hurt, doesn't it? I really thought you were trying to claw at me. Just then, a robotic chime from the system sounded. Ding. New mission. Sign in. Please treat the cat's injury. Ikuno-jun slapped his palms together. Healing palm technique. He gently took hold of its paw. Chakra began to flow. A soft, translucent green light appeared, swirling around the black cat, then seeping into its body. Before his eyes, the wound began to heal at a remarkable pace. The cat gazed up at him, purring and mewing sweetly. It extended its little pink tongue and licked his palm. Only when the wound had fully closed did Ikuno-jun call up his task panel, marking the sign-in as complete. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task complete. Please stroke the cat's head to seal the contract. A contract? Ikuno-jun reached out to touch the black cat's forehead. What's this? The instant his fingertips made contact, a jolt shot through his mind. A scroll materialized before his eyes. Following the system's instructions, Ikuno-jun established a contract with the black cat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the black cat monster summoning technique. Summoning techniques are a type of space-time ninjutsu, allowing the user to call forth contract beasts for aid in battle. But you must first seal a contract with the summoning beast. So from now on, does that mean I can only have this one summoning creature? Ikuno-jun glanced at the little black cat, feeling a bit let down. Why couldn't it be the top-tier Monkey King? Not at all. In the future, host can acquire many different summoning beasts, even tailed beasts. That reassurance put Ikuno-jun at ease. Still, he was not yet clear on the abilities of this black cat's spirit. As soon as the contract was sealed, the black cat's spirit vanished. Composing himself, Ikuno-jun once more turned to the corpse lying on the ground. Could it be that Danzo sent someone to assassinate me, and they got wiped out by the cat demon? Back at home, lying in bed, he tossed and turned restlessly. In the end, he couldn't help but perform the summoning jutsu, calling forth the cat demon once again. A thunderous bang echoed through the room. A gigantic black cat suddenly materialized. Its size was more than 10 times what he'd seen earlier, so large it could barely fit in a small house. Only then did Ikuno-jun recall. The size of a summoned beast depended on the amount of chakra used. Could you make yourself a bit smaller? The cat demon understood immediately, shrinking down to kitten size in a blink. Guess I'll just call you Kuro from now on. The little black cat wagged its tail happily and, meowing with delight, leapt onto Ikuno-jun's chest. So, what special abilities do you have? Are you a combat type, a sensory type, or maybe support? Kuro simply groomed itself, offering no answer. Well, Ikuno-jun didn't press the issue. He rummaged through a storage space and handed it a pouch of gourmet cat food. The night deepened. Gradually, Ikuno-jun drifted off to sleep until a sudden commotion woke him. His senses sharpened instantly. There was someone on the roof. For heaven's sake, is this nonstop? Are these assassins addicted or something? Thinking quickly, he summoned Kuro with the summoning jutsu. Kuro appeared and immediately sprang up onto the rooftop. Moments later, A tremendous crash resounded above. The roof exploded in a cascade of splintered wood. Ikono-jun's house was all wood construction, long overdue for repairs, and now fatally fragile. Staring up at the unexpectedly shattered ceiling, Ikono-jun was equal parts amused and exasperated. This cat's a bit too intense. Looks like it's really time to move. When will my new place be finished? But I have to admit, Kuro packs quite a punch. Earlier, when given the command, Kuro had grown large again and leapt onto the roof to confront the intruder. With lightning speed, it lunged at the enemy, unleashing a powerful swipe. That single blow blasted a huge hole in the roof. The root ninja, highly alert, dodged away just in time. But after his evasive leap, he found nothing, no one in sight. Ikono-jun swiftly followed, leaping onto the rooftop as well. In the distance, others began rushing toward them. It was the Umbu, drawn by the commotion. The root ninja's heart jumped. If the Umbu discovered him, the assassination attempt would be exposed. Not daring to linger, he used the body flicker technique in an instant, darting across to a nearby rooftop. Truth be told, Ikono-jun could have knocked him down easily with a single Chidori. But he wanted to test the abilities of this new summoning beast. Kuro after him. The root ninja fled, leaping rooftop to rooftop, quickly putting distance between himself and Ikono-jun's house. A single thought burned in his mind. He absolutely could not be caught. If his identity was exposed, it could become leverage for the third Hokage to use against Danzo. Kuro and Ikono-jun chased after him relentlessly. Farther off, the two Umbu members also gave pursuit. Beneath the gentle night, silvery moonlight bathed the village of Konoha. Little Black lifted its golden eyes toward the moon. Suddenly, its body began to shimmer with soft moonlight, looking like a swarm of fireflies sparkling in the night. Is it absorbing the tidal force of the moon? Chie-jun was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, the silver light swirling around Little Black slowly stabilized, and its body grew even larger. Boom! Just as the root ninja was about to escape above the residential district, a sudden sound erupted from the rooftop, followed by a hole breaking open, just big enough for a foot to step through. It was Little Black's claw strike. It hadn't attacked the root ninja directly, but instead slashed down ahead of him at the rooftop. What's going on? How did this hole suddenly appear? The ninja's heart lurched with alarm, but he was simply moving too fast. At the same time, his attention was divided, warily monitoring his surroundings. With the roof collapsing ahead, his momentum gave him no chance to stop in time. His foot plunged straight through. Crack! His ankle, and even the thigh driven into the hole, were twisted with tremendous force, snapping the bones. A pain so excruciating it nearly split his soul, shot from his left ankle up through his calf, thigh, and right to his most sensitive parts. Losing his balance, he ended up doing a full split right there on the rooftop. A pain that made him want to scream, feeling as if his future offspring were in jeopardy. Down below, a man and a woman who were fast asleep let out piercing screams and dashed outside, bare as the day they were born. Chie-jun, seeing all this, was delighted and couldn't help but beam. Ah, this little one really is clever, and quite devious too, using a move like that. I like it. He caught up and affectionately stroked Little Black, who had already returned to the shape of a small kitten. A contented rumble vibrated in Little Black's throat as it tilted its head up and squinted its eyes in pleasure. Who's there up ahead? Wait, why is that guy sitting one-legged on the rooftop? Soon, two ENBU from behind arrived on the scene as well. They recognized Chie-jun. He was none other than the third Hokage's apprentice. Huh, a member of the root. The ninja who was enduring the throes of agony had an expression twisted with pain beneath his mask. One leg was broken, and now the ANBU had caught up. To him, the mission was a total failure. Hey, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone suddenly began to feel groggy and disoriented. Within moments, the two ENBU collapsed onto the rooftop, falling into a deep sleep. Chie-jun, relying on his formidable willpower, just barely managed to remain standing. Genjutsu. That root ninja actually cast an illusion. However, Little Black seemed completely unaffected. Its eyes blazed with an eerie ghost fire. Then it unleashed a fierce roar at the enemy. Truthfully, a single swipe could end him then and there. But the demon cat was highly intelligent. It knew its master wanted to keep the man alive for questioning. As its roar faded, the two ENBU snapped awake and rubbed their heads in confusion. The fog in Chie-jun's mind also lifted, and clarity returned. In that instant, he understood everything. Xiaohei also has the ability to break through illusions. Now that's impressive. But then again, hypnosis is the most basic form of illusion. What about the powerful ones, like Mirror World Reversal, Toad Chant, or the Infinite Tsukuyumi? I wonder if Xiao Hei could handle something on that level. Faced with these unknown powers, Jun could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, just as the Umbu stepped forward to interrogate the captive, that root ninja suddenly opened his mouth wide, bit down hard, and died spitting blood. Instantly, his corpse dissolved, melting into a gruesome, unrecognizable mess. It turned out that every one of them hid a deadly poison between their teeth. A single, forceful bite released enough to kill on the spot and dissolve the body in seconds, leaving no trace for enemies to uncover. Despite this, the third Hokage still learned of Danzo's actions. That very night, he summoned Kakashi and ordered tighter security, even placing secret sentries around Jun's home after dark. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave on the outskirts of the village, a masked figure knelt to deliver his report. Lord Danzo, Umbu 8 is dead as well. The body has completely dissolved. What? Umbu 8 too? Danzo's eyes flashed with shock and fury. All 13 assassins he dispatched have been wiped out, every last one of them. Of these, several were elite jonin, masters of silent killing. This time, Danzo found himself truly apprehensive. He stood in silence, his gaze deep and grave. With his plan exposed, and the target being the Hokage's own apprentice, he dared not strike again recklessly. Still, resentment gnawed at him. This Jun, he's more formidable than I thought. Looks like I'll have to rely on the Elder's Council. He also thought of his close ally. The next day, Jun came to the Hokage Tower to post a mission for roof repairs and happened to see the third Hokage. In the original story, he'd only known Tsunade as a gambler and drinker. It turned out the third had his own plans when it came to sake. At that moment, the old man was happily sipping away, alone. Drinking is terrible for the liver. Jun couldn't help but warn. Grandpa Hokage, take care of your liver. The third looked over, his expression sly and teasing, little darling. A mouthful of sake sprayed violently from his lips. After the awkwardness subsided, the third finally asked, Kid, what exactly happened last night? Why did that ninja suddenly collapse? Jun scratched his head. Didn't they tell you about the cat? Cat? What cat? The third asked, baffled. Only then did Jun realize, and his delight was palpable. He had discovered yet another of Xiao Hei's abilities. Invisibility. Right after, a giant holographic panel appeared before his eyes. It was divided into 3 columns. Tailed beasts, summoned beasts, and shinobi beasts. The tailed beast column showed 9 gray boxes. The summoned beast column had over 100 gray boxes, but only one was illuminated, displaying the image of the black cat demon. When Jun opened it up, he discovered Kuro's innate talents and currently known abilities. Talents were categorized into tenacity, wildness, and inspiration, corresponding to tank, DPS, and support roles, respectively. Kuro's talent was wildness. Its known abilities included claw strike, slam, invisibility, and illusion dispelling. Invisibility, he noticed, could only be seen by its master. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan couldn't detect it. As the panel faded away, a vivid scene played out before Jun's eyes. He was leading all sorts of summoned beasts galloping across the battlefield, looking every bit the champion. I'll tame every one of these summoned creatures and become the most formidable hunter in the entire Naruto world. Lost in his triumphant imagination, Jun was suddenly interrupted by the third Hokage's cough. Ahem, the new house is finished. You should move in. It's not far and much safer. Jun wasn't concerned about his own safety. He trusted that Danzo had been sufficiently deterred, at least for now. Still, he was finally getting to upgrade his living situation. To show his gratitude once again, Jun went to considerable effort and finally unearthed a real treasure. What's this? The third took it and studied it carefully. Jun handed him a banana and a manual, then dashed off with a mischievous grin. Once the third finally figured out, his affection for Jun overflowed like a surging river. Descending the stairs, Jun dashed toward his new home. Along a tranquil lane blooming with flowers stood a Japanese-style courtyard, complete with its own shady lawn. Traditional, stately, and grand in scale, it was truly an impressive estate. Wow, this is my new house. Wait, is someone already here? At that moment, a man in a white kimono stepped out of the residence. His face, eternally stern, was marked by a pair of pale, sightless eyes. Oh shoot, it was none other than Hinata's father. This is the Hyuga clan's territory. Out of courtesy, Jun greeted his future father-in-law. Hayashi, however, embodied the Hyuga clan's signature aloofness. He gave Jun a cool glance and walked away. Nestled next to the main house, there was a stylish small courtyard with a two-story wooden lodge inside. This is my real home. Though it wasn't considered large by Konoha standards, it was a huge upgrade from his old place. Besides, back in his previous life, this would easily be a multi-million-dollar villa. Joy quickly returned as Chie-Jun sprinted inside. The first floor had a living room, dining room, and kitchen, while upstairs there were 3 bedrooms. He took half a day off to move in, arranging the new house to be warm and inviting. The living room featured a high-end leather sofa, a handcrafted camel hair rug, and several uniquely designed wooden pieces, tastefully adorned with throw pillows in various colors. The kitchen's streamlined cabinets and array of utensils were absolutely top-notch. Even the great lords of the 5 nations wouldn't find such modern convenience in their homes. Of course, everything had been scavenged from that universal pocket dimension of his. He used to worry too, constantly pulling incredible gadgets out of Doraemon's pocket. Wouldn't others start to suspect something was off? But then he remembered. Everything the system provided was flawless, seamlessly hidden in illusions, impossible to see through, slipping right under everyone's nose. On the south side of the living room, floor-to-ceiling windows let sunlight pour in, filling the space with warmth and light. Through the glass, you could see the lush, flourishing garden in the backyard. A swimming pool had been built there. When the breeze stirred, sunlight shimmered across the gentle waves. The third Hokage stood rooted to the spot, as if struck by lightning. He even considered moving the Hokage's office here. This gentle, welcoming atmosphere was especially inviting to children who lived alone, because here it felt like home. A few more days passed. Night fell. Inside the meeting room of the Hokage building, a giant Konoha symbol was emblazoned on the wall. 3 old men and 1 elderly lady sat cross-legged around a wood table. They were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Mitokado, Konoha's senior advisors, and Danzo Shimura, the head of the Root Division. Though they each held different roles, when they gathered, their power formed a unique entity, the Konoha Council of Elders. Whenever something major happened in the village, it was the council's vote that decided the outcome. Tonight, their faces were all severe. Danzo was putting the pressure on the 3rd Hokage. Just Naruto alone as a Jinchuriki is already more than enough to keep people on edge. And now, as if that isn't trouble enough, there's this new kid who can weave signs at lightning speed. And he's from the Kagaya clan with that rare bloodline. He's even less predictable than Naruto. Danzo's voice was anxious. So what are you suggesting? Hiruzen took a slow drag on his pipe, feigning indifference. I'm worried he poses a threat to Konoha village. My recommendation, exile him. Exile? Heh, haven't you already acted behind our backs? Sent people after him without telling us. The 3rd Hokage's words were laced with sarcasm. Danzo was left speechless, caught off guard by the retort. He could only turn to the other 2 advisors for support. Ahem, we've conducted a secret investigation, said Hamura. That boy, Ikuno-shun, is upright and well-behaved. His background checks out, clean and loyal to Konoha. That's right, Koharu added. Right now, we shouldn't be stifling him. If anything, we should be finding ways to keep a child like that close, and you try to have him assassinated. Both Koharu and Hamura shook their heads in disapproval. Danzo had nothing left to say. Little did he know, Ikuno-shun, who was a master at dealing with people, had already managed to win over the 2 elders with gifts and respect. It's decided. Ikuno-shun poses no threat to Konoha, the 3rd Hokage declared, his voice steely, the word apprentice emphasized. And I hope certain people will stop targeting my student. The warning was clear. Danzo could only accept defeat, storming out of the building in a huff. When he'd gone, the 2 old men pulled out a few comic books and began reading with delight. The elderly lady took out a jar of homemade pickled plums, a gift from Ikuno-shun himself. Over the following month, Ikuno-shun was left undisturbed. Life, at last, settled into a peaceful calm. 3 days from now, the graduation exam will be held. At last, the original storyline is about to begin. Once he passes the exam, Ichino-jun will officially become a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. This will be a step closer to his ultimate goal, to become Hokage and unify the entire ninja world. But for him, the exam is hardly a challenge worth mentioning. At this very moment, Naruto, addicted to painting the Hokage rock, is being chased all over by ninjas. The next day, inside the classroom. Today is the practice test for transformation jutsu. The formal graduation exam is tomorrow. If you've already passed, stand up right now. The students lined up in a row, waiting for Irika's assessment. Ina no longer took her place at Sasuke's side. Instead, she eagerly moved next to Ichino-jun. What a troublesome girl, Shikamaru drawled, his tone lazy as always. Choji mumbled through mouthfuls of potato chips. Hinata peeked shyly at Ichino-jun. as though he were the pillar supporting her spirit. Ichino-jun intertwined his thumb and forefinger into a little heart and sent it her way with a playful gesture. Hinata, overcome, fainted on the spot. Naruto, meanwhile, hung his head low, utterly dejected. Glancing over at the Thunderbreak gang members, Ichino-jun couldn't help but sigh softly. Once you all become ninjas, what's waiting for you is bloodshed and sacrifice. Never again will you know the innocence of school days. Ichino-jun cherished beautiful things. While he never intended to deliberately alter the plot, perhaps there were some fates he could revive with his own hands. Some details that wouldn't sway the story's course. Maybe he could tweak those just a little. Whatever regrets stained the narrative, he would try to mend them. And as for those villains everyone loathed, the ones who made you grit your teeth in anger, Ichino-jun would show no mercy. He was determined to enjoy giving those scoundrels their due with his own hands. Just then, it was as though the system had seen through his thoughts. It presented him with a plot sign-in mission. Ding! Host, please make Sasuke and Naruto kiss ahead of schedule. In the original series, this scene happened at the post-graduation orientation. Since the system had given the mission, it must mean this harmless tweak to the timeline wouldn't bring the world to ruin. Ichino-jun readily accepted the challenge. The only question, how could he smoothly get the two of them a kiss? As he pondered, Naruto suddenly used the sexy jutsu, causing Irika to erupt in a nosebleed. To a chorus of laughter, Naruto was marked as failing and assigned to stay after school to clean the Hokage rock. All right, tomorrow's test will be the clone jutsu, Irika announced, clearing his throat. No way. The one jutsu I'm the worst at, Naruto protested, scratching his head in frustration. Sasuke sneered. Idiot, is there any jutsu you're actually good at? Spurred on, Naruto leaped onto his desk, eyes blazing with outrage, and shouted. Stupid Sasuke, what are you so smug about? You're the real idiot. Sasuke retorted, glaring back defiantly. Opportunity knocked. In a flash, Ichino-jun raced behind Naruto and deliberately gave him a shove. Just like that, the iconic scene was triggered ahead of schedule. Although the scene was truly unbearable to watch, even making Chie-jun's stomach churn, the mission was finally complete. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of reward would he get this time? Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison and started retching violently. Sasuke's first kiss. The girls, led by Sakura, broke down in wails and cries. Naruto didn't escape, of course. He was promptly pummeled by an angry mob. But Ino, unlike the others, remained calm. Instead, she gazed at Chie-jun, her eyes bright with admiration. Jun, you are such a troublemaker. Oh no, you've been caught by Ino just now. And so, the final day of school life came to an end. As dusk fell, the dying sun bled red across the horizon, as if foreshadowing the bloody path that lay ahead in his life as a ninja. After leaving the campus and returning home, Chie-jun finally called out the mission panel to claim his sign-in reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the story sign-in. You have been rewarded with Earth Release, Earth-Style Wall. The legendary 50/50 Earth-Style Wall. Even though Chie-jun already possessed the passive bone armor, that only had a chance to appear if he suffered a fatal injury. The Earth-Style Wall, while only a B-rank jutsu, had an undeniably spectacular effect. That night, Chie-jun entered his personal space and upgraded the Earth-Style Wall all the way to God level. The next day arrived. Graduation exams officially began. Unsurprisingly, Chie-jun passed with flying colors. After receiving his forehead protector, he thought it over and decided to tie it to his left arm, just like Shikamaru. The other boys from the explosive squad, who passed, were overjoyed. All except for Naruto. At that moment, the system issued a new mission. Ding! Host, please complete the story sign-in. Heavily injure Mizuki and restore Naruto's morale. Deadline, 2 days. In fact, during Naruto's exam, Chie-jun had already activated his super sensory technique. The exam room scene was transmitted directly into his mind. Mizuki made a show of pleading on Naruto's behalf, but Irika still refused his request. And in the instant of refusal, Chie-jun caught a fleeting look of satisfaction in Mizuki's eyes. He had thought to himself at the time, "You little schemer, I've had my eye on you for a while now." Who could have guessed? The system would actually assign him a task to take Mizuki down and even throw in a reward. Chie-jun could hardly contain his delight. Outside the school gates, students and parents gathered in high spirits. Not far away, on a lonely swing, Naruto sat all alone, sadness and dejection written across his face. No home, no father or mother, only the biting sarcasm and ridicule of those around him. 2 gossiping women whispered nearby. Looks like that kid was the only one who failed. Serve him right. Honestly, if someone like him became a ninja, it'd be a disaster. And after all, that boy. Hey, you shouldn't say that. Chia-Jun passed by, his anger flaring up. He absolutely loathed gossips. An idea came to him, and with a mischievous grin, he summoned Little Black, who only he could see. A few minutes later, Little Blackie, now grown larger, came running back, carrying 2 baskets in its mouth. The baskets overflowed with dung-yellow filth, mixed with toads, maggots, earthworms, and stink bugs. Then, with a swift leap, the dog turned the baskets upside down, dumping the entire mess onto the woman with a long tongue. Witnessing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ikuno-jun stepped forward and put his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Keep it up. You'll definitely become a genin, and it won't be long. Naruto's gloomy face instantly brightened like rain giving way to sunshine. Really? Then, could you buy me ramen? Oh wait, actually, I'd rather have your braised chicken rice. Not today, I've got some things to do, but I'll definitely treat you another time. With that, he spun around and dashed off. He knew that Mizuki was about to show up near the swings any minute now. As for the forbidden techniques in the Scroll of Seals, Ikuno-jun was certainly intrigued, but he'd never recklessly follow Naruto to steal or learn from it. After all, the Scroll of Seals was one of the most important scrolls in the Hidden Leaf, the equivalent of a national secret. And Naruto, who couldn't even master a simple clone jutsu, had managed to walk off with it so easily. On top of that, with the 9 tails sealed inside Naruto, he was bound to be monitored by the ANBU at all times, just as Kakashi was always watching Ikuno-jun himself. Wouldn't the theft of the scroll be reported straight to the 3rd Hokage? And didn't the 3rd's crystal ball serve any real purpose? Were all those masked ANBU just there for show? So, Ikuno-jun speculated that everything had been carefully arranged by the 3rd Hokage himself. On the one hand, this would help Naruto grow stronger. On the other, it would present an easy way to get rid of Mizuki. 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, this was all just his assumption. The holes left by early writers of Naruto are everywhere, and the original authors never clarified a lot. Most details are readers' own speculations, so there's no need to argue over them. The construction site is closed. No more bickering, huh? Thinking along these lines, Ikuno-jun chuckled, then muttered to himself. The 3rd Hokage really has gone to great lengths for Naruto, trusting him in every way. But he doesn't see me the same way at all. Even though he'd become the old man's apprentice, Ikuno-jun knew well that this was just a way to keep him in check. The Hokage didn't fully trust him, far from it. After all, Ikuno-jun was full of unknowns and unpredictable factors. If he recklessly tried to steal the scroll, or even attempted to learn a forbidden technique, it would be utterly different from Naruto's stunt. In fact, it would make the 3rd Hokage and the elders suspect his intentions and motives. If that happened, his biggest support in the Leaf Village would collapse in an instant. Danzo would have all the evidence needed to come after him again. I already know the multi-shadow clone jutsu. As for even greater techniques like impure world reincarnation, those aren't the sort of things you can master just by sneaking a glance. Naruto, after all, only managed to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu after much effort and practice. Had Ikuno-jun lingered much longer learning, the 3rd Hokage would have shown up with an entire squad by now. No need to rush. Good things take time, and a truly awesome system won't let me down. So, Ikuno-jun kept his composure and didn't act rashly. Instead, he patiently waited for Mizuki to show up. Before long, Mizuki's figure appeared. His face was wreathed in a false smile, pretending to care. Soon enough, his act lifted Naruto's spirits, filling the boy with hope. As soon as Naruto dashed away, the benevolence on Mizuki's face twisted into a menacing, vicious sneer. Ikuno-jun witnessed all of this. As expected, a despicable schemer hiding behind a mask of kindness. Tonight, you will pay an even heavier price. As for how he himself should show up at the right moment, Ikuno-jun had already planned it out. Night fell. He left his house and wandered aimlessly through the streets. A figure came running ahead. Irika. Ikuno-jun, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Irika called out to him, stopping in his tracks. Sensei, I'm just so excited to have become a genin today that I couldn't sleep. I wanted to visit my mother's grave and tell her the news. As he spoke, Ikuno-jun's eyes seemed to grow red, misting with emotion. Wow, he thought, my inner drama king just took over. In his past life, Ikuno-jun had been a doctor, but that had only been to fulfill his parents' wishes. His true dream had been to get into drama school and become an actor. Oh, well, you should get some rest, Irika said, about to turn away. Then something seemed to occur to him. By the way, Ikuno-jun, you're closest to Naruto. If he did something he shouldn't have, where would he usually hide? Did something wrong? What did he do? Ikuno-jun asked deliberately. Irika didn't answer at first, but under Ikuno-jun's persistent questions, he finally spoke, though indirectly. He stole the village's forbidden scroll. Ikuno-jun looked puzzled. What's that? Is it like Make-out Paradise, or something? Irika couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. You don't need to know the details. Just tell me, where would he go to hide? Ikuno-jun paused, and then said, going by what I know of him, he's probably gone into the forest. All right, sensei, take me with you. Maybe I can help find him. Irika hesitated for a moment, but finally decided, okay, come with me. Let's find Naruto as quickly as we can. The two quickened their pace and rushed toward the forest. By now, Naruto had already mastered the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Mizuki had found him too, trying to tempt him into handing over the scroll of seals. Because Irika had been delayed after running into Ikuno-jun, Mizuki had already exposed the secret of Naruto's birth. When Irika and Ikuno-jun arrived, they saw Mizuki grinning wickedly, shuriken in hand. Naruto. The shuriken sliced through the air, heading straight for Naruto. Terrified by the sudden betrayal, Naruto froze, unable to move, his first instinct to run away. Naruto, get down! Irika shouted with all his might. Just as Irika prepared to throw himself in front of Naruto to shield him from the deadly weapon, Ikuno-jun was a step quicker. He leapt forward and wrapped Naruto in an embrace. Junshio leapt in front of Irika, shielding him from the shuriken. Fortunately, this small change in detail didn't disturb the main storyline. Even Mizuki was utterly shocked by Junshio's sudden appearance. Jun's action was entirely instinctive. Though he knew the story well, he'd seen Irika save Naruto before. At that crucial moment, his mind had gone blank, and he even forgot the Earth-style wall he'd just learned. Staring at Naruto, whom he'd spent countless days with, Jun didn't hesitate for a second and lunged forward. A searing pain shot through his back. Lying face down on the ground, a realization dawned upon him. So, the white bone armor only manifests in the face of mortal danger. Later, this touching scene would reach the ears of the third Hokage, becoming a mark in Junshio's favor. The third's opinion of Jun's character shot way up. Trust level, plus 100. When Naruto saw Jun sprawled on the ground, having shielded him from the blades, he stared open-mouthed in disbelief. Then, in a trembling voice, he asked, Why did you do that? Clenching his teeth through the pain in his back, Jun forced a smile. Because you are my boy. Jun nearly cringed at his own words. Naruto was overwhelmed with gratitude, clutching Jun and sobbing uncontrollably. But soon, sorrow overtook him. He already knew the Nine Tails was sealed inside him. That murderous beast. He couldn't accept it, not all at once. The usually cheerful, ever-grinning boy was now suffocating in sadness and despair. So that's why I have whisker marks on my face. So that's why everyone gives me the cold shoulder. Naruto wandered in a daze. Irika stood silently, unsure how to comfort him. As someone who knew the Naruto story by heart, Junshio was well aware of how powerful a heartfelt speech could be. Next, he put on a perfect performance. Hey Naruto, why that face? All of that was the Nine Tails, not you. None of it is your fault. But that monster is sealed inside me, Naruto whimpered. So what? It's just a seal. You're still you. Jun rattled on, saying all he could to comfort him. Still, Naruto hung his head, weighed down by grief. At last, Jun let out a roar fit for a lion. Uzumaki Naruto, never forget. You're the boy who's destined to become Hokage. That shout finally snapped Naruto back to his senses. Listen, Naruto, don't burden yourself with the villagers' opinions. Those folks are worse than online trolls. They don't just badmouth you. They point fingers at every turn. What a pain. Just remember, you've still got me, you've got Sasuke, you've got Irika-sensei, and you've got all your friends. Hearing this, Naruto nodded vigorously. Yes. And Ramen Ichiraku, too. Jun couldn't help but laugh. Irika watched with approval, a warm light in his eyes. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the third stood by the window, nodding in quiet satisfaction. As I thought, I wasn't wrong about these two kids, especially Ikuno-jun. At the critical moment, he keeps a clear head and doesn't flinch in the face of danger. Mizuki had certainly heard about Ikuno-jun's abilities, but it was just word of mouth, nothing he'd ever witnessed with his own eyes. He'd even slyly suspected that Ikuno-jun might really be the secret love child of the third and that flamboyant kabuki actor. No matter what happens, today, I must get that scroll. Ikuno-jun let out a cold, dismissive laugh. As long as I'm here, your tricks and schemes won't work. Mizuki drew out a kunai, pointing it menacingly at Ikuno-jun. You brat, meddling where you don't belong. Today, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Ikuno-jun scoffed. You're all talk and no game. In his eyes, Anyone who hung around with Orochimaru was little more than a useless pawn. Why? Just look at their pale faces. They looked completely drained. But this time, Ikuno-jun had underestimated his opponent. In a flash, a kunai whistled past, grazing his forehead and leaving a fresh cut. Damn it, now my face is ruined. Clutching his forehead, Ikuno-jun's anger flared. Getting careless could cost you dearly. Who would have thought? The Mizuki who got owned by Naruto in the anime wasn't so weak after all. Jun! Iruka charged toward Mizuki, glancing back and shouting, "You two run! Get out of here! Run? It won't be that easy!" Mizuki roared, hurling a handful of shuriken toward Ikuno-jun. This time, Ikuno-jun dodged with ease. But right then, everything changed in an instant. The ground beneath his feet suddenly split open, and another Mizuki lunged out from below. Clone jutsu. Meanwhile, the Mizuki beside Iruka dissolved into a puff of smoke. Heh, looks like this guy is really out for blood. Ikuno-jun thought grimly. A surge of killing intent shot through his heart. The system only asked me to seriously injure Mizuki, not to hold back. Killing him isn't off the table. Today, this Mizuki was as good as dead. But the moment wasn't quite right yet. There were two parts to the system's storyline task. 1. Seriously injure Mizuki. 2. Boost Naruto's morale. If he finished off Mizuki too quickly, Naruto would never get the chance to use his signature shadow clone technique. But just then, Naruto suddenly leapt in front of Ikuno-jun, standing protectively, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Mizuki. "You're not hurting my friend. If you try, I'll take you down myself." Mizuki just laughed, clutching his stomach. What a joke. You think a loser like you can talk to a teacher like that? Watch. I'll put you in your place with one move. Iruka rushed forward to intervene, but Ikuno-jun stopped him. Sensei, let Naruto prove himself. Let him rise up and finally shake off the label of dead last. Iruka hesitated for a moment, then nodded, drawing his shuriken as he stood guard. Mizuki couldn't hold back his laughter. He'll never lose the title of dead last. Not in this lifetime. Chie-jun let out a cold, mocking laugh. Stop whining here. If you're so tough, why don't you try squaring off against Naruto and see if he doesn't put you in your place? Mizuki had no idea what he meant. He was completely baffled. That was exactly the reaction Chie-jun wanted. Naruto, use that move you just learned. Naruto caught on instantly. You scum. I'll make you pay for what you did today. Oh yeah? Go ahead and try, you demon fox. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed a cross sign with his hands. In a flash, thick smoke billowed through the air, and the constant popping of clones filled the forest. Mizuki was instantly surrounded by an army of Narutos. The sudden turn left Iruka dumbfounded. Mizuki's face drained of color as panic set in. How? How is this even possible? In no time, the entire forest rang with the thuds of fists landing home and Mizuki's anguished cries. Amid the chaos, Chie-jun seized the moment, blending into Naruto's army with a body substitution jutsu. As he closed in on Mizuki, he whipped out a kunai and stabbed it mercilessly at Mizuki's backside. 1,000 years of death. With a howl, Mizuki collapsed, pinned and pummeled by the Naruto horde. Rub, rub, rub. Keep rolling on this smooth, slick ground. In the end, Mizuki lay battered and bruised, sprawled across the earth. The system prompt flickered. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have boosted Naruto's morale. Keep it up. What the? Seriously? Doesn't the 1,000 years of death count as a major blow? Deep in the Leaf Village forest, Chie-jun looked down at the battered, swollen-faced Mizuki. A gentle expression on his face. An air of scholarly grace. A dashingly handsome appearance. Yet beneath it all, his heart twisted and dark. He knew just how much the lonely Naruto needed comfort, using kindness as a mask for his ruthless schemes. Smooth-tongued, he coaxed the naive Naruto to make grave mistakes. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the finch behind. Just like real life, some smile to your face and stab you when you turn your back. People like that are downright despicable. But, such is fate, their ending is usually tragic. After Mizuki broke out of prison and defected to Orochimaru, he was reduced to a disposable pawn. Shameless to the core, bringing about his own ruin, Chie-jun lived by a simple creed. When someone's out to take your life, you don't warn them with a dainty nudge. You wait until they've let their guard down. Then strike quick and merciless. Did you really think that having Mizu, water, in your name put you on par with the big shots? The difference couldn't be more obvious. Today, I'm ending your suffering ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, Naruto, exhilarated after defeating Mizuki, had never been more confident. He cozied up in Iruka's arms, the two caught in a tender, heartwarming embrace. The perfect opportunity. Chie-Jun, gripping the Kusanagi sword, strode over to the unconscious Mizuki. A slick slash. The blade sliced open Mizuki's carotid artery. Blood gushed out in a shower. Die by the sword. The searing pain jolted Mizuki awake. Clutching his throat, he stared up at Chie-Jun, his face a mixture of shock and bitter despair. You should be grateful. If you fell into the hands of that second-rate man in the future, it'd be a fate far worse than death. Soon enough, Shuemu shut his eyes in torment. Then, Ikuno-jun let out a faint sigh. After Shuemu, there'll be no more Hokage. Sensing something was wrong, Irika cried out in alarm. Ikuno-jun, what are you doing? At the same time, inside the Hokage tower, through the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed everything and was so stunned that his pipe slipped from his mouth and clattered to the floor. This kid, he'd acted so decisively and without hesitation. He sprang to his feet at once, vanished in a flash, employing the body flicker technique. Deep in the forests of Konoha, Irika was unable to revive Shuemu. Naruto just stood there dumbfounded, his eyes locked onto Ikuno-jun. And Ikuno-jun, for his part, wasn't particularly worried about having taken a life. He knew perfectly well what kind of person Shuemu truly was, and what tricks he had up his sleeve. The third Hokage was well aware, too. In other words, he just pulled out one of the village's poisonous fangs. Ikuno-jun counted off on his fingers. 7 root ninja, plus Shuemu. Wow, that's 8 in a matter of months. Ikuno-jun, this kind of thing should be left for the Hokage to decide. Irika's face was clouded and grim. But Ikuno-jun didn't panic in the face of such questioning. With a mind forged over 2 lifetimes, his composure was like stone walls. Nothing could shake him. He quickly came up with an excuse. But before speaking, he shrugged off his shirt and produced a mirror from his storage, handing it to Irika. What's this for? Irika-sensei, could you please hold the mirror so it reflects my back? Then, Ikuno-jun activated the mystic palm technique. Soft green chakra gathered in his hand, and reflected through the mirror, shone onto the wound on his back. Medical ninjutsu could be used like this? Irika was left utterly astounded, mouth agape. After a moment, he snapped out of it, his stern expression returning. Ikuno-jun, you can't just go and kill someone on your own like that. But just then, Ikuno-jun received a reward from his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for massively boosting Naruto's morale and perfectly defeating Shuemu. You are awarded sewing skills and a unique lightning-style ninjutsu. A soft sound of disbelief. Ikuno-jun was utterly stupefied. What the heck? Why in the world would a grown man like him need sewing skills? Were they hoping to turn him into some embroidery-loving sissy? Absolutely ridiculous. And what's all this about inventing your own lightning-style ninjutsu? Total nonsense. Ikuno-jun, did you even hear what I said? Why did you kill him? Irika snapped him out of his musings. Ikuno-jun returned to his senses, channeling both his inner drama king and years of practice deflection. Today, Shuemu-sensei used the clone technique several times. Just now, I thought that was another clone. You're my favorite teacher, and Naruto is my best friend. So for your safety, I struck. But to my shock, it was actually his real body. A lie, but a flawless one. Completely reasonable. Utterly convincing. Irika's imagination filled in the blanks. After all, Ikuno-jun is just a youngster. And a moment ago, he really was fooled by Shuemu's clones. It's only natural he'd mistake the real one for a fake and act accordingly. With this thought, his expression softened considerably. He let out a sigh and said, the clone technique doesn't produce a real body. It's merely an illusion to deceive the eyes. Besides, you should have asked me about it first. Chie-jun hung his head and murmured, Irika-sensei, I'm sorry. My basics are just too weak. With that, he removed the forehead protector from his arm and handed it to Irika. What are you doing? I couldn't even master the clone technique. I'm not worthy of being a ninja. Please take this back. Inside, though, Chie-jun could barely contain his laughter. As expected, Irika, with his soft heart, was utterly helpless against such an emotional plea. Irika's tender heart was moved, and in a hurry, he helped Chie-jun put the forehead protector back on. My child, you've already done so well today. You have more than enough to become a ninja. Chie-jun finally flashed a smile and said, Thank you, sensei. Naruto finally snapped out of his shock. Whoa, Chie-jun, you're incredible. I totally look up to you. Irika asked in confusion, what does incredible mean? Incredible is another way of saying awesome or impressive. It means someone is amazing or tough as nails. Just as he was explaining, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage. Grandpa Hokage, they greeted. The third replied with a nod and gazed at Chie-jun thoughtfully. Once the medical unit arrived, Hiruzen gave him a few quick instructions and then led Chiejun away. Inside the Hokage's office, the third said, "That story about the clone technique might work on Irika, but not on me. You deliberately killed Mizuki, didn't you?" The old man had seen right through him. Chiejun immediately replied, "Well then, Grandpa Hokage, don't you think a schemer like Mizuki deserved what he got?" Only then did the third pat him on the shoulder, pull out a large banana, and offer it to him. "Relax. Mizuki plotted to steal the scroll of forbidden seals first. Both you and Naruto were victims. I'll control the rumors. The official story will be your clone technique. But if you ever encounter something like this again, never rush and recklessly. There are many eyes on you now." Chiejun nodded with a quiet smile. Through this event, the third saw a fierce determination and wildness in Chiejun. This, he thought, is a quality a leader must possess. Excessive softness is a fatal flaw. With proper guidance and training, this boy would surely make a mark in the future. Adjusting his hat, a new thought came to the third. Let Chiejun serve in the ANBU one day. But not until after he becomes a chunin. After returning home, Chiejun summoned his system and began to study his reward, the self-created lightning release jutsu. After some experimenting, Chiejun invented a new technique. Lightning release, egg ball. Several blue electric orbs, each about the size of a chicken egg, danced in the palm of his hand. Unlike the lightning balls of Kirigakure's Raiga, his egg balls contained no killing power. They were imbued with a paralyzing effect instead. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. He opened it, and there was Naruto. Haha, just the person I need to use as a test subject. From the attic of the neighboring Hyuga residence, Hinata was quietly peeking in this direction. A big thank you to AQ00, the proud parents of Urjijiao, Zhaijiangang's Gudo, Xing Yushi, apologies from the newcomer, the sleeping god in class, user 102799490, user 32497513, I want to eat melon Black Star, user 49218560, that Lord Tianming source, Omicron Fucking Shang, Omicron, Zhaijiangang's Ghostwriter, Zhaijiangang's 5050, the solitary city that loves to read, user 11211365, user 21062550, Jinhuan. Zhaijiangang's left protector, Inha 150, Duan the mackerel lover, user 21414747, Kuakai, 9122, Meow Meow, Shi Ling who loves banana milk, Ming Heilong, Zyro Xiongbayan, and Zhaijiangang, prehistoric ancestor for your donations. Thank you to all the beloved readers who keep coming back for more updates. Chiejun opened the door. Huh, you're alone? Where's Sasuke? Naruto burst out laughing, holding his stomach. He went blacksmithing. Blacksmithing? Chiejun had no idea that, ever since their last martial arts match, Sasuke had set off on the path of the forge. Upstairs in the bedroom, he gave Naruto a shove, sending him tumbling onto the bed. Naruto giggled uncontrollably. Ah, that tickles. Hey, what you up to, man? Chiejun wanted to test out the effect of the electric massage orbs. With a sweep of his hand, 5 or 6 electric spheres bounced onto Naruto's back. They latched on tightly like cupping jars, crackling and humming softly. With their suction, the orbs stimulated acupuncture points and meridians along his back. At that very moment, the system suddenly popped up, issuing an unexpected sign-in task. Ding! Please demonstrate 10 different applications of the multi-shadow clone technique. Sign-in time limit, 1 month. What the heck? Even this counts as a mission. Different uses for the multi-shadow clone technique. Chiejun began to ponder. In the future, maybe I could open a therapy clinic on the streets of Konoha, use these orbs to give massages, help unblock meridians, strengthen the body, and dispel evil influences. That could actually be a big earner. Lost in thought, he drifted off to sleep. Naruto, sleepy as well, soon nodded off. Although the third Hokage tried to keep things under wraps, news always manages to leak out. Before long, the people of Konoha village knew the truth. So, the rumor that Chiejun had brutally killed his teacher spread like wildfire. He became the second Naruto, the new outcast of Konoha village. People on the street would glance at him and whisper. Adults even warned their kids, don't play with him. He's a violent and dangerous boy. He even dared to kill a teacher. Yeah, right? But Chiejun didn't care at all. Thick-skinned and unbothered by pressure. That was just his gift. Still, if he ever caught anyone spreading rumors behind his back, he'd march right up and tear that gossiping mouth to shreds. Fortunately, the members of the Exploding Sky Gang were not distant toward him. Sasuke, in particular, upon hearing that Mizuki had been killed, simply let out a calm, "Oh," completely unshaken and betraying not a hint of emotion. That morning, the graduation orientation was held. Irika-sensei announced the class assignments. Originally, there were 27 graduates, to be divided into 9 teams, 3 to each team. But with the addition of Jun Ikeda, one team would end up with 4 members. Unsurprisingly, Jun Ikeda was assigned to Kakashi's Team 7. Sakura no longer disliked him as much as before, but her distaste for Naruto was as strong as ever. She cried out, "Why do I have to be put with that idiot?" But soon after, she started boasting to Ino, unable to contain her pride. "Oof, I'm in the same class as Sasuke." Ino barely paid any attention. Instead, she gazed at Jun Ikeda with stars in her eyes. "Jun, how wonderful it would be if I could be in your class. Choji, you pig, stop eating already." Naruto, as usual, responded to Sakura's scolding with a dopey grin. Jun Ikeda could only shake his head in helpless amusement. This fool, pining after a flower that will never be his. He won't even realize if she betrays him one day. He made up his mind. He would help Naruto stop being the archetypal lovesick puppy and truly put Sakura behind him. At 10 o'clock, the orientation was over. On the way home, Jun Ikeda deliberately stopped the mother of his future child, Hinata. "Hinata, after graduation, we won't be seeing each other every day anymore." Saying this, he lightly patted her head with gentle affection. They stood close, so close they could almost feel each other's breath. Hinata, caught in the moment, felt her heart quicken and her mind grow fuzzy. It's fine. Our families live nearby, so you can come visit me anytime." With that, Hinata ducked her head shyly. Jun Ikeda grinned. "Great, and you're welcome to come over to my place too. There's no one else in my house, so it'll be easy to have fun." Hinata's hands twitched nervously. "WH, what would we do?" He cleared his throat. "We could play video games, karaoke, whatever you like. I'll even teach you to sing Conquered." After an awkward pause, Jun Ikeda intentionally changed the subject. "By the way, do you have any siblings?" "I have a little sister, 5 years younger than me. Her name's Hanabi." Jun Ikeda feigned surprise. "Hanabi? You've never mentioned her before. Next time, bring her along to hang out too." "Okay." Bidding Hinata goodbye, Jun Ikeda headed home and disappeared into the kitchen to prepare lunch. On the way, he'd run into Granny Koharu. Ever since tasting the snacks Jun Ikeda had made last time, she'd been craving more. He promised to cook for her again. Of course, he had his own intentions. Midokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu don't have much of a presence in the original story. Frankly, they're not renowned for their combat prowess. Either, no perpetual youth buffs for them. Yet they've wielded real influence, having a say in several Hokage selections. In this village, their reputation still carries significant weight. During the time of Boruto, although their movements were limited, they still held responsibility for making major decisions in the village, managing the Konoha administration. Therefore, Ikenoshan did not overlook these two elderly men. You can't tie yourself to the third Hokage forever. The master-disciple relationship would only become a shackle. It'd be better to find an opportunity to dissolve it in the future. Beneath the cherry blossoms, petals fluttered down in a brilliant cascade, filling the air with radiant fragrance. Ikenoshan carried a picnic basket, inside which were plums and sweet red bean rice cakes. A little girl walked over. That smells so good." The one speaking was a cute little girl. Her hair was short and jet black, her skin flawless as porcelain. Her cheeks were rosy and soft, as if a puff of air could leave dimples, a picture of sweetness and lively charm. She wore a pink kimono, and her shoes glittered like crystal. It was plain to see she belonged to a wealthy family. But her eyes, like Hinata's, were pale and silvery. Ikenoshan was taken aback. "Hanabi? Hey there, little one. What's your name?" Ikenoshan crouched down and picked a piece of red bean rice cake from the basket. The Hyuga family was strict about manners. Children weren't supposed to speak to strangers, let alone accept food from them. But as she gazed into Ikenoshan's gentle eyes, the little girl felt an unexplainable sense of safety. "He's much kinder than Big Brother Niji." She glanced at the Umbu bodyguard watching from nearby. The Umbu recognized this new neighbor, the student of the third Hokage, always cooking delicious food, aromas wafting from a small courtyard, so tempting you could even smell it from the restroom. After receiving permission, the little girl took the rice cake, nibbling at it thoughtfully as she said, "My name is Hyuga Hanabi." It really was Hyuga Hanabi. She'd one day grow up to be a real beauty in the world of Hokage. Even now, you could give her a solid 90 out of 100. Who would have guessed she was just as adorable in her childhood? After bidding Hanabi goodbye, Ikenoshan made his way toward Koharu Yuditane's residence. Upon returning, it was already afternoon. He headed straight for the academy, because that afternoon, the upperclassmen Jonin teachers would be meeting their teams for the first time. Just then, the system appeared, announcing a new sign-in mission. Beep. New story sign-in mission issued. Please defeat Kakashi in the upcoming trial within 2 days. A trial? Defeat Kakashi? Ikano-shun remembered. It was almost time for the trial survival exercise, the famous bell test. The journey as a ninja was truly about to begin. Kakashi may have been Konoha's prodigy, but Ikano-shun was confident he could win. This mission is practically a freebie. Then, the system chimed again. Supplementary mission. After the battle, remove Kakashi's mask. Oh boy, that just raised the difficulty quite a bit. By the time he reached the school, it was already 2 in the afternoon. If it weren't for wanting to catch a glimpse of the elegant Jonin lady, he might have arrived even later. The classroom was packed with students, everyone waiting for the teachers who would lead their teams. Before long, the door was pushed open. Through the swirling haze of smoke, a tall man appeared. Asuma Saratobi. A cigarette dangled from his lips, his eyes narrowed, clearly having inherited the bad habit of a lifelong smoker. He flicked the cigarette butt away. Team 10, follow me. With that, he led Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino out of the classroom. The pretty girl was caught up in her own inner drama. A chain-smoking slacker, plus a lazybones, and a hopeless glutton. Jun has left me. My fate is just too cruel. Jun Ikeda gazed at Asuma's receding figure, his thoughts drifting to the woman in red. It's just not fair for this chain-smoking uncle to get so lucky. Just as he was musing, a stunning, mature woman walked in, heels clicking behind Asuma. She was tall and graceful, her figure curvy and alluring. Her hands were wrapped in bandages, and her sleeveless left arm revealed an elegant, jade-white limb. Jet black hair, crimson eyes, and lips as vivid as autumn roses. She radiated a mature, bewitching beauty with an air of graceful confidence. This was none other than the famed beauty, Kurenai Yuhi. Jun Ikeda couldn't help but find himself utterly enchanted. This lady was truly striking. With practiced poise, Kurenai swept her gaze coolly around the classroom, quickly spotting Jun Ikeda. So that's the Hokage's pupil. He's quite the handsome one. Teammate, follow me. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino made their way towards the door. Hinata couldn't help glancing back at Jun Ikeda, as if parting at the edge of life and death. This time, instead of subtly forming a heart with his hands, Jun blew her a warm, extravagant kiss. With a soft thud, Hinata fainted on the spot. In moments, the classroom was empty except for the 4 of Team 7. Jun knew all too well. They'd have to wait at least another hour before Kakashi made his entrance. So he pulled out a deck of playing cards. Why don't we play some doujinshi? Young people are quick learners. Soon, wild cards were flying across the table. But the longer they played, the more boring it got, since Sakura kept letting Sasuke win. It reminded Jun why he never played cards with women in his last life. They drew things out and bent the rules. Naruto grew jealous, and before long, got into a scuffle with Sasuke. The two started roughhousing enthusiastically, so much so that they forgot all about the eraser prank set on the door. Jun could only shake his head and chuckle wryly, then picked up the eraser and set it back in place above the doorway. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage watched the classroom through his crystal ball. Kakashi stood beside him, clearly pained by the sight. One was a ball of chaotic energy and mischief. Another, a brooding child who tucked his pain and anger deep inside. The third, a prodigy bordering on the superhuman, as if he played life on easy mode. And then there was the gentle on the outside, fiery on the inside girl. This Team 7 was truly a bundle of trouble. But what could they do? The Hokage had spoken, after all. An hour later, Kakashi finally strolled in. My first impression of you lot. Honestly, you're kind of annoying. Up on the rooftop, everyone began introducing themselves, talking about their likes and dislikes. Listening to Naruto and Sakura's answers, Jun Ikeda felt as if he'd just swallowed a mouthful of sweet, romantic dog food. Tomorrow, we begin survival training. Naruto's imagination ran wild as he grinned and asked, a survival exercise? Is this wilderness survival training? Use wood style for firewood, earth style for a stove, fire style to light a fire, water style to wash vegetables, cook rice, make soup, slurp, slurp. Kakashi let out a sly, mischievous laugh before launching into his explanation. Then, chaos erupted among the group. What? Elimination? A 66% elimination rate? This so-called ninja school teaches you nothing. It's just a massive pig farm. And in the end, there's even an elimination system. This is insane. That last thought was Ichino Jun's genuine feeling. Kakashi decided to wrap up this disastrous meet and greet as fast as possible, planning to seek out his fellow single friend, Guy, for a little banter and relaxation. At times, Ichino Jun seriously suspected that Kakashi's friendship with his so-called arch-rival, Guy, might go beyond simple camaraderie. Though I have no proof. Bring your ninja tools. Assemble at 5 tomorrow morning. And remember, don't eat breakfast, unless you want to throw up. Despite the high elimination rate for the exercise, Ichino-jun wasn't worried at all. After all, every member of Team 7 would sail through the trial without a hitch. What preoccupied him now was figuring out how to unveil Kakashi's mask and collect the mission reward. Once Kakashi disappeared, Sakura grumbled in frustration. He just left like that? What an irresponsible teacher. Naruto turned to her with a wide, eager grin. Sakura-chan, let's go out. How about a date? Sakura roared, dropped dead, and immediately chased after Sasuke, who had his hands shoved in his pockets, walking away. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Ichino-jun could only smile wryly and shake his head. Naruto really needs saving. Someone's got to help him forget that hot-headed Sakura as soon as possible. The next day, 9 o'clock, Ichino-jun stretched lazily and got up feeling perfectly refreshed. He washed up at a leisurely pace and sat down for a relaxing breakfast. Not until 10 o'clock did he finally stroll over to Training Ground 3. Sure enough, his other 3 teammates were slumped on the ground, sporting panda-like eyes, fighting off sleep, exhausted and worn out. Kakashi was still nowhere to be seen. A while later, a languid voice finally drifted over. Good morning. Ran into a black cat on the way here, you see. Naruto was first to erupt. Good morning? It's noon already. You're so late, sensei. Sasuke scoffed with a dissatisfied smirk. Sakura pointed accusingly at Ichino-jun. I bet sensei teamed up with you. You both got to sleep in while we suffered. Ichino-jun quickly feigned innocence, waving his hands. No, it's just a coincidence. But inside, he was ecstatic. That's what you call foresight. It's not my fault you guys never watched Naruto. Truth be told, Ichino-jun didn't really have to join this exercise. After all, during the last fight with the Root Ninja, Kakashi had already witnessed his capabilities. But strong individual skills alone don't mean much. A true ninja needs to understand teamwork. Mission start. As a ninja, concealment skills are absolutely essential. While everyone else was perfectly hidden, Naruto suddenly appeared by the riverside, shouting at the top of his lungs. Hey, let's have an all-out face-to-face showdown. Sasuke muttered, what a complete idiot. Sakura exclaimed, something's seriously wrong with his head. Jun Aikino sighed, truly one of a kind. 5 minutes later, Naruto's back was exposed. Kakashi formed a tiger hand sign. Secret leaf technique, taijutsu masterstroke, the 1,000 years of death. With a piercing scream, Naruto went plunging into the river. Even when he tried the multi-shadow clone jutsu, Kakashi handled everything with ease. Naruto met utter, crushing defeat, tears streaming down his cheeks. Next, Kakashi pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise, announcing lazily. Sasuke stepped forward. During the struggle for the bells, he unleashed the fire style, Great Fireball, jutsu. But even so, he felt Kakashi's superior skill. As for Sakura, there was little more to say. Theory is useless in a real fight. Her actual combat skills were next to zero. Jun Aikino, you're up. Kakashi had always wanted to spar with Jun Aikino, but the opportunity just never arose until now. Jun Aikino gathered his 3 teammates around, whispering something to them. Is he laying out strategy? At least he has a sense for teamwork. Kakashi nodded in approval. Then suddenly, the 4 who had huddled together scattered in all directions. The other 3 quickly found places to hide. Jun Aikino took 2 quick steps and appeared right in front of Kakashi. A punch, cutting the air with a sharp whistle, shot straight for Kakashi's face. Fast, précise, ruthless. With just a single punch, Jun Aikino brought the essence of taijutsu to its peak. Smack! Kakashi brought up his right arm just in time to block the blow, but the force behind it made his expression change. His right hand, holding a kunai, jerked back at once, only then avoiding a broken bone. As the strike was neutralized, Jun Aikino instantly transformed his fist into a claw, grabbing at Kakashi's retreating right arm. Using his elbow for leverage, he swung it at Kakashi's face at an angle. Kakashi's right arm was trapped, and his left hand had no time to block. He had to throw his head back sharply to dodge the elbow strike. All at once, Jun Aikino yanked hard on Kakashi's arm. Kakashi lost his balance. The 2 of them staggered backward. A sudden metallic clang split the air. Clang! Kakashi's kunai sliced across Jun Aikino's elbow, revealing a chunk of lead underneath. Weight training isn't that guy's training method. Of course, he had no idea that Lee had actually been Jun Aikino's first real friend. No wonder his taijutsu is so formidable. A chill ran down Kakashi's spine. It had only been a brief exchange of a few seconds, but he clearly felt a surge of powerful chakra coursing through. Jun Aikino, your taijutsu's impressive. I was planning to hold back, but now... Kakashi's gaze sharpened. I see I'll have to take you seriously. Kakashi put his kunai away, his gaze locked tightly on his opponent. Kakashi-sensei, that was just a warm-up, Chino-jun grinned. When it comes to close combat, you might not be my match. Next, let me show you Tsunade's monstrous strength. As the words left his lips, a cloud of dust erupted beneath Chino-jun's feet. A surge of chakra-powered force shot straight for his opponent's midsection. Zolfust. I couldn't even see him move. Kakashi's mind reeled, awestruck by Chino-jun's burst of speed. But his own strength was nothing to scoff at. Missing with his eyes didn't mean the rest of his senses lagged behind. With a swift turn, like a gale, he dodged by a hair's breadth. And so, the two were soon locked in close quarters, trading blows. Kakashi was forced onto the defensive, fending off one attack after another. Meanwhile, Chino-jun's punches grew quicker and fiercer, sticking to Kakashi like glue, never giving him space to breathe. Every time Kakashi tried to retreat, Chino-jun was hot on his heels. No matter what, Kakashi couldn't escape the range of those relentless fists. A jonin like me, being pushed back by a fresh graduate. What terrifying taijutsu! Realizing fending off the blows was pointless, Kakashi shifted tactics, focusing on swift evasions. His own remarkable skills allowed him to gradually adapt to Chino-jun's rhythm, making his movements increasingly fluid. Kakashi-sensei, feeling a bit outmatched, Chino-jun taunted, showing no rush to snatch the bell. I'll admit, your taijutsu is formidable, but as a shinobi, taijutsu alone will never be enough. As he spoke, their fists collided in a heavy exchange. Using the force of the impact, Kakashi broke free from Chino-jun's relentless pursuit. At the same time, his hands flashed into a series of seals in front of his chest. But just then, Sasuke's voice rang out from behind him. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Kakashi froze in surprise. A C-rank jutsu, something only a chunin should have mastered. Sasuke could use it already? Chino-jun was caught off guard as well, because, in the original story, it was never mentioned that Sasuke could use it at this point. But then again, it was never said he couldn't. Whatever, I'm not going to nitpick. If he can use it, let him use it. A rush of blistering heat tore through the air. Fiery projectiles, mingled with waves of heat, came soaring straight at Kakashi. Boom! Catching him off guard, Kakashi had no way to evade such a dense barrage. Two of the fireballs struck him head-on. In an instant, smoke and dust exploded outward. Bursts of impact thundered against the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling across the field. Sasuke appeared. He and Chino-jun each guarded a flank, their eyes fixed intently on the drifting haze. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. He won't lose this easily. Naruto emerged as well, shouting confidently. Then he unleashed a volley of shadow clones, surrounding the smoky area to block off any escape. Idiot! No one asked for your help, Sasuke muttered, his brow creasing in annoyance. As the smoke slowly thinned, Kakashi's figure began to take shape. I really underestimated you all. Though he looked a bit bedraggled, the fire-style jutsu hadn't actually done him any harm. You work together well. Among genin, you're truly exceptional. Hearing such praise, Naruto broke into a wide, delighted grin. Then, Kakashi-sensei, does that mean you'll finally give us the bells? Sakura, come quick. But Kakashi's next words were like a bucket of cold water thrown over them. But you're still a long way from being able to defeat me and snatch the bells. That might not be the case. Jun, Ichino, and Sasuke charged at him at the exact same time. Just then, a cloud of inky black smoke billowed out, and Kakashi vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Sasuke's eyes darted around, searching. This is bad. Jun felt a sudden chill of dread. He knew exactly what was happening. Reacting on instinct, he tried to pull Sasuke aside and out of danger, but he was a heartbeat too late. Two large hands erupted from beneath the earth, gripping both boys by the ankles. Kakashi's calm, unhurried voice drifted up from underground. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. They had no way to resist. The ground swallowed both of them, leaving only their heads poking out. Well now, can't move a muscle, can you? Kakashi chuckled, pulling out his manga and strolling away with a smirk. Sakura and Naruto hurried over. When they saw only two disembodied heads sticking out of the earth, they almost fainted from fright. Snapping back to their senses, they both dropped to their knees and began digging furiously. Kakashi turned a glance at them. Not bad. You know enough to try saving your teammates. But at the rate you're digging, He checked his watch. There was just half an hour left till noon. Move aside, Yun shouted. Pouring chakra into his shoulders, he gathered his strength. And with a forceful burst, unleashed his chakra explosively from his shoulders. With a rush like a rocket's launch, he shot right up out of the earth. Right after that, he summoned the stealthy little black to help dig Sasuke out of the dirt. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Shadow clone jutsu multiple. Clone after clone sprang to life, all pitching in to dig. A congratulatory message echoed within him. Ding! Congratulations, you've discovered the third use for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Manual Excavator. But right away, the system issued a stern reminder. Reminder, the challenge against Kakashi must be completed independently. Assistance from allies or summoned creatures is not permitted. Well, so be it. Kakashi-sensei. Wait. Jun ran after him. Kakashi glanced back, startled. This kid, he freed himself from the ground so easily. But what does he want with me now? Jun caught up and spoke. Kakashi-sensei, I'd like to challenge you one-on-one. But first, could you let them leave? I'd rather not frighten them with my bones. Kakashi, as it happened, was just as willing for a duel. In a flash, he was beside the two, still digging frantically. Casting a Jinjutsu, he sent them straight into a peaceful sleep. Chie-Junya withdrew his shadow clone, and Kuro. Chie-Jun, I hope you won't let me down in the next round, Kakashi said. Then you better be careful, sensei. This time I'm going to give it my all. Taiyun fleshed a confident smile. With those words, the boyish innocence faded from his face, replaced by steely determination. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Camellia. His right hand drew out a bone sword, and in a blur, he charged straight at Kakashi with astonishing speed. Kakashi pulled out a kunai. A crisp clang echoed as bone met steel. Chie-Jun's body twisted and danced, his right hand swinging in perfect rhythm with his steps. A rush of air sliced through the silence, each strike leaving afterimages as white as ghosts. He was so fast that even Kakashi's eyes widened with shock. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Camellia. With that cry, bones jutted out, tearing through Chie-Jun's expensive Reaper robe. Oh shoot, I forgot to change clothes. Wait, don't I know tailoring skills? I'll just make some combat outfits next time. As he joked inwardly, a dull thud sounded. Kakashi's vest and sleeve split open, blood welling from the cuts. There's more. Chie-Jun didn't pause, crossing his arms before his chest in an X. He manipulated his bone cells, and 4 white bones erupted forth. With a sweeping motion, he lunged at Kakashi again. If not for Kakashi's lightning reflexes, his body would have been riddled with holes. All right, Kakashi muttered, leaping backwards. In midair, his hands flashed through a sequence of seals. He landed, slapped a palm to the ground, and shouted, Earth style, Earth flow wall. The ground trembled, and a wall shaped like a dog's head rose between them, shading Kakashi in ochre stone. A man who knows his style, Chie-Jun thought with a sudden smile. Even when he's running out of chakra, he still makes sure to look cool. Classic. But Kakashi underestimated the hardness and sharpness of Chie-Jun's bones. With monstrous strength, the bone spike punched clean through the stone dog, hurtling toward Kakashi. Kakashi's emotions were a whirlwind. He couldn't tell if he felt bitter, amused, or just plain defeated. I've guarded that wall for so many years, and it just got pierced like that. The thought rang in his heart, painfully true. Eyes wide, Kakashi scrambled to avoid the strike. Truth be told, had Chie-Jun used a few more shadow clones, maybe thrown in a grand fireball or a Chidori, Kakashi would already be on the ground. But that was for enemies. When facing his favorite character from the Hidden Leaf, he just couldn't be that ruthless. Even so, he seized the opening. A bone spike shot forward, aimed straight at Kakashi's waist. It pierced through the bell, which Chie-Jun caught firmly in his hand. Yet despite breaking through the earth wall, the momentum carried him forward at breakneck speed. At this pace, it looked as though he'd crash into the real rock wall straight ahead. At least that's what Kakashi thought. But in reality, Chie-Jun wouldn't be hurt at all. Because of his Shikatsumiyaku constitution, his bones were exceptionally tough. But right at that moment, he felt his entire body suddenly tense up. He was being held tightly in someone's arms. Turning his head, he glimpsed Kakashi-sensei. Wait, something's off. Ichino glanced again. Over there, another Kakashi was waving at him. As that other Kakashi waved, with a soft pop, he dispersed into a cloud of smoke. So, it was a shadow clone. Kakashi-sensei must have been worried I'd crash into the rocks, so he saved me. No, that's not right. As he was mulling this over, Ichino suddenly felt someone pinch his butt twice. Then he saw Kakashi's hand reaching toward him, aiming for the pouch holding the bell. Ichino's hair practically stood on end. But after a moment's thought, a crooked grin appeared on his face. With a sharp whoosh, a flash of white light. Suddenly, a young girl appeared in Kakashi's arms. Kakashi's face immediately flushed bright red. Ichino gave a cold snicker and stopped channeling chakra, returning to his original form. A sizzling sound crackled through the air. 5 or 6 glowing blue electric orbs pulsed in his palm. In a split second, they rolled straight at a certain spot on Kakashi. Kakashi let out a yelp of surprise. He went completely stiff, unable to move. His expression was somewhere between pleasure and pain, impossible to describe. His whole body went numb, and his arms went limp. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Now's my chance. Ichino let out a cry and appeared to tumble down on top of Kakashi. Then, as he fell, he accidentally let the bone spikes extending from his hands brush against Kakashi's mask. Kakashi was frozen in surprise, and so was Ichino. He was hit as if by a bolt of lightning, stunned and dazed, and then realized it must be the electrically charged orbs. Holy crap, what a stunning sight. Ichino's eyes widened as he stared at Kakashi's lips. Sure enough, there was an alluring beauty mark, just like in the anime. Despite all the theories online about why Kakashi wears a mask, missing his father, secrecy, hiding the Sharingan, character design, the author being lazy, Ichino just unleashed his sweetest line. Kakashi-sensei, I know why you always wear that mask. Oh, and why's that? Because if you took it off and walked around Konoha, the line of people wanting to marry you would stretch all the way to Sunagakure. Kakashi was taken aback. Then, upon realizing what he meant, couldn't help but feel flattered. What a sweet-talking little rascal. Rubbing where it hurt, he stood up and pulled his mask back on. Putting on an air of mystery, he murmured, The truth is, it's really so I can hide my wicked smile while reading Make Out Paradise. Shoo, keep it secret. Just then, Ichino crouched down and clapped his hands together. Earth-style mud wall. A thunderous rumble sounded. The ground quaked, earth and mud surging up. A sturdy wall of earth sprang up instantly, blocking the way ahead. 4 cat heads were sculpted along the top. And as Kakashi watched in disbelief, torrents of mud gushed from the cat mouths, streaming up into the sky, as if a dragon of earth had erupted from the ground. At this moment, the Jinjutsu entrapping Sasuke and the others was lifted. They came rushing over. When they caught sight of the awe-inspiring spectacle before them, they were utterly stunned. Kakashi was thoroughly thrown off balance. He actually knows how to do this as well. A superstar among Hokage, a celebrity across the ninja world. There was not a soul anywhere who didn't know his name. And yet, he had been utterly defeated by Aikino-shun. Just then, an alarm clock rang. Kakashi finally snapped back to reality. He gazed at the 4 youngsters and, in his usual languid way, asked slowly, Have you made up your minds? There's only one bell among the 4 of you. So does that mean the other 3 must return to the academy? His words cast a heavy silence over the group. Only Aikino-shun wore a carefree smile, for he knew very well Kakashi would never really send them back. Sasuke said calmly, I lost. Naruto clenched his teeth. Next year, I'll work even harder to snag that bell. Sakura's voice quivered. I didn't even do much to help. But Aikino-shun stood up, smiling. Honestly, if I hadn't had your help today, I'm not sure I could have done it. With that, he orchestrated a playful scene of trying to give the bell away, nudging it back and forth between them. His inspiration came straight from the textbook fable. Kong Rong lets his brothers have the pair. Kakashi watched them, and his mind was made up. Aikino-shun is remarkably strong when working alone, and his teamwork with Sasuke is seamless. Naruto shows a keen sense for collaboration, though his individual strength could use work. As for Sakura, she did help dig up the ground. He couldn't deny it. Team 7 was hands down the strongest group this year. Their team coordination was simply flawless. After a long pause, he finally smiled and declared, You all pass. And now, I officially announce that Team 7 has passed the survival training exercise. As of today, you are recognized as Konoha's new genin. With that, he handed the lunchboxes to the 4 kids, who were still in a daze. Of course, Aikino-shun's surprise was all an act. All right, you get a day off tomorrow. The following day, meet here at 10 sharp. We'll begin your first mission. Kakashi returned to his lazy demeanor. He couldn't help but feel slightly amused inside. Maybe being a mentor isn't as boring as I thought. And right then, Aikino-shun's reward finally arrived. The autumn sky was high and clear, not a cloud in sight. The 4 of them left the training ground, brimming with excitement. They had officially become Konoha Genin. The rest of the resilient candidates from the Kaboom squad all passed the test too. The group of 10 made a pact to meet up whenever they could. Back home, Aikino-shun summoned his system to complete his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. You are rewarded with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Holy! The jutsu developed by the 3rd Hokage himself. Suddenly, it was as if Jiraiya's voice echoed through his mind. I always thought that tossing all my shuriken at once was even more amazing. Don't you want to try? Ding! Reward unlocked. Lightning release. Thunderclap. Thunderclap? Sharp spears of lightning erupted from his mouth, streaking forth in a barrage from near to far. This move seemed to be a signature jutsu exclusive to the third Hokage in the Naruto mobile game. But on second thought, with self-created ninjutsu already being possible, it was no surprise to get something like this as a reward. All the rewards today consisted of techniques developed by the third Hokage. It was finally time to put them to use. Without hesitation, Ikuno-jun dove eagerly into the universal space. He spent half a day upgrading Shadow, Shuriken Jutsu, and Thunder Roar all the way to the divine level. What thrilled him most was Thunder Roar. Rapid, thunderous bursts crackled through the air. Damn, this is basically a Gatling gun spewing blue flames. At that moment, the system's holographic panel appeared. Host, Ikuno-yun, age 18. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin-yang. Ninjutsu mastered. Clone technique, great fireball, Chidori, thunder roar, egg ball, earth flow wall, multiple shadow clone, shadow, shuriken jutsu, all at divine level. Intermediate healing, basic corpse fusion, skeletal resurrection. Taijutsu mastered. Dance of the camellia, dance of the clematis, super strength, instant movement. Jinjutsu mastered. None. Special skills, cooking, sewing, summon beast, demonic black cat. Special weapon, Kusanagi sword. Special physique, Shikatsumiyaku, Kekii Jinkai, Shikatsumiyaku. Chakra levels. I've already got lightning, fire, and earth-style ninjutsu down. When am I going to get wind and water? After leaving the space, Ikuno-jun lay down on his bed. Gazing at the empty room, he sank into thought. Even though I've got a villa in the Leaf Village, it still feels lonely. With a sudden movement, he sat up abruptly. He took out his notebook and jotted down his latest goal. Establish the Ikuno clan and grow it into one of Konoha's great families. It's a shame I'm broke. His imagination soared, but reality dragged him back down. Since the villagers started avoiding him, he couldn't sell things he'd gotten from Doraemon anymore. Ikuno-jun could only get by on a meager pension. How could he make real money? Soon, an idea sparkled in his mind. He thought of a sleazy train magnate with a crazy, spiky hairdo and sunglasses, Gato, president of Wave Country's shipping company, one of the rare super rich in the Naruto world. When watching the anime, Ikuno-jun always wanted to give the guy a good thrashing. He was just so damn sleazy. Haha, when the time comes, I'll put the squeeze on him, take his fortune for myself. Not just to build a mansion, maybe even an entire commercial street. The more he thought about it, the wider his satisfied grin became. But those are long-term goals. Right now, I need to make some pocket money and help out Naruto and Sasuke. Remembering how Naruto once got a stomachache from drinking expired milk, Ikuno-jun felt a pang of sadness. But it's strange. How did he even have money to buy that paint? Still, Ikuno-jun would never simply hand money to Naruto, no matter how much he earned in the future. He didn't have the habit of handing out money to others. It felt too much like playing the saint. But helping his buddies make money? Now that was a different story altogether. And soon, he came up with a way for everyone to earn together, shared prosperity. That's it. Besides making money, the most urgent thing to do is to find a third Hokage to study under him. That way, when I use the Shadow, Shuriken Jutsu, and Thunderbolt, he won't suspect anything. The next day, Hokage Tower. The third Hokage said, Ahem, as your teacher, it really is time I taught you some ninjutsu. Let's start with the Earth-style wall. Ikuno-jun interrupted him. Grandpa Hokage, is there a technique where you can throw tons of shuriken at once? It looks so flashy. Yes, there is, the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. What about a jutsu that shoots out lightning bolts? That would be awesome. Yes, there's lightning style, Thunderbolt. Alright, let's start with these two then. Ikuno-jun knew very well. These were the best the third Hokage could offer him right now. At least for now, there was no way he'd be taught high-level techniques like the Dead Demon Consuming Seal or the Sealing Mastery. 1 hour later, Ikuno-jun mastered both ninjutsu techniques. Hiruzen Sarutobi was effusive in his praise of his quick comprehension. Night fell. Lights bathed the streets of the hidden Leaf Village, bustling and warm all at once. Ikuno-jun rarely visited the Hokage Rock at night. Now he was here, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Naruto, gazing down at the village below. Ever since Mizuki was killed, hostile stares clung to him like shadows, relentless as a curse. Those eyes seemed to gnaw at him, devouring him bit by bit, bone and all. Naruto was no different. The villagers always looked at him through a lens of prejudice. Suddenly, Ikuno-jun thought of the unyielding Rock Lee. Naruto, a person's true strength isn't just about power. You need a heart tougher than steel. If people refuse to accept us, then we'll rise to where they can't see us. Naruto nodded, half understanding, but then quickly broke into his usual goofy grin. My birthday's the day after tomorrow. What are you going to give me? No one's ever given me a present before. Birthday? Ichino-jun thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow would be October 10th, Naruto's birthday. So what do you want then? As long as it was within his means, Ichino-jun would never be stingy. I want a whole box of milk that won't make me sick, Naruto replied, gazing into the distance. Hearing this, Ichino-jun suddenly felt a stinging warmth behind his eyes. Brother, don't worry. I'll get you something even better than milk. Naruto's face immediately lit up with joy. Better than milk? Tell me, tell me. Yeah, that's a secret. What should I give Naruto for his birthday? As Ichino-jun pondered, the system chimed in right on time. Ding. New mission. Sign in. The host must use sewing skills to make a birthday gift for Naruto within 2 days. Sewing skills? Chie-jun had clearly forgotten that skill. So, what should he make for him? Something too complex would take too long, so it would have to be something simple and quick. With that thought in mind, an idea sparked. At that very moment, autumn rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Chie-jun couldn't help but hum a tune. It's raining. What should I do? I miss you so much. What are you thinking about? Naruto asked, blinking his eyes with curiosity. Heh, no one in particular. By the way, let me ask you, do you like Sakura a lot? Chie-jun decided to seize the moment and gently guide him. Naruto nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a woodpecker. Sakura-chan is so cute. Chie-jun poured cold water over his enthusiasm. Too bad, she doesn't like you, Naruto. A real man should act like a real man. Naruto puzzledly asked, what does a real man act like? Chie-jun pondered for a moment and replied, a real man is the kind who attracts attention, charming and confident, but never a desperate puppy chasing after someone who doesn't care. He then spent 10 minutes explaining exactly what being a desperate admirer meant. He gave countless examples of the greatest kings of unrequited devotion. Remember, desperate admirers always end up with nothing. Naruto nodded solemnly. Yeah, I won't be the king of desperate admirers. That's the spirit. Soon, Naruto grinned and said, Sasuke is the king of desperate admirers. Sasuke? Please, he's the king of making dramatic exits, not a desperate admirer. Whose puppy is he, anyway? Taiyun asks, puzzled. He's yours. Puffed. Chie-jun nearly choked and sprayed a nosebleed. He coughed. Ahem. Do you know there's a certain type of person with a unique aura called a green tea? Naruto looked a bit confused. How do you spot a green tea person? He asked. Chie-jun popped open 2 umbrellas and began to teach him. Remember these main traits. First, they're as beautiful as a flower. That's their leverage. Second, they seem soft and gentle at first glance, but in reality, they're fierce and bold. To put it plainly, they're deceptively cute but tough as nails. Third, their friends are mostly guys and very few girls because women naturally understand each other. Fourth, they never run out of backup options. Just like you, you're the perfect stand-in. Fifth, they're experts at playing with men's feelings, using tears and dramatic performances to make men willingly give everything. He guided Naruto patiently, explaining each point one by one, but he never once mentioned Sakura by name. He truly wanted to help Naruto sort out his thoughts. The truth was, Chie-jun himself had mixed feelings about Sakura. Thinking carefully, he realized that although Sakura had some flaws, underneath it all she was an idealist. She dared to love and hate, chased her dreams, and fought bravely for what she wanted. But even so, even if he joined Orochimaru, Chie-jun would never have anything happen with Sakura. By the time his throat was dry from all the explanations, Naruto finally slapped his forehead. A sudden revelation dawned. Jun, I get it. I finally understand everything. Chie-jun finally smiled with real relief. So, can you tell me, what exactly have you figured out? Naruto stood up, pointed to the distant city lights, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Sasuke Uchiha. He's totally a two-faced schemer. Puffed. For the second time, Jun Ichino almost coughed up blood. All right. Let's just get home. I can't compete with anyone, but I admit defeat to you, Naruto. On the way back, Naruto kept pestering him about what the present was, but Jun Ichino refused to give him the answer. Naruto, do you like Hinata? Naruto scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Nope, I don't really feel anything. That's a relief. As they passed Ichiraka Ramen, Jun Ichino caught sight of Naruto practically drooling, and he couldn't help but laugh as he tugged Naruto inside. Tonight, eat as much as you want. My treat. At that thought, Jun Ichino suddenly remembered Hinata's record of polishing off 46 bowls in one sitting. If I ever go broke, there's no way I could support someone with that kind of appetite. Naruto was over the moon. Seriously? You got money now? Where'd it come from? Jun Ichino winked mischievously. That's a secret. After devouring the ramen, both of them staggered out, their bellies round and full. As they passed the ninja tool shop, the owner spotted them. At once, he yelled, "Hey, Junichino, you liar! Get back here!" Junichino stuck out his tongue and dashed away, dragging Naruto behind him at full speed. They didn't stop running until the shop owner's furious shouts faded into the distance. Naruto, sweating and mystified, asked, "Why is he chasing you? Did you steal from him?" Junichino rewarded him with a playful flick to the head. "Come on, would your big bro ever steal anything?" Then he explained the story, and by the time he finished, Naruto was doubled over with laughter, unable to straighten up. So here's what happened. Junichino had used Shadow Shuriken Jutsu and sold several hundred shuriken to the armor shop owner. That's right, the shuriken created with ninjutsu are real enough, but they don't last forever. And the moment Junichino pocketed his 3,000 ryo and slipped away, every last one of those shuriken vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper was furious, and rightfully so. In the midst of the boys' raucous laughter, an elderly figure appeared atop the Hokage rock. He gazed quietly at the distant glow of Konoha, letting the rain beat down on him. After all, with that huge hooded cloak, it doubled as an umbrella in a pinch. "Hokage, that title," the old man murmured. "Are these two boys really worthy to bear it?" The third Hokage took a drag from his pipe, only to realize the rain had soaked his tobacco. Do they have what it takes to shoulder Konoha's fate? Who among them will be the next Hokage? Right now, they seem united like true brothers, but once interests collide, will they stay that way? The thought of Danzo flashed across the third's mind. Night breezes drifted by, carrying a chill. Suddenly, a man wearing a horse-headed mask appeared. Kneeling in respect, the masked man reported, "Lord Hokage, there's an emergency. There are ninja movements on the border. They're not from Konoha." Oh, the third Hokage's expression turned grave. "The intelligence from our forward ANBU confirms. They're from the hidden cloud." "I understand." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, but a sense of unease stirred in his heart. The third great ninja war has been over for years. Why are they suddenly appearing at the borders of the land of fire? Could it be because of Ikuno-shun? He gazed toward the northeast, his withered hand tightening around his pipe, trembling ever so slightly. Far away, black clouds billowed, growing denser and more forbidding. Night fell. The rain intensified. A sudden downpour lashed against the eaves, sending water splattering and filling the air with swirling mist. Ikuno-shun's eyes snapped open. From outside the window came a sharp crack. He sat up in the darkness, activating his heightened senses. The sound echoed again, deliberate footsteps splashing through puddles, unmistakable even amid the rain. At that moment, a shadow appeared in Naruto's small front yard. Since the last time he had been intimidated, and with the stern oversight of the other elders, Danzo had been keeping a low profile. Root no longer resorted to covert killings. Even the AMBU patrols had eased up during the night. Could it be that Danzo is making moves again? Ikuno-shun reached for the massive shuriken beside his pillow and, without hesitation, hurled it out the window. A sharp clap of his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shuriken multiplied, transforming into a barrage of gleaming blades that sliced through the rainy night. At that very instant, a dark figure leapt into the air. A muted thud. The intruder gave a low grunt, wrenching the shuriken from his shoulder. Good thing I reacted quickly. That could have been fatal, the shadow thought, a shiver of fear passing through him. Was that the shuriken shadow clone? This brat really is something else. Meanwhile, only one thought burned in Ikuno-shun's mind. When you're famous, you attract all kinds of trouble. Every shady character wants a piece of you. Channeling chakra to his feet, he vaulted out the window in pursuit. I'll see for myself. Who's so eager for a death wish this time? In fact, Ikuno-shun wouldn't mind a few new corpses. His skeleton resurrection technique was due for an upgrade. In the world of the Hokage, spies lurk everywhere. They probe the might of other nations, gathering intelligence, always watching. There are double agents like Kabuto, serial spies like Black Zetsu, even performers like Hana Ling, who lead double lives. It didn't take long for other nations and ninja villages to learn of Ikuno-shun's abilities. The Kagaya clan's deadly bone techniques. A seemingly endless pool of chakra. Affinity with every element. Lightning-quick hands capable of forming seals at incredible speed. No wonder some wanted to recruit, experiment on, or even assassinate him. Just then, the wounded ninja clutched his bleeding shoulder, panic flashing in his eyes. He might be just a brat, but he's a dangerous one. Still, arrogance lingered in his heart. If I weren't worried about alerting the ANBU, how could a mere kid possibly chase me to this state? His mission tonight was only reconnaissance. The assassins would come later, and they were far more dangerous. Stop right there. Ikuno-shun called out, locked onto the fleeing intruder. Outside, the rain pelted the ground in torrents, shrouding the world in a veil of mist. It was as if the night sky itself might collapse at any moment. Ichino-jun switched on his supersensory perception, preventing the rain from blurring his vision. From a distance, he caught sight of a black figure. There was no mask, no forehead protector. The figure was sprinting madly toward the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. That guy probably isn't a leaf ninja, he thought to himself. In the rain-soaked night, one large and one small shadow, one in front, one behind, raced through the darkness. Trying to escape? I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. With a sly smile, Ichino-jun performed the body flicker technique. The man glanced back over his shoulder, relieved when the pursuing figure seemed to vanish in the sheets of rain. He quickened his pace, intent on leaving the village and meeting up with his teammates. But just then, a sudden roar cut through the storm. Stop right there, you. The ninja spun around, his face clouded with alarm. Damn it, that relentless brat was still chasing after him, and much faster than before. Shock crossed the ninja's features. Without hesitation, he whipped a handful of shuriken at Ichino-jun. But, empowered by heightened senses, Ichino-jun dodged every thrown weapon with ease, even amid the pelting rain. The distance between them shrank to just 20 meters. When will the system reward me with the flying thunder god technique, he muttered. Enemy now in sight. Ichino-jun surged forward again, closing the gap in a sudden burst of speed. With a fist he'd been charging up, he landed a no-holds-barred blow to the man's back. The ninja lost his balance, crashing awkwardly onto the drenched ground. On closer look, the man was in his 20s with dark skin. Judging by his complexion, Ichino-jun speculated. From a cloud village, are you? Sneaking into the leaf in the dead of night. What's your mission? Seeing the shock on the other's face, Ichino-jun knew his guess was right. A cloud ninja indeed. The Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great hidden villages under the Land of Lightning. Hey, mister, I hear folks from the Land of Lightning are masters of lightning release. Care to show me a move? Ichino-jun teased. Mister? I'm only in my 20s, the man wanted to protest. You little brat, snarled the cloud ninja through clenched teeth. He didn't dare to use lightning release here. First, it would surely draw the attention of the leaf's umbu. Second, rainwater conducts electricity. No matter how powerful lightning release was, the jutsu might fry him before it ever reached his opponent. Ichino-jun's grin faded. He stopped wasting words. In a blink, he dashed forward. Chakra surged, gathering in his arm. With another crushing punch, he drove his fist at his foe. He refrained from using Chidori for the same reason. The danger of electricity in the rain. And in this downpour, even a great fireball would be utterly useless. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of Ichino-jun's chakra, the cloud ninja could only raise his arms in a desperate block. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the night. The sound of bone fracturing unnaturally clear. A moment later, the cloud ninja's whole body was sent flying, skidding across the rain-slick street and leaving a trail in the water. Ichino-jun let out a cold, mocking chuckle. Pathetic. You can't even put up a fight. Inwardly, the cloud ninja was cursing up a storm, 1,000 wild horses stampeding through his mind. No ninjutsu to rely on, he would have to depend on taijutsu. But when it came to hand-to-hand combat, he was utterly useless, just as well try to squeeze water from a rock. Right then, Ichino-jun closed in once more. All right, old man. Now, would you care to tell me why you're here? The cloud shinobi snapped. After getting beaten by a brat like you, Kido, admit defeat. But don't think you'll pry anything out of me. Do what you want. Kill or torture. I'm not talking. Still, Kido was confident. Kill me? Would he dare? Ichino-jun certainly wouldn't kill him. Not because he was afraid, but because before striking, he needed to know the purpose. Was it about him, or was it about Konoha? At that very moment, Ichino-jun darted behind Kido in a sudden burst of movement. He whipped out a handful of shuriken and sent them flying at the rooftop ahead. A sharp clatter rang out, metal on metal. Every single shuriken was blocked. A chilling, eerie voice drifted down. Seems this brat is quite vigilant. He noticed us after all. A middle-aged man appeared on the roof. He was gaunt, almost skeletal, as though skin had been stretched thin over a bony frame. Kido, are you always this useless? He sneered. Then a woman spoke. We shouldn't have brought him along. Just slows us down. She was wrapped head to toe in bandages like a mummy. Only one side of her face was exposed, the other half hidden behind a curtain of long hair. Jun's heart skipped a beat. Geez, she's like Sadako's big sister, pulling creepy tricks in the middle of the night to scare people. Maya, Sadaheim, less trash talk, and hurry up. Help me out here. Kido glared up at his comrades, spitting the words out. Barely had he finished speaking, June heard the whistle of air slicing past his ear. A brutal fist came crashing toward him. It was lightning fast, aimed squarely at his temple. A clear killing move. The Cloud Village had learned of June's presence and was treating him as a grave threat. Konoha already had the Nine Tails, possessed the legendary Byakugan, and now a new powerhouse had emerged, a danger that couldn't be left unchecked. And so, they sent an assassination squad of 3. If they couldn't capture him, they would kill him. Just then, white bones erupted, encasing Ichino June from head to toe, with only his eyes, now gleaming red, visible from within the shell. He burst out laughing. Behold, the divine bone armor. He'd originally called it the bone shell, but that sounded lame, so divine bone armor it was instead. He also just realized that when he transformed inside the armor, not a scrap of clothing remained. Let's just say, things got very drafty. The skeleton man was visibly shocked. Too late to pull back that punch. His fist shredded on impact, pain radiating through his bones, and he shot back to the rooftop. The bandaged woman covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the 2 skeletal figures. Maya, is it your own little brother or something? Cut the nonsense. That's the kid Reikage warned us about. Get him, attack together. Ichino June was certain now. These 3 were after him, and their intent, not capture, but to kill. He laughed coldly, then with monstrous strength, drove his fist in Aikido on the ground, obliterating him. His 2 enemies goggled, eyes almost bulging out of their heads. Their minds raced. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? A single punch for the kill? Just how terrifying was this kid's taijutsu? Up on the rooftop, Sadaheim shook herself back to her senses, and her hands began to weave signs in a blur. Just as Jun Ikuno was about to hurl his shuriken, a vast ocean suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Ahead glimmered a warm beacon of light, the luminous beam from a distant lighthouse. A gentle voice whispered in his mind, "Go forward. Ahead lies paradise, a world of bliss, where beautiful women gather like clouds." As if pulled by invisible strings, Jun Ikuno drifted toward the sea. Icy water lapped at his knees, chilling him to the bone. The rising tide crept up to his chest. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed over him, sweeping his balance away and sending him plunging softly into the depths. Salt water flooded his nose and throat. The shock jolted him awake. An illusion, he shouted inwardly. A few seconds passed. The ocean vanished, and Jun Ikuno sat sprawled on the ground. By his side, the sleek, tiger-like little black sat calmly, grooming its fur. It had broken through Lady Jeanne's illusion. Jun Ikuno's body broke into a cold sweat. Dread still gripped his heart. "This illusion is truly terrifying," he muttered under his breath. The bone armor faded away. Jun Ikuno cast a cold, cutting glance at the 2 opponents that remained. An unbidden urge to kill surged within him. Right at that moment, the system's abrupt voice blared out, as abrupt and obnoxious as ever. The system announced, "Ding, performance art sign-in. Please borrow Lady Jeanne as your assistant and reenact Sadako's well climb." Reenact the well climb from Sadako? Jun Ikuno instantly recalled the terrifying scenes from Ring. It seemed Lady Jeanne would have to be spared for a little while yet. His gaze lifted. Frost filled his eyes as he stared, unblinking, at Mingyi. This one dies first. Oh! With a furious roar, Jun Ikuno sprang up and unleashed a barrage of vicious kicks straight toward Ming Ye's lower body. Ming Ye met his end with a bone-crushing blow. The system's voice chimed in again. "Ding! Due to the host's repeated use of finishing moves, your self-created martial art, True Secret, Destructive Foot, Egg Shatterer, has awakened. Power doubled. Jun Ikuno froze, momentarily stunned." He could scarcely imagine what sort of devastation doubling the power would bring. Lady Jeanne stood dumbfounded. "Thank goodness. I don't have True Secret, Destructive Foot." Jun Ikuno bellowed, deliberately raising his foot high, as if to strike. Lady Jeanne nearly fainted from terror, her soul practically leaping from her body. Jun Ikuno vaulted onto the rooftop and lowered his leg. As Lady Jeanne tried to recover, intent on launching another illusion, Little Black leapt up and pinned her down tight. Panic seized her completely. "What is going on? Who's holding me down?" Jun Ikuno broke into a grin and tried to sound reassuring, though he didn't mean it at all. "Sister, don't worry. I don't kill women." "Then what do you want?" Lady Jeanne quavered. Her 2 teammates had been slaughtered before her very eyes, the sight alone enough to chill her soul. "I just need a little favor from you, and I'll let you go immediately." "A favor." What sort of favor? Not far away, a stone well had appeared, as if out of nowhere. Jun Ikuno pointed at it, a sly smile on his lips. "Just crawl inside and then climb back out. Don't worry, there's no water down there. What's that supposed to mean? You perverted brat. Lady Jeanne was all bewilderment, unable to process what she'd heard. Jun Ikuno switched to his silver tongue, ready to persuade her. As long as you follow my instructions, I promise I'll let you go alive. He rambled on for a good 10 minutes until Jung He finally nodded in agreement. Remember, let your hair fall over your forehead and crawl out slowly. 5 minutes later, Jung He slowly climbed out of the well. Sadako had returned. Hidden in a distance, both Kakashi and the third Hokage in front of his crystal ball were left completely baffled. It wasn't until Jung He emerged, confused and disoriented, that Junichino finally completed his check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed the performance art check-in. Reward: Pure Sound Body Physique. Pure Sound Body Physique? What on earth is that? In the world of Naruto, some physiques are bloodline limits, others are naturally occurring, and a few are gifts from the gods. He knew of the sage body, the Shikatsumiyaku, and Haiden's immortality, but this pure sound Bodhi physique was a first. Chakra transforms into a clear flow, the body becomes lighter, and is completely renewed. With a pure sound Bodhi physique, the user becomes immune to all forms of Jinjutsu. Wait, did he hear that right? Whoa, truly immune to every Jinjutsu technique? Junichino just stood there, dumbfounded as if struck by lightning. In the Naruto world, Jinjutsu is a nightmare for everyone. He thought of the will of fire, Tsunade's tricks, Naruto's Talk no Jutsu, and then, of course, Kotoama's Tsukumi. Once he snapped out of it, joy exploded in his heart. That means from now on, he could simply focus on fighting. There was no need to worry about any annoying Jinjutsu ever again. Hey you, Yoonghee, cast your best Jinjutsu on me now. Yoonghee thought to herself. These days, there really are all sorts of weirdos. First he made me crawl out of a well, all soaking wet, and now he wants me to torture him with illusions. Fine, don't blame me for what happens next. She decided to use the chance to make an escape. Lightning illusion, pillar of light, a blinding flash shot out, dazzlingly intense. But this Jinjutsu had no effect on Junichino whatsoever. To him, the stormy night remained unchanged. Huh, incredible. Seeing Yoonghee turn to run, Junichino rushed forward and grabbed her. Trying to get away? Not a chance. He sneered as he drew his Kusanagi sword, giving it a gentle flick. The half of her face that had been hidden beneath long hair was exposed. What he saw left him utterly shocked. Good grief, it was like facing a ghost. Swarming all over her face were tiny, pale worms. He turned the blade to her neck. Didn't you say you'd spare me? Yoonghee stammered in terror. Yeah, and you actually took a man's promises to heart. Besides, when it comes to enemies who try to kill me, I never show mercy. Just as he was about to finish her off, a voice cut through the rain-soaked night. Yun Ikino, stop. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared. Hand her over to me. Marino Abiki is waiting for her. At that, Junichino finally relented. He understood. They might be able to extract more information, or even use her to pressure the hidden Cloud Village for leverage. Soon after, 2 more AMBU operatives appear behind him. You take care of the bodies. Ichino Jun stepped in. Let me handle this. Remembering the last fight with the Root Division, Kakashi nodded and quickly led everyone away. As the others departed, Ichino Jun began to perform corpse fusion and skeleton resurrection techniques. 2 skeletons trailed close behind him. Their jaws ground together with a chilling, uncanny sound. A villager, sneaking out at night to relieve himself, happened to catch sight of them. He fainted on the spot. Skeleton resurrection +2. With the rank of skeleton resurrection increased, both the skeletons' combat abilities and their lifespan grew. Once the skeletons faded from existence, Ichino Jun headed straight for the Hokage Tower. As expected, the third Hokage was still awake, having witnessed everything through his crystal ball. He spoke to Ichino Jun. They first emerged during the Third Great War, calling themselves the Ghost Squad. Ghost Vine specializes in lightning release ninjutsu, while Minjia is much like Guy, exceptionally skilled in taijutsu. As for that Onaheim, she's not particularly powerful in taijutsu or ninjutsu, but her jinjutsu is masterful. Ichino Jun couldn't help but ask, so, how do we deal with Onaheim? The third pondered, taking a slow drag from his pipe, but said nothing. The next day at noon, Konoha Barbecue House. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sortobi, Shikaka Nara, and Choza Akimichi sat together. The 5 of them dined with gusto, devouring meat as if caught in a whirlwind. Kakashi swiftly pulled down his mask, and in the blink of an eye, popped a piece of grilled pork belly into his mouth, then just as quickly replaced the mask. Kakashi, I heard those Cloud Ninja who snuck and got caught, asked the hefty Uncle Choza, cheeks puffed out with food. Kakashi said nothing. Guy couldn't help but scoff. Still pretending it's top secret? Come on, everyone knows. Kakashi rolled his eyes with classic indifference, remaining silent. Asumo wiped the grease from his beard and chuckled. Word is that Lady Jonin was tortured half to death by a Biki Marino. Heh. Shikaku, leader of the Jonin squad, fell into thoughtful silence. It seems the peace in Konoha is just for show. The other nations are all stirring. Trouble's brewing. Guy waved dismissively, flashing his dazzling white teeth. Let's not talk about that. Eat heartily and savor the spirit of youth. Meanwhile, in a prison cell elsewhere, Onaheim had lost consciousness. And back at home, Ichino Jun lounged on his bed, enjoying a massage from a shadow clone. The thought of being immune to Jinjutsu filled him with joy. At that moment, the system chimed once again. Ding. New sign-in task. Host, proceed to the Valley of the End to check in. The Valley of the End? A place that had witnessed 3 pivotal battles. Ichino Jun sprang to his feet and dashed out. A fine rain, delicate and persistent, drifted down. In the distance, the Hokage rock shrouded itself in drifting mist. Ichino Jun ran all the way to the outermost valley beyond Konoha, where a broad river and a towering waterfall came into view. On either side, 2 colossal statues of legendary ninja loomed over the gorge. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha formed the seal of reconciliation, symbolizing the definitive end of the destined battle between Indra and Azura. However, thinking about the future battle that Sasuke and Naruto would one day have here, Chino Shun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He immediately summoned his check-in panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in task. Reward unlocked. Poison Relief Ninjutsu, Myriad Venom Yomi. Myriad Venom Yomi? Chino Shun recalled that in the world of Naruto, detoxification could be performed by using the fine disease extraction technique to pinpoint the source of the toxin. After that, with the chakra scalpel, they would cut open the affected area and draw out the poison. Finally, an antidote would be compounded. Even then, he'd always wondered, why wasn't there a ninjutsu for instant detoxification? Now there was. What thrilled him even more was that this skill was classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu. But why call it Yomi, the underworld? He next discovered that the Valley of the End check-in was just one link in a chain of tasks. Ahead, 2 new missions would gradually unfold. Myriad Venom Yomi is an S-rank forbidden jutsu capable of neutralizing all toxins in this world. All toxins? That's incredibly powerful. Chino Shun thought of the poisonous sac of the Black Mountain Salamander, the venomous insects of Root Leader Aburame, Orochimaru's cursed seal toxins, and the poisons concocted by Sasori of the Red Sand. All of these could be cured. Then, a thought struck him. Why is this forbidden? Could it harm the user? Frequent use of Myriad Venom Yomi leads to toxic backlash in the practitioner, damaging the nervous system, resulting in dizziness, memory loss, or even dementia. Therefore, it is classified as forbidden. Well, what's the point of detoxifying then? However, host, rest assured, with your Chinin Bodhi physique, the toxin backlash will be neutralized and your nervous system protected. Whoa! The Chinin Bodhi physique not only grants immunity to illusions, but can also counteract toxin backlash? Does that mean he's now immune to all poisons? Not quite. These are 2 separate concepts. Fine then. Looks like true poison immunity still requires a different physique altogether. Just as he was about to leave, the system issued a new quest. Ding! New check-in task issued. Please proceed to the indicated unknown location and check in as instructed. An unknown location? Where could that be? At that moment, the rain abruptly ceased, sunlight streaming down in golden rays. Chino Shun raced along the riverbank. A rainbow arced across the gorge, dazzling the landscape in a riot of color. With no time to linger over the view, he followed the system's guidance to the water's edge and leaped in. He swam down into the gorge until he noticed a cave entrance in the rocky wall. This must be the entrance the system hinted at. Overflowing with curiosity, he dove inside. After swimming a few more meters, he finally surfaced into open space. He took a deep breath, activated his enhanced perception, and used night vision to scan his surroundings. What appeared before him was a massive cavern, easily as large as a training ground. As he hauled himself out of the water, something suddenly landed on his shoulder. Chino Shun focused and looked. Oh no, it was a bone-white arm, just the skeleton of an arm. Good grief, this is terrifying. What kind of place is this? Chia-Jun tossed the bones away in alarm, flinging them into the huge pit ahead. The sound of them hitting and shattering echoed crisply through the space. Heart pounding, he gingerly crept forward to take a closer look. What the hell? It was a burial pit. Inside, a mountain of bones piled up, some clearly from animals, some unmistakably human. But there haven't been any reports of missing people or livestock in Konoha. Where did all these bones come from? Deeper inside the cave, Chiejun noticed a layer of fine sand covering the ground. He bent down, brushed the sand aside, and discovered, to his shock, a smooth, dark, gleaming stone slab beneath it. At the center of the slab was a groove, a handle set into it. A secret door. Curiosity swelling inside him, Chiejun grabbed the handle and, with a sudden burst of strength, hauled it upward. With a sharp click, the slab flipped open. A thick, musty stench immediately hit his nose, forcing him to hastily cover his mouth and nose. Pressing forward through a shadowy corridor slicked with moss, he finally reached an exit. Ahead lay a dense forest, the gloom suffocating, the air thick with deathly stillness. Chiejun kept moving until he drew near a house built entirely of pale, bleached bones. All around the house, jars and pots swarmed with insects littered the ground. Every surface was draped in thick layers of cobwebs. Inside the house sat a young woman. Her eyes sparkled bright as stars, perfectly clear. Long, silver-white hair slipped gracefully over her shoulders, lending her a look of fragile beauty and quiet nobility. Her lips, delicate as rose petals, gleamed with a dew-like freshness. What a breathtaking beauty! If only her skin weren't so deathly pale, almost as if it belonged to a corpse. Yet what chilled them most was watching her, so serenely, feed a grotesque toad from her own lips. "Come closer, little one." Chiejun quietly summoned Little Black, his shadowy companion, then approached the woman. Only then did he catch it, a foul reek of decay, wafting from the beauty, unmistakably the stench of a corpse. "How amusing. That black cat is quite adorable," she remarked. Chiejun was startled. She could actually see the invisible Little Black. Who exactly is this woman? "There's no need to be afraid, little one. This is the Forest of Goo and Spirits." The Forest of Goo and Spirits. Taiyun. He'd never heard of such a place in the world of Naruto. This place is a land of legacy, just like Ryuchi Cave, Mount Miyaboku, and Shikatsu Forest. A land of legacy. Sage mode. That would make this woman a sage, on par with the White Snake Sage, the Great Toad Sage, and the Slug Sage. No wonder she could see Little Black. It was as if the beautiful woman could read his thoughts. Smiling, she said, "You're right. My name is the Spider Sage." As she spoke, her form shimmered and transformed. A monstrous widow spider materialized before him, its head a macabre skull adorned with two Johnny pigtails. The Forest of Goo and Spirits. Chiejun muttered, lost in contemplation. Going by its name, this must be a place entwined with corpses and the dark arts of insect manipulation. Just as that thought struck him, the system prompted him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in quest and discovering a hidden realm. You are now rewarded with access to the Forest of Goo and Spirits. A pathway? Aren't I supposed to get some incredible immortal technique as a reward? Oh, come on. Is that all? Before the thought had even faded, the system popped up again. Today's actually a chain quest. This is epic. Ding. Mission issued. Check-in. Use 10,000 poisons in Nether Spring to detoxify someone. Deadline, 2 days. That's easy. Just head to Konoha Hospital. Right at that moment, Sister Spider crawled over. A pair of white beams shot from the hollow sockets of the skull atop her head. Ichino-jun's mind went blank, and he passed out cold. When he woke again, he was lying by the riverbank. Rubbing his eyes, Ichino-jun tried to piece together what had just happened. Open the passageway? But where exactly is it? Suddenly, a thought flashed. Doryman. Instantly, he focused his will and entered the universal space. Just as he suspected, not far from the library, a white arched doorway had appeared, emblazoned with a spider emblem. But the door was tightly shut, locked for now. This must be the gateway to the Goon Nether Forest. But now I wonder, what kind of immortality art will this quest reward in the future? Ichino-jun exited the space. Outside, the sun blazed across the sky. He'd always noticed in anime how Konoha Village seemed like spring year-round, everyone in short sleeves, every day. But only after arriving did he learn the Land of Fire was near a tropical region in this world. That's why, even in autumn, there was no hint of chill in the air. The sun soaked everything in gentle warmth. Ahead, a field of colorful blossoms extended as far as the eye could see, a sight to lift anyone's spirits. Oh, what's that awful smell? Ichino-jun sniffed like a hound. The odor seemed to be coming from himself. Must be the rot clinging to me from the forest earlier. Thinking of that, he decided to wash up in the river. He dove back into the water for a thorough scrub. Afterward, He tried searching for the mysterious cave entrance again, but it was nowhere to be found. The far bank was a thicket of lush, dense reeds. Ichino-jun swam all the way to shore. Just as he was about to climb out, he caught a glimpse, something shifting in the reeds across the water. Who could it be? A champion of outdoor exploits. Maybe. Ichino-jun watched the shadow flicker. At once, he crouched low, slipping quietly into the reeds as he crept forward. Ino. He recognized her. She must be here, collecting fresh flowers for her family shop. Ino seemed to sense something off. She whipped around. Ichino-jun ducked his head in a flash, heart-pounding. But Ino didn't spot him. Instead, she caught sight of an enormous green snake, coiled menacingly ahead. A scream escaped her lips. She was a genin now, perfectly capable of driving her kunai through a snake. But what girl isn't afraid of snakes? Ino was petrified, her cries for help echoing even louder. Really? Screaming for help over one snake. With that, Ichino-jun nudged aside a few reeds for a better look. Now he saw it. Ino, frozen in fear by the massive serpent. At that very instant, the green snake reared up, lunging wide-jawed right toward Ino. Chia-jun reacted in a flash, swiftly drawing a kunai and hurling it forward. The large green serpent quickly fell motionless. Ino was so frightened that she trembled like wind-blown petals, her wails echoing like a banshee's lament. Chia-jun could only get to his feet and step out from his hiding spot. Su-yun. With that, she hurried forward and looked down at the snake on the ground. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't looked, but the sight shocked her to her core. The snake's back was a vibrant emerald, its eyes glowed orange, and a white stripe ran down its side. A bamboo viper? A venomous colobrid. Thankfully, the rescue was just in time. At that moment, Ino suddenly rubbed her lower back and frowned. Ouch, that hurts. My leg's gone numb too. Suddenly, Chia-jun remembered the mission, detoxify using myriad venoms to the netherworld. Here was his chance. He stepped forward and said, Ino, that was a bamboo viper just now. The venom's already taking effect. Let me take a look at your wound quickly. Hearing this, Ino's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. In Chia-jun's mind, he imagined, if it were Hinata now, she'd probably have fainted on the spot. If it were Sakura, he'd be lucky to escape with half his life. With great hesitation, Ino reached out to touch her wound. Sure enough, it was hard and sore. A large swollen lump had formed. Her delicate features went pale, eyes welling with tears. Then, I'll leave it to you, Junkun. Tiayun knit down beside her. Don't worry, I know a detoxification technique. I'll help cleanse the poison. He prepared to use the myriad venoms to the netherworld technique. Gently, he placed his hands over the wound. Chakra gathered, swirling into a surge of emerald light. Ino bit her lip, her face turning as red as the sun set. Ino, what brought you out here? By now, the swelling had faded and Ino was feeling much better. I came to pick flowers for the shop. Never imagined I'd bump into a snake. Pick flowers. A sudden inspiration struck Chia-jun. Let me help you. With those words, he summoned a legion of shadow clones. Hundreds, no, thousands, of doppelgangers crowded the flower field, gathering blooms until they filled the air with color and fragrance. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding! Multi-shadow clone's fourth application discovered, flower picking. By the end of the treatment, Ino's wound had completely healed, and every trace of venom was gone. All done. You're free of poison now. Ino beamed with gratitude. Lohenkyu, Yunkon. I'll treat you to barbecue. At the same time, the system announcement rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission check-in. Special reward, secret art, Konoha Dragon God. Konoha Dragon God. This was an ancient, forbidden technique. A taijutsu secret founded by Master Chun, the king of physical arts in the Leaf Village. And only Master Chun himself had ever mastered it. When the Konoha Dragon God was unleashed, the user could spin at blinding speed, conjuring a tornado that swept up anyone or anything in its path, slashing foes with its fury. The destructive force was formidable. Master Chun, upon his resurrection in the Fourth Great Ninja War, had even defeated the mighty Lord Guy in the blink of an eye, without requiring the power of the Eight Gates technique. It's a pity that the Konoha Dragon God's technique was never passed down to future generations, and this ancient taijutsu gradually faded into obscurity. Although, later on, Rock Lee managed to overcome the Dragon God's weakness using the Lotus technique. Still, there's no denying it's an exceptional and awe-inspiring taijutsu move. Right at that moment, three figures silently emerged. 1 hour earlier, Naruto came rushing to find Ichino-jun, all flustered and urgent. Tomorrow's my birthday, and he hasn't shown any sign of remembering. I can't just let slide, got to give him a little reminder. As it happened, Sasuke also came by, wanting to discuss taijutsu with Ichino-jun. But after knocking for ages, it turned out no one was home. Around the same time, Hinata, with Hanabi in tow, arrived to look for Ichino-jun as well. After asking around, they learned he'd gone off toward the Valley of the End. What's he doing over there? Sasuke wondered aloud, puzzled. Naruto, excited as ever, declared, I know. He must be out picking flowers for me as a birthday present. So childish, Sasuke scoffed, ready to leave. Hey, Mr. Smarty Pants, how about we go find him together? Naruto suggested. Sasuke thought to himself, could it be? He's training his water jutsu by the river. With that, he nodded in agreement. Hinata, in a gentle, quiet voice, asked, Can I come along too? Sasuke gave a slight nod. Having her along would make finding people a lot easier. So, Hinata brought Hanabi home and followed behind the two boys toward the Valley of the End. As members of the Hyuga clan, even the Byakugan takes training to fully awaken. Hinata had already mastered hers by now, though for the time being, she only had powers of insight and long-range vision. Once they reached the valley, they were greeted by a vast sea of flowers, leaving Naruto bewildered. Whoa, this place is huge. How are we supposed to find him here? Sasuke turned to Hinata. Could you help us look? Hinata nodded. In an instant, her eyes took on a pale blue sheen, veins rising beside her temples and a dark seal appearing within her pupils. Hinata quickly spotted Ichino-jun's figure, and beside him, another woman. In that moment, her mind turned to mush. Her heart ached with a jumble of emotions, as if a bottle of jealousy had been shattered inside her. Fighting back tears, she pointed weakly forward and promptly fainted onto the grass. Later, Ichino-jun found a chance to explain everything to Hinata. Thankfully, Hinata was both empathetic and thoughtful. She even praised Ichino-jun for going out of his way to help someone in need. A wave of relief washed over him. The five young friends laughed and chatted as they made their way back to the village. Just then, they bumped into Sakura, who was coming out of the red bean shop. Sasuke, where are you all coming back from? Without a word, Sasuke kept his hands in his pockets and walked off in the other direction. Naruto just grinned and pulled Ichino-jun along to grab some ramen. Hinata whispered, We went to the flower fields. Flower fields? They all went off together and didn't even invite me. Sakura was left fuming inside. How could they? Leaving me out like this? And the worst part, Sasuke went too. Ugh. Ino, on the other hand, announced with a beaming smile. Sakura, from now on, I'll never compete with you for Sasuke again, huh? After everything that happened today, she found herself completely captivated by Ichino-jun. Besides, he had seen everything. There was no denying it now. She was his woman. Sakura had no idea what was going on, utterly bewildered. Later, when he returned home at night, Ichino-jun couldn't wait to enter the space. He began performing the Konoha Dragon God technique. The dazzling effects left him absolutely stunned. Wait a minute, didn't the secret arts only pass down to descendants? My dad died long ago, and I've never even heard that any ancestor of the Ikuno clan was a ninja. How could there be a hereditary secret technique? Could it be my ancestors are somehow connected to Teacher Chun? The system answered in time. It was the same familiar line. Anything produced by the system, nothing is impossible. Just like that, he trained for a long while. Before leaving the space, he dug out a ball of yarn and some knitting needles. Then, using his tailoring skills, he started making a birthday present for Naruto. Just thinking about the gift made him break into uncontrollable laughter. The next day, inside the Konoha mission assignment office. Oh, my dear Tora, finally Mama found you. I was worried sick. A terrifying soprano voice shook the entire office. It was Lady Shurjimi, the wife of the esteemed daimyo of the Land of Fire, known for her massive presence and cosmic-sized face. She was displaying her unrivaled sound-style jutsu. Splitting headache. Kakashi, who had barely recovered from being shouted at by Naruto through his headset, once again coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. That afternoon, on the rear mountain slopes of the Hidden Leaf Village, jagged rocks littered the landscape, ancient vines twisting everywhere. Looking up, the cliffs towered overhead, steep and forbidding. A black shirt was hanging from the branch of a pine tree, fluttering in the breeze. At the bottom of the slope, this was a gift from my boyfriend, but it got blown up there by some wild wind. I'd be grateful if you could help. A burly woman bowed her head in thanks. What a bizarre D-rank mission, Jun said with a helpless smile. Kakashi, leading the team, stood calmly at the foot of the cliff. While we're at it, let's start training to climb cliffs. No hands allowed. Naruto exploded at once. What? No hands? How are we supposed to climb? Kakashi-sensei, are you serious? A faint smile played at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. This could be interesting. Sakura snuggled up tightly beside Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you can do it. I know you'll succeed. Kakashi's lazy voice drifted over. Everybody climbs. This is training to control your chakra. 5 minutes later, Sakura, struggling desperately, ended up with bumps and bruises all over her face. Sasuke had just made it halfway up the cliff. Naruto went into full talk no jutsu mode, whining and lamenting to the skies. Meanwhile, Jun flexed his fingers, gathered chakra at his soles, and walked up the vertical cliff with ease. Whoa, Jun, that's amazing. How did you do that? Naruto was over the moon. Sasuke kept a calm exterior, but inside, he was deeply shaken. He actually just walked right up there. Jun reached the base of the tree and, with ease, removed the cup-shaped target. Damn, that's huge, almost like a pilot's helmet. Kakashi wasn't the least bit surprised by his precise chakra control. But this time, instead of practicing tree climbing, he went straight to scaling cliffs, simply leveling up the challenge. Evening fell. The Hokage's office. Kakashi, I agree with your assessment. This Jun truly has the skills of a jonin. The third Hokage gazed out of the window, exhaling a plume of smoke. He has too many unknown elements. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly recalled his former pupil, Orochimaru. A furrow formed between his brows, shadowed by a vague, unshakable worry. Jun had risen too quickly. Lately, that kid keeps slipping outside the village. He even paid a visit to the Valley of the End, didn't he? Don't relax your surveillance on him, the third reminded. Kakashi nodded. Then, swiping his forehead protector, he voiced his concern. This time he killed 2 Cloud Shinobi. Just like before, remember what happened to Hayashi. Kakashi thought back to the past, when Hayashi Hyuga had to sacrifice himself for the sake of peace. The third didn't answer. He paced the floor in silence. After a long pause, he looked up and spoke. In a little more than a month, the Chunin exams will be held here in the Leaf. Every ninja village will gather in Konoha for the occasion. Kakashi was puzzled for a moment. Weren't they talking about Jun? Why bring up the Chunin exams all of a sudden? What the third said next took him completely by surprise. During the Chunin exams, let's give him a chance to truly shine. Let the other villages see for themselves the spirit of fire and the strength of Konoha. Kakashi hadn't expected the third to make Jun his trump card. As you know, the Chunin exams are really a miniature war between villages, showing one's power and intimidating rivals. That's their true purpose. Kakashi remained silent. Through watching and interacting with Jun, he'd grown fond of the kid's open-hearted enthusiasm. Compared to Naruto, his mischief never crossed the line. Compared to Sasuke, his steady nature never turned cold or brooding. In the days ahead, we need to strengthen the village's defenses and add more patrols to make sure we don't have another incident like those Cloud Shinobi sneaking in again. With that, Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling that Kakashi could leave. Meanwhile, in Jun's house, Naruto was seated expectantly on the sofa, his face glowing with anticipation. Sasuke had also been invited to the birthday dinner. He sat quietly, yet inwardly, he was just as curious. What kind of birthday gift would Jun give Naruto? Jun came down from the second floor. Happy birthday, Naruto! With those words, he handed over a beautifully wrapped gift box. Naruto couldn't wait and eagerly tore it open. Out came a pair of briefs. What's this? Naruto was dumbstruck. These briefs had a zipper, a little pocket at the back, and a tiny frog embroidered on them. Most importantly, they were knitted. Still, Naruto gladly accepted the gift, his delight plain to see. Ah, Sasuke, this was from Jun. Did you get one? Naruto teased with a grin. Sasuke curled his lip in disdain. It's just a pair of woolen underpants, nothing special. But Jun Ikeda chuckled and added, but these are theft-proof underwear, the zipper sewn inside. Without a hint of embarrassment, Naruto slipped the new underpants on right there in front of them. Well, how does it feel? A little itchy, honestly. Sharing a mischievous grin, Jun then produced a second present. This time, it was an exquisitely recreated Shrine Maiden's cloak, the very one Yondaime wore. The cloak was solid red from collar to hem. Striking, dramatic, and exceedingly cool. Back in the day, Jun Ikeda never had much respect for sewing skills. Now he realized what a hidden treasure it could be. Naruto wasted no time slipping the cloak on, and with the woolen underpants underneath, he looked for all the world like a superhero, Konoha's own Caped Crusader. Regrettably, that special cloak was soon forbidden. For the very next day, Naruto took his last bit of allowance, hurried over to the tailor's shop, and had several large golden characters embroidered on the back. I'm the true Hokage. A little showing off can be dangerous, best tread carefully. For his third gift, Jun emerged from the kitchen carrying 3 cans of adult formula. This stuff lasts ages, hardly ever goes bad. Naruto stared in disbelief, quickly overwhelmed with gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. Even as he reveled in Jun's gifts, Naruto couldn't resist rubbing it in for Sasuke. "Hey, what did Jun get you for your birthday?" Sasuke snapped back to his senses, a faint, proud smile curling his lips. He replied with a touch of theatrical coolness. "He gave me a sky full of stars and a shower of fireworks." At that, Jun Ikeda threw up his hands in defeat. How could you compete with that kind of showmanship? It was as if the clouds parted, the rain stopped, and once again Sasuke was putting on airs. Now, it was Naruto's turn to stand there dumbstruck. He glanced at the fancy cloak on his shoulders, then at the itchy underpants beneath. The 60-square-meter living room fell into a sudden, awkward silence. The mood grew heavy, thick with unspoken feelings. At length, Jun broke the tension, grinning as he swore with mock solemnity. "I swear on, well, I only set off a few magic poppers. No stars, and certainly no fireworks." A long moment passed. Then Naruto burst out. "I don't care. I want stars. I want fireworks too." Jun could only laugh, both exasperated and amused, and led Naruto up to the rooftop, with Sasuke quietly following. Just then, a spray of meteors scorched the night sky. "A meteor shower," someone breathed. The boy sat there, stunned and awestruck. Naruto made no further demands for fireworks. They settled right there on the roof, sitting side by side, gazing up quietly at the luminous sky and the majestic constellation of Leo. Jun Ikeda understood. The shooting stars had awakened some deep memory, the ache for lost loved ones. He wrapped his arms gently around his friend's shoulders. 3 orphans, yet the 3 strongest hearts. A bittersweet melody crept into Jun's mind. He couldn't for the life of him remember the lyrics. It was a tune 4 boys once sang together, long ago. Their little circle hummed with warmth, but sorrow lingered thick in the air. With Naruto, the lively soul of the group, around, the atmosphere immediately brightened. Naruto, always the most boisterous, grinned and joked. "Haha, Jun, how about I call you Big Brother from now on?" Shun just gave a slight curl of his lips. "I haven't been a big brother for many years." Naruto scratched his head, then suddenly slapped his forehead as if struck by inspiration. "Then I'll call you my man." Sasuke interjected coldly. "Don't use that word." That word was reserved for someone he loathed deeply. "Itachi Uchiha." With a soft chuckle, someone tried to ease the tension. "Let's just call each other by our names. It feels more natural that way." At that moment, the gate downstairs resounded with heavy knocks. Shun dashed downstairs, pulled open the door, and to his surprise, found Ino and Sakura standing outside. They held baskets of flowers and sweet red bean pastries in their hands. "What are you two doing here?" Shun asked, surprised. Ino beamed, her laughter bold and unrestrained. "Naruto already told me we'd be celebrating your birthday here tonight." What a little chatterbox, Shun thought. But truthfully, Ino had come to see Shun. As for Sakura, her eyes were only for Sasuke. Shun invited them up. The first thing the 2 girls noticed was Naruto's woolen underwear and his long robe. Both of them were thrown off guard. "What on earth are you guys playing?" With Sakura joining in, Naruto became even more animated. Meanwhile, Sasuke grew gloomier by the minute. Suddenly, Shun caught sight of Hinata peering this way from a nearby attic, longing written all over her face. Shun waved enthusiastically, shouting, "Hinata, come join us." Hinata hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. Only then did Shun remember that the Hyuga family was strict. There was no way she'd be allowed to visit a boy's house at night. At that moment, the spirited Ino declared, "Sakura and I will go talk to Uncle Hayashi." She grabbed Sakura and hurried downstairs. Not long after, Hinata arrived on the rooftop with a gift in her hands. Shun carried up the birthday cake, with words written on it, "Happy birthday, Crown Prince." No one quite understood what Crown Prince meant. So Shun started to explain, sharing tales of historical titles from his previous world. Then, a mischievous question popped into his head. With a glint in his eye, Shun asked, "Naruto, if you're the Crown Prince, who would the Crown Princess be?" He almost dreaded hearing the name Hinata, while Sakura, on the other hand, silently hoped it wouldn't be hers. With a carefree air, Naruto pointed straight at Sasuke and declared, "Pompous king, then I'll make you the Crown Princess." Shun could hardly contain his delight. Now things were just right. He looked at the 2 boys. Outwardly sworn enemies, but deep down, 2 souls who understood each other perfectly, sharing a unique bond. What a pity, though, that Sasuke and Sakura ended up married. Sasuke spent most of the year away and could only keep in touch with Naruto by letter. When he finally returned, his first stop was always Naruto's place, not home. After all the laughter and games, hunger finally overtook the group. During their development, their appetites were ferocious. Cake simply wasn't enough to fill them, especially with Naruto and Hinata, both of whom could eat astonishing amounts. Ikuno-jun went downstairs and began preparing dinner. The kitchen had been remodeled, now equipped with 5 additional cooking stations. In just over 30 minutes, at least 20 dishes, each a main course, were brought to the table. Steam curled in the air, mouth-watering aromas filled the house. Naruto stared in astonishment. How did you manage this? Ikuno-jun claimed mischievously. Just then, the system popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering a 5th use for the multiple shadow clone technique. Group cooking. Night gradually fell. After dinner, everyone dispersed and returned to their homes. Unable to wait, Ikuno-jun summoned his system panel to collect his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed the birthday gift sign-in mission. Reward: Keki Toda, Shinton. Keki Toda, Shinton. The system actually granted a Keki Toda. Ikuno-jun was utterly stunned, as if thunder had cracked right over his head. A Keki Toda is formed by combining 3 chakra natures. For example, the second Suchikage fused. Earth plus wind plus fire equals dust release. He then passed it on to the third Suchikage, Anoki. I wonder if there will be an even greater reward, like Keki Mora. In the future, Ikuno-jun's greedy imagination ran wild. Shinton is a Keki Toda combining earth, water, and wind release. But this time, only 2 beginner-level jutsu were rewarded. C-rank Ninjutsu, Shinton, Art of Joy, stimulates dopamine secretion in oneself and allies, filling them with delight, uplifting spirits, and boosting morale. Wow, this one's pretty fun. It could be used as a battle buff. Then, the system granted a second jutsu. B-rank Forbidden Jutsu, Garden in Full Bloom, a single-target technique for men. In addition to affecting dopamine levels, it produces astonishing effects if used on an opponent. Initial duration, 30 seconds. The higher the jutsu level, the longer it lasts, up to a maximum of 120 seconds. What the? Is a jutsu like this? On second thought, since this mission involved Naruto, it's no wonder the reward is so peculiar. But why is this a forbidden technique? Out of respect for all kunoichi, this technique has been listed as forbidden. Insider tip: a certain sage, who wishes to remain anonymous, once tried to exchange all his ninjutsu secrets for a chance to learn this technique, but ended up flattened with a single punch from his junior. Alright then, other Shinton techniques, such as Riot of Blossoms, Source of Ecstasy, Heavenly Paradise, and Candy of Chaos, will be introduced in due course. With that, the system faded away. I wonder what an S-rank super advanced ninjutsu would be like. Ikuno-jun was itching to try out Garden in Full Bloom. But who could he test it on? The next morning, all life awoke beneath a sky painted in the rosy light of dawn. After finishing his training, Chie-jun dashed off toward the Hokage building. The third Hokage saw him coming and greeted him with a warm, smiling face. Without saying a word, Chie-jun launched straight into his full bloom of springtime technique. 30 seconds later, he slowly regained his senses, but couldn't recall what had just happened. It was all a blank. With a mischievous grin, Chie-jun made a quick escape. Proficiency +1. He knew that before long, Orochimaru would bring ruin to the Hidden Leaf Village. The old man's days were numbered too. Might as well let him enjoy some fleeting happiness in his twilight years. And so, whenever he saw the third, he unleashed that full bloom of springtime. On this day, the third Hokage spread out a stack of D-rank mission scrolls. The next mission for Team 7 is... Chie-jun glanced over them quickly. Drying natto, harvesting sweet potatoes, catching thieves, babysitting. Just about the only thing missing was milking a cow. He pulled Naruto over and whispered some new tips in his ear. After that, Naruto suddenly jumped up, bursting out with new energy. What the heck? Why are we always stuck with these boring menial chores? I want a real ninja mission. You're just an old codger who's holding us back. Ever since the godly cloak was banned, Naruto had been in a foul mood. What does the heck mean? Kakashi glanced at the third, who shook his head in confusion. Even Sasuke, usually silent, surprisingly took Naruto's side this time. We need to grow stronger, not waste our time with this. Irika, sitting beside the third, stood up in irritation. Hey, you two, watch your mouths. But the third held him back, turning instead to Chie-jun. Jun, what do you think? Chie-jun smiled. He knew full well that soon they'd be assigned a land of Wave's escort mission. They'd soon face Zabuza Momochi and Haku, and his plan to claim Gado's wealth would play out. It wouldn't be long before he was rich enough to rival nations. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. No matter the world, being rich was definitely the best. I asked you a question, Jun, Irika reminded him. Jun snapped back to reality and answered calmly. Lord Hokage, I agree. We should be given a real, challenging mission. Before he could finish, an ANBU led an elderly man into the room. Lord Hokage, bandits have appeared near the border of the Land of Fire. Several villages have been raided. The old man stepped forward, face etched with worry. Lord Hokage, I'm the head of Potlid Village. There's a bandit leader named Inu Chuniro, utterly ruthless, bullying the weak, terrorizing everyone, leaving our village in constant fear. With that, he offered what funds he had managed to gather. The third narrowed his eyes, then nodded and said, As it happens, I'll assign this C-rank mission to Team 7. Even though it was just a C-rank mission, at least they could finally get some action. The young ninjas could barely contain their excitement. On the way back to prepare, Naruto couldn't help but ask, Kakashi-sensei, if we're wiping out bandits, there's bound to be fighting and danger. So why is it only a C-rank mission? Kakashi explained, C-rank missions only involve enemies like thieves, robbers, or armed gangs. If enemy ninjas are involved, the mission then becomes at least B rank. Meanwhile, Ikuno-jun was lost in thought, silently keeping to himself. He kept mulling over the name Little Dog Chuni Ichiro. Long gray hair, pretending to be some sort of artist. In truth, this guy was a caricature, a poor imitation of Tiger who ended up more like a dog. No wonder Dog was part of his name. He was nothing but a thug, scum, a filthy beast who was an enemy of mankind. Could it really be such a coincidence? Did the world of the Leaf Village have a person with that same name as well? Ikuno-jun actually looked forward to meeting him soon, near the forests of the Land of Fire. In a bandit encampment, a sleazy gray-haired man was gnawing on a chicken leg, while a burly, dark-skinned woman lounged in his arms. Suddenly, chaos and uproar erupted outside. I'll go check it out. He immediately grabbed his sword and stepped out of the tent. Out in the clearing, Kakashi and his 4 teammates were crushing their opposition. For them, wiping out the bandits was child's play. Ikuno-jun glanced over his shoulder. There he was, the seedy little dog, Chuni Ichiro. Without hesitation, Jun dashed straight toward him. So, it's really you, you despicable wretch. Today I'll grind you to dust. Little dog Chuni Ichiro froze in shock, confused. Who are you? What do you want? But then, his eyes darted to the forehead protectors around their arms, and his pupils shrank in alarm. Leaf ninjas. Jun gave a cold, mirthless laugh. I've come to borrow something from you. Little dog looked puzzled. Borrow what? In that moment, Ikuno-jun seemed almost divine, standing high above this wretched bandit leader, pointing with a swagger. I want to borrow your mangy head. Little dog's nerves shot up with a jolt. Still, seeing it was only a kid, he relaxed, drew his blade, and taunted. A brat like you, still wet behind the ears, dares to act tough. And just then, 5 shadows burst from the corners of the camp, trying to encircle Ikuno-jun. Meanwhile, Kakashi's side still had more than 20 adversaries left. The battle was raging at full tilt. Noticing Jun surrounded, Naruto and Sasuke both tried to charge over and help. But Jun shouted, I can handle this myself. Kakashi, well aware of Jun's strength, held them back. Jun didn't forget to boost their morale. He cast a delight style, joyous jutsu. Instantly, Kakashi and the others found themselves stronger than ever, their spirits soaring high. And at that very moment, Sakura, on her own, came running over. Until now, she'd only been throwing shuriken outside the fight, struggling to find her sense of purpose. But now, she wanted to help Ichino-shun defeat his enemies, so she ignored Kakashi's orders. A flurry of shuriken flew through the air. One of them struck a bandit. I hit him! I hit him! Sakura cried out in utter delight. But just at that moment, Dog Inu Ichiro raised his massive sword high, charging straight at Sakura. He was trying to capture her and make her a hostage. Ichino-shun, seeing this, rushed to stop him, but he was quickly surrounded by the 4 remaining bandits. He allowed a cold sneer. In the blink of an eye, no more than a shadow crossing the battlefield, all 4 bandits collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ichino-shun had just unleashed the true power of the secret technique, Destroyer Kick, Egg Shatterer. A single kick, it plowed straight through an enemy's belly and chest, erupting out through the mouth. And at last, in midair, there was a wet, crimson burst, just like blooming red petals in the air. Sakura darted and dodged, evading Inu Ichiro's wild attacks. Kunai and shuriken sliced through the air, swift as arrows. But right then, a shadowy woman burst from the tent and lunged at Sakura with uncanny speed. In a flash, a woman sprang from the tent. Her skin was dark, and her frame was burly and powerful, muscles rippling under her cloak. With a fierce taijutsu move, she sent Sakura sprawling to the ground. Inu Ichiro's giant sword plunged down after her. Fortunately, Sakura managed to roll aside, and the blade only grazed her leg. But even so, she crashed to the earth in agony, her tendons sliced through. Dog Inu was utterly ruthless. Leaf Village Dragon God. Ichino-shun roared, his shout echoing across the sky. And then, a tornado of blue, like a dragon incarnate, howled through the battlefield. It was as if the birth of the Leaf's new generation king of taijutsu was being announced for all to see. But that's not all. As he summoned the roaring winds, Ichino-shun also unleashed Chidori. Crackling blue lightning twisted through the whirling storm, swallowing Inu Ichiro whole in an instant. When the tempest faded, Inu Ichiro was left tattered and torn, skin charred, the last spark of life snuffed out amid unimaginable pain. His end was miserable. Meanwhile, Kakashi's own battle had finished, and he ran over with the others. Moments before, as he gazed at the electrified whirlwind, Kakashi had been utterly stunned. During the 3 legendary Sannin War, he'd once witnessed Teacher Chun perform a move like this. Teacher Chun, full name Chunlong, brutally killed in the 3rd Great Ninja War, later revived through impure world reincarnation. He once shared a story with Guy Might. This is a secret technique, but Teacher Chun is long gone. How could Ichino-shun know it? Wait, he's added Chidori to the move. He knows Chidori too. Hold on, Nintai Jutsu. Ichino-shun has just created a brand new Nintai Jutsu. Both Sasuke and Naruto stared in awe, dumbfounded. Nintai Jutsu, the art of combining ninjutsu and taijutsu for a result greater than the sum of its parts. Like the Raikage's lightning release armor. But soon enough, Kakashi composed himself, for he was already used to the miraculous, world-shaking techniques Ichino-shun would suddenly pull off. Chino-jun had named his improved taijutsu technique Leaf Thunder Dragon. Sakura's tears fell like rain. Naruto was full of heartfelt concern. Though Chino-jun had mastered Sage Jutsu, even he could not heal severed ligaments. Sakura would have to remain in the hospital for recovery. As for that dark-skinned woman, she had already been subdued and tightly bound. Just as Chino-jun was about to finish her off, Kakashi stopped him. Wait, I suspect she's a rogue ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. Kakashi had already noticed the physical technique she'd used. Most people from the hidden Cloud Village are skilled in taijutsu, and many of them have dark skin and powerful builds. Kakashi-sensei, what should we do with her? Chino-jun asks. Kakashi let out an impish, mischievous chuckle. Ibiki Marino has a fondness for plus-sized women. Maybe we can pry some secrets about the hidden Cloud Village out of her. Before leaving, Chino-jun summoned the army of skeletons. Corpse Fusion Jutsu and Skeleton Resurrection Skill. Proficiency plus 62. On the way back, Kakashi carried Sakura on his back. Naruto pista Chino-jun. That tornado move just now. Can you teach it to me? It was incredible. I'm about to learn it and beat that show-off king. Sasuke said coldly, secret techniques are only passed down to one's descendants, idiot. Then how can I ever learn it? Naruto protested, unwilling to give up. Chino-jun thought to himself, unless I transmigrate into Minato and become your dad. After enduring Ibiki Marino's infamous 18 tortures, a blend of threats and temptations, the plump woman finally confessed to being a rogue ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. Because of this, their mission was upgraded to a B rank. But Lid Village was not a wealthy place. The mission reward had to be scraped together from every household. Soft-hearted Kakashi, in the end, agreed to accept payment at a C-rank rate. Sakura underwent ligament repair surgery and was admitted to the Konoha hospital. Although the surgery was a complete success, she'd been instructed not to put any weight on her injured leg for at least a month after. Which meant, for the missions to come, Sakura was likely unable to participate. The next day, Chino-jun was passing by the bathhouse entrance. Suddenly, a man hurrying along bumped right into him. Chino-jun looked up and froze in astonishment. He was tall, wore a red cloak, clogs at his feet, and a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil. His white hair fell to his waist. Below his eyes, he bore red markings. Like a wandering dragon returning to the sea, though the sea shuns me, I am Jiraiya. Chino-jun couldn't help murmuring. What did you say? The man asked. Chino-jun quickly shook his head. What a peculiar little guy, huh? The man affectionately ruffled his hair, then hurried off. This man, whose life was full of joys and sorrows, was one of Chino-jun's most beloved. Whenever he saw Jiraiya's final sacrifice, Chino-jun found his own eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, gazing at his departing figure, Chino-jun made a silent vow. I will do everything in my power to make sure you never die. There were still a dozen days left until the mission to the Land of Waves. On this particular morning, Ikuno-shun awoke. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Ding! Task released. Please earn 5,000 taels within 10 days. Although the system now offered rewards for completing tasks, the amounts were pitifully small. The third Hokage had also stopped his compensation payments. Ikuno-shun couldn't help but sigh. Just how stingy can a Hidden Leaf leadership get? Still, he already had a plan for making money. That day, he called Sasuke and Naruto to his house. With an air of secrecy, he shut the door, then pulled out a set of playing cards. Naruto's face lit up with excitement. Haha, are we playing cards? But we're one player short. Let's go call Sakura from the hospital. Ikuno-shun shook his head. These are tools that'll help us make money from now on. In the world of the Hokage, gambling was immensely popular, a fully legalized form of entertainment. Even the Leaf Village had a bustling casino. It was also one of Tsunade's favorite haunts, though she was notorious for being an easy mark there. However, the games they played were traditional Japanese ones, rather dull and repetitive. Ikuno-shun intended to introduce a game from his previous life, three-card brag. In slang, it was known as bluff chicken. Naruto, with the natural instincts of a gambler, picked it up quickly. Sasuke, on the other hand, struggled to grasp the basics. No, that's a pair, not a straight, Naruto pointed out. At last, by midnight Sasuke managed to learn the game, just barely. But, how do we actually make money from this? Naruto asked with a yawn. Simple. We'll host the games at my place. We'll take a commission from the kids who win, and there's a side business, Ikuno-shun said, sharing his plan. After all, there were plenty of wealthy clans in the Leaf Village. What's the side business? Sasuke inquired. Just like Wanda Cinemas, the real profits aren't from the tickets, but from the popcorn. Side businesses can be surprisingly lucrative. Ikuno-shun possessed the skills of a master chef. Coupled with the multi-shadow clone technique, he'd have no trouble cooking up delicious snacks to sell. The three then discussed the finer details of their operation. Meanwhile, Team 8 was on a night watch mission, guarding corn in the fields to keep black bears from stealing a snack. Kurenai Yuhi, in her attempts to protect Hinata, had injured her leg and was in the hospital, temporarily unable to lead her team. Since the Cloud Ninja infiltration, the Leaf had shifted resources to bolster security. Assigning another Jonin exclusively to lead a squad was a drain they couldn't afford. So, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were temporarily scattered into other teams. With Sakura absent, Team 7 needed a new member. Under the bright sun and gentle wind, Hinata walked toward the mission office. Her smile was as cuddly and sweet as a baby koala, happier than she'd ever been. Because, for now, she'd been assigned to Team 7. I finally get to be with Ikuno-shun. Ino, upon hearing the news, was green with envy. Why can't Asuma-sensei be laid up in the hospital too? Today, Class 7 was once again assigned a trivial D-rank mission, helping a local dairy farmer milk his cows. Ikuno-shun was teamed up with Hinata. Hinata was in charge of the milking, while Ikuno-shun held the pail to collect the fresh milk. Their teamwork was seamless, and now and then, they'd exchange a smile, spreading sweet affection everywhere like confetti. Meanwhile, Sasuke couldn't quite get the hang of milking, and Naruto ended up with milk splattered all over his face. One pair was spreading dog food, the other spreading milk. What a bizarre Class 7. A few days later, at Ikuno-shun's house, his home was bustling with visitors, lively and crowded. It had become the new hangout for the village's youngsters. Shikamaru, Kiba, and others were now regulars. Naruto and Sasuke ran the card game table, skimming 20% from each winner as a service fee. Ikuno-shun prepared mouth-watering snacks, raking in the profits. Especially Choji, he never played a single round, spending all his money on food. In the end, Sasuke couldn't stand the noisy crowd and quit after just a few days. Luckily, Naruto's shadow clone jutsu meant there were always enough dealers around. Ino also popped by from time to time to lend a hand. Before long, adults began sneaking in as well, including the bodyguard from the neighboring Hyuga household. Ikuno-shun even spotted the unmistakable figure of Jiraiya mingling among them. 10 days later, Ikuno-shun had earned a tidy sum of 5,000 ryo, meeting his goal. The system notification popped up to announce his reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Reward: money style, cash flow technique. Holy moly! So does this mean I, Ikuno-shun, am about to be the wealthiest man in the village? Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and soon his bedroom was buried under a dazzling mountain of cash. He immediately shut down the casino. Why keep grinding for money when you could lie back on a pile of banknotes and savor the high life? He handed over a share of the profits to his two brothers. Then he purchased gifts akin to brain platinum supplements for the 3 elders in the village. Though the 3rd Hokage didn't have long left, the other 2 were still key figures in deciding the next Hokage. Now that he had money, it was time to show his respect through gifts. 2 more days went by. At last, the long-awaited mission to the Land of Waves began. According to the original story, this mission was to escort the famous bridge builder, Tazuna, back home. The silent killing technique of the Hidden Mist. The ice release of the Yuki clan. It's my turn now. Ikuno-shun is ready to experience it all. And I absolutely want to witness with my own eyes that fascinating JoJo-esque pair. But the one who walked in was not who he expected. A young woman entered the room. She offered a polite bow and smiled warmly at the group. Hello, everyone. Pleased to meet you. My name is Ruwaki, and I am a bridge engineer from the Land of Waves. It certainly seemed promising. Hearing her name, Ikuno-shun's mind immediately conjured up a fitting proverb. Wait a minute. Something's off. Wasn't the client supposed to be that drunken old man, Tazuna? It was only later, chatting on the journey, that they learned the truth. Tazuna's drinking had finally caught up with him, and he'd landed himself in the hospital. Ruwaki was his final disciple, and, as it turns out, an accomplished bridge builder in her own right. Such minor changes in detail wouldn't affect the main storyline. The mission was classified as a C-rank task. Ikuno-jun could only shake his head in disbelief. It was clearly a B-rank mission. Didn't anyone in the Leaf Village bother investigating? Truly, they were kind and simple at heart. The next day, the sky was a pristine blue without a single cloud in sight. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, woolen underwear, sunloom milk powder, Naruto busied himself packing his bag. In preparation for this mission, Ikuno-jun had gone out of his way to ask the village blacksmith for a custom-made, steel, fingerless knuckle duster. Sasuke remained unperturbed as ever, not even bothering to pack his things. Meanwhile, in front of the Hyuga clan's gate. Are you leaving now? Hinata, just stepping out the door, froze abruptly. She turned to see her father's stony expression. Yes, father. Hayashi Hyuga let out a chilly, dismissive hum. Go on. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hinata's eyes, but she bowed and took her leave. Before long, that brief sadness was replaced by determination. Hayashi gazed up at the vast blue sky, exhaling a heavy breath. He murmured, Hizashi, am I right to be so strict with her? The group gathered. With the gates of the Leaf Village slowly closing behind them, Team 7, under Kakashi's lead, officially set out on the road of the ninja. Team 7, let's go. Naruto cheered at the top of his lungs, his excitement bubbling over. This is my first time traveling outside the village. Hey, this is a mission, not a sightseeing trip, Kakashi-sensei responded with a helpless shake of his head. Idiot, Sasuke muttered disdainfully. Up ahead, Hinata and Ikuno-jun took the lead, scouting the path. Every now and then their hands would brush, tingle like static running between them. Naruto and Sasuke followed on either side of Romanji. Kakashi brought up the rear. As they walked, boredom gradually set in. Other than trees and more trees, there was not a soul to be seen. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of place is the Land of Waves? Naruto piped up out of boredom. The Land of Waves is a very small island country, linked to the outside world by only one large bridge. Almost no ninja live there, so there's no ninja village, and the people are extremely poor. Oh, I see. Naruto nodded, although he didn't really understand. 5 days later, the further they traveled from the Leaf Village, Ikuno-jun received a new sign-in task. Ding. Host, please proceed to the watering hole where the Demon Brothers appear and sign in. The Demon Brothers, Mingdao and Yeto. They were fairly well-known figures in the world of assassins. Former Mist Ninja, subordinates of Zabuza Momochi. It was from a muddy watering hole that they would suddenly emerge. 2 more days passed. The road had been eerily peaceful, almost too quiet. Kakashi cautioned everyone to stay alert and keep their guard up. Hinata had already activated her Byakugan in secret. Her 360-degree vision allowed her to see much further, guarding against any sneak attacks. But Ikuno-jun knew the real danger was waiting just ahead at the watering hole. Until at last, they reached the edge of the pool. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. A puddle appearing out of nowhere on such a sunny day. There's definitely something fishy going on. Kakashi nodded, clearly agreeing with his assessment. Without hesitation, Jun Ichino summoned the sign-in panel and completed the task. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the puddle sign-in. Reward: monster strength, earth-splitting kick, earth-splitting kick. This technique had been improved by Tsunade, based on her own formidable strength. By focusing chakra into the foot and stomping hard on the ground, it unleashes a devastating attack, causing the earth to quake and crack. It was similar to Jun Ichino's destruction kick, Egg Smasher. The difference was one involved lifting the foot, while the other required a forceful stomp. The system immediately issued the next chain task. Asterisk ding. New task. Please defeat the Demon Brothers within 20 seconds. Asterisk. 20 seconds. Jun Ichino thought quickly, instantly coming up with a strategy. In truth, he hadn't planned to fight alone. After all, Naruto and the others needed experience as well, a chance to grow through real combat. But since the system demanded it, he could only go all out and make it spectacular. Just then, Jun Ichino could hear the faint rustling of water. They're coming. He focused chakra into his left foot and slammed it down onto the puddle. Monstrous strength, earth-splitting kick. The ground trembled fiercely, shaking as if it might crack open. Everyone was stunned by the sudden commotion, instinctively taking a step back. Romanji was shielded in the middle by Kakashi and the others. As the thunderous impact died away, before any shrieks of agony could escape, a sharp, slicing sound cut through the air. A spray of crimson blood splattered outward. In an instant, Jun Ichino's field of vision was bathed in red. The head that had just erupted from the puddle was instantly crushed into pulp underfoot. Did he really just stomp him to death? I've killed 15 already. By now, he was numb to the act of killing. It was like a butcher who's slaughtered too many pigs. Blood spurting couldn't stir anything in him anymore. Almost immediately, the second brother rose up next. His appearance was strange, a respirator strapped to his face and a glinting chain of iron gears in his hand. Seeing his brother dead, he swung the chain at Jun Ichino in a fury. Only 10 seconds left. The system chimed in. Jun Ichino didn't give him any chance to even step out of the puddle. Lightning style, Chidori. A startled cry. Because water conducts electricity, the lightning attack's strength amplified, reducing the brother to ashes in a flash. The entire fight took less than 20 seconds. Asterisk ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward. Water style, water clone jutsu. Asterisk. The water clone's abilities are enhanced in water, but can't stray too far from the original body. It wasn't exactly a powerful jutsu, but at least he now had his first water element technique. Now he only lacked wind. At that moment, Kakashi glanced at the elated Naruto, the dumbfounded Hinata, and Sasuke, who was desperately trying to keep his cool. A wave of complicated emotion passed through him. This kid is just terrifying. At this rate, I'll have nothing left to teach him. With the threat temporarily eliminated, the group continued along their way. Rowanki was also growing closer to everyone. She smiled and asked Ikuno Jun, being a ninja must be so boring. Why don't you come with me to the land of waves? I'll teach you how to build a bridge. I think I'll pass. Ikuno Jun shook his head and gently reached for Hinata's hand. Hinata's cheeks instantly flushed red. But her composure had grown. She no longer fainted as easily as before. Sensing that her idea had fallen flat, Rowanki moved on to Sasuke instead. But Naruto quickly grabbed Sasuke by the hand and dashed off with him. An awkward scene, to say the least. The next day arrived. Team 7 entered a land heavy with mist. We've finally reached the land of waves, Rowanki announced. The fog thickened, swirling ever more densely. They all boarded a boat and began paddling in the direction of the Great Bridge. Everyone, keep your voices down. I only dared to bring you over because the mist is so heavy, the boatman cautioned them. The thick fog carried a lingering chill. Everyone instinctively huddled closer, shivering from the cold. Ikuno Jun knew that Zabuza Momochi was about to make his entrance. Wow, I've never seen mist this thick before, Naruto exclaimed, a little too excited, completely forgetting the boatman's warning. With a sharp thump, Kakashi knocked Naruto on the head. Only then did Naruto stick his tongue out and quiet down. After more than an hour of paddling, a dark shape began to materialize in the mist ahead, looming like a massive beast rising from the water. That's the bridge under construction, the future lifeline of the land of waves, and a very symbol of their courage to resist Gato, Rowanki whispered. Gato's organization had seized control of the water routes to the land of waves. That's why he despised the bridge and ordered the capture of its chief engineer. Rowanki added in a hushed voice. In truth, Gato didn't want me just for the bridge. He wanted to seize me for himself. Because my family protected me, his henchmen killed them. He's murdered so many who dared resist him. At this, tears welled up in Rowanki's eyes. Kind-hearted Hinata covered her mouth in shock. How could someone named Gato do such terrible things? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong, Sasuke muttered darkly, brooding over some thought of his own. Ikuno Jun said nothing. He simply wrapped an arm around Hinata. Hinata, I'll never let anyone hurt you. At the same time, he clenched his fists, itching for the chance to personally put an end to that vile Gado. Just then, Naruto's furious shout rang out. Kakashi-sensei, why don't we go hunt down that despicable Gado and give him a taste of his own medicine? Only when Naruto was truly enraged did his radiant, sunny nature fade away. Kakashi shook his head. Our mission is to protect Rawanki during the bridge's construction, not to drag her into even greater danger. To everyone's surprise, Sasuke spoke up in support of Naruto. Instead of staying on edge and guarding here, we should cut off the problem at its source. Chie-Jun couldn't help but laugh to himself. He had seen right through it. Those two were actually working together like a perfect team. Naruto loved to play the hero, while Sasuke was always fanning the flames from behind the scenes. Perhaps that was just the unspoken understanding between them. Kakashi-sensei, I also think we should give that Cardo a good lesson. He's gone too far. And there you had it. Even Hinata, who disliked conflict, had joined in as well. Liwanji wiped away her tears, her voice weak as she said, just forget it. The Cardo group's power isn't something the 5 of you can overcome alone. They're all a band of desperados. With a defiant tilt, Naruto declared, who says there's just 5 of us? I can summon over 1,000 people at once. Oh, and there's Xiao-Jun too. As images of a densely packed crowd flashed through his mind, Kakashi couldn't help but swallow nervously. But still, he shook his head and spoke more firmly. Ninjas must put the mission first. Naruto shouted, Xiao-Jun, isn't that right? The boatman immediately brought the boat to a halt and dropped to his knees before Naruto. Please, masters, could you all stop arguing? Only then did everyone fall silent. And so they journeyed in silence for another half an hour, until shadows gradually emerged through the thick mist. A grand and towering stone archway, connected by bridges, appeared before them. What a spectacular sight! The fog had thinned considerably now. Passing beneath the arch, they found themselves before a village built upon the water itself. Tree roots twisted and tangled beneath the surface, while in the shimmering water, lush branches reached skyward. As Chie-Jun admired the breathtaking view, the system popped up with a prompt. Ding! Mission released. Check-in task. Claim the naming rights for the Great Bridge and successfully name it Chiming Sato Bridge. Wait a minute. Wasn't this bridge supposed to be called the Naruto Great Bridge? How is the name changed now? Immediately, Chie-Jun frowned, pondering how he might secure those naming rights. Just then, a holographic roulette appeared before his eyes. Over 100 slots flashed, each one boasting a different summon creature. Crows, bats, lions, tigers, slugs, toads, insects. And even Enma, the Monkey King, was there. Haha, I get it. The mission reward is a second summoning animal. In a flash, inspiration struck. He knew just how to persuade his older sister to let him name the bridge. Chie-Jun loved his sister, loved his animal companions. He already had Xiao Hei, but he longed for a collection of 100 different contract beasts. By then, he would summon them all at once and become the king of beasts. Whether he was strolling through town, flirting, or getting into a fight, what a mighty and impressive sight that would be. Now, the opportunity to gain a second companion had come. A new idea sparked. He recalled the rank of the escort mission. Hey, Sister Liwanji, you reported this as a C-rank mission, but we've already run into enemy ninjas. Hearing this, Liwanji shivered all over, glancing fearfully around. Ninjas? Where? What an act. The 2 guys in the puddle, just before. Only then did Kakashi smack his own forehead. That's right. Since the mission has already been raised to B rank, the compensation should increase as well. He was saving up money. He planned to give Kai a truly grand birthday present on January 1st next year. The mood suddenly turned a bit awkward. His sister burst into tears, her sobs so moving that it tugged at everyone's heartstrings. She played on their emotions, tearfully recounting the poverty in a land of waves and Cardo's ruthless exploitation. Her words tumbled out rapidly, filled with distress. In the end, she made a promise. We're not just good at building bridges, but also at constructing houses. From now on, whenever the Hidden Leaf Village needs help, Sob, I promise I'll bring my team and do the work for free. Inwardly, Yun Ikino scoffed. Hashirama conquered the world with wood release. Yamato excelled at greening the land. Isn't Captain Yamato from the Leaf Village good enough? Could she really build houses faster than Captain Yamato's would release? Besides, if you don't resist, you're bound to be subjugated. I'm just here to challenge Zabuza, and perhaps to deliver a little gift to Kakashi-sensei. True to the original story, Kakashi's heart softened. All right, we'll continue with the mission. Junichino got straight to the point. In that case, I have a request. Let us name the bridge. Otherwise, the mission might need to be raised another rank. Isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? With that, He leaned in and whispered something into Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's face broke into a broad grin, and he nodded. Romanji considered for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Very well. I'll discuss it with Master Tazuna later. So, little brother, what do you want to call it? Jun Ichino pointed and declared, let's call it the Hitaki Kakashi Bridge. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly waved his hands in protest. No. That's really not necessary. Jun Ichino immediately changed his tune. All right then, let's call it the Ichino Minasato Bridge. Upon hearing that his own name was included, Naruto cheered with delight. Jun Ichino chuckled inwardly. You only got a quarter of the name. Kakashi could only smile wryly to himself. I was just being polite, and he actually took it seriously. When Sakura learned of this afterward, she was so angry that she could barely contain herself. Hey, it should be called the Ichino Minasaku Bridge. Jun Ichino immediately summoned the system to sign in and complete the mission. He eagerly hoped for an awesome summoning beast. The roulette appeared. Will it be Taotai, Xiongqi, Hundun, or Taowu? Or maybe a dragon, Godzilla? Or, at the very least, Metal Greymon from Digimon would do. The roulette spun at lightning speed. In the end, it stopped. Oh no! It landed on a tiny butterfly. Utterly disappointed, Jun Ichino could barely keep his frustration in check. But the system showed a bit of humanity, offering some reassurance. Things developed too quickly at first. If it keeps up, the story will fall apart. But we guarantee next time you'll get a ferocious summoning beast. Jun Ichino was left speechless and could do nothing but sign the contract on the scroll. Shadow Butterfly, a support-type summoning beast, can see through enemies in stealth and uncover the real body behind any clone technique. At the same time, just like the cat demon, it possesses the power of invisibility. As soon as those words fell, a colorful butterfly fluttered through the air, its wings dazzling, its movements light as a whisper. It landed gently atop Hinata's head, making her look even more adorable. Sure enough, Hinata didn't notice anything unusual. Well, being able to see through clones and stealth sounds pretty handy. I'll call you Mothra from now on. Soon after, the group landed on shore and made their way to Romanji's home. Just then, a little white rabbit darted out from the woods. A little white rabbit, pure and white, loves eating carrots and greens. Hinata picked it up, her heart overflowing with affection. On this journey, she'd been learning quite a bit about Chinese culture. Jana Kuno immediately recognized the snow rabbit as Zabuza's decoy and quickly blocked Hinata. These white snow rabbits only appear in winter. Everyone be alert. Hinata, hearing this, quickly put the rabbit down. She formed seals rapidly in front of her chest, then locked her hands in position. Byakugan. All color faded from her vision, everything turning to shades of black and white. There's definitely chakra fluctuations nearby. Weak for now, but they're growing stronger. Sasuke and Naruto hastily drew their kunai, ready for trouble. At that very moment, a rush of wind roared through, like a predator pouncing from the shadows. Kakashi's face darkened, and he shouted, "Everyone get down!" Jun Ikuno, already on guard, tackled the stunned Romanji to the ground. With a heavy thud, a massive blade drove itself deep into the trunk of a towering tree. A man stood on the blade, his entrance every bit as dramatic as he'd intended. Bandages were wrapped around his face, his torso bare, an outrageous pair of striped suspenders on his legs. Momochi Zabuza, the rogue ninja of the hidden mist village in the land of water, known for his mastery of water release and assassination techniques. Together with Kisame Hashigaki, Kurisuke Raiga, and Mangitsu Hozuki, he formed part of the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Now, he was a mercenary employed by Gato. His icy gaze swept over the group before fixing on his target, Romanji. The chilling malice in his eyes was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Well, if it isn't copy ninja Kakashi. And look who it is, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza. Hand over the woman, and I'll be on my way. Dream on. With stinging words traded, the two launched into a fierce battle. You four form a manji pattern around Romanji and protect her. Don't jump into the fight. This is textbook teamwork, Kakashi commanded. Naruto began to protest. Why? Last time, both were beaten by Jun. This time, it's my turn to shine. But Jun simply grabbed him by the collar and tossed him to the back. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector. In his blood-red eye, the 3 Tomo spun. The Sharingan. Sasuke stared, dumbfounded. How does he have a Sharingan? Naruto gawked. Wait, what's a Sharingan? Ichino Jun smiled and said, no nonsense. Just look it up online. Zabuza burst into a wild, arrogant laugh. But what if you can't see anything? Will you still be so powerful? The words had barely left his mouth. A blur flashed past. Zabuza leapt onto the surface of the water. His right hand extended horizontally, his left arm raised high. Grant me 500 more years under the sky. Then, a dense mist surged upwards, cloaking everything in fog. Water style, hidden mist technique. Zabuza's figure vanished in an instant. Kakashi was taken aback. The hidden mist technique is a nemesis for eye techniques. Damn, what's the use of having Byakugan wide open now? The mist grew thicker and thicker, even limiting the Byakugan's field of vision and range. Hinata grew so anxious her face flushed red. Ichino-jun, with gentle affection, comforted her. Don't worry, with steady training, your abilities will naturally grow stronger. Kakashi's expression turned grave. Zabuza's voice wafted eerily from the dense fog. Back when I was still with the Hidden Mist Assassination Squad, I already learned all about you from my trusty buddy handbook. No sooner had he finished speaking. A slash cut through the haze, striking toward his adversary. A ring of metal clashing echoed through the mist, accompanied by a stifled, pained grunt. Fortunately, Kakashi's reflexes were razor-sharp. He pulled out a kunai the very instant, blocking the attack. Even so, the blow sent a jolt of pain through the base of his thumb. Cold sweat poured down his face like rain. The silent killing technique. Ichino-jun exclaimed in alarm. The demon, true to his reputation, within this heavy fog, his assassination skills are at their peak. But then, he suddenly remembered the reward he'd just received, the shadow butterfly. It could expose invisible enemies and clones. Without hesitation, Ichino-jun summoned it. Mothra unfurled its wings and fluttered into the swirling mist. Its luminous body shone brightly, like a pearl glittering in the midnight dark. The guide butterfly, Ikinu-jun knew, wherever Mothra paused, that was precisely where Zabuza was hiding. Blissfully unaware, Zabuza wallowed in self-congratulation. No one can see me. How awesome am I? Inside the murk, everyone felt like they'd been plunged into total blindness. But it didn't stop there. Zabuza unleashed a suffocating wave of murderous intent. To Sasuke and the others caught within that killing aura, it was as if a candle flickered in a storm. Faces drawn and pallid, trembling uncontrollably. It grew hard to breathe, while terror and despair took hold of their hearts. I want to die. I can't take it anymore. Sasuke, let's go together. Yet Ichino-jun was completely impervious to this murderous intent. Because in that moment, he discovered the second unexpected benefit of his serene Bodhi physique. Not only was he immune to illusionary techniques, but also to killing intent. Incredible. He sprang forward and shouted, delight style, joyful technique. Waves of white light bathed his teammates, their fear and hopelessness melting away, replaced by newfound hope and vigor. They regrouped with their big sister, forming up into a protective circle. Ichino-jun summoned Xiaohei to guard them. Then he turned and sprinted toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I'm here to help you. With his arrival, a wave of relief washed over Kakashi, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Just as Zabuza was savoring his triumph, Ichino-shun unleashed his monstrous strength, gathering chakra into his fist and swinging a blow as heavy as 1,000 tons straight at Zabuza. The force was overwhelming, unstoppable. Sensing the surge of chakra, Zabuza was stunned. This brat actually found me? It must be a fluke, just dumb luck. Panicked, he could only raise his executioner's blade to use as a shield. A deafening crash rang out. Zabuza's palms tore open, blood spurting as he was sent flying by the tremendous impact, trails of scarlet scattering through the air. The ground was gouged out with deep, unmistakable marks. A hefty dent appeared on the executioner's blade, a perfect impression of a fist. Had it been an ordinary weapon, it would have snapped in too long ago. But this blade was as hard as iron, renowned for its bloodlust and supernatural ability to repair itself. The blade said never to break. Power, speed, and courage. This brat has the skills of a jonin. Zabuza stared in disbelief. Still, he convinced himself it was just coincidence on Ichino-shun's part. But, as he shifted position, his opponent remained on his tail, clinging relentlessly like a shadow that would not let go. Zabuza had no idea. A single flower butterfly was fluttering above his head, hovering like a flashing siren. Just a brat, nothing special. Zabuza's killing intent flared again, sharp as a drawn blade. Ichino-shun answered back, unleashing a vast surge of chakra, his aura rushing out like a flood tide. The two forces collided, crackling and hissing in the air. The sky seemed to clear. The air itself turned colder in an instant. In no time at all, Zabuza was forced back by the tidal wave of presence, landing unceremoniously on his backside. Harsh reality shattered his arrogance. the silent killing technique he prided himself on, undone in an instant by a mere child. Rumor has it that the Hokage's illegitimate child with a kabuki dancer from the village hidden in the leaves is a prodigy. Could it be him? Suddenly, a voice cold as winter steel slipped from Ichino Shun's lips. 8 points: the throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, and heart. Mr. Zabuza, where would you like it? He teased, drawing out the moment, in no hurry to strike. Much like a cat that toys with the mouse it has already caught. Zabuza was left utterly dumbfounded. These youngsters, no sense of honor at all. He threw all my words right back at me. What am I supposed to say now? But quickly he scrambled up, muscles tight, strength coiling, ready to explode. With a roar, the executioner's blade became a blur, swinging at Ichino Shun's waist. A mighty smash. Ichino Shun was obliterated on the spot. Yet, all that burst forth was a spray of water. It was just a water clone. Zabuza's eyes nearly popped from his head. This brat, he can use the water clone technique too. His mind spun, everything he believed upended. Is it me who's out of touch, or are geniuses simply insane these days? Once more, Zabuza heaved up the executioner's blade and brought it crashing down. The figure shattered. Yet again, just another water clone. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. What utter nonsense. Come on, you damn brat. Kakashi couldn't see what was happening inside the mist-shrouded battleground. All he could hear was the steady, rhythmic swishing of water, echoing from within. Jun Ikuno had grown tired of playing this game. With a cold voice, he declared, "My turn." But now, which technique should he use? There were so many to choose from that he was actually caught in the paralysis of choice. Just then, the system popped up, delivering a scenario-based sign-in mission. Ding! Ignite Naruto's power of the Nine Tails, prevent Sasuke from being gravely injured by the demonic ice mirrors, and cut down Gato decisively. Wait a minute. Ignite Naruto's Nine Tails chakra? Stop Sasuke from getting hurt? Cut down Gato? That's 3 missions in one. Did this mean the reward would be correspondingly greater? A surge of anticipation flooded Jun Ikuno. This time, he had a strong hunch the reward would be the ice release Kekkei Genkai connected to Haku. Regaining focus, Jun Ikuno began his merciless assault on Zabuza. 1,000 years of death. Sounds echoed through the mist, quick and relentless strikes, water splashing in rhythm. For nearly 10 minutes, Zabuza was relentlessly tormented by Jun Ikuno in the dense fog, the harshness of the attack interwoven with the staccato of water against skin. No matter how many times Zabuza used the water clone technique, the butterfly spirits fluttered around, always helping Jun pinpoint the real one. Inevitable, relentless defeat. An odd sense settled over Jun Ikuno. He had a premonition. There would surely be more than one Mothra in the future, perhaps an entire clan of butterflies, each bearing fearsome abilities. But who was Zabuza, after all? He could control the 6th Hokage Kakashi with a single hand, kick the 7th Hokage Naruto into the air with ease, effortlessly defeat Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra. Such feats surpassed even Kaguya Otsutsuki. He was in every sense the mightiest in the ninja world. Yet even such a formidable figure found himself tormented again and again by Jun Ikuno's 1,000 years of death. His water clones vanished in a splash, unable to escape the piercing gaze of the shadowy butterflies. What on earth is going on here? At last, Zabuza cried out in exasperation. This can't go on any longer. If this torture continued, he'd run out of chakra and await only defeat. Releasing the hidden mist technique, he let the dense fog dissipate completely. Zabuza rubbed his aching backside, his face contorted in a mingling of agony and reluctant amusement. Still, his endurance was nothing short of remarkable. In just a moment, he managed to stand up as if nothing had happened. Jun Ikuno couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he's an elite jonin. He's outstanding in every way. Kakashi looked at Jun Ikuno with open admiration. But now, it was finally his turn to take the stage. If he didn't show off a bit, how would these brats ever respect him again? With newfound vigor, Kakashi lunged at Zabuza. Today, I'm going to put your head on my trophy wall. But words, when uttered to their extremes, become shackles, hard to deliver under the weight of their promise. Love, when sunk too deep, becomes a trap, hard to escape from when entwined too tightly. Kakashi, too, found himself trapped without escape, ensnared within the water prison technique. Meanwhile, Zabuza conjured another water clone, ready to finish the job on the troublesome kids. Jun knew that Naruto and Sasuke's seamless teamwork was about to unfold. So, he stepped back and let them take center stage, giving his younger brothers a real taste of battle. Hinata, with her Byakugan and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, balled her little fists, ready to charge forward, but she was so eager that Xianxia-Fusion had to scoop her up in his arms. My dear ancestor, your courage knows no bounds, he thought. If you rush in like this, you wouldn't stand a chance against Zabuza's punch. Hinata-chan, don't worry, he told her softly. Today, just watch. You'll have your chance to prove yourself in the future. As he finished speaking, his gaze drifted, seemingly by accident, to the distant woods. There, a masked figure leaned against a tree, silently observing the scene from afar. Everything that happened next played out just like the original storyline. Naruto and Sasuke, through a series of clever tactics and perfect synchronicity, managed to rescue Kakashi. With the Sharingan's power, Kakashi began to take control of the fight. He and Zabuza weaved their hand signs with dazzling speed, locked in a contest of agility, neither one willing to be outdone. Water style, water dragon jutsu. After copying the technique that could drench but not drown a man, Kakashi once more mirrored Zabuza's moves, this time with the water style, giant waterfall jutsu. Torrential waves erupted, crashing, roaring, and swelling more than 30 meters high. It was an overwhelming spectacle, a tidal wave on the rampage. Anyone caught in that would suffer a force far beyond the blast of a high-pressure hose. The kids were nearly scared out of their wits. Never, since arriving in this world, had Xianxia-Fusion witnessed such a jaw-dropping display of ninjutsu. By beating Zabuza by 2 seconds, Kakashi seized the initiative. Zabuza's defeat was sealed. Every move, every glance, every jutsu was outmatched and deceived by the power of the Sharingan. In the end, he was overwhelmed, and Kakashi emerged victorious. Hinata was struck speechless by the dazzling array of ninjutsu before her eyes. She was especially amazed at Sasuke and Naruto's teamwork with the Fuma Shuriken Shadow Clone combo. With a gentle sigh, she murmured, "We're all in the same class. Why do I feel so useless?" But the truth was, Hinata wasn't lacking at all. It was just that, at this early stage, her fighting potential hadn't yet bloomed. If you broke down power levels in the world of Naruto, it might go something like this. Civilians, ordinary ninja, secret arts users, Kekkei Genkai holders, Jinchuriki, and the overpowered cheaters. Then consider the lineup of Team 7. Unbeatable hack, Xianxia-Fusion. Mind control hack, Naruto. Style overload hack, Sasuke. And leading them, Hatake Kakashi. Sure, he might have severe chakra shortages early on, but later, lightning blade at will, Mangekyo Sharingan whenever he wants. Clearly, this team was stacked with cheats. So, even with her Byakugan, it was no surprise that Hinata seemed less dazzling compared to this group of cheaters. Xianxia-Fusion spoke softly, reassuring her. Who says you're not useful? Your scouting skills are absolutely vital to the team. Hinata gave a shy little nod, cheeks glowing red like a ripe apple. Yet Xianxia-Fusion could still sense a hint of disappointment in her heart. Don't let these thoughts trouble you. I'll give you a little gift later, he promised warmly. What gift is it? Hinata asked, her wide eyes blinking with curiosity. You'll find out when the time comes. After that, Ikuno-Jun fell deep into thought. Haku is about to appear. He'll soon fake Zabuza's death, then take the body away. Given his current strength, it will be a piece of cake to defeat them both while the iron is hot. However, when considering the mission objectives, if the mission is to be completed, Zabuza will undoubtedly have to fight again. The way Kakashi left him, it's clear he'll need at least a week of rest to recover. Ikuno-Jun definitely wouldn't mind a few days off, either. Just as Kakashi was pondering how to deal with Zabuza, a sudden flurry of steel needles whistled through the air, 3 sunbon flying from the trees and striking Zabuza in the neck. Zabuza immediately fell, seemingly dead. That's when Haku appeared, masked and mysterious. In old tales, the male rabbit's gait is firm, while the female's eyes are gentle and bright. If not for knowing the truth about Haku's gender, Ikuno-Jun might have mistaken him for a girl. First, Haku offered his thanks. Then he introduced himself as a member of the Hidden Miss Hunterine squad, sent to handle corpses that carry secrets. He went on with his story. Keep spinning your tale, Ikuno-Jun thought with disdain as he watched Haku perform. Still, since he wanted to linger in the land of waves a few more days, he let the lie slide. Haku crouched down, ready to take Zabuza's body away. Ikuno-Jun suddenly ceased. We fought tooth and nail only for you to swoop in and claim the prize. Just a thank you, and you walk off with the body? That's a bit lacking in sincerity, don't you think? Haku frotse, not quite understanding what was meant by sincerity. Let me be blunt, Ikuno-Jun continued. We ninja don't work for free. How much are you paying to take the body? Everyone was stunned to silence. True to his kind-hearted nature, Haku blushed furiously and fumbled through his clothes, eventually tossing over a hefty pouch. Naruto rushed forward and opened it wide. Whoa! Inside was a full 100,000 ryo. Naruto started counting on his fingers. A bowl of ramen costs 60 ryo, so with 100,000, that's over 160 bowls. Sasuke shot him a sideways glance. That's over 1,600 bowls, you idiot. Though Ikuno-jun didn't need the money, he knew others might. And he wasn't about to hand out charity for nothing. So he seized the chance to snag a little extra and share with the group. Then may I go now? Gentle Haku asked. Ikuno-jun finally nodded. Naruto cheered. Haha, it's finally over. Now we just have to wait for the bridge to be done. I can't wait to get home and see Sakura. Look at you. So hopeless, someone chided. But Ikuno-jun knew better. It was far from over. As the sun faded and moonlight bathed the world, night settled gently over the fishing village. Inside Romanji's house, a large family name plaque hung in the living room, bearing the single character, Son. Sister Lee Wanky's real surname is Re. Beneath the nameplate are several memorial portraits, all of Lee Wanky's departed loved ones. With a sorrowful look, Lee Wanky introduces them one by one. This is my father, Binrin. This is my mother, Boyuo. Chino-jun stares at the other two pictures. They seem strangely familiar. Oh, these are my two older sisters. They were murdered by Cardo's henchmen. One was called Ozawa, the other Maria. Suddenly, Evelyn clicks for Chino-jun. So they were celebrities from the film industry. Evening arrives. Lee Wanky brings out an array of seafood dishes. Chino-jun helps out in the kitchen, making a dish he calls watercress tuna noodles. Hinata picks up the noodles, along with a chunk of fish, savoring a blissful mouthful. Her whole body radiates joy. Jun-kun, what are you doing tonight? Sweetie, I'm going to train tonight. Jun-kun and Sweetie are pet names they've promised to use for each other. After dinner, the two share warm hugs and playful lifts, radiating so much sweetness that it's impossible not to smile like a doting aunt. Naruto and Sasuke chime in unison, hey, get a room, you two. Meanwhile, Kakashi lies on the bed, eyes hollow and distant. Who could have imagined that their very first mission would be this thorny? An A-rank rogue ninja. Looks like my luck's run dry. Kakashi gives a wry, self-mocking laugh. The more he thinks about today's battle, the more frustrated he feels, especially at the moment he got trapped by the water prison jutsu. The frustration gnaws at him. He finally gets out of bed and leaves the room, seeking some way to blow off steam. Chino-jun, after days of constant travel, hasn't had time to practice his taijutsu. Night falls silent and still. He leaps onto the rooftop, gazing out over the ocean that stretches into the night, intent on training. Suddenly, beneath the moonlight, a shadow darts towards the forest ahead. In a swift, bounding movement, the figure disappears into the darkness. Not good. Could it be one of Cardo's assassins? Chino-jun immediately leaps down, giving chase. 5 minutes later, he stands quietly on a treetop, watching the shadowy figure below. It's Kakashi. He's clearly found a way to vent. Kakashi stands, hands in his pockets, a freshly pulled photograph before him. He mutters to himself, Obito, how are things over there on your side? Obito, today was my first time leading Team 7 on a high-level mission. Completely lost face. Obito, thank for your eye. Using it feels amazing. I copied 2 more water jutsu today. Obito, why is that Chino-jun kid so ridiculously talented? Obito, Chino-jun is utterly baffled. Why does he only think about his old teammate? What about Rin? Did sweet, gentle Rin mean nothing to Obito? And as for Mighty Guy, hasn't he earned a place in your heart too? Every time he recalls how Rin deliberately chose to die by Kakashi's Chidori, Chino-jun feels a deep pang of sadness. If I ever gain an awesome resurrection technique, I'll definitely bring Rin Noera back. Sometime later, Kakashi left, his mood much lighter. Ikuno-jun also decided it was time to climb down from the tree. Suddenly, the system popped up. A new and curious task had arrived. Chime. Mission issued. Stage a Naruto play for the villagers, with at least 2 historical figures making an appearance. Deadline, 5 days. Huh. Is this because they got tired of watching us fight and want a change of scenery? Ikuno-jun was left dumbfounded atop the tree. Historical figures? 2. He thought for a moment, then a flash of inspiration struck. I've got it. There couldn't be a better pair. And as for the actors, he already had the perfect candidates in mind. Stretching his arms and legs, he began his usual evening training. Climbing trees, water walking, weighted squats and jumps. Later, he even added a round of iron crotch exercises. After all, if an enemy ever landed a hit in that spot, the hopes of reviving the Ikuno clan would go right out the window. Eventually, sleep crept in. He leaned against the trunk, drifting off peacefully, under the moon's gentle gaze. A delicate figure tiptoed to Ikuno-jun's side. She gently nudged him. Yun-kun, you'll catch a cold like this. Yun-kun? Never mind. She hesitated for a second, turned back to the house, and returned with a blanket. Ikano June cracked an eye open, then let it fall shut again. Midnight arrived. Ikano June opened his eyes and glanced to the side. Hinata was fast asleep, snuggled close against his chest, their hands tightly clasped. It was the first time he'd ever been this close to her. A hint of shyness crept onto his face. Hinata murmured sleepily, "Why did Zabuza have to become a rogue ninja?" The word rogue sparked a flurry of faces in Ikano June's mind. Madara, driven by the world's resentment. Itachi, forced to bear a crushing weight. Orochimaru, crossing every line for knowledge. Obito, devoured by a love-turned-hate. Kisame, brash and brutal. Sasori, whose story left behind only sorrow. But really, the funniest of them all was Deidara. If he hadn't gone rogue, he would have surely become the fourth Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. Instead, he chose to ditch the office and play with clay in the Akatsuki. Morning broke. The forest was shrouded in a gentle mist, the fishing village looming faintly between clouds and fog. A young maiden in a flowing white dress arrived among the grasses. She bent to gather herbs, perhaps for someone sick at home. Her beauty seemed almost ethereal, a pure, fairy-like presence untouched by the world. Yet in truth, she was a quirky girl with a big personality. A little bird fluttered its wings and perched upon his shoulder. He smiled, playing with the bird. That's when he spotted, just beneath a nearby tree, the peaceful figures of two people asleep. It looked like a pair, wrapped together under a single blanket, cheeks pressed close. They seemed inseparable. The boy was strikingly handsome, with captivating dimples that lit up his face. Curled up beside him was a girl with glossy black hair. So gentle and sweet, her naturally shy expression and rosy lips tinted with a subtle smile. "Isn't this the guy who tried to swindle money from me yesterday?" The moment he caught sight of the headband tied around Jun Ichino's arm, his pupils contracted sharply. He instantly remembered the group of shinobi who had fought against Zabuza. At once, murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Mr. Zabuza was gravely wounded because of them. The young woman in white was none other than Haku, descendant of the Yuki clan, loyal follower of Zabuza, and possessor of the rare ice-release bloodline. The menace in the air startled a nearby flock of birds, sending them flapping and scattering into the forest. "As long as I kill them, Mr. Zabuza's work will go much smoother." He crept closer to the two sleeping figures, silent as a shadow, pulling out two gleaming daggers from his pouch. The cold blades hovered ever so close to their throats. A glint of icy steel shimmered in the dim light. With just a bit more pressure, he could have snuffed out both lives on the spot. Yet suddenly, a strange odor floated up on the breeze. It was distinctly reminiscent of cat droppings. A sigh slipped from Haku's lips, and his killer intent gradually faded away. He slid the daggers back into his sleeves and gave the two a gentle nudge. "Hey, the morning dew's pretty chilly. You'll catch a cold out here." Jun Ichino slowly awoke, his gaze landing on Haku's delicate features. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, he asked, "And you are?" Haku smiled. "I'm your big sister. My name's Hashimoto." "As if you're anybody special." Yun secretly scoffed. Still, he quickly put on a friendly grin and asked, "By the way, Miss, big sister, what brings you to the forest so early this morning?" Haku chuckled, gesturing at the basket in her hand. "I'm here to gather herbs for treating wounds and stopping bleeding." Just then, Hinata stirred awake, eyes drowsy and blinking. Where are we?" "Wakey, wakey, sweet pea, you're up?" Jun Ichino gave her a warm, doting smile. It didn't take Hinata long to notice the stranger beside her, and her cheeks immediately flushed a deep red. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she darted straight into Jun's arms, burying her face against his chest. "Hey, shy little sparrow," Yun chuckled. Haku smiled as well. What a delightful girl. Hearing such praise from the older girl, Hinata shyly poked her head out, her blush intensifying. "By the way, you two are shinobi, aren't you?" Haku asked, nodding at their forehead protectors. Jun answered with a grin, "Yep, we're ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village." "Wow, that sounds so impressive." Jun responded with an air of mock modesty. "I'm still not very strong, just handling A-rank missions mostly." He then turned a deep, affectionate gaze toward Hinata. "But I'll grow stronger. In the future, I want to protect the person I cherish most." "The person you cherish most? Do you mean me?" Hinata was momentarily stunned. "Ido. Yun? Hinata." The couple's display of affection was so sweet that Haku found it almost suffocating. He quickly got to his feet, eager to make an exit. "Maybe we'll meet again someday." The truth was, Jun Ichino had awakened the moment Haku drew near. He'd quietly summoned his hidden companion, the little shadow, long before. If Baijan were to make a move, Little Black's claws would pierce straight towards his heart without hesitation. Jun-kun, isn't he the one with the mask from yesterday? And didn't this person secretly help Zabuza escape? Hinata peeked out and snuggled up against Ikuno Jun's arm. Goodness, she noticed it too? Byakugan really is incredible. So that's how it is. Just now, Hinata had used her Byakugan to spot the girl's chakra. That sensation, it was exactly the same as the masked person from yesterday. What's more, Hinata's perception was incredibly sharp. Ikuno Jun nodded in agreement. He could have attacked just now, but he still chose not to. Hinata murmured, he probably isn't a bad person. There's this sense of crystal clarity and pure innocence about him. Still, why is he following someone like Zabuza? Ikuno Jun couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Guess Zabuza's got some irresistible charm. Then, he shifted into a pensive tone. Actually, everyone fights for what matters most to their heart. Romanji struggles to resist Gato. Kakashi-sensei puts in all his effort to protect us. Sasuke fights to restore his clan. Naruto strives to become Hokage. And I'm working hard to build a palace. A palace? What sort of palace? Hinata asked with curious eyes. Well, nothing important. At this moment, Ikuno Jun snuck a glance. Hinata still hadn't finished growing. He couldn't quite picture it. The weight that will fall on those shoulders someday. The sun rose steadily. The mist faded. Birds woke and filled the forest with their chatter. Two small figures nestled together side by side. Being in love feels wonderful. Ikuno Jun's voice radiated sweetness. Hinata suddenly remembered something. She reached into her pocket and handed him a few sheets of paper. Ikuno Jun took them, puzzled. Whoa. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 bills, each worth 10,000 ryo. Hinata, what's this all about? Ikuno Jun was stunned. Jun-kun, you're too thin. You need to eat better. Buy yourself something nice, and you don't have to work so hard at that casino anymore. Her unspoken message was clear. Your lady is here to support you. Unbelievable. That's the Hyuga clan for you. Their generosity knows no bounds. Even now that Ikuno Jun had money, he never flaunted it or waved wads of cash around. After all, this world had someone called Kaku. Naturally, Ikuno Jun wouldn't accept Hinata's money. Even if he were flat broke, he'd never take it. He would never let himself become a kept man. When he refused, Hinata could only put the money away. But her respect for Ikuno Jun only grew. He seemed more manly than ever. Just then, a call rang out from the distance. Time for breakfast. Only then did they spring up, holding hands as they dashed toward the village. And at this very moment by the seaside, the sun rose above the horizon, waves churning endlessly. Sasuke was there, sweat pouring as he trained. Last night, he discovered that Ichino Tashin was training in the forest. So he went to the seaside himself, and trained there through most of the night. Now, fatigue swept over him, yet he remained determined. On the palm trees lining the beach, marks from heavy blows were still visible. Some of them were even scorched black. Sasuke had pushed his body to the limit, practicing both his taijutsu and ninjutsu with equal intensity. He lifted his trembling arms and gazed at the rising sun. His eyes glowed a deep blood red. I will become strong, so strong that those who brought the Uchiha clan to ruin will pay a terrible price. Strong enough that even that man will have no choice but to look up to me. Meanwhile, Naruto was still cozily bundled in bed. Ichino Tashin gave him a firm pat on the rear. Get up and eat breakfast. Huh, where's Sasuke? Naruto glanced at the empty bed across from him and shook his head. Suddenly, Ichino Tashin remembered the silly task. Upon hearing it, Naruto was overjoyed. Me? You want me to perform? Awesome. It's settled then. If anyone's going to do it, it has to be me, Naruto Uzumaki. No one else is allowed. Ichino Tashin smiled and nodded. At the breakfast table, Sister Liwanji had prepared a delicious meal. Sasuke returned from the beach, exhausted. Naruto called out with a grin. The skies turned gray, the rain's coming down, and look, here comes our grumpy Sasuke, limping back home. Kakashi raised his crescent-shaped eyebrows, and the corners of his eyes twitched, sending a wry chuckle toward Ichino Tashin and Hinata. Ahem, our mission is to protect the bridge construction, but you're all wearing yourselves out. How can you keep guard at this rate? You're giving me a headache. That being said, Kakashi truly admired their dedication. Ichino Tashin thought as well. Genius isn't just a matter of talent or fate. It's the result of hard work and sweat. If you sit back and do nothing despite having a powerful system, you're just an empty shell, skillful on the surface but hollow within. All right, everyone, let's eat before it gets cold. Liwanji smiled sweetly and took a seat right next to Kakashi. After spending so much time together, it was clear that While she could be a bit wild, she was truly a wonderful person. Warm and lively, just as capable in the kitchen as she was in the living room. The members of Team 7 grew more and more fond of her. Later, when the Hidden Leaf Village was being rebuilt, she actually went and helped too. Ichino-Tashin made a secret vow to himself. Once I master the reanimation jutsu, I'll bring your two sisters back to life. Everyone tucked into breakfast with ravenous appetites. Everyone except for Hinata, who managed to stay late alike. But only Ichino-Tashin knew her astonishing capacity for food. After the meal, they all gathered at the bridge defense site. 2 quiet days passed in this way. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Neither Zabuza nor Gado's lackey showed up. On the evening of the 3rd day, deep within the forest, Ichino-Tashin and Hinata were sparring, one attacking, the other defending. Hinata's attacks seemed gentle and soft at first glance, but each strike was infused with fierce chakra. Beneath her grace was an undeniable, unyielding power. Chino-Ike patiently offered guidance. Mind your arms, don't swing them too wide. Aim at me. Use your Byakugan, your white eyes to spot weak points. From a distance, Kakashi watched the scene, his expression twitching with surprise. He stood frozen in place. What on earth was happening? Could he be seeing things? Chino-Ike was actually teaching Hinata the art of gentle fist. He had to admit, the kid was tough when it came to hand-to-hand combat, but gentle fist was the Hyuga clan's exclusive taijutsu. Wasn't this a little too absurd? Chino-Ike understood that Hinata was still a bit weak right now. And soon, with the Chunin exams approaching, she would have to face Niji Hyuga. He had to help Hinata grow stronger, quickly. All right, that's enough for today. Chino-Ike gently tapped Hinata on the forehead, an affectionate gesture. Hinata exhaled, wiped the sweat from her brow. It was only then that the two of them noticed Kakashi, standing there. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto also came running over. Hey Chino, when are we rehearsing? Naruto called out loudly. Rehearsing? Kakashi was baffled. Chino-Ike smiled and replied, that's a secret for now. Then Kakashi nodded in approval. Not bad. Everyone's getting more diligent. Suddenly, Sasuke spoke up. We can't exactly rely on a lazy teacher to train us, can we? Naruto chimed in. Yeah. Kakashi-sensei, you're always reading manga. Is it really that good? Can I have a look? A vein pulsed on Kakashi's forehead. Oh? Awkwardly rubbing his head, he tucked away his copy of Make Out Paradise. Seems I'll have to help you all with training more often from now on. Chino-Ike grinned mischievously. So Kakashi-sensei, what should we be practicing then? Ahem. Tree climbing. Already mastered it. Walking on water. Done that too. Scaling cliffs. Know that one as well. All right then. I suppose it's time for dinner. Kakashi escaped, embarrassed, slipping away first. At dinner, Chino-Ike brought up the upcoming performance. Rawanki was overjoyed at the idea. In this little fishing village, there wasn't much entertainment. Everyone usually ate, then turned in early. That might even be why the families kept growing and growing. The next day, Chino-Ike didn't go to the bridge. Instead, he started preparing for the night show. He pulled a massive curtain, along with paints and brushes, out of his storage space. He then performed multi-shadow clone jutsu, unveiling its 6th innovative use, collaborative painting. If I can just discover 4 more uses for shadow clones, he laughed to himself, I'll finish the mission and earn my reward. That evening, on the sandy shoreline, the villagers all gathered in high spirits, faces beaming with anticipation. It would be their first ever performance. The stage backdrop was already in place. A grand, sweeping canvas, depicting the bustling Hidden Leaf Village. Behind the curtain, the set resembled the Hokage's office. Rawanki waved her hand, and the lively audience gradually quieted down. Please enjoy the historical play A Meeting of Great Men, brought to you by the Konoha Village Eccentric Troupe. Then, Hinata's gentle narration flowed in. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, together with Madara Uchiha, founded the village of Konoha. On this day, they had a close conversation in the Hokage's office. Please enjoy the performance by Jun Ichino and Naruto Uzumaki. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience below. The script had undergone Kakashi's meticulous review, and Sasuke had also offered his input for revisions. After all, Madara was the former head of the Uchiha clan. Jun Ichino played Hashirama, while Naruto took the role of Madara. At first, the performance brimmed with emotion and authenticity, genuinely moving the audience. But as the scene continued, the actors' spirits surged. They veered away from the script, improvising on the spot. Hashirama said, Madara, why are you treating me this way? Madara shot back. What do you mean, treating you this way? Hashirama persisted. Not only are you refusing to help me, you're always making things harder for me. Madara responded. So what do you want then? Hashirama declared. If you help me, I help you. If you don't, I still help you. But I help you, and you just curse me out. Well then, I ought to stab you. Madara blirted. Ah. What a load of nonsense. Kakashi's face twitched, veins standing out on his forehead. In a hurry, he called a halt to the performance. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Those two are complete idiots. But Hinata's eyes sparkled with little stars. Jun-kun is so funny. Roaring laughter filled the hall below. Though the skit had gone off the rails, the mood soared to a new high. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. A new reward appeared. A ridiculous task, with an even sillier prize. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the performance and check-in. Reward. Reversal Harem Jutsu. Whoa, the Reversal Harem Jutsu. That was Naruto's signature ninjutsu. Jun Ichino could still remember the shock he felt when he watched episode 683. The battle was at its fiercest. Suddenly, the art style took a wild turn. Timestamp 521. Naruto unleashed the Reversal Harem Jutsu. A lineup of dashing men appeared out of thin air. Sakura immediately turned into a blushing mess, nosebleed flowing like a river. Even the adorable Kaguya Otsutsuki was utterly caught off guard. No matter how powerful you are, sometimes you just can't help swooning. And then, bam, Naruto landed a punch and sent her flying. This wasn't to say that Kaguya wasn't formidable. She was simply too stunned in that moment. After all, every heartthrob you could imagine was standing together on stage. Jun seemed to recall seeing Izuna Uchiha, Yashiro, Yagura the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Kabuto Yakushi, Yugo, and Sai. He couldn't even recognize the rest. Now Jun was thinking, who should he choose next time he used the technique? The third Hokage, Danzo, Orochimaru, Kankuro, Inoki the Tsuchikage, Kakazuki-same. Time slipped by soundlessly. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed once again. Hinata's gentle fist technique was improving at lightning speed, much to Jun's boundless delight. The bridge construction was progressing smoothly. Occasionally, a few of Gado's thugs would show up to make trouble. That morning, Hinata followed Li Wanji to the bridge. All along the way, there were destitute residents of the land of waves, clothed in rags. The people were barely surviving, poverty-stricken and worn down by life. Seeing those pale and malnourished children, gentle Hinata felt a blazing anger ignite within her toward Gado. Suddenly, 4 of Gado's henchmen came running from the far end of the bridge. One of them kicked over a woman who was cradling her child. Hinata was furious, completely and utterly enraged. Before Sasuke or anyone else could react, she unleashed her gentle fist technique. Her strikes were precise, powerful, and utterly impressive. A force to be reckoned with. One thug died on the spot, his internal organs shattered, blood pouring from his mouth. The other 3 had their arms and legs crippled. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Naruto, in particular, was so shocked it was as if static electricity snapped in his hair. He shouted, "No way! Is this really Hinata Hyuga?" Even Wanji covered her mouth in disbelief. In her eyes, this timid girl had always been far too shy. How could she ever take a life? Only Chino Jun understood. Some people seem gentle and reserved, but when they finally erupt, they're the last person you'd ever want to cross. Burn bright, Byakugan. This is your way of the ninja. As she gazed at the corpse on the ground, Hinata stood stunned. Her hands trembled as she stared at them, whispering, "I've killed someone." Chino Jun pulled her into a comforting embrace and reassured her. "It's all right. This is a path you must walk. In the future, the 4th, there will be even fiercer trials ahead." That's right. Compared to Sasuke and the others, Hinata might seem a little weaker, but she was, after all, a genin gifted with the Byakugan and gentle fist. Dealing with street thugs like these was more than within her means. Her graceful techniques made it impossible for those scoundrels to even touch her. This was a one-sided route, Hinata's dominance, pure and simple. At dinner time, everyone was singing her praises. Naruto exclaimed, "Hinata, you're amazing. You took down 4 all by yourself." Kakashi added, "This is why we train, Hinata. Your progress has been remarkable." Sasuke gave a curt nod. Chino Jun cheered. "My sweet girl is incredible." Li Wanji smiled. "Here, I made a special papaya and snow frog stew just for you." Suddenly, Chino Jun recalled an old medical case. A 20-year-old man. He drank papaya and snow frog stew for so long, his chest grew as large as a woman's. Hinata can't have any more of that. Meanwhile, Hinata's cheeks were flushed, her fingers nervously twisting at her clothes. It was the first time she'd ever heard so much praise directed at her. If only father could see me like this. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was Tsunami. the daughter of Tezuna, the master bridge builder. Carrying a platter of seafood sushi, she walked into the room. Has Master Tezuna been discharged from the hospital yet? Wanji asked. Jean Nami nodded, saying, he left a week ago, but he's already gone from the village. He's gone? Where did he go? Li Wanji was quite surprised. He didn't say. After dinner. The more Xianxia-Fusion thought about it, the more off it seemed. So he hurried to the kitchen to ask. After hearing Li Wanji's account and going through his own analysis, Xianxia-Fusion came to a conclusion. The old man has gone to Konohagakure to find a ninja to... As it turns out, before Li Wanji headed to Konoha, Tezuna had just been hospitalized. She went to his hospital room to report that she'd be leaving for Konoha. But the old man, completely drunk at the time, barely listened and just nodded absent-mindedly. When he was discharged, he immediately made his own way to Konoha. He didn't even notice that Li Wanji was no longer in the village. And to make matters stranger, they took two different routes and missed each other entirely. What did you say? Village Chief Tezuna has gone to Konoha as well? But you've already taken the mission. Don't tell me he's going to waste more of his money on this. Xianxia-Fusion shook his head with a laugh. You two need to work on your communication, but don't worry. Missions are all registered at the commission office, so they won't send more people out. Only then did Li Wanji let go of her worries. Kakashi, who'd just come in to pour tea, thought privately, not necessarily. Leaving the kitchen, Xianxia-Fusion took out a small present for Hinata. Sweet pea, I made this myself over the last few days. Consider it encouragement and a little reward. Hinata opened it. Inside was a cute set of clothes. A bunny ear hat in rosy pinks, with a little tail at the back. As soon as she put it on, Tajda, the ultimate, impossibly adorable bunny girl from a storybook, made her entrance. Everyone there was instantly stunned. So cute. Naruto clamored that he wanted a set, too. Not for you. After the laughter died down, Kakashi, balancing on one finger doing push-ups, spoke up. Gato won't give up so easily. We should all stay alert for the next few days. But Xianxia-Fusion knew. Zabuza would reappear soon enough. In the early morning hours, Xianxia-Fusion woke up to answer nature's call. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from Kakashi's room. He fixed his eyes and wait, what? It was Li Wanji's older sister. What in the world? Kakashi-sensei, what about your dignity? Where's your self-control? Oh, come on. Isn't Guy still waiting for you, Kakashi? The next day, after breakfast, everyone gathered at the foot of the Grand Bridge. Along the way, Xianxia-Fusion watched Kakashi, shooting him so many sly little grins that Kakashi's hair practically stood on end. Kakashi-sensei, congratulations. Kakashi was utterly baffled. What's going on? By the bridge. Folks, construction will be done in about 10 days. Seeing Kakashi and the others, Li Wanji gave a deep bow. Until then, I must rely on all of you to keep protecting us. Don't worry, Kakashi reassured her with a smile. Just then, the air suddenly turned a little cold. A faint mist began to rise. Kakashi quickly sensed a murderous intent in the air. This mist isn't right. The rest of you, protect the builder, he commanded. The four of them formed up, alert to the surroundings. Amid the shrouded haze, Hinata activated her Byakugan, feeling the flow of chakra. Someone's coming, she warned. Naruto and Sasuke drew their kunai, launching them in a flurry. Secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death. A soft voice drifted out. Suddenly, the sea transformed into countless sharp senbon, hurtling toward Ikuno and his team. The needles glinted coldly, thousands in number. Lightning style, Leaf Thunder Dragon. A roaring blue tornado crackled with electricity, scattering most of the water needles. Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu. A storm of shadowed shuriken shattered the remaining needles, which fell to the ground like rain. Soon, Haku emerged from a mist, his mask torn. He took it off, revealing straight black hair in classic style. Wow, so cute. Even cuter than Sakura, Naruto exclaimed without hesitation. Sasuke was stunned, too. They broke into a sudden debate, until Ikuno declared with conviction, he's a boy. Naruto and Sasuke were both utterly shocked. But before long, the flamboyant man in the straps reappeared. Kakashi, we meet again. Zabuza, it's only been a few days. You sure know how to make an entrance. The two seemed like old rivals, as if every meeting came after 3 long years. After another round of verbal sparring, they launched straight into battle. Meanwhile, the students faced their own battlefield. 4 against 1. It hardly seemed fair. Yet Haku remained calm, not the least bit perturbed. With a smile that could melt a city, he spoke gently. I only need the lady in front. Please don't get in my way. If you do, I'll be forced to follow Mr. Zabuza's orders and kill you all. His words were icy, full of barely concealed menace. Yet the tone was soft and melodious, almost heartbreaking in its gentleness. He moved in, his steps blurring like an illusion as he attacked Hinata. Haku's figure flickered, fearless and decisive. Naruto and Sasuke tried to help, but Ikuno stopped them. Give her a chance. The two were taken aback. What about our chance? Sheesh, weren't you too done showing off your shuriken skills last time? Stand back for now. As he spoke, Byakugan activated. Hinata lunged for Haku's wrist, intending to seal his chakra flow. But Haku slipped away, dodging effortlessly. Compared to Haku, Hinata still lacked battle experience. And soon she was showing signs of strain. Only then did Sasuke and Naruto jump back into the fight. Haku was caught off guard. So we're passing the baton now. Ikuno, meanwhile, was left on the sidelines with nothing to do. The young shinobi had been itching for action after weeks of training. Now was their chance to see how far they'd come. Ikuno glanced back at the adults' battle. Zabuza unleashed another thick, stifling mist attack, leaving Kakashi trapped within. But Ikuno didn't send a shadow butterfly Mothra to help. He knew the tactics about to unfold were nothing short of legendary. If he stepped in to help, it would completely rob Kakashi of his sense of accomplishment. Later, Kakashi would probably pull out his photos and lecture Daito again. So he deliberately let Zabuza land another blow. Blood splattered across the decapitating blade. Yet this was part of his plan. Fang pursuit jutsu. Combining his summoning technique with earth style, he called forth a pack of dogs. The dogs sniffed out the scent of blood, burrowed up through the ground, and pinned Zabuza down. Back to the young trio. Their fight had reached a fever pitch. Blades of light flashed soundlessly through the mist. The air filled with a ring of clashing steel, sharp and crisp. Every Senbon needle hurled was swiftly knocked aside, splashing to the ground in little pools of water. Naruto and Sasuke launched the main assault while Hinata, her Byakugan activated, lent crucial support. With her nearly 360-degree field of vision, no sneak attack or hidden weapon could threaten them. Watching their coordination, Chi-Jun was thoroughly pleased. Looks like these needles won't be able to hurt you. He had been waiting for this moment. At last, the legendary secret art appeared. Ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. He used his bloodline limit to freeze moisture in the air, conjuring mirrors of pure ice to trap his foes. The caster could move at will from mirror to mirror, striking out as he pleased. A crystalline hush filled the air as water turned to sheets of ice. The ice began to rise, surrounding the trio with mirror after mirror, until a ring of 12 or more crystal reflections boxed them in. Sasuke, get out. The mission demanded that Sasuke must not come harm. In the original story, Sasuke was grievously wounded by these mirrors. Watching that episode in the anime had felt utterly stifling. A few broken mirrors had battered Naruto and Sasuke so cruelly. Little Black, go! Little Black lunged, grabbing and dragging Sasuke out just in time. Luckily, the mirrors had only just sealed shut. A moment later, and it would have been too late. Sasuke flailed in confusion, unable to see what was pulling him. Chi-Jun gathered a torrent of chakra at his fist. He was ready to unleash a monstrous punch. If I can break through an earth wall, there's no way these icy mirrors can stop me. Monster strength. With a roar, he dashed forward. But he rebounded hard off the mirror, shot back violently. If not for his bone god armor snapping into place, his head might have cracked wide open. So, they're really that tough. Damn it. Not even monster strength can shatter them. No wonder Sasuke lost so badly back then. Wait, earth wall. A sudden idea struck him. He crafted a modified, original ninjutsu. This technique, now this was impressive. But then he saw several figures racing toward him and was left completely dumbfounded. Amid the swirling fog, icy chill filling the air. Naruto and Hinata were now trapped inside the mirror prison. Even Chi-Jun's overwhelming strength couldn't break through the ice mirrors. That's it. What if I pour even more chakra into the earth wall? What happened then? Thus, a new, improved jutsu was born. Chakra surged powerfully between his hands. Chia Tashihito crouched down and slammed his palms forcefully against the ground. Earth style, King's Earth Flow Rampart. A deafening rumble shook the air. A solid barrier of earth rose majestically from beneath the mirror. The ground trembled violently. The soil rolled and heaved. Sasuke and the others were thrown down, sprawled across the earth. Even Kakashi and Zabuza paused their fight, turning in astonishment towards the scene. They saw masses of earth burst forth from the ground like a torrential flood. The soil then rapidly converged, condensed, molded, and solidified. Ultimately, a gigantic earthen platform emerged, 5 or 6 meters tall, towering grandly, as vast as several championship stages put together. The demonic ice mirrors stood right atop this monumental platform, with a rushing, splashing sound. As the platform rose higher, the mirrors shattered completely, dissolving into trails of water. We did it. Talk about impressive. This is on another level. Xianxia-Fusion shouted in exhilaration. Haku collapsed onto the platform, utterly stunned. The regular earth flow rampart formed walls, but the king's earth flow rampart shaped a square platform, a difference in scale as vast as night and day. Sasuke is saved. That's one mission objective accomplished. In the original story, Sasuke awakened the double Tomo in his right Sharingan during this battle. But now, thanks to Xianxia-Fusion, he'd done it ahead of schedule. Wait, what about Naruto's Nine Tails chakra? With the demonic ice mirror shattered and Sasuke safe from serious injury, how would Naruto's Nine Tails power be triggered now? Caught up in the excitement, Xianxia-Fusion had almost forgotten this other challenge. But that wouldn't stop him for long. A solution quickly came to mind. And just then, a sweet calling voice echoed out. Feist doshivitagun. Huh, that sounded like Ino's voice. What is she doing here? He turned to look. From across the Great Bridge, several figures came running. At the lead was their teacher, Asuma Sarutobi. He was followed by Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi of Team 10. Along with them were Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, temporarily assigned to their squad. All the Konoha rookies were there, except for Sakura, who was still in hospital. What on earth? How did they all show up? Looking closer, even Master Craftsman Tazuna was with them. Wait a second. Could it be that the third Hokage had accepted another mission from the Land of Waves? Later, Naruto would fume. That old man is such a penny pincher. He'll take any job for money, even if it's the same mission all over again. And Kakashi gave him a firm flick on the head. Don't say the quiet part out loud. At this moment, the rookies reunited, greeting each other enthusiastically. By the way, your house was almost raided. Lucky that Lord Hokage, Grandpa Mito, and Granny Koharu all showed up in time, Kiba said, accepting a packet of dog biscuits from Xianxia-Fusion. Chia's eyes went wide in disbelief. What? What? Shikamaru replied lazily. They said you were running a children's casino. Who came to raid the place? Chia was already forming an idea in his mind. Choji munched on his chips and grumbled. A bunch of people in black, all wearing weird masks. Huh, just as I thought. Danzo's behind this. That guy really can't go a few days without stirring up trouble. Always looking for death's door. Shino, fiddling with his little ants, chimed in. There was a white-haired man. He was fierce. A single kick sent several people flying. Ichino-shun was taken aback, his heart pounding with excitement. Could it be him? It seems fate really keeps us linked. At that moment, Asuma-sensei snapped to attention. Team 10 after them. Take down Zabuza and split the reward. Earlier, as soon as they entered the village and started asking around. What? Team 7 already took the mission? And they're already fighting? All our hard work, trekking a whole week, and just like that, it's all gone down the drain. Geez, Dad, why'd you make me take this assignment? Your father just dotes on you. He wants you to reap the reward with no effort. And so, the group of 5 kids burst into a wild dash. Luckily, Kakashi was still busy handling his hounds. The fight wasn't over yet. But, before Team 10 could rush closer, the crackling sound of Kakashi's Chidori split the air. Haku leapt down in a swift arc, dropping from the platform and landing right in front of Zabuza. But Chidori was already unleashed. Haku was struck dead, sacrificing himself to block the fatal blow for Zabuza. Ichino-shun froze. He never wanted Haku to die. Even Zabuza would have spared him if he could. If Dragon Ball is a journey of nostalgia, and One Piece is pure passion, then Naruto is a story built on regrets. Since Ichino-shun had traveled to this world, he was determined to mend those regrets. As this scene unfolded, everyone stood in stunned silence. Hinata's tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Though she just fought fiercely against Haku, she truly liked that gentle, young lady. Ino was moved beyond words, clutching Hinata as both dissolved into tears. But Ichino-shun had no time for sorrow. He knew what would happen next. Gato would soon arrive, leading a band of rogue ninja. Right now, the second task needed to be completed. Help Naruto awaken the power of the Nine Tails. Naruto and Sasuke huddled side by side, staring at Haku's body, utterly stunned. Ichino-shun had already checked with the system. Overusing the joy release art wouldn't harm the body. So, he immediately cast the technique on Naruto. Joy release art. Level 1. Naruto jolted up, suddenly energized. Joy release art. Level 2. It was as if he'd been given a shot of pure adrenaline. Joy release art. Level 5. Naruto danced and leapt, all his fighting spirit ablaze. Joy Release Art, Level 10. He started cartwheeling across the ground, bursting into the Song of the Leaf. Joy Release Art, Level 100. At last, red chakra slowly welled up, filling the air around them. Naruto's eyes turned blood red. The whisker marks on his cheeks deepened, his hair bristled, and his mouth bared sharp fangs. The chakra took the shape of a nine-tails head, which arched back and howled into the sky. Let's go yet. A deafening roar thundered across the skies of the land of waves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening Naruto's nine-tails power. Kakashi's face changed dramatically. One astonishing amount of chakra. Did Naruto break the seal? After observing for a moment, Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the seal still holds. Meanwhile, Zabuza, utterly losing his sanity over Haku's death, had become a shell of himself. The piercing, sickening sound of flesh being torn echoed in the air. Both his arms had been rendered useless by Kakashi, and his chest was pierced right through by a kunai. Yet, the pain of his wounds couldn't compare to the agony in his heart. No, there's no heartbreak. He was just a tool. Only a tool. Suddenly, a dark, overwhelming crowd surged from the distance. Leading them was a man with a head of tightly curled hair, short in stature, wearing sunglasses. His mouth drooped downward, his long face oddly resembling a pair of boxer shorts. He wore green shoes, green trousers, a green jacket, a green belt, leaned on a green cane, and even topped it off with a ridiculous green hat. This was Kato. He had assassinated the ministers of the Land of Waves, recruited wandering ninja and samurai, assembled a violent new faction, and swept through the country, establishing himself as an overlord. His syndicate was called the Scandal Gate. Just like in the anime, greasy, loathsome, and contemptible, Chino-jun squinted, his eyes glinting coldly. Kato stepped on a Haku's lifeless body with a cruel sneer. Hey, you bastard! Naruto snapped furiously, unable to take it. How could someone show such disrespect, even to a corpse? The rest of his companions were seething, itching to leap into action. But Chino-jun held them back. The final task was his, and his alone. To destroy Kato, personally. Move your filthy foot. Chino-jun's gaze was frosty, lethal intent emanating from him. He shrugged off his jacket, shoulders trembling with anticipation, and strode steadily toward Kato. Kato, emboldened by the size of his gang, didn't so much as flinch. Instead, he crouched down and began to stroke Haku's cold cheek, his face twisted with perverse delight. Repulsive. Degenerate. Revolting. In the face of this desecration, Zabuza, arms ruined, remained silent. This infuriated Naruto even further. He rushed forward and poured his heart out, his words striking home. At last, even the iron-blooded man Zabuza broke down in tears. In that moment, Zabuza finally admitted his true feelings for Haku. Right then, Chino-jun shouted, his voice like a thunderclap. Die, you monster! Bony spikes erupted from his body, glinting white and deadly under the sun. With a flicker, he dashed straight at Kato. 6 razor-sharp bone spines plunged into Kato's eyes, throat, chest, and abdomen. When the spikes withdrew, gaping wounds gushed blackish-red blood from Kato's broken body. But for Chino-jun, even this wasn't enough to sate his rage. He struck at Kato's bleeding remains, each blow sending blood spraying in all directions. He kept striking again and again, until all that was left was a mess of mangled meat. Behind him, over 100 henchmen froze in shock. Finally, one of the lieutenants shouted, "Kill that brat! Avenge our boss!" Chino-jun let out a cold, confident laugh. Even now, he still hadn't unleashed his most powerful ninjutsu in a real battle. Lightning release, thunderburst. With that cry, Jun Ichino unleashed a barrage of lightning spears from his mouth, a storm of bolts sweeping through the enemy ranks like relentless Gatling fire. A devastating area of effect attack. Sasuke and the others could only stand in stunned amazement. Even Kakashi was left speechless. In that instant, Jun Ichino seemed transformed into a demon born for carnage. All that remained in his eyes was the drive to kill. Minutes passed. The battlefield lay thick with bodies, rivers of blood painting the great bridge crimson. Hundreds of skeletons suddenly rose, their bones creaking in step as they trailed at Jun Ichino's heels. Corpse fusion and skeleton resurrection proficiency plus 210, advanced level attained. At that moment, Zabuza hovered at death's door. Kakashi, I want to see that guy's face one last time. He pleaded with Kakashi to bring him to Haku's side. Kakashi nodded. Cradling the blood-soaked Zabuza in his arms, he carried him to where Haku lay. Just then, snowflakes began to drift down, making everyone pause in surprise. Snow in the heart of autumn? Struggling for breath, Zabuza murmured, "It's snowing. Haku, is that you weeping for me?" He whispered softly, "Haku, just let me stay with you at the end." With deep affection in his gaze, he summoned the last ounce of his strength, lifting his ruined hand to gently touch Haku's face. Haku was born in a village of falling snow. If it's possible, I'd have wanted to take you somewhere far away. After a long, silent moment, Zabuza, too, closed his eyes at last. Petals drifted to the snowy ground, and from that day forward, he and the mortal world would never meet again. Kakashi pulled down his headband. "You two will be together forever." He and Asuma each picked up a body and began making their way back toward the village. Jun Ichino's thoughts flickered back to his previous life. He remembered the night he saw this episode, working a late shift at the hospital. Beside him, the pretty nurse Xiao Zhou had sobbed her heart out, collapsing into his arms. When the tears had finally dried, the two had slipped away together into an empty duty room. As for Zabuza, Jun Ichino could never truly dislike him. Some saw Zabuza as a ruthless villain, cold and merciless. But in Jun Ichino's eyes, he was a darkened hero. As a member of the Hidden Mist, Zabuza had devoted himself to the village. Yet fate had played a cruel hand. The Mizukage, the village head, had lost his mind, or perhaps was being manipulated, turning the place into a pit of misery. One of their most brutal practices, the deadly graduation test. From their first days in the academy, children were forced to slaughter each other to prove themselves. The reason Zabuza killed over 100 people during his graduation wasn't mindless cruelty, but a child's protest, a desperate stand against the system's savagery. That became the nightmare that forever haunted him. And so, he dreamed of overturning that tyranny, to end the horrors he'd lived, to shatter the village of hidden blood mist, and restore his home to peace and happiness. That was why he launched an assassination attempt on the Mizukage. But he failed. From then on, he bore the name of a notorious rogue. Here we must speak of the Mizukage at that time. Yagura Karatachi. With a baby face, he looked cute as could be. In fact, he already had a grandson, Kagura. Yagura himself became the second Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Yet, during his rule, he fell under the control of Uchiha Obito's Genjutsu. This left the Hidden Mist village cut off from the outside world for years, shrouded in horror, a place that came to be known as the Village of Bloody Mist. Fortunately, after Yagura's death, the beautiful Mei Terumi stepped up as the fifth Mizukage. At last, the village was freed from the grip of the Sharingan and slowly returned to normal. There were no more tragedies like that of Zabuza Momochi. And the reason Zabuza took up those bloody contracts was simple. He needed money. He needed to survive, to save up enough to get back on his feet, and once more overturn the tyranny that haunted his homeland. Of course, by living a life soaked in killing, Zabuza saw just how dark the world could be, and in the end, his heart gave way to absolute darkness. This is the Zabuza we first encountered, a brooding, menacing figure. Now let's look at Haku. Back then, the Hidden Mist village was bent on eradicating anyone who possessed Kekkai Genkai. Haku, born with the bloodline of Ice Release, lost his family and his home. In the end, he was taken in by Zabuza. This says something about Zabuza. Deep down, there was a softness in his heart. He was not entirely heartless. He always claimed to treat Haku as nothing more than a tool. But in truth, he cared for Haku deeply, and that's what made Haku so fiercely loyal in return. Together, Haku and Zabuza became one of the most iconic duos in the world of Naruto. Sadly, both of them met their end at the hands of Team 7. Zabuza was a milestone, a character who truly ignited my obsession with the world of Naruto. In this world, there isn't just comedy and passion, but antagonists with complex personalities, and through them, an overwhelming sense of a vast, intricate universe. And so, the mission in the Land of Waves finally came to an end. It was dinner time. The kids dove into their food with ravenous gusto, leaving behind a shadow of grief. Team 10 felt genuine admiration for the achievements of Team 7. Asuma Sarutobi couldn't help but ask, "Kakashi, how did you manage to pull this off?" After Kaz gave a little chuckle, Kakashi turned to his team. "All right, kids, tell them the secret to your success." Sasuke, perseverance. Naruto, thick skin. Ikuno Shin, perseverance and thick skin. Hinata, listen for the applause. A burst of applause filled the room. Night fell. Lying in bed, Ikuno Shin found his heart finally at peace after all the chaos. All right, 3 completed missions. It's time to sign in. He called on the system and finished his check-in. What caught him completely off guard was this time's sign-in reward turned out to be not just 1, but 2 incredibly powerful jutsu. Though they weren't attack techniques, Ikuno-shin was so thrilled, he tumbled about on the bed in excitement. He walked over to the window, gazing out toward the moon-bathed Hidden Leaf Village. Pervy Sage, no matter how many times you die from now on, I'll be able to save you every single time. With that, he slipped quietly out of his room. Under the misty cloak of night, Ikuno-shin made his way toward the graves of Haku and Zabuza. The night was tranquil. In the forest beyond the fishing village, a dim silver light poured softly over two fresh mounds of earth, graves newly dug for Haku and Zabuza. A dark figure flashed past. It was Chie-jun. Having checked in to complete his mission, he received 2 rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the soul of the ancestors. This secret technique can bring the dead back to life. No way. Is brother Chi destined for immortality? He'd actually been granted a resurrection technique. Within the world of Naruto, there were already several methods of bringing people back from the dead. Chiyoba's one-person life for another technique. Izanagi, the ultimate ocular jutsu. The Rinne Tensei of the Outer Path. And the infamous Impure World reincarnation. But every resurrection jutsu had its pitfalls and price to pay. Some required a living person to serve as a vessel for the returning soul. Some brought back a diminished version of the deceased. Others took the life of the user as the price for the technique. However, the soul of the ancestors had none of those drawbacks. It required no living host, carried no side effects, a pure resurrection technique through and through. Even more astonishing, after revival, he could activate the Grafting Flowers ability. Grafting Flowers let him choose 2 skills from the revived person and gain them himself, along with their Kekkei Genkai. Now, this is overpowered. Of course, the soul of the ancestors came with a few restrictions. It could only revive a fresh corpse that had been dead less than 24 hours. Those lost to all humanity and utterly depraved, like Gato, could not be revived. The technique could not be upgraded, revived no more than 4 people at once, and could not be cast repeatedly. A lengthy cooldown was required to restore his chakra. Even so, Chie-jun felt more than satisfied. At this moment, he stood before the twin graves. He cast the soul of the ancestors. A flash of silvery white light. From each grave, a hand emerged, both tightly entwined around each other. Chie-jun couldn't help but hum a tune. Even in death, love will remain. No regrets to love so fiercely. Slowly, Zabuza and Haku crawled out from the earth, looking at him, dazed. Then, memories surged back. They recognized their savior, their faces overflowing with gratitude and tears. Poluyun. Oni-san. Tiayun exuited kafting fleus. A holographic panel flickered before his eyes, displaying a list of their techniques. To his surprise, one was listed as Water Style, Water Enema Jutsu, making his final choice. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Water Style, Giant Vortex Jutsu. Ice Style, 1,000 Flying Water Needles. Ice Style, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. On top of that, he acquired the Kekkei Genkai, Ice Release. After giving them a few instructions, Chie-jun sprinted back inside, ready to give the performance of a lifetime. It's raining, the thunder's rumbling, and those 2 lovebirds? They've come back from the dead. Everyone gathered around, bombarding Zabuza and Haku with questions, only to find the 2 shaking their heads, bewildered. Hinata and Ino took Haku's hand, while the rest started drawing their weapons, eyes fixed suspiciously on Zabuza. Chie-jun hurriedly waved his hands and said, "This guy's changed. He's not so dark and brooding anymore." But no one was more excited than Naruto. He circled around Haku, enthusiasm radiating from him, his eyes sparkling with delight. Sasuke shot him a cold, sidelong glance, feeling a faint twinge of annoyance inside. Although his wounds had already healed, he was still a bit weak after being revived. Once Ryuanji finished settling them in, Naruto sneaked in quietly. No one knew where he got it, but he showed up with a little wooden stick. Taking advantage of the moment when Haku had his eyes closed to rest, Naruto slowly reached over to poke between Haku's legs. I just want to know once and for all, is he really a guy or not? Chie-jun, busy with the revival earlier, had completely forgotten about the second reward. It wasn't until the system gave him a friendly reminder. Ding! Host, you haven't claimed your second reward yet. Chie-jun shot to his feet in alarm. Oh right, what's the reward? Congratulations, host, you've been granted the Flying Thunder God technique. What the? The Flying Thunder God technique. An S-rank space-time jutsu developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama. A technique that defies the laws of nature, truly overpowered. But the most incredible thing about this jutsu isn't just instantaneous movement. It's long-distance teleportation. To put it plainly, it's the ninja world's version of time-space travel. If the body flicker is like a mage's flash spell, then the Flying Thunder God is a full-blown portal. For example, 4th Hokage Minato. He could leap from the village to the battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, to unleash this nearly impossible, wormhole-like technique, certain conditions must be met. A special seal, copious amounts of chakra, and extraordinary sensory skills. As for how far one can teleport, the stronger the sensory ability, the farther the range. Xianxia-Jun's super sensory technique had already been upgraded. Now he could sense objects hundreds of kilometers away. Therefore, in theory, teleporting between the fishing village and the hidden leaf village should be possible. Overjoyed with today's reward, Xianxia-Jun could hardly contain himself. The next morning, he suddenly had the urge to test out the Flying Thunder God, so he placed a chakra seal beside the toilet. After breakfast, he quickly grabbed Hinata and dashed to the distant bridge. Then, without warning, he swept her up into his arms. Ah! Jun-kun! Hinata's cheeks turned bright red with embarrassment. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! In an instant, they vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, they reappeared on top of the toilet. Ah! It worked! Xianxia-Jun then went out into the forest and scattered seals all around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two of them flitted through the woods, jumping from seal to seal, just like Tarzan carrying Jane through the jungle. If it had been anyone else, their chakra would have run out long ago. But Xianxia-Jun had nothing to worry about. At that moment, Naruto came running over. When he heard about Xianxia-Jun's amazing flight jutsu, he insisted on being picked up too. With his unbeatable powers of persuasion, Naruto wouldn't take no for an answer. Xianxia-Jun had no choice but to scoop him up as well. Evening fell. Zabuza and Haku left the village, setting off to search for Gado's fortune. Only when something is lost do we realize its true value. Only after love is experienced do we understand its depths. After living and dying through 2 lifetimes, Zabuza finally decided to let go of the past. He never wanted to lose Haku again, nor would he ever treat him as just a tool. He yearned to settle down with Haku in a peaceful fishing village by the sea. Together, they would build a happy home and lead simple, carefree days, unconcerned with the world around them. But of course, Akano-shun would never let them have such an easy life. He had his eyes on the little fishing village and on the land of waves itself. He wanted to establish his own ninja village right here. Zabuza and Haku would become the founding elders of this new village. The sun dipped towards the horizon. The village bathed in golden dusk, beautiful and serene. Akano-shun had already chosen a name for his future ninja village, Sunfall Village. In the glow of sunset, the shadows of Zabuza and Haku stretched long across the quiet ground. With a gentle chuckle, Akano-shun said, "You two are destined to become mighty shinobi in the days to come." And why was that? Because in the world of shinobi, the stronger the bromance, the greater the power. Azura and Indra, blood brothers with a legendary bond, were so strong it defied belief. Hashirama and Madara, co-founders of the Hidden Leaf Village, let the entire village witness the unbreakable ties between comrades. There were still 2 days before the bridge would be completed. That night, deep in the stillness, Akano-shun had a dream. Awakening suddenly, he blinked into the darkness, and right before his eyes appeared a few unmistakable whisker marks. What the? When did you climb into my bed? Without a second thought, he pushed Naruto off of him. Naruto, rubbing his sleepy eyes, pointed plaintively to his own bed. It was just too crowded. Thanks to the arrival of Team 10, sleeping space had become a rare luxury. Akano-shun still slept alone, but Naruto's bed was now packed with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino, and Akamaru was sprawled out at the head of the bed. Sasuke shared a bed with Choji the heavyweight. Suddenly, they both glanced at the floor. Someone else was lying stretched out on the tatami mat. Asuma-sensei. Wasn't he supposed to be sharing with Kakashi-sensei? Asuma sighed in his heart. I never thought Kakashi and Romanji. The next day dawned. Akano-shun spent half the day in the forest with Hinata, practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Wow, this is so much fun! Akano-shun exclaimed unabashedly, collapsing into the grass and luxuriating in the gentle breeze. Hinata nestled softly on his stomach, gazing up at the endless blue sky, a smile of pure contentment on her lips. Nothing feels better than this. I really dislike fighting, she murmured in her gentle, delicate voice. Akano-shun let out a quiet sigh. How much longer could these peaceful days last? He reached into his pocket and fished out a handful of soft candies. Hinata's favorite was always cherry-flavored. Soon, the girl drifted off into a tranquil sleep. But Akano-shun pulled out a map of the shinobi world. His sights were set on the Land of Waves, a small, impoverished country at the southeastern edge of the Land of Fire, yet with a uniquely strategic location. To the west, it was separated from the Land of Fire by just a narrow sea. Build a bridge, and the lands would be connected. To the east, it was the essential supply route to the deep sea. Sail south for half a day, and you'd reach the ruins of the former land of whirlpools. To the north, islands belonging to the hot springs and lightning countries awaited. The Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village must pass through the Land of Waves to enter the Leaf Village. That makes this place incredibly valuable in terms of strategy. Another day passed. At last, the bridge was completed. Gazing up at the four bold characters spelling out Chi Ming Zhuetian, the young members of Team 10 could barely contain their envy. That night, Zabuza and Haku returned as well, carrying spoils of victory. Large sacks crammed, full with cash. The remaining members of the Gato group had been wiped out completely. Chi Jun entrusted them with the important task of rebuilding Sunset Village. The next day, they were finally ready to leave the village. The villagers came out to see them off at the gate. "Don't worry, I promise I'll protect Sunset Village," Zabuza declared. Tazuna and Ryuanji chimed in. "By the time you come back, the big house will definitely be finished." "All right, I'll visit often from now on, and next time, I'll bring Kakashi-sensei and Team 7 with me." The journey home bustled with energy, thanks to the many people in the group. This trip to the Land of Waves had brought them a great deal. With Chi Jun's careful guidance, Naruto now rarely brought up Sakura's name. The sooner you forget, the less it will hurt down the road. A week later, they finally returned to the Leaf Village. Eagerly, Chi Jun couldn't wait to test out the teleportation function of the Flying Raijin. The Leaf Village was flourishing, awash in blossoms. Someone was welding steel with lightning release, high voltage arc. Someone else was tending the greenery, watering it with water release, enlightenment baptism. Others were building homes using wood release, 3-room apartment. Everything ran in perfect order. But only Chi Yi-jun knew this was merely the calm before the storm. He hurried toward the Hokage's office. "Grandpa Hokage, I'm here for reimbursement." The Hokage was puzzled. "Reimbursement for what?" "Well, you took 2 mission fees from them, and I went and refunded 1. Doesn't that mean I should get reimbursed?" By now, Chi Jun had wealth that rivaled nations. But business is business, after all, the third Hokage awkwardly replied. "Ahem, of course, that's only fair. I'll have Accountant Xiao Shuang bring it over to you." Chi Jun then brought out a few gifts. "My first trip abroad, I brought back some local specialties. Seaweed capsules, the packaging cheerfully emblazoned. Youthful health product, brain booster pills. What a thoughtful child." The third Hokage laughed as he received them. After Chi Yi-jun left, Kakashi entered. After the briefing, the old man was very satisfied. However, when he heard Naruto had awakened the Nine Tails, he gazed out the window in silence. Faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki drifting across his mind. Keep an eye on him. The Nine Tails is a double-edged sword. Chi Jun returned home. Rage instantly overwhelmed him. Every apple tree and hawthorn tree in the courtyard had been destroyed. The flower beds, so carefully tended by Ino, were now a tangle of devastation. The front gate was marked with a red circle, and inside it, the word demolish had been scrawled. There were still 2 banners hanging on the courtyard wall. "If you don't gamble, and I don't gamble, harmony and happiness will follow. Mobilize the whole village. Everyone take part. Wage a people's war against gambling." Damn you, Danzo. You're really begging for trouble. That very night, the body of a root member was dumped right in Danzo's courtyard. A kunai was stuck in a corpse, and a slip of paper dangled from it. On it were just a few words. "Keep it up, and you're next." Few in number, yet icy to the bone. When Danzo read the note, a chill crept over him. "Little brat who doesn't know his place. Just you wait till I become Hokage, then I'll make you pay." The next day, a few mischievous kids accidentally broke the window at Junichino's house. Jun called out for Kuro. Let him have his way with Danzo's favorite calico cat, then whisked it away. Danzo looked to the sky with a deep sigh. It really wasn't me this time. Why does every bad thing always get pinned on me? Kakashi brought Team 7 to visit Sakura. For the time being, Sakura couldn't join them on missions. Jun Ichino watched from the shadows, noticing that Naruto had started acting less like a lovesick puppy around Sakura. A good sign. After leaving Sakura's house, Jun Ichino offered some advice. "There are fields and fields of flowers. Why pine for just one? There are so many beauties in Konoha. It's not all about Sakura." Noon. At the barbecue restaurant, Teams 7 and 10 gathered to celebrate a successful mission together. Guy, dressed in his signature green, burst through the door. Flashing his dazzling smile, he teased Kakashi. Not bad, Kakashi. I heard you've landed a real mermaid this time. Finally learning to enjoy your youth. Kakashi gave a dry cough. Ahem. Who told you that? Guy grinned. Who else? Naruto, of course. Utsetuum akai Naruto. Naruto had already vanished in a puff of dust. That evening, Junichino finally had some time alone. He'd been holding back for a whole month. After fooling around with his shadow clone big sisters, he turned his mind back to business. It was already November. If the story went as expected, the Chunin exams would be a little over 4 months away. All the legends would soon come out of the woodwork, and Konoha would no longer know peace. Hopefully, I can take more missions outside the village in the meantime, learn what's going on nearby, and start getting ready for what's to come. Suddenly, Junichino thought of Sunset Village. He sprang up in a flash, first making a mark inside his house. Then, he activated his super perception technique. Perfect! I can still sense the mark at Sunset Village. Without hesitation, he focused his chakra and prepared the flying thunder god technique. Whoosh! In just a second, he materialized over a toilet. Rawaji, his big sister, was there, humming a tune as she pulled up her pants. A sharp scream rang out, and she fainted dead away. Damn it, I forgot to update the mark. With this godly flying thunder god, it was as if he now carried a portal with him wherever he went. Next, Kakashi gave everyone a 3-day break. Junichino spent some of his time training with Hinata or accompanying her on shopping trips. Occasionally, he would drop by Ino's family flower shop for a visit. The rest of his time, he wandered around the outskirts of the village. He wanted to plant more chakra markers, making it easier to use the flying thunder god technique in the future. The Forest of Death, Tenzaka Town, the Valley of the End. On this particular morning, he had just awoken from sleep when his system issued a new task. Ding! A sign-in mission is released. Host, please proceed to the Temple of Fire to sign in. The Temple of Fire? Drops of dew sparkling in the early light. He couldn't help but laugh. The timing was perfect. I was just thinking of checking it out. A handsome monk named Chiriku lived there. Chiriku and his friend Asuma Sarutobi were once members of the 12 Guardian Ninja, the private escort force of the Land of Fire's feudal lord, a modern equivalent of the Royal Guards. Later, Chiriku became the head monk of the temple. His strength was something to behold. But in the end, he fell at the hands of Haiden, the long-winded member of Akatsuki. Junichino vividly remembered one of Chiriku's secret techniques, as seen in episode 293. Welcome, Thousand-Armed Kill. Upon release, the Thousand-Armed Cannon would appear, transforming into golden chakra fists to launch a flurry of attacks. In this state, unleashing wrathful Vajra, the cannon would grow furious, turn into an imposing deity, and use red chakra fists for ruthless taijutsu assaults. Never mind the actual power. The visual effect alone was dazzling and breathtaking. If I go to the Temple of Fire this time, it would be wonderful to meet Chiriku in person. Back in the base at Sunset Village, only Zabuza and Haku were present for now. Junichino was eager to grow his cadre. He added Chiriku to the list of targets for revival. But how long was the cooldown for Ancestor's Soul exactly? 10 days? 3 months? Or perhaps an entire year? The system hadn't specified the details. But maybe that made sense. If Resurrection had no cooldown, there'd be little point to the Fourth Great Ninja War. He got up and prepared to set off. Little did he know, someone was already tailing him at the Hokage's office. Smoke curled through the air. The third Hokage was gazing intently at his crystal ball. He'd received a report the day before, and the news of Zabuza's resurrection had struck him as deeply suspicious. At that moment, Junichino was briskly making his way outside the village, pausing occasionally to consult a map. His ninja pouch was stuffed with kunai. Judging by his movements, he's planning to leave the village? Did he make contact with someone in the Land of Waves? As Hokage, the third's thoughts naturally ran deeper. What's more, Junya had been roaming just outside the village these last few days. The third couldn't help but worry, knowing how limitless Junya's potential could become. If another hidden village were to recruit him, the consequences could be dire. Yet, he didn't want to cause a panic throughout the village. So, he summoned 3 subordinates, instructing them to quietly bring Junichino back. One of them was a female special jonin. She looked to be in her 30s, with spiky hair and a distinctive red mark on her face. It didn't take long. Ikuno Jun quickly realized someone was tailing him. He reached out with his senses to investigate. As expected, he detected 3 powerful flows of chakra. 2 elite jonin and 1 regular jonin. He immediately understood what was going on. Old man third, you're really pulling out all the stops for me, aren't you? Talk about giving me importance. He shot his middle finger up at the sky, then traced a circle in the air, muttering a curse on top of that. The old man couldn't help but feel puzzled. What on earth did that mean? Ikuno-jun stopped in his tracks. The pursuers were drawing closer. There was even the sound of a dog barking somewhere in the mix. Oh, bark, bark, bark. A dog appeared, wearing an eye patch over its right eye, looking every bit like a black wolf. 3 ENBU operatives closed in as well. The dog's owner was the female Special Jonin. She possessed a unique ability to channel chakra into her nose, massively enhancing her sense of smell. Inezuka-sumen, Auntie, Ikuno-jun recognized her at once. She was none other than the mother of Inezuka Kiba. The dog's name was Kuramaru. The last time he visited their home, Anitsum had been very welcoming, telling him to drop by whenever he wanted. But now, Inezuka-sumen was strictly business, though her attitude remained pleasant. Jun Ikuno, please come back to the village with us. But the other man with her was a lot less friendly. If you don't cooperate, don't blame us for using force. Seriously? Using force? Do you all think you're some sort of city patrol officers? If you spoke to me nicely, who knows, I might actually consider it. Ikuno-jun was the kind of guy who only responded to courtesy, never force. The harder you push, the more stubborn he got. He let out a cold snort in response, and turned to leave without another word. He wasn't afraid of Jonin. Even if a Kage had shown up, he'd hold his own, seeing his intent to escape. One of the elite Jonin gripped a kunai and charged forward. Inezuka-sumen's reconnaissance was now complete. She called off Kuramaru, stopping the eager dog from pouncing. Another ninja was already forming hand seals. In a blink, that person vanished. Hey, Jinjutsu. If there was one thing he was never afraid of, it was illusions. Ikuno-jun cleaned slightly and flung a kunai at the charging ninja. Watch out. Explosive attack. True to form, both elite Jonin demonstrated impressive agility, dodging at the last second. With 2 swift, swooshing noises, they disappeared into the nearby undergrowth. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust flying everywhere. The force of the explosive tag could rival advanced fire-style jutsu. Combined with a kunai, it worked much like a hidden explosive trap. But explosive tags were expensive, so large-scale use was rare. For Ikuno-jun, though, money was no object. He had stocked up on plenty of them. Haha, way handier the grenades, he laughed. And then, just at that moment, a tree appeared behind Ikuno-jun. 2 vines snaked out from the trunk, coiling tightly around him and holding him fast. Heh, tree binding technique. A B-rank illusion technique, once used by Kurenai Yuhi. Suddenly, atop a tree, a massive pea pod burst forth, and a ninja leapt down. He pressed a kunai against Ikuno-shun's throat. It's over. Don't even think about resisting. Come back to the village quietly with us. Oh, is that so? Ikuno-shun replied playfully. Then, in a particularly refined manner, he uttered 5 words, lightning style, egg ball. The man's expression twisted at once. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground. As the smoke from the explosive tag faded, the other 2 were stunned to find their companion down, alive or dead. Impossible to tell. But Ikuno-shun had vanished. Only now did they realize why the 3rd Hokage had sent out such an elite team. This kid is no ordinary opponent. Yeah, once I get home, I'm telling my son Kiba to spend less time playing with him. Hidden in the shrubs, Ikuno-shun drew a kunai. He took careful aim. Chakra pooled at his fingertips. 1,000 years of death. With kunai, special anesthetic edition. Even Ikuno-shun was impressed by his own ingenuity. Coating the kunai with anesthetic, an essential for any mission or journey. Now only Kiba's mother remained. After all, she was a classmate's mom. There was no way Ikuno-shun could stab her in the butt with a kunai. Inezuka deployed her special ability, sniffing out Ikuno-shun's location with her nose. Black Maru lunged toward him. Ikuno-shun's hiding spot was exposed. Come now, little one. Go see the Hokage with me nicely, and no one needs to get hurt. In that instant, Ikuno-shun was racking his brain for a technique suitable to use against an ant. It couldn't be anything too over the top. She was an ANBU, but also his classmate's mother. He could never bring himself to use a deadly jutsu against them. After quite some thought, he remembered a reward he'd gotten in the Land of Waves. Reverse Palace Technique. Bang, 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 bang. 5 puffs of white smoke rose into the air. When the smoke cleared, Inezuka felt her brain go starve for oxygen. 5 Narashikaku appeared before her. They approached with easy grace, radiating calm and charm. Sum's eyes turned into red hearts. Her cheeks flushed, her mind went completely blank, and her body froze in place. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ikuno-shun used the body flicker technique to slip away. Narashikaku was Shikamaru's father and the captain of the Konoha Jonin unit. Born in the 23rd year of the leaf, 2 years older than Tsum Inuzuka. Tsum and Yoshino Nara. The two were as close as sisters, born the same year. In her youth, Tsum had fallen for Shikaku. Sadly, Shikaka only ever saw her as a younger sister, and eventually married Yoshino. Left with her unrequited feelings, Tsum buried them deep in her heart. The original story never mentioned Kiba's father. He probably died in the Great War. Freed from the pursuit of the ANBU, Ikuno Shun traveled for another half a day. A magnificent temple rose before his eyes. At that moment, the system popped up and awarded him a check-in prize. But Ikuno Shun quickly discovered that entering the temple would be anything but easy. Lofty mountains shrouded in mist. A grand and imposing temple appeared. Ancient, stately, awe-inspiring. Above the gate hung a bold sign, Temple of Fire. Ikuno Jun summoned his system and completed the daily sign-in. A chime sounded. Congratulations, host, for reaching the Temple of Fire. Hoa, bonne clone technique. As the words faded, something strange happened. White bones protruded from Jun's body. They clustered together, shifting, wriggling, reshaping, until, in the end, they formed a life-size copy of himself. An exact replica. I am Liang Jichao's grandmother. Liang Jichao, call me a big fool, the clone declared abruptly. It seems the clone got its lines mixed up. The bone clone technique was similar to the shadow clone. No longer just a phantom, but a living, breathing entity, endowed with independent thought and the capacity to act on its own. As long as Jun had sufficient chakra, the clone could exist indefinitely, vanishing only when seriously injured. A clone could cook, do laundry, scrub toilets, look after children. Jun felt a pang of disappointment. What's the point? I already have the multi-shadow clone technique. But the system's next explanation made his eyes light up. The bone clone can swap the appearances of the real body and the clone. Optical devices cannot detect the true body. Wait a second. Jun didn't quite get it first, but as he mulled it over, realization dawned. Optical devices? Binoculars? The third's crystal ball? So, after activating the bone clone, the old man would only see the decoy. The real Jun's movements would remain invisible. He nearly leapt for joy. Let's see you try to spy on me now. The constant surveillance was stifling. It drove him mad. Just like today. If I'd had bone clone, the geezer wouldn't have sent anyone to tail me. If only I'd gotten this reward sooner. Not that it matters much. The old man doesn't have many days left. Jun then turned towards the temple steps. Outside, ancient trees soared skyward. 2 enormous statues flanked the entrance, imposing in the gloom. He knocked on the door, but a young monk barred his way. The head priest isn't receiving visitors. Kindly leave, honored guest. It turned out that ordinary people couldn't enter here. A barrier called the Iron Sealing Wall was erected at the gate. A fusion of barrier ninjutsu and sealing techniques, stretching between the 2 great statues and forming a vast shield. Only monks of the Fire Temple, with their unique Sage Clan chakra, could pass through. Of course, there was always brute force. But Jun had no intention of trying that. Norus, there'll be a chance someday. He quietly placed a marker nearby and departed, wandering through the neighborhood until rain began to pour in earnest. Sheets of water drumming against rooftops. He returned home. Freshly changed out of his wet clothes, a knock came at the door. Jun opened the gate. Hinata. She stood there, drenched, her shoulders trembling. The moment she saw Jun, she fought desperately not to sob. What happened? Are you hurt? And at last, Hinata could hold back no longer. She threw herself into his arms, breaking down in tears. Jun held her tightly, shielding her frail, delicate form, a pitiable, trembling figure. His heart clenched, a savage pang of pain coursing through him. He needed nothing more. Once again, she'd been mistreated at home. Ikeda-shun was never fond of the old man of the Hyuga family. He was always gloomy. That perpetually sour expression. Who was he putting on a show for? Hinata's tragic childhood could be traced right back to Hayashi's cold indifference. Even when she was bullied, her own father did nothing but look at her with disappointment, his heart unmoved. Ikeda-shun understood. Hayashi wanted Hinata to toughen up, but he'd shown favoritism to an almost outrageous degree. If he had spared even a tenth of the affection he gave Hanabi for Hinata, she wouldn't have developed such a timid personality. Fortunately, since Hinata met Ikeda-shun, she'd grown much more cheerful and confident. Ikeda-shun held her tightly in his arms. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you, or look down on you ever again. Then, the two of them dashed indoors. Hinata was completely soaked, shivering from head to toe. How about you go take a shower? I'll find you some clean clothes to change into. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold. Hinata nodded obediently. But before leaving, she hugged him tightly again, choking back tears as she whispered. I thought something happened to you. I was so scared. Something happened? What's going on? As it turned out, the Hyuga clan had their own informants among Konoha's higher-ups. Hinata had overheard someone telling her father that the boy next door was being pursued by the Hokage. Worried sick, she'd rushed out in the rain. So it wasn't about being mistreated at home. It was all because she was worried about me. Ikeda Shun felt a wave of gratitude well up within him. Silly girl, no one would dare mess with me. Not even Grandpa Hokage. Promise you won't run out in the rain again, all right? As he finished speaking, he affectionately tapped her pink nose. Only then did Hinata finally let go, a cute smile blossoming on her face. After her shower, Hinata emerged from the bathroom, while Ikeda Shun was busy in the kitchen. Tonight marked their very first candlelit dinner together. Ikeda Shun decided to showcase his skills with a Western meal. 40 minutes later, a delicate dinner was ready. Pepper steak, banana mashed potatoes, spaghetti bolognese, creamy mushroom soup, fruit salad. All dishes Hinata had never tried before. A pure white lace tablecloth lay draped across the table, with a single rose in a dainty vase at the center. Elegant candle holders completed the setting. Lights off, he called out, and the whole dining room went dim. He then lit the candles. Suddenly, a blue, star-speckled sky appeared on the ceiling overhead, with countless twinkling stars. But by then, Hinata had already fallen asleep on the couch. Ikeda Shun walked over and looked at her. She was sleeping so peacefully, thick lashes resting quietly against her cheeks. Her lips curled upwards in the innocent smile of a child lost to dreams. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Damn it, who could be so clueless at a time like this? Who else could it be? Of course, it was Naruto. What do you want? Ikeda Shun asked impatiently. Naruto, standing under his umbrella, waved movie tickets in the air. Movie tickets? I got tickets for the day after tomorrow. Ikeda Shun snapped. It's just the movies. Do you have to get so worked up about it? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. The Princess of Wind and Cloud's Grand Adventure, illustrated and performed by Fuji Fuyuki. Fuji Fuyuki? Ikeda Jun was taken aback. A vision of a beautiful young woman appeared before his eyes, only a couple of years older than they were. The gentle and nurturing elder sister type. More eloquent than Hana, more enchanting than Yu. You could say she had both elegance and allure in full measure. Her real name was Kaze Hanako Setsu. She was the stunning heroine of the Naruto movie. Ikeda Jun had always been fond of this character, and her true identity was the princess of the Land of Snow. With Naruto and Sasuke's help, she had defeated her usurping uncle, Kazahana Nodu, to become the ruler of the Land of Snow. If the plot unfolds as it should, after the movie's premiere, we'll encounter Kaze Hanako Setsu, and then we'll trigger the Land of Snow quest. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Ikeda Jun's mind. If only Kaze Hanako Setsu could become a member of Sunset Village, wouldn't that be amazing? But, would she agree? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Naruto interrupted his train of thought. Ikeda Jun snatched the movie ticket from his hand. He pushed Naruto out the door. Let me in. I want to play pro soccer. Enough. Go play soccer at Sasuke's place. I'm not taking guests today. Today was the day for his romantic candlelight dinner with Hinata. Was that Naruto just now? Hinata asked when he came back inside. Ikeda Jun nodded. Hinata smiled and said warmly, let him come in. I love watching you two fool around together. It's always so much fun. Well, all right. She definitely has the makings of a fujoshi. Hinata showered Ikeda Jun's cooking with praise. Yet she still ate in tiny, delicate bites. Ikeda Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Sweetheart, with me, you don't have to hold anything back. Be yourself. Eat as much as you want. Hinata's big eyes blinked. Really? Ikeda Jun nodded indulgently. In the end, he had to use multi-shadow clone jutsu to cook 3 extra rounds of food. Dishes and bowls piled up on the dinner table like mountains. They even broke the record. 46 bowls of ramen consumed. After escorting Hinata home, Ikeda Jun lay on his bed and pulled out the movie ticket. The Land of Snow? That's at the far northwest end of the continent. A few thousand kilometers from here at least. And so, he sprang out of bed, sat cross-legged, and began upgrading his super sensory technique. At the basic level, it could sense a few dozen kilometers. At the intermediate grade, up to 500 kilometers. His current level, advanced, could reach 2,000 kilometers. Divine level, there was no limit to its range. Now that would be worthy of its name, supersensory technique. Thankfully, leveling up this technique wasn't too difficult. But by the end, Ikeda Jun's mind was utterly filled with the sound of swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next morning, his vacation had ended. Team 7 was reassembled for a new mission. Because he'd stayed up so late upgrading, Ikeda Jun overslept. He dashed toward the mission office. Suddenly, He rounded a corner and bumped smack into a plump, matronly woman, the owner of the bathhouse. The proprietress hurried off as well, seemingly about to announce some sort of mission. In a rush, a photograph slipped from her bosom. Xianxia-Fusion picked it up and took a look. The picture showed the broad back of a burly figure, a crimson vest layered over a gray-blue robe. Wild, unruly white hair tumbled down the figure's back. He clutched a pair of binoculars, crouched at the top of a tree overlooking the bathhouse. "Well, I'll be." Jiraiya. Night settled in, city lights flickering to life. The road to the bathhouse was crowded with beautiful women. Xianxia-Fusion circled the area nearby. Finally, he spotted Jiraiya up in a tree. Xianxia-Fusion leapt up to join him. Jiraiya hurriedly put away his binoculars. When he saw who it was, he scratched his head in embarrassment and let out a sheepish laugh. "Ah, it's you, the little fellow from the gambling place. Uncle, what are you up to?" "Xianxia-Fusion est pointedly." "Ahem, I'm, admiring the moon." Xianxia-Fusion chuckled, then reached into his magical pouch and produced 2 items. One was a military camouflage vest. "You call this professional? In a bright red vest? You're practically begging to get caught." The other item was a limited edition, military-grade pair of compact binoculars. "Your binoculars are sticking so far out of the leaves, they look like a cannon barrel. Everyone below can see them. You sure this tiny thing gives a good view?" Jiraiya took the gift and tried it out, training on a shop front in the distance. The range display read 810 meters. He gradually zoomed in until the shop sign came into focus, Wild Man's Boutique. "This is for me?" Jiraiya asked in surprise. Xianxia-Fusion nodded. "That day when my place got searched, I really appreciated your help, Uncle." The two of them chatted up in the tree for a while, finding the conversation increasingly enjoyable. Xianxia-Fusion ended up inviting him over to his home. Even after they'd both left, the proprietress was still standing on the ground in a daze. Once they got home, Xianxia-Fusion naturally served good food and drinks. He even brought out a bottle of 82 Lafite from his hidden stash. Jiraiya was in high spirits as he drank. If only Grandma Tsunade were here. Xianxia-Fusion also gifted him a VCD player stocked with racy films. "This is fantastic, just the thing to inspire my writing." And so, the two of them cemented their friendship. As Jiraiya was preparing to leave, Xianxia-Fusion made a small request. "Uncle, I've heard you have a special technique. You can summon a giant toad. Could I see it?" Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. "You even know about that?" He gave a hearty laugh and led Xianxia-Fusion into the courtyard. He formed a sign with his hands, pressed them to the ground, and shouted, "Summoning art, market-crushing toad." As soon as he finished, the ground trembled 3 times in quick succession. And then, right in front of Xianxia-Fusion, there appeared a little toad. "Haha, but why is this one so small? I want to see a big one," Xianxia-Fusion exclaimed excitedly. "Ah, even the big houses got crushed. Well then, it's getting late. I should head back now. Kid, thank you for your gift. Uncle, will you come by more often in the future?" Jiraiya paused for a moment. He turned around and gave Toshi Ikeda a warm hug. "Hang in there, little guy." With that, he left the small courtyard. For some reason, after meeting this child, he felt a deep sense of familiarity, almost like kinship. After Jiraiya's departure, Toshi Ikeda sprang into action. He made his way to the Konoha Weekly building, slipped in through an open window with ease, and found the special edition manuscript. A glance down, and he was stunned as if turned to stone. Konoha's top 10 pervs ranking. First place, Shimen Chingy. Second place, Ito Chinaki. Third place, Jiraiya. Fourth place, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The editor-in-chief had crossed out this name in red ink. Sometime later, Toshi Ikeda invested a considerable sum and built a hot spring resort in Konoha. It wasn't just a place to bathe. Guests could soak in the hot springs, enjoy a spa treatment, even sing karaoke on a pool stage. The best part? The prices were astonishingly affordable. Overnight, the hot spring resort was packed with visitors. The bathhouse run by the innkeeper's wife was soon forced to close its doors for good. The day after Jiraiya left Toshi Ikeda's home, Team 7 returned to their usual routine of taking on missions. Still the same unremarkable, low-level assignments barely worth mentioning. A few days passed. Toshi Ikeda took Hinata and Ino to the cinema. The Grand Adventure of Princess Kaze was having its premiere. He remembered once seeing the movie Brokeback Mountain with Naruto. They ended up being mobbed by the entire audience. Because Naruto simply wouldn't keep quiet. He didn't just comment throughout. He spoiled every plot twist. And his voice was loud enough to shake the roof. So this time, Toshi Ikeda was determined to ditch Naruto, though he did leave him a copy of the film as compensation. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, things were in complete chaos. Inside the office, the third Hokage tossed Kakashi a mission scroll. Escort the film star Fujike's Yuki to the land of snow and protect her until the movie finishes shooting. An A-rank mission. That meant it wouldn't be easy, but the reward was substantial. As Kakashi read through the mission details, old memories started surfacing. The land of snow? I was there 10 years ago. Even saved a little girl back then. Just at that moment, Asuma Saratobi rushed in, flustered. He wanted to take the mission as well, because he was a die-hard fan of Fujike's Yuki. Kakashi, on the other hand, wanted to save up. Might Guy's birthday was in 2 months, and who knew, he might need to buy baby formula in the future. Dad, if you don't give me this mission, I'll shave my head, become a monk, stay single for life, and go train at the Temple of Fire. Despite his usual rugged, bearded appearance, Asuma turned into a petulant child in front of the third Hokage. Kakashi said nothing. He looked on with a blank stare, propped his chin up with one hand, and replied coolly, "A tree without bark is doomed, and a person without shame is unbeatable." Such a short phrase, but it's delivered with an over-the-top bravado. He always reminded himself, "Thomas told me the age for being unreasonable is behind me. Now's the time to show off a little. Take a page from Sasuke's book. When was I ever shameless? I picked up the mission first." A string of unintelligible bickering erupted between them. The third Hokage felt his head throbbing. He sighed in resignation, slipping back into his peacemaking role. Ahem. No need to argue. White cat or black cat, as long as it catches the mother cat, it's a good cat. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. Here's what we'll do. Both squads will take on the mission together. Think of it as team-building practice, a chance to build some real teamwork. Kakashi immediately asked, "How do we split the payment?" Asuma waved it off with the carefreeness of someone born with a silver spoon. "You 7, we 3. As long as I get to chaperone the idle lowly, I'm satisfied." After all, while his squad's kids didn't exactly come from the great clans of Konoha, they certainly weren't short on cash. He finished with stars practically twinkling in his eyes. Kakashi mused, "Just look at you, losing your cool like that." Later, he told Naruto. Naruto, in turn, passed it on to Kurenai. Kurenai, pinching and fuming, scolded, "So you want to let Asuma cut ahead, huh? I'll show you just how far ahead I'll let you get." So it went. That night, Asuma was stuck kneeling on the washboard. Meanwhile, over on Ikuno Jun's side, the movie had ended. The three of them made their way outside. At that very moment, Ikuno Jun spotted a bright-eyed girl with her hair in 2 buns, dressed in a pink cheongsam. She had an adorable face and spoke in an irresistibly cute tone. Her personality was as lively as spring, but her punches were anything but gentle. She was known as a walking armory, a fortress in combat. "Hey, Tintin." He had just started to call out when a wave of people flooded in from behind as the theater emptied. By the time he looked again, Tintin was lost in the crowd. Fortunately, Hinata and Ino clung to his sides, so they didn't get separated. "Did you like the movie?" Ikuno Yun asked. Hinata replied softly, "Yes, Princess Windcloud was so strong." Ino laughed. "I just love action movies. Nothing beats the thrill." Later that afternoon, teams 7 and 10 assembled. Kakashi and Asuma Saratobi announced the group mission. Apart from Sakura, all the young rookies would be part of it from start to finish. The excited chatter that followed could have taken the roof right off. "Haha, this isn't a mission. It's basically an overseas spring outing." "Yeah, let's bring the board games." "What board games?" Ikuno Jun is bound to bring playing cards and mahjong instead. "I heard it's really cold there. Better pack some extra leggings." "Does your house have those hand warmers?" "Geez, what reeks?" "Woof." Right then, Chuji, munching on potato chips, let out a thunderous fart that blasted through the room, sending everyone scrambling outside in a chorus of laughter. Ikuno Yun smiled. When he was a child, just the mention of a spring outing would fill him with so much joy that he couldn't sleep the entire night. After everyone disbanded, they all returned to prepare their luggage, getting ready to set off in 2 days. Toward evening, Konoha Sailor's Tavern. A woman in a gray high-collared coat sat alone, nursing a cup of sake. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her beauty could enchant a nation. Slender and graceful, her figure was alluring and refined. She was none other than the famous actress, Fuji Fuyue, also known as Kazuhana Koyuki. She was the very person they were to protect on this mission, and the princess of the land of snow herself. Koyuki's cheeks were flushed, her eyes misty and unfocused. She had clearly had too much to drink. Nearby, a few boys, 16 or 17 years old, were casting leering glances her way. Koyuki lifted her head. Those boys began to edge closer. The one leading the pack, a Byakugan wielder, shamelessly reached out an inappropriate hand. Only then did Koyuki snap to alertness. Her hazy gaze sharpened. Her face hardened, and she shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing?" Byakugan was a descendant of the Hyuga clan, part of the branch family, though he didn't rank high within the clan. Perhaps you'll recall, once in the forest, he had been completely routed by Ichino-jun's dance of the camellia and dance of the pine. These boys had recognized the movie star straight away. So, they'd secretly trailed her to the tavern. "You're Fuji Fuyue, aren't you? Heh, you look even better in real life than on screen. Have a drink with us? Don't worry, we're all adults here. Haha, get lost. Stay away from me." Now Koyuki was truly alarmed, and her voice was sharp and commanding. Meanwhile, Ichino-yun was making his way toward the tavern. He knew, according to the storyline, this was exactly where Koyuki should be at this moment. She was unwilling to return home, drowning her worries in drink, hoping to escape her fate. Just as he pushed open the heavy door, he glimpsed the unfolding scene inside. A booming voice rang out. "Hyuga Gongon, are you looking for trouble again?" Of course, Gongon recognized the Bone King. Seeing him was like a mouse spotting a cat. With a yelp, he led his gang fleeing from the tavern. "Thank you," Koyuki said quietly. Ichino-yun gazed ahead, momentarily stunned by her beauty. What happened next would mark the beginning of an unusual connection between them. Inside the Konoha Tavern, Ichino-yun politely asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Fuji Fuyue?" Koyuki looked up at him, her eyes still clouded with drink. "I am Fuji Fuyue, but I'm no miss. Still, thank you for before." Ichino-jun gave an awkward smile and introduced himself. My name is Ichino-jun. I'm a Konoha ninja, assigned to escort you home. So, please come with me back to the studio and await our departure the day after tomorrow." For Ichino-jun knew, she had already tried to escape 5 times. With tipsy eyes, Koyuki stared at him. Just another brat hiding behind a ninja's badge, looking for an excuse to take advantage. Earlier, he had already chased away a blonde, bearded man from the studio. At last, she drifted dizzily and collapsed onto the bar counter. Chie-jun swiftly lifted her up, and under everyone's watchful eyes, strode out of the bar with long, determined steps. Really, who would dare to stop him? He brought her back to the photography studio and handed her over to Santayu. This man was Yukike's Kosetsu's manager, a small, elderly fellow who looked rather honest and unassuming. "Thank you so much. We were just looking for her. Could I trouble you to escort her to her cabin, so she can rest?" Chie-jun considered for a moment, then agreed with a smile. Inside the dimly lit cabin, he gently placed Yukike's Kosetsu on the bed and softly drew the blanket over her. At that very moment, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage was watching through his crystal ball. What he saw was Chie-jun, sitting on his sofa at home, knitting a sweater. What a good boy, so skilled and thoughtful. In truth, that was Chie-jun's bone clone. Morning in the ship's cabin. Slivers of sunlight filtered through the curtains. Yukike's Kosetsu slowly opened her eyes, yawned, and propped herself up. There was still a faint scent of alcohol lingering on her. Almost by instinct, she reached for her chest. Thank goodness, I still have the hexagonal crystal. And then, fragments of memory came rushing back. 10 years ago, her uncle usurped the throne and seized the title of daimyo. Palace ablaze, screens splattered with blood, haunting memories rushing in. Fortunately, her father had entrusted her to a loyal friend, the daimyo of the Land of Fire. That's how a masked ninja smuggled her to safety in the Land of Fire. Evening. Hinata and Ino came running over together. "Jun-kun, we're leaving for the Land of Snow tomorrow." "That's right. We're here to help you pack." Wow, how thoughtful they are. Packing was always Chie-jun's worst nightmare. "All right then, I'll go cook us dinner." The 3 of them enjoyed a warm and sweet evening meal together. The next day, the mission to the Land of Snow officially began. At the pier outside Konoha Village, bustling with people, tour groups were hawking their tours everywhere. 2 days, 1 night. Tour the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, just sightseeing, no shopping, and sign up now for a free gift, 2 kilos of eggs. Chie-jun gave a mocking snort. Forget this city trickery. I'm ready to head back to the countryside. Offshore, a mid-sized passenger ship was anchored. It was clearly no warship, yet someone had insisted on naming it Shock My Mother. Members of teams 7 and 10 gathered at the pier, 9 in total, with Kakashi and Asuma leading them. Everyone was in high spirits. Their luggage was overflowing with cotton coats, gloves, woolen pants, and hand warmers that their mothers had stubbornly packed. On the deck, Yukike's Kosetsu had already boarded. At this moment, she was arguing heatedly with Santai. "We've been in hiding for 10 years now. Why must we go back? I hate that place. I never want to go back." Asama Santai, former confidant, nay, old friend, of the late daimyo Fubuki Sosetsu, currently he served as president of the Snow Country Restoration Society, determined to restore Koyuki Kazahana to her rightful place as the princess of the Land of Snow, and to overthrow her uncle, Kazahana Nadar, the usurper. This mission was issued by none other than him. Reclaiming the throne was now a matter of utmost importance. The two were still arguing. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. There's nothing so bad about the Land of Snow. You even get to see the magnificent ice fields. Koyuki turned around, utterly stunned. The charming young man from before. The one who sold himself? Unbelievably, it was actually him. How could he be on this ship? What are you doing here? Just thinking of that night brought a flush to Koyuki's cheeks. Jun Ichino smiled and said, Well, I told you before, I'm a ninja from the Leaf Village, and I'm joining this mission. What? He really is a ninja? Santayo leaned in and whispered to her. He was the one who found you at the bar that night. Don't be fooled by his age. He's barely in his teens, but word is he's a formidable ninja, clever beyond his years. Ichino wasn't dressed in his usual Shinigami attire, but instead was wearing a hooded sweatshirt from the Space Collection. Striking, radiant, and full of energy. Koyuki glanced at him, her cheeks growing even warmer. By now, everyone was boarding the ship. Ichino turned around, picked up the luggage, and gently helped Hinata and Ino onto the deck. The three of them walked toward the cabin, laughing and chatting as if they'd known each other all their lives. Watching this, Koyuki was suddenly overwhelmed with sadness. She lowered her head in quiet loneliness. How I envy them. Their friendship runs so deep. Not like me, always wandering alone from place to place. Shikamaru and Kiba noticed her. They froze in their tracks, staring. Choji was so distracted that he didn't realize Akamaru had eaten the chips he'd spilled. Whoa, those long legs. That slim, perfect figure. Curved like a crane's and bright as a peach. She was flawless in every way. No wonder our mission target is a movie star. Unable to contain their excitement, everyone rushed to surround her, chattering away like a flock of lively, just-fledged magpies. Naruto's voice rose above the rest, clear and enthusiastic. See, I told you, didn't I? I wasn't lying the other day. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a real ninja. Someday I'll be Hokage too. Idiot. Sasuke scoffed, leaving with a cool indifference. Still as aloof and stylish as ever. The third Hokage himself had come to see them off, and now stood with Asuma, their goodbye filled with quiet emotion. My child, go on now, do your best. Don't forget your old man. Kakashi leaned against the railing as usual, feigning interest in his little red-covered book, though his eyes kept wandering to the shore. At last, the man in green finally appeared. Kakashi, don't worry. As long as this blue beast is here, I'll take good care of your students. And with that, the passenger ferry set out, bound for the distant land of snow. During the journey, the Princess Adventure film crew was also preparing to shoot a sequel right there on the ship. Everyone hurried to set up their equipment. From the director came a clear command. All right, let's make the most of our time. Get ready for the next take. Fenghua Xiaoxue emerged after finishing her makeup. Dressed in a traditional kimono, her classical beauty was all the more striking. The young boys watched from the side, utterly captivated. Hinata and Ino couldn't help but brim with envy. Wow, Big Sister's acting is amazing. It's so moving. Watching the scene where the character bursts into tears, Hinata's eyes grew red as well. Do you two want to act as well? Asked Ikeda Jun. Us? Could we really? The two girls replied incredulously. TCH. Why not? We're not short on cash. With a clap of his hands, he gestured as if anything could be arranged. So, Ikeda Jun walked over to the director and whispered a few words. The director's eyes practically sparkled. A sponsorship of 10 million taels? Did I hear that right? Of course. No problem at all. The director nodded fervently. Half an hour later, the filming resumed. Now, beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, there were two new female supporting roles. Hinata played the loyal maidservant. Ino took on the role of the elite bodyguard. Naruto whined and begged to be in the scene as well, but in the end, he was given the part of a fallen guard on the battlefield. In the end, the director returned 1 million taels. Boss Ike, could you get that blonde kid off the set? Ikeda Yun Glensoa. There was Naruto, refusing to stay, still even as a corpse, adding in all sorts of exaggerated expressions, winking and pulling faces to beat the band. Ikeda Jun couldn't help but laugh aloud. Then he slapped his thigh with excitement. Right? Why not set up his own film studio in the future? He'd provide the creative ideas himself. After all, there were so many classic shows from his previous life he could draw upon, with no need to fear any copyright issues. Titles like To Our Simple, Wonderful Past, Hi Mom, My Own Swordsman, and as for scriptwriters, he already had a ready-made one, Jiraiya. Money would never be a problem. He even knew what his first hit would be. A historical romantic drama. Princess returned as a pig. Hinata could play Ziwei, Ino as the spirited Ma Yanzi. Shuji would make a perfect nanny Rome. After watching the filming for a while, the boys gradually lost interest. Soon enough, everyone scattered in all directions. And so, a few days of the journey passed by in a flurry of filming. As for teams 7 and 10, aside from rotating on guard duty, there was little else to do. They spent their leisure time playing cards, swapping stories, and challenging each other to go. On the 8th day, the passenger ship continued heading northward, drawing ever closer to the land of snow. The weather grew colder by the day, and everyone donned their warm sweaters. At that same moment, in the royal capital of the land of snow, Fenghua City, within the grand residence of the daimyo, a magnificent palace, grand and imposing. 10 years ago, a raging fire had reduced it to ashes, but after usurping the throne, Dodo of the Fenghua clan spared no expense to rebuild it. Just outside Fenghua City was the village of the Snow Shinobi, home to over 100 ninjas. Snow Ninja Village was entirely under Dodo's iron grip. That's why he could behave with such unchecked cruelty, plundering wealth and oppressing the people without fear. Inside the royal palace at this very moment, Dodo, broad-shouldered and imposing, clad in custom-made chakra armor, sat proudly upon his throne. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze fixed on the film playing upon the curtain screen. Are you certain that this Fuji Fubuki is really Princess Fuka Koyuki? Yes, my lord. We are absolutely certain, and the hexagonal crystal is with her as well. Fuka Nutu allowed a cold, sinister smile to curl upon his lips. Our lovely little princess is finally back. The appearance of Fuka Koyuki meant only one thing. The treasure he'd yearned for day and night over the past 10 years was finally within his reach. This time, he must capture her, no matter what. His voice dropped an octave, each word weighted with command. You three know what to do now, don't you? Understood. At once, the three of them dropped to one knee in utter respect. These were no ordinary subordinates. They were the formidable trio known as the Snow Ninja. They served under Fuka Nutu. Each had a name whispered with both awe and fear: Fong Avalanche, Winter Hail, and Crane Wing Snowdrift. Especially their leader, Fong Avalanche. 10 years ago, he had crossed blades with Kakashi and won. The Snow Ninja were masters of controlling ice with their unique ice release techniques. But unlike Haku and his Kekiai Genkai, their abilities were bound by the frozen landscape. They could only fight within realms of snow and ice. Yet they possessed something special, a unique chakra armor. This armor not only amplified the power of their jutsu, it provided a shield woven from chakra itself. It even protected them from illusionary techniques. Truly, they were a force to be reckoned with. 2 days later, the passenger ship officially entered the land of snow. Blizzards raged and snowflakes danced through the air. Ahead stretched a colossal iceberg, its majesty imposing. The director decided they must film here, right before the awe-inspiring frozen mountain. A fierce battle scene was to be shot. But unexpectedly, an extraordinary event unfolded. Meanwhile, Ikeda-shun received a new task from a system. At the border of the land of snow, a flurry of snow, so thick it seemed to blanket the world like downy feathers, whirled all around. Before them towered an iceberg, silent and magnificent. The director, ever the daredevil, insisted on stopping to shoot an action scene on the glacial peak. Seriously? Shooting here? Wouldn't it be better to push onward to the city and finish the mission, nice and easy? And just at that moment, the system popped up, issuing a main storyline quest. System message: Host, demonstrate your strength and teamwork and defeat the Snow Ninja Trio. Teamwork, huh? So, I can't just go it alone. Everyone has to use their strengths in the battle, is that right? Correct. Achieve a teamwork score of 100 or more. All right then. Right at that moment, the trio of Snow Ninja were already lying in wait, concealed amidst the snow ahead. Ikeda-shun offered his advice. Kakashi-sensei, it's a frozen wilderness out here. Anything could happen. Why don't we divide up the tasks? Kakashi nodded, consulting with Asuma for a moment. Team 10 would be in charge of protecting the film crew. Team 7 would scout ahead. By now, the shooting set was fully prepared. Fuka Koyuki stood in the snow, sword in hand, radiating heroic spirit. Across from her was an old man wielding a staff, playing the part of the evil sorcerer. Everyone quickly threw themselves into filming. Hinata, scouting the road ahead, activated her Byakugan. There's chakra flowing up ahead, and it's a strange type of energy. Woof woof. A crimson warning flashed from the top of Akamaru's head. Kakashi's expression sharpened. Can you tell how many? It looks like 3. Film crew fall back. Team 10, protect Miss Yuki. Team 7, get ready to fight. Kiba bellowed. Why aren't we up front fighting? His personality mirrored Naruto's in some ways. Bold, boisterous, always charging ahead. Shikamura muttered, just follow teacher's orders. What a drag. Choji pulled out a handful of dumplings and began to eat. Ikeda Jun turned his head and blinked in surprise. Soldier pills? These were like diluted versions of Senza beans. Not quite the magic that revives you with a single bite and makes you tireless with two. But they did quickly restore chakra and stamina. These are just similar to soldier pills, made from carrots, buckwheat flour, wheat flour, yams, licorice. Choji didn't make it to the end of his explanation before Ino smacked the pills right out of his hand. All you think about is food. Protect the target. At last, Team 10 closed ranks around the princess. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, and from inside his coat released a swarm of tiny ants. Goosebumps piled on Ikeda Jun's skin. Just then, the ice wall behind the Demon King actor exploded with a thunderous crash. Everyone reeled in astonishment, with a flurry of swift, slicing sounds. Sasuke flashed a handful of shuriken, letting them fly forward. Naruto followed suit, whipping out kunai and hurling them in a wild volley. Suddenly, 3 figures burst forth from the snowy ground. The leader, Ruga. The flying woman, Fubuki Kakyoku. The snowboarding man, Kazuhana Mizore. Such poetic and evocative names. They conjured up images of elegant, ancient heroes, fans in hand, shrouded in mystical grace. But reality? A sleazy man with purple hair, a large, ferocious woman, and a massive, tubby fellow. Such beautiful names, so thoroughly wasted. Yet all 3 wore strange gear, their arms fitted with what looked like cannon barrels. Welcome to the land of snow. It was Ruga, the leader, who spoke. He could compress his chakra into ice crystals, summoning wild beasts of frost for attack. The other, the female snow ninja, gave a wicked grin. It is our honor to receive you, Princess Koyuki. Did you bring the hexagonal crystal? Her name was Fubuki Kakyoku. Full-figured and curvy, those assets looked ready to bowl someone over. Enormous enough to rival Lady Tsunade herself. But alas, her face could frighten off an ox. An unstoppable force of unattractiveness. And with her hair gathered in 2 outlandish pink pigtails, she looked every bit the village bumpkin. Her armor was equipped with wings that let her soar, bombing from above when needed. Finally, there was the plus-size man. He carried a snowboard on his back, batting his eyelashes, waggling a flowery hand, and grinning with irrepressible mischief. Savazdeshka, please call me Kazuhana, Blizzard of the Crane. Naruto doubled over with laughter. Blizzard, huh? Why not just call yourself Flute? Your mom sure gave you a killer name, huh? Don't be mean, the chubby ninja replied with mock outrage. He could glide across the snow on his board as if it were nothing. He can also fire steel wires, the type whose brawn definitely outweighs his brains. Fubuki turned once more to Kakashi. Well, look who it is, little Kaka. We meet again. 10 years ago, Kakashi had crossed paths with these 3 before. He had lost that time, fleeing in disgrace with Koyuki Kazuhana. Defeated last time, and now you've brought a bunch of snot-nosed brats here to die? Wolf Fong Avalanche jeered. You big idiot. Naruto barked, eager to charge forward, but Jun Ichino held him back. Fubuki sidled up to Wolf Fong and murmured coyly, Boss, why bother wasting words? Let's just finish them off. Wolf Fong's stern demeanor melted away as he replied, doting on her. Anything for you, my pumpkin. Let's get it done then. Jun Ichino burst out laughing. Parting at dawn in the icy snows. Why is there bromance blooming beside me? Wolf Fong Avalanche didn't understand, but his face was soon twisted with scorn and disdain. Kakashi Hatake. Nothing more than a loser who got bested before. Even if he brought along some fledgling genin, they were nothing but rookies. Numbers meant little. In a battle of this scale, those kids are just cannon fodder. A ragtag makeshift squad. Let's let them meet their end early. The 3 of them grumbled and taunted, entirely insufferable. With a wave of his hand, Wolf Fong commanded, strike fast. Take the princess's treasure. Battle was about to erupt. Kakashi barked. Everyone fall back. Asuma, get the princess aboard the ship. Team 10 began ushering the film crew toward the vessel in retreat. At that moment, Kakashi swept aside his headband, revealing his Sharingan, his gaze locked on Wolf Fong Avalanche at the snowy mountain's peak. Jun Ichino rallied everyone to face off against the fat guy and the ugly woman. You 2 handle the big guy. Hinata, you're with me. Let's take out the older woman. With everyone clear on their targets, Jun Ichino lunged straight for Dono Hyoho. Dono Hyoho barely spared them a glance. Just a few scrawny little kids, hardly worth the trouble. Suddenly, with a mechanical whir, chakra-powered armor shot out gleaming steel claws, swiping at Hinata with deadly speed. Shuriken Shadow, cloned jutsu. 100 shuriken whistled through the air, battering the steel claws away just in time. Hinata gave her teammate a grateful look, but there was no time for words. Sweetie, go for her. Use gentle fist to break the armor. Everyone needed to play to their strengths for this mission. And Hinata's most effective attack was her gentle fist. Byakugan activate. With her Byakugan engaged, Hinata was startled to see that the older woman's armor was pulsing with chakra, as though a shield had been draped over it. Hinata lunged forward, her Byakugan and gentle fist in perfect sync, pushing her abilities to the limit. She wasn't a killing machine, at least not yet, but her attacks were all about using softness to overcome hardness. The Byakugan let her see the armor's structure with clarity. Even the very nodes and flows of chakra were visible to her, distinctly outlined in her sight. Hinata's mission was to destroy the chakra shield on the armor, and she succeeded. Her fist struck blow after blow on the energy nodes. Meanwhile, Ikuno-jun mocked and distracted Ugly Sister, throwing her vision into disarray and giving Hinata openings to attack. With a few more precisely placed strikes, Hinata completely shattered the armor's nodes. The defensive shield of Winter Hail vanished. Ding, team points 10. Ikuno-jun called out to Hinata. Sweetie, it's my turn. Fall back quickly. Ice Style, swallowing snow. Winter Hail let out a furious roar. Dense ice crystal projectiles gathered into a flock of snowy swallows, swooping fiercely toward Ikuno-jun. These ice swallows twisted midair, darting with alarming speed. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. His masterful fireball swept out instantly, devouring the icy swallows and reducing them to a rain of brittle shards scattered across the ground. Ice Style, Ice Prison Jutsu. Suddenly, columns of ice shot up violently from the ground, gleaming like cold blades. Ikuno-jun's eyes widened in shock as he hurried to dodge. But the ice pillars were just too fast. Within the blink of an eye, he was trapped, completely hemmed in, unable to move a muscle. Ugly Sister burst out laughing. You little brat. Do you really think a fireball that can't scorch a soul is enough to take me down? Dream on. With a sneer, she surged her chakra. She lifted the mechanical arm of her armor. From its shadowy barrel, she prepared to fire a volley of chakra energy blasts. Boom! The energy cannon thundered toward the ice pillars. Yet, as the pillars exploded into fragments, there was no shower of blood. Only shattered rocks erupted. Substitution Jutsu. At that very moment, Ikuno-jun was crouched behind a nearby pile of rubble, his face twisted in disdain. Sis, right over here. Winter Hail burned with rage, but no matter how many times she cast her ice prisons, each attempt proved futile. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Sasuke, Fatty Shui barreled at Naruto on his makeshift snowboard, reckless and wild. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sasuke's shuriken flew swift and sharp, but the chakra armor merely deflected them with ease. Suddenly, a long, sinewy metal claw shot from Fatty's arm, snatching straight at Sasuke. He was flung into the air and crashed hard to the ground below. Sasuke! Naruto's cry rang out, raw and anguished. He raced over, almost collapsing atop Sasuke in his desperation. A scene almost like the legendary Ming Jiangnu morning at the Great Wall. Sasuke pushed him away and managed an embarrassed grin. I'm fine, just a little careless. But inside, he couldn't help a trace of shy sweetness. Naruto hauled him upright. Shadow Clone Jutsu multiple times. Fuma Shuriken. Their teamwork, so in sync, kept Fatty on the defensive. Ding! Team points, 30. Ikuno-jun and Big Sister Ugly were still locked in combat. He realized now that he'd underestimated the Snow Shinobi's fighting prowess. Ice Style, 8,000 Needle Rain. Winter Hail formed hand signs and thousands of icy needles, sharp as sunbon, shot toward him. Trying to show off your meager skills? It was a move nearly identical to Haku's 1,000 flying water needles. But having mastered the secret behind that jutsu, Ikuno-jun's own version was now at a divine level. He swept his arm grandly. Chakra surged toward the sea, guiding energy out across the surface. In an instant, countless icy sunbon needles materialized. What the? Fuyuno Hail scrambled to dodge frantically. Her chakra shield had already been shattered by Hinata. A single hit now would spell certain doom. Wings of free flight. A massive pair of wings made of ice and snow unfurled from her back, lifting her off the ground in a rush of frosty air. Whoa, is that even possible? Only now did Akino-shun recall the scenes from the theater version. She really could fly. The technology and heavy industry of the Land of Snow was simply astounding. Soaring through the sky, Sister Cho couldn't help but hum a melody. Soaring free upon the wings of your heart, Akino-shun bellowed. Water style, grand waterfall, jutsu. The ocean seemed to rear up, struck by an unseen, monstrous force. Waves surged to a dizzying height, towering over 50 meters. Like an unstoppable tidal wave, the waters thundered forth, stampeding with unrivaled fury. The giant wave crashed directly into the airborne Sister Cho, swallowing her whole. She was slammed onto the shore, so startled she nearly lost control. But she quickly clambered up again, no longer yearning to do battle. Instead, she aimed to take flight once more and dashed toward the ship to seize the hexagonal crystal. Secrétaire destruction kick. Immediately, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Fuyuno Hale spewed blood and perished. Ding. Team points 50. On the other side with Kakashi. He was still locked in a fierce struggle with the boss, Wolf Fong. This was his chance to wash away the humiliation of 10 years ago. Ice style, dragon-breaking tiger. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A snow-carved tiger suddenly leaped forth, fierce and majestic. At that very moment, a massive water dragon erupted from the sea, coiling into the sky. It roared as it crashed toward the ice tiger. Tiger and dragon collided, a spectacle of breathtaking grandeur. The director, seeing such a scene, couldn't restrain their excitement, brimming over with creative energy. Ladies, you'll only see something like this once in a century. Even if it costs us our lives, keep filming. Off the boat, everyone, get ready for the take. Show them what a real movie is like. A crowd of people, heedless of warning, grabbed their gear and stormed ashore once again. Asuma could only give orders. Choji and Shino, you follow the camera crew. The rest of you, stay with me on the ship to protect Yuki. At that moment, Wolf Fong was furious beyond words. Watching his comrades fall, he cursed aloud. Damn it, we really underestimated these brats. Fatty Fubuki muttered in a low, muffled voice. Let me avenge Sister Hale. His words trailed off. Akino-shun wasted no time and unleashed his delight style, Spring Splendor. Instantly, Fatty froze in place. He transformed in a heartbeat, acting like an exaggerated diva. Sashaying with a theatrical twist, he minced toward Wolf Fong. Oba! Wolf Fong, exasperated, had no choice but to kick him unconscious. Just then, not far away, amidst the camera crew, Choji suddenly tossed aside his chips and curled himself into a ball. His entire body transformed, swelling into a giant sphere. He began spinning at high speed, hurtling forward with a fierce rush of wind. Human boulder. The spinning ball plowed a deep furrow through the snow. With a final leap, he barreled straight at Fubuki. Chino Ikuno was utterly stunned. The fainted Fubuki was instantly crushed into a pulp by Choji. Ding. Team score, 80 points. Huh. Well done, Choji. Just like that, 30 more points were added to the total. But at that very moment, Yuki Bane Fong's chilling gaze turned toward the passenger ship. I almost forgot about our little princess here. Ice style, narwhal whale. With eyes blazing, he let out a furious roar. A gigantic whale, made of glistening ice, burst up from beneath the water. It lunged at the ship with terrifying force. Chino Ikuno, with a single momentary step, flashed straight onto the vessel. Meanwhile, Princess Koyuki and the others were still on deck. If the ship took a direct hit, it would splinter apart in seconds. Everyone on board would plunge into the frigid sea and perish. Chino Ikuno pressed off the deck, gathering chakra through his entire body. Monster strength. With that, he soared into the sky, racing to meet the icy beast head-on. Chino Ikuno. Everyone was frozen in shock. This was a death-defying move. Even if he smashed the whale to bits, his own body would likely be battered beyond recognition. But Chino Ikuno was well-versed in the passive skill, Armor of the Bone God. Whenever his life was threatened, it would activate automatically. And sure enough, the moment his enhanced strength collided with the ice whale, white bones sprang forth, encasing him in a protective shell. The gigantic whale shattered into fragments, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Still, Chino Ikuno felt a heavy blow to his chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Fortunately, he quickly performed the Mystic Palm technique. Now, only Fong remained. Just 20 more points stood between the team and their reward. The remaining young ninjas charged forward. Beast imitation art. 4 legs technique. Boom! Blue chakra surged through Kiba Inazuka's limbs. His form shifted into that of a wild beast, increasing his grip and striking power. Akamaru also used the imitation technique, transforming to match Kiba. Ball. Shino directed a thick cloud of insects toward Fawn. Shikamaru activated his shadow imitation technique as well. Ding! Team score 100 points. The mission reward was soon within reach. The little braves worked together, coordinating every move. All at once, dazzling ninjutsu clashed in a mighty exchange, with taunts and battle cries filling the air. Kakashi and Asuma took turns launching fierce attacks. Even so, the avalanche Fong held his ground, bloodstains marking where he stood. A relentless rotation of attacks. A tide of allies swarming him. A torrent of insults hurled in battle. At last, Fong's armored shield shattered, and he was driven into retreat. Ice style. Swarm of snow beetles. In an instant, a blizzard of white ice insects swept across the sky, blotting out the sun. Yukibane, Fong vanished into their midst, escaping on his jet-propelled boots. Despite everything, the reward still appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host. Team operation complete. Defeated the Snow Ninja Trio. Special reward, Rasengan. Rasengan, an A-rank jutsu invented by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It allows the user to concentrate chakra in their palm, forming a swirling sphere of pure energy to strike the enemy. Unpretentious, yet immensely practical, and with potential to evolve into even more formidable Rasengan techniques. Chi-Jun was quite satisfied with this reward, and it wouldn't be long before he put it to use. Back on the ship, the director was bubbling with excitement over having captured such an epic scene on film. Chi-Jun dismissed it with a wave. Ever heard of the 3D re-release of Avatar? You clearly haven't seen what computer graphics can do. Today's grand spectacle is nothing compared to what special effects can create. Still, he couldn't help but admire the director's professionalism. With a man like that, building a film company in the future would be easy. There was still a day to go before reaching Fuka City. Inside the cabin, Chi-Jun, Naruto, and Kiba were playing doujinshi. The loser drinks a whole bottle of water and isn't allowed to use the bathroom, Shino and Shikamaru declared, not partaking in the game, but not missing the chance to stir up trouble. Sasuke sat to the side, quietly watching the battle unfold. Choji had gone off to the girls' dorm, joining Hinata and Ino to rehearse the Nanny Rong's needles scene. Naruto's eyes were red-rimmed from laughter, his spirit completely swept up in the game. The most unbearable thing was this. Whenever someone played a lowly 3, he immediately exploded, causing such chaos that the other two began to doubt the very meaning of life. Then, on his next turn, Naruto himself calmly laid down a 3. Talk about swagger. As one round ended, Naruto was forced to chug another bottle. Finally, it was Kiba's turn to be landlord. Naruto played with utter bravado. 3 twos and 2 jokers in one blow, stunning Chi-Jun so much his soul left his body. After downing 10 bottles in a row, even Naruto begged for mercy. How about we just stick on fake mustaches instead? Chi-Jun slammed his hand on the table and thundered. Forget the fake mustaches. Strip, I say. Naruto, mimicking a girl, teased in a sassy tone. Oh, stop it. Why are you yelling at me like that? The whole gang groaned in unison. Chi-Jun finally understood why Naruto couldn't find love. Some guys, clueless when speaking to women, turn into smooth-talking flirts when joking around with their buddies. Just like that, the cabin was filled with laughter and joy. But at that instant, suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Santofu, the bespectacled attendant. He whispered something in Chi-Jun's ear, then left. Princess Koyuki had come with a request. He arrived at cabin 1069, the door slightly ajar. After the events of today, Princess Koyuki was thoroughly convinced. In her eyes, Chi-Jun was the embodiment of courage and wisdom, quick-witted, charming, and at the top of his class in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. What brings you here? I have a favor to ask. Could you help me? Chi-Jun was taken aback. What kind of task? Princess Koyuki sat down, her voice turning icy once more. I want you to help me take out Kazahana Nadar, the feudal lord of the land of snow. Your uncle. Chi-Jun Feigen Shuk Tengodin. But our mission is just to escort you safely to the land of snow. Assassinating a feudal lord? That's an S-rank mission. Can you afford the fee? Princess Koyuki shook her head. I don't need you to kill him. I'll do it myself, for my father's sake. All I need is your help to break into the palace. When she thought of how her father had been murdered by that villain, and how she herself had been left to drift and suffer, a surge of anger welled up inside her. She was burning with fury. She wished she could kill that bastard right this instant. All these years of acting have given me some savings. I'm willing to give it all to you, just help me. Oh, Chi-Jun gazed at her with a hint of amusement. It wasn't money he lacked. What he needed was people for Sunset Village. The palace of the daimyo is heavily guarded. Sneaking in will be no easy feat, Qi Jun said, feigning difficulty. Fenghua Xiaoxue pressed anxiously. Is all this money still not enough? Qi Jun flashed a fiend smile. I don't want your money. All I need is for you to agree to one request of mine. What kind of request? A blush crept onto Fenghua Xiaoxue's face. That'll be a secret for now. When this is all over, you'll know. Do you agree? Fenghua Xiaoxue thought for a moment. All right, I agree. You said it. No backing out. Qi Jun's eyes sparkled, and a radiant grin spread across his face. Then, Fenghua Xiaoxue revealed her plan for revenge. It was exactly as told in the original tale. The next morning, the passenger ship finally arrived at Fenghua City. With the mission complete, the main party began their well-earned rest. Qi Jun pulled out a cloak, wrapped it around himself, and slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Team 7 quietly trailed behind him. Fenghua City, within the shadowy depths of the royal palace. The oppressive atmosphere was so thick, it felt as if the entire hall might freeze over. Fenghua Nuteo, the man who murdered his own brother for the throne. He sat high upon the king's seat, clad in a pale violet royal robe, his face long and sullen as if the world owed him a fortune. With Qi Jun's help, Fenghua Xiaoxue managed to break into the palace unharmed. Seeing them appear, Fenghua Nuteo was momentarily stunned. Then, he burst into raucous laughter. Talk about a windfall, served up on a silver platter. Qi Jun couldn't be bothered to trade words with him. He wanted this over quickly. No sense in dragging things out. Just then, the system, finally bored of just watching the show, made its appearance. Ding! New storyline quest. Host must check in at Snow Valley and ultimately defeat Fenghua Nuteo. I've been waiting for you. But there was a catch. They still needed to go to Snow Valley? The land of snow was blanketed in winter year-round, its agriculture barely scraping by. To help its people survive such harsh conditions, generations of daimyos had placed their hopes in technology and industry. The late daimyo, Fenghua Xiaoxue, had devoted all his life's effort to transforming the cold with technology. He'd managed to invent a geothermal emitter hidden deep beneath Snow Valley. Yet his brother, Fenghua Nuteo, seized the throne by force. Before his death, Fenghua Xiaoxue secretly handed the machine's key to Fenghua Xiaoxue. That key was the six-sided crystal hanging from her neck. Driven by ambition, Fenghua Nuteo wanted to increase national strength, hoping to rise among the 5 great nations. Thus, he had been searching relentlessly for the six-sided crystal. As soon as the geothermal emitter was activated, warm ice mode will be activated. The entire land of snow will turn into a country as warm as spring. The sound of footsteps snapped Ikuno Shun back to his senses. Kakashi clearly knew about his movements and arrived with Team 7 in tow. But just at that moment, Koyuki Kazahana's eyes suddenly filled with tears, her emotions overflowing. Uncle 2, finally, I get to see you. No matter what, you're my only family left. Because we're family, a family that truly cares for one another. She rambled on passionately. Her outstanding performance nearly moved Hinata to tears as well. Kazahana Dotu was overjoyed beyond belief. He immediately softened his expression and said, Koyuki, you've been through so much. Everyone except Ikuno Shun was left completely stunned. What on earth was this play they were putting on? Shortly after, Koyuki ascended the steps, running toward Dotu. Koyuki. Kakashi tried to intercept her, but was blocked by several snow shinobi, one of whom was the runaway Yukibare Fubuki. Once Koyuki reached the top, something utterly unexpected happened. She actually handed the hexagonal crystal over to Kazahana Dotu of her own will. As everyone stood in bewilderment, Koyuki turned to face them. Her voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Maybe you all forgot. I'm an actress, after all. Dota let out a wild, arrogant laugh. That's right. This was all Koyuki's scheme. She lured you here to your doom, planning to wipe out Sandayu and his rebel band. Naruto shook with rage, fists swinging furiously. Women are all such liars. Sasuke scoffed coldly. You're just realizing that? At that moment, Koyuki let out a chilling laugh, then whispered. Exactly, it was all just an act. Suddenly, she spun around. In a flash, she drew a sharp dagger from her sleeve and drove it fiercely toward Dodo, who was caught completely off guard. Gnashing her teeth, she forced out each word. I'm an actress. She pressed the blade, and even harder. Damn you. Dodo gritted his teeth against the pain and clamped down on Koyuki's throat. A wave of suffocation hit her. Her face began turning purple from lack of air. With great effort, she choked out. I'm sorry, Yeonkun. I can't fulfill your final wish because I knew coming back here will be the end of me. Yejuan-kun, thanks to you, at the very end, I finally stopped running away. Naruto shouted out. No, if you give up now, how is that any different from running away? Koyuki murmured, Father, I've avenged you. Then, she used the last vestiges of her strength and shoved Dota down the high staircase. Dotu, as expected, was incredibly tough. Neither the dagger wound nor the fall from the great height left much of a mark. He pulled himself up, sneering coldly. A little toy knife like that. Did you really think it could kill me? Afterward, he burst into laughter and tore off his royal robe. Beneath, a suit of jet-black chakra armor gleamed in the cold. At the center of his chest was a round chakra cannon port. Ichino-jun fixed his gaze coldly on that ominous spot. At that very moment, Kazahana Nutu swept up Princess Koyuki into his arms, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. All right, Koyuki, let's go. It's time to head for Snow Valley. With that, he unfurled a pair of mechanical wings, flapped them forcefully, and soared into the sky. Ichino-jun let out a cold chuckle. What? Am I supposed to be jealous of that? Flying thunder, god technique. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. In fact, Jun had already marked several key locations throughout Kazahana Castle, including the famed Snow Valley itself. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the rest of Team 7 stayed behind to tie up the battle with the Wolf Fangs. Snow Valley. Kazahana Nutu descended before a stone altar. To his surprise, Ichino-jun was already there. What's going on here? He muttered in disbelief. Just as stunned, Jun stared blankly at the scene, not taken aback by the valley's grandeur, but by the people seated far off on sleds. He recognized them immediately. It was the film crew. The director, overjoyed, waved his arms with infectious energy. Ladies, let's capture these breathtaking shots. Don't miss a thing. As soon as those words left his mouth, the director slipped and tumbled right onto the snowy ground. This director's outrageous, but I like that, Jun sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Choosing not to interfere, he strode coldly toward Kazahana Nutu. Crackles and clangs echoed. A flurry of attacks, fire, lightning, and fury collided in the crisp mountain air. Over the next 10 minutes, the two launched into a fierce battle. Jun unleashed every technique he knew, ninjutsu, taijutsu, everything at his disposal. At one point, he even summoned multiple shadow clones. Each clone spewed fireballs or thundered forward with razor-sharp lightning blades. But he had to admit, fighting a Kaga-level opponent was mind-bogglingly tough. Fortunately, Jun was no pushover. Time and again, he narrowly dodged the deadliest of blows. The standoff dragged on, neither gaining the upper hand. Kazahana Nutu sneered. It all ends now. He unleashed his ultimate, most extravagant ninjutsu. Style, Black Dragon Blizzard. Suddenly, a ferocious black dragon materialized with a roar. But instead of Jun, its deadly course was set for Princess Koyuki in the distance. A pall of terror froze Koyuki in place. In a flash, Jun appeared behind her, swept her up, and leapt away to safety. The black dragon crashed down, carving a gaping chasm of ice where they just stood. Originally, Nutu had planned to seize the hexagonal crystal and send Koyuki away to the Academy of Fate, his own exclusive pleasure palace, filled with the most dazzling women in the land. But after her performance bruised his pride, a murderous intent welled up within him. Just then, a deafening shout thundered from behind. Santayu arrived at the head of the Restoration Society, charging forward to lend support. Kakashi and Asuma led their teams in, breaking through the chaos. A fierce and bloody battle erupted. By the end, more than half of the Restoration Society had fallen. Shikamaru, Sasuke, and their comrades bore wounds from the clash. But at last, Kazahana Nutu's armor had been destroyed, which meant his shield was finally down. Ichino-jun's chance had come. Lightning Spiral Ball. This was a ninjutsu technique he created himself. He concentrated lightning chakra within the attribute-less Rasengan. At that moment, a blue sphere of light burst forth in his hand. It erupted with crackling, explosive energy. Ichino-jun set his sights on Kazahana Nutu's chest, the spot from which he fired those chakra energy blasts. With a guttural scream, the air split with a thunderous boom. The lightning spiral ball exploded within Kazahana Nutu's body. A raging tide of energy swept over him, slamming him violently against the frozen wall. A guttural gasp escaped Kazahana Nutu, his mouth opening wide in a blood-curdling howl. Bright red blood spurted forth, painting the sky in a storm of iron and rain. His vision began to blur. His arms fell limp at his sides. He, who could have become the first snow shadow, was dragged off to the city and thrown into the latrine pit. The last faint trace of life quietly vanished. Kazahana knew to met a most tragic end. Tossed into filth, left to fight maggots and rot. Life extinguished, his demise both wretched and dramatic. It was all the result of his own ambition and cruelty. With this, the mission in the land of snow came to an end. The next day, a vast snow-covered valley, awe-inspiring in its majesty. Ichino-jun and Princess Kazahana Koyuki walked toward the altar. Koyuki, filled with anticipation and excitement, carefully inserted the hexagonal crystal. Father, the moment you longed for is finally here. Ichino-jun's gaze remained fixed on the keyhole. In an instant, a brilliant white light burst forth. Slowly, it spread over the massive stone platform before them. Then, the stone platform began to tremble ever so slightly. A great rumbling rose from beneath the earth. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Suddenly, the world, once blanketed in dazzling white, grew warm. From the center of the stone, countless rays of light unfurled in every direction. Moments latte. The world filled with vibrant green. Where once there was nothing but snow, spring burst onto the scene. Glaciers transformed into lush green hills. Snowy fields became rolling meadows. The snow valley turned into a boundless sea of flowers. Colorful butterflies danced amid a swirl of bees, alive with the hum of spring. A silver waterfall cascaded from the icy cliffs, shrouding the air with sparkling mist. Wow, isn't this just like Taubi's utopia? Ikino yun mal de leut. The land of snow at last embraced its very first spring. With hands pressed to her mouth, Koyuki's eyes grew wide. She clung tightly to Ichino-jun, shaking from head to toe. All around, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration. Princess Santayu was overcome with tears of happiness. Brother Zeo Shui, your final wish has been fulfilled. Kazahana Koyuki's tears flowed warm with gratitude. This time, she wrapped her arms tightly around Ichino-jun, of her own accord. Thank you, Jun. The icy walls around her heart finally began to melt. So, this world isn't all darkness and filth after all. There are people like Ichino-jun and his friends bringing light and hope. Koyuki felt her heart opening wider, the weight inside finally dissolving. And at that very moment, a system reward notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the team battle and defeated the Snow Ninja Trio. As a special reward, you have received the summoned beast, Ice and Snow Phoenix. Ice and Snow Phoenix? A holographic scroll appeared before Ikono-shan. He signed a contract. Immediately after that, a phantom blue magic circle materialized on the snowy ground. A magnificent white phoenix emerged. Its feathers glittered like crystal, pure and radiant as freshly fallen snow. As it soared into the sky, it sent a flurry of snowflakes swirling through the air. The Ice and Snow Phoenix can carry up to 2 people, with a flight range of 10 kilometers. It cannot currently be summoned during combat, but future upgrades are available through quests. Alright, though it can't help in battle, it's still an excellent mode of flight. And, perhaps most importantly, it's the perfect way to make an impression on the girls. Hop on, big brother. Let me take you for a flight. To his surprise, the Ice and Snow Phoenix could communicate telepathically. He swung himself up onto its back, gripping the reins tightly. The Phoenix leapt into the sky, surging up past the clouds. Wind howled in Ikono-shan's ears. Looking down, he saw a vibrant landscape of shimmering blue lakes and breathtaking scenery. Mountains stretched for hundreds of miles, ridges and valleys blanketed in trees. After they landed, his heart kept pounding with excitement, unable to settle down. Haha, how about I'm out now? I can fly whenever I want. His friends were utterly amazed. Everyone wanted to try it themselves. Ikono-shan scooped Hinata up and soared into the blue sky. This is so beautiful. Hinata was utterly delighted. Her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons of joy. The phoenix dove through the clouds, as thrilling as a roller coaster ride. Ah! Hinata's shouts rang out, filled with exhilaration. Afterward, the others took turns experiencing the ride. When Choji climbed up and clung tightly around his waist, Ikono-shan almost wished he could disappear on the spot. The Ice and Snow Phoenix objected. Geez, does this guy weigh a ton or what? Watching from below, Koyuki burst into crystalline laughter. Her laughter gradually melted into tears, but these were tears of happiness. Back at their lodgings, everyone began packing their bags. It was finally time to say goodbye. The city of Fuka was ablaze with lights and festivities. Everywhere, people rejoiced and sang. Invited warmly by Princess Koyuki, the group decided to stay and enjoy the big celebration. A week later, the edited sequel, Princess Wind and Cloud, premiered under a new name, Goodbye, Li Huanying. It It was a box office smash. With the guidance of her mentor, Koyuki succeeded to the throne of the Land of Snow, becoming its new ruler. After the defeat of Kazuhana Dodo and the elimination of the elite snow ninjas, the transition of power was smooth for Koyuki and her supporters. All remaining factions within the Snow Village pledged unwavering loyalty to her. In the VIP seats on the viewing platform, teams 7 and 10 gathered together. Kakashi, ever reserved, shot his trademark smile at the stylish Lady MC beside him. Hinata gazed at Koyuki in wonder, murmuring, "Wow, Princess Koyuki, she's truly become a queen." Ikuno-shun gently pulled her close beside him. With a pampering tone, he said, "Sweet Jam, one day, you too will become a queen." Ino, meanwhile, was focused on studying the many flowers on the viewing platform, occasionally plucking a petal and tucking it into her little pouch. Choji sat nearby, munching on a bag of chips. He took out a toothpick and gently poked at Shikamaru. "Just wait, I'll get you." All those days of relentless rehearsals had left everyone a bit obsessed. He was channeling his inner strict governess. Naruto and Kiba were by far the loudest of the group. Sasuke still maintained the quiet grace of a handsome young man. Shino quietly summoned a few tiny ants, letting them crawl up Asuma's pant leg nearby. When the ceremony concluded, Ikuno-jun took Hinata and Ino for a stroll along the streets. After these days together, he and the director had become close friends. The director's name was Matsushita Kadaizi, a man as unique as his name. Not only did he love making movies, he was also an ardent food lover. Ikuno-jun gladly shared pointers, teaching him some classic Chinese dishes. The director was so inspired that he opened a restaurant on the pedestrian street. On its signboard, it proclaimed, "A plate of Chongqing spicy chicken. Eat it and you'll look cooler than Edison-shun. A bowl of Hunan hot and sour soup. Feel all the hardships of a woman in every sip. A serving of Guangxi snail noodles. Savor it for the steady resolve of a man." The sense of kinship was overwhelming. Ikuno-jun dragged the girls along for a feast. Hinata almost ate the place out of business, but luckily, Ikuno-jun was a generous spender. Afterward, Santai doubled as their tour guide and accompanied them on their outing. When they reached the vegetable garden beyond the city walls, Santayu pointed toward the sweeping acres of fertile fields ahead. "It's unbelievable. Who would have thought that one day the Land of Snow would grow its own crops?" Yet almost immediately he gave a sigh. "Though our technology is advanced, since we couldn't farm before, we never developed machinery for large-scale fertilization. Now it's all done by hand." Ikuno-jun slapped his forehead in sudden realization. "Leave it to me." With that, he dashed out into the fields. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of clones materialized at once, squatting down all across the farmland. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the 7th use for Shadow Clone Jutsu, Mass Synchronized Bowel Relief. That evening, they returned to their lodgings. Tomorrow, the journey would continue. Everyone was loaded with gifts purchased for their families. Everyone except Ikuno-jun, Naruto, and Sasuke. After dinner, Ikuno-jun quietly slipped out and made his way alone to the royal palace. He was going to claim his mission reward from Princess Koki Kazuhana. The next morning, it was finally time to bid farewell to the Land of Snow. He hadn't used Flying Thunder God, not knowing if he could teleport everyone such a distance safely. If anything went wrong and they were lost in time and space. So this time, he had chartered an even grander cruise ship. It was called a Year of Epic Awe for My Mom. Everyone boarded the vessel, waving their goodbyes to those on the shore. Just then, far in the distance, a red-dressed girl appeared, luggage in hand. She sprinted toward them, waving at the ship with all her might. Ikuno-jun broke into a sweet smile. So, in the end, she came after all. A gentle breeze rustled the air, waves shimmering beneath the sunlight. The Shakyamama was about to set sail. Everyone was already aboard, ready to journey to the Land of Fire. At long last, Jun Ichino finally saw Koyuki Kazuhana arrive. With a smile, Jun Ichino asked, "So what about your Land of Snow?" Koyuki Kazuhana met his gaze, resolve clear in her eyes. "I made up my mind. For the past 10 years, I've been living with a mask. Now, I want to be true to myself again. I don't wish to be a daimyo anymore. The most romantic thing I can imagine is simply growing old with you, slowly, together." Noon. Both teams sat cross-legged on the floor. They held a meeting to reflect on their journey, a summary conference themed, "Never forget why you started, keep your mission in mind." They reviewed the recent operation, sharing insights and lessons learned. After the meeting, everyone gathered for a celebratory feast. Koyuki Kazuhana's arrival was met with warm enthusiasm. When the banquet ended, The three sisters huddled together to share secrets in hushed tones, while all the boys dashed back to their rooms to play a round of 80 points. Not only did Naruto have questionable game etiquette, he kept running his mouth nonstop. Reaching his limit, Jun Ichino couldn't help but snap. Hey, are you from Dunhuang or something? Dunhuang? What does that mean? Too many wall paintings. Naruto scratched his head with a grin. Are you trying to insult me, or what? Sasuke snorted. Trying? He's being very clear about it. The kids broke down in laughter, tumbling and teasing until everyone belonged. Watching this scene, Jun Ichino found himself lost in memory. After graduation, workplace life was a battlefield of intrigues and petty scheming. How he longed to be back in school, to those simple, golden days of innocent friendship. That was one of the reasons he didn't want to use Flying Thunder God to teleport away. He wanted to savor these rare moments of camaraderie, because after the Chunin exams, such days would never come again. The cruise ship carved its path across the glimmering sea. Wow, look at all those fish. Everyone rushed to the deck, showing off their unique tricks to catch some. To Hinata and Ino, Koyuki Kazahana said, "Girls, give me some cover." Smiling, she removed the detachable netting from her dress. "All right, let's go." No way. Turns out the netted dress doubled as an actual fishing net at crucial moments. Seeing her in action, Jun Ichino couldn't hide his delight. Koyuki Kazahana truly seemed so much livelier, more lighthearted now. All day long, Jun Ichino felt as though he'd forgotten something important. It wasn't until night, when he returned to his cabin, that he finally remembered. He'd completed the secret task, but forgotten to check in for the day. Quickly, he summoned the system panel and marked his attendance. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your daily check-in. You have received 1 stick of takoyaki. What? That's it? Couldn't you have given me at least an elixir to improve my body? Or even some flashy new gadget? Disappointed but curious, he popped the takoyaki into his mouth. He couldn't tell any obvious difference. The cruise sailed on, blessed by perfect weather and cloudless skies, with not a single storm in sight. In the days that followed, Jun Ichino kept turning one question over in his mind. Through the battle with Kazahana Dotu, he realized he himself was not invincible after all. Even with limitless chakra and the hand-signing speed of Hashirama, these advantages did not necessarily stand out in front of Kaga-level, or even God-level, opponents that might appear in the future. Aside from relying on the system's rewards, he couldn't afford to slack off, either. After dinner, Ikuno-jun was still playing cards with his brothers. The three sisters, on the other hand, were engrossed in a movie. The tablet they were watching on was something Ikuno-jun had retrieved from the system. Anna played the classic blockbuster, Titanic. By the end, they were left wishing for more, their faces streaked with tears and a runny nose. At Kazahana Koki's suggestion, they went to the bow of the ship to personally relive the movie's iconic scene. The night ocean breeze was cool, and the stars twinkled overhead. The three sisters closed their eyes and stretched out their arms, as if they were Rose from the movie. A short while later, Ikuno-jun also stepped onto the deck, walking up to the bow. Seeing the three delightful girls, he grinned mischievously and said, "Girls, what are you all up to?" The three sisters replied in unison, "We're jumping off the ship." "Nonsense. With looks this charming, what would you be doing that for?" With that, Ikuno-jun hugged Hinata from behind, and together they struck the classic flying pose from movie. Several days passed. Finally, the cruise ship arrived at Konoha's harbor. Ikuno-jun set foot once again on the land of fire, soaking in its familiar, comforting warmth. Naruto stretched lazily and laughed out loud. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto is back. The scenery in the land of snow is nice, but nothing beats our own land of fire. The rest of the kids beamed with delight as well. All except Sasuke, who remained expressionless as always. Asuma couldn't help but mutter to Kakashi, "What's up with that kid, huh?" Aboard the ship, Ikuno-jun and Koyuki had already come to an agreement. She would not live in Konoha village for the time being. This was a decision made after careful consideration on several fronts. Sunset Village, land of waves. Everywhere was bustling with the spirit of construction. Building roads, digging earth, tilling the fields, and raising new homes. The manor estate that belonged to Ikuno-jun was also beginning to take shape, though it would still be some time before he could officially move in. "Koyuki, this is Sister Ryuanji." Stepping down from the bathroom, he led Kazahana Koyuki over to introduce her to Ryuanji. Taking her hand with a gentle smile, Ryuanji said, "Make yourself at home here, my dear. With you around, I finally have some company." "Oh, that's right. Where are Zabuza and Haku?" "Ikuno-jun certainly remembered. Looks like they're out plowing the fields." Ikuno-jun dashed off toward the farmland. From a distance, he could see Zabuza swinging his massive sword, now transformed into a new kind of plowing machine. Meanwhile, Haku sat beside a loom, weaving cloth. A few days later, Kazahana Koyuki assembled an arch troupe. She organized a series of traveling shows, bringing comfort and entertainment to the villagers, at last discovering a true sense of self-worth. Back in Konoha village once more, Ikuno Jun lay sprawled on the sofa, having gamed through the entire night. The days slipped by, one after another. It was now the 60th year of Konoha. Tashin Ikuno had turned 19. January 1st, it was Guy's birthday. Meanwhile, Rawanji's belly had begun to show. She was 2 months along now. Kakashi had finally found the true meaning of life. He decided not to buy an extravagant gift for Guy after all. Instead, he spent all the money on baby formula and diapers. Formula these days was unbelievably expensive. Every can he bought was imported, premium infant formula shipped straight from the land of grass and the land of milk. In the blink of an eye, February arrived. Only a month remained until the Chunin exams. Though it was winter, the land of fire hardly knew cold. The streets of Konoha bustled with life and energy, crowds filling every walkway. Vendors called out, hawking their goods to countless villagers. Here and there, ninjas could be seen, their headbands glinting as they passed. Of course, there were also little ones, a few tying strips of cloth around their foreheads, pretending to be shinobi and playing ninja games. Among them were the 3 lively members of the Konohamaru Corps. They become Tashin Ikuno's most devoted fans. That afternoon, Tashin Ikuno finished a D-rank mission and headed home. Just as he reached his door, a suspicious noise sounded behind him. A huge boulder suddenly appeared, its surface marked with the swirls of granite, though 3 small heads were still visible behind it. Tashin Ikuno couldn't help but laugh. Ever since he'd become an idol to Kinomaru, Moegi, and Udon, the kids would frequently come over to his house to scrounge for snacks. Tashin had always liked children, so he gladly played along. Big brother Tashin, will you teach us more poetry today? To nurture their spirits, he would introduce them to facets of Chinese culture. Come on in, he said with a warm smile. In another month, I might not have time anymore. He pushed open the courtyard gate, grinning as Kinomaru, Moegi, and Udon filed gleefully inside one by one. Adorable. Just then, the system chimed in without warning. A new mission appeared on the screen. Ding. New performance art check-in issued. Host must teach the children an ancient poem, but it must be presented in a unique way. A unique way? Tashin Ikuno paused to think. There were so many poems to choose from, whether it was the Song of the Goose, or that cascade plunging down 3,000 feet. But in what special manner? He pondered, turning ideas over and over in his mind. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He began writing on the little blackboard. Then he gathered the children, and together their voices rang out, clear and innocent, echoing through the living room and into the courtyard. In the attic next door, Hinata stood by her window, reaching for the binoculars Tashin Ikuno had once given her. She gazed down at the scene below, watching Tashin with his little pointer, teaching the children so gently and patiently. The more she saw, the deeper her affection grew. Tashin Kuin is so warm-hearted. He'll make a wonderful father someday. He marvelous. Host, your creativity knows no bounds. Battle figurine reward unlocked. Battle figurine? What's that supposed to be? Tashin Ikuno was utterly baffled. Battle figurines are similar to summoned creatures, but they take a different form. They provide both combat and support functions, and are only visible to their host. Right after, a panel appeared before Ikuno-shun's eyes. Over 100 grayed-out names were listed across it. Clearly, none had been activated. He skimmed through the list. His jaw dropped in shock. He even saw the name of a character for Naruto. So I can get a battle figurine today? Today only unlocks the battle figurine feature. You'll earn them as rewards in the future through check-in events. All right then. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ikuno-shun glanced at the little frog clock hanging on the wall. It's already 10 o'clock. It's like people don't want anyone to sleep at all. He opened the door to find a member of the Umbu. The 3rd Hokage requests your presence. Man, what a workaholic. Why become Hokage one day? I'll run this place 9 to 5. No overtime. No early deaths from exhaustion on my watch. The Hokage Tower. Inside the office sat not only the 3rd Hokage, but another man. He wore small, dark sunglasses and a headscarf that looked like an upside-down stew pot. Shifty-eyed, rat-faced, not a good sort by appearance. Trouble written all over him. He was whispering something to the 3rd Hokage. The moment he saw Ikuno-shun, he pushed up his glasses and fell silent. Ever since the 3rd Hokage had his mom track him down with Kiba last time, Ikuno-shun hadn't bothered to be as courteous as before. Hokage-sama, what's the matter? Ikuno-shun asked, his expression turning cold. The third coughed. Ahem. Shun, is that sweater you're knitting for me? Seriously? Always peeking. Thankfully, I'd already used the bone clone technique. Ikuno-shun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But facing this elder, whose days were numbered, he couldn't muster up any anger. The third got down to business. This is Ebisu, a special jonin. Of course, Ikuno-shun recognized him. An uptight, lecherous man, his specialty was mentoring and teaching. His main problem? He was a complete hypocrite. Ebisu was also the private tutor of the third's grandson, Konohamaru. He fancied that being in this role would fast-track him to Hokage someday. With opportunists like this, Ikuno-shun had never had a good impression. Just as expected, he was here today to tattle to the third Hokage. Ebisu had clearly heard of Ikuno-shun, but he wasn't impressed. How good could a mere Jinin even be? Could he possibly surpass me? A special jonin? True to form, his introduction dripped with self-importance. I am Ebisu, personal elite tutor of Konohamaru from the Hidden Leaf Village. Oh, is there something you want? Ikuno-shun replied coolly. Ebisu pressed the point. I am the only private tutor for young master Konohamaru. Ikuno-shun understood at once. He was worried Ikuno-shun would steal his tutoring job. Even if you handed me the gig, I wouldn't want it. Ebisu said icily. I ask you to keep your distance from young master Konohamaru from now on. He already has me, a special jonin, as his teacher. He had assumed that Jun Ichino would nod respectfully right away and promise to stay away from Konohamaru from now on. Unexpectedly, Jun Ichino simply looked at him with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. All of a sudden, Jun clapped his hands, his tone laced with sarcasm. I recognize you now, you're that stone-faced, uptight wolf. Those were the words Naruto had once used to tease Ebisu. You. Ebisu's anger erupted, his face contorted in fury. The third Hokage stifled a cough, clamping his teeth together to hold back laughter. Ebisu's face was practically green with rage, but he forced himself to swallow his anger. This is my final warning. Don't you dare lead the young master astray again. Jun Ichino chuckled. How exactly did I lead him astray? Though, truthfully, even he felt a little uncertain about the answer. Once again, the third Hokage stepped in to smooth things over. Ahem, it's nothing serious. No need for everyone to be so tense. Ebisu, you may go now. I'll handle this. Ebisu let out a cold snort and left the office. Only then did the third Hokage turn to Jun Ichino with a gentle smile. It's fine. Just continue teaching him as you were. But perhaps some of the things you're teaching are a little too advanced for his age. Yun final confusion. What do you mean by advanced topics? The third Hokage cleared his throat. Go take a look in the downstairs restroom. You'll understand. Just as he was about to leave, Jun Ichino suddenly noticed a pile of gifts sitting on the desk, all brought back from the land of snow. He couldn't help but mutter, these sycophants will stop at nothing. With that, he rummaged through his personal space and pulled out something of his own. A shimmering, emerald green ornament. Grandpa Hokage, this is a gift I brought especially for you. Imperial Jade. The third Hokage took it and looked it over. He was stunned. It was huge. The quality was flawless, pure green without a blemish in sight. And the luster, it glistened with a watery sheen, almost radiating with vitality. The old man's delight was obvious. He threaded a cord through it and hung it around his neck right then and there. From that day on, not a single mosquito or bug would dare come near him. It wasn't until later that he discovered that Imperial Jade was actually just a block of cooling balm. And that was not all. Jun Ichino then pulled out a little green bottle. Inside, he dropped 2 pure, clear drops of liquid. Once swallowed, unless the drinker was Hinata, it would cause instant unconsciousness for 5 seconds. Grandpa Hokage, this is another specialty from the land of snow, 6 spirits, Jade Dew. Shake well before you drink. The third Hokage accepted it, beaming with pleasure. Good child, you're so thoughtful. The label on the bottle was covered in Chinese characters. 6 spirits in your home. Peace to all. Special effect floral water. After drinking it, the third Hokage passed out for a solid hour. Jun Ichino slipped out of the room, grinning. He made his way down to the men's restroom. He opened the second wooden stall door, only to find himself dumbstruck. On his way home, the night had grown deep. The moon hid behind clouds, and the wind whispered under the dark sky. The streets were silent, save for the occasional stray cat darting through the shadows. As Jun Ichino walked past a narrow, dimly lit alley, he came to a sudden halt. Whoosh! The sharp whistle of something slicing the air. From the planters, shrouded in shadow, a kunai shot straight toward him. Jun jerked his head aside, narrowly dodging. The blade whistled past his cheek, just a hair's breadth from cutting into his skin. Ikuno-jun moved like a lightning-quick hair. He snatched up a kunai and, with a swift motion, flung it toward the flower bed. Immediately, the shadow butterfly was summoned. Mothra soared to the flower bed, its radiant glow flickering as it came to rest in a patch of darkness. The enemy's position was exposed. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, shuriken shot through the air, peppering the flower bed as rustling noises rose from within. Someone was hiding, trying to dart away. Come out! Ikuno-jun's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. A figure appeared from the shadows. It was none other than Ebisu, whom he'd seen not long ago. So, it's true, Lord Hokage's student. You've even learned the shuriken shadow clone technique. Ikuno-jun mocked him. Well, Ebisu-sensei, are you following me? Could it be you've got some less than pure intentions toward me? Ebisu adjusted his tiny sunglasses and leapt from the flower bed, adopting a solemn expression. Kid, you really showed off back there in front of Lord Hokage. Ikuno-jun folded his arms, completely unfazed, his attitude nonchalant and irreverent. Ebisu found himself losing composure. I'm a special jonin, after all. He wanted nothing more than to whack Ikuno-jun with a stick. But quickly, he straightened up, putting on the airs of a dignified mentor. One last warning. Lord Konohamaru is my student. So keep your distance. Only a special jonin like me is qualified to be his exclusive teacher. Everything you've taught him is garbage. Just look at the drawings he left in the restroom. Such behavior at his age, disgraceful. Ikuno-jun couldn't stand this brand of fake righteousness. And at that very moment, the system prompt leapt up. Ding. Mission issued. Reveal Ebisu's hypocritical facade. This was basically a freebie. Ikuno-jun couldn't help but recall Naruto's classic technique. The more he thought about it, the harder he fought back laughter. Ebisu, seeing Ikuno-jun's cheeky grin, felt thoroughly belittled and shouted, Hey, you little brat, do you understand what I'm saying? Ikuno-jun ignored him, performing 2 hand seals in quick succession, and Ebisu instantly gushed a torrent of nosebleed. But to Ikuno-jun's surprise, Ebisu didn't faint. Instead, he lunged ahead to join the fray. Oh, for real? You call yourself strict? Talk about putting propriety on a pedestal. He's the embodiment of uptight. A few moments later, Ebisu's pleasure finally subsided, and he returned to his stoic, sanctimonious demeanor. At that instant, the system chimed in again. Ding! Congratulations, mission complete. You've exposed the hypocrite. Reward: Water Style, Water Formation Wall. Water Style, Water Formation Wall. A B-rank defensive ninjutsu with 2 forms of application. 1. Unleashing a powerful jet of water from the mouth to block attacks. The other, raising a barrier of water for personal protection. This was the 3rd defensive technique Ikuno-jun had mastered to date. Afterward, Ebisu started lecturing again, going on and on. His tirade darkened Ikuno-jun's expression, a frosty glint flashing at the corner of his eye. You're a senior, so I've tried to hold back again and again. But did you really think I was that easy to push around? You want to fight, is that it? Fine by me, I'll take you on. But if we're going to do this, we can't brawl here. Let's head into the forest and go all out. With that, he spun around and dashed off into the shadows. Sharp, slicing noises split the air. A handful of kunai flew at his back as Ebisu gave chase. Scared now, are you? Where do you think you're running, little troublemaker? They raced all the way to the riverbank deep in the forest before Toshio finally came to a halt. As a devoted Naruto fan, Toshio knew perfectly well what Ebisu was capable of. His forte was mentoring kids, nurturing talent. That meant he excelled at the basics: shadow clones, hand-to-hand combat, and perfect aim with kunai and shuriken. His fundamentals were rock solid. But his greatest flaw was the lack of advanced jutsu. Throughout hundreds of episodes, Ebisu never managed to master a signature technique of his own. The only real ninjutsu he'd ever performed was a fireball jutsu, so weak it couldn't even singe your eyebrows. Kid, tonight you'll answer for your disrespect, Ebisu declared, beginning to form hand seals. Sure enough, it was the fireball jutsu. Toshio grinned. This was the perfect chance to test out the ninjutsu he'd just learned. Water Style, Water Wall. Before Ebisu could react, Toshio unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, as powerful as a crashing wave. The flood surged up into a gleaming wall, snuffing the fireball out in an instant. Ebisu froze, dumbfounded. What in the world just happened? But he recovered quickly, flinging several kunai in a swift, whistling volley. One of them struck Toshio square in the lower leg. Wait a second. Something's off. With a sudden pop, droplets of water burst in the air, scattering and splashing over Ebisu. What in? Those were water clones. He can use water clones, too. At that very moment, Toshio's real body materialized behind him. Ebisu was annoying, but not a true enemy. Toshio held back. He didn't use any ninjutsu that could do real harm. He borrowed Naruto's trick for dealing with Ebisu, and the fight was over in a flash. Secret technique. The 1,000 years of glue-sealed despair. As it happened, Ebisu had eaten a few too many soybeans for dinner, and had also drunk a lot of tea with the third Hokage. Right now, his face was turning a vibrant shade of blue and purple as he struggled. In the end, Toshio had to carry him to Konoha Hospital himself. And then, the system window suddenly flashed open. Toshio was notified. He created an original ninjutsu. He had elevated the 1,000 years of death to an entirely new level. During that moment, a dramatic chain reaction in the gut led Toshio to awaken a brand new, self-made technique. Secret art, blazing flight jutsu. This was a C-ranked ninjutsu, invented by the second leader of the flight village. In battle, it came in handy much like a smoke bomb would. One thing was for sure, though, you definitely needed a full stomach for it to work. Konoha Hospital, the gastroenterology ward. Ebisu was stretched out on his hospital bed. Then, gradually, he regained consciousness. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the dashing Toshio entering the room. And with that, every detail of the night came flooding back. Outside, the night pressed in, deep and impenetrable. Ichino-jun placed the fresh flowers and fruit on the table. He approached with a cheerful smile and said, "Surprised? Didn't see that coming, did you? Feeling a little thrill?" Ebisu nodded. "So, are you still going to act all high and mighty in front of me? Still planning to stalk and ambush me?" "No, not anymore." Ichino-jun grinned and patted him on the head. "Good boy." At that moment, a young nurse wheeled in a small trolley, also wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. The instant she saw Ichino-jun, she froze in astonishment. "Wow, what a handsome young man." She teetered forward, her voice sweet as honey. "Hey there, my name is Ebony. Thank you for visiting my brother." So this was Ebisu's older sister. Ichino-jun nodded politely. Ebony was outgoing and open-hearted, with a pleasant appearance and a good figure. After giving her brother his injection, she started chatting with Ichino-jun. She was wonderfully talkative, completely unlike her brother, not full of herself in the least. Ichino-jun found himself actually liking her. Having a nurse for a sister wouldn't be bad. She could take care of you whenever you're under the weather. During their conversation, he learned they also had a younger brother. Their parents had passed away early. The three siblings depended on one another, enduring rather harsh circumstances. The more Ebony talked, the more candid she became, until she laid it all out for Ichino-jun. "In order to pay for my youngest brother's schooling, I gave my first time to an accountant from a certain organization. When I handed that 100,000 taels to my brother, I cried the whole night." Ichino-jun didn't judge her upon hearing this. It was life's desperation, after all. But what she said next left him completely stunned. If I'd only known it could be so enjoyable and pay so well, why did we spend all those years scraping by? Just then, the door was pushed open. The third Hokage himself came in, bringing his grandson with him for a visit. Ichino-jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Ahem, Ebony, could you give me a shot sometime too?" the old Hokage joked. Ebony blushed and nodded. Then, with a little sway of her hips, pushed the trolley out of the room. Ichino-jun stood there startled. Looks like Ebisu becoming a home tutor owes a lot to his sister's efforts. The Konohamaru Corps became even closer to Ichino-jun. The three little troublemakers were practically glued to his side. When word got out that Ebisu was hospitalized, Konohamaru was as delighted as if it were a festival. With the Chunin exams drawing near, the whole Hidden Leaf village was enjoying a rare moment of peace and harmony. It was the calm before the coming storm. Another half a month passed. Spring arrived. All of Konoha village burst into life, full of green and vitality. On this particular day, Team 7 was tasked with a simple mission, helping to repair the roof of a bookstore. But there was something odd about the air that day. Kakashi-sensei, as usual, was absorbed in his racy comics. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto locked eyes for a split second, then both turned away with an exaggerated humph, just like a couple fresh off an argument. Hinata hadn't said a word, weighed down by her thoughts. "What's wrong, sweetie?" Hinata sighed and gave a quiet shake of her head. Kakashi finally revealed the reason. Kurenai Yuhi has been discharged from the hospital, and Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka are rejoining Team 8. Wait a second. Does that mean Hinata will have to leave Team 7? And Sakura will be coming back? Just as he was pondering this, a joyful shout rang out from beneath the house. "Sasuke, I'm back." Everyone glanced downward. It was Sakura, fully recovered from her illness, and she was officially returning to the team. Having spent several months recuperating in bed, Sakura had put on a bit of weight. Breaking the heavy silence, Naruto finally grinned and said, "Ah, Sakura, you really put one steady foot in front of the other these days." No one quite knew how to react, but Chino-shun was overjoyed. Was Naruto actually making a roundabout jab at her weight? If this were before, Naruto's first words surely would have been, "Wow, welcome home, Sakura-chan." Chino-shun had truly influenced Naruto, helping him completely let go of the woman who wasn't worth half a lifetime of longing. He also understood why Hinata was unhappy, because she would soon have to leave Team 7. Though it was hard to part, this spot rightfully belonged to Sakura, and the kind and gentle Hinata would never try to fight for it. "If you won't fight for it, then let me do it for you, little sister." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chino-shun dashed toward the Hokage's office. The third Hokage was there, pipe clenched in his teeth, sitting behind mountains of paperwork. His hair was snow white, and wrinkles lined his weary face, made even more tired by the lamplight. Chino-shun couldn't help but sigh. He'd never gotten involved in the political struggles of the Leaf Village. No matter what others said about the third Hokage, he kept his opinions to himself, even if the third were some cunning mastermind working in the shadows. But Chino-shun knew one thing for certain. The old man had always treated him rather well. As for the rest, he didn't care. He had wrestled with another thought, too. Should he use Ancestor's soul to save the third Hokage after his death? In the end, he decided to let go of that idea, because to this day, the system still hadn't told Chino-shun how long the revival technique's cooldown period actually lasted. What if he saved Hiruzen Sarutobi, and by the time Jiraiya died, the skill was still on cooldown? That would truly be an everlasting regret. When the third saw Chino-shun, he looked up with a smile. "Little one, do you need something?" Chino-shun smiled and pulled out a newly knitted sweater. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked glum. He'd been in a terrible mood these days. After all, he was getting on in years, and nobody knew when he might have to retire. He wanted to use the chance before stepping down to secure some assets for himself, a little extra income for the days ahead. He'd set his sights on a prime shop-up for transfer on Konoha Street, planning to open a restaurant. But, to his frustration, Danzo had his eye on that very same shop, and he wanted to open a restaurant too. At last, with the mediation of Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane, they decided to just run the place together. But what kind of restaurant should they start? With a single sentence, Chino-shun hit the nail on the head. One Hokage, one pot shadow. If they don't open a hot pot restaurant, what else would they do? Sure enough, the third Hokage was sitting there, calculating the profit shares from the hot pot shop. "Damn you, Danzo, you old turtle. Always fighting me for everything. Curse your ancestors." While he was still grumbling, Ikuno-shun walked in, holding a flamboyant pink sweater. The third accepted the sweater and couldn't help but smile with genuine delight. He had spotted Ikuno-shun knitting several times through his crystal ball. "I never thought he was actually making it for me. This kid is even more considerate than Asuma." The third let out an embarrassed chuckle, then asked, "Little one, is there something you need?" Only then did Ikuno-shun smile and reveal his real intention. "Grandpa Hokage, could Hinata stay in Team 7 a while longer?" To the Hokage, this really wasn't a big deal. He agreed without hesitation. But he also had a small request for Ikuno-shun. "This year, our village is hosting the Chunin exams. So much to do, so much to manage." The truth is, the Chunin exams were also a major event for sparking exchange between all the ninja villages. The third wanted to use this opportunity to showcase the fruits of Konoha's reform and openness, to present an image of prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony. He knew Ikuno-shun had plenty of ideas. He was known as Team 7's think tank, after all, so he hoped Shun could offer some advice and strategies. Ikuno-shun thought for a moment, then said, "If you ask me, why not put up a few statues at the village gate and at the academy? Let them symbolize the entire spirit of Konoha." "Statues? Not a bad idea. But what kind of figures do you have in mind?" The third eagerly inquired. With a thoughtful look, Ikuno-shun replied earnestly, "Most schools have statues of Confucius, Mencius, or Laozi." Then he pointed at the third, and Suanzi. Ikuno-shun was nothing if not industrious in spreading Chinese culture. The third only half understood, but agreed enthusiastically. And that wasn't all. Ikuno-shun even sketched out a few rough drafts, and the third had craftsmen start overnight on the project. The next day, Hinata was still in Team 7. Sakura joined Kurenai's Team 8, teaming up with Kiba and Shino. Kiba's personality was a lot like Naruto's, loud and boisterous. When he saw Sakura, he grinned and teased, "Is that you, Sakura? How'd you get so chubby? Even my Tibetan Mastiff is slimmer than you are." What rotten luck for the boy. He just happened to catch Sakura in a terrible mood. Smack! A clear five-fingered mark appeared on Kiba's face. And soon enough, the two, plus the dog, were brawling in a heap. Even Kishimoto, Sakura's creator, could not have predicted her character would turn out like this. He tried desperately to redeem her later on, but it was too late. Originally, Kishimoto probably figured that just two male protagonists would feel a bit too, well, close. He needed a flower to add a bit of color. Thus, Sakura's character was born. Truthfully, Sakura's personality turned out this way entirely because of Kishimoto. He loved inventing backstory and leaving plot holes everywhere. Then, fans across the world stepped in, imagining all sorts of explanations to patch things over for him, digging more holes for Kishimoto to eventually fall into himself. Finally, after much effort plugging the old plot holes, here comes a brand new one. That's why, after all, Kishimoto is just a manga artist at heart. He never truly understood the essence of Naruto. Another 2 days passed. A sharp cry from a hawk pierced the tranquil air of Konoha. Almost in unison, the Jonin team leaders, including Kakashi, looked up to the sky. It's finally, that time again, someone murmured. Hurriedly, they ushered their students to complete their missions, quickly dismissed their teams, and departed. Soon after, a group of more than a dozen people swiftly gathered in front of the Hokage's office. Everyone's here, I see, the third Hokage said with a soft chuckle and a nod. I've called you all together to make an announcement. I believe most of you already know what this is about. Kakashi, wearing his usual lazy expression, said quietly. People from other nations have already arrived in the village. Kurenai Yui asked, Hokage-sama, so when will we begin? In 1 week. Gamashinui, Senbon clamped between his teeth and his forehead protector tied backward, remarked, that soon, huh? The third exhaled a puff of smoke, his smile unreadable. Well then, let me officially announce. In 7 days, the Chunin selection exams will begin. Meanwhile, deep within the woods of Konoha, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a melancholy silence. Naruto, drenched in sweat, sprawled beneath a tree. Scattered all around him were shuriken, some lodged in the leaves, others tossed haphazardly. Sasuke was still at it, practicing his chakra control with fierce focus. Jun Ichino, with an arm gently draped around Hinata, was guiding her in the subtle art of gentle fist and taijutsu. The youngsters of Team 7 showed no sign of slacking off. When their training ended, they started back toward the village, intending to enjoy a meal at Ichiraku Ramen. Even though Jun Ichino possessed chef skills of divine caliber, nothing ever quite matched the unique charm of Ichiraku's broth. And yet, Naruto was still bent over, picking up his shuriken one by one. Hey, leave them. I'll just buy you some more. Jun called out, turning back. But Naruto shook his head and kept gathering them. To him, every single shuriken had been bought with money, saved only by foregoing his beloved ramen. Each was hard-earned and precious. Ever since he was little, Naruto had made frugality a habit. Except for indulging in ramen a couple of times each month, he got by on instant noodles and expired milk for every other meal. His life had improved dramatically since befriending Jun Ichino. He'd even saved up a bit from mission rewards. But the habit of thriftiness remained firmly in place. A pang of emotion tugged at Jun's heart. From that day forward, every visit to Naruto's place became an opportunity. Jun would discreetly slip some money under Naruto's pillow, or even into his woolen underwear. It wasn't until the chaos of the Fourth Great Ninja War that the ever-oblivious Naruto finally realized who had been his silent benefactor. A week later, teams for the Chunin exams began arriving in Konoha, one after another. The whole village brimmed with a festive spirit. Every street and alley sported banners large and small. A warm welcome to our international friends. Thank you for coming to inspect and guide our work. Meanwhile, several statues designed by Jun Ichino were also completed in overtime and installed throughout the village. The statue at the main gate of the Hidden Leaf Village is of a beautiful woman. In one hand, she holds a treasured sword, and in the other, she carries a set of scales. The statue bears a rather unusual name, the Second Lady's Vengeance. Over time, this statue became a new landmark of Konoha. On this particular day, everyone in the village was mobilized for a big cleanup. Ikuno-shun and Naruto were assigned to pick up trash along Sakura Avenue. Trailing behind them, the three mischievous members of Konohamaru's corps were frolicking around. Caught up in their antics, before they knew it, they had dashed all the way to the intersection. Konohamaru, not slowing down in time, ran smack into someone. The stranger was dressed in black, with strange markings painted across his face, and strapped to his back was a puppet swaddled tightly in bandages. Ikuno-shun focused his gaze. Wasn't this the very government-born brat from the anime he'd always wanted to teach a lesson to? Kankuro, son of the fourth Kazekage of the village hidden in the sand, from the land of wind, Raza's child, a master of puppetry. Ikuno-shun had once dismissed this obscure profession as unimpressive. But after witnessing the battle between old Lady Chiyo and Sasori, he'd been blown away. The white secret technique, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, the legendary 100-puppet performance, iron sand barriers, and countless dazzling mechanisms. All of it had completely overturned his previous view on puppet masters. So, it wasn't that puppet masters were weak. It was that Kankuro just wasn't very good. Kankuro was impulsive and fiery, with a notorious dislike for kids. When he first appeared, he was a textbook villain. Yet as time went on, he'd become one of Naruto's unexpected allies. He wore a rebellious mask, but beneath it, he was a soft-hearted older brother. Even so, Ikuno-shun couldn't stand him at first. Way too arrogant. So arrogant, he even had the nerve to lay hands on the Hokage's grandson. This time, Ikuno-shun resolved to give this guy a proper lesson. Whenever Kankuro came up, Ikuno-shun couldn't help but think of the beautiful Tintin. Both of them were fond of all kinds of ninja tools. Kankuro liked to stash his weapons inside his puppets, while Tintin concealed hers in scrolls, summoning them at critical moments through summoning jutsu. But the two of them were worlds apart, like a pauper and an heiress. Kankuro, despite being the son of a Kage, didn't grow up in affluence. Tsunagakure was far from prosperous. Though he never lacked food or clothes, most of his weapons were mere hand-me-downs from Sasori of the Red Sand. Thus, he'd earned himself the nickname Garbage Picker. Tintin was a stark contrast. Every single ninja tool she owned was bought with her own money. Although the manga never mentioned what her parents did, her poise and style made it clear she had to be well off. Ikuno-shun was also planning to find an opportunity to dig deeper into what Tintin's family actually did. Suddenly, a shout snapped him out of his thoughts. "That hurts!" Konohamaru had just been hoisted up by Kankuro like a kitten. "Are you blind, Runt? Looking for trouble?" The boy with the painted face snapped furiously. And just then, a blonde girl strolled over. Her hairstyle had the flair of a freshly styled salon cut. The enormous 3-star fan on her back was the perfect tool for unleashing powerful wind-style techniques. It was with this very fan that she once blasted Madara away, even after his Edo Tensei rebirth. Her face was gently rounded, her features sweet and charming, especially her blue eyes, so clear and noble, shimmering with the depth of the ocean itself. She turned to Kankuro and said, "Little brother, stop it right now, or you're going to get scolded." Shinichi Ike recognized her instantly. Temari, Kankuro's big sister, one of the great beauties of the Naruto world, the so-called gentle and refined lady. Outside of missions, Temari would never hurt people unnecessarily. Deep down, she was as kind and gentle as any other girl. Meanwhile, Kankuro kept shouting, his arrogance on full display. Naruto stepped forward, determined to save Konohamaru. Kankuro glanced at Naruto's forehead protector, a rebellious smirk flashing across his face. "Hey, you Konoha genin, don't go thinking too highly of yourself." Such a classic case of entitlement. Temari frowned and stepped up. "Kankuro, let the little boy go." Kankuro completely ignored his sister's advice. "Relax, let's have some fun before that guy gets here." Naruto, unwilling to put up with it any longer, stormed over and ripped into him with a barrage of harsh words. Kankuro shot right back. "Blondie, if you're in a hurry to die, I'm happy to help you out." But Naruto didn't back down at all, his sky-blue eyes sweeping confidently over Kankuro. "I'll say this right back to you, fatty, you ugly, brainless ogre." Naruto's verbal jutsu, unbeatable as ever. Kankuro sneered coldly. He twitched his fingers slightly. A few thin chakra threads, invisible to the naked eye, snaked their way around Naruto's ankles. And in a blink, Naruto was sent sprawling across the ground in a spectacular faceplant. Kankuro burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. TCH, so much for Konoha's genin. What a pushover. His smug grin only widened. Naruto scrambled to his feet, shouting as he pointed at Kankuro. "Hey, you stupid catface. Take your filthy hands off of him right now." But instead of letting go, Kankuro gripped Konohamaru's collar even tighter. Konohamaru struggled wildly, his small legs kicking in the air. His face started turning purple from lack of air. Desperately, the little boy's teary eyes looked to Shinichi Ike for help. Moegi and Udon flung themselves at Ike, pleading, "Big brother Ike, please save our husband." Every time they played house, Konohamaru always ended up being their husband. And just at that moment, the system alert popped up. Ding. Story check-in. Without causing physical harm, deliver a mental punishment. A punishment of the mind? So, basically, inflicting a devastating blow with verbal jutsu? Now that's my specialty. At that very moment, Kankuro was still boasting obnoxiously. He continued taunting Naruto. I can't stand short people the most. What? Did he dare insult Naruto's height? If anything was Naruto's sore spot, this was it. Back when Tazuna called him short, he almost kicked the old man to the ground. But this time, Naruto had learned his lesson. Instead of picking a direct fight, he decided to use his sharp tongue. So what if I'm short? I can pick up drop coins faster than you can. And besides, a short and handsome guy like me is called a cute little prince. But you, short and ugly, you're just a little runt. Kankuro sneered with scorn written all over his face. Yeah, right. Maybe you just pick up soap faster. Unbelievable. People in the world of ninja really knew everything. Xianxia-Fusion shot him a fierce glare. If it had been before, he would have summoned a mighty leaf dragon and blasted him to bits in a swirl of thunder and storm. But he knew that was not an option. The system had made it clear he must not cause serious harm to his opponent. Besides, this guy might even end up being his brother-in-law someday. Even so, Xianxia-Fusion decided it was time for a little lesson. He secretly called for Little Black. You've really got the nerve to show off those pitiful chakra threads. What a joke, he said, lips twisting in a wicked grin. With a crook of his finger, Kankuro let the chakra strings appear. Invisible, Little Black darted forward at lightning speed. With a single swipe of his claws, the threads were sliced clean through. Xianxia-Fusion strolled forward confidently, not stumbling at all. TCH, what was that supposed to be, he mocked. Kankuro's expression flickered for a moment, but he quickly regained his swagger. Fine, I'll beat up this shorty first, then I'll deal with the rest of you. He swung his fist toward Konohamaru. Right before closing his eyes, Konohamaru glanced at Xianxia-Fusion, despair brimming in his tears. Hey, you big weirdo! Naruto yelled, charging in, but he was clearly too late. Xianxia-Fusion was also ready to step in. Just as the fist was about to slam down on Konohamaru, suddenly, a stone flew through the air. It struck Kankuro squarely on his left hand. Ark! He let out a muffled cry, pain flaring as his grip loosened. Konohamaru tumbled to the ground. Quickly, Naruto rushed in and scooped up Konohamaru to safety. Xianxia-Fusion looked up. Just as in the original story, Sasuke had arrived. Not far away, on the tree trunk, Sasuke was toying with a small stone between his fingers. He gave Kankuro a cool, disdainful smile. Oof, this is someone else's village. You don't get to run wild here. Then, he crushed the stone to dust in his palm. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Naruto chimed in. I just don't get it. How can you and that pretty big sister of yours have the same parents and still turn out so different? With that, he caught Sasuke's gaze. The two exchanged a look before both huffed in unison and turned away. Their Cold War wasn't over yet. Kankuro rubbed his arm. Oh great, another annoying brat. Then, Xianxia-Fusion stepped forward, preparing to unleash a powerful mental attack and finish his task. After all, Kankuro was famously devoted to his little brother, doting on him beyond reason. There were even people in the village whispering behind his back, saying his orientation was unusual. This was one of his greatest weaknesses. He dreaded the idea that someone would call him comrade, a euphemism for being gay. Xianxia-Fusion couldn't help but mock him. Oh, right, aren't you a moderator for the Sand Village's premier same-sex friendship forum? And the infrastructure union of the 5 great nations. Wasn't it your idea too? Naruto, what do you think? Kankuro's face flushed, a stripe of red here, a stripe of black there, trembling with anger. Instead of being angry that her brother was being taunted, Temari struggled to stifle a laugh. I've warned him before, keep a low profile outside. We're here on a mission. But he never listens. A little lesson might do him good. The more she watched Xianxia-Fusion, the more she felt he had an indescribable charm. Without realizing it, her own cheeks flushed with a strange warmth. Xianxia-Fusion waited for the completion chime of the mission, but it refused to arrive. It seemed the mental torment wasn't quite enough. Thinking this, he chuckled to himself and waved for Little Black to come over. Moments latte. Little Black's sharp claws darted toward Kankuro's black pants. In a flash, with a distinct ripping sound, pink strawberry print underwear was on full display. Kankuro froze, dumbstruck. What's going on? I didn't take them off myself. Naruto clutched his stomach, doubled over in laughter, tears streaming down his face. Kankuro was completely mortified. He wanted nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Humiliated, Kankuro's anger rose hot and wild, completely forgetting the reason they had come. Damn it, I'll make you pay for humiliating me just now. With that, he began unwinding the bandages from his back. Hey, you're not planning to use the crow, are you? Temari rushed forward, trying to stop him. The crow wasn't just a bird. It was Kankuro's first puppet, crafted by Sasori of the Red Sand. Stay out of this, Temari. I won't let these Leaf Village guys look down on us, Sand. Just because I'm small doesn't mean everyone from our village is. You've never met Sasori. One look, and you'd be scared stiff. With that, Kankuro brushed Temari off with a furious gesture. Now, the puppet was fully revealed on Kankuro's back, his expression growing more twisted and fierce. Chi-Jun burst out laughing. You old scavenger. Showing off again, are you? Calling Kankuro a scavenger hit his third weak point. Kankuro bristled. You're the scavenger. Your whole family's a bunch of scavengers. But he fell silent, lost in thought. Why does this guy know so much about me? Meanwhile, Ki-Yun left inwardly. When Granny Chiyo and Sasori had their showdown, it was you, the king of scavengers, who made a killing in the end. But he was done arguing, because another major figure in the leaf world was about to make his entrance. Sure enough, a chill ran up Chi-Jun's spine. On the horizon, he could almost hear a song drifting over. Calabash Brothers, 7 blossoms on one vine. Chi-Jun looked up. Sure enough, there was someone hanging from the dense branches above. A shock of fiery red hair and dramatic smoky-eye makeup, utterly striking. A blood-red character for love was carved into his forehead. His eyes, shadowed by deep circles, brimmed with a cold, murderous intent. He carried a massive gourd upon his back. This was none other than the younger brother of Temari and Kankuro, the future 5th Kazekage, the second Jinchuriki of the one-tailed Shikaku. Gaara. Kankuro, you'd better shut up right now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already? A low, somber voice rang out without warning. Temari and Kankuro both jolted in surprise, tense as startled rabbits. Gaara fixed a merciless, icy stare on Kankuro. There was no warmth in his gaze, only a chill that suggested he faced not his own brother, but a lifeless corpse. Gaara. Sweat beaded on Kankuro's brow. It was clear just how much he feared his little brother. Even Sasuke was deeply shaken. When did this guy get behind me? He moves as fast as Junikata. Gaara was hanging upside down from a tree, his chakra control impeccable. He glanced at Junikata for a moment, then turned, casting a playful, yet unsettling gaze at Sasuke. Kankuro still tried to defend himself. Gaara, they started it first. Gaara replied coldly. Enough. Say another word, and I'll tear you apart. Kankuro instantly put on a servile smile, all traces of his earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Gaara then addressed Jun, Ikeda, and the others. My apologies for this. Though his words were humble, his eyes remained frosty as ever. Then, his body suddenly dissolved into a swirl of sand, and he reappeared at the base of the tree. He spoke to Kankuro and Temari. Let's go. We're not here to play. At that moment, Jun Ikeda seized the chance to ask 2 questions that had been burning in his mind. Oh, by the way, does Temari do your smoky eye makeup every day? Gaara froze for a second. Temari, however, nodded graciously. That's right. I do it for my brother. Isn't it striking? Why do you always have to spill the truth like that? Gaara scolded her in mild annoyance. Jun Ikeda fired off a second question. So why are you called Gaara? This time, Kankuro jumped in to answer. I know this one, because my brother had a childhood friend who was called Lu Jixiang, but she cheated on him. Gaara shot him a deadly glare. That's a load of nonsense. I am Gaara, the Azura who loves only himself. Kankuro muttered under his breath. Aren't our mothers the same person after all? With that, the 3 of them turned and headed toward the mouth of the alley. Jun Ikeda watched helplessly as they departed, watching his hard-earned quest reward walk out of reach. Just then, Hinata arrived at the entrance of the alley, pulling out a bag of mandarins and offering them to the group. I bought these from a little shop up ahead. They're extra sweet. Mandarins. Jun Ikeda's mind lit up instantly. He remembered a lesson from his second year in middle school, and with it, the perfect plan for dealing a final mental blow to Kankuro. He moved to block their way. As expected, the system quickly responded, issuing a reward for task completion. It was early spring, and warmth was returning to the land. The Hidden Leaf Village was awash in the festive spirit. People danced the figure-8 dance along the main streets, welcoming travelers from afar. From the loudspeakers in every alley and avenue blared the rousing March of the Will of Fire. Meanwhile, in a damp and chilly cave elsewhere, a striking beauty with long, straight black hair. Her face possessed a delicate charm, alluring and captivating. Another woman, this one with fiery red hair, stood at the bedside, performing some solemn ritual. The red-haired woman softly chanted an ancient incantation. The beauty on the bed raised her hand, cutting her off. Slowly, she opened her golden, slit-pupiled eyes. The gentleness from moments before vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, lonely chill. Aishima, well done. Today's selection has quite the kick. Her voice was deep and magnetic, tinged with a trace of weariness. It was in fact a man's voice, a master of disguise. Xiaofan nodded with a smile. Ant Snake, I'm grateful you used reanimation jutsu on me. It's my principle to serve you wholeheartedly. This song is a relic composed long ago, not by me, but by a traveling bard. The master nodded and finished lacing up a fishnet garment. How about I wear this and go stir up some trouble in the Hidden Leaf Village? I'd outshine every beauty, put everyone else to shame. Ant Snake nodded in satisfaction, then asked, Kabuto's report should have arrived by now, shouldn't it? What's the situation in the leaf? After listening to the briefing, she gazed toward the cave entrance, her eyes deep and brooding. At the entrance to Cherry Blossom Lane, Sembia Fruit Shop, row upon row of shelves brimming with fresh fruit. Ikeda Shun's eyes landed on the golden, glistening oranges. The psychological assault task remained unfinished, but inspiration had already struck him. Hey, friend from a sand village, wait up. He dashed forward, blocking the three in their tracks. What do you want? Kankaro's voice was stiff with suspicion. Ikeda Shun smiled. Don't be nervous, just a bit of misunderstanding earlier. As your hosts, it's only right we treat our guests kindly. So, I thought I'd buy you a little gift to make amends. A gift? What's that about? Kankaro was baffled. Gaara stood to the side, watching coldly. Temari couldn't help but sigh. My two brothers are so awkward. If only I had a little brother with a handsome dimple like that. Ikeda Shun gestured toward the fruit shop. This shop's ugly oranges are especially sweet. I bet you'd never find fruit like this back where you're from. In a land of wind, fierce gales swept through all 4 seasons. Any fruit grown there ended up shriveled and dry. Ikeda Shun specifically instructed Kankaro, I'll go buy some oranges. Just stay here, don't wander off. Kankaro was baffled. Why oranges? I like cherries. Ikeda Shun ignored him. Earlier, he'd already fished out a small black cap from his storage space and placed it on his head. He'd also put on a black overcoat and a dark blue cotton robe, hunched over, his gait slow and slightly stooped. He walked step by step toward the fruit shop ahead. Kankaro was left completely bewildered by the scene. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly found Akino Shun's silhouette to be especially weathered and forlorn, as if something tender deep in his heart had been stirred. Akino Shun glanced back at him, his gaze rich with emotion, and then gave a couple of coughs. Kankaro, stay right there. Dad'll be back in a second. My old man, the one I love most in my life. Kankaro's thoughts, without warning, leapt to Raza, far away in the hidden sand village. He felt his eyes prickle with unexpected sentiment. Meanwhile, Akino Shun's imagination spun out images from his junior high literature class, Zhu Ziqing's The Sight of Father's Back. Back then, Mr. Zhu's old father had told him to stand still while he went to buy some oranges. After finishing his errand, Akino Shun returned and handed the ugly mandarins, one to each of the siblings. They're especially sweet. Temari accepted hers and smiled radiantly, hugging the fruit tightly to her chest. Akino Shun looked over at Gaara. Listen, little uncle, little Gaara, just do your best. Wake up soon and realize it's never too late to turn around. He finished with a wink at Temari, then turned and jogged off to catch up with the main group. Gaara stood frozen in place. That sounded like it carried a lot of meaning. Kankaro popped a mandarin segment into his mouth. That pops. It's really sweet. Honestly, just a fool. The third had the will of fire. Akino Shun had the spirit of fatherhood. Secretly playing the father figure for someone. Surely the kind of psychological blow was immense. Sure enough, a message flashed up from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing a psychological assault. You have gained Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Kakashi had used this move during the survival exercise. You slip below ground with Earth Release, then suddenly grab your enemy's ankles and drag them underground. A sneak attack, classified as a control-type ninja art. Watching the departing members of Team 7, Kankaro tossed a peel to the ground and grumbled. Why wouldn't they just let me finish them off? Gaara replied coldly. It's not you finishing them, it's them finishing you. But Kankaro tried to argue. Suddenly, Gaara spun around. He slammed Kankaro against the opposite wall with a sharp thud. His words brimmed with menace. I warn you, don't cause any more trouble, or I'll kill you myself. Back with Akino Shun, his earpiece crackled to life. Kakashi's lazy voice drifted through. How's your trash collecting going? And don't forget to separate the recyclables. Trash sorting? Seriously? Akino Shun removed the earpiece and stared at it for a long moment. Back when he'd only watched the anime, he'd never been able to make sense of the Hidden Leaf's tech tree. They had walkie-talkies and televisions, which hinted at advanced technology in this world. But then why no pistols? No cars? If they had guns, why couldn't they just shoot Orochimaru or the Akatsuki and be done with it? But after transmigrating here and experiencing this world for himself, he finally understood. If there really were handguns around, what would be the point of using ninja techniques? The ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu in the world of Naruto are truly extraordinary. Naturally, there's no need for guns, grenades, or even nuclear weapons. Besides, when a Jinchuriki goes berserk, it's probably even scarier than a nuclear explosion. And as for why there are no cars, well, that's easy to understand too. Just look at how they zip through the treetops. That speed puts any car to shame. So, they've never had much use for automobiles either. But there's one thing Jun Chino doesn't quite get. Why don't they invent something like ninja art, 1,000-mile voice transmission? Wouldn't that save everyone the trouble of carrying walkie-talkies? So really, there's no need to be too serious about Kishimoto's world building. If you take it too literally, you're bound to lose. Speaking of cars, that made Jun Chino recall something. It seemed that, tucked away in his spatial warehouse, he did happen to have a few luxury cars. A Brilliance Bentley, a Brilliance Lamborghini, and a Brilliance Maserati. Oh, and let's not forget the world-famous Gold Cup, the Brilliance Jinbei. After his trash picking was done, Jun Chino grabbed Hinata and dashed toward the Konoha forest. He pulled out a jet-black Lamborghini from his pocket dimension. When Hinata saw the dazzling, absolutely striking sports car appear, she was so stunned, she could hardly believe her eyes. What on earth is this? Hey, Hinata, get in. I'll take you for a spin. Jun Chino helped her aboard, acting like a top-class race car driver. He slammed on the gas. With a few sharp turns, they vanished into the depths of the forest. The sky was a clear blue, clouds drifting lazily overhead. Jun Chino sped along the banks of the Valley of the End, with Hinata by his side. Pretty exciting, isn't it? Jun Chino asked. Hinata nodded, her face filled with excitement. This is way faster than a carriage. What do you call it? Jun Chino grinned. It's called a Maserati. The tongue twister of a name seemed a bit tricky for her. Mara all over the ground? That sounds dirty. I still like flying better. Jun Chino smiled indulgently. All right. He summoned the Ice Phoenix, scooped Hinata up, and soared joyfully through the skies with her. That night, Jun Chino had a dream. When he woke, at some point, Kuro had been summoned and was lying at the head of the bed, watching him. Seeing Jun Chino awake, Kuro rolled over with a playful twist. Man and cat began to play together. After a short while, Kuro vanished without a trace. Only then did Jun Chino summon a clone to wash his underwear, clean up, and make breakfast. As for himself, he went into the omnipotent space, hoping to find a few more pairs of underwear. Morning broke. Not a cloud in the sky. Another beautiful, sunny day. Carriages streamed in one after another. Seated inside were the lords of various lands, all plump and distinguished looking. Commoners lined the roads, flowers in hand, welcoming them with smiles. Suddenly, someone stepped out and shouted, "You can't trust those in power." He was instantly dragged away by the ANBU and tossed into jail, along with the lords, their retinues, and guards. The candidates for the Chunin exams had also arrived for the day. Konoha's main street was packed with people, a sea of bustling crowds brushing past each other, filling the village with a lively, festive spirit. But beneath the surface, not every guest was a friend. Orochimaru had secretly allied with Tsunagakure from the Land of Wind. They were preparing to launch the infamous Konoha Crush operation. Ichino-shun stood atop the Hokage rock, looking out over the thriving village from his lofty perch. He let a soft sigh. What an entertaining game is about to begin. That afternoon, in front of the Hokage Tower, a full village assembly was held. The third Hokage himself led the gathering. At the end of the assembly, the official list of Chunin exam participants was announced. All 10 rookies will be taking part. Along with them, Rock Lee, Tintin, and Niji Hyuga from Guy's team were also on the list. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi and teacher Irika were locked in a noisy argument. Irika was convinced it was far too soon for the new genin to take the exam. But Kakashi insisted that Team 7's abilities had already left Irika's in the dust. But above all, there was something more pressing that haunted Kakashi. He simply couldn't imagine what sort of chaos those kids would cause if they weren't signed up for the Chunin exams. One is the host of the Nine Tails. Another possesses the Sharingan. A third bears the Byakugan. And one is an absolute wild card beyond compare. The next morning at dawn, Team 7 assembled. As usual, Kakashi turned up fashionably late. With a laid-back air, he announced, "This time, I've recommended every member of Team 7 to participate in the Chunin exams." He then waited for cheers and gratitude. But everyone asked in unison, "So what? Hadn't the list been made public at yesterday's assembly?" Kakashi gave an awkward cough and continued. Though I've recommended you all, it's absolutely voluntary. If anyone doesn't want to participate, that's completely fine. But no one said a word. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. Kakashi was forced to change the subject, turning to Naruto. To be honest, you're the one I'm most concerned about. Of the four of you, you're the most likely not to make it to the next round. Naruto immediately yelled. What? Why me? Why single me out? Then why did you even sign me up? Why? Probably because you have a way of talking yourself out of trouble. And besides, surely you know, deep down, where your skills stand right now. Kakashi smirked behind his mask, the expression hidden from everyone's sight. All right, until the Chunin exams begin, all missions are canceled. You're free to spend your time as you wish, but don't neglect your daily training. He handed each of them the official application form. After the meeting, the more Naruto thought about it, the angrier he became. Oof. So they think I can't make it through, do they? He pulled out a small notebook and scribbled something down. Kakashi caught a glimpse, unable to shake a sudden sense of unease. What's that kid writing? Ichino Shun, curious, craned his neck to take a peek, and was left speechless. He stuck out his tongue at Kakashi, suppressing a laugh. Written in Naruto's notebook. Konoha year 60, March 21st, clear skies. Kakashi cursed me, said I couldn't pass the Chunin exam. Father, mother, please grant me a dream and bring Kakashi to your side. Returning home, Naruto was there too. What was he doing here? Shun Ichino dashed into the bedroom to take a look. That guy was in the middle of dismantling the little frog clock on the wall. This is obviously mine. Naruto clutched the clock tightly to his chest. What the heck? I found that in my storage space. Thank you very much. This was a gift from my mother long ago, he said quietly. Hearing that, Shun Ichino decided not to pursue it. At that very moment, in Sasuke's bedroom, Naruto's little frog clock started chiming the time. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the system popped up, issuing a new mission. This time, the reward was the very first battle figurine. Dinner time. Sasuke came by to return the book, How the Steel Was Tempered. Right in time for dinner, someone remarked. Naruto grinned, as if he wasn't always showing up right at meal times himself. Lately, the two of them seemed to be locked in a never-ending rivalry. Sasuke let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Such pride. Shun Ichino practically dragged him inside. Hinata and Ino were confiding their worries to each other. I'm so anxious about the exams. I'm afraid I'll slow everyone down, Hinata whispered. Ino sighed as well. My two teammates are totally hopeless. One is always eating, and the other can't stop yawning no matter what. Shun Ichino smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, you'll all pass. Hinata murmured. I'll do my best to keep up with you all. A few more days passed. March 28th. The day to submit the forms for the Chunin exams. The 10 rookies all breezed through Irika's boring trial and successfully qualified for registration. That day also happened to be Valentine's Day in the world of the Hokage. The system appeared again, issuing a sign-in mission. Ding. Please gain the favor of at least 6 Chunin or higher-ranked ninja at the registration site. Seriously? How am I supposed to pull that off? Shun Ichino fell into thought. But with the power of his tongue and his spatial warehouse, it shouldn't be too hard. Soon after, the whole group made their way to the academy. Along the way, they were surrounded by foreign ninja from all walks of life. Some wore straw hats, others had masks, some were bald, and one even looked like a mummy trying to be cool. There was also a stunning woman in a fishnet outfit, hair long, dark, and straight. She crooked her finger at Sasuke. Come on, baby. Sasuke remained calm and deep cool, entirely uninterested. Naruto, on the other hand, was weirdly excited by the whole scene. Of course, Shun Ichino recognized her immediately. That fun seeker, always hunting for experimental material, developing forbidden jutsu, stirring up earth-shaking chaos, and starting the endless loops, the one and only Lady Orochimaru. Hinata couldn't help but pause, softening her voice. That lady is so beautiful. Like an eagle catching a chick, Shun Ichino swept her off to the side. Don't want to lose those Byakugan eyes of yours. But he had to admit, that guy really knew how to pull off an enthralling drag look. Arriving at the Ninja Academy. Wow. It was like the Hokage's version of the spring festival travel rush. An absolute crowd. But Ikuno Jun was over the moon, because characters from the world of Naruto kept making their entrance, one after another. The two people in charge of registration were named Yugao Yuzuki and Hei Gecko. They were busy directing several ninjas, managing the registration process in an orderly fashion. Yugao Yuzuki could definitely be called a beauty. Her purple shoulder-length hair framed a pair of cherry-like lips. She was a member of the Umbu Black Ops and would later become a special jonin, known for her mastery of the leaf-style kenjutsu. Hei Gecko, a special jonin himself, was one of the examiners during the Chunin exams. His face was deathly pale, he was always coughing, and the dark circles under his eyes were impossible to miss. He and Yugao Yuzuki were actually a couple, though tragically, their time together would be all too short. "Hi, Sister Yugao. Ikono yun kritsit here politely." Yugao Yuzuki looked a bit surprised. "Young man, you know who I am?" Ikono Jun grinned and nodded. "Of course, everyone knows you, you're so pretty." Sasuke chimed in coolly, "I don't." Yugao's face lit up with a bright smile, and she warmed instantly to Ikono Jun. "What a sweet little guy you are." Ikono Jun started doing the math, counting on his fingers to work out how many years apart he and Yugao were. And then, out of nowhere, the system notification popped up. "Ding, you won the favor of Chunin." Hey, Gecko shot him a sidelong glance, feeling a faint twinge of jealousy. He shook his head quickly. What's there to be jealous about? The kid's only 19. Cough, cough. But then he recognized him. This was the Hokage's own disciple. Ikono Jun walked over and pulled out a bottle of loquat syrup with snake bile and fritillary extract. "Sensei, I noticed you've been coughing a lot. This is a secret family remedy. Soothes the lungs, stops coughing and wheezing, and clears phlegm. It's my gift to you." Hey, Gecko accepted it and, after a moment of hesitation, took a sip. The taste was wonderfully soothing, cool and sweet with a mellow aftertaste. His dry throat felt instantly better. "Ding, you won the favor of a Jonin." Just then, a thunderous shout echoed through the room. "Quit pushing. Line up and register. Anyone causing a disturbance will be disqualified on the spot. I'm talking to you, blonde brat." Ikono Yun Luktoa. A handsome guy with short brown hair and a scar on his left cheek was scowling. He wore a blue combat uniform under the distinctive green flak jacket of a Jonin. Ibisu Rado, one of the 5 iconic supporting ninjas in the Hidden Leaf. A rare expert in the art of assassination, notorious for his dagger skills and his short fuse. His signature weapon, the Black Blade Tachi, was laced with poison. Ikono Jun had an idea. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the Fong of Oblivion. This was a blade from World of Warcraft, dropped by Algalon, the Observer from the Uldra raid. The dagger gave off an eerie green gleam, a favorite among transmog collectors. Ikono Jun quietly handed it to Ibisu Rado. Rado broke into a sly grin. "This kid, I like him." He glanced down at the Fong of Oblivion in his hand. "Holy, so slick, so cool." As a lover of daggers, this was love at first sight. He simply couldn't put it down. As for where the little guy got it from, do you even need to ask? It must have been a gift from his mentor, Lord Hokage himself. That old man really does play favorites. But he quickly tucked the dagger away and reached out to tousle Ikono Jun's hair. "You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid." Then he handed him a cue number from near the front. Ding! Favorability with the second Jonin increased. Some troublemakers started grumbling immediately. "Hey, why do they get a cut in line?" The pineapple-haired man, his patience snapped, roared, "One more word and you can get out." Instantly, the protester wilted. "No doubt about it. My brother's temper is legendary." Inwardly, Ikono Jun muttered, "Bro, if you ever die, I'll bring you back." The members of Team 7 clutched their registration forms as they squeezed through the crowd towards the stairs. There are so many people. Hinata, sheltered in Koike's arms like a little white rabbit, let out a quiet sigh. Naruto looked at the surging sea of people with determination glinting in his eyes. His fighting spirit exploded. "Watch me." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and plunged forward, making way. With him bulldozing ahead, it became much easier for the rest of Ikono Jun's group to follow behind. Of course, the verbal onslaught along the way didn't stop. "What are you pushing for? Hey, who just touched me?" "It's that blonde guy. Get him." It took a grueling effort to reach the front. Naruto paid a heavy price. Several big lumps had appeared on his head. But at last, they made it through. Team 7 broke free from the crowd and made it up to the second floor. "Haha, we're finally out of there." Naruto cheered, arms raised high, paying no mind to the scowling crowd behind him. Inside the hall, staff were directing the flow of people. One of them caught the eye, a cool, dark-haired guy with a side-parted, spiky hairstyle and green sunglasses. Aoba Yamashiro, one of Konoha's elite Jonin, a master of the mind-reading technique and summoner of crows. He and Genma Shiranui had organized Tsunade's succession ceremony. He had a peculiar hobby, collecting sunglasses. His passion for sunglasses easily surpassed Ebisu's or the Aburame clan's love of their own. Spotting this opportunity, Ikono Jun pulled out a handful of sunglasses and offered them to him. "Sensei, these are all for you. Some from Taiwan, some Haichong, even Bosch and Loam contact lenses." Aoba Yamashiro froze in surprise. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. "I don't even know this genin. Why is he giving me so many sunglasses?" So quietly, he cast his mind-reading technique. Of course, Ikuno-jun knew exactly what he was up to. He focused his thoughts. Teacher Yamashiro Aoba is the most handsome in all of Konoha. Only these premium sunglasses are worthy of his style. Aoba instantly smoothed his hair, beaming with delight. Ding! Favorability with the third jonin increased. Only 2 left now. Just then, a commotion and a chorus of gasps erupted up ahead. A few of them looked up and saw a boy in green, with a bowl haircut like a watermelon rind, sprawled on the ground. Beside him, a little beauty with her hair styled in twin buns and dressed in a pink Cheongsam hurried forward to plead on his behalf. But she, too, was knocked down with a single punch. How outrageous! Chie-jun recognized them at once. They were his very first friends in the world of the shinobi, Rock Lee and the little heiress, Tenten. The ones who had just floored them were 2 young men dressed as upperclassmen. They stood guard at the classroom entrance, blocking the crowd from going in. The sign on the door read 301. But this was clearly the 2nd floor. Thanks to the pure mind-body constitution, Chie-jun could see through all illusions. He let out a cold chuckle. Such a basic trick. He recognized the 2 chunin as well. One was named Kotetsu Hagane, a member of a Biki Marino's interrogation unit and a master close combat. The other was Izumo Kamizuki, also from the interrogation team, known for his skills in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Together, they made an inseparable pair, always working in tandem. Later, during the chunin written exam, they would even serve as proctors together. Kotetsu had a rugged look and a hairstyle reminiscent of Kiba Inuzuka, with a white bandage running across his nose and cheeks. Izumo possessed a softer, almost delicate appearance, wore a ninja cap, and is right, I was always veiled by his hair. Standing side by side, they almost looked a perfect pair, both in strength and in contrast. But at that moment, they were incredibly arrogant, sneering at the rookie genin in open contempt. The chunin exams are a huge hurdle. You brats have no chance of passing. We've taken it 3 times and never made it. And chunin are usually the team's leaders. Whether a mission fails or a comrade falls, it's always the captain's burden. That's right. Instead of wasting your time, why not just accept the rejection here and go home already? Tae-yun understood. This was a preliminary test before the official registration. But when he saw Tenten beaten, her nose black and blue, his anger flared. He wanted to teach those 2 a lesson, but he also needed to win their favor to complete his task. A head-on clash just wouldn't work. As he pondered how to handle them, Sasuke stepped forward. This is obviously the 2nd floor. Hasn't anyone noticed? In truth, many had realized something was off. Everyone except Naruto, ever the oblivious one, who still thought they were standing in front of classroom 301. Tae-yun sighed. You really are far too gullible, you know? Huh? Are you talking to me? Naruto replied, innocent and clueless as ever. Hinata covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Didn't you realize how many flights of stairs we climbed? Naruto counted on his fingers, a look of slow realization dawning on his face. I get it now. This really is the 2nd floor. Chie-jun could only shake his head helplessly. Sasuke coolly addressed the 2 upperclassmen. Hurry up and remove this ridiculous illusion barrier. We're supposed to be heading to the 3rd floor. Just then, Sakura came running over as well. Sasuke, actually, I realized a while ago that this was just an illusion. Oh, so you've already figured it out. Izumo Kamizuki covered her mouth, smiling gracefully. Not too shabby, but you're still a long way off. Suddenly, Kotetsu Hagane planted both hands on the ground, swung his leg out sideways, and a gust of wind swept toward Sasuke. Sasuke, hands casually tucked into his pockets, looked utterly unbothered. Yet the muscles in his arms were already tense for battle. And then, just as in the original story, Rock Lee appeared, dashing between them and stopping the fight before it started. What followed was that classic confession moment. But, so Yun ikinuis otsir astonishment. Lee actually pulled out the manga that Jun had gifted him earlier, asking Sakura to sign her name right there. And right on the heels of that, Jun received his next mission. This time, it was about Tenten. The earlier favorability quest had just wrapped up as well. And with it, he received his very first battle figurine. Wait, it might actually be 2 figurines. Poor Tenten was sporting a bruised and battered face, a hair bun coming undone on one side. Jun Ichino turned to glare at the 2 chunin. I can't stand guys who hit women, especially if the one being hit is Tenten. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Based on his understanding of the system, there should be a new mission coming up any moment now. He silently began his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, that delightful system voice chimed in. Ding. Mission issued. Please humiliate the 2 chunin who hit Tenten, but make sure it doesn't lower their favorability. Just then, the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf arrived, bringing the major dignitaries from all over to observe the competition. Jun Ichino's eyes gleamed with mischief, revealing a sly little grin. Enchantment style, springtime all around. Kotetsu and Izumo were struck motionless, their bodies tense with embarrassment. 1 second later, Kotetsu rushed up and gave the third Hokage a hearty hug, while Izumo simply leapt onto Danzo's back. Everyone present stared at each other in utter confusion, speechless. What on earth just happened? Was the third Hokage really that beloved? Before long, the round of applause led by the various lords echoed through the hall. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, draped in his Arabian-style headscarf, called out to Kotetsu. "Hey, good-looking. Interested in joining my Guardian 12 ninja? I guarantee you'll enjoy the finest food and drink every day." His wife, after all, was that same hefty lady from the infamous cat-capturing mission, known far and wide as the Queen of Torment. The daimyo had long since had more than enough of her tender loving care. As the effect of the hearty springtime jutsu finally wore off, Kotetsu and Izumo were both blushing madly, racked with embarrassment and wishing they could disappear. Hiruzen Tsurutobi dabbed his nose with a handkerchief and let out a cold snort. "This is outrageous, absolutely shameful. Who told you two to act like that?" Kotetsu and Izumo exchanged glances and, without missing a beat, both pointed at Danzo. Danzo nearly coughed up blood. "Why am I taking the blame for this?" Ichino Jun summoned the sign-in panel and completed his check-in. The system chimed. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the life skill, Master of Painting." Ichino Jun had now mastered the 3 great life skills: cooking, tailoring, and painting. Just then, Lee came rushing over. Rather than charging at the illusionary barrier, he darted to Sakura's side and skidded to a sudden stop. Face flushed with excitement, he exclaimed, "My name is Rock Lee, and you must be Sakura." Yet, there was a slight difference from the original story. Perhaps it was all due to the copy of Haruno Sakura, 18+ edition, that Ichino Jun had given Lee. Rock Lee whipped out the well-worn comic. "Sakura, can I have your autograph? I want to date you." He finished with a dazzling, toothy grin. "But you seem to have put on a bit of weight." "No matter. There's charm in curves. A plumper Sakura is even cuter." Ichino Jun managed a wry smile, sparing a sympathetic glance at Lee. "You're doomed." In a flash, Naruto snatched the comic. The cover featured Sakura with a pair of bunny ears. He flipped through a few pages, his jaw practically hitting the floor in astonishment. Every last detail of Sakura was laid bare on those pages. Sakura was totally bewildered. "What's going on?" She stared at Rock Lee in confusion, then wrested the comic from Naruto's hands. Upon seeing the contents, her entire expression changed. Her face flushed red, blanched white, then darkened with seething anger. She exploded. With one swift motion, Sakura tore the comic into shreds. Standing to the side, Kiba watched and silently chanted, "Five-Finger Mountain, Five-Finger Mountain." And sure enough, asterisk smack, smack, asterisk. 2 vivid handprints bloomed across Rock Lee's cheeks. Kiba leapt out, shouting, "Ah, I knew she loved her Five-Finger Mountain technique best." Sakura's fury instantly shifted to Kiba, and in no time, boy, girl, and dog were tussling again. Afterwards, Sakura grilled Rock Lee. "Where did you get that comic?" Ichino Jun gave a sudden shudder. Yet, to his respect, no matter the pressure, Rock Lee kept his lips sealed and never betrayed his friend. What stand-up guy? Later, Ichino Jun rewarded him with 2 more comics, both freshly drawn thanks to his newly acquired painting skills. Haruno Sakura's Physical Education and Sakura's Epic Date Adventure. At that exact moment, a boy approached. His brown hair was tied in a short ponytail, and his eyes were a clear, piercing white. His expression was icy. Ichino Jun recognized him at once. The Hyuga clan's prodigy from the branch family, Hinata's cousin, Niji Hyuga. He yanked Rock Lee out of the chaos. "Don't go mingling with the rookies." Ichino Jun couldn't help but sneer. "You talk big for someone who's here for remedial exams." Niji clearly heard this. He shot Ichino Jun a frosty, scornful look. "Oomph, just some kid from the rundown house next to mine. All talk, no ambition. I can't see what Hinata possibly likes about you. Rundown house. Ikino Yun used lefts. Sooner or later, I'll buy some land and build a grand mansion and take Hinata away with me. As for the old, shabby courtyard, I'll just turn it into a crematorium. It'll have business soon enough. Let your Hyuga clan become known as the House of Smoke and Shadows. Every morning, the windowsill will be coated with a fine layer of ashes." Thinking of this, Ichino Jun couldn't help but laugh. Even the system couldn't resist chiming in. "Aha, host, you really take the cake. If you actually do this, I'll reward you with a premium wood-style package. No doubt about it." Their first encounter wasn't exactly pleasant. Hyuga Niji ignored him and instead spoke to Tenten. Have you heard? All this year's rookies are taking the Chunin exams. Tenten nodded. Yeah, looks like it's Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata from Team 7, Inazuka Kiba from Team 8, Nara Shikamaru from Team 10, and so on. Ikuno Jun was dumbfounded the moment he heard this. What? Tenten didn't even remember me? Could my presence be any more invisible? Omitted. Ikuno Jun managed to corner Tenten against the wall. Since this was a comic relief mission, he was rewarded with something just as silly, a pack of takoyaki balls. Ikuno Jun has now gained the favor of 4 Chunin or higher-ranking ninjas. 2 more to go. He spun around and dashed toward classroom 201, where the Jinjutsu had just been dispelled. Steel and Izumo were peeking out from inside the classroom. Hey bro, are those kids really the ones recommended by Kakashi and Guy? Yep, that's them. Not bad. They even passed the application screening. Bro, when are we going to get our own squad? Yeah, following Ibiki Marino around gets old fast. No sooner had the words left their lips. Swish, swish. They both reverted to their dashing Chunin attire. Right at that moment, Ikuno Jun burst through the door, producing a pile of gifts. Fresh tuna sashimi dripping with yam sauce, all kinds of malt candies, and a deck of playing cards. He handed the whole lot to Steel, his absolute favorites. As for Izumo, a notorious clean freak, Ikuno Jun brought out Amway concentrated dish soap, multi-effect laundry detergent, kitchen cleaner, and leather polish. There's a bunch of storage bins at my place too. I'll bring you some next time. Izumo's joy was impossible to hide. Wow, this is amazing. I love organizing and tidying up too. Ikuno Jun then leaned in and whispered. From now on, suck up to Kakashi Hitaki. Trust me, if you stick with Brother Jun, you'll go far. Knowing he was the Hokage's disciple, they believed every word he said. In the end, both would go on to become personal guards to the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, and rise to the rank of Special Jonin. With the last 2 favorability targets checked off, Ikuno Jun left classroom 201, mission accomplished. Chime. Congratulations, host, you've completed the check-in task. Please proceed to draw your new battle figurine. Who could it be? Ikuno Jun guessed with mounting excitement. And then, the prize wheel appeared. Stop! With a loud shout from Ichino Jun, all the examinees came to an abrupt halt. Ichino Jun scratched his head awkwardly. He then looked toward the spinning wheel, which only he could see. The wheel paused. White eyes, white hair, and a white dress. A petite, childlike version of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Damn, she really showed up. Little Kagaya hovered in midair, visible to Ichino Jun alone. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ultimate boss from Naruto. Mother of all chakra. The Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. She possesses the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Byakugan, all 3 legendary ocular powers. She can unleash the infinite Tsukuyami without even needing the moon to cast it. Besides, she wields fearsome jutsu like Ash-Killing Bone, expanding truth-seeking orbs, and the 80 Gods vacuum attack. What abilities would that figure have? Ichino Jun couldn't help but shudder. From now on, as long as you call the figure's name, she will appear. The figure's abilities and skills won't be identical to the original, but she can grow alongside the host over time. Please explore her powers as you progress. Ichino Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she were too powerful from the start, the balance of fighting power would break down in no time. Ding. Storyline. Sign in initiated. Host, please defeat Rock Lee in Sasuke's place. What the heck? Isn't today's sign in a bit too frequent? And so grand too? Ichino Jun was torn between surprise and delight. He recalled the original storyline. Rock Lee had challenged Sasuke, eager to prove that hard work could overcome natural genius. Really, he just wanted to impress Sakura. Sasuke tried to use a Sharingan to see through Lee's movements. But while his eyes handled Lee's taijutsu, his body couldn't keep up with Lee's speed. In the end, Lee kicked him into the air with a single shadow of the dancing leaf. Just as Lee was about to remove his bandages and perform the Forbidden Lotus, his teacher, Might Guy, appeared in the nick of time, forbidding him from executing the forbidden technique. So, I'm supposed to take Sasuke's place and defeat Lee? Ichino Jun fell deep into thought. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and keep pace. Naruto's booming voice snapped Ichino Jun out of his thoughts. He quickly ran to catch up with the rest of the group. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, said, "This Chunin exam really is a gathering of monsters." Images of Byakugan, watermelon haircuts, and gourd-shaped kids flitted through his mind. At that moment, Team 7 once again encountered the Sand Trio. Kankuro and Gaara's faces were blank as usual. Temari, however, waved and greeted them with a cheerful smile. Ichino Jun suddenly remembered something he'd packed, a little item much beloved by women. And this, as it happened, was Temari's favorite, black stockings. Temari received them, delighted beyond words. When Naruto saw this, he eagerly grabbed a few pairs for himself. Sasuke couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this idiot really have that kind of fetish? It wasn't until later, when he visited Naruto's house, that he found out. Naruto had used the black stockings as a filter in the kitchen sink. This could keep the drains from clogging or double as a mesh bag for storing soap and such. Good grief. This guy really knows how to live thriftily. Or next time you go robbing, just pull it over your head. Nobody would recognize you. Xianxia-Fusion couldn't help but be utterly impressed by Naruto. In so many ways, the kid was a true autodidact. After bidding farewell to Temari, the four of them started off toward room 301. And just then, Rock Lee came dashing up. He called Sasuke out by name, insisting on a head-to-head match to prove that hard work matters more than talent. For Xianxia-Fusion, a perfect chance had come to complete his mission. He also wanted to use this opportunity to test the abilities of the lowly version of Kagaya. And of course, there was the tantalizing question of what kind of reward he might earn. Facing Rock Lee's challenge, Sasuke wasn't particularly surprised. As a prodigy of a Leaf Village, being challenged was par for the course. Of course, ever since Xianxia-Fusion showed up, these challenges had pretty much vanished, and he'd had fewer and fewer chances to show off. Just as Sasuke was getting ready to accept the match, Xianxia-Fusion stepped forward and launched into his famous talk no jutsu, rattling off an endless stream of persuasive words. In the end, he managed to convince Sasuke, on the condition that he lend Sasuke a set of revenge classics, the Count of Monte Cristo and the 10 Deadly Sins. At first, Rock Lee wouldn't agree, but he soon crumbled in the face of Xianxia-Fusion's verbal onslaught. And truth be told, Lee was curious about just how far Xianxia-Fusion's training had come, so he finally nodded his consent. Seeing Lee so fired up at this very moment, Xianxia-Fusion suddenly felt a trace of melancholy. The Chunin exams were Rock Lee's moment to truly shine. And yet, despite having a taste of glory for just a few minutes, he would soon be sidelined for over 600 episodes. By the series finale, all he managed was to open the 6th of the 8 gates. So much for the theory that hard work trumps bloodline. It was just an empty slogan after all. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Rock Lee unleashed a leaf whirlwind, and the battle officially began. A resounding thud. Xianxia-Fusion caught the spinning kick squarely, and in one swift move, he kicked Rock Lee right back where he'd come from. "June, you really have made a lot of progress." Lee twisted midair and landed gracefully on his feet. Xianxia-Fusion had used perhaps 40 to 50% of his strength, yet Lee was completely unharmed. As expected of a taijutsu prodigy, his physical resilience is truly remarkable. Xianxia-Fusion wasn't using any ninjutsu. The two plunged into a pure contest of physical prowess. The fight grew fiercer with each passing moment. At last, Lee announced, "June, I'm using my ultimate technique. I'll show you the full power of the blue beast." Xianxia-Fusion knew what that meant. Shadow Leaf Dance plus Primary Lotus. All right then, time to reveal my trump card as well. Chakra Mother, Xianxia-Fusion whispered. Suddenly, his vision shifted. Only he could see the scene unfolding before his eyes. The entire hall dimmed to darkness. All that remained was his opponent, Rock Lee, standing in sharp relief. And up above, the pale disk of a full moon appeared. Little Kagaya looked up at that moon, her white eyes flickering with an unearthly light. White radiance soon began to shimmer around her as well, making her appear like a night pearl glowing beneath the moonlight. Xianxia-Fusion was stunned. This moment was breathtakingly beautiful and sacred. While he stood there in a daze, Xiao Li's Shadow Leaf Dance sent him flying into the air with a powerful kick. Darn it, I let my guard down. Immediately, the crowd outside erupted in excitement. Hinata exclaimed, "June, watch out." Naruto shouted, "Did that bowl-cut guy just kick Xianxia-Fusion into the sky?" Sasuke muttered, he forgot to dodge again. And then, Xiao Li slowly began unwrapping the bandages from his hands. He was about to unleash his forbidden technique, the front lotus. But at that very moment, something left Xianxia-Fusion speechless with astonishment. Out of nowhere, little Kagaya drifted to Xiao Li's side, softly humming a lullaby. Suddenly, her long, snow-white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Xiao Li in a web. Before Xiao Li's hands could even touch the ground, the silky strands of hair wrapped tightly around him. "What's happening? Why can't I move my hands?" Xiao Li was shocked, yet he couldn't see what had ensnared him. He reached out to grab at whatever it was, but it was hopeless. The more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became. "What's wrong with my hands? Am I paralyzed or something? I can lose anything, but not my hands. They're my happiness for the rest of my life." Li Rock's panic reached new heights. From above, Jun landed smoothly and steadily. I fight. Let's give it my all. He launched a flying kick that sent Xiao Li hurtling into the wall on the other side. Jun had carefully controlled the chakra output, but the strike was still forceful. With a crash, Xiao Li slammed into the wall, then slid down slowly, blood gushing from his mouth. The match was over. Jun was thoroughly pleased with little Kagaya's skill. In battle, it proved to be a perfect support technique. Retracting the collectible, he dashed forward to help Xiao Li up. Eating bottom technique. All of this had been witnessed by a green-clad man standing quietly in the corner. He was none other than Xiao Li's teacher, Might Guy, the one Kakashi had abandoned for more important matters. He held a windmill shuriken in his hand. Just moments ago, he had sensed Xiao Li preparing to use the forbidden technique and was about to intervene. But to his shock, Xiao Li was suddenly sent flying into the wall before he could do anything. Seeing his beloved student spit blood, Guy's heart ached. Yet he couldn't bring himself to blame Jun in the slightest. With a loud puff of smoke, everyone turned with surprise. A dazzling flash momentarily dazzled them. There stood an adult version of Xiao Li, right hand raised in a thumbs up and grinning from ear to ear, still clad in that signature, eye-catching green jumpsuit. One entrance. The earlier flash had been the glint off Guy's smile. Let's burn with the fires of youth. Led by Jun, the members of Team 7 responded together, flashing peace signs in unison. Guy was one of Jun's favorite characters. Whether as a person or a ninja, he was beyond reproach. Soon after, Guy rushed to Xiao Li's side, full of concern for his student. Gazing at this scene, Jun couldn't help but sigh. These two are so much alike, sharing the same dreams, putting in the same effort, holding on to the same determination. If I were Kishimoto, I'd have written them as father and son. Thinking of Kishimoto, Jun chuckled again. How deeply is he enamored with Chinese culture? The hand seals come from the 12 earthly branches of China. The 8 gates formation is adapted from the mysterious Qimen Duanjia in the Chinese I Ching. Even the two standing before me take after the image of Bruce Lee. There's even the drunken boxing Lee used in his fight with Kimimaro. The Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms, gentle fist, and acupoint strikes are all Taoist elements. And of course, there's Ten, a character brimming with Chinese influence, almost a Chun-Li of the Naruto world. Let's not forget the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, Sun Wukong, and the Immortal Staff from Journey to the West. Even the 6 paths and reincarnation. In truth, Buddhism didn't originate in China, but Japanese Buddhism was spread from there. Kishimoto, are you sure you're really Japanese? Thanks to Jun's treatment, Lee was not seriously hurt. With his head lowered, he admitted his mistake. It was reckless to use that move without thinking. Guy reached over and gave his shoulder a friendly pat. To admit your mistake and change, that's what makes you a good kid. Youth is all about growing through our errors. Right at that moment, Kakashi came rushing over. He'd waited too long by room 301's door and couldn't help but worry. The instant Guy saw him, his energy surged like he'd just downed an energy drink. Kakashi, perfect timing, all the kids are here. So, Kakashi asked lazily. So let's have an epic showdown. It could be anything. Running, push-ups, long jump, riddles, board games, tests of speed. My youthful spirit fears no challenge from any rival. Come on, Kakashi, aren't you fired up? Don't you want to plunge into a rousing contest with me right now? Beneath his mask, Kakashi's face flushed. He quickly dragged Guy off to the side. In a hushed voice, Kakashi muttered, "Will you keep your voice down? If Haim hears about this, I'll never hear the end of it." He shot Guy a glare, shifted into full ignoring mode, and promptly led the kids away. Only after getting together with Mannheim did Kakashi realize. This little lady is quite the strong-willed type at home. She absolutely runs the household. And with those wild pregnancy hormones, she keeps a strict eye on Kakashi. Last time, who knows over what, Kakashi was punished. Kneeling on instant noodles without breaking them. Kneeling on the remote, but forbidden to switch channels. As Team 7's backs receded, Guy's eyes suddenly lost their luster, like the air leaking out of a balloon. On the way to room 301, Jun completed the storyline check-in. To his delight and surprise, he'd been awarded another battle figurine. Jun finished checking in and received his prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Lee in place of Sasuke. You have been awarded your second battle figurine. What? 2 in a row? So who could it be this time? Jun was overwhelmed with excitement. The spinning wheel appeared. Stop! It froze. But before Jun could see clearly, it vanished without a trace. The reward figure has already been delivered to the host's home. Darn it! What a tease. Well, it seems he'd have to wait until tonight to find out what the prize was. Meanwhile, as Naruto walked along, he laughed. Ah, those two thick-browed weirdos really make a hilarious pair. Sasuke sneered silently to himself. You and Xianxia-Fusion aren't any less of a comic duo. Kakashi said with a hint of annoyance. On such an important day, you two still managed to be late. Naruto shot back, clearly displeased. Why is it that Kakashi-sensei can be late every day, but we can't? Kakashi was caught off guard. Have I ever been late? Naruto immediately whipped out a little notebook and began to read aloud. On such and such a day, at such and such a time, late because of a black cat. The evidence was rock solid. Kakashi stared in shock. Completely surrendered. All right, you win. Now on to business. Let me remind you, if any one of the four of you gives up on the test, the other three won't be able to continue either. Everyone shook their heads. No one was backing out. Good, remember this. You're the team I'm most proud of. I wish you a victorious start. Now, push open the door to room 301. The Chunin exams officially begin. Naruto shouted in excitement. All right, here we go. But as they pushed open the classroom door, they all froze in astonishment. The room was jam-packed, a sea of people. Men and women, old and young, all sorts of clothing and styles. Not only were there Konoha ninjas, but also many from other villages. They gathered in small groups, all wearing fierce, unfriendly faces, as if someone owed them money. What a bunch of second-rate thugs. To him, this place felt less like a test hall and more like the training grounds for some mountain bandit school. Yet at the same time, he could sense the thick tension and killing intent in the air. None of these people are pushovers. Yeonkun. Hinata. A voice resounded across the crowd. Xianxia-Fusion looked over and saw Ino, smiling as radiantly as a Persian daisy in full bloom. Of course, her two teammates were standing by her side. Hey, you two. Could you show a bit more spirit? Shikamaru grumbled impatiently. Yeah, we got it. What a drag. Choji was busy tearing open a fresh bag of chips. As he ate, his eyes were fixed on Akamaru, who was curled up on Kiba's head. That dog looks pretty tasty. Akamaru shivered all over, a chill running down his spine. Kiba immediately scooped him up. What's wrong, little guy? Not feeling well? Naruto trotted over to Kiba with a grin, his eyes shining with competitive fire. Just so you know, if we run into each other later, I won't be going easy on you. Huh, who needs your mercy? Kiba shot back, flashing his sharp canine teeth. I'm stronger than you think. Bang. No sooner had the words left his mouth than you received a sharp flick to the forehead. Sakura snorted coldly and said, You can't even beat me. How can you call yourself strong? Hey, that really hurt. Are you even on my team? Why do you always have to undermine me? With that, the two people and one dog, started bickering all over again. Ikuno-jun finally saw it clearly. Sakura and you were true rivals, always at each other's throats. Just then, a striking woman with long, straight black hair made her way over. It was a lady snake. Though she'd heard rumors of Ikuno-jun's Shikatsumiyaku, she already had Kimimaro. Her real interest was in Sasuke's Sharingan. With a sway in her step, she sidled up to Sasuke, feigning infatuation with a love-struck smile. Sakura dashed over. With a bright smile, she leaned in and said, Sister, let me tell you a secret. He's actually gay. Ikuno-jun. Naruto, huh? Hinata. Just as Sasuke was about to protest, Sakura pointed straight at Naruto and declared, It's true, sister. He's been in love with that guy for years. What the? Ikuno-jun was dumbfounded. He'd cultivated himself to be practically unmoved by any adult video, yet even he was caught off guard by this twist. Sakura's move was genius. To get rid of a love rival, she didn't hesitate to ruin her beloved's reputation. Even Lady Snake was stunned. Yukina, are you all really this open-minded? That certainly hadn't been in Kabuto's intel. Sakura smiled and replied, Konoha is a free and democratic place. We embrace all kinds of love. Meanwhile, an inner voice screamed, Try stealing my man? I'll discuss you half to death first. Just as Sakura was about to explode, a silver-haired young man strode over. Hey, why don't you all quiet down a bit? Ikuno-jun looked up. He caught a good look at the tall boy with glasses and couldn't help but laugh. Kabuto Yakushi has entered the chat. Kabuto, one of the mini-bosses from the latter part of Naruto. A master conspirator. If it weren't for Itachi's Izanami reforming him, who knows what kind of mess he would have become in the end. At first, he was Lady Snake's spy, a villain to the core. Only later did he redeem himself and become the head of an orphanage. Lady Snake glanced at Kabuto, shot him a meaningful look, then turned and left. Kabuto's tone dripped with disdain as he spoke. So, you're the 10 rookies who just graduated? This is the Chunin exam hall, not some resort for your little outings. Naruto was indignant. Hey, who do you think you are? Ino chimed in with displeasure. Yeah, who made you boss? Kabuto pushed up his round glasses, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. My name is Kabuto. I'm just trying to do you all a favor. If you keep making such a racket, you'll only become a laughingstock. At his words, everyone finally turned their heads. The crowd of oddballs around them had all stopped to stare. Their eyes were cold as winter, thick with barely restrained anger. At that moment, Ikuno-jun gave a smile and said, Hello, Kabuto Yakushi. All medicine needs to go to the grave. It sounded almost like an insult. In most people's eyes, Kabuto looked like a kind and gentle scholar. But Ikuno-jun knew him all too well. A smiling tiger in sheep's clothing. Kabuto cleared his throat and said, Ahem, Jun, you'd better call me Senior Kabuto. What an act. Keep pretending as much as you like. Kabuto produced his prized treasure. More than 200 cards. These took me 4 years to collect. They include information about the countries and ninja taking part in the Chunin exam, as well as data on various individuals. Ikuno-jun was very curious about what was written about himself. So he asked, Is there a file on me in there? Kabuto smiled and nodded. After searching for a moment, he pulled out a blank card. He focused chakra into his hands and pressed them onto the card. Instantly, colorful streams of information began to appear. Everyone leaned in to see. Wow, Jun's profile picture looks so handsome. Yeah, my parents' ID photos look like mug shots or prison records. Kabuto started to read aloud. Ikuno-jun, 13 years old, orphan, possesses Kagaya clan's bow manipulation trait, enjoys self-exploration, expert in harem techniques. That's all. What? That's it. Where's the unlimited chakra, the Hashirama-style hand signs, the Chidori, the Kekai Jinkai for light, flying thunder god, and the soul of his ancestor? But Ikuno-jun quickly realized. This was the system's doing. At least it made it harder for spies to gather real information. Naruto called out, Then show mine. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto quickly found another card. Uzumaki Naruto has a sharp tongue, the ultimate bootlicker, shameless, extremely stingy, worships money, dreams of becoming a hot springs attendant. The person he both loves and hates the most is Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. In a flash, Naruto sprang up, his hackles raised like an angry tomcat. He even reached into his ninja pouch, but Jun and the others held him down tightly. Kabuto smiled in an attempt to soothe him. Then he put away the cards and went on introducing. This year's examinees come not just from the Hidden Leaf, but are joined by ones from the Sand, Grass, Waterfall, Rain, and Cloud villages as well. Oh, and there's the Sound Village. But they've just been established, a small village, so we don't have much intel on them. No sooner had he finished speaking than, suddenly, 3 people burst forward. Did you just call Sound Village a small village? Plapatadai. Ikuno-jun looked up and saw. It was the Sound Trio. Dosu Kinyuda, hunched over like a mummy, face half wrapped in bandages, with a sour expression as if he'd just been dumped. Kin Tsuchi, long, straight black hair tied with a purple bow at the end, sleeveless olive camo outfit, as flat-chested as a board. Zaku Abumi, wild, ash-black hair, a sand-colored outer jacket emblazoned with 3 characters for death. He looked as if he'd just begun mourning. The 3 of them all served under Aunt Orochimaru and had been sent to carry out the Konoha Crush plan. Aside from Toes being KO'd to death by Gaara early on, the other 2 ultimately became living sacrifices for the reanimation jutsu, reviving the first and second Hokage. A tragic fate indeed. When it came to this arrogant trio, Shun Ichino had long since grown tired of them. Perhaps, during this Chunin exam, he might end their lives a little earlier, granting them release from their misery. The 3 joined forces, launching an assault against Kabuto Yakushi. Sack leaped high into the air, hurling a kunai unique to the Sound Village with ferocious speed. Kabuto dodged instantly, the weapon flashing past him. TOS hoisted a device fitted with sound holes and swung a heavy fist down. Kabuto quickly retreated, evading again. Kodo, her petite frame barely touching down, lashed out with a high kick at Kabuto. Her fragrant foot met only empty air. And after that, the 4 of them plunged into a tangled melee. But it was like old grannies brawling in a market. No matter how loud they cursed or how fierce their posturing, at the end of the day, none of them could actually land a decisive blow. Hey, dumb bird trio, ganging up 3 against 1. That's not fair. Naruto clenched his fists, burning with righteous indignation, but Shun Ichino yanked him back by the arm. Sasuke tilted his head and sighed. Their attacks and defenses really are fast. Shun Ichino sneered. Fast? Give me a break. He just sit back and quietly watch their performance. If it were any other Konoha ninja being surrounded, Shun Ichino would have jumped in to help. But he knew full well these 4 idiots were putting on a show. all working for Aunt Orochimaru, yet pretending to be mortal enemies. And at last, Kabuto's glasses got smashed. He threw himself to the floor, crying out, "My glasses! Those were expensive. Just you wait. I won't let you off the hook." Shanichino almost gagged. "So you think you can act? I can outact you any day." So he sauntered over on purpose and stomped down hard on Kabuto's hand with his left foot. Yami, lift your foot, that hurts, go easy." Shanichino apologized at once. "Sorry, didn't see you there." Then he lifted his right foot. That's even worse, you broke it." "Sorry, my mistake, wrong foot." And after that, he fished an Oscar statuette from his storage and awarded it to Kabuto. Right at that moment, with a thunderous boom, a plume of white smoke billowed up from the podium. "Quiet, all of you, you brats," a booming voice thundered. Next, a dozen proctors appeared in the exam hall. How impressive. At the front was an imposing figure, cloaked in black, his face marked with scars and brimming with menace. This was none other than the professional torture and interrogation expert, known as Demon Muscle Man among the special jounin, Ibiki Marino. He had a notorious fondness for large women, earning him the nickname, the stud beast of Konoha's big ladies. He was here to preside over the first round of the written exam. His entrance swept through the hall like a suffocating whirlwind, so fitting for the head of Konoha's ANBU interrogation team. Standing next to him was one of the large ladies he so adored. Her skin was dark, body broad and muscular, strong as an ox. The more Shun Ichino looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. Suddenly, he remembered. It was that rogue ninja from the hidden cloud he'd captured during the operation against the bandit dog in Ikimaru. He had handed the man over to Ibiki Marino for interrogation afterward. Who would have thought? They actually managed to bring him to their side. "All right, everyone, you have 5 minutes to get ready. Use the bathroom, grab some water if you need it." Naruto sprang into action at once. He dashed over to the ninja from other villages. "The exam questions were made by our own Leaf Village. The Hokage is my granduncle. I know 3 questions that are guaranteed to show up." "Oh, you know that? Will you tell us?" "For 1,000 Rio, standard currency. I'll hand you a note. Only open it when you get your answer sheet." Just like that, Naruto made himself a quick bit of pocket money. He took the sheets they handed him, opened the slips, and the guaranteed questions Naruto had written were village name, your name, and your exam registry number. And sure enough, they were all on the paper. The looks those blockheads gave him nearly killed Naruto with their force. 5 minutes later, Ibiki Marino began to explain the exam procedure. "This time, you'll have an A and B version of the test. All questions are multiple choice except the last one. Make sure to use a 2B pencil to fill out your answer sheet." Shikamaru raised his hand, sighing, "Ugh, such a pain. Why do we have to use a 2B pencil?" Naruto chimed in, "Yeah, is there really any difference between 2B and 3B or 4B? The hefty lady at the front called out with gusto, "The higher the B, the darker the mark." The examinees all nodded in sudden understanding. Kiba and Shino whispered to each other, "Hey Shino, what'll your parents do if you flunk this time?" "For score below 80, Mom singles me out. Below 70, it's Dad's turn. Below 60, they both team up on me." Naruto, Sasuke, and Jun Ikuno couldn't help but be glad they were orphans. Just then, Naruto nudged Jun Ikuno at his side. He pulled up his trouser leg in secret. Jun took a look. His skin crawled with an intense sense of dread. There was Naruto, wearing those infamous woolen underpants, covered in flies. "Want to pass the test? Just put on these fly-attracting undies." "Oh man, you're something else." Ibiki Marino cleared his throat. "Quiet, please. The exam is officially starting now. I will call the roll in order of registration number." Meanwhile, at that very moment, back at Jun Ikuno's house, a girl slowly rose, walked to the window, and pushed it open. A light breeze drifted in. Her long twin ponytails, tied with a red and black headband, danced behind her in the wind. Her hair, a striking shade of blue-green. She wore a formal uniform, with a headset over one ear, radiating an exotic kind of beauty. Next, she left the bathroom and headed to the kitchen. She pulled out a green scallion and began to sing softly. "La la 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 la, la di da de, la bia ali jingli boom li langbo." So sweet, so lively. The Leekspin song. Even though Xiaoxue could not see her, she still felt a wave of pure happiness flood through her whole body. Inside the written exam hall, the atmosphere was strict and solemn. On the blackboard hung a red banner, encouraging the test takers. "Cheating is unforgivable. Failing is a disgrace." Shikamaru muttered, "If we're here to learn, why the exams? Why is there no trust between people? What a pain." Ibiki Marino began taking attendance. Number 1, Toshio Ikeda. Number 2, Masakazu Onikido. Number 3, Taikoma, Number 4. Akikuma Hibi. Once roll call was done, the test officially began. Toshio Ikeda scanned his exam paper. It was filled with the same theory questions they'd been taught before. He knew very well. The true purpose of this test was to measure their ability to gather intelligence. To put it bluntly, it was all about tempting the students to cheat, as long as the examiners didn't catch them in the act. A row of stern proctors sat nearby, all quietly jotting down notes in their little black books. Clumsy attempts at cheating were nothing short of digging your own grave. Still, he wasn't about to hand in a blank answer sheet. He entered a secluded mental space, retrieved his class notes, and started filling out his answer card. Around him, other candidates began to employ their own creative tricks. Kiba had stitched a message onto his clothing. "If I pass, don't call me a study whiz, call me the king of gamblers." Akamaru sprawled across his head, scanning the surrounding answer sheets and whispering the responses to him. Shino used a similar tactic. His insects flitted from desk to desk, gathering answers, though not all the insects would return alive. The Sound Ninja Trio were just as impressive. They identified answers by listening to the subtle sounds of nearby pencils moving, true scientists under Orochimaru's tutelage. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, copying the hand movements of students nearby. Tintin, a true weapons master, used her pen to adjust a mirror installed on the ceiling, peeking at classmates' answers via reflected light. Kankuro had his puppet disguised as a proctor. Seizing a moment, he excused himself to the restroom, using the ruse to collect more answers. Gaara unleashed his sand eye, forming a floating Ayamidare to spy from above. Ino harnessed her mind transfer jutsu, transferring her spirit into Sakura's body to control her movements and copy the correct answers. But the most unbeatable cheating device by far was Niji's Byakugan. Telescopic and X-ray vision made peeking child's play. And of course, Choji, always the hearty eater, has to get a mention. This time, the exam had two versions, Test A and Test B, all multiple choice. With 5 minutes to go, Shikamaru slipped him some answers. But as it turned out, Shikamaru had Test A, while Choji had Test B. Despite his seemingly simple-minded exterior, Choji rose to the occasion. He hunched over and scribbled furiously. Once done, he simply tore off the B from his answer card and wrote in A in its place. When the scores came out, he passed with just the minimum, 60 points. His classmates were in utter awe of his resourcefulness. And Naruto? When the proctor arrived, in the end, he still turned in a blank exam. Yet, thanks to his legendary persuasion and sheer force of personality, he made it through. As for Hinata and Sakura, born high achievers, they didn't need to cheat at all. But there was one thing different from the original story, Rock Lee's outcome. He didn't pass the test with Titian's help every time. Instead, he turned to Marino Ibiki and said, "Teacher, how about I show you a set of military boxing, and you let me go?" Ibiki nodded in agreement. Vern, with youthful passion, passed. And just like that, in this grand display of cheating, the four from Team 7, Team Inoshikecho, the trio of Kiba, Hinata, and Shino, Team Gaara, the Sound Ninja, Kabuto, and others all passed. Of course, there were also those who got caught cheating and were kicked out of the exam room. The most unfortunate of them all was a child from the Cloud Village. He was caught by a hefty former Cloud Ninja. The poor boy coughed up blood and had to be carried out of the classroom. Later, Ikuno Jun summed up the experience and shared his tips on cheating with the Konohamaru Corps. In an exam, you might see some very strict proctoring teachers, and they might say things to scare you. Remember, don't be afraid and don't panic. Don't lose your cool like Naruto. What matters most is composure and mindset. Only then can your cheating succeed. The bell marking the end of the test rang throughout the room. Ibiki began his summary. Afterwards, he revealed the final question. Ibiki used a fiendishly psychological method to torment and pressure the examinees. The real purpose was to test the cohesion within each ninja team. Luckily, the 13 heroes all passed the test. Truthfully, Ibiki felt especially stifled that day, because, given his personality, he would have made these unruly kids experience just how terrifying the head of the interrogation squad could be. But the Hokage had specifically instructed him to make sure these kids passed the written exam. So, once he finished his recap, Ibiki announced directly, "All right, the first written exam is now over. I wish you all the best of luck in your future tests." A round of enthusiastic applause echoed through the classroom. Above the blackboard, the loudspeaker played the farewell song. Wave goodbye tonight to both old friends and new. We'll meet again when spring returns next year. What the heck? It was actually unforgettable tonight. Naruto was so excited he flailed about, his face turning bright red, just short of the nine tails bursting out. But Ikuno Jun wasn't that enthusiastic, because he knew The hardest part was still ahead of them. But, suddenly, he felt an icy chill down his back. Turning around, he saw, to his shock, Aunt Snake's face twisted in nightmarish ways. Damn, wasn't he supposed to appear in the second test? Though they usually called him Aunt Snake as a joke. At that moment, Ikuno-jun had no desire to face him. At least, not until he redeemed himself. That strange, suffocating bloodlust made it impossible to breathe. And this guy was downright depraved. Suddenly, a well-known saying popped into his mind. You might be able to beat Aunt Snake, but you'll never be able to kill Uncle Snake. Compared to those S-class rogues from the Akatsuki, Orochimaru's pure combat prowess may not quite measure up. But Aunt Snake is a scientist. All of a scientist's battles are feats of technical mastery. Reanimation jutsu, spin and spin and spin. She can summon some truly formidable allies. In any case, even when she merely passes through the Naruto series, her mystique never dims, an androgynous figure always one step above. Just as everyone was lost in celebration. Suddenly, crash. There's a crisp sound as glass shatters. For Kanai, carrying a swatch of red cloth, whistle through the air and embed themselves firmly in the blackboard. Why are all these Leaf Village ninjas so full of flair? A heavy-set woman, breast swaying, makes to investigate, but Ibiki intercepts her. He spotted the bold white characters written on the red cloth. The second exam begins tomorrow. And now, appearing in a body net outfit, a kunoichi struts in. Enko Mitarashi. She strikes a classic pose and bellows. So you passed the first written test? Don't get too full of yourselves. But unlike the original story, because today is Valentine's Day, the second exam doesn't start immediately. I'm a proctor for the second round. Listen up. The second exam will begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. sharp. Come prepared to witness true terror. The candidates stare in disbelief. Not a single person applauds. In fact, they look at her as if she's a rare zoo exhibit. Sakura whispers to Ino, "Why does this teacher seem just as crazy as Naruto?" From behind the red cloth, Ibiki pokes out his head and chuckles. That entrance totally flopped. Nobody even paid attention to you. Enko turns red with embarrassment. She'd spent half a month planning this entrance, even having that red cloth custom-made. Junya stares at Enko, but breaks into laughter. Hey, kid, what's so funny? Enko Mitarashi, a special jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Student of Orochimaru, master of curse marks. A fan of fishnet fashion. Her smile can shake a kingdom. She's got a presence that outshines any beauty. And beneath that dazzling smile, she gives off a vibe that's half Milan, half mafia boss. Especially when she swings her broad hand. So effortless, so full of spirited confidence. But still, how much did Kishimoto really dislike her? And after Ikimoto got involved, he was even authorized to ruin Enko completely. By the Boruto series, her character design is utterly destroyed. She's transformed into a caricature of Madame Gongsun from the Qin Empire. Excessively plump, impossible to look at directly. Mitarashi Enko turned into Mitarashi Sweet Potato. At least she's still boisterous and carefree, no longer obsessed over her tangled feelings for Orochimaru. Kishimoto, is it not enough for you, considering how many characters you've ruined? Hey, what are you laughing at? Am I really that funny? Enko finally notices Junya Ike's wide grin. Junya Ike looks to the sky with a long sigh. Stop eating so much. Sweets are packed with calories. It's no wonder your figure's starting to change. And the harsh truth is, once a woman gives up caring for her looks and figure, she turns into a fallen, chubby angel. IBI explained a bit about Red Bean's identity, then left with a pile of answer sheets in her arms. The hefty woman shot her a glare, eyes piercing with accusation. Her gaze seemed to say, "Don't even think about seducing my dear Shizi." Red Bean scoffed in response. The examinees, too, hustled out of the classroom in droves. Meanwhile, Tasha Nikuno took Hinata's small hand and led her away from the school. Naruto and Sasuke watched their backs as they left, filled with a feeling they couldn't quite describe. Is this what it means to put love ahead of friendship? Had their wishes under the meteor shower truly been forgotten already? Naruto thought to himself, TCH, so what if he got himself a girlfriend? What's so great about that? Sasuke, on the other hand, mused, chasing after girls only leads you astray. Until my revenge is fulfilled, I'll have no time for romance. The two of them walked side by side down the broad streets of Konoha. Tasha Nikuno continued home, still holding Hinata's hand. He caught a whiff of her faint fragrance drifting from her hair and handed her a box of xylitol candies. Hinata twisted off the lid and poured out 2 pieces. Ugh, Tashin, what's that flavor? Hinata's face twisted in discomfort. Tashin took a look and nearly jumped. Darn it. He grabbed the wrong box. Meant to pick strawberry, but ended up with durian instead. Sweetie, Please don't spit it out. Durian candies are crazy expensive. Once home, Hinata got to work tidying up and preparing dinner. Tashin bolted to his bedroom and shut the door behind him. Just as he suspected, a blue-green twin-tailed girl was waiting there. She was also holding a giant leek in her hands. Hi there, I'm Hatsune Miku, reporting to my master. Hatsune Miku? A digital diva from another world. Her voice is charming and sweet, as she uses her music to inspire her fellow adventurers. In the mobile game, Kamigami no Getsu, she serves as the party's healer. Nice to meet you. I'm Tashin Ikono. He introduced himself. Hatsune offered him the leek. Would you like some, master? Tashin smiled and waved it away. Just call me Tashin from now on. By the way, what kinds of abilities do you have? I can sing, any song at all, you name it. Tashin grinned mischievously. Oh, then how about you sing Gonglin is Tante? The words had barely left his mouth before the little diva launched into an enthusiastic, wild rendition, waving the leek in time to the music. Tashin quickly stopped her. All right, that's enough. So, do you have any combat skills? Hatsune beamed sweetly. I don't really like fighting, but I can heal wounds during battle. Plus, I have an illusion technique called lullaby. An illusion? Since coming to this world, Tashin had collected plenty of taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. But this would be his very first genjutsu. My lullaby can put enemies to sleep for a short while, and the effect will last longer as I grow stronger. My song of magic can heal an individual teammate during combat. And my love concert is a wide-area healing ninjutsu that helps the whole group. At the moment, though, she can only heal minor injuries. But in the future, she'll gradually become stronger and more skilled, gaining an array of new abilities as time goes on. Right now, Hatsune's rank is Sweet Songstress. In the future, she'll level up into the formidable Soul Singer and eventually the unrivaled Heavenly Diva. Although Ikeda Jun possesses the art of palm healing, it's not particularly convenient to use in the heat of battle. With a healer-type battle figurine on his side, things are bound to get much easier. Suddenly, Hatsune lowered her head and murmured, Are you disappointed in me, Jun? I don't know any attack ninjutsu. Jun couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not. With that, he dashed into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and pulled out a few scallions to give to her. Jun, you're the best. Hatsune hugged the scallions tight, rubbing them gleefully against her cheek, and then began munching away on her prize with obvious delight. After dinner, Jun had Valentine's Day gifts ready. A beautifully crafted pink kimono. As it happened, he was wearing a pink jacket today, too. Paired up with Hinata, they looked like a perfectly matched couple. Wasn't this destiny at work? Smirk. After bidding Hinata farewell, Jun dashed off like the wind. Just then, at the entrance of the Konoha Inn, he ran into Naruto coming out the door. The two of them decided to spend the afternoon strolling through town, since there were no missions anyway. As they passed by the Konoha furniture store, a commotion caught their attention inside. Ever the gossip, Naruto peeked in and shouted, there's a fight going on. Jun, come see, look at some old friends. Inside the furniture shop on Konoha's main street, a boy and a girl were hurling insults at each other, practically nose to nose. Jun craned his neck to look. What the? Wasn't that Sakura and Kankuro? How did these two end up at each other's throats? Sakura stood with her arms akimbo, seething with fury as she let loose. Are you blind or just clueless? For someone who's hardly even evolved, looking human must be quite a challenge for you. Kankuro fired right back, refusing to back down. As if you want to talk. From afar, your long hair's all flowy and perfect, but up close, you're built like a linebacker. Turn around, and yikes. You look like a demon queen from the old legends. Weight was always a sore spot for Sakura. She was instantly furious, retorting through gritted teeth. Hey, painted face, maybe turn down the resolution on your makeup? Look at those lips, you could serve appetizers on them. Instead of getting mad, Kankuro just laughed. That's still better than you. You're like a vintage dragon, well-tea from 1982. All looks, but way too bitter now. Ikeda Jun couldn't help but be awed by their creative banter. These slices of daily life were things you'd never see in the anime. When he thought it over, it made sense. The show offered mere glimpses, just a handful of moments from their lives. But now that he'd crossed over into the real world, with 24 hours in a day, who knew what kind of unscripted scenes would play out? So, being here, wasn't it just amazing? Tamari, apparently used to her brother's rowdiness, didn't get involved at all. Instead, she quietly browsed through the pirate-themed beds on display. Shut up. Gaara finally lost his patience and dragged Kankuro out by force. The two of them glanced over at Tashino Ike and Naruto, then snorted coldly before leaving. At that moment, Gaara felt a deep resentment towards Tashino Ike. It was all because during today's written exam, Toshino Ike had blown away his cheating sand-eye in one fell swoop. Before long, Sakura emerged, looking downcast. The two instantly pretended they hadn't seen the earlier argument, hoping to avoid being accused of gossiping. "Wow, Sakura, what's the matter? You don't look so well." Naruto greeted her with a bright smile. Sakura pouted and grumbled. "Ugh, I'm so mad. I wore the same outfit as someone else today." She was wearing a striped jacket that day. As if matching clothes with someone wasn't bad enough. "I even matched the stripes of a sofa in a furniture store." "Oh, come on." The two followed her gaze. Sure enough, there was a striped sofa that looked exactly like her jacket. Toshino Ike was puzzled. "Is that really a big deal?" Sakura fumed. "You have no idea. The moment I sat down, a hefty ninja from the sand village with a painted face, bang, plopped right down on top of me, mistaking me for the sofa." Silence. 5 seconds passed. Naruto burst out laughing, clutching his stomach and almost collapsing at the side of the road. Toshino Ike couldn't hold back a grin either. "Oh, Kankuro, your talent for taking advantage of situations is really something else." Being laughed at by both of them, Sakura ended up giggling herself. Naruto wiped away a tear and asked, "So, what are you up to now?" Sakura lifted a toilet seat cover in her hand. "Sasuke's bathroom needs a new seat cover. I'm going to help him replace it." Only Sasuke's toilet seat. Unbelievable. After wandering around for a bit longer, Toshino Ike decided to stop by Ino's flower shop to deliver a gift. Naruto, meanwhile, ran into Kiba, Shikumo, and the others. "Hey, what are you guys sneaking around for?" Naruto asked curiously. Kiba pulled him aside and whispered mysteriously into his ear. Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "Haha, that sounds awesome. Count me in." Toshino Ike was curious. "What are you guys up to?" Shino, pushing up his tiny sunglasses, replied, "Just a little get-together for the single folks." "Well then." Toshino Ike let out a laugh, waved goodbye, and headed off to the Yamanaka family. As he passed by the barbecue joint, he saw Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and a bunch of others celebrating Valentine's Day together. Kakashi spotted Toshino Ike and waved at him. Toshino Ike dashed inside and gave 3 deep bows. "Good evening, teachers." Asuma chuckled. "Kid, we're not dead yet. You don't need to bow so much." Toshino Ike pulled out a bundle of red plum blossoms and handed one to each of them. Kakashi looked at him, puzzled. "You know you're not old enough to smoke yet, right?" Toshino Ike laughed heartily. "Of course not. They're a gift to show my respect to my teachers." Then he took out a packet of Ashima cigarettes and tossed it to Asuma. Asuma, a die-hard smoker, grinned so wide his eyes disappeared. Guy, meanwhile, was clearly drunk. His teeth were still as dazzling as ever, and his words echoed with the same youthful confidence. With a grand gesture, Ikano-jun slapped a few bills down on the table. "Teachers, this barbecue is on me." How generous and bold he was. With that, he dashed out of the barbecue restaurant and hurried over to the Ino flower shop to help out. When Ino saw him, she was overjoyed. She was like a lively little fairy, radiating youthful energy from head to toe. Ino's mother, Yamanaka Zawi, was a gentle and gracious woman. She did look a bit older, perhaps because she had many children to care for. Yet she still carried a graceful beauty. All afternoon, the flower shop was bustling with business. Ikano-jun even deployed multiple shadow clones to help out, winning even more of Zawi's fondness. "This boy is just so considerate." Ikano-jun also checked off the 8th use for his multi-shadow clone technique, the flower shop attendant. And the system promptly issued a new sign-in task. "Ding. Host, please go to the Yamanaka household to check in." "What? Go to Ino's house?" Ikano-jun scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. Wouldn't that be like telling them, "I helped out at your shop. Now I want a free dinner at your place?" Yet, to his delight, Zawi herself invited him over for dinner that evening. Ino was even more excited than Ikano-jun. After all, the Yamanaka clan was one of the founding families of the Hidden Leaf Village. They were a prominent, well-respected family in the village. As the sun set, dusk began to blanket the village. Zawi closed up the flower shop, bought some roast duck, pig trotters, and cold dishes from next door, and led the 2 youngsters home. Ikano-jun arrived at Ino's house and met her father for the first time. Would he be as stern and intimidating as Hinata's father, Hayashi? And what kind of reward would he get from a next check-in? Perhaps an illusion technique as a bonus. The sunset glow painted the sky in brilliant red. Ikano-jun made his way to the Yamanaka home as a dinner guest. He stopped by a nearby shop to buy some fresh, high-quality fruit. He also grabbed some flower seeds and books from his storage space. Zawi went home early to prepare the meal. When Ikano-jun arrived, he couldn't help but marvel. Wow, another grand estate. Wearing an apron and holding a spatula, Zawi warmly welcomed him at the door. "Come in, Jun. Make yourself at home. Dinner will be ready soon." Ikano-jun greeted her politely and set his gift basket down in the living room. Ino darted toward the kitchen. June, don't be shy. I'll go help my mom. We're having a big feast tonight. Now, in the living room, only Ikuno June and Bebe remained. Bebe was the family dog. All of a sudden, Ikuno June's stomach gave a painful twist. He thought, no, not here. I have to hold it in. I'm a guest in their home. But some things are simply impossible to suppress. Like an avalanche, when it comes, it's unstoppable. Gripped by inspiration, he dashed away to the waterfall in his personal space. And then, an unstoppable flurry of explosive, echoing farts erupted. With perfect comedic timing, he unleashed his fart escape technique. Wow, that feels so much better. Lucky I've got my pocket dimension. But what he didn't know, when you let one out in the pocket space, your actual body stays perfectly in sync. He could hear Zhao Hui shout at the top of her lungs, Bebe. Chia Jun stuck out his tongue. Did she hear me? Well, at least Bebe can take the blame for me. Maybe he just had too much to eat today, and his stomach wasn't done digesting. He couldn't help but let out a second one. Yet again, Zhao Hui shouted, Bebe. When the third little trumpet sounded, Zhao Hui finally burst out of the kitchen, waving her spatula, and scolded the dog. Bebe, are you running away because you can't stand your own stink? Jingye ran out, covering her mouth with laughter, utterly mortified. Besides, isn't there a rule? Loud ones don't smell, and the silent ones reek. Chia Jun stood frozen, his face burning scarlet. Suddenly, Zhao Hui burst out laughing. Don't mind it, Xiao Jun. This is just how our family is, free-spirited, always joking. Ha ha ha. Word of this spread to Jiraiya later on. He promptly gave Chia Jun a new nickname, Toot Raya. Zhao Hui's hospitality knew no bounds. Not only had she bought all kinds of marinated meats, but the kitchen was filled with a feast of hearty dishes too. Chia Jun glanced at the clock, 6:50. After clearing out his belly, all he felt was a wave of hunger. His eyes wandered to the plate of peanuts on the table. He started crunching away, one after another. Just then, two young men walked in from the courtyard. Chia Jun recognized them, Jingye's brothers, Santian Yamanaka and Kazukaze Yamanaka. Between them, they were helping along an elderly woman. It was Jingye's grandmother, well into her 80s. Chia Jun scrambled up to greet her. Grandma waved him off with a warm smile and glanced at the plate of peanuts. Chia Jun flashed a boyish grin. Grandma, these peanuts are really delicious. She chuckled. Oh, hee. Ever since I lost all my teeth and can't bite down, I just suck the chocolate off the peanuts. Getting old, cough cough. Tia Yun flows again. Dumbstruck, his gut did somersaults. Jingye's two brothers roared with laughter, and each gave him a playful punch on the arm. Kid, you look terrified. Grandma's just teasing you. Chia Jun could only scratch his head in embarrassment. But he fell in love with the Yamanaka family's carefree, good-humored spirit. He soon became a regular at their table. He couldn't help but think, if only the Hyuga family were like this. After a bit of chit-chat, dinner was finally ready. The clock struck 7. Chia Jun was about to get up to help set the table when a tall, dashing uncle made his entrance. Dad, Jingye called out sweetly. We have a guest, one I've told you about before, my classmate. Uncle Yamanaka, hello, I'm Chia Jun, he greeted, standing up politely. Oh, so you're little Chia? Come, sit. The man replied kindly, reaching out with a friendly smile. He wore the vest of a Konoha Jonin, topped with a scarlet cloak. And his hairstyle? Absolutely cool. Tied behind his pineapple-shaped haircut was a stylish yellow ponytail, looking exactly like Ino's. This was none other than Inoichi Yamanaka, captain of the Konoha Analysis Squad. Ino's father. In his younger days, he, Shikakanara, and Choza Akimichi were known as the old generation Ino Shikacho trio. Inoichi Yamanaka was exceptionally kind and gentle, the very opposite of Hayashi Hyuga's cold and stern demeanor. This immediately put Ikeda-san at ease. He brought out a few rare flower seeds, and then produced a volume of 100,000 lies about flower planting. Inoichi was overjoyed. His fondness for the little fellow grew tremendously. Ikeda-shun also noticed that Ino's cheerful nature was clearly inherited from her father. Inoichi had a keen sense of humor and genuinely disliked putting on airs. His catchphrase was, "Elegance can't be faked, only fools pretend." Somehow it felt like a subtle jab at the Hyuga clan. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Inoichi Yamanaka was struck by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb and, sadly, perished. Ikeda-shun quietly added him to his revival list. Ino had many siblings, which also explained why her mother appeared older than her years. That night, he had an especially wonderful time. For the first time, he truly felt the warmth of a home. Before he left, Ino's mother walked him to the door. "Shun, don't be a stranger. Treat this as your own home. Actually, I was quite close with your mother back in the day. She was a good person. So she was an old acquaintance of his mother. Ikeda-shun couldn't help but ask, "Auntie, do you know what happened to my father?" Seiwi hesitated, then shook her head. Leaving the Yamanaka household, Ikeda-shun brought up his system panel to complete the daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the Yamanaka clan. You are rewarded with mind transfer jutsu. This was the Yamanaka clan's secret family technique. It allowed one to temporarily control others using spiritual energy. But for ninja with a strong will, its effects were limited. Take, for example, in the next generation, Chaochu Akimichi, Choji's daughter. She inherited her father's love for potato chips. Ino's son, Inojin, used the mind transfer jutsu in an attempt to control Chaochu. But Chaochu's willpower was even more impressive. Nothing can stand in the way of a true foodie. Chaochu kept charging toward the potato chips. And so, the so-called secret mind transfer jutsu was easily thwarted by a single bag of chips. Ikeda-shun thought. Even so, it should be useful in the early stages. Besides, there won't be any Inojin Yamanaka. It was already past 9 in the evening. Yet the streets were still bustling with people. Valentine's Day was indeed lively. Suddenly, Ikeda-shun noticed a few sneaky figures ahead. They ran out of a supermarket, grinning from ear to ear. Looking closely, it was Naruto, Kiba, and Shikamaru, with Sasuke tagging along no less. And what made Ikeda-shun shudder was this. Even Sasuke, that famously aloof second-born Uchiha, was actually smiling. They still laughed so brazenly. Chi-Jun ran over and asked, "What's making you guys so happy?" After some questioning, he finally found out. These single guys, feeling a little unbalanced, decided to unleash their frustrations. They went to the supermarket and crushed every single chocolate they could find. They even punctured the rubber products with needles. Shino, not to be outdone, summoned his insects and had them devour all the roses. Ah, what a bunch of mischief makers. But I like it. After wandering around a while longer, the little ones finally headed home for some rest. Tomorrow, after all, was the second round of the exams. On the way back, Chi-Jun suddenly bumped into a man with white hair. Valentine's Day in the Hidden Leaf Village. The air was thick with cheerful voices. Lanterns cast their warm glow over the throng. But on the walk home, Chi-Jun suddenly noticed a solitary figure up ahead. Jiraiya. Judging by his unsteady gait, he'd clearly had quite a bit to drink. He wrapped an arm around Chi-Jun's shoulders. "Hey kid, long time no see." Soon, the two of them found themselves at a hot spring resort. In the secluded VIP lounge, the two sat together, putting their age difference aside, drinking and swapping stories well into the evening. Chi-Jun recounted his visit to the Yamanaka household earlier that day, as well as the ridiculous incident with the fart-style technique. Jiraiya roared with laughter, then ruffled his hair. "From now on, I'm calling you Fartraya." He settled down, legs crossed, and fished out a pack of Hongmei cigarettes from his clothes, lighting one and taking a long, deep drag. "Good luck in your exam tomorrow, kid." Chi-Jun grinned and nodded, then snatched the cigarette away and tossed it in the garbage. Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment. He was genuinely moved. "Kid, you're worried about my lungs, huh?" But just then, Chi-Jun dashed off bare-bottomed and came back carrying a whole carton of the Zhonghua cigarettes as a present. Together, they spent a memorable Valentine's night. The next morning, Chi-Jun climbed out of the hot spring, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Jiraiya was already gone. Left behind was a pendant and a note. "Kid, I picked up this magatama while traveling outside the village. We're to ward off evil and disaster. May it bring you good fortune." The magatama was a vivid shade of green, shaped exactly like the tomo of the Sharingan. Fastening it around his neck, Chi-Jun dressed and left the hot spring. The second round of exams would officially begin at 8 o'clock. Training Field 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Ancient trees loomed high, their canopies shrouding the forest in perpetual twilight. The atmosphere was tense and foreboding, sending a chill down everyone's spine. A fence of wire mesh, twice the height of man, had been erected, but compared to the wild forest beyond, it seemed puny and powerless. Candidates who had passed the written test had gathered, whispering among themselves in hushed voices. "Hey, I've arrived." A hearty, cheerful voice rang out. It was none other than Anko Mitarashi. "Soon, you'll all understand exactly why they call this place the Forest of Death." Naruto wiggled his hips, pinched his voice, and did a perfect impression of Anko. Anko shot him a fierce glare. She marched over and gave him a stern talking to. "Kids like you don't last very long in the forest, you know." Red Bean's indignant glare finally settled on none other than the strikingly handsome Chi-Jun. She strode over to the boy and handed him a red bean rice ball, teasing him. "Hey there, little one. Done with the test. Care to join your big sis for a movie afterward? Jun received the rice ball with practiced nonchalance and popped it into his mouth. With a playful smile, he replied, "Sorry, sis, I'm still a kid. Not dating yet." Laughter erupted around them at once. Red Bean checked her watch. 7:59. She smacked the table and cleared her throat. "All right, everyone who doesn't belong here out. The second round of the Chunin exams officially begins now." At that moment, Jun received a new mission from the system. This time the assignment was kill or be killed. The Forest of Death. A vast labyrinth of dense woods, winding rivers, rugged mountains, and deep gorges. Treacherous terrain stretched as far as the eye could see. Wild beasts roamed everywhere, and venomous insects lurked in every shadow. It was infamous as a forbidden zone for life. A barbed wire fence ringed the area, with 44 separate entrances, each adorned with various mottos and warnings. At entrance 12, the one assigned to Team 7, the sign read, "Wherever you plant a tree, there grows a forest. Every home is shaded by its own grove." Jun nodded in appreciation. That was definitely Captain Yamato's handiwork. Anko Mitarashi then produced a tablet. Displayed on the screen was a waiver and consent form. In short, once they entered the Forest of Death for survival training, whether they came out alive or not, it was no concern of the Leaf Village anymore. Talk about washing your hands of responsibility. Each examinee lined up to sign their names on the tablet. This new generation device had been manufactured by the technological powerhouse, the Land of Snow. Since diplomatic and trade routes opened between the two nations, such tech had become commonplace. Satisfied, Anko collected the tablets. "Let me remind you again. This is the sort of exam where people can die." Ha 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 ha. Her laughter rang out, sharp and chilling. Hinata grew visibly nervous at those words. Jun reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll watch your back. And besides, we've got Naruto, the perfect human shield." Naruto protested. "Why am I the shield?" Taiyun clinked. "Think of the Forest of Death as a dungeon. We each have a role." Naruto's eyes lit up in sudden understanding. "Like when we played Baldur's Gate at your place?" "Exactly. Hinata's the rogue and scout. Sasuke's our melee fighter. I'm the ranged spellcaster. And you, Naruto, you're the tank at the front line." Naruto suddenly felt the weight of great responsibility. Next, Anko laid out the rules for the exam. 13 teams would receive the Scroll of Heaven. 13 others would receive the Scroll of Earth. 26 teams would have to fight for each other's scrolls, by any means necessary. They had 5 days. No outside help. No surrendering. No peeking at the scrolls. Only those who made it to the central tower with both scrolls, and, as a team, would pass to the next stage. At least half the teams would be eliminated. Choji pulled out a wheeled suitcase, bulging with all manner of snacks. Jun, meanwhile, was completely unfazed. After all, he had his ultimate space pouch, loaded with instant noodles, sausages, spicy sticks, drumsticks, anything he could possibly want. With all the scrolls distributed, Anko called out in a clear, ringing voice, "Everyone, here's the ultimate trick to passing this test." All the candidates leaned in, listening closely. "And that is, don't die. Waha!" A burst of voices rang out below, each in a different dialect. "You little rascal. Good grief, are you kidding me? You turtle egg." Jun let out a sigh. This woman is basically Naruto's long-lost sister. 8:30 a.m. The exam officially began. Half a day earlier than in the original story. 26 gates swung open at once. At the signal, everyone surged onto the field. Jun couldn't help but glance back. He saw Anko Mitarashi sprawled comfortably in her hammock, savoring sticky rice dumplings and sweet red bean soup. "Sis, you really shouldn't eat anymore." Everyone dashed off with ninja agility, darting across rooftops and leaping through the air. Especially Lee. His eyes were blazing, moving so fast it looked like smoke trailed behind him. Niji trailed behind, practically eating Lee's dust. Meanwhile, the grass ninja trio raced like the wind through the dense forest. The androgynous leader under the wide hat commanded, "Find that Squad 7 bunch." The forest was deathly still. The scent of danger lurked unseen. Squad 7. Hinata activated her Byakugan, scanning their surroundings. Quietly, Jun summoned Little Black and Shadow Butterfly. The Ice Phoenix, occupied in battle, couldn't be summoned for now. As for his collectible battle figurines, he could only call forth one at a time. He would have to choose wisely when the moment came. "Jun, you'd better hold onto the scroll," Naruto said, taking out the Earth Scroll they'd been given. Hinata looked surprised. "So that's the scroll? I didn't know Naruto had it." Jun took the scroll, slipped it into his storage space, but then pulled it out again and handed it to Hinata. Hinata clutched the scroll tightly. Sasuke was already laying out their tactics. Hinata and Xianxia-Fusion head straight for the tower as fast as you can. If you run into any enemies, don't get caught up fighting. Make it quick, grab their scroll, and move on. If it's Niji or Gaara's team, don't get tangled, just dash for the tower. Got it. Like hell I do. Xianxia-Fusion's expression darkened. You sure think highly of yourself. He waved his hand dismissively. No need, we'll work as a team. Trust yourselves a little more. After all, he just received a mission from the system. Teamwork required. Defeat at least 4 opponents and seize their scrolls. Slaughter. Bloodshed. Xianxia-Fusion's blood surged with excitement. He quickly chose his targets for the coming fight. Meanwhile, a new support mission popped up. Ding. Within 5 days, collect 5 different poisonous insects from the Forest of Death. Fortunately, the forest was swarming with venomous bugs. This wouldn't be hard. So now there are collection missions too? I wonder what else I'll have to gather in the future. Xianxia-Fusion's thoughts began to wander. Squad 10. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji enter the forest. Guys, it's only been 5 minutes. And already Choji was pulling out a bag of chips to snack on. Fortunately, Shikamaru noticed the enemy in time. The 3 of them dove into the bushes, narrowly escaping danger. Team 8. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Sakura spotted their enemies. Deliberately revealing themselves, they led their pursuers right into a trap of blood-sucking leeches hidden among the leaves, achieving a resounding victory. At this very moment, Ikeda-shun sat on the grass, his eyes fixed on Naruto, because he knew full well Naruto was about to be overcome by a pressing urge. As expected, just a few seconds later, Naruto shouted that he needed to pee, utterly unconcerned about Hinata standing behind him. Ikeda-shun shot out a playful kick. With a sheepish grin, Naruto scratched his head and dashed off into the woods to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Ikeda-shun discovered a black widow spider and slipped it away into his storage space. Ding! Poisonous insect, +1. When he returned, the ninja pouch that had originally been strapped to his right leg now appeared on his left. Ikeda-shun immediately understood. Someone from the Hidden Rain village had used the transformation jutsu. He called out to Sasuke behind him, "Watch over Hinata!" Without hesitation, he drew a kunai and hurled it at Naruto. Sure enough, with a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke billowed out. The fake Naruto transformed into a man wearing a gas mask. A low-level transformation jutsu. Ikeda-shun let out a cold chuckle. Young man, trying to trick, ambush, and steal? No sense of honor. You deserve a taste of your own medicine. He prepared to step forward to face the enemy. But Sasuke, ever the show-off, was already unleashing his fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu, burst after burst of blazing fireballs shot from his mouth toward their opponent. All dodged. The two engaged in fierce, close-quarters combat. Kunai clashed in rapid succession. In the end, the man in the gas mask found himself on the defensive. Sasuke's relentless assault left him reeling and spewing blood. Looks like luck's not on my side. If I'd known, I never would have acted alone. Looking for an opening, he tried to escape. But Ikeda-shun gave him no chance. Where do you think you're going, fool? Try one of my signature moves. Deep in the primeval forest, the sky blotted out by ancient trees. The second exam pressed on with anxious intensity. Ikeda-shun obtained 2 new sign-in tasks. First, to defeat 5 opponents. Second, to collect 5 different poisonous insects. The Rain Village ninja, now fighting on his own, found himself incapacitated by Sasuke's relentless attacks. After being knocked down again and again, desperation pushed him to a final stand. He pulled out handfuls of slender throwing darts and launched them straight at Sasuke. These were hollow bamboo tubes, special weapons developed in the Rain Village. Dangerously sharp. Once they pierced the flesh, the hollow tubes sprayed blood like tiny fountains. Hiss! Sasuke's leg was struck by several darts. Blood spurted from the bamboo channels in an instant. The Rain Ninja seized the opportunity and fled. Miku, come on out. At Ikeda-shun's call, he gave chase. Hatsune Miku materialized, a giant green leek in hand. Her tender lips shimmered with a captivating light, delicate as flower petals, lustrous as pearls, enough to tempt anyone to taste their sweetness. Raising her leek high, she began to sing a classical aria. Refined and graceful, the melody was exquisitely soft and beautiful. Flying freely in your heart, beneath dazzling starlight, drifting eternal and bright. Sasuke was bathed in the song of magic. The wound left by the bamboo tube closed up instantly. He was bewildered, utterly shocked. What just happened? But before long, he started pretending nothing had happened. No wonder the Uchiha clan Sharingan is so legendary. It can even heal wounds. Drizzle was being relentlessly chased by Koike. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. With a swift motion that seemed to slice through the air, Tashin Ikuno slipped under the earth. His opponent was immediately snatched below ground, leaving only a head exposed above the surface. Monstrous strength, heaven-breaking heel. Ikuno burst from the earth, channeling chakra into his right foot, and stomped down onto the enemy's head with brutal force. There was a sickening splatter. Chime! Kill +1. Hinata activated her Byakugan and spotted Naruto, bound deep in the jungle. She rushed over and rescued him. Naruto was furious. He ran while shouting, "How dare you take my face and become Uzumaki Naruto?" But then he saw a puddle of red and white, blood and viscera, and nearly vomited. Ikuno spoke with solemn gravity. The forest of death is filled with deadly threats. Attacks like that could happen again, so everyone stay alert. Sasuke stepped forward to search, but except for a tiny bamboo tube, he found no scroll. Naruto now moved with much greater caution. A single command, and countless shadow clones fanned out, scouring the area in a sweeping search. What a monster! Aya! From the other side of the forest came a chorus of anguished screams. Flocks of startled birds burst skyward, wings flapping frantically as they scattered into the deeper woods. Ikuno remarked coolly, "It's been less than 20 minutes since we started. Hang in there, everyone." The four of them shouted in unison. Fighting. Just then, a rancid wind abruptly swept through. Sand whipped up, pebbles flew, and the sky darkened in the swirling chaos. What's going on? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, bracing himself against the gale. At last, they've arrived. Ikuno sensed a surge of malice. With his Bodhi physique, he could resist all illusions and killing intent, and even sense hostile intent. It's wind style. Be careful, everyone. Right at that moment, a tremendous boom split the air. A hurricane force gust struck, blasting a gaping crater into the earth. Three tall figures appeared, each one in a wide-brimmed straw hat. Naruto's blue eyes flashed wide. He reached to his thigh and drew a kunai from his ninja pouch. Sasuke gripped his shuriken tightly in his hand. Are they ninja from the Hidden Grass Village? Hinata recognized their headbands. Only Ikuno knew the truth. This was Orochimaru's team, their bodies seized from hapless souls. Uncle Snake had turned into Aunt Snake. She looked at the other two. "You two, go amuse yourself somewhere else. Leave this to me." The other two vanished instantly. Aunt Snake produced a scroll and purred. This is the Earth Scroll. Do you want it? Then come and get it." With all eyes upon her, she parted her cherry-pink lips, and then extended a long, serpentine tongue, licking the surface of the scroll. Suddenly, she looked up, jaw stretched to its limit. Forcibly, the scroll was swallowed whole. And right at that moment, Ikuno-shun spotted a red insect crawling on Snake Lady's bamboo hat. A blazing fire ant. Quick as a flash, he snatched it up. Ding! Poisonous insect +2. Immediately after, Snake Lady came down from her state of ecstasy, a murderous aura radiating from her entire body. This killing intent was extraordinarily strong, 100 times more intense than Zabuza's. Ikuno-shun wasted no time and unleashed the delightful escape technique. Yet, it had absolutely no effect. Could it be because Snake Lady is a scientist? Was the buff that inspires courage rendered useless? Hinata fainted straight away. Naruto collapsed to the ground on the spot, barely able to move his body. Sasuke, too, was completely drained of strength. The three members of Team 7 had all lost their ability to fight. Only Ikuno-shun remained unaffected by the murderous aura. Snake Lady broke into a grin. Aha, you're an interesting brat. To think you can resist both illusion and killing intent? You might make an excellent test subject. To hell with you, you crazy woman. Ikuno-shun shouted back, furious. Snake Lady's face darkened, her killing intent swelling even further. The hell with me? But I'm my grandmother's own grandchild, aren't I? Are you cursing me or yourself? With those words, her form blurred, becoming a mere afterimage as she appeared before Ikuno-shun at astonishing speed. As her arms swept out, a kunai gleamed with icy light, cutting through the air with devastating power. But Ikuno-shun was no slouch. He had already laid chakra markers all around. With a flying thunder god teleport, he escaped the lethal strike. Snake Lady laughed again. Haha. Intriguing, very intriguing. I think I'm starting to like you more and more, Brad. She flicked her tongue out, licking the corner of her lips. Chakra Mother. Ikuno-shun called out for the little lowly. But something totally unexpected happened. In Ikuno-shun's vision, stars shimmered alongside the glow of the moon. Little Kagayaheim was summoned. Yet, at this moment, the lowly was utterly powerless. I'm sorry, I currently don't have enough strength to take on an S-rank rogue ninja. Not too surprising when you think about it. Even though Orochimaru is a scientist and not fame for taijutsu. He's still a terrifying S-rank rogue ninja. In pursuit of immortality, his power has already surpassed Kage level. Likewise, the hidden little black, even facing Orochimaru, found her claws and bites useless. It seems I'll have to rely on my own strength. Orochimaru closed her yellow, snake-like eyes. Then, all of a sudden, she snapped them open, ready to unleash a terrifying move. Ikuno-shun's mind raced, and he cried out, "Wait, senpai, please hold on. I have something I need to tell you." Snake Lady, still licking her lips, paused unusually at his sudden shout. Curiosity piqued. She decided to see what this little fellow wanted to say. After all, prey in hand couldn't escape. "Haha, what's this? Are you planning to surrender?" A wise person adapts to the times. If not, why not go back to the Sound Village with Aunt Snake, and I'll introduce you to a little brother who looks just like you, a fellow white-boned soul. Chie-Jun took a deep breath. Surrender? That's not happening. Suddenly, 3 kunai whistled through the air, flying straight at her. Aunt Snake sneered, flicking her hand to swat away the kunai. But she didn't expect this. Each kunai was covered in explosive tags, stuck tight with super glue. Boom! 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 The explosions left Aunt Snake scorched, her hair curled into black tufts, lips swollen like 2 charred sausages. Yet in a heartbeat, her body melted into a puddle of mud, and she reappeared ahead, perfectly unharmed, as if nothing had happened. "Ah, my original target was Sasuke," she said, lips twisting into a sinister grin. "But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." Her chilling gaze felt like daggers against Chie-Jun's skin. Without warning, she shot her right hand forward, piercing straight through Chie-Jun's chest. When she pulled it out, blood streamed from the wound. Her speed was breathtaking, almost beyond comprehension. "No!" Hinata cried out in anguish, her voice carrying a pain so deep it seemed to drain the color from the sky. With a sudden bang, the smoke cleared and a withered log dropped to the ground. Chie-Jun had used a substitution jutsu. Go ahead and keep showing off. At the end of the day, you're just a clown working odd jobs to make a living. You walked past the ramen shop 3 times without even daring to buy a bowl. Aunt Snake didn't understand a word he was saying. Chie-Jun launched his counterattack. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Lightning style, Chidori, Shuriken Shadow Kurun Technique. Ice style, 1,000 Flying Water Needles of Death. Each move came in a relentless barrage. He even used the Leaf Thunder Dragon Taijutsu technique, but despite it all, Aunt Snake remained unscathed. He could not land a fatal blow. Aunt Snake threw her head back and cackled, yet deep down, she was secretly shaken. This kid's chakra was overflowing, and he activated techniques without even forming hand seals. A true prodigy. "Very well, little one. Since you enjoy playing games so much, I'll play along." Summoning Jutsu. With a thunderous crash, a rolling cloud of white smoke erupted, and a giant serpent emerged from the haze. But Aunt Snake was already racing off toward Sasuke. "Damn, that's one fat snake." Chie-Jun marveled as he stared at the creature. In the original story, the giant serpent had swallowed Naruto whole. Naruto used a barrage of shadow clones to tear his way free. But now, the serpent's bloody maw turned on Chie-Jun, ready to swallow him up in one gulp. Chie-Jun realized the truth. While the summoned beast looked imposing, its actual strength was rather average. Aunt Snake hadn't summoned the mighty Manda. After all, that was because Manda, known as Orochimaru's most powerful summon, was so fierce he'd even threatened to eat Aunt Snake herself. Not so easy to control. Besides, today's mission was only to place the cursed seal on Sasuke. Summoning Manda would have caused too much commotion and drawn the Leaf Village's attention. Bad for the plan to destroy the village. Just as the giant serpent lunged in to devour him, lightning crackled and danced in Chie-Jun's palm, forming a spiraling sphere of raw energy. One after another, Rasengan bullets shot straight into the serpent's open maw, rapid fire, relentless. And then, a great fireball engulfed the beast in a blazing inferno. The giant python struggled desperately until it dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished. "What was that? So weak," said Ikuno-shun with a bored shrug. He then dashed toward Sasuke. Hinata tried to help, but before she could even begin her gentle fist technique, Orochimaru slapped her unconscious with a single swing. Naruto and Sasuke fought together against her, yet she completely overwhelmed them. Ikuno-shun charged forward, alternating between taijutsu and ninjutsu, launching attack after attack. Aunt Orochimaru grew impatient under his assault. She drew the Kusanagi sword, aiming to finish Ikuno-shun quickly. Ikuno-shun stared in surprise. "Is that the legendary Kusanagi sword? Orochimaru sneered coldly and ran her repulsive tongue along the blade. Heh, at least you recognize it. So are you scared now? Ichino-shun simply grinned. He reached into his spatial pocket and whipped out his own Kusanagi sword, the reward he'd received earlier. Tajda, I've got one too. What? What was going on? How'd he get that? The two swords clashed, emitting a shower of sparks. Orochimaru's attacks became fiercer, but Ichino-shun moved with equal speed. He narrowly dodged the strike once, but thankfully, the bone armor manifested automatically, shielding him from danger. He unleashed the Dance of Camellia and the Dance of Pines. Sasuke and Naruto came to his aid as well. Even Hinata stirred from her faint, blushing as she got to her feet and joined the fight. A fierce battle ensued. Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke, never one to be left behind, unleashed a fire-style jutsu one level higher than the Grand Fireball. Orochimaru gave a dismissive smile, not even bothering to evade. You've all ganged up on me for long enough. Now it's my turn. Let me show you the results of my research. You should be grateful. Hardly anyone's ever seen this forbidden move. She flashed through a series of hand signs, then slammed both hands onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. A massive iron gate erupted in front of them, wrapped in enormous chains and marked in its center with the grimacing face of an old monk. Ichino-shun recognized it. It looked just like Master Fahai. With a thunderous boom, roaring flames crashed against the gate, but didn't leave a single mark on Rashomon. Yet the residual heat burned away Orochimaru's mask. Her face began to peel away, pale and mottled beneath. At that moment, she was even more terrifying than the cafeteria lady at the ninja school when their spinach stuck in her teeth. Orochimaru seized the opportunity and, with a flick, her long snake head shot towards Sasuke, biting down and leaving the cursed seal in his body. Her mission complete. She didn't linger, not wanting to alert Konoha. Little one, I'll be back to test your strength myself. As her words faded, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up. Perhaps we'll meet again very soon. And with that, Orochimaru vanished into the haze. Meanwhile, Ichino-shun spotted an ashen poison bee and stored it into his space pocket. Ding! Poisonous bug +3. And right at that moment, by the side of a large gate outside the examination hall, 3 examiners discovered the bodies of 3 grass ninjas. Their deaths truly gruesome and unbearable to look at. They immediately reported the situation to the chief examiner, Anko. Every day, I get off work at 8, come home thoroughly exhausted, and then keep writing past midnight, often until after 12. Writing this book is also my way of making peace with the regrets I have as a Naruto fan. Of course, if I can make a little extra to buy cat food for the stray cats I've adopted, that would be even better. However, writing on a free platform just doesn't bring in any money. The only reason I've been able to keep going, hammering out 4,000 words every single day, rain or shine, is because of your encouragement and support. Friends in the authors group all say I'm a fool. What guy writing web novels still reads reader comments? It totally messes with your mood. We don't even look at them. But I've always believed that stories are written for readers, and I have to listen to your feedback. And I've followed through on that belief. I've revised parts of the book several times according to suggestions from some readers. For me, it's a matter of principle that I communicate and connect emotionally with my audience. I even get out of bed in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, but end up checking my phone to see if there are any new comments or chapter reviews. There are simply too many segment reviews to keep up with one by one. I set aside time just to hunt for interesting ideas and jokes. If you have any suggestions, feel free to leave them at the end of each chapter. But book reviews with ratings are seen by new readers. Posting negative opinions or complaints, there is basically cutting off the author's path. Maybe some people don't understand how crucial this is. When you shop on Taobao, you always check the reviews, don't you? To see what others are saying. It's the same for new books. Before reading, most new readers skim through the 5-star reviews, just to see if there are any deal breakers. Reviews can directly determine whether a book will be abandoned partway through, whether updates will cease. Because continuing with a story on a platform isn't just a matter of the author's will. There are editors and all sorts of other factors involved too. If a new reader sees that the reviews are all complaints about serious problems, they'll just leave. The book will die out quickly. That's exactly why so many web novels get dropped or left unfinished. For my book to still have well over 100,000 active readers, it's because of both the old and new readers sticking with me. If I ever write something truly outrageous, like giving away the female lead, the main character being betrayed, pointless simping, girlfriend deaths, pure goody-two-shoes behavior, or torturing the protagonist. If you give me a 1-star rating and lay into me in the reviews, I'll accept it. No complaints. Because I deserve it. But, take this line for example. Naruto saw the dumpling, and to him it was just food. so he took a big bite. In real life, this situation happens all the time. During recess, your best friend shares snacks with you. On the soccer field, your buddy picks up your drink and gulps it down. Do they always ask first? Is it cool if I eat this? Is it okay if I drink that? Of course. If it's just an ordinary acquaintance, not asking first would be pretty rude. But would true brothers really act so polite with each other? Would you? Well, my buddies and I certainly wouldn't. There's an old saying, good friends can share a pair of pants. That's exactly what it means. If one of my buddies comes to my house and sees beer and fruit, they'll just help themselves, and I'd never worry they'd suddenly try to steal my wife. But one dear reader pointed this out in the reviews as a major flaw, saying Naruto snatched up a rice ball, so in the future, he'll snatch up the girls too. Naruto, they said, is ungrateful, rude, and shameless. Since this friend made it to chapter 79, it's clear they're a long-time reader. I don't expect you to watch a free ad to support me, but posting something in the reviews that isn't a flaw at all, that I can't accept. New readers might see that and really believe the main character is some kind of holier-than-thou martyr, someone just handing out girls and wives. But that's not who he is at all. Naruto only took a single bite of his rice ball, that's all. If Sasuke, Neji, or Shikamaru had done that, it might be a little inappropriate. But Naruto and the main character are brothers now. Their bond goes beyond the others. A close friend having a bite of your snack, that's all it is. If new readers see that kind of review, they'll surely be scared away. If this keeps up, this book is doomed to wither away in silence. As for those people who leave one-star insults, honestly, I couldn't care less anymore. But when longtime readers completely misunderstand my intentions and even call it a fatal flaw in the reviews, my heart turns cold. Even my editor has told me not to take it too seriously. If I'm too exhausted, take a break, but don't give up. That reader probably dropped the book after chapter 80. Still, I hope you see these words from my heart. It's just so hard being a writer who writes for free. Suddenly, I really do want to take a break. I'm just too tired. A dark cloud of worry hangs low, and the wind howls outside. At entrance number 21 to the Forest of Death, 3 bodies lie on the ground. Chief Examiner Anko Mitarashi has already arrived on the scene. Steel Ibiki puts down the copy of Forensic Chin Ming, loaned to him by Keita Jun. He rises and reports. After examination by forensics and trace analysis, we've basically confirmed these are examinees from the Hidden Grass Village. Their faces have all been melted away. Anko steps forward to inspect. She gasps in shock, eyes wide. Could it be him? Long black hair cascading down past the waist. Eyes shadowed in deep purple. An air of utter confidence looking down on the world. Not particularly bulky, but 8 sharply defined abs. Blank memories, the villagers' strange gazes, a body cursed with forbidden seal. I made a vow to find you one day, Orochimaru. So it is that love and hate twined together, leaving a person pale and weary. Perhaps it's the senseless suffering she fears most. Who could have guessed? Searching everywhere in the crowd, only to suddenly catch a glimpse. That person stands quietly at the edge of the forest shadows. Just then, the curse mark suddenly flares with pain, cutting her thoughts short. Hondo immediately sent someone to inform the 3rd Hokage, while also dispatching 2 squads to rush over his reinforcements. She herself dove into the forest in hot pursuit. Hokage's office. The Konoha Council of Elders was assembled here. Everything about the exam had gone smoothly thus far, and everyone allowed themselves to relax. Hokage-sama, the trio from Grass Village have been killed. Lady Hondo believes the situation is grave and has already gone into the forest to investigate. She sent me to report. The news startled Kakashi and the others, who hurried into the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow knit with worry. He took a long drag on his pipe, a realization already emerging in his mind. If my guess is right, this must be Orochimaru. Most of the veteran Jonin, including Kakashi, knew all too well who Orochimaru was. Kakashi's heart pounded with shock, and he questioned with confusion. Wasn't it rumored that he died? Why has he suddenly shown up again? The 3rd exhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke in a grave tone. I fear he's come for the last of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, another thought struck him. Chino-shun. We absolutely cannot let Orochimaru get his hands on that boy. His worry was not just that Chino-shun might become a valuable assistant to Orochimaru. More than that, he feared the boy would end up as one of Orochimaru's test subjects, subjected to cruel experiments, just like those Konoha ninja who'd vanished in the past. Complex emotions swirled in the old man's heart toward Chino-shun. Yet in Danzo's mind, he could barely suppress a vicious, gleeful cackle. Hurry up and die already. As long as that brat disappears, I'll never have to take the blame again. Kakashi and Guy were tasked with heading to the Forest of Death. Each was burdened with their own private worries. Kakashi fretted over the members of Team 7, while Guy was especially anxious about Lee's safety. By the time they reached the forest, darkness had already fallen. Guy shot off toward the thick undergrowth at a breakneck pace. Official rules forbade instructors from appearing with their students' teams. Once they confirmed their students were safe and unharmed, they regrouped with Hondo, joining the hunt for Orochimaru. Night descended on the forest of death, chilling and filled with foreboding. For safety's sake, most examinees chose to stay put and rest. By the fire, the 4 members of Team 7 sat together, wrapped in warmth and a gentle sense of togetherness. Phew, finally we can get some rest. Naruto flopped down, looking utterly spent and defeated. Chino-shun rummaged through his backpack and took out Pocari Sweat, crispy mini potato chips from Baoba, Philippines 7D dried mangoes, Morinaga Chocoball, and Kinder Milk chocolate. Naruto stared in utter confusion. There's no meat at all. You're so biased. All of these are for Hinata, aren't they? Hinata's cheeks instantly turned bright red as she ducked her head. But Naruto, unbothered, began digging around with his backside in the air. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Chino-shun asked, puzzled. Naruto replied pitifully, I'm digging for worms. Hey, at least they're meat. What a character. Chino-shun burst out laughing and sent out a shadow clone to go hunting. Naruto slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of that? With that, he too sent out his shadow clones, not just to hunt for food, but also to snatch scrolls. Before long, 2 shadow clones came running. One was carrying a wild boar over its shoulder, while the other clutched 2 pheasants in hand. Naruto was overjoyed beyond belief. Ha, we got meat to eat. With that, he joined Shino-jun in plucking feathers and preparing the game. Hinata, after much effort, managed to construct a beautiful roasting rack out of branches. I'll light the fire. Showing off, Sasuke unleashed a magnificent fireball jutsu, instantly turning the entire rack to charred black. Hinata lowered her head, feeling hurt inside. If you don't like me, if you don't want to talk to me, just tell me. Once the meat was finally ready, Naruto devoured it greedily, juices running down his chin. Sasuke was simple. He took the chicken tail, paired it with garlic, and had a plain, no-frills meal. Hinata held her dried mangoes, gazing longingly at the roasted meat. Shino-jun doted on her, saying, if you want some, go ahead. This is the age when you need to grow strong. He carved a piece of pork belly and handed it to her. You are what you eat, after all. Hinata put down her snacks, giving in to her cravings. She nearly finished the entire boar herself. In the end, the 4 of them ate until their stomachs were round and full. But after a day of trekking and fighting, everyone felt sticky and uncomfortable. If only we could take a bath, Naruto yearned aloud. Shino-jun turned to Hinata. Do you want to wash up too? Blushing deeply, Hinata nodded, then shook her head. But someone might see me. That's easy, follow me. Shino-jun led Hinata a short distance away. Ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Walls of ice shot up from the ground, forming an enclosed space. Hinata found herself standing right in the middle. Next, he fished a bottle of Rejoice shampoo from his bag. But the moment Sasuke saw it, he stiffened. A hint of gentleness flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by fury as he punched the nearest tree trunk. What's wrong with him? Why such a strong reaction to Rejoice shampoo? Shino-jun stared at the bottle, confused. But soon, he realized what was going on. Sasuke's reaction to the shampoo was intense. After racking his mind, Shino-jun found the answer. It reminded Sasuke of that man, Itachi Uchiha. Across the entire Uchiha clan, Taijima, Madara, Izuna, Obito, Kagami, Shisui, Sasuke, which one didn't have a spiky, explosion-like hairstyle? Only Itachi wore his long hair, flowing freely. Oh right, and their father, Fugaku. Clearly, father and son must have shared the same Rejoice shampoo for years. In that moment, seeing the shampoo, Sasuke was swamped with memories. Feeling awkward, Shino-jun quickly stashed away the Rejoice and swapped it for a bottle of the Sassoon. Go ahead, sweetie, the walls keep out any prying eyes. But there's no water. Shino-jun grinned, precisely controlled his chakra, and cast water style. Little waterfall jutsu. Afterwards, Naruto wanted the same ice mirrors for cover. Shino-jun chuckled. What? Think someone's dying to sneak a look at you. Naruto pointed right at Sasuke. And so, the 4 of them took turns showering. The forest of death was shrouded in heavy darkness. The metallic scent of blood lingering in the air was slowly carried away by the night breeze. The 4 prepared to lie down and rest. To guard against night attacks, traps of every kind were set all around the campsite. Just as Naruto was about to take off his clothes, Toshio Ichino stopped him immediately. You can undress however you want at home, but if I see you do it here, that's absolutely forbidden. Because, in the world of shinobi, taking off your clothes is a death sentence. Sasori, Haiden, Kakazu, Deidara, Itachi, Nagato, Kisame Obito, every one of them died, right after undressing. Naruto didn't really get it, but still obediently lay down. Before long, he was fast asleep, snuggled next to Sasuke. Toshio Ichino gently tucked a blanket around them. In no time at all, soft snores began to rise. Everyone was soon lost in dreams. Except for Toshio Ichino, who lay awake, gazing up at the night sky. Suddenly, a total lunar eclipse appeared, like a red ruby hanging in the darkness above. He shivered, nearly crying out. Oh no, the infinite Tsukuyomi has begun. Last time, he'd spotted a crow and almost blurted, "Run, Koto Amatsukami is coming." He chuckled at himself, shaking his head. Really, too much into this world. Getting up to relieve himself, he suddenly found a night-crawling centipede at his feet. Ding! Poisonous insect +4. But just then, one of the traps in the distance was triggered. Something's up, Toshio shouted, waking the others at once. They instantly drew kunai and shuriken. Who's there? Sasuke snapped, the deadly gleam of his kunai flashing as he prepared to throw. Moonlight glimmered over shadows. A green figure emerged from the gloom. It was Rock Lee, and by his side, his teammates Tenten and Niji. Niji, big brother, Hinata called out in a timid voice. Niji glanced away with a cold, indifferent look. Tenten offered a polite smile. We were drawn here by the smell of barbecue. Sasuke sneered, or so you say. At this point, anyone could be after their scroll, a potential enemy. Niji rolled his pale eyes. Forget it. Let's just go. All of a sudden, Hinata noticed a surge of chakra in the distance, immediately tugging at Toshio's sleeve and pointing ahead. Suddenly, a shrill streak, laced with chakra, shot straight toward them. Tenten was directly in its path. With no hesitation, Toshio lunged forward, shoving Tenten clear, but the sonic blast wounded his left arm, spraying blood. A flurry of steel flashed as the others launched their kunai and shuriken. Moments later, 3 figures appeared from the darkness. It was the Sound Ninja Trio, Orochimaru's minions. Dosu Kinyuda, Zaku Obumi, and Kin Tsuchi. In his previous life as a doctor, Toshio had studied their names. Their surnames, he recalled, matched the 3 bones of the middle ear, the stapes, the malleus, and the incus. Masashi Kishimoto really was a master of subtle detail. Just in time, Chie-Jun let out a cold laugh. He had long awaited the moment to eliminate the 3 and complete his mission. Battle was on the verge of erupting. Sonic Blast. TOS raised a special device on his arm, unleashing a piercing sound wave, hoping to numb his opponent's auditory nerves. Saku, whose clothes bore the characters for death, unleashed a slicing air wave. Ultrasound burst from the vents on his hands. As for Chin, he swiftly pulled out a scroll. Unfurling the scroll, a cloud of smoke morphed into a saxophone in his grasp. Chin raised the instrument to his lips and played. A torrent of yellow liquid suddenly gushed from the saxophone's bell. Thankfully, Chie-Jun reacted in a flash, summoning an Earth-style wall just in time to block the attack. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, while Naruto unleashed a barrage of shadow clones. Tenten pulled out her ninja tools. Lee readied his taijutsu stance. Niji and Hinata, both adept in gentle fist, prepared to charge in. But Chie-Jun simply waved him off. Leave this to me. I only need 30 seconds. How bold. How commanding. Battling a rogue ninja of Orochimaru's caliber might prove challenging, but facing these 3, there was hardly any difficulty at all. Niji snorted, his voice laced with sarcasm. Such nonsense. Dream on. Clearly, you don't know your own limits. But little did he know, he'd soon be eating those words. To those who have followed the story thus far, you've likely noticed that this novel takes the original timeline and seeks to fill in its regrets, all in a lighter tone. If it had followed the source material to the letter, be it in fights or in plot, honestly, you'd be better off watching the anime. After all, this is fan fiction. Some adjustment and innovation are expected to reveal a world left unexplored by the original. As for the 3rd Hokage, let me put forth a poll. Type 1 if you wish for his death. Type 0 if you'd rather he be revived to retire. Facing Nai's taunt, Tiayun merely smite. His eyes grew frosty as he stared at the 3 Sound Ninja. Incredible. These 3 really believe themselves to be scientists. Waves of energy and sonic blasts hurtled his way without pause. The whole scene had the flair of Star Wars. Chie-Jun smirked and charged straight in. 1 versus 3. He embodied the very essence of aesthetic violence. Lightning crackled around his left hand, while flames danced wildly in his right. His left leg lashed out with a powerful kick to the sky. His right delivered a devastating, secret technique that, well, few would dare name. Trees were shattered at their trunks. The earth trembled with his every step, and shards of rock filled the air in a storm of debris. It was a one-sided slaughter. It took just 30 seconds. Thud! 6 arms and 6 legs went flying. Thud! 6 eyes shot through the air. Thud! Brains splattered across the ground. Thud! The blood of all 3 sprayed skyward, then came raining down with another thud. Together, the carnage painted a massive, unforgettable tragedy. After one brilliant salvo, flowers of destruction bloomed behind him. Thus concluded the spectacular battle of the cannon fodder. Ding! Slaughter +4. Team 7 was long accustomed to his violent displays. But Tintin and the others stood dumbstruck. Niji, especially, was left at a loss for words. He sharply drew in a breath, stunned like a wooden carving rooted to the spot. Just moments ago, he had mocked the others for chasing impossible dreams. Now his own face was stung by the slap of reality. Inside, Tintin's emotions surged in wild confusion. She had always assumed Chino-jun was an idle scoundrel, all flash and no substance, only to find, unexpectedly, that he was an unstoppable force, a perpetual engine in human form. Seeing the fresh blood streaming from his arm, Tian rushed over with no hesitation, pulling out her handkerchief. "Thank you," she said softly. Chino-jun merely smiled, calm and graceful, then elegantly performed a healing technique. Tiantian's surprise deepened even further. "He can use medical ninjutsu too," she exclaimed inwardly, and in that instant, her entire image of Chino-jun flipped. Even the straightforward, hot-blooded Li was deeply grateful for his help, blurting out, "Chino, we really aren't here to steal the scroll." As he spoke, he pointed to his overalls. The scroll was hidden inside them. He mouthed silently to Chino-jun, "Earth." Li. Niji had deciphered his lip movements and immediately bellowed in anger. Chino-jun, too, was forthright, telling Li everything. It turned out both teams had the scroll of Earth. Naruto was the very definition of someone who came alive in a crowd. The more people around, the more excited and outgoing he became. Perhaps it was connected to his lonely childhood, growing up often playing by himself in the mud. Realizing both groups had matching scrolls, Naruto relaxed his guard and welcomed them warmly. And so Li and his team stayed. Right then, Chino-jun noticed the final firefly poison beetle. With that, the insect collecting task was complete. Naruto was so excited he could hardly sleep, eagerly pouring out everything he knew to Li. Chino-jun, meanwhile, called upon his mind panel to claim his reward for completing the task. Before his eyes appeared a couplet, with serpents for company and spiders as neighbors. 1,000 butterflies swirl round the flute, hidden poisons at play. All men fear heartbreaking venom, but none see the deadliest poison lies within the human heart. What could this mean, you wondered? Just then, the system interrupted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've completed the collection check-in. New Kekkei Jinkai awarded. Gu release. Gu release. Chino-jun immediately thought of the mysterious sorcery from the Southern Mists and the Time movie, Art of the Devil. Then his mind leapt to the Aburame clan and their bugs. But whereas the Aburame raised insects using their own chakra, letting them reside inside their bodies, Gu release merged bug magic, poison craft, and insect control into one, summoning and commanding venomous creatures without any need for them to live inside the user. Moreover, unlike summoning beasts that require packs, these bugs could be called forth without contracts, and even if they died, they would regenerate. And that was not all. Anyone possessing this bloodline ability would become immune to all poisons. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the following ninja techniques. C rank, Gu release. Scorpion of 1,000 plagues. Summon a fierce scorpion whose venomous sting delivers toxic damage and causes brief paralysis. B rank, Gu release. Withered hive swarm. Summon twin beehives, releasing a murderous swarm that shreds the enemy, draining both their chakra and vital essence during the assault. Confusing the masses, the death toad, serpent's illusory shadow, the heart-devouring array of 10,000 insects. These will be acquired or awakened in the future. Keep going, host. Chi Yejuan had already mastered 2 unique bloodline arts that weren't mentioned in the original work. In truth, these weren't original creations. It's just that the original manga, limited by its length, could never display the vastness and all the subtleties of the world of Naruto. A wry chuckle for safety. But in reality, the shinobi world holds far more bloodline talents and techniques than were ever listed. Ding! New collection mission. Host, please master 5 bloodline arts never referenced in the original story, including both Kekkei Genkai and discarded abilities. There is no time limit for this task. Currently, 2 have already been acquired, Shadow Style and Venom Insect Style. 3 more remain. No doubt, the reward will be phenomenal. With that, he stepped into his personal space to upgrade his jutsu. Meanwhile, Sasuke still couldn't sleep. He had given up on riddles, yet couldn't help but reach for his neck. That was where Orochimaru had planted the cursed seal of heaven. Suddenly, a searing pain swept through him. In a flash, a pale, uncanny face seemed to materialize before his eyes. This is my gift to you. Isn't it power you're after? Isn't vengeance what you truly desire? Well, come find me then, for only I can grant you the strength you seek. Struggle to survive, Sasuke. Only a 10th pull through. But if you do, you'll understand the true power the curse mark brings. Naruto, lost in deep sleep, rolled over, flinging a leg onto him. The pain faded from Sasuke's body, weariness washing in at last. At dawn next day, a piercing scream shattered everyone's dreams. So early already, Naruto yawned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Chi Yejuan got up as well, only to find that Rock Lee was already outside, practicing his morning routine. The truth was, everyone had spent the night with nerves stretched taut, steeling themselves for whatever disaster might spring their way. At Niji's insistence, the 2 teams decided to part ways after all. The previous night, Chi Yejuan and Naruto had released several hundred shadow clones. What a magnificent chakra reserve that was. Most of them were popped by the enemy, but 2 managed to return. Team 7 had successfully acquired both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. They set off toward the Tower of Seals. The ice-feathered phoenix could only carry 2 passengers besides its master, and there was still a task left unfinished. After considering this, Chi Yejuan dismissed the idea of summoning it for a ride. Soon, they encountered several rival teams along the way, but overcame them all with ease. Yet Chi Yejuan refrained from dealing a fatal blow. Not until they crossed paths with a lone child from the village hidden in the clouds. The Land of Lightning is a nation obsessed with physical strength. Both men and women there excel at taijutsu. Most are dark-skinned and powerfully built. But the boy Chi Yejuan met had an especially infuriating attitude. He even dared lay a hand on Hinata. If you don't pay for this, who will? The Cloud Village boy was named Yun, son of Murakami, a bookworm for as long as he could remember, and melodramatically proclaimed himself an old scholar with 30 years' experience. He'd always had an enormous appetite since childhood. Breakfast was braised pork offal, lunch brought slow-cooked stews, and by evening, it was platters of raw intestine. Between meals, an endless parade of snacks kept coming. Layer upon layer, the fat on his body steadily grew. This time, he was out on a solo reconnaissance mission. Despite his bulky frame, he moved nimbly and had cloaked himself atop a towering ancient tree, hidden from sight. Hinata had wandered over, intending to relieve herself. Fortunately, with a flicker of her Byakugan, she spotted the sneaky fat boy before he could try anything. The chubby Snoop, utterly forgetting his mission, started scheming against Hinata. But Hinata, even if just a rookie ninja, wasn't about to let him get close. She unleashed her gentle fist technique, calling out at the same time. Within the group, Cloud of the Village flew into a rage. He launched himself at Hinata, the clash of taijutsu erupting between them. Akino Shun and the others darted in, their anger blazing when they caught sight of the commotion. Naruto and Sasuke pulled out their kunai, but Akino Shun held them back. Perfect timing. The target of their mission had finally appeared. Everyone get behind me, Akino Shun commanded. Hinata and the rest hurried to take cover behind him. Konoha Divine Dragon. A wild wind roared through the trees. The draconic cyclone tore through the forest, shaking the earth and sky. First it swept away leaves, then branches, then rocks from the ground. And at last, even great trees, roots and all, were torn up and swallowed by the storm. Caught up in the raging wind, Cloud of the Village was hurled high, then slammed down hard, tumbling across the ground. But his thick flesh could take a beating, and with his defensive taijutsu, though he was cut in several places, he still struggled to his feet. Lightning Sphere, Thunder Hammer. This was a taijutsu technique merged with lightning style, a fearsome blend of ninja combat, and it required no hand signs. He began to spin at wild speed, hurling electric bolts in every direction. Idiots, useless fools of the Leaf Village. I'll pound you until you turn to mush, unrecognizable to your own mothers, and then I'll make off with the beauty. But Akino Shun only smiled and replied in kind. If you're going to talk to me like that, let me give you a word of advice. If by the end of today, I haven't beaten you until 10,000 flowers bloom, You'll never know why they bloom so red. Cloud of the Village paused to puzzle over this strange turn of phrase. Goo style, swarm of withered bees. Suddenly, two hives the size of basins materialized at Aikino-shun's side. A deafening swarm of bees surged forth, darkening the sky, descending straight onto their target. Cloud of the Village swung frantically, trying to swat them away. Huh, what's going on here? Why did all his strength seem to drain away in an instant? That shouldn't be possible, not when his chakra reserves were still full. Cloud of the Village found himself in total disarray. He could feel his chakra rapidly ebbing away. His body ached, his back hurt, his legs cramped. Even worse, his life force itself was seeping away by the moment. At last, he collapsed, weak and gasping, unable to move, though he was not yet finished. That was when Aikino-shun suddenly recalled his Goo style, Thousand Tribulation Scorpion, a technique that could inject poison into a weakened enemy, ensuring a swift end. The fat teenager struggled upright, barely able to move. But just as Aikino-shun prepared to strike, Cloud of the Village, in secret, unleashed a lightning-style thunder spear. A lightning-charged spear shot toward them at blinding speed. Suddenly, a whirlwind of darkness surged forward, leaping straight in front of Toshio Ikuno. With a sickening thud, Naruto took the lightning spear to his chest. He collapsed to the ground instantly. "Naruto!" Ikuno shouted, then immediately unleashed his Mystic Palm technique and summoned Hatsune Miku. Taking advantage of the chaos, Murakami Kamiyuki tried to make his escape. But Hinata and Sasuke attacked as one, giving him a brutal beating. Naruto quickly recovered, the numbness fading from his body. He stood up. His piercing blue eyes flashed with a furious light. Then, with a mighty cry, he roared. "Left hand, yang. Right hand, in. In and yang unite. Heaven and earth, shatter and burn. 1,000 years of death." There was a squelching sound. "Ah, blonde monster. You rotten narg." Murakami Komiyuki shrieked in agony, tears streaming down his twisted, contorted face, foam frothing at his mouth. "Zing zing dang dang, zong zong dang dang, galat bat ba." Ikuno tossed Naruto a hammer and a screwdriver. Naruto threw himself into the fray with gusto. Meanwhile, Ikuno was careful to stick an explosive tag onto a stone with some superglue. Mystique bottom technique. He mimed the sound of a zipper being pulled. Miraculously, the ragged, bleeding wound really began to heal, as if zipped shut. But the stone with the explosive tag was left inside. Sasuke muttered, "That's just cruel." Hinata sighed. "Now the panda cubs will go hungry." The four scrambled to get away. And with a boom and a smack, Murakami Komiyuki's body exploded, sending him to his doom. Ikuno immediately registered the completion of his mission. Naruto, having just witnessed this, was struck by inspiration and promptly evolved his 1,000 Years of Death into the 1,000 Years of Death Explosive Tag Edition. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have ruthlessly defeated 5 opponents and earned a grand prize pack. Wait, what? A grand prize pack? The last time he had received one of these, it was right after he first bonded with the system. What could it be this time? Seizing the next quiet moment, he opened the prize pack. Congratulations, host. You have received C-Rank Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Great Breakthrough allows the user to exhale a gale, scattering enemies and suppressing their movements. While its destructive power isn't the strongest, he'd finally acquired jutsu for all 5 elemental natures: fire, water, lightning, earth, and wind. A satisfying milestone in its own way. The other rewards, however, were thoroughly ridiculous. Water Release, cleaning technique, cleans the target, whether it's an object or yourself in need of a bath, and lets you control both the flow and temperature of the water. Can also be used to conjure up a privacy screen. Baths, anytime, any place. Stay your most dazzling self. Fire Release, drying technique. Uses fire-style jutsu to generate heat and dry the target. Can be used together with a cleaning technique. Never worry about soggy clothes again. Summoning technique, mobile toilet. Yes, this is exactly what it sounds like. Perfect for urgent missions or when you just can't wait. Comes with a privacy screen, too. Absurd, as all get out, but surprisingly practical. Ikuno gleefully accepted his prize pack. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the forest, after a grueling search, Anko Mitarashi finally found Orochimaru. "How dare you? You actually have the nerve to stay here." Anko, seething with rage, lifted her hands, ready to form seals, but Orochimaru only smiled coolly. "Oh, isn't this my most adorable student? What now? Got promoted to Special Jonin, have you? Looks like the power I gave you is still quite effective." Hearing his voice, Anko was struck by a strange, unsettling feeling deep in her heart. She took a steadying breath and asked calmly, "Why haven't you left yet?" Orochimaru licked the corner of his lips, his smile growing even broader. And why should I leave? I've spotted a few promising candidates. I want to observe them a bit longer." "A few? Promising candidates?" Anko's heart pounded with shock and dread. "What exactly are you after this time?" She drew in a deep breath, preparing to attack. "If you don't tell me, don't blame me for murdering my own master." Murdering one's master. Truly, the world of shinobi is one where apprentices sometimes turn on their mentors. Orochimaru let out a low, chilling laugh. "You'll know the answer soon enough. But let me warn you, you'd better not try to stop the Chunin exams. Otherwise, the entire Hidden Leaf village might face disaster." With that, Orochimaru turned to leave. But Anko immediately unleashed the very technique he had once taught her. Meanwhile, Team 7 was still racing toward the central tower when they crossed paths once again with the trio from the sand. Ninja art, hidden shadow, snake hands. In a flash, 4 snakes burst forth from Anko Midarashi's sleeves, lunging straight for Orochimaru. "I won't let you run away again." She forcibly dragged Orochimaru back toward her. That day, she'd watched as Ichino-jun used pepper powder to make Orochimaru suffer. That had given her an idea. Inspired, she issued a sharp command. "Bite him!" Instantly, the 4 snakes bared their gleaming fangs, sinking them hard into Orochimaru's long, snake-like tongue. "They're all venomous." Ha ha ha. Even Orochimaru was taken aback by this unexpected move. 10 years apart. How had his student become so unconventional? Whose influence had caused this? Ninjutsu isn't meant to be used like this. That's hardly worthy of a name. Anko only chuckled in reply. "I've figured it out. No matter if it's flashy or proper, as long as it beats the enemy, that's good ninjutsu." Orochimaru shook his head, equal parts angry and amused. He transformed into a clump of earth and melted away on the spot. In an instant, he reappeared behind Anko. "This is your final warning. Do not interfere with these exams, or I'll bring destruction to the leaf." With that, he vanished without a trace. Anko stood frozen, stunned. Meanwhile, Team 7 pressed on toward the central tower. Among the other squads, both Guy's team and the Sand Trio were dominating the food chain. They too had obtained their complete scrolls, and the two teams hadn't yet crossed paths. However, Gaara's team did run into Kabuto's squad. "Hello there. A fight, perhaps?" "No fight. Goodbye." They took the easy route, avoiding battle altogether. The remaining teams, however, had to fight with everything they had to snatch the scrolls. For some teams, it was as challenging as taking on an epic-level quest. Naruto took out his little notebook, glanced at his savings record, then suggested, "Hey Jun, look, we managed to grab a scroll, but everyone is rushing to the same place. We could ambush them right beneath the tower." Xianxia-Jun asked in confusion, "So what?" Naruto grinned. "Yeah, so that's the perfect time to snatch more scrolls. We'll unleash thousands of shadow clones, sheer numbers. Anyone who sees us won't dare fight. We can snatch their scrolls and sell them or trade for stuff. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to rake in money." Xianxia-Jun was stunned. "Wow, that's like a cow poking a high-voltage wire. Absolutely electrifying. There's no one I admire more than you, Naruto Uzumaki." Xianxia-Jun made up his mind. From now on, Naruto would be the CFO of the Chie Group, the star investor of Sunset Village. But for now, he didn't take Naruto's advice. "Finishing the mission is our top priority. Bro will teach you how to make money later." Just then, Hinata sensed a surge of chakra in the jungle. Xianxia-Jun hushed everyone and made a gesture to surround. The 4 of them spread out silently. Without a second thought, Naruto dashed forward to take the lead. He charged from the rear, yelling with excitement, "Hey, you in the jungle. This is a stick-up." There was a scuffle in the underbrush. 3 people tumbled out of the woods. "Ugh, this is all your fault, Choji." "Yeah, you're so heavy. You squished us." It was Team 10. But when they saw it was Xianxia-Jun and his friends, they beamed with delight. Team 10 hadn't managed to grab a scroll yet, so Xianxia-Jun naturally lent them a hand. In the original story, Team 10 had been brave and loyal, helping Naruto and friends through hard times. Today was the perfect opportunity to repay that kindness. 3 days remained before the exam ended. 7 of them raced through the forest, drawing closer to the tower with every step. Half a day later, they bumped into some more old friends. Kiba, Shino from Team 8, and Sakura. The 10 strongest genin were finally together, heading for the tower as a group. "Wait!" Hinata halted, sensing a wave of chakra ahead. Shino crouched to the ground, picking up on the commotion as well. "Hinata, can you see what's ahead?" Taiyun asked. "Let me try." Hinata activated her Byakugan. In her black and white vision, she spotted figures moving in the jungle. It's the people who sold us oranges last time. One of them's carrying a gourd. Gaara. Xianxia-Fusion deeply. Naruto grew uncharacteristically quiet. He had a strange feeling. It was as if he could sense a sinister presence. Something very much like that tenant sealed inside himself. It's the sand team, Jun said. That calico cat. Sakura suddenly remembered the brawl in the furniture store. Sasuke asked, should we go over there? If their guess was correct, Gaara and his team were probably in battle against the Rain Ninja Trio right at this moment. Or rather, it might be nothing short of a one-sided slaughter, even though there were 10 of them on their side. Jun still didn't want to go head-to-head with Gaara. There's no need. We'll stay here and wait. It's unnecessary to enter the fight. What's there to be afraid of? There's so many of us. Naruto exclaimed, all fired up. Easy for you to say. But if the beasts inside those two suddenly awaken, even if we had 100 people, we'd still be no match for them. At that moment, suddenly, 6 umbrellas appeared in the distant sky. The umbrellas spun rapidly as a dense cloud of sunbon needles rained down like a plague of locusts, sweeping toward the ground. This is the Rain Ninja's secret jutsu, sunbon shower. Then, a curtain of smoke rolled out in waves. The needles should have landed harmlessly against Gaara's armor of sand. Suddenly, a fierce gust howled as a sandstorm rose, blocking out the sky and sun. Sand coffin, followed by sand burial. Rain Ninja, caught in the sand's deadly grip, exploded in a flash of devastation midair. Sand-stained blood red rained down from above. Hidden in the forest, Shikamaru and the others exchanged looks, shock written plainly on their faces. Such terrifying power. Hinata trembled, and Ino was visibly upset by the rain of blood and violence. Jun reached out with both hands, clasping theirs in a reassuring grip. Warmth instantly spread throughout their bodies. Looking at Jun's smiling face, the shadows in the girls' hearts melted away. Sakura felt a pang of sour envy. How nice it is to have someone like that. Meanwhile, on the far side of the forest, Kankuro rummaged through the Rain Ninja corpses and found the Scroll of Heaven. Ah, we got them both. Let's hurry to the tower. But Gaara's face was still twisted with bloodlust. His gaze locked fiercely on the woods ahead. Shut up. I haven't killed enough yet. Temari, bearing the 3-star fan on her back, said, let it go, Gaara. Yeah, we've already got a set of scrolls. Any more, and we can't exactly eat them. Kankuro walked over to him, trying to talk some sense into him. If you keep complaining, I'll kill you too. With a resigned shrug, Temari took down her giant fan. All right, if you've decided, then let's just do it together. Windside jutsu. Suddenly, Jun and the others were hit by a fierce gust of wind. Branches snapped and fell. The ground was littered with debris. In an instant, their hiding spots were exposed. Jun had no choice but to step out, flashing a radiant smile. Temari's eyes widened in surprise the moment she saw it was him. Kankuro also noticed Sakura, and his eyes filled with anger. When enemies cross paths, the tension instantly spikes. Naruto stepped forward, launching into a spirited speech. He tried to reason with the others, that they were outnumbered, so they should hand over the scrolls now and save themselves the trouble. Meanwhile, Choji's eyes were glued to Gaara's huge gourd. What's in there? Could it be some delicious milk? Why are the circles under his eyes so dark? Did he play too many video games on the plane? Shikamaru speculated. Kiba burst out laughing. What are you talking about? That's called a smoky eye look. As everyone chatted, Gaara walked over. Gaara approached. Ino glanced down at his legs, covering her mouth in surprise. Sakura noticed too and shouted loudly. Oh my gosh, he's bow-legged. Kankuro yelled immediately. Hey Chubby, don't talk about my little brother like that. Gaara, long used to harsh remarks from others, didn't pay it much mind. But Naruto was deep in thought. Come to think of it, the third Hokage seemed bow-legged too. Kiba was shocked. Really? How did you notice? He's always wearing that Hokage robe. Didn't think anyone could tell. Even Shino was curious. Yeah, did you ever take a bath with him or something? Choji whipped out his ever-present magician's crunchy noodles. He'd collected a ton of cards, including cards featuring all the Kage from the great ninja nations. Look, they're all bow-legged. Discovery sparked in his voice. Ah, so this proves it. If you want to be Hokage, you have to be bow-legged. Guess I'll have to start sitting cross-legged every day. Naruto declared, spitting crumbs everywhere. Suddenly, the mood shifted. Everyone began discussing bow-leggedness. Even Gaara couldn't help chiming in. It's normal to be bow-legged, especially in this country. Years of kneeling will do that to you. Ino walked up to Gaara. Hey, your eye makeup looks amazing. How do you do it? Temari laughed. Girl, I did it for him. Are you wearing eyeshadow? I can teach you. Hinata cupped her hands nervously at her chest. I think a bare face looks best. Ikano-jun was left utterly dumbfounded. What is going on? Weren't we supposed to be fighting here? How did things end up like this? Hey, are we going to fight or not? It was Sasuke who kept his cool, but it's always the kind of person who feels out of place. It's just like during self-study period at school, when the teacher's away. The whole class is buzzing with gossip and excitement. Then suddenly, the class rep stands up and says, hey, are we supposed to be studying? Can we keep it down? That person, honestly, is the ultimate buzzkill. Just like Sasuke, the class rep at this very moment. His words snapped Gaara back. Gaara's eyes flashed once again with a cold, cutting hostility. All right then, I'm going to wipe you all out. Ikano-jun couldn't help but smile. Now that's the fierce swagger of Kazekage. Ikano-jun already knew what was coming next. The death of the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was always something of a mystery. Though Orochimaru had confessed to the murder, as for how exactly he killed Raza, Kishimoto never really explained. It never appeared in the main storyline, nor was it covered clearly in any of the supplemental stories. Only in the anime Kimimaro arc did they reenact the scene, showing Raza being run through with Orochimaru's sword. But still, there were no details about the battle. It seemed Gaara's father had vanished from the world just like that, with no explanation. Yet, according to Ikuno-shun's research, Kabuto and Kimimaro should have been involved in what happened. He looked at the trio of siblings, and a pang of sorrow suddenly tugged at his heart. Here you are, still being used as pawns by others, and your father's already gone. Of course, he wouldn't say any of this to them. First of all, they might not even believe him. And even if they did, it'd be too late for anything. Most importantly, revealing too much might unravel the whole storyline. Ah, poor kids. May your father rest in peace. What did you just say? Gaara asked. It's nothing. At this moment, Gaara's murderous instincts surged. In the past, seeing him in the village, there was no reason to kill. But things were different now. During the Forest of Death exam, killing was no longer forbidden. What's more, ever since that time with the oranges, Kankuro had been calling for his father in his dreams. The more Gaara thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He couldn't grasp the deeper meaning, but he was certain this guy had taken advantage of them, just as he was about to make a move. Temari's giant fan came between the two of them. Gaara, there's no need to fight. 3-10, do the math, it's not in our favor. Ikuno-shun glanced at Temari, flashing a brilliant smile. But to his surprise, this time Temari met him with a cold, frosty expression. I waited for you all night at the Homen on Valentine's Day, and you never showed up. That's what Temari was really upset about. It had taken a combined effort from her sister and brother to finally calm her down, plus Ikuno-shun gifting her a whole set of manga. Only then did Gaara let go of his killing intent and pick up a manga to read. Calabash Brothers, 300 rounds against the Snake Demon. The Calabash was his favorite. Just like that, a clash of the beasts that might have erupted was neatly defused. The two teams ended up avoiding conflict and went their separate ways. The 10-person squad was unstoppable. It was less an exam than it was a field trip. Whenever they encountered enemies, they defeated them. Monsters appeared, and the monsters were vanquished. By sunset, they had already reached the tall tower at the center of the forest. There, Hiruzen Tsurutobi was waiting with the others. In truth, Ikuno-shun had sensed it long before. The old man had likely sent a NBU ninja in secret to keep watch around Team 7. After leaving Orochimaru, Anko had immediately reported everything. She even suggested suspending the exams. But the third Hokage could only sigh. We can't call it off now, as the next round has already drawn nobility and dignitaries from various nations, and they place great importance on these exams. Danzo quickly chimed in. That's right. If we call it off, it could severely damage the reputation of Konoha. Even the Land of Fire itself could suffer consequences. The third gave him a cold look. By the way, do you really intend to tear down Xiao Jun's house? Danzo was still serving as the head of Konoha's demolition department. There's nothing I can do, you know it yourself. That parcel of land was always zoned for commercial use. The original plan was to open a beauty salon there. Later, for reasons we both understand, it somehow turned into his private residence. I don't need to spell out, do I? The third coughed to cover his embarrassment. Do as you wish, he said. But inwardly, he was overjoyed. Dare to evict his family, would you? Just wait and see what my disciple will do to you. When Ikinojin and the others arrived, the third found an opportunity to share the news with him. Ikinojin, however, took it in stride. After all, the house they were living in had been provided by the third free of charge. If it had to be reclaimed, there was nothing to complain about. What's more, even though the house had 2 floors, the actual living space amounted to just over 80 square meters. He had already set his sights on a plot of land at the village entrance. He planned to build a grand estate there as the new base for Konoha Village. It had to be at least 1,000 square meters. That was the bare minimum. After all, money was hardly an issue for him. But before the construction began, he first purchased the Sunshine Apartments for Konoha Village. Unlike the high-rise apartments back in his previous life, Sunshine Apartments had only 5 floors. There were 8 units on each floor. Each unit was 40 square meters in size. He knocked through 6 units across 5 floors, combining them into one spacious home of over 200 square meters. By now, Danzo should have nothing on him. At the heart of the village loomed the central tower. Timeless and imposing, it stood with solemn dignity. Like a pillar holding up the sky, it soared straight into the clouds. Mist drifted at its base, lending the place an almost ethereal, celestial air. The 10 little warriors had already arrived. Naruto, donning a mask to play the part of a mountain bandit, lay in wait amidst the swirling mist, plotting an ambush, only to be yanked out by a Kinijin in one swift move. Once they entered the tower, they unfurled the scroll. A puff of smoke, and there stood Iruka-sensei. Naruto flung himself into his teacher's arms. Iruka-sensei, I missed you so much. When are you taking me out for ramen? I missed you too. As soon as I get my paycheck, ramen's on me. The two embraced, their feelings twining together like vines, a heartfelt reunion full of warmth and affection. The others, meanwhile, couldn't hide their looks of contempt. Congratulations, everyone, on successfully passing the second exam. Iruka then shared his thoughts on the test before leading them all into the main hall. The third Hokage stood there, pipe in hand. Watching the children file in one after another, he inhaled deeply, eyes brimming with satisfaction. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and give a Kinijin a big hug. But he held himself back. Of course, a Kinijin caught the old man's emotion, and a tender spot within him was gently stirred. After all, the old man wouldn't be in the world much longer. He decided to spend the time that remained honoring and caring for him as best he could. So out came several cartons of 95 Supreme cigarettes, foot baths, electronic emergency alarms, senior square dance tutorials, prostate therapy devices, cognitive games for the elderly, all handed to him in one generous armful. The third Hokage, deeply touched, exhaled ring after ring of smoke, then quietly drew a Kinijin aside to share Danzo's decision from the demolition office. Koharu, Hamura, and I all stand firmly against it. So rest easy. The house is safe for now. Chino Ikuno cursed inwardly. That bastard Danzo. The saying is true. Leave a rascal unwatched for 3 days, and he turns the house upside down. Still, moving away might be for the best. He wouldn't have to deal with a bunch of cataract-ridden old fogies staring at him from next door every day. Of course, Hinata and Hanabi were adorably fair, but as for the others, their paleness was downright frightening. Might as well use this opportunity to build a grand estate in Konoha, he decided. So, he went to the third Hokage and requested a large plot of land. This time, of course, he paid for it, and the price was no small sum. Money wasn't an issue for him. At the same time, he discreetly learned that the mastermind behind the forced relocation was none other than Hinata's own father. Hayashi Hyuga had repeatedly complained to the organization. This is clearly commercial land. How could it suddenly become residential? Is land use something to be swapped around at will? This is utterly improper. I hope you'll reclaim Chino Ikuno's land and build a fresh market there. It would be more convenient for grocery shopping in the future. What he really wanted was to keep Chino Ikuno from having a house. That way, he'd have an excuse to turn down any marriage proposal. Want to marry my daughter? At the very least, you need a villa and a carriage. Chino Ikuno let out a cold laugh. Fine. If my would-be father-in-law is blind to my merits and dares to cross me instead of cozying up, just wait and see. He then asked the third Hokage, if I buy the land back, is that allowed? The third pondered this. It's possible, but it has to be used for commercial purposes. Deal. I'll take it. Chino planned to build a crematorium, but the third Hokage informed him that passing the environmental review would be extremely difficult. If a crematorium was out of the question, then he'd build something else, anything to vex Hayashi. Let's see how you like being driven up the wall after tearing down my old house. Oomph. There were still 2 days left before the exam ended. The teams that had arrived early were allowed to rest in the tower. Kakashi came to check on Team 7, examined Sasuke's neck, and delivered the third Hokage's well wishes. As evening fell, Naruto, still obsessed with the idea of a heist, secretly joined forces with Kiba, Shino, and Shikamaru, and snuck down the tower in search of some easy loot. They left Choji out of the plan this time. Their drama club was starting rehearsals for a new play. The piece was Journey to the West. Naruto played Pigsy, while Sakura was cast as the White Dragon Horse. In the blink of an eye, 2 days flew by. All 7 teams, 22 people, made it into the tower. This included Team Guy and Gaara's squad. The third Hokage revealed at length the harsh reality behind the exams. He spoke of how the Alliance Nation's bitter rivalries played out here, how those ninja villages that shone would win more mission contracts, and so on and so on. The children were fighting to keep their eyes open, but Chino Akuno was struck by a realization, lost deep in thought. War between ninja villages ultimately boiled down to a fight for survival resources. The village of Sunset and the Land of Waves weren't all that big for now. No one else had set their sights on them yet. But with more money flowing in and construction ramping up, it was only a matter of time before someone did. If only it were possible to have a protective dome over the village, like in the American series, Under the Dome. In the event that war breaks out in the future, transportation will inevitably become a major issue. This is just like in my previous life. Why did the country invest so heavily in building high-speed rail? Yes, it made life more convenient for people, but the true reason was to ensure swift troop mobilization in times of war. High-speed rail, then, is both a piece of strategic military equipment and an economic asset. Xie-Jun's thoughts turned to the Land of Snow. He remembered their advanced trains and railway system. That's right. Later on, I should take Kaze no Hana and Koyuki to the Land of Snow, get in touch with Santeu, and arrange for their specialists to come and survey the area. We really should build a railway connecting the Village of the Leaf to Sunset Village. With that thought in mind, he jotted the plan down in his notebook. Afterwards, the third Hokage introduced the sickly-looking Hei Geku to everyone. This brat, cough cough, this instructor will be the proctor for the third round of the exam. A sparse round of applause followed. Hei Geku was seized by a fit of coughing, struggling to catch his breath as he spoke. Before the third exam begins, there's still one more thing to announce. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone quietly took out their masks and put them on. Naruto even whispered, "Is this guy contagious? I hope it's not tuberculosis." 5 minutes later, Hei finally managed to stop coughing. He announced something utterly absurd. Before the third round, there would be yet another preliminary match. The reason was that the first 2 rounds had been too easy, so too many contestants were left. It was as if you were heading into your final exams, only to have a surprise pop quiz thrown in at the last minute. Or like getting ready for a relaxing Saturday, only for the boss to suddenly call for an extra shift. It was truly the last straw, absolutely exasperating. Xie-Jun and Nurse Zhou had thought the very same thing when they watched the anime. This was pointless, pure filler for the sake of filling pages. Sure enough, all the children began to complain. Have they lost their minds? Yeah, why not just cut more people in a written test? They must really have nothing better to do. We haven't even had a break, our wounds haven't healed, and now they want a sudden elimination round. Caught in another fit, Hei Geku's coughing nearly knocked him flat. Xie-Jun couldn't help but think of Yugao Yuzuki. Poor sister, what will your future look like now? In a slight departure from the original story, the elders, after deliberating, decided to add a rest and relaxation event. An aerial tour of the Forest of Death. It would serve as a breather and give everyone a chance to reflect on their experience in the competition. Unbeknownst to most, there were a few cables strung between the high tower and the outer entrances. Though they didn't have modern cable cars, there were mechanical gondolas of a sort. These gondolas were used for patrols, to guard against unexpected accidents. The examinees peered around but couldn't see a single one. The gondolas are cloaked by invisibility jutsu. Normally, you won't find them at all. Guided by Hei Geku, everyone made their way to the boarding platform. The next scenes made Xie-Jun feel as if he'd suddenly stepped into a game of Battle Royale. In an instant, the square erupted into a lively chaos. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, climbing up high and scrambling down low. Rival teams exchanged sharp banter back and forth. Some even took the opportunity to practice their profanity in foreign languages. A group of young men, their testosterone running high and nowhere to go, rushed around the girls, stripping off their shirts and begging to impress their friends. And that wasn't all. There were people dancing wildly. Some were rapping into walkie-talkies. In short, everyone was doing their own wild thing. The loudest shouters by far were Naruto and Kiba, who were trading insults with the candidates from the Hidden Cloud Village. "Sergeant, where's your damn Italian cannon? Get it over here." Amid the ruckus, only Sasuke remained completely calm. No matter how much he was taunted, hit on, or even kissed, he stood frozen at attention, like a cold-blooded assassin without a shred of emotion. He watched everyone's bizarre antics with a silent sneer. A bunch of uncivilized idiots. Hei Gecko scrambled to restore order. "Manners, people. Mind your manners, cough, cough." Junya, I suddenly thought of Lubinwai Square. After that little aerial tour, everyone started prepping for the competition. Kabuto volunteered to withdraw from the contest. Naruto and the others were baffled and immediately crowded around him, eager for an explanation. Junya, of course, understood. Kabuto hadn't come to win. His real mission was to gather intel for Orochimaru. Now, his objectives were met. He naturally dropped out to conserve his strength. With a sly smirk, Junya also joined the crowd, pretending curiosity. Kabuto launched into an impassioned speech, instantly becoming the center of attention. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Hey Gecko were chatting idly. Unsurprisingly, the topic of conversation was the sudden appearance of Orochimaru. Asuma lowered his voice and said, "I heard a rumor. Orochimaru used to be Konoha's master of dissection, and I heard from my dad. Well, let's just say he's also involved in organ transplants. The money was pouring in for him." Guy chimed in, "I heard about that too. The Hokage tried to get him to donate to the orphanage, but he refused." "Exactly. That old miser even said if you want him to donate, you have to provide him with human test subjects." Asuma murmured. Kakashi sat there expressionless, flipping through his make-out paradise, pretending to be indifferent to gossip. Yet his ears were perked up, attentive as ever. Kurenai mused quietly. No wonder Hokage banished him from the village. Asuma quickly waved his hands. "Sure, these are the kind of secrets most people don't know, so whatever you do, don't go blabbing about it outside." But he couldn't help himself and blurted out an even juicier tidbit. "You know that beauty salon Konoha's business bureau and health department shut down a few years ago?" Hey Gecko coughed and nodded. "I remember. Back then, Yu Yen and I had just started dating. She went there once for a facial. I think it was called Whitesnake Beauty Salon. That's right. It was orchestrated by Orochimaru's remaining followers. They set it up to monitor and gather intelligence on the Hidden Leaf Village." Kurenai Yuhi exclaimed in disbelief. "No way. I went there for beauty treatments myself, and they even run several chain stores." Exam hall. Hey Gecko announced the rules for the preliminary matches. The electronic display on the wall lit up. Yet another byproduct of a wayward technological leap. First match, Sasuke versus Akato Yoroi. Though Akato Yoroi appeared to be a former student of the Leaf, he was actually a spy from the Sound Village. From the very start of the battle, Sasuke was pressed hard, step by step. Because of the curse mark, not only was he unable to use his Sharingan, but Yoroi's special technique also drained away his chakra. Fortunately, in the end, Sasuke turned the tables by unleashing his own original taijutsu, Lion Barrage, and defeated Yoroi. Immediately after, Kakashi whisked him away to perform a sealing jutsu. Second match, Shino Aburame versus the bespectacled man from the Cloud Village. The original Sound Trio had all been taken out by Ikuno-shun. The guy with the glasses was evidently a genius. He'd done his homework well in advance. He had thorough files on every single contestant. Without hesitation, he pulled out a bottle of ultra-concentrated bug spray. Haha, this stuff contains cockroach killer, rat poison, and eliminator mosquito repellent. It can wipe out anything that stands in my way, men or bugs. A household must-have. Today, bug boy, you're going down. But Shino replied coolly, "Store-bought bug spray? My bugs are practically bored of those at this point. Bring it on." In the end, Shino sent his insects crawling inside the guy's body. And just like that, he exploded. Third match, Kankuro versus Ken Misumi. Ken Misumi started off by dislocating all of Kankuro's joints and pinning him down. But what he held onto was only a puppet. The tide turned in an instant, and Kankuro emerged victorious. Fourth match, Ino versus Sakura. Ino successfully cast her mind transfer jutsu, forcing Sakura to raise her hand and surrender. But Sakura was no pushover. She fought back and broke free of the jutsu. Both girls, exhausted, summoned the last of their strength for one final blow. They struck each other simultaneously and collapsed, resulting in a tie. Fifth match, Tenten versus Temari. Ikuno-shun watched, feeling utterly conflicted. Oh dear, no matter who wins or loses, it's like picking between your own flesh and blood. Despite Tenten's best efforts, launching all sorts of ninja tools, Temari's giant iron fan reflected every attack. Tenten was thoroughly outmatched. Temari won effortlessly and cheerfully. No further explanation needed. At the end, she tossed a glance toward Ikuno-shun in the stands. A wave of unmistakable pride and haughty confidence washed over him. Sixth match, Shikamaru versus the dark-skinned woman from the Cloud Village. Shikamaru cleverly unleashed his shadow imitation jutsu and used the difference in distance between themselves and the wall to defeat his opponent. Seventh match, Naruto versus Kiba Inuzuka. With Akamaru by his side, Kiba attacked Naruto, using the beast imitation taijutsu, four legs technique. Naruto slowly turned the tide, using his transformation jutsu to become a copy of Kiba, making Kiba accidentally attack Akamaru. Without Akamaru's help, Kiba was forced into a one-on-one showdown against Naruto. In the midst of the clash, Naruto, quite by accident, let out a fart. Kiba, with his highly sensitive nose, was thrown into complete confusion by the stench, and Naruto seized the moment to defeat him. What a formidable fart jutsu! There were still 3 more matches to come. But with Kabuto's withdrawal, the number of contestants dropped to 21. Jun Ikuno drew a bye in the next round. Who would he face in the end? Would he also withdraw from the competition? Or perhaps gain direct qualification for the final exam? Meanwhile, during the match between Neji and Hinata, Jun received another storyline quest. At the main tower where the battles continued, the preliminary matches pressed on. 8th match, Gaara vs. Rock Lee. Rock Lee launched a fierce assault with his taijutsu, yet Gaara's impenetrable sand shield deflected every blow. When Lee's stamina finally ran out, Gaara trapped his left arm and leg in a sand coffin, breaking both with chilling intent, ready to kill him then and there. Fortunately, Might Guy intervened just in time, saving Lee's life. 9th match, Choji versus the muscular ninja from the Cloud Village. At first, Choji wanted nothing to do with the fight, but Asuma's promise of barbecue, paired with the muscle man's taunt, calling him a fat pig, sparked his determination. With a rallying cry, Choji launched his human boulder technique, aiming to crush his opponent. But in the end, he couldn't overcome the opponent's relentless taijutsu and lightning-style attacks. Although he lost, Asuma rewarded him with a lavish meal for his effort. Yet from overeating, Choji was hospitalized for a time, unable to digest all the food. The next surprise of the preliminaries was just around the corner. Because of Kabuto's withdrawal, the number of contestants stood at 21. When the lots were drawn, Jun Ikuno was given a bye. After deliberation, the exam committee announced their decision. Based on Jun Ikuno's outstanding performance in the previous 2 rounds, he would automatically advance to the final round. Such is the power of protagonist privilege. Anyone have reservations? Even Neji Hyuga simply cast a sidelong glance and held his tongue. After all, he had witnessed Jun Ikuno take on the entire Sound Ninja trio single-handedly. Kankuro, on the other hand, couldn't hold back. Why? What gives? Naruto jabbed a finger at him, shouting, "If you're not lucky enough to get by, quit whining already." Soon, the whole group was bickering with increasing volume. Temari jumped in. Then Ino and Sakura added fuel to the fire. This time, Sakura pulled no punches. She seized the chance for a little personal payback and landed a slap right across Kankuro's face. A small victory for the honor of the Leaf Village. Luckily, their team teachers intervened before things spun out of control again. The final match was Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. A battle between the Byakugan genius and gentle Hinata. This could get ugly, Jun Ikuno thought, recalling the original story, and felt a twinge of concern. In the original, Neji relentlessly undermined Hinata's confidence. He regarded her with utter disdain, urging her to give up early and walk away from the fight. But inspired by Naruto, Hinata once showed a courageous side, holding her own in a fierce battle against Neji. Yet the gap in their abilities was undeniable. Hinata was successively struck by Neji's chakra point attacks and gentle fist technique, leaving her spent and struggling to stay on her feet. What Ikuno Shin found utterly intolerable was this. Neji eventually tried to kill his own cousin from the main house. Fortunately, several instructors intervened just in time. Hinata's life was spared, but she collapsed, coughing up blood. What was even more infuriating, after the fight, Neji openly mocked Hinata as a perpetual underachiever, declaring that she would never be able to change her fate. When Ikuno Shin watched these 2 episodes, he was still pulling a night shift at the hospital. He and Nurse Wu fumed with righteous indignation, and finally let off steam by venting together in the staff room. And then, at that exact moment, a system prompt appeared, issuing a new story challenge. Ding! Due to the difference in abilities, Hinata may still face a crushing defeat and severe injury. Host, please help her win. Haha, Hyuga Neji, you're not a villain at heart, but this time, you've gone way too far. How dare you push my dear, Hinata, to cough up blood? This mission looks tricky. Ikuno Shin can't exactly jump into the ring to help his little girl fight her own cousin. But that's nothing he can't handle. After all, he has a secret ally that no one else can see. He quietly summoned his little black companion. Just then, Hinata, hearing her opponent was Neji, was instantly thrown into a panic. "Neji, big brother," she stammered, bowing her head timidly. "Give up," Neji said coldly. "You're not cut out to be a ninja. You're too soft, too kind. You lack confidence, and your inferiority complex is crippling. You're so weak it's barely worth mentioning. You'd be better off admitting defeat now and finding a new path. Becoming a housewife wouldn't be a bad choice. Choji, munching on chips, asked in confusion. Isn't Niji her brother? Why is he treating her like this? Shikamaru frowned and replied. Their family's complicated. Main house and branch house. Lots of messy stuff going on. Niji continued his assault. A loser will always be a loser. All you'll do is hold Team 7 back in the exams. Remember, a person's abilities are decided at birth. The weak will always be weak. That's unchangeable. Just like I'll always be from the branch house. Ikenoshin hopped down from the stands, walking onto the field. Hinata, don't listen to his nonsense. Just fight your heart out. If you put in the effort, there's nothing in life you can't change. Your strength, your personality, even your looks or your figure. Niji shot him a cold glare, then began weaving his hand signs. Byakugan. A latticework of veins bulged around his eyes. Give up, Lady Hinata. I could crush you with one hand. Hinata still wavered, even considering turning to leave. Ikenoshin reached out and held her firmly in place. A wall slam and a gentle pat on the head gave her a boost of encouragement. Trust me, if the reigning sweetheart of the lowly world can rise to the top, you can also conquer the exam. Naruto and Sasuke walked over as well. With a loud shout, Naruto cheered, Go Hinata! Show them the true power of the Byakugan. Ikeda Jun shot him a glare. You idiot, Hinata already has the Byakugan. Though Sasuke stayed silent, he offered an encouraging look. Kakashi was elated inside. Finally, Hinata had let go of her family burdens, awakening her Byakugan anew. After just a few exchanges, Niji landed a palm strike that sent her flying through the air once more. Blood gushed forth. Then a chilling shift. Murderous intent flickered in Niji's eyes. He was ready to end Hinata's life. The teachers rushed forward to intervene, but Ikeda Jun acted first. Lowly style, Hatsune Miku. The adorable Hatsune Miku twirled into existence. With a magical melody, she replenished Hinata's vitality in an instant, restoring much of her strength. Seeing Hinata stubbornly get back to her feet, the teachers were left momentarily stunned. The match continued. Ikeda Jun unleashed Joy Release, Euphoria Technique, 10 times in a row. Hinata became more exhilarated than ever before. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She looked as if she'd taken a burst of adrenaline and shouted at the top of her lungs. I feel like my life has reached its absolute peak. Euphoria Technique plus 10. Sugoi, I'm high like a bullet train. Euphoria Technique plus 10. Grant me strength, for I am Shiar. Not just Niji, even Ikeda Jun was captivated, unable to look away. It was the first time he'd seen this side of Hinata. Gone was her usual timidness. Now she was a warrior through and through. This Euphoria technique is insanely powerful. Their gentle fist met in a series of dazzling clashes. After several fierce exchanges, Niji fell to Hinata's assault before even the backup fighter, Kuro, could step in. But this stubborn kid refused to admit defeat, clinging on. He seized the moment when Hinata turned away, launching a surprise attack. And then, engulfed in the radiance of the Euphoria technique, Hinata dealt a flurry of blows, leaving his whole body broken. Hinata drew back her fist. As the intoxicating rush faded, she was left dazed. Gradually, Hinata calmed down. Staring at Niji, writhing in pain on the ground, she stood frozen in disbelief. What did I just do to him? Her whole body trembled with helpless uncertainty. Like a tiny boat adrift on the open sea, lost and alone. A moment later, tears streaked down her cheeks. I broke Niji's bones. For Hinata, it felt as if 1,000 steel needles pierced straight through her, her voice choked and trembling. Brother Niji, honestly, I really wish I wasn't the Hyuga clan's heiress, having to bear everyone's expectations, reproaches, and disappointed stares. I don't want to live every day so cautiously. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll always be the weakest. Maybe I'll never become a true ninja. As her words spilled out, tears came down like rain. Sakura wanted to rush over, pull her back, but Ino held her back. Let her speak. She's bottled these words up for over 10 years. Letting it out will do her good. Hinata continued. Niji, to me, this feud between the main and branch families. Honestly, you're the one who has suffered the most. From now on, live with a smile. With that, her face drained of color, her body suddenly weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Hinata! Chie-Jun rushed onto the field, pressing his hand to her chest as his expression changed dramatically. Kakashi also dashed forward, calling out to the stands, Where's the medical unit? Chie-Jun immediately used the mystical palm technique, pouring his full strength into repairing Hinata's damaged heart. But to his bafflement, Nothing happened. That's strange. There shouldn't be any side effects to the technique of euphoria. I checked with the system. Last time, I used it hundreds of times on Naruto, and even the Ninetales came out, but other than yelling, "This is awesome," he was perfectly fine. Panic began to rise inside him. The medical team rushed into the arena. One girl, in particular, caught his eye. Long violet hair, large eyes, a delicate face, and cherry-colored lips. Graceful as a spring blossom, she radiated an unassuming calm. I've never seen this girl before, but she reminds me of someone. That's it, Yugogo-sensei. But in the chaos, Xianxia-Fusion had no time to think further. Quickly, he refocused on Hinata. Several people were trying to resuscitate her. Meanwhile, others carried the bone-broken Niji onto a stretcher bound for the hospital. The arena was an utter pandemonium. To hell with it, let me. Xianxia-Fusion pushed past the others and immediately began cardiac resuscitation. Thankfully, Hinata soon regained consciousness. "I'm sorry, Yunkon, Emiliui. I've always had a fainting tendency, and just now, I suddenly felt so elated. I don't even know why." Gently, Xianxia-Fusion gathered her into his embrace. "My dear, you did it." Ino took out a little flower and placed it behind Hinata's ear. Niji was a real talent, but at most, he was Chunin level. On the way from the exam grounds to the hospital, all he could think was, what the hell is happening with this world? Everything he thought he knew had been turned upside down. I can't believe I actually got injured by Hinata, who's barely mustered the courage for a comeback her whole life. Utter humiliation. How would he ever show his face again? How was he supposed to live in the Hyuga clan from now on? At this moment, he lay on his hospital bed, utterly defeated, his body and soul racked with pain. He mumbled to himself, "How many stories must a bag of rice be carried? A bag to the second floor. A bag is so heavy. A bag is so heavy." Crying softly. Later, Tintin and Lee came to check on him. "Captain, what really happened out there?" With a serene composure, Niji responded, "She's my little sister. Of course I'd go easy on her." As expected of the big brother, cool and steady as ever. From the heart, nothing but the blunt truth. Niji appeared humble on the surface, but inside, he was brimming with pride. At last, he had managed to restore some dignity to the team leader. He couldn't help thinking about how he had shown off during the match, and even advised Hinata to give up early on. What an excruciating embarrassment. Meanwhile, the arena, the preliminary matches were officially over. Everyone was busy with wrap-up work. Hey Gecko announced the end of the competition. A total of 10 people qualified for the third round of the exam. The exam would be held a month later. Xianxia-Fusion knew well. The peaceful days of the Leaf Village were about to come to an end. But what struck him as odd was that the third Hokage hadn't come out for the closing remarks. It was rumored that he was in the hospital. Though Kiba, Choji, Sakura, and Ino didn't pass the exam, everyone still gathered for a victory dinner. Afterward, Choji received another invitation from Asuma sensei for a feast. As a result, he ended up in a hospital with indigestion. So it came to pass. The third Hokage, Sasuke, Niji, Choji Lee, one after another, all landed in the hospital. Returning home, it was already deep into the night. Though the preliminary matches were over and a month of freedom lay ahead, Xianxia-Fusion couldn't shake the feeling that he'd forgotten something important. Night had grown quiet. The moonlight bathed the world in silver. Standing by the window, Xianxia-Fusion gazed out at the moon. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. What a day. I completely forgot to claim my sign-in reward. He hurriedly summoned his interface. Ding. The host joy technique brought Hinata to a whole new level of happiness with dazzling originality. Special reward. A-class secret technique. Delight release. Candy of Chaos. Candy of Chaos. Delight release was a bloodline limit technique. Xianxia-Fusion had already mastered the joy technique and spring scenery in bloom. Candy of Chaos was the third technique in the series. Candy of Chaos can produce a pill infused with Delight Release Chakra, capable of transforming any food or drink. Anyone who consumes it will experience an intense sensation of euphoria. Xianxia-Fusion paused in surprise. Isn't this the same as the joy technique? Key point. Once the effect wears off, the person will plunge into an equal measure of pain and despair, losing all will to fight, falling into apathy, and in severe cases, even dark thoughts. A tiny candy that looks harmless, but is pure devastation in disguise. To take it was to have a death wish. Was this not the ultimate assassination technique? The art of deadly misdirection? Still, getting the target to take the candy willingly would require a bit of finesse. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xianxia-Fusion decided to try the Candy of Chaos right away. A rainbow-colored sugar bead appeared in his palm. He dropped it into a glass of water. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The The water remained clear and sparkling. He raced to the backyard. He poured the water onto the cucumber seedlings Hinata had just planted. Beneath the moonlight, the cucumbers began growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time at all, they thickened to the size of an arm, each one fresh and green, blossoming at the tip. But before he could pick even one, the cucumbers began to shrivel and wither rapidly. Then one after another, they disintegrated into black powder. Haha, that's just priceless. A Bulbasaur eating Pringles and strolling into the magic house. Now that's what I call magic all the way. Xianxia-Fusion was quite satisfied with this reward. Back in bed, he began pondering his next steps. There's still a month before the third exam. I can enjoy a peaceful life for one more month. The next day, he hurried to Konoha Hospital. Outside the special VIP ward, someone, blissfully unaware, was humming a cheerful tune. Today's a lucky day, and all my wishes will come true. Xianxia-Fusion pushed the door open without hesitation. Grandpa Hokage, what on earth happened to you? Seeing it was him, the third Hokage perked up with excitement. It's this old man's chronic constipation acting up again. Came here to rest, spend a few days on nutritious hospital food, take some vitamins, and get things moving. Rare chance, but the village is footing the bill for once. The old man held nothing back in front of Xianxia-Fusion. They chatted for a while before a plump auntie walked in. She was the hospital's most senior and esteemed head nurse. She actually recognized Xianxia-Fusion. You rascal, I was there when you were born, you know? Even as a baby, you had quite the thick skin. You weighed 7.5 pounds, and when you opened your eyes, saw the pretty nurse, and got a pat on your bottom, you started grinning right away. Xianxia-Fusion couldn't help but ask, "Did you ever meet my father?" Frowning, the head nurse paused to think, then replied, "I think I met him once. He was tall and handsome, but his hair, ahem." The third Hokage suddenly interrupted her with a forceful cough. Only then did the head nurse fall silent. No matter how much Xianxia-Fusion pressed her, she wouldn't say another word. The more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. Xianxia-Fusion then brought up his plans to buy land and an apartment. The third summoned an ANBU guard from outside the door and gave a few instructions. Afterwards, only the old man and the boy were left in the room. Perhaps the third could sense, deep down, that his time was limited. He began recalling the past in front of Xianxia-Fusion. "I remember it was a solemn day, the day I became an apprentice. That day, I met Danzo, who was also taking the second Hokage as his master." Danzo. This was the first time the third ever mentioned Danzo to Xianxia-Fusion. Xianxia-Fusion immediately sat up straight, his expression solemn. He had a feeling that what the old man was about to say would be very serious. It might even concern the future of Konoha itself. The third Hokage took a long drag from his pipe, then continued. "In the vast sea of people, our eyes met by chance. In that moment, we both felt a wave stirred deep in our hearts, as if, for a lifetime, we would always be each other's most important person." Xianxia-Fusion was stunned. Wow, this is intense. That year, Danzo didn't have his bandages yet, nor was I the Hokage. On a rainy summer night, we walked together and began sharing our story. Silence. Only the steady drip-drip of water echoed in the stillness. After a long while, the third softly began to hum. "Just because I stole one extra glance at you among the crowd, I could never forget your face ever since." The hoarse, aged singing lingered in the air. Suddenly, the door was flung open. It was Danzo himself. He was carrying a box of tea someone else had given him, feigning courtesy as he came to visit the third Hokage. Xianxia-Fusion chuckled and said, "Relax, Grandpa Hokage is just dealing with a bit of constipation. He'll be discharged in a couple of days." Constipation? I thought I was about to ascend to the 5th Hokage position right away. Danzo was fuming inside. Xianxia-Fusion gazed at the two old men. In that moment, their differences were even more apparent than in the anime. Though they were about the same age, one looked worn and decrepit, while the other, with his thick black hair, had the robust physique of a man in his prime. He'd even discussed this with the young nurses before. Nurse Zhou had said, "Danzo's willing to spend money on his looks, but the third isn't." Nurse Wu added, "Danzo never married, while the third's been wrung dry." Nurse Xiang chimed in, "Maybe the third got worn out just from processing all that paperwork." But Nurse Wang was the real Hokage fan. She hit the nail on the head. It's because Danzo transplanted Hashirama cells. It's just like getting filler injections. Xianxia-Fusion and Danzo locked eyes, a collision as sharp and cold as steel. Then, without another word, he turned and left. He stopped by to visit Choji next. And when he reached Sasuke's hospital room, he suddenly caught sight of a sneaky, shadowy figure. In the hallway outside Konoha Hospital's patient rooms, a man in glasses was creeping toward Sasuke's door. Xianxia-Fusion happened to show up just then. The man instantly melted into the shadows and slipped away. Of course, Ikuno Jun recognized him. It was none other than Kabuto Yakushi. But Ikuno Jun wasn't too concerned. With Kakashi standing guard, Sasuke was safe for now. He gently pushed open the door to the hospital room. He hadn't expected to find Naruto inside. Naruto stood as still as a statue, staring intently at Sasuke. Sasuke lay unconscious, hooked up to a ventilator. His eyes tightly shut. Tubes and wires crisscrossed his body. The machines at his side emitted a steady beeping. The sound so crucial it felt like Sasuke's life would fade away if it ever stopped. It was the first time Naruto had seen Sasuke like this. Where was that prickly, prideful second spot of before? Where was the brash poser who always acted above it all, taking the world's hits on the chin? Why did he look so fragile now? If you got the guts, get up and call me an idiot again. Naruto was unaware his eyes had filled with tears. But soon, he wiped them away and called out loudly. Hey, you big dummy Sasuke. Wake up already. I still want to challenge you. 2 days later, Ikuno Jun received the deed to Sunshine Apartments. He was now the owner of the whole building. He handed rental management over to a real estate agency. He had just left the agency when a beautiful girl with purple hair walked in to rent an apartment. Back home, his little courtyard already bore the mark of pending demolition. Ikuno Jun let out a cold laugh, waving the land certificate in his hand. But from now on, he couldn't build residential houses here. Only commercial properties were allowed. After that, he headed straight to the mission hall and posted a house-building commission. A déranque mission. Even with the cost of materials, it should have amounted to just a few 100,000 ryo at most. Yet, Ichino-shun forked over more than $1 million. He simply wanted the job done fast, to get that house up quickly, to put that old man on edge as soon as possible. Of course, there was another reason too. To establish a connection with Captain Yamato ahead of time. Because the future infrastructure of Sunset Village would inevitably depend on wood release. Ever since Ichino-shun crossed into this world, wood release was the thing he wanted most. Especially the wood release, 4-pillar house technique, and the wood release, multiple pillar house technique. As expected, Yamato was intrigued. He personally joined the construction project, and that was when Ichino-shun made his first acquaintance with him. Money truly makes the world go round. Before long, a solemn, elegant wooden cottage rose up overnight. However, it was not the fresh produce supermarket Hinata's father had hoped for. The next morning, the sun shone bright, golden rays bathing the world. Hayashi Hyuga pushed open his front gate. The first thing he saw towering across from him was a huge signboard. Sunset Funeral Services. A few oversized funeral wreaths aimed directly at his house, their blinding white flowers stark and jarring. Loudspeakers blared repeatedly with an enthusiastic pitch. Grand opening specials. Whether you're a new or returning client, buy a coffin today and get a free funeral package. Choose from an array of styles. Cremation, earth burial, water burial, or festive pallbearers. One price fits all. Special peace of mind plan for children and widows. Neighbors get half off. Suddenly, a mournful dirge started to play, echoing right in front of his doorway. Hayashi froze as if struck by lightning on a clear day. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to open a fresh grocery store? Where were his precious katsuo and shiso leaves? How had it all turned into a coffin shop? But the part that truly made his blood boil. Ichino-shun had sprung for promotional ads right down the main street of Konoha Village. And in the address line, it boldly stated, located at West Town, 8th Avenue, directly opposite the Hyuga residence. This is infuriating. Hinata was under house arrest by then. But Ichino-shun wasn't particularly worried. You wouldn't really lock her up for a lifetime, would you? Serves you right for demolishing my courtyard. Old man, you brought this on yourself. If I hadn't spared a public restroom on account of Hinata, you'd be suffering even more. Yes, Hayashi was Hinata's father. And yes, Hinata would be his first woman one day. But that was that, and this is this. You dared tear down my house, so don't blame me for turning my back on you. The funeral business may have opened its doors, but Ichino-shun couldn't possibly run alone. Just then, the system issued a new order. Ding. Mission assignment. Please hire 2 shop assistants within the day, one hardworking and self-disciplined, the other with a business mind. You may not transfer staff from the Hot Springs Resort. All right then. He dashed off immediately to the job placement agency. There, by chance, he encountered a young man. Ichino-shun was hooked the moment the boy introduced himself. My name is Sora Kira, 15 years old. I live in the Eastern District of Konoha Village, and I am single. I once worked at the Welcome Back funeral service on Tanzaku Street. Every day, I had to work overtime until 8 p.m. I don't smoke, and as for alcohol, I only ever taste it in small sips. I go to bed at 11, always drink a warm glass of milk before sleeping, then do 20 minutes of stretching exercises. Now, Isn't this the very picture of a disciplined person? After the probation period was over, Toshio Ikeda discovered he was diligent and sincere and always treated others with warm hospitality. What's more, he showed absolutely no signs of being a killer, nor did he ever seem particularly interested in women's hands. So, Toshio promoted him to store manager. As dusk began to fall, Toshio spotted a red-haired girl on Konoha's main street. She was crouched by the roadside, selling explosive tags. While selling, she was also keeping a wary eye out for Konoha's city patrol. Catching sight of Toshio, she spoke to him in a gentle voice. "Mister, would you buy one? No one's looking out for my business. I'm honestly starving. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Toshio shook his head with a gentle smile. The little girl immediately made to light an explosive tag. "In that case, I'll just have to go see my grandma. And then everyone in Konoha village will get to meet my grandma too." Toshio rushed to stop her. After talking to her for a bit, he learned that her family was originally from the land of whirlpools. After their homeland was destroyed, her whole family migrated to the land of rain. She was born there too. Her name was Maki Uzumaki, 12 years old this year. Her family, unfortunately, fell on hard times, and she became an orphan. She had drifted from place to place ever since, surviving by selling whatever she could in Konoha village. Toshio soon noticed she had a natural talent for business. Her sense for numbers was sharp and precise. She was, in fact, a masterful little saleswoman. So he brought her into the funeral service and fondly nicknamed her the girl who sold explosive tags. Later on, she would have a fateful encounter with Naruto. By now, night had fully fallen, but the streets of Konoha village were still alive with lights, every bit as bustling as during the day. Toshio brought Maki Uzumaki to the funeral service, settled her in, and then made his way toward his new home. His new apartment was on the west side of Konoha, not far from Konoha Hospital. He sat contented in the spacious living room, feeling utterly at ease. On the wall opposite him hung a great scroll painted with bold calligraphy. "Sleep until you wake up naturally. Count your money until your hands cramp. How wonderful it is to have money." He then summoned his system and completed another check-in. To his astonishment, the reward this time was another doll, and this one could even share all 5 senses with its host. It was thanks to this doll's help that Toshio and Hinata finally made real progress. Hinata, aside from that one time in the infinite Tsukuyami, had rebelled just once in advance. And from that moment, Toshio bid farewell to his lonely 5-fingered companion. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a hidden corner of Konoha village, Kabuto was kneeling before Lady Snake. "Get up," she commanded. At her word, Kabuto rose, wiping the corner of his mouth. Beside a tranquil lakeshore, pavilions and towers stood in elegant simplicity, ancient and serene. Aunt Snake gazed off at the distant Hidden Leaf village, so calm and peaceful. "Konoha truly is a land of tranquility," she murmured. Then, her golden slit pupils turned to Kabuto, ice-cold malice flashing across her pale face. "The curse mark I gifted Sasuke seems to have been sealed by Kakashi." Kabuto asked, "So what do you want me to do?" With a chilling laugh, the Serpent Lord said, "I want you to bring him here at once, while the darkness in his heart still lingers. But there's someone by his side." Kabuto quickly picked up the thread. "You mean that kid, Ikuno-shun?" The Serpent Lord shook her head. "No, Ikuno-shun doesn't affect him much. It's that Naruto, always glued to Sasuke, even changing how he sees the world. That boy's influence is dangerous. That's why I want you to separate them, so my influence reaches Sasuke sooner." With her words trailing off, she flicked her tongue, eyes glinting with venom as she watched the Leaf Village from afar. Kabuto was already drenched in cold sweat. He transformed into a swirl of smoke and disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, Ikuno-shun had just recruited 2 new employees and completed a mission, triggering a reward. Before him appeared a girl both serene and striking, with a hint of endearing cuteness. She had long, straight blue hair, a tailored black blazer paired with a short black skirt, and white thigh-high socks. This was Sanazaki Noriko, straight out of Bonds. An ice-cold beauty, her manner was reserved and slightly aloof. She could form a soul bond with the host. In other words, Noriko can sense the host's emotions, and through her, the host can hear, see, smell, and touch as if sharing all 5 senses. "So what's the difference compared to the super perception technique?" Ikuno-shun asked. "Perception can only detect. It can't truly touch or interact. At this level, Noriko's range is 5 kilometers, and she can remotely retrieve objects and leave chakra marks. As she levels up, the range and abilities can expand, even allowing her to use the host's ninjutsu." Ikuno-shun seemed to get the picture. He promptly dispatched Sanazaki Noriko to the Hyuga household. Noriko vanished in an instant. Suddenly, Ikuno-shun's vision filled with streets, pedestrians, bustling shops, a sensation identical to strolling the avenue himself. He drifted along, arriving at the Hyuga estate. Naturally, no one could see the doll. Inside, Hayashi Hyuga and his wife were discussing Hinata's marriage prospects. That little rascal truly overestimates his own worth. Hayashi scoffed. Hinata's mother, graceful and composed, held an air of noble gentleness. She had a rather favorable impression of Ikuno-shun. "I think the boy's quite decent," she said warmly. "No matter how decent, he still lacks the right family and status." Hayashi retorted. To Hayashi, family background and alliances always eclipsed looks, talent, or character. It's not just him. I wouldn't even consider the Nara, Akimichi, or Aburame clans for her. Hinata's future is to become the princess of the land of fire. Fury surged within Ikuno-shun. This old man actually wants to marry his daughter to the son of the feudal lord of the land of fire. You're forcing me into a point of no return. Immediately after, Nariko Sanazuki drifted into Hinata's room. Hinata lay face down on her bed, weeping quietly. Earlier, Hanabi had won a little red flower as a classroom reward, and she was gleeful about it for days. But when Hinata passed the preliminary round, his reaction had been ice cold. It was just luck. Maybe Niji went easy on you. Don't get too full of yourself. The more Hinata thought about this, the more her heart ached. Her pillow was soaked through with tears. Watching her, Tasha Ikeda's heart twisted with sorrow. Nariko reached out and gently stroked Hinata's head. Hinata could not feel her touch. Yet Tasha Ikeda could sense the silkiness of her hair, and even catch the faint citrus fragrance from the collar so close by. "Nariko, can you leave a chakra mark in the room? You can just do it with your mind, host. I'll sync with you." In the next moment, a chakra seal shimmered into existence in Hinata's room. After retrieving the doll, Nariko fainted, and Tasha Ikeda caught her in his arms. Unable to summon again right away, 10 days of cooldown, but this will shorten as you level up. What seemed a mere support puppet, in truth, was a clever little tool. Earlier today, hearing Hizu's views had inflamed Tasha Ikeda's anger. He couldn't wait any longer. Didn't want to wait for another year. There was just over half a year left, already adulthood by Hidden Leaf standards. A couple more sticks of takoyaki would make things even more thrilling. But Hinata, would she say yes? At that moment, Hinata slowly wiped away her tears. Deep in the night, Tasha Ikeda flew toward the land of snow. In the royal palace of snow, acting daimyo Santai welcomed him with gracious hospitality. Tashin explained the reason for his visit. He hoped they could send engineers to Sunset Village for a survey, to prepare for railway construction. The contract, already drafted by Ikeda, was ready. Yet Santayu still had a lingering uncertainty. But even if the railway is built, how would you get the trains over there? Tashin Ikeda smiled and waved off the concern. "I have my ways." Upon returning to Leaf Village, blossoms flourished, crowds bustled. Everyone enjoyed a peaceful, contented life. Yet only Tashin Ikeda sensed the heavy storm brewing overhead. Sound and sand were moving in secret, their forces amassing along the border of the land of fire. Hot-blooded Naruto, besides tending to Sasuke, spent most of his time preparing for the exams 1 month ahead. He kept pestering Tashin Ikeda to teach him the Earth style, Earth Wall Jutsu. But Naruto still hadn't awakened chakra of the Earth nature. Tashin Ikeda found himself at a loss. Naruto, Earth Wall really depends on the one performing. Used right, it's a rock-solid defense. Used badly, it's just a leaky pile of dirt. As it stands, you can't even manage a leaky pile. Seeing Naruto's crestfallen face, Tashin Ikeda simply handed him the Rasengan ahead of schedule. Speaking of the Rasengan, he couldn't help but think of Jiraiya. In the original story, Jiraiya became Naruto's mentor. But how could I also become his disciple and follow in his footsteps? With this thought in mind, I immediately dashed to the Hokage's office. After a lengthy talk laced with persuasive words, the third Hokage agreed to dissolve our master-disciple relationship. Truth be told, the third carried a sense of guilt himself. Though named mentor, he had yet to truly teach me anything of worth. With our ties severed, I would now have a reason to approach Jiraiya as his disciple should I meet him again. After learning the Rasengan, Naruto threw himself into grueling practice, eager as ever. Seeing him so seldom earnest, I didn't have the heart to interrupt. But Hinata was also under house arrest. Ino had left for a trip abroad with her brother to lift her spirits. Koyuki Kazahana had returned to the land of snow for a ceremony. The night deepened, clear moonlight bathing the sparsely starred sky. Hinata had already been grounded for 5 whole days. Each day, she was allowed only to train in the family's martial courtyard, forbidden to step beyond the gates. I miss June so much. What's he doing now, I wonder? At that very moment, June, could endure no longer. In a flash, flying thunder god, I appeared in Hinata's bedroom, as if by magic. Hinata was lying on her bed, sketching. The pages were filled with pictures of June and tiny hearts. Seeing me, she froze. Yun? How are you here? Is this a dream or a jinjutsu? Hinata's mind had lost all ability to command her actions. It's really me, not a jinjutsu. Remember back in the forest of the land of waves? When we whisked through the air together, shum, 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 this is that technique. Hinata, half understanding, half doubting, asked, but didn't you say you need to leave a mark first? There's no way you mark my room. You've never even been here. I scratched my head sheepishly. That's a long story. But hey, let me take you somewhere. Hinata's eyes sparkled. Father should already be fast asleep, after all. And so, I picked her up, and we vanished at once. I had purchased a plot of land, nestled behind the Hokage Rock, a secluded haven bordered by mountain woods, pines, spruces, and cypresses sprawling in a vivid, almost otherworldly mosaic. Here, I brought Hinata to our future home. Side by side, we sat quietly on the soft grass, gazing up at a night sky, deep blue as velvet and scattered with dazzling stars. Under the moon's gentle gaze, a sea of flowers suddenly unfurled. Aside from peonies and roses, I barely knew their names. But Hinata's delight was real and unabashed. Violets, tulips, canna lilies. This place is breathtaking. It really is a hidden paradise. Just then, the melodious sound of flowing water drifted to our ears. Looking up, a mountain stream gently tumbled from the heights, pooling into a crystal-clear pond below. Distant peaks faded into silhouettes, cloaked in swirling night mist. Night deepened further. Shall I take you home? I asked. Hinata took one last look at the magical scene behind her, already dearly in love with this place. And so, he escorted Hinata back home. Don't worry. From now on, without your permission, I won't just show up unannounced. Hinata nodded, her cheeks flushed with redness. Inside, a streak of rebelliousness grew stronger. Just as he was about to leave, Hinata finally whispered, maybe you could stay with me for a while. June could hardly believe his luck. At that moment, the system window suddenly popped up. A new mission was issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task. You are rewarded with a ninja tool, Empty Valley Oil Umbrella, and a ninjutsu, 1,000 needles like raindrops. 1,000 needles like raindrops. This is one of the signature concealed weapon techniques of the village hidden by rain. You throw the oil paper umbrella above your enemy's head, and from the umbrella, countless sunbond needles rain down on your foes. Regardless of its destructive power, the sheer spectacle of the technique is dazzling. June had seen it used with his own eyes during the Forest of Death exam. A solid jutsu. I'll take it. Back at his apartment, he entered the study. He picked up a marker and began sketching and writing on the whiteboard. He was contemplating his role in the Konoha Crush plan. Orochimaru's goals. Destroy the leaf. Kill the third Hokage. Corrupt Sasuke. But his primary motive is revenge against the third. Because the third forbade his research, blocking his path to immortality and the mastery of all ninjutsu. Ikuno yunto ookimo's likeness. He stared at it for a long while. When it came to this controversial, dramatic figure, June felt no dislike at all. Compared to Danzo, Orochimaru was much more likable. Perhaps it was because he was one of the few truly redeemed villains. Someone who survived the stormy ninja world and could still enjoy his twilight years in peace. He did many ruthless, selfish things. Kidnapping children for experiments, obsessively trying to destroy Konoha, even causing the death of his own mentor. June took a bite of his crunchy raccoon ramen snack, deep in analysis. But even so, he saved many people, and his part in the Fourth Great Ninja War was vital to victory. With this in mind, June wasn't about to reveal the Leaf's destruction plan to the third Hokage. Not even when Moonlight Guy was about to be killed. He wouldn't stop Maki. Because if he did, the main storyline would unravel completely. The whole world might collapse. Forget it. I won't dwell on it. These days, I can't slack off on my training either. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Naruto stepped out of Sasuke's hospital room and ran right into Kakashi. Naruto, I want to introduce you to a special teacher, someone to guide you. Naruto shouted. What? No way. I want Kakashi-sensei to teach me. Kakashi replied lazily. I have important things to do. I don't have time to babysit you. Naruto frowned for 3 seconds. Then, bristling with frustration, he pointed at Kakashi and exclaimed, You're going to see Sasuke, aren't you? But he's not even awake yet. You're playing favorites, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi was left speechless, black lines forming on his forehead. The teacher I'm introducing to you is even better, he promised. Only then did Naruto's curiosity kick in. Who could it be? I'd be fine with Kurenai-sensei, too. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind. Naruto turned around and instantly lost his cool. What was going on? Why the familiar little courtyard suddenly turned into a coffin shop? All those white funeral wreaths. I've moved. Let me introduce you to a girl, came the cheerful explanation. With that, Uzumaki Maki was called over. Maki had long, vivid red hair and a doll-like face. Her cuteness, however, came with a sly little twist. You couldn't say she wasn't pretty, but compared to Hinata or Ino, she was a shade less alluring. Still, she was destined to be a wonderful homemaker. With Naruto's hard-working and frugal nature, they really were a perfect match. Seeing Naruto, Maki's heart was genuinely stirred. Sure, Ichino-jun was dashing his own way, but as the old saying goes, when the tortoise eyes the green bean, there's instant chemistry. And it just so happened that Maki was into the type of guy Naruto was. But at this moment, Naruto was far more fascinated by the coffins and funeral wreaths all around. He even plucked a little chrysanthemum and tucked it behind his ear. That night, Naruto visited Ichino-jun's new home. Wow, it's way bigger than before. While Ichino-jun cooked, Naruto stretched out on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. During dinner, the conversation turned to Ebisu. When Naruto found out that Ichino-jun had once taught him a lesson, he laughed so hard his grin nearly reached Hokage Rock. But Ichino-jun gave a fair evaluation. You should be open-minded and learn from Ebisu-sensei. He's actually a very strong jonin, and he's quite caring toward his students. Still, Naruto remained unimpressed. But don't worry, you'll soon meet the greatest teacher in this whole world. Then, Ichino-jun brought up Uzumaki Maki again. But Naruto just quipped. If you lose a game, you can always restart, but if you lose a girlfriend, hey, then you can play games forever. Ichino-jun couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. All right, I've made the introduction. From now on, it's up to fate between you two. When Sasuke woke up, he found out that Ichino-jun had tried to set Naruto up with a girlfriend. For a while after that, Sasuke treated Ichino-jun with cold indifference. To this day, Ichino-jun never figured out what he'd done to offend him. That night, Naruto crashed at Ichino-jun's place. He didn't leave the apartment until the following morning, heading off to the training ground for Ebisu's lessons. As for Ichino-jun, with a flash of flying thunder god, he appeared at Liwanji's house. Handing over the diapers and breast pump Kakashi had brought, he made his way to the village. Sunset Village was humming with activity. Construction was in full swing. Everywhere bustled with prosperity. Soon after, he ran into Zabuza and Haku. And to his amazement, Zabuza had undergone a total transformation. The finished palace left him utterly speechless. Land of Waves. Once just a poor and backward little fishing village. No rice in the barn, no water in the well. Now it has become a beautiful countryside. The men toil and sweat, building with all their might. The women, dressed in grass skirts, dance gracefully as a gesture of thanks and welcome. A grand and imposing gate rises tall at the village entrance. Above it gleam 3 golden characters, Sunset Village. The village loudspeaker broadcasts on a continuous loop. We welcome you. For you, we will move heaven and earth. The vitality flowing here is full of life and energy. Chiyeno nods with deep satisfaction. Zabuza, Bai, and the others dash over to greet him. Zabuza has already taken off his mask. Though those fangs still look a bit intimidating, when he's silent, his face actually carries an air of striking handsomeness. They've recruited over a dozen stray ninjas, strengthening the defenses of Sunset Village. Zabuza has also become the chief of security for the village. Chiyeno's palace is now complete. Nestled within lush green forests, it stands like a royal manor fit for a king. The place conjures memories of the Joestar estate from JoJo. Beyond gardens and broad courtyards, it boasts a sparkling pool and an observation deck. The main building has 4 stories, with over 40 bedrooms alone. Chiyeno does a quick calculation. If he spent every night in a different room, he'd need well over a month to try them all. Just then, a black carriage pulls up. With Zabuza leading, they spend a full half hour just to tour the estate. This place is ridiculously huge. Inside, it's a spectacle of gold and luxury, dazzling beyond compare. A shimmering barrier shields the village overhead. No matter the chaos outside, even with gunfire and explosions thundering, here, there's only song and dance, a world apart from any trouble. You're so handsome, mister. A darling little girl, sweet as a porcelain doll, runs over and interrupts his thoughts. She's the orphan Zabuza and Bai adopted. Chiyeno gently lifts her into his arms, dreaming silently. Will I have kids of my own one day? Meanwhile, Zabuza and Bai are saving up money. As for why, Chiyeno can easily guess. Someday, they'll take Bai for surgery in the land of demons, and Zabuza's sharp fangs will be filed down too. One day, I'll master medical ninjutsu, even more incredible than Lady Snake's. Chiyeno's heart is full of hope. He's delighted with his palace in Sunset Village, but it's time to begin work on a new home in Konoha as well. Back at the Konoha apartment, he claps his hands, opens his laptop, and starts sketching blueprints. Suddenly, he remembers the Akatsuki organization. In the days of traveling across time, what encounters and stories will I share with Akatsuki? He sinks into daydreams. In the Naruto universe, Akatsuki has always had the mission of taking on tasks, moving the story forward, and, when the time comes, meeting their end with a bang. Chiyeno's impression of Akatsuki is etched deep in his heart. Their aura is unmatched. That black cloak with red clouds. Those wrapped white feet. The way they walk, hands tucked in their sleeves, perfectly nonchalant, indifferent to the world. They give off the vibe of looking down on everything, not out of arrogance, but from a deep sense of not caring one bit. Once while watching a show, Nurse Fong asked, "Hey, what's with their rings?" Chino Jun replied with a laugh. "They're obviously symbols of status and style. Didn't you notice how Orochimaru, even with his hands severed, still made sure to grab his ring before escaping? But truth be told, compared to the rings, the boldest thing is that every member paints their nails a different color. Akatsuki was originally founded for world peace. Thanks to the efforts of three angels, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, it began as a vibrant, peace-driven anti-war organization. But good times are fleeting. After losing Yahiko and under Obito's guidance, Akatsuki's ideology shifted from world peace to world reset. They disbanded, reorganized, and summoned back rogue ninjas, each with their own burdened stories. Every member had their own creed and ambition. Kakuzu fought for money, Obito for Rin, Nagato for his ideals, and Itachi for the mission, and of course for his brother, got to protect himself there. Not to mention Haiden, who killed without batting an eye, or Juzo Biwa, who barely lasted past his flashback. There was no shortage of internal strife among them. That's exactly why they were paired up, to keep each other in check. Yet, it was precisely these restraints and subtle balances that united them under a common cause. Capturing the tailed beasts. Though the fact that Kakuzu even killed his own teammates was just overwhelmingly touching. Each of them had Kaga level or even higher abilities, yet one after another, they ended up getting wiped out by the forces of Konoha. Who knows what fate awaits them once they encounter Chino Jun in the future. Funnily enough, when they died, most of them didn't have a shirt on. That led to a running joke. If your shirt comes off, you're done for. Nurse Chu objected at the time. That's not always true, is it? Konan didn't take off her shirt when she died, did she? Didn't Obito do something? Chino Jun sighed. Let poor Konan be. She was just a rich lady, after all. Except for Konan, in every battle, as soon as an Akatsuki member lost their top, no matter how calm they tried to seem, their end was near. The so-called immortal duo. The moment their clothes were gone, so were they. Itachi's cloak shattered by Kirin, and he died from illness right after. Deidara tore off his top to blow himself up. Kisame shed his robe, transformed completely into a shark, and took his own life. As for Nagato, well, he was so over the top, he didn't even bother wearing clothes for the final battle against Konoha. And there you have it. Even with the Rinne rebirth technique, he still died in the end. And speaking of Akatsuki, it's impossible not to mention Pain. He's exactly the kind of character Chino Jun can't wait to see and hear in person. Everyone knows about the epic aura and strength of the 6 Paths of Pain. But, paired with those hilariously misheard lyrics. 1 sack of rice, 2 sacks of rice. The entire character's vibe flips on its head. Here stands a godlike figure, ready to unleash his ultimate move, pondering the truth of existence. Teaching people to understand pain, to experience agony. And suddenly, he's lugging sacks of rice, floating up to the 2nd floor. Every time he reaches this part, Chino Jun can't help but burst out laughing. It's just too outrageous. Pain's selling rice now, and with free delivery too. At that thought, Ikuno Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter, even imitating those classic lines with a playful flourish. Just then, a sudden wave of inexplicable restlessness, melancholy, and distraction washed over him. This feeling had lingered ever since that night with Hinata, and now, even the craving for cigarettes from his previous life had resurfaced within Ikuno Jun. He rummaged through his space and fished out a pack of Zongnanhai. As wisps of smoke curled in the air, Figures of Akatsuki members once again drifted through his mind. As for whether they were good or evil, Ikuno-jun left judgment aside. You could call them captivating antagonists, or perhaps dreamers who transcended right and wrong. Sadly, in the end, all but Aunt Orochimaru would make their final curtain call as heroes. Ikuno-jun had once been swept away by the sheer presence and allure of the Akatsuki. He had been left speechless by the overwhelming might of the six paths of pain, and his sides had ached with laughter thanks to those lovable oddballs like Deidara. But in the later arcs, all he could do was watch as reanimated Akatsuki and impossibly powerful characters ran rampant across the screen. Overcome with nostalgia, Ikuno-jun nearly let his tears fall. As for the fate that awaited Akatsuki, Ikuno-jun summed it up like this. Conan's reckless spending on explosive tags bankrupted the entire organization. Kakuzu was so furious, he died on spot. Deidara blew himself up right then and there. Orochimaru made a run for it and abandoned the organization. Nagato starved himself into skin and bones. Itachi ended up with gallstones from hunger. Kisame, not wanting his sharks to go hungry, fed himself to them. Obito went plain loopy from starvation. Haiden, while taking over Kakuzu's work, died in an explosion. Sasori could only turn himself into a puppet. Zetsu used up his life force to grow 2 aloe leaves with wood release, surviving on photosynthesis. And Pain destroyed an entire village over a single bag of rice. Right then, an idea suddenly sprang up in Ikuno-jun's mind. What if I could establish my own Akatsuki, or perhaps revive most of its members to gather them under my command? As he idly daydreamed, in a hidden base within the village of Hidden Rain, a group of striking men and women had gathered. They wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their conical hats tied with wind chimes that tinkled softly. Motivational slogans were scrawled on the walls. Take action. Commence the Tailed Beast Collection operation and realize worldwide nuclear peace as soon as possible. Thoroughly implement the policy of money first, war as the main path. Born to be human, destined to be cool. Long live the great pretenders. Inside the Jasper dormitory, Deidara was clutching his stomach in discomfort. Sasori poured him some warm water, but forgot the medicine. Deidara muttered, "Dana, the medicine?" Sasori frowned and replied, "Give me a break. You're sick as a dog, and you still want that stuff? Get better first. Hey, you two in there, meeting time." A thunderous shout sounded from outside their door. When Deidara and Sasori made their way to the main hall, Pain eyed them with irritation. "Jasper, what are you two dawdling for? Everyone's been waiting." All of Deidara's mouths stuck out their tongues in unison, trying to act cute. Pain cleared his throat and assumed a grave expression. Humans are foolish creatures, incapable of truly understanding one another no matter what. Only by letting the world taste pain, by making it feel real pain, can we quell the terror and suffering that breed war and guide it toward peace and stability. Such is the will of heaven. Oh, give me a break. Here we go again. Kisame sighed helplessly, stroking his giant sword. Everyone seemed long accustomed to this ritual. Sasori yawned from his hiding spot inside Hiriko. Deidara was sound asleep, standing up. Itachi focused intently on nibbling his dango. Zetsu slipped down beneath the earth. Haiden was busy performing his ritual once again. Kakuzu was counting his money, as usual. Conan had simply turned into hundreds of sheets of paper, floating about the room. Obito finally snapped. He grabbed a stick and brought it down hard on Pain's head. That blow actually jarred Pain awake. Grumbling and bristling, Pain was just about to strike back when Conan floated back in. She shouted, "Good hit," then quickly switched her tone. "Ahem, let's get back to business." Pain rubbed the bump on his head, cleared his throat, and began again. "Do you all remember Orochimaru?" At those words, the room erupted. "That disgusting guy? Of course we remember. Umph, to think he'd betray the organization. Next time I see him, he's finished him. That's right, let's show him my art." Pain rapped his knuckles on the table and continued. "According to intel, Orochimaru is on the move again. He's cooking up some scheme against the Leaf Village, the destruction of Konoha." At this, Itachi, who had been silent all along, flicked his finger. Kisame shot him a mischievous glance. "Oh, isn't that your old village, Itachi?" "Huh." A giant aloe-like plant suddenly emerged. "So, are we supposed to get involved?" Pain shook his head. "We'll just watch for now. Let's see how badly Konoha falls apart. And if a chance comes, we snatch the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for ourselves." With that, he launched into another grand speech. Next, a review of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let's look back, discuss the present, and envision what's to come. The hall resounded with snores. Sarayu squat, Pain bellowed. Deidara, snoring upright, jolted awake at the mention of Sarayu. He immediately shouted, "Art is an explosion!" Sasori had dozed off as well. Upon hearing Deidara, he perked up too and chimed in. "Art is eternal." "You're wrong, Dana," Deidara retorted, raising one finger and wagging it at him. "Art is beauty in the moment. That's why art is an explosion." "No, it isn't," Sasori snapped, swishing Hiriko's tail in annoyance. "Art is eternal beauty." Deidara puffed out his cheeks, hands on hips, grumbling, "So annoying. Art is an explosion." The sound of Scorpion's voice rang louder. "Nonsense, art is eternal. It's an explosion. It's eternal. It's an explosion. Oomph. I won't call you Dana anymore." "Well, you can sleep alone tonight." The rest of the group collectively picked at their ears and retreated to their rooms. Everyone was perfectly used to the bickering of these two eccentrics. Hours passed. Ikeda June drifted sweetly into his dreams. Far, far away, the two of them were still quarreling. Pain had no choice but to get up and interrupt them. "Quiet, please. Could you two artists let people sleep?" The next day, sunlight poured in, bright and warm. At the Hyuga household, Hayashi's temper had subsided quite a bit. Hinata's confinement was finally lifted. Puffing out his chest to his wife, he bragged, "You really have to be strict with children. Look how well-behaved Hinata's been these days." Hearing this, Hinata bowed her head humbly. Yet inside, she felt rather pleased with herself. After being cooped up for several days, she was finally permitted to go out for an hour after her morning practice. 10 o'clock in the morning. Hinata stepped out the door, just as Ikeda June from the funeral parlor across the street came by. Catching sight of her, Ikeda June could hardly contain his excitement. Once he learned that she was no longer grounded, he pulled her by the hand and set off for a stroll through Konoha. He bought a sunflower-shaped hairpin and clipped it onto Hinata's short hair. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Sasuke had finally woken up. Thanks to Kakashi-sensei's protection, Kabuto's scheme hadn't succeeded. When Naruto got wind of this, he hastily asked Ebisu for leave and dashed over. Ikeda June also arrived, a stack of children's literature and youth literature in tow. He was still carrying a thermal flask, a gift prepared for the third Hokage. Down the hospital corridor, Naruto stood guard at the door like a sentinel. Sakura was trying with all her might to squeeze inside. In the end, Naruto performed his shadow clone jutsu, sealing off the doorway completely. "Sasuke needs his rest. You can't go in." Sakura's plan to dive onto Sasuke and sneak a hug had failed spectacularly. She let out a wail, on the verge of tears. Ikeda June couldn't help but laugh, teasing. "You only get a few chances in life to leap like that. Naruto, let our Sakura have her big moment." Reluctantly, Naruto dispersed his shadow clones and made way. Busted, Sakura blushed and could no longer bring herself to leap. She shot Ikeda June a fierce glare. "Mind your own business or eat dirt." With that, she carried her bouquet of lilies and swept inside. When Sasuke saw her, he let out a dramatic gasp and promptly fainted again. Only after Sakura left did Sasuke sneak open one eye. Ikeda June was delighted beyond measure. So even this gloomy one's learned how to act. He offered Sasuke the books he'd brought, but to his surprise, Sasuke dismissed them all as mere children's books. "Do you have a brief history of time?" Sasuke asked expectantly. Ikeda June was caught off guard. They actually wanted to pick up poop. "Even if I had the time, I wouldn't go near that stuff." After muttering this, he left the hospital room, leaving Naruto with some time alone. But he still overheard Sasuke's questioning voice. "Do you know a certain red-haired girlfriend?" In the third Hokage's VIP hospital room, Hamiramito Kato brought him a thrush to help pass the time. Shizune, who had already finished her shift, was keeping him company. Shun Ikeda pushed the door open and came in. Shizune, embarrassed, jumped to her feet. She adjusted her little sunglasses, face flushed, and hurried out the door. So quickly that she left her handbag behind on the hospital bed. Grabbing the bag, Shun chased after her. "Sis, you forgot your bag." He was running behind her. When he bumped headlong into the entering Danzo, suddenly there was a clatter. The bag's contents scattered all over the floor. Shun glanced down, and his worldview nearly collapsed. Shizune was so mortified she just wanted to vanish. In fact, she decided to abandon the bag altogether. "That's not even my bag." "Then whose is it?" Shun asked, curiosity piqued. Shizune pointed at Danzo. "His." Then she dashed away as fast as she could. Danzo stood there bewildered, because with Shun present, he hadn't managed to use anything he'd prepared. He offered a few hollow greetings, then shouldered the bag and made an awkward exit. The third Hokage, of course, wasn't fooled. "Oof, like a weasel wishing the chicken Happy New Year." "Shun, what brings you back to see me?" Only around 20 days left until the exam. You should focus on your training while you can. Shun smiled and nodded, then produced a thermal food jar. Last time you said you wanted something light, so I made you plain rice porridge. As he spoke, he ladled out a bowl. The third Hokage accepted it, deeply touched. This child is so thoughtful it hurts. He took a bite, but found it a bit bland. Shun rummaged through his things. In the gourmet world, I rank as Master 8. Tonight, I bring out the old godmother. Shun pulled out a jar of Lao Gan, fermented tofu. What's this? The third Hokage asked, curious. Fermented tofu. Haha, let me try some then. By the time he'd eaten 10 pieces, the old man was nearly overwhelmed by the intense flavor. Naruto soon dropped by to visit as well, and 2 minutes later, he and Shun left together. On their way back, Shun asked, how are you getting along with Ebisu-sensei? Naruto grinned shyly. Then he explained how, at the hot springs, they'd run into a peeping old man with white hair. Ebisu-sensei had been furious, but in the end, the old guy had given him a good thrashing. Well, just like in the original storyline. Shun, can you guess what I did next? Naruto asked excitedly. Shun rubbed his forehead. You used the 1,000 years of death technique on Ebisu-sensei. Naruto froze in shock. How did you know? Shun smiled and pulled him along. Come on, let me introduce you to a new teacher. Shun Ikeda walked into the funeral home. Maki Uzumaki was telling Kira some lively, animated story. Listening carefully, Toshio Ikeda realized they were gossiping about the third Hokage and Ebisu. He couldn't help but think of Sarutobi Bawako, one of the unsung background characters in Naruto. She was killed almost as soon as she was introduced. After Naruto's mother, Kushina, gave birth, Biwako had carefully watched over her. Yet, it was then that Obito took the opportunity to strike, killing her in his bid for the Nine Tails. Doing the math, 13 years had passed since then. The third Hokage, even with his flaws, had never remarried, showing that he had never truly forgotten his late wife. But this time, Asuma, if your old man weren't nearly at the end of his rope, I bet Ebisu would have ended up as your new stepmother. Toshio Ikeda let out a sigh. Thinking of Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, he found himself lost in thought again. In his eyes, the third Hokage was more a source of comic relief. But if he were to be revived, a Kage level, third Hokage would certainly be a serious threat to Tsunade. Though the ancestor soul could bring him back, it didn't have the ability to seize another's body. But then again, with this system, anything is possible. Who knows, maybe I'll get a special resurrection card as a reward one of these days. Nevertheless, until he fully understood the cool-down period of the ancestor's soul, he wasn't about to use it recklessly, because he needed to reserve it for Jiraiya. Speaking of Jiraiya, he had just finished one of his inspiration trips, and he was about to become Naruto's mentor. To stay in sync with the story, Toshio Ikeda decided to become Jiraiya's disciple alongside Naruto. The next day, Toshio Ikeda brought Naruto along to look for Jiraiya. But they searched through every bathhouse in Konoha, from the smallest to the grandest. And still, there was no sign of him. Who exactly are we even looking for? Naruto complained, sounding thoroughly deflated. Toshio Ikeda just grinned. Relax, he's someone unbelievably cool. They kept searching until dusk. Finally, in a certain bathhouse, they caught sight of Jiraiya at last. He was still dressed in his signature red vest and wooden clogs, perched absent-mindedly on the roof, spying through the telescope Toshio had given him. He looked completely absorbed, a goofy smile on his lips, a bit of drool trailing down as he murmured, Konoha really does have the most beautiful ladies. At this moment, Toshio Ikeda pointed and announced, Naruto, that is none other than Lord Jiraiya. Naruto looked up. His hair practically stood on end. You're kidding. Him? He was caught by Ebisu-sensei the other day, and now he's at it again. This is the amazing teacher you were talking about. No way. I'm not about to learn from some closet pervert. Overhearing this, Jiraiya called out from the roof. Hey, Blondie, what are you rambling about down there? I'm collecting material for my next novel, you know. Naruto stared up questioningly. So, your profession is? Jiraiya let out a loud, hearty laugh. Author. Jiraiya. Like a fallen leaf returning to its roots, he's the Sannin unwelcomed by the leaves. Toshio Ikeda deeply admired Jiraiya's mastery of ordinary techniques. Take the humble fire-style technique, something everyone could use. And yet, he had turned the combination of oil and fire into a devastating signature move. This is one of Jiraiya's true strengths. But that's not all. What Ikono-shun admired most was his unyielding spirit, the will to never give up. So after becoming a ninja, Ikono-shun kept one sentence close to his heart. The measure of a ninja's worth isn't in how many jutsu he's mastered, but an indomitable will that refuses to quit. Jiraiya gently ruffled Ikuno Shun's hair, his eyes brimming with kindness and affection. Then, only after, did he turn his gaze to Naruto. A shadowy figure flickered in his mind. Just then, Ikuno Shun received his latest check-in quest. The system gave him a heads up. This time, the reward was a summoning jutsu. The Toad family, perhaps? Ikuno Shun was overjoyed. Images of Gamabunta, Gamakichi, and Gamatatsu leapt into his mind. On the sun-drenched streets of Konoha, Jiraiya glanced over at Naruto. Once more the memory of Minato Namikaze surfaced. The man who, in life, had passed his secret technique, the Rasengan, to Jiraiya himself. And just then, the system's alert popped up on cue. A new storyline quest appeared. Ding! Story event. Please apprentice yourself to Jiraiya and help Naruto become his student. Oh, perfect. I was just hoping for this. Ikuno Shun admitted enthusiastically. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "Hey mister, the third round of the Chunin exams is coming up. I want you to be my training master." Jiraiya was taken aback. He'd already intended to mentor Naruto. After all, that was the purpose of his return. But taking on another disciple at the same time, Ikuno Shun immediately noticed his hesitation and quickly added, "Don't worry, sir. I won't take up much of your time." Being a formal disciple wasn't his real aim. What he wanted was to follow Jiraiya for the story ahead, to make up for past regrets. After speaking, he pulled Naruto over. "This is Naruto Uzumaki. You need a mentor too. You can focus on teaching him. I'll mostly stick around as company. And besides, I really enjoy being around you." Ikuno Shun's flattery grew sweeter by the second. "If I were a woman, I'd marry you for sure, mister." Jiraiya finally agreed to be his master. Their personalities were a perfect match. "All right, I'll take you as my student, but I don't have much energy to spare, you know? I still have novels to write. If you can handle a hands-off, free-range sort of teaching, that's what I can offer," which suited Ikuno Shun to a T. He instantly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Naruto scowled at Jiraiya, his face full of contempt. Jiraiya's mood soured at once. He retorted, pretending indifference, "I'll train you, sure. But that brat over there? No way, I don't have time." Naruto shot back immediately. "I don't care. A pervy old guy who can't even dodge a bar of soap? Being trained by you would just make me worse." And just like that, the two began arguing, volleying insults back and forth. The whole scene left Ikuno Shun utterly speechless. One was stubbornly incorrigible. The other, brash and full of himself. The scene played out just like a shouting match in a busy market, complete with dramatic flair and spirited squabbling. Once the two of them finally finished their barrage of insults, Naruto couldn't help but mumble to himself, "That pervy old man can really hurl abuse. Maybe I could actually learn a thing or two from him." Reluctantly, Jiraiya agreed to take Naruto on as his apprentice. But Ikuno Jun clearly saw the steadfastness and affection shining in Jiraiya's eyes. Naruto immediately started clamoring to see the toads. Jiraiya formed a seal with his hands. With a sudden puff of smoke, a giant toad appeared beneath his feet. Jiraiya tossed his waist-length white hair dramatically and announced, "I am none other than the famed Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya himself." What entrance! A truly iconic line. Ikuno Jun was left completely spellbound. As for Naruto, he was so astonished his jaw nearly hit the ground. And then, Jiraiya led them toward Ichiraka Ramen. "Let me treat you both to some ramen to celebrate." Naruto was secretly curious. How does he know I love ramen? He snuck a glance at Jiraiya. Maybe this pervy old man isn't so bad after all. After the ramen, the three of them headed to a little food stall, ordering a few skewers of grilled squid. The shopkeeper returned just after taking a bathroom break. Without washing his hands, he grabbed a skewer and handed it to Naruto. Naruto realized what had just happened and pointed at the man, shouting, "Hey, mister, you didn't even wash your hands. I'm not taking the one you touched. Let the lady boss give me one instead." The shopkeeper's wife came out, personally grilling a skewer before handing it over to him. Only then did Naruto happily dig in. Jiraiya laughed. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so particular about cleanliness." "Of course I am." Right then, Jiraiya turned to Naruto and said, "Training starts now. Come with me to the riverside. Let's see how well you can control your chakra." Ikuno Yun understood. Jiraiya intended to break the 5-element seal placed on Naruto. So he spoke up. "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll sit this one out today." After saying goodbye, he returned to his apartment. Time to check in for his mission. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the story check-in. Reward: Summoning Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu? So far, Ikuno Jun had acquired the demon cat Xiao, the shadow butterfly Masura, the ice phoenix, and the mobile toilet. If I'm not mistaken, this time it must be a toad. No sooner had he finished muttering than he could hardly contain his excitement and gave a try. Summoning jutsu. Bang! A billowing white cloud exploded in front of him, and a huge creature appeared. What the? A massive tiger with fierce, glaring eyes stood before him, majestic and imposing, a picture of raw strength. Its fur gleamed gold with bold black stripes. Powerful limbs were like towering columns of muscle. Sharp claws flashed coldly with menace. Its razor-edged fangs promised danger. On its forehead, a bold, sweeping character, King, declared its dominion as the king of beasts. A deep, male voice rumbled. Greetings, master. I am Taiji of the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan? Could it be that this summoning technique now allows me to call upon the entire Tiger Clan? Just like the Toad Clan. Exactly. From now on, you'll meet more of my family members one after another. Now that was certainly interesting. Having a whole squadron of tigers at his side in future battles would certainly feel imposing. At that moment, a holographic panel appeared before him, displaying information about the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan resides in the Valley of Blooming Streams, a legendary place akin to the fabled Mount Myaboku. Their founder is the immortal Hwami, who has lived for more than 1,000 years since the era of Kagaya. What's more, Hwami is an ancient feline reminiscent of tiger. The Tiger Clan boasts 3 formidable champions. Taiji is one of them. With an incredibly powerful store of Senjutsu chakra, he's already among the toughest of all summoned creatures. However, the tigers cannot make themselves invisible. Still, they possess astounding ninja techniques and senjutsu. Yet, summoning these mighty tigers takes more than just power. A close bond must be formed between summoner and beast. In other words, the deeper the bond, the higher the rank of the summoned tiger, and only then can a contract be agreed upon. Just as Ikuno Jun was about to read further, Taiji cut him off. He missed out on some crucial information. Taiji spoke up. All right, that's enough for today. I can't spend much time with you just yet. Once your bond with us deepens, we'll meet again. Take care, little one. And with that, Taiji vanished in a blink. The holographic screen faded away too. What? That's it? So what kind of tiger can I even summon right now? Ikuno Jun decided to try again. Summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke appeared, and a fluffy tiger cub emerged. Oh, did you summon me? Do you have any snacks? Snacks? Wait, does it have the same weakness for treats as Gamaryu? Ikuno Jun rifled through his Doraemon bag and produced some Mom's Brand beef sticks, lushing beef cubes, and CC fruit jellies. But the little tiger was instantly taken by the seaweed snacks. These are delicious. My name's Yuji. I think I like you already. The cub's eyes sparkled contentedly after eating its fill. So, can you tell me, what kind of abilities do you have? Yuji replied with easy confidence. I can use water style. Tiger breaks the waves, and I'm also great at tracking prey. Tiger breaks the waves? That sounded seriously impressive. But tracking prey? Was it like Kakashi's ninja dog packing? Who could follow scents? Can you show me? Yuji glanced around the apartment. But there's no water here. With a quick idea, Ikuno Jun hurried over to the bathroom and started filling the bathtub. Yuji perked up the moment he saw water. No need to fill it. Just turn on the faucet. Water style, Tiger breaks the waves. Before Ikuno Jun could even react, the water gathered and surged, forming the shape of a massive, majestic tiger. With its tail trailing from the sink faucet, it lunged straight at him. 10 seconds later, Chi-Jun looked like a drowned cat. The whole apartment, too, seemed as if it had been overtaken by a flood. Well, that was my mistake. Chi-Jun couldn't help but laugh and shake his head, then stripped off his soaked clothes. When Yuji glanced at his abs, he curled his lip in unmistakable disdain. Though it was an expression more suited to a tiger, Chi-Jun could keenly feel the contempt. What's with that look? Is my six-pack not defined enough for you? A flicker of scorn danced in Yuji's amber eyes. Then he started patrolling around the apartment. When he reached the kitchen, he spotted a small bottle and, with a swipe of his paw, shattered it. Spicy pepper powder wafted into the air, filling Yuji's nose. The little tiger couldn't hold back and sneezed several times in a row. Chi-Jun burst into laughter. Gazing at the fluffy little creature, an old saying sprang to Chi-Jun's mind. A tiger's tail is not to be touched lightly. So he bent down, ready to put to the test. But Yuji, clearly reading his intentions, immediately sat down and pinned Chi-Jun's head with his paw. His sharp gaze seemed to say, "My head is no place for mortals to touch." Grinning, Chi-Jun pulled out several packs of seaweed snacks and waved them enticingly. Who could have guessed? Yuji's attitude shifted in a flash. He snuggled up to Chi-Jun's face, purring and seeking attention like a spoiled cat. It only took a matter of hours. A deep man and tiger bond was forged between Chi-Jun and Yuji sealed with a contract of blood, his very first Tiger Clan spirit beast. Naturally, credit was due to Chi Yi-jun's endless supply of seaweed snacks. Night fell, and the moon rose to its zenith. Half awake, half dreaming, Chi Yi-jun sensed someone holding him close, ever so gently. He forced his eyes open, but things were a haze, a faint impression of a young boy by his side. Not until the first light of dawn crept in did the soft, furry sensation return. Ki Yun dukt fuli iwik. Only then did he spot Yuji sprawled on his back beside him, limbs splayed in every direction. This little fellow was unbelievably domineering. Yuji's long tail was wrapped tightly around Chi Yi-jun's neck. His front paws pressed firmly against Chi Yi-jun's stomach, forbidding him to toss and turn during the night. Chi Yi-jun rubbed his eyes and sat up. He looked at the thin blanket draped over his body. What's going on? I distinctly remember not using a blanket last night. I slept on top of it. Who covered me? Because Chi Yi-jun possessed limitless chakra. He'd forgotten to cancel the summoning technique the previous night. So Yuji would always be close by. After breakfast, he played with the fluffy little tiger for a little while. Then, ending the summoning, Chi Yi-jun left the apartment. He finished his rounds at the funeral home and hot spring resort, then paid a visit to Sasuke and Lee, and spent half the day training in the forest. At noon, he went home for a nap. Boredom crept in. He thought again of the adorable little tiger, Yuji, and summoned him once more. But this time, upon witnessing Yuji's remarkable ability, Chi Yi-jun was left utterly speechless. Warm sunlight spilled into the room. Chi Yi-jun awoke from his nap. He stretched lazily, and in a blink, spotted a golden ball curled up beside him. A long tail slipped into his sailor vest. Whatever dream it was having, that little tail was still gently flicking. He tugged the tail out. With his forehead, he nuzzled the furry head. Then he got out of bed to use the bathroom. When he came back from relieving himself, he glanced at the bed, and Jun Ichino was instantly frozen in place. Where had the little tiger Yuji gone? Instead, there was now a blonde boy about his own age lying there. The boy even had whiskers on his face. His first thought was Naruto, but on closer inspection, it was an unfamiliar face. Round-faced, with an unmistakable tigerish look. The boy cracked his eyes open, heavy brows furrowing slightly as he glanced at Jun, then rolled over and drifted back to sleep. Jun Ichino's mind went completely blank. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. All he did was go to the bathroom. How'd another person end up in his bed? Hey, who are you? How did you get in here? Only then did the boy slowly roll over, rubbing his drowsy eyes. His bright eyes fixed on Jun Ichino, with the corners of his eyes tilting up. A strange feeling ran through Jun, as if he was being watched by a wild animal. He could even feel the hairs standing up on the back of his neck. They were the same age, yet the boy exuded an inexplicable aura of royalty. But Jun quickly put the pieces together. Don't tell me. At last the boy got to his feet. You are you, Yuji? The boy scratched his head, sheepishly. Hey, yeah, it's me. I forgot to tell you, our tiger clan can take on a human form. Human form? Seeing Jun Ichino's doubtful expression, Yuji morphed back into a tiger. Then, in a flash, back into a boy. Now Jun was intrigued. That's awesome. Then, Yuji raided the fridge for snacks in the kitchen. Munching away, he explained. When we turn human, we get a special power, Tiger Eye. Tiger Eye? What's that? Yun asked, curiosity piqué. Yuji began to explain in detail. It turned out, in human form, the Tiger Clan could share their Tiger Eye with their chosen human. Each tiger person had their own type of Tiger Eye. The most powerful was the space-time eye. It gave you the power to peer into the future, stop time, or even travel back to the past. Tieji's tiger, I was the one shot, I enough said. As for Yuji's mother, her tiger, I was the goddess of fertility eye. And there were others too. The petrifying eye, the replay eye, the amnesia eye, the possession eye, the thousand-mile eye, the dog-transforming eye, the eye of love. Hold on. Jun Ichino interrupted him. What are the amnesia eye and the possession eye? Yuji replied. The amnesia eye lets someone forget everything. The possession eye can strip someone of all their powers. Jun Ichino fell into deep thought. If these two could be combined with the resurrection jutsu, the results might be beyond imagination. He was overjoyed, scarcely able to believe his luck. Isn't this practically the same as Byakugan or Sharingan? Those legendary eye techniques? And the range of possibilities is even greater. Yuji, quickly, tell me, can you use either of these eyes? Yuji shook his head. Then what can you do? I have X-ray vision hard under eyes. All right then. Although a little disappointed, Chino Jun was still curious to try out the X-ray vision. He pulled out an outfit for Yuji to wear. It was a black robe paired with black leggings. On top of that, there was a yellow jacket adorned with triangular patterns. This was the iconic outfit of Zenitsu Agatsuma from Demon Slayer. The overall style matched perfectly with Naruto's hair color. Originally, Chino Jun had intended to give it to Naruto, but in this moment, he felt it suited the Tiger Boy even more. They left the apartment and stepped out onto the busy street. Yuji, I want to try the tiger eyes. Yuji grinned and nodded. Then he took Chino Jun's hand. An energetic, joyful gesture. The street was bustling with people coming and going. Some passers-by were already casting curious glances their way. Must be a couple of little lovebirds, someone muttered. Chino Jun instantly snatched his hand away, as if shocked by electricity. What are you doing? In his past life, seeing two women holding hands would seem like a pair of adorable besties. But two guys holding hands always felt a bit awkward. Yuji paused for a moment. You can only share the tiger eyes if you're holding hands. All right then. Chino Jun could only force himself to take his hand again. Just then, they spotted Kurenai-sensei up ahead. Oh no! Chino Jun was dumbstruck. The two quickly wandered off toward the Konoha hospital. And right there, they ran into Might Guy. He was on his way to visit Lee. Hello, Guy-sensei. Guy turned around, dressed all in green, flashing his trademark brilliant smile at Chino Jun. Chino Jun gripped Yuji's hand tightly, curiosity overtaking him. Whoa. After Guy left, Yuji said, I should go home now, or Mom will worry. Chino Jun handed him a whole box of Boli seaweed snacks as a parting gift. They said goodbye, ending the summoning jutsu. Just as he was about to step inside the hospital, he bumped into the third Hokage being discharged. Trailing behind him were Jiraiya and a few others. After they'd seen the third off, Jiraiya called out to Chino Jun. Hey, little guy, do you have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Why would Sensei ask me that? Is he trying to awaken some hidden power in me too? Still, Chino Jun answered honestly. I do. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. Jiraiya slapped his own forehead. I remember now. That girl from the Hyuga clan, right? Wasn't she the one who spotted me at the hot spring resort that day? Ha ha. Chino Yun nodded. Jiraiya leaned in close, lowering his voice. Tell me, as your teacher, how far have you two gotten? Chino Jun clamped his mouth shut at once. Because if Jiraiya found out, Naruto would definitely find out too. And once Naruto knew, the entire village would know before long. We just held hands, that's all. Then he asked, Sensei, why are you asking me this? Jiraiya only smiled, leaving the question unanswered. He ruffled Naruto's hair and walked away. By evening, Naruto finished his training for the day. The 5-element seal that Orochimaru had placed on him had been undone. Jiraiya had taught him the summoning jutsu for toads. However, Naruto could only manage to summon little tadpoles, the youngest form of Gamakichi. To encourage him, Jiraiya took Naruto out for Ichiraka ramen. Let's dig in. Naruto eagerly grabbed his bowl and chopsticks, eating with gusto. He devoured the noodles so quickly that he scarcely chewed them before swallowing. Wow, this is delicious. If every day was like this, I want to train every single day. Jiraiya, on the other hand, said something oddly mysterious. Eat as much as you want. It's your last bowl, after all. Naruto blinked, puzzled. Jiraiya immediately shook his head. It's nothing. Eat up, don't hold back. Eat until there's nothing left to regret. Ha 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 ha. Naruto felt Jiraiya was acting a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it, and ordered another bowl of miso pork ramen. Half an hour later, the table was covered with more than a dozen empty bowls. With his round, full tummy, Naruto leaned back, completely content. I am stuffed. Thanks, Ero Sennin. He turned his head to look, but Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Sitting beside him was only a green frog, flicking its tongue at him. Naruto freaked out. What the? The memory of eating ramen with Ikeda Jun, when he'd been replaced by a substitution doll, flashed through his mind. After leaving the ramen shop, Naruto pulled out his red frog-shaped wallet. It was totally empty. Hey, are you full now? Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind him. With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto stomped his feet in protest. Ero Sennin, you tricked me. Didn't you say you were treating me to ramen? Jiraiya answered, sounding all too pleased with himself, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Dummy, I never said I was paying. Naruto launched himself at him, pounding Jiraiya with his small fists. Some grown-up you are. At that moment, Jiraiya's expression grew finally serious. Naruto, is there a girl you like? Naruto paused, letting go of him. A moment later, Sakura came to mind, but he quickly shook his head. He no longer had any feelings for the chubby Sakura. For some reason, the image of Sasuke floated into his mind. Naruto scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Nope, no one. Relief swept across Jiraiya's face. At last, a promise from so many years ago could finally be fulfilled. That night, at Jiraiya's house, he lay in bed, lighting a cigarette, memories flooding his mind. 25 years ago, not far from the land of fire, to the northwest, right at the border between the land of rain and the land of grass. Two mountains stood tall. A massive wooden bridge connects the two villages above. This place is known as Nadeshiko Village, a matriarchal society, a true country of women. Every child born here is a girl. Yet, to ensure the continuation of the bloodline, candidates for the village chief must challenge men from outside villages. It's said that many people have come here and written son-in-law novels that have become famous in the world of shinobi. Back in those days, Jiraiya was still a young man. He was the kind of cosmic heartthrob that everyone adored. Flowers bloomed in his presence, and even carriages broke down when he passed by. So, upon hearing rumors of a country of women, he naturally journeyed across mountains and rivers in search of material for his stories. At night, an alarm sounded throughout the village. The extraordinarily beautiful village chief, leading a group of stunning women, raced toward the great bridge. The women of this village shared certain traits. They were exceptionally tall and strong, rivaling even Tsunade, and they were breathtakingly beautiful, fairer than any lore could tell. The beautiful village chief shouted in fury, "Don't lose sight of him. That fellow's going to learn what happens to those who sneak into our village." So what exactly had happened? As it turned out, Jiraiya, in pursuit of inspiration for his book, had tried to sneak into the land of women under cover of darkness. At this very moment, Jiraiya was dangling from a rope beneath the bridge. "Oh, honestly, I'm only here to gather material for Makeout Paradise." Once he landed in the forest, a short-haired beauty appeared before him. She drew her sword and challenged him. Jiraiya responded by summoning a toad. Secret technique, the art of 36 stratagems. In a flash, he called forth Gamaken and vanished from the scene. By dawn, with pale morning light seeping through the trees, Jiraiya crept down to the empty riverbank. After spending the night hiding in the woods, he was covered in stickiness, exuding an awful sour stench. He leapt into the river to bathe, catching a few fish for breakfast as an afterthought. But in the blink of an eye, he slipped and took a tumble. Just then, a short-haired woman in red suddenly appeared. She was none other than Nadeshiko Village's chief candidate, Maiteko, a woman in her youthful prime, who had hardly ever set eyes on a man. In that moment, she gazed at the dashing Jiraiya, and her heart skipped a beat. Overflowing with excitement, she boldly set forth a wager of marriage. "If you lose, you'll become my son-in-law and stay here as my husband." The two unleashed every jutsu at their disposal, clashing in a fierce duel. In the end, they declared a truce and came to an agreement over a childhood engagement. At dawn, the forest lay hushed and shrouded in gauzy mist. By the riverbank, a gentle fog curled upward. The beautiful woman and handsome man sat side by side. Having fought to a draw, they decided together. From now on, their disciples would continue the rivalry. If Jiraiya's disciple lost, he would marry into Nadeshiko Village, taking her disciple as his wife. As if dictated by fate, Jiraiya had already found a future bride for Naruto, and solved the issues of housing, wedding gifts, and dowry all in one go. A master like this, where can we find a dozen more? Meanwhile, in Jiraiya's home in the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya awoke from his reverie. With a smile, he lit another cigarette. Outside the window, the night was deep and the sky glittered with countless stars. At the border of the land of fire, a carriage hurried along the dark road. Inside sat a beautiful young girl and her mentor, a woman of elegant demeanor. This woman was her master, none other than Midai, who had once battled Jiraiya 25 years ago. They, too, had received invitations to attend the final round of the Chunin exams in Konoha as honor guests. It turned out that not only Jiraiya, but even Hiruzen Sarutobi, in his younger days, had visited the land of women. He and the previous Midai's master, the elder Midai, fought to a standstill. And though he didn't become a son-in-law to their village, a close relationship was forged. In fact, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Nadeshiko Village had even sent Kunoichi to support Konoha in battle. This time, the third Hokage extended an invitation to them as well. But Midai's journey had a deeper purpose than simply observing the exams. Her true aim was to find Jiraiya's apprentice and arrange in advance a betrothal. The young girl inside the carriage was named Shizuka. Curious minds might wonder, wait, is this Shizuka from Doraemon who wandered into the wrong story? But no, that's not the case. This Shizuka's full name was Nadeshiko Shizuka. Though she only appeared in a single episode, she left a deep impression on Junichino. When it came to beauty, when it came to figure, she was a standout even among the most minor characters in the Naruto universe. It was a shame she was only ever seen in that one episode. Shizuka's master took out a flute, and as the carriage rolled through the moonlit night, she played a wistful tune, her heart remembering that white-haired man. The scene shifts back to Konoha Village. Inside Jun Ichino's bedroom. Even though Hatsune Miku had sung him a lullaby, sleep still eluded him. He gazed up at the moonlight, lost in restless thoughts. Earlier that evening, Naruto had come by for dinner and mentioned that Jiraiya, too, had asked about his romantic prospects. For someone so familiar with the story, Jun Ichino was suddenly struck by a realization. Is Jiraiya recalling a promise from all those years ago? But he quickly laughed it off. He can't even solve his own marriage problems, and now he's eager to find a bride for his apprentice. Just then, the system suddenly popped up, confirming his intuition. Ding! Storyline check-in. Host is to assist Naruto in defeating Shizuka and remain by Naruto's side. What on earth? This mission sounded like quite a challenge. Winning the heart of a beautiful woman? The precondition was, you absolutely must not lose. If you did, then, by the time Naruto turned 14, he would be sent off to the Nadeshiko village as their new son-in-law. And what fun would there be in that? However, even if he won, how would he persuade Shizuka to stay in Konoha and become the future Hokage's bride? In search of an answer and a way to complete this task, Jun Ichino opened episode 455 on his tablet to revisit the one and only appearance of Nadeshiko Shizuka. In the original story, Naruto encountered Shizuka and her attendant on a seaside town while heading toward Turtle Island before the Fourth Great Ninja War. By then, Shizuka had already become the village leader and traveled to Konoha to fulfill the wager. They met quite by chance. Naruto was so startled, he wanted to flee in the middle of the night. But the Kunoichi attendant had already locked onto him. She informed him that, in truth, Shizuka had a sweetheart named Sadri. He was a merchant who had been granted permission to enter the village. But he was killed by the stubborn faction of Nadeshiko village. Shizuka was overwhelmed with grief, and from then on, she shut herself off from the world. When Naruto heard this, his mind was in turmoil. After much thought, he finally agreed to meet with Shizuka once. The next day, the ship set sail. On the deck, Guy laughed and said, "Naruto, you missed out on your chance to become a groom, didn't you?" Huh. But Naruto had used the shadow clone jutsu. His real self remained in the small town to meet with Shizuka. Naruto made it clear from the start. He was here to talk things through, not to fight. But Shizuka wouldn't accept that, and so a battle broke out. Naruto fought with all his strength, staying true to the style of his mentor. In the end, he defeated Shizuka. But right at that moment, a thunderous crash shattered the calm of the street. It turned out to be a lovesick loser, piloting a mechanical puppet, firing at Shizuka. Who tries to win a girl's heart like that? And where were the people in charge, letting someone cause chaos like this right in the middle of the street? Naruto came to Shizuka's aid, taking down the would-be suitor with a Rasengan that sent him soaring. Like the brightest star in the sky, broad daylight or not. As always, Naruto used his words to console and inspire after winning the battle. With heartfelt conversation, the two of them finally reconciled. Just then, Captain Yamato arrived and whisked Naruto away to board the ship. Naruto resumed his role as a sailor, setting off for distant shores. And with that, his fate with Shizuka came to a complete end. Another regret added to the list. Turning off the video, Ikeda Jun smiled and said, if Naruto had agreed to be with Shizuka back then, Hinata might never have had her chance. Just then, the system issued a new mission. Maybe Ikeda Jun could really make up for those regrets this time. Let Naruto find a love that truly belongs to him. However, a pitiful image of Sasuke suddenly popped into Ikeda Jun's mind. What about our second broody one? Should he get someone too? And with such thoughts, he drifted into a sweet, restful sleep. The land of fire, being in the tropics, was already starting to get hot, even though it was only early April. The next morning, Ikeda Jun woke up from the heat. He ducked into his personal space. After some searching, he found an old Chunlon air conditioner, but he had no idea how to install it. So, in the end, he could only bring out a few electric fans. By now, Shizuka for Nadeshiko village was still a day away from Konoha. In the morning, after training until 10, Ikeda Jun set out for Konoha Hospital. On his way, he happened to run into Shino, Choji, Shiko, and Kiba. They were visiting Sasuke. Ikeda Jun was surprised. He never thought they'd come to see Sasuke, the second broody one. Shikamaru remarked, in his usual laid-back way, Sasuke and I were never that close. He's not really the kind of guy you grow fond of, but he's still a comrade from Konoha. No matter how troublesome, you have to check on him. Hearing this, Ikeda Jun froze, because it reminded him of something Shikamaru once said, a classic line. Sasuke doesn't really have a deep connection with me. nor is he someone who's particularly likable. But just like me, he's a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. He's my comrade. That's why I'll risk everything to save him. That's our Hidden Leaf way. Even someone like me doesn't consider this troublesome, because I'll always protect your lives. I remember reading this line and being deeply moved. A man like that, it's almost impossible not to like him. The 5 little warriors marched toward Konoha Hospital in high spirits. Choji, as usual, munched on potato chips while mumbling lines to himself. My name is Liang Jichao. My grandma is a bit of a fool. I taught her to play PUBG, and I rack up 70 kills a round, but she gets eliminated the moment she lands every time. This time, it's the uplifting life of Liang Jichao. Screenplay by Ikuno Shun. Choji played Liang Jichao, while Sakura took on the role of the grandma. And the director had been brought in specially, all the way from the land of snow. This was also the first ever movie that Ikuno Shun officially invested in. Looking at these friends who would someday fight side by side, Ikuno Shun truly felt a deep affection for them. The hospital was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Shino couldn't stop sneezing, one after another. Ikuno Shun knew. It must be that the parasitic insects inside Shino couldn't stand the smell of disinfectant. Sasuke looked much better, his face livelier. He was reading 10 Deadly Sins. Faced with everyone's visit, he remained neither warm nor cold, distant as ever. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Just then, Choji couldn't hold it in and let out a fart. He followed up with, "Huh? What's that burning smell?" Everyone instinctively sniffed the air, unwittingly breathing it all in. When they realized what had happened, the room erupted into chaos. They were still just kids, after all. Always playful, always full of energy. Kiba shouted, "Let's party. Come on, let's get wild." The energy burst forth, and the group erupted into dance and laughter. Finally, a nurse strode in and scolded them. "Keep it down, for heaven's sake, you little rascals." Only then did everyone stick out their tongues sheepishly and file out of the room. Not being all that familiar with Lee, Shikamaru and his friends said their goodbyes and left. Out in the hallway, Ikuno Shun spotted a petite girl in a pink cheongsam. He had a smile. It was Tenten. He suddenly remembered something and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. "Tenten, here's your handkerchief." "Thank you." This was the very handkerchief she'd used to wipe his blood back in the Forest of Death, when Ikuno Shun had been injured, trying to protect her from the Sound Ninja Trio. Tenten accepted it, smiling. "I still owe you dinner, you know." Ikuno Shun waved it off. "Notarus." With that, the two of them headed toward Lee's hospital room. Niji had already been discharged and was recuperating at home. But Lee's condition hadn't improved one bit. Room 10. The two pushed open the door and saw a girl sitting by the hospital bed. Her hairstyle was the spitting image of Tenten's, also a pair of round buns. She wore a white lab coat, and on her back, written boldly, was the character for healing. She had just changed Little Lee's underwear while he lay fast asleep. Because Little Lee had been bedridden for a long time, his stomach had developed some problems. He was suffering from a bit of diarrhea. The young woman gazed at him gently, softly caressing his face. Ichino Jun was utterly stunned. Could it be that Little Lee's future bride has appeared as well? The girl's name was Chun-Li, and she was a young nurse. Her family was not very wealthy, and she had several younger siblings to care for. At first sight, Chun-Li was deeply attracted by Little Lee's thick eyebrows. Of course, what moved her even more was everything she'd heard about Little Lee's passion and determination. She was completely touched by him. The bushy brow weirdo that Sakura used to tease turned out to be a hidden treasure in Chun-Li's eyes. Lee Rock's arms and legs were wrapped up like a mummy. Ichino Jun shook his head. Gaara really didn't hold back, did he? Seeing them arrive, Chun-Li stood up, her cheeks blushing. She pushed her little trolley out of the room. Face flushed red, Tenten asked, "It's so hot, Jun. Do you like popsicles?" Ichino Jun nodded. Tenten dashed out excitedly. While the room was empty, Ichino Jun began channeling his healing palm technique. He even summoned Hatsune Miku, who also had some healing skills. But Little Lee's internal injuries were just too severe. Their medical abilities could only ease the symptoms, not cure the root of the problem. Ultimately, it would depend on Tsunade, the medical sage, to heal him. However, under the effect of the healing palms, Little Lee's pain eased considerably, and he slowly opened his eyes, staring at this passionate youth, the martial arts genius and guy's pride. Ichino Jun felt a subtle ache in his heart. It's Jun." Little Lee struggled to sit up, but Ichino Jun gently pressed him back down. His eyes looked swollen. He'd cried quietly through the night, because he had overheard Guy and the attending doctor talking. The doctor had told Guy, Little Lee's injuries to his arms and legs are so serious, there's little hope he'll ever be a ninja again, which was exactly the diagnosis Tsunade would later confirm. Of course, Ichino-jun knew how the story would unfold. Once Tsunade showed up, healing little Lee would be a piece of cake. Don't worry, little Lee. I promise you'll make a full recovery and continue being a ninja. Really? Little Lee was overjoyed. Ichino-jun nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side of Konoha village, Naruto was still practicing his toad summoning technique, and Nadeshiko Shizuka would soon arrive in the village. Not only that, Ichino-jun was about to pull off something that would leave Jiraiya utterly speechless. At Konoha Hospital, in Little Lee's room, Guy beamed his trademark bright smile and said, "Haha, Jun, we meet again. Where's that friend of yours?" Ichino-jun scratched his head in confusion. "Which friend do you mean?" "You know, the one you just made, the chubby, tough little guy." "Oh, so it was little Tiger Yuji." Ichino-jun scratched his head, not quite sure how to explain. Guy just smiled knowingly. Everyone has their secrets. Youth is always shrouded in secrets, and that's what makes it so marvelous, so intoxicating. It's all right. Even your teacher Kakashi and I had secrets we couldn't speak of when we were young. These days, Guy seemed a little worn out. First, there was Kakashi, always putting love before friendship, letting his heart get tangled up with countless women. Then, there was his most cherished student, the very one who was most likely to inherit his spirit. Yet now, he was on the verge of being ruined. Guy pulled out a large package of his specially made medicine pills. "Lee, keep taking the youth pills. At least 100 more." Lee nodded without hesitation. He grabbed them and stuffed them straight into his mouth. Chomp, chomp. He kept eating until his face turned green. Chun-Li's heart ached for him. She rushed forward, trying to snatch the pills away. But Lee, eyes filled with determination, declared, "As long as it's from my teacher, I'd swallow even a pile of horse dung without a moment's doubt." Chun-Li wept, deeply moved by his devotion. "I'll stick by this true man, no matter what." It was only then that Ichino-jun realized why he'd ended up with an upset stomach. After visiting Lee, he decided to find Uncle Sage. "I want to learn the toad summoning technique too." He happened to run into Ino and Sakura at the door. They were there to see Sasuke and Lee. Sakura's tears streamed down her face, like rain on a pear blossom. Ino, growing impatient, grumbled, "All you do is cry. What brand of mascara do you use, anyway? How can you bawl your eyes out like this, and it still won't run?" Although their rivalry was long over, these two just couldn't resist trading barbs. Soon enough, they were bickering again. Their voices twisted into a chaotic jumble of shrieks and nonsense. After leaving the hospital, Ichino-jun sprinted all the way to find Jiraiya. Naruto was still there, but in the air, desperately training. Yet all he could summon were wiggling little tadpoles. When Jiraiya saw Ichino-jun, he ruffled his hair, dotingly. Ichino-jun nestled into his arms. He made his request to learn the toad summoning technique. At that, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He bit his finger, slowly weaved the hand signs. Summoning technique. With a sudden smack of both hands on the ground, ripples of arcane symbols spread outward along the earth. A booming sound erupted. White smoke billowed up. When the haze cleared, a toad, human-sized, appeared before them. Gripped in its mouth was a contract scroll, a bead hung around its neck. On the bead was inscribed the character for loyalty. It was Toad Loyal. Ichino-jun immediately recognized him. This was Jiraiya's most trusted summon, guardian of the summoning contract scroll. Jiraiya unrolled the scroll across the ground. Following the instructions, Ichino-jun cut his finger and wrote his name down. "All right, now you give it a try." Ichino-jun pressed his hands together. A faint puff of smoke rose into the air. A lively, hopping tadpole appeared on the ground. Jiraiya let out a sigh, but then he asked at once, "Did you forget the hand signs?" Ichino-jun nodded. Jiraiya stared at him, lost for words, but couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. This little guy doesn't even need to use hand seals. Still, even if he skips the seals, it's no use if he can't summon a toad. Laughter burst out, loud and hearty. Naruto doubled over, clutching his stomach, unable to contain himself. Ichino-jun was left speechless, dark lines forming on his brow. "And you're laughing at me? Aren't you the one still looking for his tadpole's mother?" Jiraiya had long since tuned them out. He picked up his binoculars, scouting around for a new target. He hadn't spent much time back in the Leaf Village lately. In fact, he'd been off collecting stories for most of the earlier Chunin exams. So he wasn't all that familiar with Ichino-jun's abilities. He had no idea that Jun possessed limitless chakra. No matter how talented this youngster is, there's no way he outshines Ninetales Naruto. That's what Jiraiya thought at first. Ichino-jun began practicing. It was his first attempt at the toad summoning technique. The result, just another tadpole. The size of a summoning beast depends on the user's chakra reserves, but also on their mastery of the technique. It's perfectly normal to bring out only a tadpole at first, and then, A thunderous crash echoed from the cliffs behind. Ichino-jun was suddenly gone. Naruto cried out at the top of his lungs. Pervy Sage, something's wrong. There's a massive grandpa toad down below. Jiraiya froze, eyes wide with disbelief. What? Did that kid actually summon Gamabunta? Impossible. When they reached the cliff's edge, the sight that awaited them was beyond comprehension. Jiraiya collapsed on the ground in utter shock. Unbelievable. Without a sound or sign, the kid had summoned one after all. He just finished saying June couldn't do it. Seems like these days, fate enjoys a good joke. But as it turned out, Ikinu Yunhelensi summoned Gamabunta. He'd summoned Gamamaru. Gamamaru, famed as the most eccentric prophet of the shinobi world. The mightiest sage of Mount Myaboku. A toad whose lifespan spanned millennia, who had witnessed the wildest epics of the Otsutsuki clan. He knew the ending the moment the story began. At that very moment, Gamamaru was in his temple in Mount Myaboku, leading a yoga class with a group of lady toads. Then he sensed a surge of chakra like never before. Intrigued, he agreed, for once, to appear. Still, just because a summoned beast shows up doesn't mean a contract is signed. There are always terms and conditions for forming such a bond. And after this encounter, Ichino-jun never summoned Gamamaru again, until that fateful day arrived. In the world of Naruto, summoning beasts are usually ninjas' partners or sometimes their assistants. Think of Kakashi's ninja hounds or Guy's trusty turtle. But the summoned beasts of Mount Myaboku, Ryuichi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, Gumiosen, and Huashi Valley. These are no ordinary creatures. Not just anyone can form a pact with them. They possess human-like intelligence and have established their own social systems within their domains. The leaders of these 5 great sanctuaries are known as sages. And Gamamaru is none other than the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. Relying on his formidable chakra, Chi-Yi-jun accidentally summoned Gamamaru. At this moment, Gamamaru appeared exceptionally polite and even a little adorably cute. He used his crystal ball to show off his glorious achievements. In the world of Hokage, from the moment humanity came into being, the divine tree began absorbing the Earth's energy. An alien named Kagaya ate the forbidden chakra fruit, which ripened only once every 1,000 years. Relying on her incredible powers, she quelled chaos and ushered in the era of the rabbit goddess. With the blessings and prayers, or rather, the curses of the people, she asexually produced her alien sons, Hagoromo and Hamura. Entering menopause, Kagaya began to rule all of society with terrifying magic. She even intended to reclaim the power that her 2 children had divided among themselves. Watching this, Chi-Yi-jun couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Kagaya was angry. Seriously, what were those villagers thinking? As a gift to the savior who ended their wars, out of all things, why deliver her 2 kids? And so, the 6 Path Sages' domestic struggles memoir began. One day, the 2 brothers set out to resolve problems among the villagers. They encountered Gamamaru, who had been waiting for some time. Gamamaru received a prophetic vision in his dreams. He would one day meet a young alien. He gave a grand self-introduction, then unleashed a torrent of water, instantly knocking out a huge black bear, casually demonstrating his power. He then led the brothers to the front of the divine tree, pointing into the distance and saying, "That cursed tree is poisoning the Earth's environment. If you want to learn the truth, go to the ridge by the divine tree." Reaching the ridge, Hagoromo discovered his girlfriend's lifeless body. He deduced that his mother, Kagaya, might be manipulating humanity behind the scenes. Yet, overwhelmed by his emotions, he didn't go home to confront his mother. Instead, anger overtook him and he wanted to strike out. He rushed straight to Gamamaru, still unsure whether the toad was friend or fraud. Gamamaru, unruffled, brought him back to the village, revealed the prophecy, and replayed scenes of Kagaya through the crystal ball. At that moment, Hagoromo suddenly had a thought. As a good son, shouldn't I go home and ask my mother for the full story first? To which Gamamaru bluntly replied, "Your mom might not be interested in discussing it with you." The 2 continued their conversation. Hagoromo asked, "If I can only choose one, my wife or my mother, which should I pick?" Gamamaru answered, "Your wife, of course." Hagoromo pressed on, "What if my brother stands in my way?" Gamamaru replied, "Take him down, revive him, and repeat until he falls in line." Hagoromo asked, "If I defeat my mother, what should I do next?" Gamamaru said, "Go forth and spread chakra. You know how it's done." Hagoromo exclaimed, "Spread chakra? I see." In that instant, Hagoromo resolved to overthrow his own mother. He couldn't bear to see the Earth's living beings plunged into suffering. Thus, for the greater good, he decided to take down his mother plant the seeds of camaraderie across the ninja world, and build a land free of Kagaya. And so it began. The Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, with the help of Gamamaru, mastered the art of Senjutsu. He was also bestowed with the Sage's Talisman as a gift. With this power, Hagoromo returned to his village and, putting righteousness above family ties, made a painful decision. First, he killed his brother Hamura, who had fallen under someone's control, then used the talisman to revive him. United as brothers once more, they fought together. Together, they struck their own mother with such force that the earth shattered and mountains crumbled. Months passed. At long last, victory was theirs, ushering in a brighter future and protecting the environment of Earth. After reading this passage, Ikano-jun chuckled and remarked, "Isn't it strange? Gamamaru somehow ends up being portrayed as this scheming sage, always plotting in the shadows." From this, we can see just how extraordinary Gamamaru's skills of persuasion and prophecy truly are. As for his actual strength, it is nothing short of unfathomable. Though his battle prowess is rarely displayed in the story, that's easy to understand. If circumstances forced him to act, it would mean the shinobi world was already beyond saving. And Gamamaru's perfect ability to foresee the future becomes all the more terrifying the more you think about it. The prophecy made by Hagoromo during the Fourth Great War, about a blonde, blue-eyed hero and the nine-tailed beasts, came straight from Gamamaru. Speaking of Gamamaru, Ikano-jun thought again of the third Hokage. He had his crystal ball, and atop Gamamaru's head, another crystal ball, even larger than Sarutobi's. Right at this moment, the memory projected by the crystal ball finally faded. Ikano-jun, too, awoke from the grip of nostalgia. Only then did Gamamaru speak. "Young one, I see you possess an impressive reserve of chakra, limitless potential. Work hard and make something of yourself. Let's hope we meet again. Of course, I rarely make appearances. Since you've had the fortune to summon me this time, I can't let you leave empty-handed. Otherwise, our Toad family might seem awfully stingy." Hearing these words, Ikano-jun's heart leapt with joy. Could he be about to give me a Senjutsu technique? Or perhaps some talismans for a full revival? That way, I wouldn't have to bother with the ancestral soul, cooldown timer anymore. But Gamamaru went on. "I'm afraid my gifts don't come for free. You humans value reciprocity. So tonight, you must present me with a gift, and it must be one of my favorites. If I'm not pleased, sorry, but you won't get a gift from me either." With that, he vanished in a puff of smoke. What the? The legendary sage, dealing in gift exchanges like this. But then, what kind of gift would Gamamaru give him in return? "Sayonara." Gamamaru gave a little wave, as if brushing aside the clouds, and quietly slipped away. Thunder cracked overhead. Jiraiya felt as if lightning had exploded right above his head. What was going on? This kid had actually managed to summon the sage Toad himself. No way. This was legendary. He jumped to his feet and rubbed his eyes, peering down to the bottom of the cliff. But there was not a trace of Gamamaru to be seen. Afterward, Ikano-jun put on quite the show. He scratched his head, shrugged his shoulders, and spread his hands in bewilderment. "I don't know." Jiraiya pointed down at the cliff. "Do you realize who that old Toad just now was?" "Who cares? Speak plainly." Jiraiya snapped, his patience wearing thin. Only then did Ikano-jun blink a few times and slowly explain. "The big Toad just now said it's the true Toad Sage. Anyone pretending to be it is just a fraud." Jiraiya felt incredibly awkward. In the end, under his relentless urging, Ikano-jun summoned the toads again. With a loud pop, an orange, feisty little toad appeared. "Ugh, who dares disturb Gamaki's sweet dreams?" Jiraiya glanced over at Naruto, who was still preoccupied, bent over playing with tadpoles. He shot Ikano-jun a fleeting look of approval, but quickly straightened his face and said, "That's not the kind of toad I want you to summon. Keep trying." Ikano-jun gathered his chakra once more. Another sharp pop. This time, a yellow little toad appeared. Its cheeks puffed out adorably, a gentle face beaming. This was the mild-mannered Gamma-ryu. "Hello, everyone. I'm Gamma-ryu, pleased to meet you." But the next summons kept turning up nothing but baby tadpoles. Jiraiya, disappointed, finally shook his head and went off to look for a new candidate. Staring at the one yellow and one orange toad before him, Ikano-jun couldn't help but laugh. He reached into his bag and took out preserved plums, chips, spicy sticks, pork jerky, and fish snacks, handing them out generously. "From now on, we'll be teammates, fighting side by side." Though Gamaki had quite the temper, the snacks were just too delicious to resist. "Oomph. As long as there's good food, we'll protect you with our lives from now on," Gamaki piped up. Gamma-ryu, ever the sweetheart, chimed in. "That's right. Even though my brother and I aren't strong fighters yet, We'll grow up, and one day we'll be as powerful as Dad and our uncles. On this point, Ikuno-jun had no doubt. Gamaki's Wind Release, Toad Iron Cannon, and Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Gamma Ryu's Art of Hidden Blades, Toad Short Blade Slash, and Water Candy Iron Cannon. All these moves had left a deep impression on him. Ikuno-jun reached out his hand. Give me 5. The two little toads froze in surprise. But they caught on quickly. Soon, they'd mastered their very first phrase from a foreign land. Night fell, and the sky glittered with stars. In a flash of flying thunder god, Ikuno-jun whisked himself to the foot of a cliff. He came bearing gifts. Red Star Ergo 2, Xiao Hu Tu Xian, Xianxia-Bai Wuliangya. He still remembered from the original story. When Gamamaru chatted with the Sage of Six Paths, he dived headfirst into the wine vat without a second thought. Clearly, this was a toad with quite the taste for alcohol. With a burst of white smoke, Gamamaru appeared once more. He glanced at Ikuno-jun's gifts. His joy was impossible to hide. Young one, you have promise. These gifts of yours are truly marvelous. Then, Gamamaru presented him with 2 gifts of his own. The first was a crystal ball that could cast the telescope technique. The second was a sage's talisman. This is the greatest treasure of the Toad clan, inscribed with vast sage chakra. It can bring someone back from the brink of death. Gamamaru explained. Amazing. With this in hand, bringing Jiraiya back to life felt like having double insurance. There had always been a question that puzzled Ikuno-shun. Why didn't Gamamaru use this to save Jiraiya? After all, Jiraiya was a disciple of Mount Mayaboku, and he'd always been on friendly terms with the Toads. Could it be that the great Toad Sage was so heartless? It wasn't until later that he understood. It wasn't a matter of the great Toad Sage lacking compassion. It was simply that bringing Jiraiya back was truly impossible. Kabuto, when preparing the reanimation jutsu, had said, I wanted to resurrect Jiraiya too. But to use the reanimation jutsu, you need to recover the body. I gave up because of the crushing depths of the water. His corpse sank into the deep sea, and there's no way to retrieve it. Even if they somehow fished Jiraiya's body out, the great Toad Sage probably couldn't save him. Why? Because Kishimoto wouldn't allow it. In fact, it would have been so easy if Kishimoto wanted Jiraiya to survive. All he had to do was let something snag the body as it was sinking. But perhaps Kishimoto believed Jiraiya's death was the perfect ending. Rather than dragging things out, why not let him make his grand exit and elevate his character? Herbie Sage, don't worry. Now, this is Ikuno-shun's world. Kishimoto's off the clock. To show his sincerity and gratitude once more, Ikuno-shun ran into his storage space and began rummaging through boxes. He carried out more than a dozen cases of Moutai liquor, pushing them all into the hands of the great Toad Sage. The old toad was so overjoyed that even his mouth began to foam. Are there any more? Well, a greedy toad, trying to swallow more than it can handle. This time, Ikuno-shun went all out, producing EXO, Remy Martin, even a 1982 law fight. Gamamaru had never tasted foreign spirits before, and this time, he drank until he was thoroughly intoxicated. Seizing the opportunity, the clever Ikuno-shun made his request. Handsome Grandpa Toad, could you teach me Sage Jutsu? Gamamaru froze in surprise, then fell into deep thought. Only those with immense reserves of chakra can train in Sage mode. He could already sense the vast, overwhelming chakra flowing in Ikuno-shun. An exceptional candidate for Sage Jutsu, without a doubt. The only thing left to test was his aptitude for understanding. Pretty please, Grandpa Toad. Ikuno-shun, with a flurry of flattery and childlike pleading. But training is grueling, sometimes even dangerous. Are you ready for that? Gamamaru inquired. Ikuno-shun nodded firmly. Very well. 3 days from now, at midnight, meet me here. Ikuno-shun nodded eagerly, happiness lighting up his face. They bid each other farewell. By the time he returned home, the city's lights twinkled in the night. His bone clone had cleaned the whole house until it sparkled. A hot bath had already been drawn. Ikuno-shun slipped comfortably into the bathtub, letting himself relax completely. The next morning, Ikuno-shun headed to the mission hall. He put up a commission to have a house built. Unfortunately, Captain Yamato was away on official business. But Ikuno-shun wasn't in a rush. He'd just have the workers deliver the materials first. When he got back home, he called for Hinata. Hinata arrived at the apartment. Koyuki Kazuhana was still in the land of snow, overseeing the progress on the railway. Ikuno-shun brought out drinks and snacks for his guest, arranged the paper and pens neatly on the table, then began revising the plans for the new house. So, do you all have any ideas? Hinata pointed at the location of the pond. We could build a little bridge over the pond, and maybe a small pavilion. Chino-jun gave her a thumbs up and sketched the bridge onto the blueprint. Hinata softly added, In the future, we'll be planting fields, growing vegetables, fruit trees, and opening a shop. We'll definitely need to hire people. Let's set aside a piece of land near the wall for workers' housing. Jun beamed with delight. It's not for nothing that I asked you all to help. What a thorough plan. He then laughed and pointed at the drawing. This section will be for the vegetable garden, and that one for the flower beds. Right in the center of the courtyard, we'll build a trellis to grow grapes. It'll give us some nice shade in the summer. And this area here will keep flexible. Season by season, we can plant dragon fruit, watermelon, whatever we like. Jun was painting a truly perfect picture of their future. The girl's eyes sparkled with longing and hope. But Hinata could only stay for 2 hours. Jun had to see her off. Then, he went up the mountain himself to check out the new homestead site. By the time he returned to the village, it was already noon. Passing by the Hyuga family home, he was suddenly enveloped by the most tantalizing aroma, one that made his mouth water. Jun sniffed the air like a hound. Spicy manteko. It was Hinata's mother's specialty. Pollock roe cured with salt, steeped in chili and spices, then served with steaming, glistening white rice. Just one bite. It was pure heaven. Hinata had even snuck him a big bowl of it from home once. It was out of this world delicious. Even with his own culinary skills, he could still only handle Chinese dishes for now. But now, Jun's craving was thoroughly ignited. Wait, a spark of inspiration struck him. He summoned Sanazaki Fumiko, and through her, he could even share her senses, or remarkably, fetch items from a distance. I've never tried this feature before. Following his instructions, the invisible Fumiko slipped into the Hyuga kitchen. She left some money behind and stealthily carried off an entire basin of spicy manteko. Wow, this girl really went all out. At least leave the family a little. Recalling Fumiko, Jun proudly brought the whole dish of spicy manteko back to the funeral home. In that suffocating heat, Kurosawa was still immaculately dressed in a suit, not a hair out of place. He politely refused Jun's offer of food, choosing instead to eat his own lunch alone. 3 neatly rolled carrot, green bean, and pork slices, a plate of scrambled eggs with spring onions, and a couple of slices of chilled broccoli and vinaigrette. His daily menu never varied. Talk about discipline. Uzumaki Maki, a chatterbox by nature, was as outgoing and cheerful as Naruto. That sweltering afternoon, with the heat blazing down, it felt as if the 3 of them were trapped inside an oven. The land of fire sure lives up to its name. Man, it's scorching. Jun decided it was high time to install air conditioning. So he dashed out to look for an appliance store. He found one quickly, but it turned out they wouldn't schedule installation until you bought a unit. Jun bought over a dozen of the newest models right on the spot. It wasn't cheap. Jun clapped his hands together. Money is no object for us. 2 units for the funeral home. 1 for the apartment. 1 for each. Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. And a unit apiece for his 2 future fathers-in-law. Although Hayashi Hyuga still wore his stern face, at least his attitude had finally softened somewhat. All the ones left, they were sent to Sunset Village. Having Flying Thunder God makes everything such a breeze. Whoosh, whoosh, came and went in a flash. When he returned from Sunset Village, it was right at the hottest time of day. Almost no one was out on the streets. Just then, a carriage pulled to a stop, spotting the Konoha forehead protector on Jun's arm. A woman in red stepped down and asked, "Young man, are you a Konoha ninja?" Jun nodded, feeling a twinge of familiarity. Silently, the woman did her math. Jiraiya's pupil should be about this age. So, you must know the ninja Jiraiya, don't you? Suddenly, it dawned on Jun. Here comes Madeko. He glanced at the carriage from the corner of his eye. Sure enough, that stunning beauty was seated gracefully inside. Slender and delicate, her complexion smooth as goose down. Though she was dressed in a white hooded cloak, nothing could hide her graceful poise. Within the carriage sat Nadeshiko Shizuka. She was 15 this year, 2 years older than Naruto and his friends, which lent her a somewhat distant, aloof air. Jun casually replied, "Jiraiya is my master," and instantly regretted it. Just as he feared, Madeko seized hold of him. "Shizuka, come out and take a look at your husband-to-be. He's really quite a catch. Tsayunis Hatsank. This is bad news. Please, please, don't let her fall for someone as dashingly handsome as me. My job this time is to support Naruto, and I'm not interested in her at all." Madeko quickly explained the childhood engagement. Jun scratched his head. "Actually, I've already got a girlfriend." But Madeko wasn't giving up so easily. Dump her. At that very moment, Naruto finished his training and, braving the heat, headed down the street for some ramen. Jiraiya spotted Madeko from afar, muttered a hasty warning or two, and vanished in a puff. Xianxia-Fusion's delights. Pointing at Naruto, he called out, "Oh, right. He's also Jiraiya's student. Full of energy, warm-hearted, gentle, and, most importantly, single." Nadeshiko Shizuka glanced over again. This blonde boy is actually pretty cute. He doesn't have that roguish feel like the other one. Naruto ran up, all bold and brash. "Hey, Jun, what are you doing here?" Jun grinned and replied, "Come here, let me introduce you. This is Miss Shizuka. She's come to get engaged." Naruto looked at her, but didn't really feel anything at first glance. In the sweltering Konoha afternoon, the master and disciple, Shizuka and Mideko, arrived in town, and happened upon Jun and Naruto. Mideko asked, "And where exactly is your great master?" Following Jiraiya's instructions, Naruto replied, "Sensei's gone abroad today." "Damn it, going abroad?" Miyako couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But that's not the main purpose of today. The real goal this time is to resolve the arranged childhood betrothal of his apprentice. Ikuno Tashin glanced at Xianxia-Fusion. Not bad, he thought, but compared to Hinata, Ino, or Koyuki, she still fell a bit short. Naruto had wanted to refuse entirely. Yet, under Miyako's forceful mix of threats and sweeteners, he finally agreed to give it a try. The four made their way to the forests of Konoha. Miyako laid down the rules. "Blonde kid, as long as you lose, you'll head to Fushiko village without conditions the moment you turn 14 and become Shizuka's husband." She'd barely finished speaking before her energy surged. With a dramatic clap of her hands to the earth, she unleashed an earth-style jutsu, forging iron bars out of the ground to create a makeshift duel arena. "Hold on a second." Ikuno Tashin stepped up to intervene. He'd always been confused watching movies, wondering, why is the wager always so one-sided? It always seems to hinge on what happens if the woman wins. But what about if the man wins? So, without hesitation, he came up with a proposal. This isn't a fair deal at all. What if Naruto wins? What happens then? Naruto, already itching for a fight, chimed in instantly. "Yeah, what if I win? Can I get free ramen for life? Or?" Miyako was left speechless in surprise. "If you win, well, then we'll just leave, I guess." Ikuno Tashin wagged his finger with exaggerated aplomb. "No way. Do you think the people of Konoha are that gullible?" "Then what do you want?" Miyako asked, clearly annoyed. Ikuno Tashin made his demand. And, in fact, it was also the condition his system's mission needed to fulfill. If Naruto wins, not only does he avoid marrying into your clan, Shizuka Fushiko will remain in Konoha from now on, as Naruto's wife. This, Miyako hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Shizuka Fushiko was already an adult. If she agreed to these terms and lost, she'd have to stay. And Shizuka was even the frontrunner to be the next village chief. There had never been a woman from their village who married out before. Still, Miyako felt confident in her disciple's strength. Looking over at the blustering Naruto, he didn't seem like the cunning type at all. Strength, likely, wasn't anything too special either. Shizuka herself brimmed with confidence. She didn't take Naruto seriously in the slightest. "I accept," declared Shizuka Fushiko. "Perfect. Now, there is something to play for." Ikuno Tashin was overjoyed. To stave off any possibility of last-minute regrets, he produced the contract he'd drafted in advance. Both parties signed, making it official. The battle was about to begin. Ikuno Tashin summoned his support duo, Kuro the sidekick and Hatsune the healer. Stepping up first, Shizuka unleashed her signature move, the Fushiko-style, Roaring Gale Fist. Naruto dodged in long, bounding steps, but the Roaring Gale Fist carried a fierce follow-through. A series of violent impacts rocked the ground, cracking it open. Naruto barely managed to dodge, scrambling away. Shizuka, having missed, was relentless. In a flurry, she hurled kunai like there was no tomorrow. Naruto, looking none too eager, responded by summoning a crowd of shadow clones to throw off her aim. With that, the tides shifted back and forth, neither side managing to gain the upper hand. Shizuka didn't want to keep dragging things out. She was eager to win over the blonde little brother as soon as possible. And so, she suddenly unleashed her full strength. Dance of the Vacuum Blades. In a flash, Shizuka gripped 4 kunai in each hand. She hurled them with lightning speed at her target, pinning Naruto down under a reckless barrage. One by one, his shadow clones were destroyed. Naruto's shoulders slumped, his spirits drooping. Even Toshio Ikuno couldn't help but worry. No wonder she's a candidate for village chief. Her strength is clearly above Naruto's. To boost morale, he secretly cast a Joy Jutsu on Naruto. Naruto instantly rebounded, as if renewed by a surge of vitality. Shadow clones sprang forth once more. Shizuka unleashed a fierce gust from her mouth, sending the clones swirling in utter chaos. Yet for all her efforts, she still couldn't land a blow on the real Naruto. One had to admit, his training with Jiraiya had definitely paid off. At that moment, Naruto darted behind Shizuka, ready to launch a sneak attack. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Shizuka delivered a sharp self-defense kick, dropping him instantly. A kunai flashed, stabbing toward Naruto. I can't just stand by. I have to help out. Toshio Ikuno activated the mind transfer technique of the Yamanaka clan. Luckily, he didn't need any hand signs, so Tsukizumi didn't notice a thing. In an instant, Shizuka's mind was taken over. But her willpower was iron-strong, like Chaochu Akimichi dashing headlong for a bag of potato chips. The control lasted only a few seconds. She broke free of the mental grip. But Naruto seized those few seconds to double down on deception. A flurry of multiple shadow clones. Now, it was like a crowd had joined the fray. Then he channeled a Rasengan, pouring a torrent of energy into a single explosive move. Miku Hatsune, not one to be left out, floated forward and started singing a lullaby. Shizuka fell fast asleep, her breathing soft and deep. 10 seconds later, Shizuka awoke. She found herself lying in Naruto's arms. Naruto had quite literally lulled Shizuka to sleep and subdued her. Defeated, Shizuka pleaded for a swift end, but Toshio Ikuno took out a contract and tossed it before her. What followed? Naruto began his artful talk no jutsu, but his words flowed from Toshio Ikuno, who was still controlling him with a mind transfer. I want to take you to romantic old Turkey. Love isn't something you can just buy whenever you please. Overthrow the feudal dynasty and search for real freedom and happiness. Half an hour passed. Shizuka, deeply moved, was struck by a profound revelation. All her life, she'd been shackled and brainwashed by feudal fate. No longer would Shizuka lock away her heart. So the world outside is truly this marvelous. Miyako sighed. My child, the world beyond is wonderful, but it's also filled with its own hardships. Shizuka shook her head, resolve shining in her eyes. She decided to change her village's traditions. Only then could she become her own captain on the journey of destiny, the true pirate king. And when she looked again at Naruto, who would have guessed that the carefree boy was in fact a master of words, a rap artist at heart? Shizuka's heart could not help but flutter with excitement. Even Miyako, in the end, was moved. Her hands trembling, she picked up the contract. With a nod, she finally agreed to let Shizuka stay. However, after a friendly discussion, they decided that Shizuka would return to her village for the time being. But in 2 years' time, she was certain she would return to Konoha and stay by Naruto's side to keep fighting. Naruto and Shizuka made a promise. We'll clash again another day. Ikuno Jun marked his task as complete. He was granted a new ninjutsu technique. Though not especially advanced, this ninjutsu was highly practical. Its appearances were few and far between. And soon enough, news of the engagement spread like wildfire. Who let the secret slip? Well, it was Naruto himself, of course. Even Lee and Sasuke, still confined to their hospital beds, heard all about it. Sasuke felt utterly defeated. He hid under the covers, tears silently streaming down his face. For the first time, a thought began to sprout deep within him. I should just run away from home. After bidding Shizuka and her master farewell, Ikuno Jun headed back to his apartment. Check-in complete. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a black cloak appeared before his eyes. What on earth is this? Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed the plot check-in and received the shadow cloak of invisibility. Invisibility jutsu? Ikuno Jun fell deep into thought. In the world of Naruto, invisibility techniques did exist, but they were rare. Only a few left a lasting impression on him. First came the camouflage concealment. It could make the user completely transparent. Back in the day, Kakashi and Obito suffered dearly because of this technique. After Minato Namikaze left, they encountered two Iwagakure shinobi, both masters of camouflage concealment, which allowed them to capture Rin. Next was the permeation release, the unique Kekii Genkai of Hei Gecko, allowing him to erase all presence and turn fully invisible. Hei once used this very technique to infiltrate Kabuto Yakushi's side, eavesdropping on the plan to destroy Konoha. But why was he discovered in the end? Why was he killed by Baki? It was nothing but a plot device. Because the story demanded it, Hei had no choice but to drop his invisibility. An utterly boneheaded move. With permeation release, you could peep perfectly. Sanji would kill to learn this one. The third was the dustless bewildering cover. It could shut down the user's chakra flow. Impossible to detect, even with Sage Mode. This was the signature skill of Mu, the second Tsuchikage. Using dustless, bewildering cover, he slipped right through the allied Shinobi Forces detection network. That move was downright terrifying. Just imagine using dustless, bewildering cover to sneak through a women's bathhouse. Ahem. Or weaving undetected through enemy lines. Now, that's real power. Mu was known as the man amongst none, thanks to that variability. The last was the straw cloak invisibility, a technique Konohamaru once used to tail Naruto. Really, it was just covering yourself with a piece of wall-colored cloth. Not even a drop of chakra required. Of course, the straw cloak's effect was laughable. Anyone could see through it in an instant. And now, the reward, a shadow cloak. This was an upgraded version of the straw raincoat concealment technique. Once donned, the shadow cloak instantly rendered its wearer invisible while suppressing all traces of chakra flow. What's more, the cloak could even be used by two people at once. However, there was a catch. If the wearer entered combat, the cloak's effect would be nullified instantly. Who knew if there would be further upgrades in the future? Still, Xianxia-Fusion was delighted with this practical reward. Passing by a fruit shop, he couldn't help but notice the large, perfectly round watermelons lined up by the window. He decided to buy a few. But before making his purchase, he quietly summoned his little tiger, Yuji. After taking on human form, the two of them strolled into the fruit shop hand in hand. With the help of his X-ray vision, Xianxia-Fusion picked out 2 watermelons with thin rinds and bright red flesh. At that very moment, just downstairs from Xianxia-Fusion's apartment, a girl with amethyst hair was lugging a heavy suitcase toward the building. Her name was Yuzuki Mayan. She was a younger sister of Yuzuki Yugao. As a medical ninja, Mayan idolized Tsunade and dreamed of becoming her apprentice. She had only recently joined the medical emergency response team. The medical corps at Konoha included branches like the emergency unit, the mortuary team, and the animal therapy squad, among others. Her hometown was Suijing Town in the Land of Fire. This time, she had come to Konoha to seek out her older sister. However, since Yuzuki Yugao was now living with Hei Gecko, taking care of his health, she had rented her younger sister an apartment nearby. Coincidentally, it was in Xianxia-Fusion's Sunlight Apartments. On the 5th floor, too. Yuzuki Mayan pressed the elevator button and stepped inside, wiping sweat from her brow as she quietly waited for the ride up. Hold the door. On instinct, Yuzuki Mayan reached out and pressed the open door button. A tousle-haired boy rushed into the elevator, flashing her a grin that revealed small tiger-like teeth. Thank you. He was wearing a Hokage t-shirt, athletic shorts, and a pair of flip-flops with a set of headphones hanging over his ears. One hand carried a shopping bag and a tablet. An icy popsicle dangled from his lips. He exuded an unruly, roguish charm. This, of course, was Xianxia-Fusion. Unconsciously, Yuzuki Mayan straightened her posture, her whole body tense as she cast a wary glance at him. Her sister had warned her. There was no shortage of lechers in Konoha, young men and ninjas among them. Xianxia-Fusion, lazily leaning against the elevator wall and munching on his popsicle, stole a sidelong glance at the purple-haired beauty huddled in the corner. Haven't I seen her somewhere before? She looks just like Yuzuki Yugao, though he couldn't help but notice. She was dressed incredibly conservatively. A black, long-sleeved hooded jacket, black skin-tight pants, black canvas shoes. She looked as though she'd just stepped out of convent. For Mai and Yuzuki, this was the first time being alone in such a confined space with a stranger. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. It was only 5 floors up, but this rickety old elevator stopped at every single one. Xianxia-Fusion glanced at her, thinking to himself, could she be claustrophobic? Thankfully, after a moment, the elevator whirred to life and carried them straight up to the 5th floor. With a soft chime, the doors slid open. Mayan dashed out like a startled rabbit, not even remembering to grab her luggage. When he looked up again, the girl was already gone without a trace. Ichino-Jun glanced at the tag on the luggage. Yuzuki Mayan, Omega. My eyes are as sharp as ever. She really is Yugao's little sister. The system curled its lip. Anyone could figure that out, but didn't dare say it aloud. Yuzuki Mayan raced to the door of apartment 506. Glancing back and finding the person hadn't followed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was only as she reached for her keys that she realized her luggage was missing. Yuzuki Mayan? Just then, that roguishly handsome boy appeared around the corner, dragging her suitcase behind him. Yuzuki Mayan was so startled she nearly landed flat on the floor. What does he know my name? She caught a glimpse of Ichino-Jun sprinting toward her and darted inside her home in a flash. The door slammed shut behind her. Ichino-Jun shook his head and pressed the doorbell. Yuzuki Mayan, you forgot your luggage. Mine froze. At a complete loss. What should she do? Should she open the door? And just then, the system suddenly popped up, pushing out 2 consecutive storyline sign-in tasks. Oddly enough, neither task had anything to do with beautiful girls. Instead, they concerned Moonlight Hate and Tsunade. Ding. First storyline sign-in released. Host, please substitute for Moonlight Hate and head to Kikyo Castle, becoming the main character of tonight's episode. Substitute for Moonlight Hate? So that means Moonlight Hayata Vontedi. And I might really have to face off with the enemy. That's fine. There's always been some regret in this part of the story. Specifically, the utterly pointless death of Moonlight Hate right before Shippuden. Ichino-jun had once thought the series title referred to Moonlight Hate, only to learn later that Shippuden is Shippuden, having nothing at all to do with hate. When you bring him up, you have to mention Yuzuki Yugao, a pair of ill-fated lovers, torn apart by Kishimoto's pen. Their defining traits? The girl is beautiful, the boy is unlucky. The man, a perpetually coughing possessor of the phasing technique and a master of Konoha swordplay. His crescent moon dance was second to none. As for the woman, Yuzuki Yugao, forget the name, her looks are what matter. Among the many female supporting characters, Yugao's beauty truly stands out. Ichino-jun had always wondered, with her radiant beauty, what did she ever see in Moonlight Hate, who barely appeared before biting the dust? Both of them worked in the ANBU. Thanks to their skill with the blade, they enjoyed decent success. A monthly salary in the tens of thousands, full benefits, and all meals provided. One bright morning, the two headed into the Konoha woods for sword practice. Barely after swinging his practice sword a couple of times, Moonlight Hate was already drenched in sweat. Back and forth they went, locked in a stalemate, until Hate suddenly used his phasing technique and vanished without a trace. Yugao was utterly bewildered. Hate ended his transparent escape jutsu and appeared behind her. He poked the back of her head. In the world of Naruto, poking someone's head is a sign of deep affection. Take Sasuke, for example. Itachi poked him on the forehead, and Sasuke turned into the ultimate Big Brother fan. Or Sakura. After Sasuke poked her, the two of them eventually got married. Ever since she'd met Hate, Yugao found herself getting a poke on the head from him every single day. Though these lovers lived with their lives forever on a knife's edge, their affection never waned. That is, until the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. Hate's poking forehead destiny finally caught up to him. He was killed by Baki. For those unfamiliar with Naruto, you might ask, who is Baki? He was, in fact, the number 2 big shot of Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand from the Land of Wind. And Gar's teacher. The system issued a task this time. Prevent Hate's death. How did he die in the first place? He pretty much had it coming. Instead of sleeping at midnight, he ran off to Kikyo Castle to buy cough medicine. While there, he overheard something he definitely shouldn't have, namely, the plan to crush the Hidden Leaf. Even his famed transparent escape jutsu, praised by the 3rd Hokage himself, was exposed, and Baki killed him on the spot. Back then, Ikeda Shun felt a wave of emotion. Moonlight Hate. What a cool name, wicked sword skills, stylish character design, and a beautiful young wife. Even as a special jonin, could you not have survived a few more episodes? Honestly, the way Baki shut him down was just absurd. His entire combat ability seemed to collapse. Sure, Baki was an elite jonin, clearly stronger than Hate. But Hate was supposed to be a sword expert, and yet he ended up in a back-and-forth struggle with Baki, who used nothing but kunai, even getting kicked away at one point. Then just as things heated up, Hate, knocked to the ground, tossed an explosive tag at Baki. The joke? Baki walked away without a scratch. It was Hate himself who got blown off his feet. But before long, Hate got up, fighting doggedly. He finally unleashed the leaf-style dance of the crescent moon. Crash! His attack landed squarely on Baki's shoulder. But as he drew his sword, Baki's wind blade pierced him instead. Hate died on the spot, his story cut short by the plot itself. His tactical sense was truly frustrating. After Hate's death, Yugao lost her lover, unable to contain her grief. By the bridge in spring, the water ran deep and green. A single startled swan skimmed its shadow on the surface. At the memorial stone, Yugao was ready to avenge her beloved, with an unyielding resolve to hunt down Baki. But, just her luck, the Hidden Leaf and Sunagakure made peace. There was no way to kill Baki anymore. Yugao collapsed in tears before the gravestone. When the 4th Great Ninja War broke out, Yugao volunteered as a medic. During that time, she caught the special attention of another man. He was curly-haired, with lips like a suction cup, and downright ugly. She almost thought the two of them would wind up in a melodramatic entanglement. Fortunately, Hate was brought back by the reanimation jutsu. The ugly, curly-haired man beat a hasty retreat. But Hate, now reanimated and under someone else's control, attacked the allied shinobi forces, stole important scrolls, even killed members of the alliance. He caused plenty of trouble and became an enemy of the joint forces. But all of this was beyond their control. It was pitiful. Right from the start, their story was marked by tragedy, and after being revived by the impure world reincarnation, they were left full of helplessness. Hate was forced to fight against his lover from days gone by. The two clashed in a whirlwind of dazzling moves, fighting as if swept up in a dream from which they could not awake. At the critical moment, controlled by Kabuto, Hate drew his sword and charged at Yugao. It looked like the beautiful lady was about to meet her doom. Yet, with the last flicker of his own will, Hate broke through Kabuto's control. The sword veered off. Instead, it stabbed into a tree trunk. With every ounce of strength, Hate managed to protect Yugao's life. But, carried by the momentum, he was struck down by Yugao's blade. After that, Hate managed to apologize and was then sealed away. Watching this unfold, Shunichino was deeply moved. The memory faded. Shunichino fell into deep thought. Hate was the picture of loyalty. Though he hadn't had many appearances, he truly was a rare kind of ninja. Who knows? Maybe someday he could be invited to Sunset Village and join as a companion. But as for stopping him from heading to Kikyo Castle, that's easy. With the help of the little tiger Yuji, finding someone shouldn't be difficult. After all, it could track just like a ninja hound. At that moment, the system issued another story quest. Find Lady Tsunade and bring her back to heal Rock Lee. Because of a powerful throw from Gaara, Little Lee opened 5 gates of the 8 gates technique, suffering severe side effects. Fragments of broken bone were embedded in his body, damaging his nervous system. With Konoha's current level of medical ninjutsu, there was no way to fully cure him. Only a legendary healer could help. What about the time limit? Finish within 3 months, and this time, the reward is a new Kekkai Genkai. Kekkai Genkai? This time, Shunichino had a hunch. It must be would release. It absolutely had to be. If not, I'll jump right off the Hokage rock. He was lost in this pleasant daydream when the system popped up with another reminder. Why are you spacing out? Hurry and return her luggage. Shunichino snapped back to reality and quickly said, I'll just leave your luggage at your door. Having said that, he turned and took out his key to open his own front door. Yuzuki Miyabi pressed her face against the peephole, startled beyond belief. So, he actually lived right across from her? All along, he wasn't some kind of stalker. But, for some reason, he still didn't look like a good guy. After a long moment, Yuzuki Miyabi quietly opened her door just a crack. She quickly yanked her luggage inside, then shut the door and locked it tight. The whole process was swift and seamless. Following the timeline, Hate would be in danger within just a few days. Shunichino went to Kikyo Castle ahead of time and left a chakra marker at the scene, preparing for a future flying thunder god teleportation. In the original story, Hate's body was discovered at Kikyo Castle. But where exactly was Kikyo Castle? According to the Book of Rin data volume, Kikyo Castle was a strategic fortress near the Hidden Leaf Village, right by the village's border. Moreover, Kikyo Castle is also the place where the war orphan Kabuto Yakushi was found and taken in. In a way, that place can also be considered Kabuto Yakushi's hometown. At this very moment, the sky above Konoha was roiling with wind and clouds, dark storm clouds swirling overhead. Upon the command of Kazekage Raza, the village hidden in the sand had mobilized hundreds of ninja. Meanwhile, after years of careful planning, Orochimaru's village, hidden in the sound, could also field a formidable ninja force. These military powers could not be underestimated. For Orochimaru, after all, was a master of unnatural and terrifying human experiments. The combined forces of these two villages were slowly gathering at the borders of Konoha. Since the time for action had not yet arrived, they remained hidden, leaving no trace. Another day passed. Night fell. Ichino Shun used the Flying Thunder God technique to travel to a cliffside. After arriving at the cliff, as expected, Gamamaru appeared once more. Gamamaru agreed to teach Ichino Shun the sage arts, but only if he journeyed to Mount Myaboku to train. If only learning from the system's rewards was this simple, just mastering it instantly, he mused to himself. There were still more than 10 days until the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. Ichino Shun left a bone clone at home to take his place. Then Gamamaru reverse summoned him, instantly taking him to Myaboku. In truth, as an ancient toad, 1,000 years old, how could he possibly agree to Ichino Shun's request for just a few bottles of sake? There was another reason Gamamaru was making this exception, and so, the journey to train at Mount Myaboku began. How long would it take for Ichino Shun to master Sage Mode? What new techniques would he unlock in this holy land? Mount Myaboku. Towering peaks layered one upon another, swathed in ethereal mists. It sat isolated from all other nations, a place nearly impossible for ordinary people to find, where one could easily lose their way. Of course, those who formed a contract with a toad-summoning beast could travel here via reverse summoning technique, just as Xianxia-Fusion was doing right now. With a flash of light and a ripple through space, he was whisked away. When he opened his eyes, what greeted him was the giant toad statues towering above and waterfalls cascading straight down. Wow, what a paradise! Birds chirping, flowers in bloom, a world full of wonder, he marveled. Nearby, he spotted a spring, bubbling up with the mystical oil of the toads. He carefully filled a flask with it. I'll turn this into a face mask for Naruto someday. Not far from the spring, there were many toads turned to stone. Sage Fukasaku had once said, "Many have come to Mount Myaboku to train, but almost all have failed. For those unable to control the blend of natural energy and chakra, they would begin to turn into toads, and in worst cases, become petrified entirely, becoming stone toads like the ones that lay before him now." Though it was night in Konoha, in Mount Myaboku, it was daytime, lively and bustling. At that very moment, the annual martial arts tournament was underway. The hosts of the event were an elder couple, Sage Fukasaku, the green toad with white eyebrows and beard, and Sage Shima, her hair set in a purple bun and lips painted a striking violet. The chorus of frog voices filled the air. Everyone shared their training progress, their tongues flicking out to snatch up mouth-watering dishes of bugs. Not far away, Toad Sage Fukasaku was leisurely puffing on his pipe, clouds of smoke curling around him in the air. In his hands was a book titled Paradise of Intimacy, the Toad Edition. Young Jiraiya truly is a gifted one. As soon as everyone noticed Gamamaru, they immediately straightened up and paid their respects. "And this is?" Fukasaku inquired. Gamariu and Gamakichi recognized Ikuno-shun and bounded over to him, full of cheerful affection. Ikuno-shun handed out snacks to them, then presented Fukasaku with a crystal pipe. He gave several boxes of earthworms and silkworms to Fukasaku's wife, Shima. For Shima herself, there was an assortment of lipsticks in various shades and a brand new curling iron. This young one certainly knows how to please. Grandma Shima instantly took a liking to him. A group of female toads quickly gathered around as well, with memories from his previous life guiding him. Ikuno-shun led them off for a yoga session. Meanwhile, Gamamaru called Fukasaku and his wife into the council chamber and brought up the matter of sage training. Fukasaku and Shima were in charge of selecting candidates for training at Mount Myaboku. Naturally, they carried out the great toad sage's orders without hesitation. "It's just, mastering sage mode requires an immense amount of chakra. I'm not sure if he has." But Shima gently shook her head. "Don't worry, dear. This little one is special, just like young Jiraiya." Even so, Fukasaku still had his doubts. Why would the great sage personally bring this child here? Such a thing had never happened before. Gamamaru chuckled. Within the shinobi world, he possessed the most extraordinary ability, prophecy. Jiraiya believed in his visions, but the toad's faith ran even deeper. Not long ago, he had dreamed of scenes from Mount Myaboku. There he saw Ikuno-shun, deep in sage mode training. Later still, he dreamt of Ikuno-shun grown to adulthood, the once jet black hair turning slowly silver. Of course, he also glimpsed Naruto Uzumaki in his dream. If young Jiraiya can teach the child of destiny, then it must be one of them. Even if not. At this, Gamamaru gently closed his eyes. Even if not, these two little ones are destined to leave a profound mark on the world. That was one of the reasons he brought the boy here. And, of course, good sake never hurts. At this moment, Ikuno-shun was surrounded by a crowd of brightly colored female toads. One brought over a steaming pot of caterpillar stew. Another presented a Mount Myaboku delicacy, stir-fried flies and mosquitoes. Ikuno-shun could barely stop himself from gagging. After yoga wrapped up, Fukasaku called him to the training hall. Fukasaku offered a thorough explanation of sage mode. In truth, Ikuno-shun already understood this cheat from the world of Naruto. To put in gaming terms, when in sage mode, health, energy, physical power, magical strength, speed, and sensory ability all received a comprehensive boost, like equipping a powerful buff. However, training in sage mode took time. Jiraiya, in his youth, had stumbled into Mount Myaboku by accident. He began his training under the guidance of Master Fukasaku. Because he occasionally needed to return to the Hidden Leaf Village to complete missions, his training was sporadic, stretching over more than 10 years. It was only after he grew up that he truly grasped Sage Mode. When Jiraiya passed away, Naruto was brought back to train by Master Fukasaku. This time, it took him barely half a month to complete his training, and he showed none of the toad-like features on his body. Kabuto Yakushi is, without a doubt, the most astonishing ninja in the entire Naruto series. At first, he was nothing more than Orochimaru's sidekick. Yet by the story's later chapters, he had become one of the ultimate villains, joining forces with Tobi to spark the Fourth Great Ninja War. He developed Sage Mode of the Ryuchi Cave, a feat that took him roughly half a year to accomplish. The Sage of the Six Paths was born with extraordinary talent. It took him just half a day to master Sage Mode. Madara. After absorbing Hashiroma's Sage power, he essentially gained Sage Mode himself. The entire process took barely 5 seconds. So, how long would it take Ichino Jun? Next, Master Fukasaku explained the shortcomings of Sage Mode. It only lasts for 5 minutes. Each time you want to use it, you must stand perfectly still to absorb natural energy. You absolutely cannot move. Remaining motionless makes you an easy target for enemies. So, it's best if you have a close female companion. She can draw enemy fire for you, giving you time to perform the energy-absorbing technique. Ichino Jun asked in confusion, does it have to be a female companion? Can a male friend do it? He recalled Yuji Tora, who might one day assist him in battle. Ahem, it's generally not encouraged. With that, the explanation ended. Graham Ashima brought out the disclaimer agreement. Ikino Yun glänzt oaiti. Essentially, if he got petrified, Mount Myaboku would not be held responsible. Because of Ichino Jun's arrival, Gamaryu and Gamakichi were beside themselves with excitement. They called over all their siblings. There was Gamaji, Gamagreat, Gamashu, Gamanai. Most memorable was a young couple. One called Gama Qingming, the other Gamahichu. And lastly, there was Aunt Gamashu Wei, who showed Ichino Jun to his quarters and gave him some preliminary counseling to prevent mental strains during the tough training ahead. And just like that, little Ichi began his journey of training at Mount Myaboku. At the apartment building in the Hidden Leaf Village, Mizuki Miyabi opened her suitcase. Inside, she found the local specialty her mother had packed for her: smoked pork. In fact, a year ago, when she first started developing, she was frightened by an incident. Since then, she developed a fear of men. That neighbor across the hall helped me bring my luggage up. Should I thank him? After mulling it over, Mizuki Miyabi decided to write a thank you note. But then she hesitated. Would a simple note come off as insincere? Suddenly, she remembered the smoked pork. She slipped on her house slippers, scurrying off to the kitchen. She walked up to the door of Unit 505. Drawing a deep breath, she knocked softly at the door. At this moment, Jun Ichino was already at Mount Myaboku. He'd left only his bony clone, Little Guai, at home. Before setting off, Jun Ichino gave a stern reminder. Little Guai, don't open the door for anyone until I'm back. Obediently, Little Guai, in his bunny-eared hat, nodded in agreement. Peering through the peephole, he caught sight of Mayen, but true to his word, he did not open the door. So Yuzuki Mayen had no choice but to hang her package on the door. Then, like a thief, she swiftly slipped away, locking her own door tight behind her. Even though Jun Ichino remained at Mount Myaboku to train, he could still return to the Leaf Village. According to the timeline, this very night was the fated night of Moonlight Hiate's assassination. At dawn, he asked Fukasaku for a leave of absence, then returned to the Leaf Village ahead of schedule by way of reverse summoning. Tiger Clan Summoning Technique. Yuji was summoned into being, and Jun cradled the fluffy little tiger in his arms. With a quick flying thunder god, he arrived at Kikyo Castle. It was effortless to track down Moonlight Hate. At that moment, Hate was on his way to Kikyo Castle, having heard that a pharmacy there had just stocked a particularly effective cough syrup. So, he decided he'd go and buy a bottle. Jun Ichino drew forth his shadow cloak and slipped invisibly into the surroundings. Silently, he cast Hinjutsu on Hate. All at once, Moonlight Hate's body trembled, a surge of emotion rising in his heart. In his mind appeared the image of his beloved Yugao. Uncontrollably, he turned and ran back toward the Leaf Village. The upgraded Spring Splendor Jutsu now lasted for a full 5 minutes. And just like that, Jun Ichino, weaving one jutsu after another, herded Hate back toward the Leaf Village as though shooing along a stubborn duck. At least Hate's life was spared. With things as they were, he could never turn back to Kikyo Castle for medicine. And, of course, he would not run into Maki or Kabuto, either. The sky was still bright, with a few hours yet before dusk. Jun Ichino headed home first. Arriving at his doorstep, He was startled to find a slab of smoked meat hanging from the doorknob. What on earth? What kind of weird thing is this? With a look of disgust, Jun Ichino gingerly lifted the smoked meat with one finger, only to discover a pink bear-shaped sticky note attached. What's this? On it, a stick-figure girl dressed in black was drawn, bending in a deep bow, with a cutesy script beside her. I'm sorry, thank you. The exclamation marks were drawn bold for extra emphasis. Jun Ichino couldn't help but laugh. He turned to glance across the hall. What a truly adorable girl. For a moment, he thought about knocking on her door, but a quick check of the time reminded him he had something big to ask Naruto very soon. So, pocketing the smoked meat, he decided to find time to thank her later. He stepped inside, headed straight for the bathroom, and treated himself to a proper bath. Compared to bathing in broad daylight at Mount Mayaboku, crammed among the toads under the pounding waterfall in the open pond, he found this much more acceptable. Fresh from the bath, he tousled his stylish hair, dabbed on a bit of Bai Chao Ling men's cologne, and nodded approvingly at himself in the mirror. Perfect. Looking good. Then, he made his way to the training field by the riverbank. Find Naruto. Naruto is busy training with the Rasengan. After a quiet exchange of whispers, Naruto's eyes light up with excitement. But Jun Ichino puts forward a condition. He wants that frog-shaped alarm clock as a trade. Naruto thinks it over, nods in agreement, and goes to ask Jiraiya for permission. Jiraiya's sharp eyes sparkle with suspicion. He immediately senses something's off with these two. Secretly, he starts following them. He trails them all the way to a hot spring resort. Just as Jun Ichino stealthily pulls out the shadow cloak, Jiraiya suddenly leaps out from the shadows. Well, I knew you two were up to something. Come on, out with it. What's this thing? What are you planning? Jun Ichino can only scratch his head and tell his master about the cloak and the plan, but after hearing everything, Jiraiya doesn't scold him. On the contrary, he's thoroughly impressed by Jun's creative thinking. Konoha Main Street. Sweet Chestnut Shop. Today's new specialty, soybean chestnut pudding. All customers can eat as many roasted soybeans as they like, free of charge. Wow, all you can eat and it's free. Naruto pulls Jun Ichino into the shop. The two of them eat heaps of roasted soybeans and down several glasses of sour plum juice. Night falls. A full moon hangs high, the air thick with silence and mystery. Inside Kikyo Castle, Jun Ichino flashes onto the scene with Flying Thunder God. He perches above a bathhouse, hiding under the shadow cloak, tucked in a shadowy corner. The system has recently assigned a story mission. He must take Moonlight Hyde's place, eavesdropping on a secret meeting. Suddenly, a dark figure darts past. Gaara, with his gourd on his back, stands atop the roof, like a werewolf under the full moon. At this moment, he's agitated and barely suppressing a killer urge. Gaara can do nothing but gaze up at the moon, howling softly at the night sky. Jun Ichino isn't the only one hiding. Baki and Kabuto are nearby as well. So close together they can feel each other's breath, warm in the cold night. In the sand village, dust storms are constant, and water is precious and rare. To save water, Baki has a habit of never brushing his teeth. Earlier, he'd eaten a raw garlic bulb too. Kabuto frowns deeply, wanting to pinch his nose, but worried about hurting Baki's feelings. Just then, Gaara suddenly gets to his feet. His brow furrows and his gaze sweeps sharply downward. All three hidden in the darkness freeze for a split second. Wait, did we just get caught? Gaara feels as if he's about to explode, desperate to cool himself down. On the other side, Baki gives Kabuto a heated look. Kabuto is on the verge of losing it. Just as the smell becomes unbearable and his patience snaps, Gaara finally leaves. Baki chuckles. Little Kabuto, I've got some wine in my room, and other, more interesting things. Kabuto is taken aback. Weren't they here to discuss something important tonight? A chill suddenly runs down Kabuto's spine. He quickly pushes Baki aside and pulls a scroll from his robe. This is the Sound Ninja's plan. Baki takes the scroll, resuming his usual dignified and stern demeanor. No matter what kind of relationship we have, business and personal matters should remain separate. Let me put it bluntly. If your plan fails, the Sand Shinobi will withdraw at once. Kabuto cursed inwardly. Who do you think you are, acting like we're brothers? Yet a smile still played on his lips. Don't worry, the plan will go smoothly. He lowered his voice. But be especially cautious of those genin kids from the Leaf Village. Baki chuckled. Just genin. There's nothing to fear. Though he had watched the preliminary matches and admired the skills of Naruto and his friends, after all, they were still only genin. How dangerous could they really be? After that, the two fell to murmuring about the details. That was how Hate Gecko, stealthily eavesdropping, uncovered an earth-shattering conspiracy. The sound and sand were plotting to betray the leaf. The shock of this discovery made him slip up, disrupting his concealment and getting him spotted. But for Ikuno-shun, none of this came as a surprise. With his cloak, he wasn't the least bit worried about being detected by the two conspirators. He simply sat back, waiting for a reward from the system to fall into his lap. But fate, as the saying goes, loves to surprise you when you least expect it. Blame Naruto for this. He just had to gobble up those free soybeans. Soybeans mixed with a drink, now fermenting in his stomach. Ikuno-shun couldn't hold it. A sudden fart slipped out. It rang out, unmistakably loud, in the silent midnight. He clapped his hands desperately over his backside. But it was far too late. Who just let one rip? Barely had those words been spoken. Shing! 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 Several kunai came flying, homing in on the source of the flatulence. Ikuno-shun dodged frantically. He escaped unscathed, but his cloak was pinned down by a sudden stomp. Exposed, no more hiding. Well, turns out there's a rat sneaking around, Kabuto sneered. Just a snot-nosed kid. Leave him to me, Baki said coolly. But what caught him off guard was, this boy didn't try to run. Instead, he stood there grinning. Ikuno-shun, unfazed, fired back. Mr. Baki, is that faded scrap of curtain on your face supposed to be a diaper? If that's your style? No words. Baki exploded in rage. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. I ask you, just how shameless can you get? My diaper's got nothing to do with you, punk. In a flash, he was right in front of Ikuno-shun, murderous intent clear as day. Ikuno-shun still felt confident, facing Baki. However, he knew in the story that soon enough, the two villages would make peace, and Baki was bound to become a significant figure, even a powerful ally. He couldn't kill him. So, Ikuno-shun bided his time, waiting for a sign that his mission was complete. But Baki didn't give him a second to react. Chakra sparked at his fingertips, transforming into a wickedly sharp blade. With a cutting wind howling, he lunged at Ikuno-shun. Blade of wind. The air itself condensed into lethal wind blades, nearly invisible to the naked eye, moving with blazing speed and with almost no distance between the two of them. The Earth-style mud wall clearly couldn't be raised in time. A split-second crisis. Crack. The long-lost bone armor appeared, completely enveloping Ikuno-shun in its skeletal embrace. He gazed through the forest of white bones, his eyes blazing sharp as fire. Maki and Kabuto were both stunned. What the hell is that? Ikuno-shun smiled and said, weren't you just boasting that genin aren't anything special? Well, I'm here to tell you, Leaf Village genin can be the scariest existence of all. Maybe one day, you'll understand. Perhaps he couldn't kill them, but a good lesson and a blow to Sand Shinobi's arrogance were entirely possible. With a quick flick, he spat out a miniature whirlwind from his mouth. The cyclone grew larger as it caught the wind, hurtling straight toward Maki. As expected of an elite jonin, Maki evaded with a flicker technique. Even so, his surprise was palpable. This kid could actually use wind style. Great breakthrough. So, you've got wind chakra as well. Fire style, grand fireball. A rolling wave of flames surged forth. Maki again slipped away. Fire to lightning style, thunderclap. Asterisk FZZZTFZZZT. FZZTFZZT. Asterisk. A barrage of bright blue lightning danced forth like a Gatling gun. This time Maki had to work much harder to dodge, his thigh even getting grazed by the electric surge. Lightning as well? Don't tell me, does he actually have water? Ikuno-shun, delighted to display his skills, clearly saw the awe in his opponent's eyes. Without pause, he used water style, water clone jutsu to dodge Maki's kunai. Maki was utterly bewildered. Wind, fire, water, lightning, just missing earth. He had barely finished the thought. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The rooftop beneath his feet suddenly caved in. Maki fell, wedged halfway into the broken floorboards. Ikuno-shun had performed Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu. He'd just shown off all 5 elemental releases. But he'd forgotten. This was a building roof, not open ground. Maki's head stuck out through the floor of the roof as he shouted to Kabuto. Quit gawking and help pull me out. Kabuto finally snapped out of it. He dashed forward, but as slender and frail as he was, there was no way he'd manage to haul up 2 fully grown men at once, just as it seemed they might both tumble down. Ikuno-shun thought fast. He summoned the invisible lowly Kaguya. With the art of floating white hair, Kaguya appeared atop the roof, her flowing white hair wrapping tightly around Maki's head. With a sudden tug, she yanked them both out as effortlessly as pulling radishes from the ground. Kabuto, thinking it was all him, suddenly felt invincible, like a true powerhouse. Once they were out, Maki slumped to the floor and looked at the young genin with newfound respect. you actually possess chakra of all 5 elements. Even so, most of the jutsu Ikuno Shun used were only C rank. He hadn't really done Maki much damage. Still, he realized he'd exposed his hand today. He'd overheard the plan to crush the leaf. Until the 2 villages reconciled, Maki would keep coming after him in secret. Even Lord Orochimaru might make a move. Yet Ikuno Shun wasn't worried in the slightest. Why? Because he possessed a truly formidable secret ninjutsu technique. Hidden escape, the chaos sugar. It allowed him to create a chakra-infused candy. After consuming it, one would experience an intense rush of bliss. Yet, when the effect wore off, they would be plunged into equal measures of pain and despair, stripped of all fighting spirit, overwhelmed by negativity and apathy. Ikuno Shun once experimented on a cucumber. The cucumber ripened in an instant, and then withered away just as quickly. In his desire to obtain that fleeting joy, Danzo handed the hot pot restaurant over to the 3rd Hokage. He then leased a barren hillside, hired workers to plant vegetables and fruit trees, throwing himself into the green industry. He soon monopolized the fruit and vegetable supply in Konoha and its surrounding villages. Ikuno Shun, that schemer. Time and again, he would sneak into the fruit and vegetable farm, casting chaos sugar upon crops. In the end, Danzo's 3rd business venture went bankrupt. Yet, Ikuno Shun mastered his ninjutsu, reaching the rank of god. At the divine level, chaos sugar unlocked a new ability. It could erase the past hour from the user's memory, which meant, if Kabuto and Maki took it, they would have absolutely no recollection of anything that happened tonight. It was as if a spicy corn snack had strolled right into Mickey Mouse's clubhouse. Maki suffered a humiliation tonight that was both incredible and disgraceful. His fury exploded. He would not accept this. Even though he possessed all 5 chakra natures, he was still just a genin. He leaped up, charging straight at Ikuno Shun, muttering complaints as he went. Maki still had formidable strength, but Ikuno Shun handled him with ease, because at this moment, he possessed the full combat prowess of a jonin. Ikuno Shun slowly bent his body, and, amidst Maki's mocking laughter, his leg muscles surged with power. With tremendous force, he delivered a devastating kick. A thunderous crash. Maki was sent hurtling straight into the rooftop water tank. Water erupted everywhere, unwilling to contain the force of the impact, and the tank burst open in a spectacular torrent. At that instant, Kabuto, who'd been watching the spectacle, decided it was time to join in. Ikuno Shun shot him a mocking glance. 2 grown men ganging up on a kid? Shame on you. Kabuto replied with a cold sneer. That's right, we're picking on you. What are you going to do about it? Ikuno Shun gave a chilly laugh. As if I don't have buddies as well. With a summoning jutsu, his little tiger, Yuji, appeared in a puff of smoke. Maki and Kabuto were momentarily stunned, but when they saw it was only a fluffy tiger cub, they burst out laughing. Are you seriously summoning a pet cat? That's your move. What's your name, little kitten? So cute. Their ridicule stung. Yuji was enraged. He had picked up plenty of modern phrases from Ikuno Shun over the past few days. He immediately snapped back. You lowly zombies aren't even worthy of knowing a noble name like mine. With that, he unleashed water style. Tiger breaks the waves. The water from the tank and the bathhouse below merged, forming a massive water tiger. With its tail lashing out, it pounced at the 2 of them. Maki and Kabuto were nearly swept off the roof by the surge, left soaked and floundering. Ikuno Shun invoked his chaos sugar once more. 2 blue candy beans appeared in his hand, and he tossed them to Yuji. Hatsune Miku was summoned as well. She stepped forward and began to sing a lullaby. At this moment, Kabuto was at best at the level of a junior ninja, far from being a formidable mini-boss. He fell under the spell of hypnosis instantly. But Maki managed to resist the hypnotic suggestion. He immediately shook Kabuto. Hey, why are you dozing off now? My place is spacious. Get some sleep there instead. Yuji's figure blurred as he sprang forward. He lunged at Kabuto and forced the candy bean into his mouth. Goo style, scorpions of endless calamity. Toshio Ikeda summoned a giant scorpion, venom spraying on Maki. In an instant, Maki's whole body broke out in toad-like blisters. A wave of dizziness engulfed him. Though it lasted only a moment, Yuji seized the chance to shove the candy bean into his mouth as well. Right at that instant, the system finally popped up. Story sign-in task complete. Toshio Ikeda received his reward. Maki and Kabuto were forced to swallow the candies of chaos. Toshio Ikeda summoned himself back to Mount Mayaboku. He lay down on his narrow little bed, gazing at the bright, full moon shining through the window. His ears filled with the constant chorus of croaking from the clan of pond frogs. On the white wall, there seemed to be blurred scribbles. Jiraiya was here. Toshio Ikeda chuckled, summoning the sign-in panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the story sign-in task. Reward, 10 finger bone bullets. 10 finger bone bullets? He could launch the bones of all 10 fingers like bullets, whistling through the air. With the borrowed power of the Shikatsumiyaku, the finger bones could regenerate, too. Haha. At last, a long-awaited bone technique reward. This fighting style was reminiscent of wielding guns. Unable to contain his excitement, he hurried to the training ground within his mindscape. Rows of training zombies appeared. 10 fingerbone bullets. He felt an immense power surge into all 10 fingers. The white finger bones extended with visible speed, seemingly without limit. He fired them at the slow-moving zombies in a rapid barrage. The thud of bones striking flesh echoed. 10 fingers, 10 trajectories. Astonishing precision. Every shot hit its mark, piercing through zombie after zombie. His finger bones retracted, and Toshio Ikeda looked down at his hands. Not a scratch on them. From now on, he could catch his foes off guard and reap unexpected victories. Lost in these thoughts, he soon drifted into a sweet sleep. 3 days later, at dawn, before the waterfall on Mount Myaboku, Toshio Ikeda steadied his breathing, calming his mind. He absorbed natural energy, merging it with his own chakra. A surging current of power gathered at his feet. A majestic aura began to coalesce. Toshio Ikeda's physical form remained unchanged. Only his eyes shifted, the whites disappearing, leaving pure black pupils. Small bumps formed on his arms. Beneath his nose, 2 streaks of green frog markings appeared. For days. It had taken Toshio Ikeda just 4 days to master Sage Mode. A faint smile played across his lips. A blue afterimage sparked into life in his palm. Swathed in the strength of Sage Chakra, it shot forward at the waterfall. And in that moment, the plunging waterfall was frozen into solid ice. Even the water cascading down the icy surface instantly crystallized, forming jagged icicles. Chime, congratulations, host, for awakening your self-created immortal technique, Frozen Confinement. This technique allows you to freeze water or your enemies until Sage Mode wears off. Next, Chino Jun went on to perform several more ninja arts. Haha, so this is Sage Mode? As I thought, both my strength and speed are far beyond what they used to be. Master Fukasaku had already arrived before the waterfall. He was full of praise for Chino Jun's comprehension of the path of the sage, though still unable to achieve the perfect Sage Mode for now, because it requires meditative concentration to refine enough Senjutsu chakra before activation. And even then, it could only be maintained for 5 minutes, not suitable for a prolonged battle. Yet even so, it was little short of a miracle. Fukasaku's faith in the prophecy of the Toad Sage grew ever stronger. Remember, never use shadow clone training for Senjutsu, or you will risk transforming into a toad. Chino Jun took his leave from the Toad clan, departing Myaboka Mountain. Before he left, he all but emptied the Toad Market, as a thanks for their hospitality. In return, Fukasaku made him a promise. On the next full moon, reverse summon yourself here again, and then I'll teach you an exclusive Toad-style immortal technique. The next day, at the Hokage Tower's conference room, even though Hei Geku had not been killed, the third Hokage still called an emergency meeting. Ever since Anko met with Orochimaru, he had sensed Orochimaru's true intentions. He had secretly dispatched the special Jonin, Hei Geku, to Tail Kabuto. Going to Kikyo Castle for medicine was, in fact, just a ruse. After collapsing from exhaustion that day, Hei had felt deeply remorseful for his inexplicable slip-up. He forced himself to recover and rushed to Kikyo Castle overnight once more. But by then, both Maki and Kabuto were already gone. While everyone speculated, the third spoke up. We have too little information at present. There's no use in wild guessing. He then launched into another brainwashing sermon about the will of fire. After the meeting, the third decided ideological education had to start from childhood. So he brought them to the base of the Hokage Rock. To Chino Jun, it was as if the third was giving his last instructions. Almost by fate, the third Hokage's lunchbox was beginning to heat up at that very moment. Irika-sensei pointed to each face on the Hokage Rock, introducing them one by one. When he got to the third's face, Konohamaru broke into laughter. Haha, looks nothing like Grandpa now, especially that hairline. Irika promptly switched to compliment mode, saying the third was the strongest of all Hokage, praised as a genius professor, and so on and so forth. The third quite enjoyed all this flattery. But the children, led by Konohamaru, only responded with questions and skepticism. A few dark lines appeared on the third's forehead. Is he really my biological grandson? Later that afternoon, on one of Konoha's main streets, Sakura's family had just opened a tea shop. On the sign was written, "Welcome. Come experience the fresh aroma of green tea." A strong wind and Yugugo entered the tea house together. By chance, they ran into Ino, Hinata, Ikuno-shun, and other friends who had come to show their support. For some unknown reason, the moment the wind caught sight of Ikuno-shun, a wave of inexplicable warmth and gratitude rose within him. He couldn't explain why. All he knew was that he suddenly felt willing to give anything for him. Such was his emotion. In fact, even Ikuno-shun himself was unaware that whenever he altered the course of events and saved someone's fate, their fondness and goodwill toward him quietly deepened. Ino was still as spirited and radiant as ever, exuding a lovely scent of roses. Hinata was as delicate and gentle as always. Ikuno-shun caught a faint fragrance of chrysanthemums from the ends of her hair. Yet, he noticed Hinata seemed somewhat preoccupied, worry clouding her delicate features. She barely touched her favorite imigawayaki, lost in her own thoughts. "Sweetie, is something wrong? Is there anything you want to talk about?" With the tea house bustling and noisy, Ikuno-shun excused himself from the group and gently led Hinata back to his apartment. Hinata hesitated for a long while, before finally revealing what troubled her. As it turned out, ever since Niji Hyuga was discharged from the hospital, he'd grown unusually silent and dejected, losing all appetite and energy. Time and again, he'd furiously pound on the wall, crying, "I can't believe I don't even qualify for the exams." Every time Hayashi caught sight of Niji's lost and hollow gaze, he would inevitably think of his brother, Hisashi, the twin who had willingly given up his life for Hayashi himself, for the good of the entire clan. Still, no matter what, Hayashi couldn't bring himself to let Niji take his daughter's place in the exams. Sensitive and kind, Hinata understood how troubled her father felt. She also saw Niji's despair. She considered forfeiting her spot for her cousin, but it was only a fleeting thought. Hinata was not ready to give up her chance to prove herself. With the Chunin selection exam looming ahead, Ikuno-shun already knew how things would play out. Due to unforeseen incidents, in the end, only Shikamaru would pass. So in truth, it hardly mattered whether they took part or not. No one else would succeed anyway. All those Jinchuriki, bearers of bloodline limits, and hacks would remain mere genin. That's why, in the world of Naruto, if you're a powerful villain, go pick a fight with a Jonin, an ANBU, or even someone of Kage level. You can tussle with anyone you like. But never, ever cross paths with the genin of Konoha capable of shaking the heavens. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system within him, the one like a hidden-tailed beast, seemed to peer straight into his intentions, issuing a brand new story challenge. Ding! Please help Hyuga Niji gain eligibility for the exam. Free quest. Ikuno-shun already had a plan. Once Hinata left, Ikuno-shun dashed toward the Hokage's office building, referring to the tournament bracket. The first match, Ikuno-shun versus Naruto. Second match, Gaara versus Sasuke. Third match, Kankuro versus Shino. Fourth match, Shikamaru versus Temari. Fifth match, Hinata versus the muscle-bound ninja from the Cloud Village. Ikuno-shun announced that he would forfeit his qualification. The third Hokage was utterly stunned. "I always thought you were an ambitious young man. Why are you letting yourself slip like this?" Chino-jun waved his hand with a smile. "Giving up the exam means I'm a slacker? No way. Grandpa Hokage, just hear me out." The third Hokage lit his pipe and listened, only to regret it mere moments later. Because Chino-jun launched into a relentless speech, persuasive and almost hypnotic. All the adults nowadays think about are exams, promotions, making a name for themselves. Has anyone ever stopped to wonder if kids can really handle all this pressure? We're not products rolling off some assembly line. We're living, breathing people. Exams and promotions are hardly the hallmarks of a healthy education. School may last a while, but life itself is much longer. If I ever have kids of my own, there's no way I'd force them to take exams. Whatever they want to do, that's up to them, even if they don't want to go to ninja school at all. Half an hour later, the third Hokage was utterly confused. "Xiao-jun, I never said you couldn't withdraw, you know. You've been going on, but what's your real point here?" Still, even though Chino-jun had given up the exam, that didn't automatically allow Niji to take his place. After a round of debate among the elders, they decided to hold a wild card round, a revival match. Those who'd been eliminated, Choji, Niji, Kiba, Ino, Sakura, and the others, would compete for a single spot. As for the format, Hamiramito Kato suggested basing it on their daily performance, an aggregate evaluation. Kohar Yutane argued for a group face-off, single eliminations round by round. In the end, the third Hokage reached his conclusion. Trust in fate, a random draw. Chino Jun, ever the mastermind, had already lent him several brainwashing books in advance. On fatalism, the power of destiny. If you don't believe in fate, just die. Seize your fate, the roach's way. On the day of the draw, Chino Jun waited for Niji at the Hyuga clan's gate. Niji glanced up and down, silently slipping into a guarded stance. Chino Jun greeted him with a disarming smile. He didn't actually dislike this cold, withdrawn guy. In fact, he'd even put Niji's name on the revival list. Niji's story always brought people to tears. His death alone sparked a wave of angry fans ready to send blades in protest. Enough to start a hardware store. Did you need something? Niji asked, voice icy. Chino Jun flashed his irresistible grin and brought up the upcoming draw. If you trust me, I'll send you a signal when the time comes. Niji froze. Why would he help me? What's his motive? Chino Jun simply left. Yeah, it's all because of Inada. She's been down ever since what happened with you. If you get another shot at the exams, she'll be overjoyed. Eating well, sleeping well, and strong as an ox. So don't flatter yourself. It's not about you, really. Niji's face flushed red. But after thinking it over, it did sort of make sense. So, what are you planning to do? Chino Jun shook his head. That's not for you to worry about. Just trust me. Niji said nothing more and turned to leave. Chino Jun called after him, reminding. Remember, get in line early. 3 p.m. sharp. Ninja Academy, Classroom 301. Everyone had arrived. The moment of fate had come. Xianxia-Fusion had earned a new reward. Ninja Academy. Classroom 301. The revival round began. To call it a revival round was putting it kindly. It was just drawing lots. Xianxia-Fusion exclaimed with envy. If only our final exams worked this way. Draw a card, whatever score you pull, that's what you get. Leave everything to fate and forget about studying for good. 8 cards were neatly laid out on the table. Their backs all perfectly blank. Except for one, marked with the symbol of the Leaf Village. Whoever drew that card would claim a spot in the competition, taking Xianxia-Fusion's place to face Naruto. The eliminated contestants lined up in the order of their departures. Niji took this extremely seriously. He had shown up as early as 12:40 just to secure his spot at the front of the line. So he got first pick. Naruto, Xianxia-Fusion, and the others came bustling in, eager to see the excitement. Naturally, Xianxia-Fusion had also brought Yuji along. By rule, abilities like the Byakugan were strictly forbidden. Ibiki Marino and the other proctors kept a close watch on every participant. Niji reached for a card. Xianxia-Fusion discreetly squeezed Yuji's hand. 8 cards stood exposed to their eyes. He looked in Niji's direction. As arranged, he blinked 3 times in quick succession. Niji caught on to the signal. He'd intended to take the first card, but in the end his hand moved to the third, almost of its own accord. Silence. Everyone craned forward with anticipation. As Niji turned the card, a chorus of amazed gasps rippled through the room. Niji had chosen the card with the Leaf Village symbol. There was no need for anyone else to draw. Kiba protested. Choji protested. The hefty girls visiting from Cloud Village protested. Sakura was indignant, her hair nearly bristling. Did you use the Byakugan? She demanded. The invigilating teachers immediately denied it. Guy even stepped forward, flashing one of his trademark grins, and said, Absolutely impossible. If Niji had used the Byakugan, the veins around his eyes would have bulged, and those marks would have shown up. But what were the odds? Everyone began shouting at once. In the end, there was no choice but to try again. This time, Niji was made to wear a blindfold. He glanced at Xianxia-Fusion, a flicker of unease passing through his heart. Xianxia-Fusion, however, showed not a hint of worry. Niji fitted the blindfold over his eyes. Instant darkness. Mind-body switch technique. With a light clap of his hands, Xianxia-Fusion took control of Niji and reached out to pick a card. He flipped one open. Once more, it bore the symbol of the Leaf Village. Hey Gecko revealed all the other cards. They were all blank. The children erupted again. This time, Ibiki Marino slammed his palm on the table with a thunderous crack. Roaring? What's going on here? What's going on? Are you trying to rebel? Do you want to visit the interrogation unit? At last, everyone fell silent. Niji had secured his spot in the competition. Tian was so thrilled, she almost jumped for joy and immediately rushed to the hospital to tell Xiaoli the news. Kai's excitement was even more overpowering. A radiant smile revealed his gleaming white teeth. Chia-Jun also completed his check-in and received a reward. A metallic chime sounded. Congratulations, host. You've completed the task check-in and obtained Wind Release, Spiral Shield. Wind Release, Spiral Shield. It's the ability to generate a high-speed, spinning chakra barrier. Like a spinning top, it whirls in circles, deflecting physical attacks. The shield can even act as a protective sphere. Anything that touches it is flung away or shattered. It's quite similar to the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms, rotation. But while rotation requires the Byakugan's insight to achieve true defense, wind release, spiral shield needs nothing of the sort. It's total, indiscriminate defense in every direction. A seamless 360-degree wall of chakra. Simply put, it's brainless defense. Although Xianxia-Fusion possessed the bone armor that only activated automatically when his life was in serious danger. Earth-style wall and water formation wall also had their own limitations. Now, having regained eligibility for the exams, he gave a subtle nod. A faint smile flickered across his lips, vanishing almost instantly. And then, he raced to the training grounds at home, throwing himself into day and night practice. His spirits were much brighter. Xianxia-Fusion watched him go, and with a chuckle called out, "Hey, big brother-in-law, you owe me a favor, and before long, you'll owe me an even bigger one." That afternoon, Ino and Hinata stopped by the apartment. The past couple of days, they'd become obsessed with a TV drama. Xianxia-Fusion was partly to blame for this. Originally, he'd meant to show them The Incredible Hulk and The Avengers that he had pulled from his collection. But somehow a few discs of Romance in the Rain had gotten mixed in. The two girls ended up watching it through teary eyes, completely absorbed. Resigned, all Xianxia-Fusion could do was join them for their drama marathon. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Naruto, still wearing his nightcap, was snoring away in the midst of a dream. A rapid knocking resounded at the door. "Hey, open up. I've come to spread some warmth. You've got the nerve to steal a man, but you can't even open the door? Hiding in there won't fool me. I know you're home." Suddenly, Xianxia-Fusion stopped pounding on the door. He tilted his head, pondering. Wait a second. Am I getting too much into character? These are Aunt Shue's lines from that drama. Naruto opened the door, a look of resignation on his face. "What do you want? Come train with me this morning." Naruto immediately raised his voice. "Are you nuts? I've got training later on this morning." Xianxia-Fusion told it. "Suit yourself. But don't forget, you're facing Neji, a taijutsu master." A shiver ran through Naruto. He instantly remembered yesterday's revival match. "Fine, let me get dressed. Wait for me." Xianxia-Fusion walked into Naruto's house. He noticed that the wall above the dining table no longer bore the ever-victorious banner. It had been replaced by "Eat More Vegetables." Meanwhile, the ever-victorious banner had found a new home, right over Naruto's bed. Xianxia-Fusion couldn't help but laugh. So, Naruto enjoys regularly redecorating his room. I never expected him to take pleasure in something so leisurely. In the woods of Konoha, two young boys began their morning training. Xianxia-Fusion found himself remembering the first time he had met Lee in this very place. The training continued until the sun rose. Yet another delightful and fulfilling morning, Naruto exclaimed, gazing up at the lush green leaves, sparkling with morning dew. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Then, the two boys bantered and played, racing back to the village, disturbing a mouse in the middle of its morning stretches, kicking over a rooster practicing its crow, toppling a garbage can by the roadside. After this minor chaos, they settled down with a hearty breakfast. Afterward, Xianxia-Fusion and Naruto headed together to the training ground. Naruto was already into his third week of practice, but still showed absolutely no progress. Jiraiya was losing his mind. Naruto was on the verge of madness, too. He trained with wild abandon, until at last he collapsed in exhaustion. Jiraiya gazed at him, a mix of tenderness and worry creasing his brow. To draw out and control the Nine-Tails chakra isn't easy. Not at all. But there must be a way, he muttered. Xianxia-Fusion chimed in from the side. Maybe if you put him in real danger, the Nine-Tails chakra would come out? Jiraiya's eyes lit up with delight. He threw his arm around Xianxia-Fusion. "You're a genius. That's a brilliant idea. It's exactly what I was thinking," he praised. Without another word, Jiraiya rushed off toward the edge of cliff. Xianxia-Fusion pointed out the unconscious Naruto. "Sensei, what about Naruto?" Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "You carry him. Good chance to train your own strength." By late morning, the sun was blazing and the air was thick with heat. Xianxia-Fusion, drenched in sweat, carried Naruto on his back, making his way to the cliffside. With a thud, he set the limp Naruto down on the ground. Naruto, still unconscious, was blowing bubbles from his mouth, resembling a little crab. Jiraiya roused him with a rap on the head. Naruto groggily rubbed his eyes, still not sure what was happening, when Jiraiya gave him a shove to the head. Naruto toppled, right over the edge of the cliff. Jiraiya had decided on a drastic measure, to provoke the Nine-Tails chakra by exposing Naruto to real peril. From the bottomless drop below, Naruto's scream echoed up. Ora, 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 ora. Yed. With memories from his previous life as the class physics rep, Chiejun's mind immediately began calculations the very moment Naruto fell. Free fall acceleration is 9.8 meters per second squared. The formula for instantaneous velocity is... So, Naruto's speed after the first second is 9.8 meters per second. After the second, it's 39.8 meters per second, and so on. At this rate, he'll be a splatter in no time. Then another thought struck him. Naruto was plummeting from such a height, floating so fast. Yet, when he landed on Gamabunta, he was completely unharmed. How could that be? The system, clearly entertained, chimed in. Gamabunta is enormous, with a belly as springy as a trampoline. It's like falling from heartbreak, only to land safely on an air cushion. Ikeda Yun nodded. Honestly, I think Kishimoto just didn't think it through at the time. Naruto was teetering on the edge of the cliff, about to tumble into the abyss below. In that heart-stopping instant, he suddenly found himself in another damp and shadowy realm. Ahead of him, a massive prison held the fearsome Nine-Tails captive. Naruto could sense the creature's agitation and mounting distress. He immediately pointed accusingly and shouted, "Hey, Kurama, time to pay rent." The Nine-Tails, clearly reluctant, still grumbled. "If you want chakra, just say so. Why jump off a cliff for it? If you die, die too, you know? Fine, take it all." All at once, power surged into Naruto. But then, he noticed the seal looming above the cage. He didn't tear it open in the end, but he did reach out and touch it. With just that touch, though Minato's chakra wasn't fully activated, a chain reaction was unleashed. Kakashi, who had pulled night duty, was trying to grab a few hours of sleep. Suddenly, his sensei, Minato Namikaze, appeared in a dream. Minato stood there, holding a little notebook, and, with a gentle smile, said, "Kakashi, try not to be too hard on my Naruto. Look at this. This whole book is full of your feedback. Such and such date. Kakashi-sensei said I'm the worst in Team 7. Please, Mom and Dad, take him away from me." Kakashi awoke from the dream in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Gaara, watched closely by Temari and Kankuro, suddenly shuddered, as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, he could feel Shikaku's presence stirring restlessly within, as if something had called to it. Farther away, in the Akatsuki base, Pain sensed a faint disturbance. He immediately summoned a full meeting. "Pain, since Konoha's in chaos, why don't we seize the moment and snatch the Nine-Tails? Any volunteers? Zetsu, don't look at me. You want a flytrap to take on a Jinchuriki? Have you lost your mind? Sasori, aren't you an aloe vera plant or something? Anyway, count me out. I hear Konoha's genin are seriously twisted. Deidara, I can't do it. That Jinchuriki and I both have blonde hair and blue eyes. I just can't bring myself to hurt him. Kisame, listen, the only thing I know is his talk no jutsu made Zabuza cry his eyes out. Freak me out. Pass. Hiding. Capturing people alive isn't my thing. I'm only good for mutual destruction. Kakuzu, crunch the numbers. A punk like him will only lose us money. Conan, why is everyone looking at me? Sorry, I got cramps. Itachi, ahem. With my health like this, you'd really make me go? Doesn't your conscience ache? In the end, everyone's gaze landed on Pain. So what's this, then? Sounds like it's all on me? Itachi finally offered his secret strategy. Boss, here's a pro tip. Just grab Sasuke when you get to the village, yell out that he's in your hands, and the Nine-Tails will come running. Quick, slap some duct tape on his mouth and tie him up. Problem solved. By the way, remember this. Stay away from girls who roll their eyes. Don't go to ramen shops. And if you run into some white-hair guy with a Sharingan, just hit him a few times and he'll run out of chakra. I also heard there's a pretty boy. If you see him, turn around and run as fast as you can. That guy has some technique that'll make you wish you were dead or alive. Completely ruthless. Pain mulled over these warnings the entire night. Forget it. I just caught a cold recently. I'll deal with it next time. At that moment, on the edge of the cliff, Jiraiya looked calm on the surface, but deep down, he'd already prepared to use a summoning jutsu for protection. But just then, something happened below that left him completely stunned. Bois, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep ninja summoning technique. The resounding shout echoed upward. A massive cloud of white smoke billowed into the sky. Jiraiya, both proud and shocked, couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't expect the kid could actually summon it. He thought for a moment, then turned around and bolted. Ikano-shun dashed off with him. As they ran, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. This kid is terrifying. He managed to summon Gamabunta. Even I have trouble handling that grumpy old toad. Honestly, this proves the boy's talent might even surpass Minato's. They made it to a clearing. The two of them sat down to catch their breath. For the first time, Jiraiya asked Ikuno-shun, "Kid, I heard you have a Shikatsu-miyaka bloodline, right?" Ikuno-shun nodded, then proceeded to demonstrate the dance of the camellia and the dance of the larch. "Ah, that's seriously impressive." He then explained the effect of the bone armor. But in the end, Jiraiya just couldn't bring himself to attack. "All right then, let me show you the bone spear technique." Bang, bang, bang. His finger bones instantly transformed into bullets, shooting forward with force. Jiraiya was absolutely delighted. "You little rascal, you're incredible." Ikuno-shun felt quietly proud. "I haven't even told you yet. I've become a sage too." After a while, Naruto came running, desperately out of breath. As he saw the scene unfold before him, he was so mad he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, that's just mean. You two came all the way out here to play. You don't care about me at all." As an apology, Jiraiya invited them both to have ramen. Naruto, having been burned before, pulled out his completely empty wallet with a wary look. "I'm broke," Jiraiya chuckled. "Don't worry, this time it's my treat." Only then did Naruto perk up and trot happily into Ichiraka ramen. Slurping his noodles, he asked, "Pervy sage, what if I hadn't been able to summon the Nine-Tails chakra?" Then he suddenly pointed at Ikuno-shun. "If it were him, you'd never have the heart to push him off, would you?" "Umph. Favoritism." Jiraiya burst out laughing, then explained, "I was totally confident, that's why I did it. Actually, the summoning jutsu can be aimed. It doesn't always have to be right under your feet. Even if you hadn't triggered the Nine-Tails chakra, I could have summoned a giant toad a few hundred meters away to act as an air cushion. There was nothing to worry about." Naruto finally broke into a smile. "I knew it. The Toad Sage would never just leave me behind." Jiraiya was taken aback, his heart swelling with emotion. "This kid, he finally stopped calling me the perverted sage." Taking the opportunity, Ikuno-jun flattered him with a resounding compliment. "With a mentor as powerful as you, a ninja of Kaga-level strength would have no trouble catching you." Jiraiya's chopsticks paused midair. "Jun, what did you just say I was?" "Kaga-level ninja." Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, threw an arm around him. "Eat as much as you want tonight. It's my treat. Though Naruto, you're capped at 5 bowls." After the hearty meal, the three left the table with satisfied, rounded bellies. They said their farewells, and Ikuno-jun started heading home. Just then, the system suddenly popped up, issuing a new task related to Sunset Village. Land of Waves. Sunset Village. Blossoms in full bloom. The village thrived in bustling prosperity. Ikuno-jun hadn't visited there in quite a while. Liwanji had been brought over by Kakashi for repairs. She seized the chance to give an update on how things stood. Ikuno-jun nodded, content and unconcerned. But today, the system issued a sudden task regarding Sunset Village. Ding. Task issued. Please fortify Sunset Village. Before the leaf collapse plan is carried out, add 1 more person with a Kekii Genkai to the village. What? Add another Kekii Genkai wielder? In less than 10 days to complete the task. But where to even begin searching? And even if he found someone, how would he convince them, willingly, to settle down in Sunset Village? This was a tough challenge. Still, Ikuno-jun was sure there must be a way to succeed. That night, he lay in bed, mulling over the assignment. The more he pondered it, the less he had any clue. Suddenly, he leapt up, went to the stream in his personal space, and fished for tiny crayfish. He headed back to the kitchen and cooked up a plate of spicy garlic crayfish. Then he summoned Yuji to join him for a late-night snack. They ate and chatted under the glow of the kitchen lantern. It was Yuji's first time eating crayfish. He wasn't very satisfied. After all the effort of peeling, there was barely a morsel of meat. "Venison from our Huashi Valley tastes much better." Ikuno-jun left. "I thought you liked nori from Bori Island." Mentioning Huashi Valley sparked an idea in Ikuno-jun's mind. The urge to go there himself. "Yuji, does your tiger tribe have reverse summoning? Could I visit your mystical homeland?" Yuji agreed to ask, though he cautioned, "Don't get your hopes up." And that made sense. A place of inheritance wasn't just open to any visitor. The Naruto universe had a vast setting, yet so few of its corners were actually explored in the story. Kishimoto drew us the grandest of blueprints, yet so much was left unseen. Take the legendary lands, for example. Mount Myaboku played the biggest part, while Ryuichi Cave barely appeared at all, and Shikatsu Forest was scarcely mentioned. No one even knew what it really looked like inside. As for the remaining 2 immortal realms, Kishimoto didn't utter a single word about them. Ikuno-shun longed for the day when the mystery would finally be unveiled. Soon after, the two of them started playing airplane chess. The more they played, the duller it became. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck Ikuno-shun. He pulled out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. With sweeping strokes, he painted a couplet. Then, dragging Yuji along, they slipped away into the thick darkness of night. At the entrance of Danzo's home, Yuji lightly leaped over the courtyard wall and pasted the couplet on the main gate. Sitting peacefully at home, a pot falls from the sky. Horizontal scroll, I, the first pot shadow. The next morning, Danzo actually seemed quite pleased. He even entertained the idea of building a whole village of pots. Around midday, Ikuno-shun went to the funeral association for lunch. All of a sudden, he felt a pulse of connection from Yuji. Seizing the moment, he secretly summoned him. It turned out that the head of the Tiger Clan, Yuji's father, had agreed to Ikuno-shun's request. He was now allowed to visit Flower Creek Valley. Bursting with excitement, Ikuno-shun threw an arm around Yuji. Down the sunlit streets of Konoha in the afternoon, the two of them ran at full speed. Even Naruto, passing by, felt a pang of jealousy. They're so close now, it's like they're sharing the same pair of pants. With a sigh, he made his way toward the hospital. There, he discovered Sasuke was nowhere to be found. At that very moment, deep within the mountains behind the village, in a secluded cliffside grove, Kakashi was teaching Chidori the lightning blade. Chidori required a full-speed charge to activate. Its flaw was that the speed made it impossible to clearly read the opponent's movements, which meant it had to be paired with the visual prowess of the Sharingan for maximum effect. Chidori was perfectly suited to Sasuke's training, and the technique itself was nothing short of spectacular. Pale blue currents of electricity danced around his hands, the lightning flashes racing over his body as he charged ahead. The air rattled with bursts and crackles, like 1,000 birds calling at once. It was simply electrifying, awesome beyond words. Ikuno-shun returned to his apartment. Yuji shifted back to his true form, grabbed Shun's hand, and performed a spatial transfer technique. When Ikuno-shun opened his eyes, a breath of refreshing air brushed across his face. His mind felt clear and bright, the warmth around him gentle and comforting. Not a trace of the oppressive summer heat. A sea of flowers spread out before him, fragrant as honey. Creeks flowed with gentle murmurs, butterflies danced, and bees whirled through the scented air. Wow, Flower Creek Valley is even more beautiful than Mount Myaboku. It's a perfect summer retreat. It was a far cry from what he'd imagined. He had expected to see stern, majestic tigers everywhere. But gazing out, all he saw were breathtakingly handsome men and women in human form. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ikuno-shun asked, "Are you always in human form here?" Yuji burst out laughing. "Of course not. Everyone just transformed for your sake. They were afraid you'd be scared, surrounded by tigers." Suddenly, Ikuno-shun felt himself falling in love with this place. Before long, Yuji led him to his father. In human form, Teji was an imposing, middle-aged man, stern-faced, yet radiating an unmistakable air of authority. "For hundreds of years, you were the very first to successfully summon someone from our clan. With the approval of the Tiger Clan's immortal, your request to enter the valley has been granted. However, for the time being, our clan does not accept disciples for cultivation." In other words, he wouldn't be able to learn the Tiger Clan's immortal mode just yet. But this didn't bother Shun Aikino at all. What truly piqued his interest was the legendary space-time I technique. Yuji had once told him, the Tiger Clan's immortals possessed a space-time I technique capable of taking someone back into the past. Shun Aikino longed to return to his childhood, to see his mother once more, to unravel the mystery of his birth father. Hearing his request, Teji fell into silent contemplation. Shun Aikino smiled and said, "It's actually a friend of mine who wants to see it." Only then did Teji break into laughter. "Ha, you really do have a way of making something out of nothing." With that, he led Shun to the outside of the Elder's Hall. Shun Aikino settled onto a meditation cushion and waited. Just then, a beautiful young woman drifted gracefully into view. Her name was Xiangmu. She was Yuji's older cousin. Xiangmu was lively and vivacious, spirited and charming. She had often heard Yuji recount stories about Shun Aikino. Now she smiled and said, "So you're the famous Shun Aikino from Hidden Leaf Village?" Shun Aikino rose and nodded politely in greeting. Xiangmu transformed into her tiger form, guiding Shun on a tour through the Flower Stream Valley. Finally, she gave him a playful smile as she took her leave. "If you ever need anything, just summon your big sister. If anyone dares bully you, I'll be the one to teach them a lesson." Shun Aikino found himself quite fond of his cheerful tiger sister. The Elder's Hall was a place of solemn dignity. Shun Aikino followed Teji inside. He'd expected Elder Huami to be an ancient feline, To his surprise, she turned out to be a simple Chinese rural cat. Yellow and white, plump, and irresistibly cute. She was sprawled on her mat, grooming herself contentedly. In his previous life, Shun Aikino had been a devoted cat lover. He could scarcely resist the urge to scoop her into his arms. But a second thought reminded him who she was. A genuine immortal, after all. So he decided against it. Instead, Shun Aikino presented a collection of gifts he'd prepared. Gourmet treats, cat food, and canned delicacies. With utmost respect, he laid them before the elder. He even fetched out a litter box and several bags of cat litter. The immortal seemed very pleased, purring approvingly. Yet, she never once shifted into human form. A few meows issued from her. Tieji explained. The elder has agreed to let you use the space-time technique once. However, be aware that there is some risk involved. She hasn't performed it in 1,000 years. Shun Aikino considered this, then gave a nod. Even if he got lost in the folds of space-time, he was convinced the system would never abandon him. Because, with every passing day, he felt it more keenly. He truly was the Jinchuriki of the system. If he were to die, the system would vanish as well. Nevertheless, the space-time technique could send him anywhere at random. In other words, there was no way to designate the specific time period. He could end up a few years ago, or a decade in the past. But he might also just land in yesterday, or merely minutes before. And no matter the time or place, Shun Aikino would remain as he was. His age and abilities unchanged by the leap through time and space. This part, at least, sounded appealing. There's one more thing you should know. The point in space is also random, Tieji added. Shun Aikino nodded in understanding. My heart brimmed with curiosity. Could it be they'll be teleported right next to Rokudo? Now, that would be exciting. Tieji pointed to a dim, shadowy room. Take a seat on the cushion inside. This time-space teleportation only lasts for a day. When it ends, you'll return to your own home, with everything wrapping up in the form of a dream. The immortal let out a couple of soft, cat-like cries, mewing gently. Tieji added. The elder said, this hasn't been used in ages, so we're doing a trial run. If you're not satisfied with the first teleportation destination, just recite the immortal's incantation, and you'll be sent back here, where you can start over. What's the incantation? Tieji asked around, fumbling a bit before awkwardly replying. Evil dragon roar whoosh, little windmill big sausage. Maybe a big gray sack little old axe. Seriously? The great cat sage turns out to be a comedian. One unexpected, delightful surprise. Once all the details were clear, Chia-Jun stepped into the little dark house. His heart pounding with nervousness, excitement, anticipation, and thrill. A sudden boom. Thunderous noise erupted all around. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and everything faded to black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself enveloped in darkness and cold, surrounded by a dense, unending forest. Where am I? And what year is this? Just as he wondered, a holographic panel appeared before his eyes. Year 52 of the Hidden Leaf. And this place was actually the outer perimeter of the Kagaya clan's encampment. The Kagaya clan? Chia-Jun, who knew the plot all too well, immediately thought of a single person. Kimimaro. Full name, Kagaya Kimimaro. One of the Sound Five under Orochimaru's command. Even by the standards of the Hidden Leaf Village, he was an elite among elites. Cool-headed, steady, assured in everything he did, and remarkably polite and composed. During his fight with Rock Lee, when Lee said he needed to take medicine, Kimimaro actually paused the attack, waiting patiently for his opponent to finish. He bore 2 red dots on his forehead, a sign of his Kekkei Jinkai, the Shikatsumiyaku, granting him bones harder than steel. Because of these gifts, he was branded as a living shield and weapon from childhood, kept locked away in a pitch-black dungeon, living a life of relentless misery and darkness. Eventually, his clan released him, but not out of kindness. The Kagaya clan were arrogant, belligerent, almost wild to the point of madness, eager to assault the hidden mist village, but unwilling to take the risk themselves. They sent Kimimaro to carry out a surprise attack. Alone, Kimimaro infiltrated the mist village, cutting down countless mist ninja in his wake. On his way, he even ran into Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Haku shared a similar fate, an orphan hunted by his own clan for his bloodline limit. But, by a stroke of fortune, he found Zabuza. Kimimaro, however, encountered only Orochimaru. In the end, he died of illness in battle, passed away with deep regrets and sorrow. Chia-Jun snapped back from following the timeline. He slapped his thigh. Of course, Kimimaro should be about 7 years old right now, locked away deep within the clan's dungeon. If I save him, won't that completely erase the regret of his untimely death? He wouldn't have met Orochimaru, nor become a miserable experiment. Even if he suffers from a hereditary disease, I believe there'll be a cure someday. The most important thing is I'd complete the mission of increasing Kekkei Genkai wielders. The Sunset Village would gain another major force, and I'd get a new little brother. He already knows Zabuza and the others, so the three of them could live happily together. What a deal! So many gains in one go. A cold night in the forest, the mist swirling thick. Looking out, nothing could be distinguished, the directions lost in a shroud. It was bone-chillingly cold. Chie-Jun slipped on a sweater for warmth. Tonight, he planned to scout out the Kagaya camp. He needed to find the dungeon where Kimimaro was held prisoner. Thinking of Kimimaro, Chie-Jun felt an odd sense of kinship. Why? Because both could draw out their own bones as weapons. With nimble steps, Chie-Jun darted among the trees, finally settling in a dark corner just outside the clan's grounds. His eyes locked on the camp, waiting for the perfect opportunity to sneak in. He sat down, activating Sage Mode. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. What am I hiding for? I've got the shadow cloak. It was close to midnight now. Yet the Kagaya weren't sleeping. They were busy with some preparations, bloodthirsty excitement lighting up their faces. Could it be? Was the attack on Kirigakure planned for tonight? Blending into the darkness, Chie-Jun circled easily to the camp's entrance. His Sage Mode had about 3 minutes left. With a wicked grin, he let out a blast of blue, icy breath straight from his mouth. Only later did he realize Sage Art, Frozen Seal, wasn't just performed with hand signs. It could be unleashed from his mouth as well. It was just like Superman's icy breath. Impressively cool. In an instant, 2 guards froze into pillars of ice. But after nearly half an hour, he still hadn't discovered where Kimimaro was held. How odd. Slipping into the aromatic kitchen, he decided to search for clues. The head chef was busy at the stove, a few helpers bustling nearby. Today is truly thrilling. That's right. Soon we'll go all out and wipe out those Kirigakure bastards. The fate of the Kagaya clan is about to change. We're going to become the strongest in a land of water. Sliding his finished dish onto a tray, the chef gave an order. Enough with the speeches. Yuan Fong, take the food and wine to the clan chief. Yuan Fong was a handsome young man. He picked up the tray and turned to leave. Listening in invisibly, Chie-Jun couldn't help but smirk. Their fate would indeed change. But it would be for the clan to get utterly wiped out, leaving only a bewildered 7-year-old behind. Chie-Jun had to rescue Kimimaro before tomorrow night. The time-space shift allowed for only a single day, and he certainly didn't want to cross paths with Orochimaru. With that thought, he jumped down from the rafters and followed quietly behind. Yuan Fong held the tray steady as he walked forward. To get from the kitchen to the council hall, he had to pass through several dimly lit corridors. At a shadowy corner, he was suddenly struck on the head with a stick and knocked out cold. Before the food could hit the ground, it was firmly caught. Transformation technique. Chie-Jun transformed into Yuan Fong. He now had Yuan Fong's distinctive double buns, with 2 red dots on his forehead. Dragging Yuan Fong into the darkness, Chie-Jun covered him hastily with weeds, then picked up the tray and continued on his way. Council hall. The clan chief and the elders were deep in discussion. Chie-Jun entered, carefully laid out the wine and dishes, and withdrew to the side. The clan chief was a bloodthirsty, war-loving man. Hideously ugly. Bulging fish-like eyes, a garlic bulb nose, huge ears that stuck out, and his breath rivaled even Maji's foulness. Tonight will be the battle that changes our clan's fate. May we succeed. Cheers! Cheers! After draining their cups, someone suggested, we should send someone to check on that kid. At long last, that wretch's life will prove useful. The chief nodded. So Gazuna. An elder added, he fully awakened his bloodline powers at the age of 7. Truly a prodigy. The chief immediately exploded in anger. Nonsense. What prodigy? He's just a little mongrel nobody wants. The others quickly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ugly man turned to Chie-Jun. Yuan Fong, what do you think? Chie-Jun hesitated for a split second, then replied at once. That's right. He's just a little mongrel. Only, he's been starving for days. Should we give him something to eat tonight? Otherwise, how will he lead the charge later? The chief considered this, then nodded. Bring some leftovers and come with me to the dungeon. So, the dungeon was actually directly beneath the council hall. A surge of anger roiled in Chie-Jun's heart. A child, yet one who had fully awakened his bloodline power. What had he done to deserve such a fate? Chie-Jun followed the ugly man down to the dungeon. It was dark and oppressive, damp and chilling. The walls around them were stained and mottled, thick with moss and cobwebs. Good evening, chief. 2 guards bowed and bobbed their heads. Creak. The rusted iron door was dragged open. A wave of rot swept out, mingled with the sharp, iron scent of blood. Chi-Jun nearly raised a hand to shield his nose. As his eyes adjusted to the dark, he finally saw a frail figure curled up in the corner. He trembled as he gazed up at them, his eyes hollow with terror and despair. It was Kimimaro as a child. Dried tracks of blood still stained his face. Clearly, he had been abused. "Hey boy, get over here," the ugly man called out to the child huddled in the shadows. Kimimaro shook all over, his voice barely above a whisper. "Chief, I won't try to escape again, I swear. I'm so hungry." The ugly man seized his gaunt chin. With a swift motion, he tore open his shirt. Clusters of crusted blood scabs left Chino-shun deeply unsettled. "You little bastard, think you can still run? How would the taste of whip-cooked flesh suit you?" Chino-shun's fists clenched tighter. His eyes were nearly spitting fire. But for now, he still had no idea how many Kagaya clan members were present. He couldn't afford to act recklessly, not yet. The ugly man was a sadist by nature. He'd probably beaten Kimimaro more times than one could count. Now he seized Kimimaro by the hair, yanking hard and hurling him against the wall. A dull thud rang out. Kimimaro's body flew as if weightless, smashing violently onto the stone wall. Chino-shun's chest rose and fell like a battered old bellows. He gasped for breath, struggling to steady himself. Suppressing the urge to strangle the old brute then and there, he forced himself to speak. "Clan chief, we still need him to lead the attack tonight." The ugly man's hostility only intensified, shooting Chino-shun a vicious glare. "You dare to lecture me?" Chino-shun instantly lowered his gaze in submission. And no, of course not. Yet inwardly, his mind seethed. "Just you wait, old bastard. You'll regret ever crossing me." The clan chief stepped in closer. "Kimimaro, listen well. The time has come to use your strength. For the sake of our Kagaya clan, prepare for battle." But Kimimaro's voice trembled as he pleaded. "Do you really need me this time?" "Absolutely. Give it everything you've got. Head for Kirigakure and slaughter everyone you meet along the way. Just let your instincts lead you." He then turned to Chino-shun. "Give him something to eat." Kimimaro seized the food and devoured it ravenously, like a famine-stricken refugee at last finding sustenance. He ate so fast that he choked. Chino-shun quickly handed him some water. He gently patted Kimimaro's back. "Slow down. Take your time." Kimimaro looked up, recognizing him. Over the years, only this man, and once a kind-hearted girl, had ever sneaked him food. Never had anyone shown him such tenderness. "Hurry up and eat. Someone will be here to take you out soon." With that, the clan chief locked the cell behind him. Chino-shun followed after. For reasons he couldn't explain, the ugly man felt a cold shiver creep down his spine. Kimimaro's mind grew muddled, lost in uncertainty. Killing? Is tonight's mission really just to kill? He withdrew a bone from his own shoulder and stabbed it brutally into the wall. Chino-shun memorized the cell's position. He canceled his transformation technique. Cloaking himself again in his dark mantle, he silently returned to the dungeon. A single kunai finished off the two guards with effortless precision. He stepped from the shadows. Kimimaro recoiled in shock. "Who are you?" Chino-shun smiled gently. I'm your brother. I'm here to rescue you." "Brother?" Seeing Kimimaro's baffled look, Chino-shun performed the dance of the camellia, wrenching an entire steel-hard arm bone from his shoulder. Then, with the dance of the larch, bones erupted from his arms and legs, forming a barrier of spiked defenses. Kimimaro stood frozen in disbelief. Just as he expected, they were the same. He glanced once more at Kimimaro, sensing a strange trust and familiarity blossoming between them. Actually, the man from before was also me in disguise. "Kimimaro, come with me. I need you." With those words, he reached out his hand, smiling warmly at him. Kimimaro seemed as if he'd been enchanted. He stared, transfixed, at that strikingly handsome face, and at the warm, genuine smile. Chino-jun wielded the magic of persuasion, as if the gods themselves spoke through him. Kimimaro could not help but thread his hand through the bars of his cell toward Chino-jun. But he still voiced his concern. "But I can't get out." A hearty laugh burst forth. "That's easily solved. With brute strength, the cell door could be kicked open. Yet in such a cramped space, Kimimaro might get hurt. And the noise would certainly alert others. The Tiger Clan's summoning jutsu." Chino-jun slapped his hands to the ground. He summoned his spirit beast. But this time, it wasn't Yuji. It was his cousin, Xiangmu. Back when they raced through Huashi Valley, they had already signed the blood contract. Xiangmu possessed the abilities of an alchemist. She could concoct all manner of strange powders and potions. For instance, stimulants that force people to run or walk on their hands. mischievous powders that caused itching or vomiting, and even potions for hypnosis, laxatives, or truth serums. However, for now, Chino-jun had not yet earned the right to use these drugs. Xiangmu's ocular power, on the other hand, was heat vision, just like Superman's searing beams. When the tiger appeared, Kimimaro instantly drew out a bone, bracing for battle. Chino-jun waved a hand with a sunny grin. No need to worry. She's on our side. Then he nodded at his cousin, signaling her. With a resounding burst, Xiangmu transformed into human shape. Receiving Chino-jun's command, her eyes glowed scarlet. Red-hot beams shot from her gaze. A sizzle tore the air. A loud clang echoed. The sturdy lock was sliced in an instant. Chino-jun and Xiangmu both reached out their hands. Kimimaro hesitated for only a heartbeat. Then he dove straight into Chino-jun's embrace. He clung there, reluctant to let go. Perhaps he had endured cold indifference for far too long. His young heart ached desperately for warmth and care. For the first time ever, Kimimaro felt kindness. Tears flowed down his cheeks unbidden. He was reminded of the first time he met Orochimaru, how the man's honeyed words ensnared him and lured him home, earning Kimimaro's unwavering loyalty unto death. Children deprived of love from an early age. When at last they find someone who treats them well, they trust without reservation. With utter devotion, they give their all. They lower every guard. Xiangmu, her task finished, took her leave with lingering reluctance. Chino-jun drew out a cloak, wrapped it around Kimimaro, and led him away. He had no intention of enacting a massacre, because he knew this truth. Even without Kimimaro, the bloodthirsty, frenzied Kagaya clan would still attack the Hidden Mist. Their fate would remain unchanged, annihilation. But as for the clan leader, he was a different story. Guided by Kimimaro, the two of them made their way to the clan leader's quarters. He passed the cloak to Kimimaro. He performed the transformation technique once again. This time, he took on the form of Yuan Fang's beloved, the clan leader's young favorite. With a coy sway, the little darling made her way into the great hall. She cast lingering glances at the clan leader, flirting with every look. With a beckoning gesture, she leaned in and whispered softly into his ear. The clan leader was overjoyed, hardly able to believe his fortune. The little darling and Yuan Fang had grown up together as close childhood friends. They lived in the Mist Ninja Village. Both had been abducted at a young age and brought here together. Yet the little darling had always kept Yuan Fang at arm's length, never warm, never yielding. But today, her sudden affection was a complete surprise. Desire clouded the clan leader's mind as he swept the little darling into his embrace and led her to the bedchamber. Barely a dozen seconds later, he was suddenly ensnared, bound tightly by the snowy hair of the childlike Kagayaheim. Chie and Kimimaro emerged from the shadows. Chie drew a kunai, ready to strike. But Kimimaro stepped in to halt him. Chie was taken aback. You can't be serious? Is he really playing the pure-hearted savior? He saw Kimimaro's eyes betray a ruthless severity not expected in one so young. Slowly, Kimimaro drew a bone spike from his shoulder. Leave this to me. Only then did Chie grin and nod. The clan leader's ugly heart was pierced clean through, blood spurting as he died on the spot. However, just before he expired, Chie pressed a tight hand over his mouth. The body would inevitably be discovered, and, because of the transformation technique, the innocent little darling and Yuan Fang would surely be branded the murderers. Thinking quickly, he found them right away. After a swift explanation, he summoned the Ice Phoenix. The childhood friends climbed on its back. They agreed upon a meeting place, and the great bird soared away with them. Chie and Kimimaro, cloaked and concealed, slipped out of the camp. Half a day remained before the time slip would end. Would they run into Haku or Zabuza, or even Orochimaru? The sun rose in splendor, its warm light bathing the land. Yuan Fang and the little darling were at last rescued. They carried no belongings, only a single bladed chakram. Yuan Fang, with her pronounced ears, had been trained by the Kagaya clan for years in secret listening techniques. She was also a master of throwing weapons. After lavishing thanks, they set out for Mist Ninja Village that very night. During the Fourth War, their paths would cross again with Chie. Chie and Kimimaro journeyed on the Ice Phoenix, heading for the border of the Land of Water. Chie considered returning to the Hidden Leaf Village for a look, but even by air, it would take a full day, and the time slip would close that very night. He hadn't placed any flying thunder god marks in this era, so he had to give up the thought. Back at the Kagaya camp, order was only just being restored after the chaos. A new clan leader was hastily elected, and the attack on the Mist Village was postponed till the next evening. Meanwhile, Zabuza, Orochimaru, and their companions were lingering in Mizukage City on the water country border. Their own journey past the mist village had been delayed by 2 days. Fate, intricate and unseen, was aligning everything for a meeting with Kimimaro. The ice phoenix carried them for a night and a day, letting out a soft, weary cry. Its voice, thin and rasping, fluttered in the morning air. Poor Xiaoxua is tired, Junjun murmured, gently stroking its feathers. So they landed in the seaside village of Sea Mist. The hand of fate was at work. Kimimaro encountered the person he saw as his spiritual anchor. Mist Village. 3 sides faced the sea, while the other side leaned against the mountains. Thick fog shrouded the area all year round. Not far from the village stood the city of Mizukic, and to the north of it, separated by the sea, lay the legendary land, the Blood Country. Although shrouded in mystery, every mention of its name sent chills down people's spines, striking terror into their hearts. For it was said that the people there possessed the forbidden bloodline limit, blood release, and they wielded the terrifying blood curse mark. Fortunately, they were cut off from the rest of the world, and hadn't appeared before the public, at least not yet. Chino-jun landed at the northernmost edge of the village. A solitary stone hut stood there, desolate and forlorn. It was clear that the villagers preferred not to come near. At this moment, the morning mist still lingered. Dawn had only just begun to break. From the stone hut stepped out a handsome young boy, his hand gently cradling a bird. The boy was tall and sturdy, easily at least 6'3", though he could not be more than 10 years old. His untamed hair blazed orange, as did his eyes, bright, pure, and clear. Kimimaro couldn't help but pause in astonishment when he saw him. Chino-jun could hardly believe his eyes. Wasn't that Yugo? Kimimaro's closest companion. He was known best for his dual personality. In his normal state, he was calm, loved caring for birds, and enjoyed bathing in the forest. But when he lost control, he could become so feral as to attack people, without warning. His body would change, black curse marks creeping across his skin. Whenever his transformation completed, his unique constitution allowed him to absorb the Earth's natural energy, turning him into a rampaging, inhuman sage. Yet his ordinary personality remained gentle and conflict-averse. He could blend effortlessly into nature, even communicating with birds. It was this innate ability to harness natural energy that fractured his mind, splitting his persona in two. In the eyes of the villagers, he was nothing but a strange, misshapen monster, especially those orange eyes. To them, they were a mark of evil and misfortune, a herald of disaster. So people kept their distance, sometimes even cursing him outright. Growing up, he was often bullied by the other children in the village. As he was now, his violent ability had yet to awaken. The worst he'd do was slaughter chickens or ducks when he lost control, causing chaos among the local fowl and livestock. But 2 years later, his terrifying powers would awaken for real. Determined not to harm anyone, Yugo eventually chose to live alone in a cave outside the village. That was until Kimimaro, wandering nearby, unwittingly stumbled into Yugo's cave. Kimimaro then drew his great, bone weapon and restrained Yugo, declaring that he could be the anchor for his troubled soul. He even recommended the hideout of Orochi, a place ruled by Lady Snake, his boss. "Dear, that place is filled with people just like us. Monsters. Come join the fun." With a mix of persuasion and force, Yugo eventually became one of Lady Snake's experimental subjects. "Hey, who are you?" Yugo's voice cut through Chino-jun's memories. "Oh, we're just travelers," came the reply. To their surprise, Yugo eagerly invited them. "Come, why not visit my place?" At this stage, he was still honest and kind, a far cry from the dark version he would later become. The two of them stepped inside. To their surprise, there was also a little girl in the house. It was his younger sister, Chongi. She and Kimimaro were both 7 years old. She was a petite, adorable child, the very picture of innocence. Unlike her brother, she didn't have orange eyes, but she suffered from polio in her legs. Through a bit of casual conversation, they learned more. Chongwoo's parents had passed away early. The siblings relied on each other, taking care of one another. Their family had once lived near the village inn, in a 2-story house with a mill. Later, though, they were forced out of their ancestral home. They moved to a stone house far from the village. Even so, every month, they still had to pay a hefty land rent to the village chief, though both children were young. Their skills in the kitchen were quite impressive. Chong-yi brought steaming bowls of barnacle custard, garlic whelks, and rich eel soup to the stone table. Though these were all humble catches from the sea, the flavors were fresh and delicious. Chongwoo gazed at Kimimaro, momentarily lost in thought. Kimimaro, too, looked up to meet his gaze. The two boys exchanged smiles, and a strange, unspoken bond rippled between them. Jun decided he would stay here for a while, at least until the evening, when the time-space passage would end. As for Chongwu, he didn't plan to take him back to his original world. After all, the boy's troubled dual nature would only invite more problems in the future. What's more, time travel only allowed him to bring a single person back each time. Chongwu, having lived cut off from the world for so long, lacked much information about the outside. At this moment, his curiosity got the better of him, and he began to ask questions. Kimimaro shared with him all his own experiences and hardships. Both of them had seen too much misery in their childhoods. It didn't take long before they felt a kinship, a mutual understanding. Outside, rain and mist blurred the world beyond the windows. Inside, candlelight flickered in the small cabin. The warmth and comfort wrapped around them. But just at that moment, the village chief's son burst into the courtyard, bringing 7 or 8 cronies with him. He swaggered as he entered, waddling on short, thick legs and swelling belly, looking rather like a lumbering duck. Oi, time to pay the rent. Chongwu's eyes flashed with anger. He stood his ground and argued. Why do we still have to pay? You've taken over our home, and yet you keep demanding rent. Where's the justice in that? The fat boy laughed harshly, his tone mocking and wild. In this village, I am the law. A pair of deformed, yellow-eyed freaks, and a cripple too. Pathetic. You. Chongwu's face turned ashen, his fists clenched in fury. The fat boy pointed menacingly at a fishing boat not far away. Pay up today, or the boat's coming with us. That boat was their very lifeline. Chongwu had always loved animals, and could even communicate with them. They kept many stray cats and dogs in their yard. Just then, one stray dog happened to trot over. The fat boy lashed out with a brutal kick. The dog yelped in pain, shuddering, twisting in agony. The little girl limped over as fast as she could, cradling the dog in her arms, tears welling up and streaming down her cheeks. Rage coursed hotly through Chongwu's chest. He was big for his age, but outnumbered. After all, he was only 10 years old. Still, he raised his fist and threw himself into the fray against those bullies. Jun was seething with fury, his childhood memories flashing back, growing up at his grandfather's house in the countryside. The village chief was nothing but a vile bully, preying on the weak. Taking in the scene before him, a wicked fury began to stir inside him. And just at that moment, Choni grabbed hold of one of the thugs who was beating her older brother and bit down hard on his arm. No, don't hurt my brother. The man cursed loudly, shouting an angry idiot. He smacked the little girl so hard she went flying, slamming her head against the flower bed. Blood gushed out, and she immediately fell unconscious. Chongwu screamed her name in agony, fighting with fists and feet to break through the crowd and rush to his sister's side. Ikinijin could stand it no longer. Unrestrained, he sprang into the air. His flying kick smashed into the man's face. Landing, he seized the man's arm and twisted it back with all his strength. There was a sickening crack, a dislocated shoulder. He caught sight of Chongi lying in a pool of blood. Ikinijin quickly summoned Hatsune, who was gifted in healing. Then, without hesitation, he drew his kunai. With a brutal stroke, he drove into the man's throat. A burst of blood erupted. Suddenly, the once rowdy crowd fell silent. Ultimate destruction kick. Channeling chakra into his leg, he delivered a devastating blow, obliterating the village chief's son with a single kick. The heavy-set man collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. The remaining accomplices tried to flee and raise the alarm. But just then, the white-haired boy drew a bone from his own shoulder. Wait! Ikinijin's shout thundered through the courtyard, halting Kimimaro. Kimimaro paused, briefly surprised. He muttered internally, is this guy a soft-hearted saint or something? Ikinijin swiftly scooped up Chongi, shielding her eyes from the carnage. He carried her into the small house. Only after closing the door did he call out, Kimimaro, please, resume your performance. In an instant, the courtyard was transformed into a nightmarish hell, a maelstrom of bloodshed. When the killing finally ended, Ikinijin summoned Shangmu. He asked, aren't you skilled in alchemy? Do you have something that can make bodies disappear? Shangmu nodded. You mean the corpse-dissolving elixir? Yes, exactly. Juniper berries, Namura's rot, Emperor's parasol moss, bone powder, the weeping crone's tears. Shangmu murmured the ingredients for the elixir, then vanished from sight. A few minutes passed. She reappeared and handed Ikinijin a small porcelain vial decorated with delicate blue flowers. Here you are. This one can be used endlessly, you know. What? Did he hear that right? Endlessly reusable? In other words, once the vial was empty, it would refill itself? Unbelievable. Ikinijin's heart was racing with excitement. He could feel the wild thumping beneath his hand. Corpse-dissolving elixir was an utterly terrifying potion. It originated in China during the Warring States period, famously favored by assassins as their ultimate clandestine weapon. The moment the liquid touched a corpse, it would instantly reduce flesh to slurry, even dissolving the bones, then rapidly evaporate, leaving nothing, vanishing without a trace. A chill ran down Akinogen's spine. If one weren't careful with this stuff, a single drop could send you straight to the afterlife. Shangmu seemed to sense his unease. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, the corpse-dissolving solution I make only works on the dead, never the living." A hearty laugh followed. It's like the Cheshire Cat riding a roller coaster, a wild, wondrous ride all the way through. Once Shangmu had vanished, Chino-jun unscrewed the bottle cap and tilted it slightly. A few drops of clear, water-like liquid fell to the ground. Then, the corpse on the ground began to melt away, like a candle held to the flame, dissolving at a shocking speed. It only took a minute, and not a single drop of blood or shadow remained, gone without a trace. Kimamaro's eyes nearly popped out of his head in astonishment. Yugo was so startled, he almost bit his own tongue. Putting the small bottle away, Chino-jun grinned and quipped, "Essential travel gear, for trouble on the road and cleaning up the evidence." Yet, despite disposing of the body, it was obvious this tiny village was no place to stay. Chino-jun turned and asked, "Yugo, aside from being able to communicate with animals, is there anything else you can do?" Yugo thought a moment and answered, "I can repair bridges too. In the land of water, there's often work fixing bridges. It's how I make some pocket money." Fixing bridges. That sparked an idea in Chino-jun's mind for settling him somewhere. But, at this moment, it was still before 10 in the morning, with more than 10 hours left until the next time shift. Chino-jun announced his plan. He would send the siblings to the land of waves. Go and look for Chief Tizuna, or find a lady named Nichiri-wanki. She's really kind. The siblings, long tired of this place, immediately packed their things. Soon after, the four of them set out for Shuain City, not far to the west. There, Chino-jun was fated to meet some old acquaintances. Shuain City, a bustling port in the land of water. An unruly mix of pirates, traders, thieves, and the black market. Thanks to its rich bounty of sea fish, the city's long-standing fishing industry made it a booming hub of commerce. An hour later, the four of them finally arrived at the docks. Boats flying pirate flags and merchant banners crowded the harbor. An unmistakable atmosphere of prosperity. They found a ship heading for the land of waves. And Chino-jun saw the siblings safely aboard. Though it had only been a day, Kimamaro and Yugo had bonded deeply, like brothers, perhaps comrades for life. Yugo ruffled Kimamaro's hair. "All feasts must end, and the time comes to part. If fate brings us together again, let's be brothers, never sisters." Kimamaro nodded, managing a teary smile. "Yes, be happy, always happy. Promise you won't mope as soon as I leave. We may be oddballs, but let's always remember to say cheese and keep our spirits high." Yugo beamed, and Chongi swept Chino-jun up in a bear hug. Chino-jun gently murmured, "Miss little sister, maybe tomorrow we'll meet again." The ship pulled away from the pier. Everyone waved, calling out their goodbyes. Chino-jun and Kimamaro turned ahead toward the fish market. Who would have guessed? It was packed. They'd run right into a festival crowd. People everywhere, as busy and bustling as the spring festival rush. Just then, he saw an old lady ahead, carrying an unusually long dried fish on her back. What the? Was that the Samahata sword carried by Kisame? They arrived in front of a tavern. At the door stood a flamboyantly dressed woman. She was recruiting. "Join us. National-level research facility, excellent benefits, fully equipped gear, free room and board, a big pair of shorts, a pair of flip-flops, a fully mobile K-view suite. Earn more with more effort. As long as you pull off a big score, owning a home in the Leaf Village will no longer be just a dream." But then, as they looked further, Chino-jun's eyes went wide with shock. No matter if you're lame, blind, or mad, as long as you're an oddball or out of place in society, you're welcome to join. What the? Ant Snake. Ikinu-yun hurriedly pulled Kimimaro away. Looking at the bustling crowd, Kimamaro's eyes were full of curiosity. "Ever since I was thrown in prison, I haven't been out again. It's so lively here. I really like it." Chino-jun scooped him up and held him tight. "Don't worry, everything will turn out fine. Come on, let's find an inn, then soak in a hot bath." After asking around, they did find a nice inn. One ticket covered everything. Baths, meals, beds, hair washing, even massages. They headed toward the market district. It took quite a while to find the place. Turns out, the inn was a converted old factory. The two entered the changing room, soaking in the warm water. Their whole bodies felt unbelievably relaxed, as if they'd taken some magic elixir. And just then, Kimima wo notit ikinu yunya. Ichino-jun opened his eyes. Wasn't that Haku right there? He'd also been brought into the bathhouse by Zabuza. Noticing Ikinu Yun staring him, Zabuza snarled. Hey, what are you looking at? Ikinu Yun smiagel. Why so fierce? Believe it or not, I'll fire you first thing tomorrow. Oomph, oomph. Both turned their heads away at that. After bathing, Ichino-jun went to the lounge. He ordered 2 plates of pickled cucumbers, barley cakes, eel roasted with coarse salt, and some dark rye ale. By a twist of fate, Zabuza also showed up with Haku and ordered exactly the same meal. This time, Zabuza wasn't nearly as hostile. Instead, he felt something inexplicable toward Ichino-jun, like he would throw everything aside, risk it all to do things for him. Bah, what am I thinking? Haku is my everything. Zabuza shook his head, brushing off those wild thoughts. Haku gave Kimimaro a sweet smile. Kimimaro politely returned the gesture. After all, they were both children. Soon enough, the 2 little ones were playing together, using bottle caps and tiles they'd found somewhere. They played house, pretending to be parents. And just then, a commotion erupted outside. It sounded like an argument was breaking out. Feeling bored, Ichino-jun promptly got up. In his bones, Zabuza was a gossip hound too. Shouldering the beheading saber, he followed along. He caught sight of a woman with hair as wild as a bird's nest. Steam rolled off her lips as she spoke. Bits of trout and breadcrumbs littered the spray of her spittle. Her hands were planted firmly on her hips. She glared at the shopkeeper with the ferocity of a demon on the hunt. Her speech, too, was uniquely sharpened, piercing, shrill, and vibrating with special intensity. Chie-jun squinted for a better look. With a sigh of helplessness, he slapped his forehead. Oh, for crying out loud. Ani Snake, are you not concerned at all about your image? Night finally fell. The space-time shift came to an end. Chie-jun woke from his dreams. A digital alarm clock shaped like a little frog began to beep insistently. Chie-jun poked his head out from beneath his blanket, hair completely tousled. His thick lashes fluttered, then slowly opened to take in the unfamiliar room. He yawned drowsily, scanning the strange surroundings. Huh, where am I? He glanced to the side. To his shock, a man was staring straight at him, a gentle smile curving his lips. Tiayun set both upright, instincts fleeting. The man before him was as striking as frost and snow, stunningly handsome. He wore a pale violet robe. His chest and one shoulder were left uncovered. Long white hair fell gracefully around delicate features, crimson eyeshadow highlighting his cool, crystalline gaze. But when Chie-jun saw the pair of red dots between the man's brows, full clarity dawned. Kimimaro. So the space-time transfer is over? He checked the calendar. Strange. 3 days had somehow gone by. But why did Kimimaro call him brother? At that moment, the system popped up. It offered an explanation. As it turned out, 1 day in the new timeline equaled 3 days in the previous world, and anyone brought back during a space-time transfer would automatically become close to the host. As a friend, parent, sibling, or lover, Chie-jun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he wasn't his lover. Bro, come eat while the food's hot. Chie-jun shook his head in resignation, heading into the kitchen, only to discover the table utterly covered in various hot pot dishes. Heavy, greasy hot pot first thing in the morning? I'm not much of a cook, said Kimimaro sheepishly. Found these in the fridge and thought we'd make do for now. Next time, I'll sign up for a crash course in fire release cooking. All Chie-jun could do was take a seat. It took the entire meal to make Kimimaro understand. Not. You're overprotective, brother. Kimimaro, however, seemed unfazed. He picked up a needle and thread and began mending clothes, looking for all the world like a kindly old mother. What were you doing? Tiayun gept. Brother, Kimimaro replied gently. Since both of us use bone techniques, your current outfit's impractical. It'll get torn. I'm sewing you an open back top like mine. Chie-jun was utterly petrified. No way. He had to get Kimimaro to Sunset Village for major construction duty, fast. Ahem. Suddenly, Kimimaro was seized by a violent coughing fit. The cough racked his chest, tearing at his insides. He grew deathly pale and fainted right there. Chie-jun pressed his hand to Kimimaro's forehead. Burning up, he hurriedly carried him to bed. The system popped up again. He was suffering from a severe bacterial infection caused by long-term use of corpse bone veins in the damp, dark dungeon, which brought countless germs into his body. On top of that, the excessive manipulation of osteoblasts and osteoclasts had left him somewhat calcium deficient as well. So it's basically recurrent use of his bone abilities, followed by the retrieval of those bones, that led to bacterial infection. But then, why am I perfectly fine? Produced by the system, flawless. Alright, Fine. Is there any way to fix this? No. Still, the system ran a scan on him anyway. Fortunately, Kimimaro didn't bear Orochimaru's Earth Curse seal. That, at least, spared him from an even faster spreading infection. Ichino-shun placed his hands on Kimimaro and channeled the healing palm technique. Though it couldn't completely cure the mysterious illness, the inflammation eased considerably, and his fever subsided. If there's no thorough cure, Kimimaro will still perish in the end. That's it. He thought of Xiangmu. He immediately summoned her. Ichino-shun made his request. He wanted a healing potion. Xiangmu pondered for a moment, then nodded. A super antibiotic vaccine can grant complete immunity to inflammation. No matter what happens in the future, you'll never suffer another infection. And with the bone regeneration ointment, broken bones can mend and regrow, even if they're smashed to powder. Ichino-shun was overjoyed. Sis, could you give me a bit of each? Xiangmu smiled warmly and nodded. But the ingredients had run out. Xiangmu explained to Ichino-shun. Snake scale, umbrella fungus, and serpent mother gel are essential ingredients, but they're so rare, I don't have any either. If you can find them, I can make the medicine for you. Snake scale, umbrella fungus? Serpent mother gel? They certainly sound snaky, but where would I get them? Yes. He remembered the encyclopedia module on the system. He summoned the holographic panel without delay. A quick search left him completely stunned. Both of those rare ingredients came from Orochimaru's fungi cave. Well, darn it. Thankfully, Kimimaro's current condition wasn't life-threatening. No need to panic just yet. Ichino-shun pulled out some alcohol and iodine and handed them to Kimimaro. For now, lay off the bone tricks. If you just have to use them, sterilize yourself with alcohol afterwards. I promise I'll find a way to help you get better. Ichino-shun performed the Flying Thunder God technique and brought Kimimaro to Sunset Village, where he arranged for Kimimaro to stay at the manor, under the careful watch of specialized medical staff. Afterwards, he sought out Li Wanji and asked if the village had anyone by the names of Yugo and Ji. He didn't make it back to the Hidden Leaf until night had fallen. Only then did he remember he'd forgotten to collect his mission reward. And when he went looking for Naruto the following day, he was nowhere to be found. Sunset Village. Kimimaro had been properly settled in. Ichino-shun hurried over to the Sun residence. There Li Wanji was in the middle of prenatal yoga, her belly looking impossibly large. Don't tell me twins? Twins. Li Wanji paused, then her face blossomed in joy. Instantly, Ichino-shun's mind conjured an amusing image. Kakashi, with a baby perched on each shoulder. Just like how Jiraiya always has a toad perched on each shoulder. I wonder if it'll be a boy or a girl, Rawanji said with a smile. Jun asked, did you go for an ultrasound? What, a butt scan? She replied, puzzled. That's when Jun remembered. In this world, the technology for ultrasounds didn't exist. Such a peculiar branch in the tree of science. The hospital even had EEG machines, yet somehow there wasn't a single ultrasound. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was already night. Jun lay on his bed, reading the Heaven's Blessings, Demon Subjugation Chronicles. What delighted him was this. The universal space seemed to hold some kind of connection to his former world. Newly released animations, TV series, and items from there would all appear here in sync, though there was no internet. His tablet would always update itself automatically. How wonderful. When he watched the brilliant, breathtaking fight scenes, he slapped a hand to his forehead. I forgot to check in and claim my reward. He scrambled out of bed and opened up the check-in system. This time the mission had been tough. It had even required him to cross time and space. And he'd added a new bloodline inheritor to Sunset Village. The system awarded him a generous reward pack. He opened it to look. What the? This is it. Jun grumbled to himself as he snacked. If you don't like it, then don't eat it. The system seethed inwardly but dared not speak its mind. The second reward was a new ability for the Shikatsumiyaku, Beast Bone Control. Beast Bone Control? What could that be? Host, please proceed to the Leaf Forest to investigate. Jun threw on his vest and underwear and slipped out of bed. He dashed off toward the forest outside the village. Of course, before that, he left a bone clone at home, just in case the third Hokage decided to use his crystal ball again. Meanwhile, at the Leaf Hospital, Naruto felt a sudden brightness in his vision as he slowly opened his eyes. All around him, there were pristine white walls. His nose caught the lingering scent of formalin. You're awake. A voice, vibrant with excitement, sounded from the side of his bed. Naruto rubbed his eyes and let the fluorescent lights settle. When he looked over, he saw a striking beauty with long, straight black hair. It was his fiancée from childhood, Shizuka, from Nadeshiko Village. Don't move. Just rest for now, she gently told him. Naruto finally settled back in, feeling much less drained than he had 3 days prior. Nadeshiko Village was remote and rather lacking in supplies. Apart from regular visits by peddlers, their villagers occasionally went out to buy provisions. This time, Shizuka had come to the Land of Fire to purchase tropical fruits. On her way, she made a special stop at the Leaf Village to visit her future husband. To her surprise, she found Naruto hospitalized. Glancing around the room, Naruto finally asked, "Am I in the hospital?" Shizuka peeled an apple and offered it to him. "Of course you are." As it turned out, the last time Naruto summoned Gamabunta, he burned up nearly all his chakra. But when he heard his master was treating everyone to ramen, he pushed himself forward with sheer willpower just to make it to the shop. After slurping down his ramen and getting some sleep at home, he felt somewhat better. He even visited Sasuke the next day. But when he left the hospital, he ran into Konohamaru and his friends. Naruto boasted in front of the children, claiming he could summon a giant toad. The children pouted in disbelief. So, Naruto took them to the edge of cliff. For the second time, he leaped off. The Ninetales obediently lent its power. The toad was summoned once again. However, this time, Naruto collapsed from exhausting his chakra. He fell into a deep sleep for 3 whole days. Only now did he finally wake up. "The toad sage, where's my master?" he muttered. "Your master just left. He's come every day to check on you these past few days." Only then did Naruto allow himself a happy smile. "So what about Junichino? Yun Ikinu? I don't think he's been here at all." Naruto immediately bristled with outrage. "What? Not even once?" Shizuka nodded. "No, I've been here the whole 3 days, and I know him. He definitely hasn't shown up." Under the cover of night, Jun Ichino was dashing through the darkness like a fleeting shadow. Yet a dark figure trailed him persistently. With his keen senses, Jun had noticed the pursuit long ago. Not until he entered the forests of Konoha did the shadow reveal itself. It was a ninja from the hidden Sound Village, one of Orochimaru's men. After the space-time rift brought Kimimaro back, Orochimaru couldn't seize that vessel. So instead, he shifted his ambitions to Sasuke. This time, the plan to destroy Konoha was not just about revenge on the third Hokage, but also about getting Sasuke. Then just a few days ago, Orochimaru's spies spotted Jun Ichino using the bone pulse technique. To be able to control osteoblasts with such ease, Orochimaru's interest was instantly piqued. He sent a covert operative to follow Jun, digging for more information. This sound ninja excelled at deadly stealth, an assassination specialist. He wielded both wind and earth chakra natures, placing his abilities at the Jonin level. However, his opponent now was Jun Ichino. Earth-style rock-piercing spike. The sound ninja formed seals. Sharp spikes burst from the ground beneath Jun. Wind-style, spiral shield. With a swift whoosh, a blue, semicircular barrier swept up around Jun, spinning rapidly, shattering and deflecting the deadly spikes. Shards of stone ricocheted back at the sound ninja, forcing him to scramble out of their path. Immediately, he unleashed his ultimate technique, eager to end the fight quickly. This technique was called Wind-style, Phantom Kunai, a technological creation developed at Orochimaru's lab. He poured wind chakra into a specialized kunai. Should the blade wound its victim, the bleeding would not stop for a long time, making the wound impossible to heal right away. For those with weaker bodies, it wouldn't take long before severe blood loss claimed their life. More terrifying still, the kunai could not be stopped by ordinary weapons. Empowered by the wind, it became a phantom, slipping past every barrier, relentlessly tracking its target. With a swift, menacing flash, the sound ninja's kunai erupted into fierce blades of wind. Longing for Yun Ikinu, Jun immediately deployed his spiral shield again. He didn't expect. The kunai darted straight through the barrier and came flying. Fortunately, Ikuno Tashin reacted in the nick of time. With a leap, he sprang into the air. The kunai grazed just beneath the soles of his feet. What's happening? They actually pierced the barrier? Still, Ikuno Tashin quickly wrapped his head around the situation. Anything developed by Orochimaru was bound to carry some sort of otherworldly, almost impossible technology. Swish, swish, swish. This time, several ghost kunai shot toward him together. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A wall of earth sprang up before him. Crack! Even that solid barrier couldn't withstand the attack. The ghost kunai, imbued with wind blades, sliced straight through the earth wall and continued their relentless pursuit. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Thankfully, his shadow clones took the brunt of the attack for him. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the clones shattered and vanished. The enemy was formidable, no doubt. But aside from that one overpowering move, there was little else. Ikuno Tashin swiftly regained his rhythm, facing the onslaught with calm composure. Yes, time to try out the new reward. He remembered the beast bone control technique he had just obtained. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it. Beast bone control. Ikuno Tashin soared aloft, spinning in midair. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, bones erupted from his limbs, chest, and pelvis. They splintered instantly into countless shards. The bones shot out in all directions, vanishing from sight. Then, without warning, several shadowy forms charged forward with a thunderous roar, whipping up billows of dust. What's going on? Could the enemy possibly have backup? Ikuno Tashin found himself frozen on the spot. Roar! Suddenly, the wild call of beasts erupted. The dark shadows barreled forth, colliding straight into the sound ninja. Were those things? Ikuno Tashin was staggered with shock. Realizing the danger, he leapt up into the highest branches of a nearby tree. He watched as the dark figures swept beneath him. Thunder rumbled. Branches creaked. Ferocious roars echoed. Yet more shadowy beasts stormed by, trailing clouds of dust that blotted out the sky. Only after the dust finally settled did Ikuno Tashin discover that a whole pack of wild beasts now stood before him. Wild boars, black gorillas, brown bears, a woolly mammoth, and even a mighty old eagle hovered among them. Each creature was clad in bone armor. The bone armor had formed from the very bones Ikuno Tashin had launched earlier, now multiplied and fused to these beasts. So this is beast bone control? Unbelievable. As it turned out, this power could automatically seek out the nearby strongest animals and use the scattered bone fragments to reinforce and command them. Now, these mighty creatures were his to command. By contrast, the bone-melting technique he had used before only dissolved corpses into bones, which he could then reanimate with the skeleton technique. But those revived skeletons were more for show than for battle. Nothing but hollow threats and frightful theatrics. Now, the real fight was just beginning. The black gorilla's claws lengthened into razor-sharp bones as it vaulted through the air to strike at the sound ninja from above. The wild boar's shoulders bristled with bone spikes as it charged headlong at the enemy. The mammoth swung its massively elongated tusks made of bone, crashing toward its foe. The sound ninja dodged and leaped desperately, his body being slashed and bloodied over and over. He kept hurling ghost kunai in retaliation. With a wet, sickening sound, a deep wound was gouged into the gorilla's flesh, fresh blood welling up in a crimson stream. The wild boar and elephant were also slashed. Although they felt no pain, their bodies were damaged and they had to stop moving. But the fight was far from over. The brown bear's paw revealed claws a foot long. With a swift movement, a scream echoed. 3 deep claw marks now scored the chest of the sound ninja. Blood surged out in torrents. Finally, it was the giant eagle's turn. It beat its wings, soaring high into the air. The feathers transformed into sharp bone-like projectiles, thousands of them shooting straight at the enemy. The sound ninja was already gravely injured. He could only dive to the side in a desperate roll to evade. Ikuno Shun closed in. Game over. He showed not the slightest hesitation. Chakra gathered at his fist, and with overwhelming strength, he drove a punch into his opponent's temple. There was a wet crack. Brain matter burst out instantly. With the end of the battle, all the beasts collapsed to the ground, swiftly dying. From the moment they came under bone control, their life force had been draining away, turning into power. Though this jutsu is powerful, more resilient than Shadow Clone for combat, it's just too cruel. Innocent animals get hurt. In my previous life, we were always advocating for wildlife protection. While such thoughts flashed by, suddenly, the beasts who had died were fully restored, bounding back into the forest as if nothing had happened. Huh, what an eco-friendly technique. Gotta love it. Delighted with this new Shikatsumiyaku reward, Ikuno Shun grinned. There remained one final gift in this great bundle. It was an object resembling a dragon's claw. 3 phalanges stretched outward, each bearing the engraving of a different animal, a bear, a bird, and a fish. What could this mean? Ikuno Shun was completely baffled. This is a dragon claw key. Host, please proceed to Sunset Village. Follow the clues to the switch the key opens, and you'll receive your reward. What the? So mysterious? With that, the gift bundle vanished. Ikuno Shun didn't bother with sleep. In a flash, he used Flying Thunder God to reach Sunset Village. Apart from the patrolling night guards, the villagers were already asleep. Given his status as their boss, no one questioned his presence. Where's the first clue? Ikuno Shun felt at a loss. With a prompt from the system, he summoned Shadow Butterfly. Guided by the butterfly, he was led down to the sea. A thin mist shrouded the waters. Ikuno Shun summoned Little Snow to eat, then rode it, following behind Xiaoya. At last, an island appeared. A tower loomed, half visible in the mist. Ikuno-shun entered the tower at its base. Oddly, there was no staircase leading higher. He started searching. Soon, he found a circular ring on the floor. Giving it a hard pull, a wide passageway opened up. As soon as he stepped inside, torches on the wall burst into flame, and a damp, moldy smell rushed at him. Bizarre murals covered the corridor's walls. They seemed to show a village enveloped by something unknown, chaos raging outside, while inside all was safe and sound. Ikuno-shun had no time to study them. He kept moving deeper. At the end of the passageway, a massive stone door appeared before him. Could the reward be inside? Guided by the shadow butterfly, Ikuno-shun arrived at a tall tower. He found a large door. On the door was a dial with 3 concentric rings. Each ring was adorned with 12 different animal symbols. At the top of the dial, there were 3 slots that fit perfectly with the dragon claw key. Ikuno-shun examined the mechanism for a moment. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Following the symbols of bear, bird, and fish, he rotated each ring so that the corresponding animals lined up at the 12 o'clock position. Then, inserting the dragon claw key into the 3 slots, he gave it a forceful twist. A crisp, unlocking sound echoed through the chamber, immediately followed by the low, steady rumble of gears turning. The stone door swung open with a thunderous boom. Haha, clever little orphan. Ikuno-shun was overjoyed. He wondered what would have happened if he'd turned the wrong symbols. Would poison darts have shot out or something like that? With the door open, a dim passage came into view. Ikuno-shun stepped inside. A sudden crash. The stone door closed by itself behind him. Then, the dark corridor was washed in sudden light. Luminous stones set into the walls glowed one after another, stretching from near to far. The walls were decorated with murals. The passage ramped gently upward, leading to a grand hall. At the center stood an ancient stone table, bearing a single lever. What's this for? Ikuno-shun puzzled over it for a while, but didn't find any clues. Then a system prompt flashed before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered the 3rd mission reward. Pulling the lever will activate Sunset Village's dome mode. What? Dome mode? After investigating further, he finally understood. Dome mode was an extremely powerful illusion. Under normal circumstances, there was nothing remarkable about it. But if anyone with ill intentions toward the village or its people showed up, the illusion would activate. What the enemy saw would be a vast, endless ocean, and the moment they stepped inside, they'd be overwhelmed by the sensation of plunging into deep water, struggling to breathe. No way. This is incredible, haha. Ikuno-shun had always feared Orochimaru would find Kimimaro. Now, he didn't have to worry anymore. Wait, does that mean this place can serve as a refuge too? Can I bring my friends here to hide from danger? Only those officially registered as residents of Sunset Village will be protected. Alright then, Norus. Sooner or later, I'll find a way to make everyone my villagers. Ikuno-shun gripped the lever and pulled. The safety level of Sunset Village soared sky high. He was just about to turn and leave, when the shadow butterfly fluttered deeper into the hall. What's this? Another reward? Ikuno-shun scampered eagerly after it. To his astonishment, a set of iron tracks appeared ahead. On them, a massive minecart. What was going on? Iron tracks and minecarts in the Naruto world? He slapped his forehead. Duh. The land of snow has railways, doesn't it? Besides, there must be mining here. Where else would all that coal and steel come from? Following the principle that the Jinchuriki system would never bring him harm, Ikuno-shun climbed into the minecart with excitement. It was only after getting on that he realized there wasn't even so much as a seatbelt or any other safety protection. From a system, a flawless creation by... Shut up. The system had just started to launch into its usual boastful tagline when Ikuno-shun forcefully cut it off. He pressed the switch. The minecart started moving, slow at first, but then it picked up speed, getting faster and faster. Despite the acceleration, Shun could tell the whole journey was uphill. Astonishingly, even though it was going uphill, the velocity was still impressive. In less than 20 minutes, the minecart rolled to a halt. Ahead of him stood another stone door. Once again, he used the dragon claw key to open it. As the door swung open, Ikuno-shun froze in disbelief. It felt as if he'd stepped into the aquarium tunnel at an ocean park. A glass corridor appeared before his eyes. On either side of the walkway were 2 enormous pools. With curiosity piqued, he continued forward. Eventually, he reached yet another door. He found a switch and pressed it. Before him, a wardrobe appeared. He gently pushed it open. Oh wow. It led straight into the office he'd set up at the Hot Springs Resort. He couldn't help but think of that wardrobe in the Chronicles of Narnia that opened into a snowy, magical land. The hidden panel swung shut behind him. Ikuno-shun sank into the couch, deep in thought. So the reward was an underground passage connecting all the way to Sunset Village? Even though he now possessed the flying thunder god, it couldn't handle mass teleportation. But with this corridor, people could be evacuated in an emergency. Or maybe it could even be developed into a tourist attraction. Curiosity getting the better of him, he went back into the corridor. That's when he noticed. Near the secret door, there was another button. He pressed it, and immediately, dark curtains descended over the glass walls, while ceiling lights switched on. Ikono-shun was thoroughly pleased with this massive bonus. Little did he know, there was still a hidden reward waiting, something he had yet to discover. Upon leaving the hot springs resort, Ikono-shun realized Naruto was nowhere to be found. He searched the house, the training grounds, the ramen shop. There was no sign of Naruto anywhere. A jolt of anxiety shot through him. He had a sudden, ominous feeling. Could it be that Naruto had been taken by Orochimaru or the Akatsuki? With that thought, his nerves were strung tight, every hair standing on end. For the first time, worry for Naruto filled him with overwhelming grief. Come back soon. I can't take this on my own. Just then, he ran into Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, and Choji on the street. We're on our way to the hospital to see Naruto, Kiba said. Naruto? What happened to him? Ikono-shun was taken aback. Shino explained. He's in the hospital. Chakra exhaustion. Understanding dawned on Ikono-shun. Naruto must have gotten addicted to summoning frogs. He'd completely drained his chakra. So, he joined the group to visit. Their team of dashing young ninjas headed toward the hospital. And just by chance, he met Ino, Hinata, and Sakura, who were also on their way to visit Naruto. Yejuan, you're here too. Let me treat you to some tricolor dango. Cosmos Ino greeted him with her usual exuberance. Sakura called out, Hey, you love-struck fool. We're here to see Naruto. Ino shot her a glare. Forehead. I meant after we see Naruto. Ino's tone trailed off in mock annoyance. The two girls instantly launched into a noisy squabble once more. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Women are so troublesome. Choji, meanwhile, was still munching on his chips, devouring them with more gusto than a pig. Hinata's small hands instinctively rested against her chest, making her look like a shy, delicate fairy. In a soft voice, she asked, Jun-kun, I was a bit worried about you these past few days. On the way to the hospital, Ino was by far the liveliest, her chatter filling the air, talking about which flower seeds she'd bought, how her father's secret stash of money had been discovered by her mother, and how he'd had to kneel on a washboard for punishment. Shikamaru listened, twitching at the corners of his mouth with each new anecdote. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Shizuka was tending to Naruto with gentle care. She helped him sit upright. Although Sasuke had already recovered, Kakashi had kept him at the hospital for a while longer, just to be safe. It was easier to keep watch that way. Sasuke arrived outside Naruto's room, reaching for the door, only to notice it was slightly ajar. Through that small gap from his vantage point, it looked as though Naruto was nuzzled in Shizuka's arms. A sudden blow, like thunder cracking right overhead. His world seemed to crack apart, unraveling in an instant. That shameless idiot, he spat out furiously. One day, I'll have someone of my own. He clenched his fists, making a silent vow. But even so, he didn't walk away. Shizuka had already been caring for Naruto for 3 days, and Naruto felt a little sheepish as he spoke. Shizuka, you really should go home now. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm not that feeble. I'm fine now. Besides, a guy and a girl alone in a room, it's not really appropriate. Shizuka pouted, her rosy lips forming a little smile. What's wrong with that? It's none of your business. After 3 days together, Naruto hadn't quite figured out his feelings, but he found himself genuinely moved by and fond of this beautiful girl. The two made a promise to meet again 6 months later. Once Shizuka had gone, there was a commotion in the corridor outside. Jun Ikuno and Hinata burst in with the rest of their friends. The room instantly filled with warmth and excitement, everyone crowding in with overwhelming concern and cheer. Suddenly, Sasuke felt a pang of loneliness in his heart. When I was in the hospital, I don't remember anyone being this excited to see me. With that thought, he quietly slipped away from the room. Naruto, seeing so many friends gathered, was instantly overjoyed. But when his eyes landed on Jun Ikuno, his lips pressed into a pout, and he turned his head away in mock offense. Huh, he's upset. Jun Ikuno laughed, making his way over. But grudges between brothers never lasted long, and if there was ever a problem, a good comic book could fix it. Soon enough, Naruto, ever the cheerful spirit, threw his head back and broke into hearty laughter once again. According to the doctor, Naruto still needed to stay at the hospital for observation for at least 2 more days. Shikamaru volunteered to take the night watch. In his heart, Ikuno Jun snickered. No wonder he could become the 7th Hokage's chief advisor. He's already cozying up to the boss, haha. Night fell. Shikamaru lay down on a cot nearby and soon drifted off. Naruto, though, remained wide awake, his eyes searching the starlit sky outside the window. He remembered that moment when he first encountered the Nine-Tails. Since that day, the beast made its home within him. Their relationship had subtly shifted. No longer was it just jailer and prisoner, as it was in previous hosts. Now, it felt more like landlord and tenant. And somewhere along the way, the Nine-Tails had started looking out for Naruto in its own way. The clearest sign was during the climactic battle at the Valley of the End. Sasuke's second Chidori had punched straight through Naruto's chest. Muscle, lung, bone, everything. But in the next instant, Naruto erupted with the Nine-Tails chakra. Within mere seconds, those severe wounds vanished, as though they never were, leaving Sasuke completely shell-shocked. But it wasn't just about protection. Underneath that fierce exterior, the Nine-Tails had actually taught Naruto a lot about daily life. Just then, Naruto glanced at the sleeping Shikamaru. He stifled a mischievous grin, then summoned a harem jutsu clone. That technique had made even the third Hokage, Iruka, Ebisu, Kakashi, and Jiraiya all get nosebleeds. But who would have thought? Shikamaru simply rubbed his bleary eyes and mumbled, half asleep and utterly unfazed. Lust is just emptiness. Only by not chasing beauty can one live at ease. Besides, women are way too troublesome equals. And with that, he fell back asleep. The next day, Ikuno-jun arrived at the hospital to check on Naruto. Instead, he ran into Gaara. On the streets of Konoha, the city pulsed with life, crowded, bustling, and vibrant. A long line of ornate carriages rolled by, each one carrying nobles and envoys from distant lands, come to witness the Chunin exams. Every last one of them seemed desperate to show off. Inside a barbecue restaurant, Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma Suratobi, and the others gathered over good food and drinks. Kakashi was treating everyone to celebrate his news. He was now the father of triplets. Asuma leaned over with curiosity and asked him for his secret. Kakashi, feigning nonchalance, replied, "There's no secret. I just have great genes." Soon after, Ikuno-jun made his way to the hospital. He first checked in on Sasuke. Sasuke's thirst for knowledge had only intensified. Books like A Brief History of Time no longer satisfied his curiosity. Ikuno-jun pulled a few volumes from his bag and handed them over. The Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, The Art of War. Before he even left, he could see Sasuke's brow furrowing as he read. Asterisk Tao Te Ching, Art of War. Asterisk, is this just another way of mocking me? Asterisk. The thought made Ikuno-jun chuckle as he strolled down the corridor. Other than a few new faces, the place felt much the same as always. Here and there, patients were stretching with the help of young nurses. Passing by Rock Lee's room, he peered inside. Not a soul in sight. No need to guess. He's hard at work again. Despite his wounds, Rock Lee was downstairs, gritting his teeth as he trained, doing push-ups. He paid little heed to the doctor's warnings. Ikuno-jun understood. Lee knew he might not be able to become a ninja ever again. The only way to numb the pain was to throw himself into relentless training again and again. At that very moment, a pleasant floral fragrance drifted into the room. He turned his head. It was Ten-Ten. She was holding several bunches of daffodils in her hands. The subtle, delicate scent began to spread throughout the ward. Ten-Ten, you came too? Chie-jun greeted her with a smile. Oh, Taiyun, Master Guy had something to do at noon, so I came to visit Lee. Ten-Ten replied with a sweet smile. Soon after, the two of them went downstairs to find Lee and persuaded him to return to his hospital room. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. The curtains billowed. Exhausted, Lee quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Ten-Ten quietly arranged the flowers in a vase. Chie-jun found his gaze drawn to the elegant knot of her hair. He was completely unaware of the shadowy figure lingering outside the ward. At that very instant, Gaara was standing at the doorway. He recalled the scene from the day of the preliminary matches. Guy had saved Lee at the decisive moment. Burning with indignation, Gaara had demanded an explanation, but Guy had responded resolutely, "Because he is my most cherished and important subordinate." For nights afterward, Gaara found himself haunted by that scene in his dreams. That deep, unwavering bond was something he had never known. Just a mentor, why would he care so much for a student? Is this a sign of moral decay or a corruption of human nature? Gaara could never quite understand it. Moments later, Chie-jun's sharp senses picked up a faint rustling sound. A chill swept through the room. He spun around, only to be confronted by a torrent of golden sand surging toward him. And Gaara, exuding murderous intent. Gaara stood at the entrance. His features twisted, eyes etched with chilling patterns. The yellow sand crept toward Lee's hospital bed, slithering like a serpent made of earth. Just then, a prompt burst in from a system, issuing a new task. Beep. Plot sign in. Stop Gaara's dangerous actions. In the original story, Guy had appeared just in time to halt Gaara. But right now, Guy was out somewhere enjoying a barbecue. Hey, what are you trying to do? Xianxia-Fusion sprang up, intent on stopping him. But in an unguarded moment, he was shoved aside by the sand. Damn, I forgot to dodge. Careless. Tintin quickly drew her ninja tools. Gaara glanced at her, face devoid of emotion. He raised his hand, clearly meaning to finish her off. Just then, before Xianxia-Fusion could make a move, Gaara's raised hand suddenly froze in midair. Shikamaru had arrived in the nick of time. His shadow imitation jutsu pinned Gaara in place. Thud! Naruto, who had come with Shikamaru, landed a solid punch on Gaara. Shikamaru immediately clutched his own cheek. After all, any damage taken by the target of his shadow imitation jutsu, he felt as well. You bastard! What are you trying to do to bushy brows? Naruto bellowed, voice thick with rage. Gaara replied coldly, I'm going to kill him. Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Why would you do that? You already won the match. Do you have some kind of personal grudge against him? Despite being restrained by the shadow, Gaara remained as composed and icy as ever. There's no grudge at all. I just want to kill him, pure and simple. Naruto clenched his teeth so tightly that his jaw creaked with tension. Tintin's almond-shaped eyes flew wide open, and even in her anger, she looked rather adorable. Are you out of your mind? How can you even think of attacking someone so defenseless? A patient, no less. Shikamaru let out a low, dismissive snort. He's just someone who lacks proper upbringing, always thinking he's better than everyone else. At that moment, Gaara radiated an intense, menacing killing intent. Even Toshio Ikeda felt a chill crawl down his spine. Goosebumps prickled along his arms. This was a feeling he'd never been able to experience just by watching anime. Gaara cast a cold, sweeping gaze around the room. Even if there are 4 of you, you may not be able to stop me. Get in my way, and I'll kill you too. Toshio Ikeda burst out laughing. Such arrogance. He didn't really dislike Gaara, but at that moment, he couldn't stand this wild, untamed arrogance. Just as he was thinking of a way to stop Gaara, Naruto hauled back his fist and pointed right at him, yelling, You bastard! Try me if you dare. Shikamaru, his nerves on edge, immediately stepped in front of Naruto. Shut up, Naruto! This guy isn't like the others. He's strong, like a monster. Naruto ground his teeth, determined. I'm not afraid. We have Toshio Ikeda with us. And besides, there's a monster living inside me too. I won't lose to him. Hearing this, Gaara slowly bowed his head. A monster, huh? So we're the same, after all. Then, he began to tell his story. I took my mother Karura's life the moment I was born. To make me the strongest ninja, my father bound the spirit of living sand to me. From the very start, I was a monster. Tintin stared at him in horror. Living sand? Yes, the spirit sealed in the sand waterfall kettle. The soul of an old monk from the sand village. What followed was a torrent of bitter confession. Facing Gaara's cruelty, out of everyone in the room, only Toshio Ikeda could truly understand and feel sympathy for him. If Naruto's childhood suffering could be ranked a level 13, then Gaara's would be at 1,300. No other Jinchuriki's childhood was ever this tragic. Gaara's father, Raza, tested his own son in secret, trying to judge his worth and abilities. Gaara's uncle was named Yashimaru. Yashimu, who doted on his late sister Karura, accepted Raza's request to carry out the test despite the pain of her death. In the end, the assassination failed, and Yashimaru took his own life. But before dying, he told Gaara, Even your own mother resented you. Hearing those words, Gaara snapped. The Shikaku spirit inside him burst out, tearing through the sand village in a rampage. Raza immediately branded Gaara as a failure. From then on, over the years, Raza ordered assassins to kill his own son 6 more times. This string of vile actions by Raza twisted Gaara's personality and doomed his childhood to relentless misery. And in the future, he had also fallen in love with someone he shouldn't have, a blonde, and after a single fight, his soul was ensnared. Even into middle age, he remained single. 10 minutes passed. The hospital room was wrapped in silence. Gaara continued his story. Even Shino-jun felt rather overwhelmed. This guy, besides secretly singing, turned out to be quite the talker. Fortunately, at last, he finally reached his conclusion. My very existence is to kill everyone except myself. Because this constant fear of assassination haunts my heart. Only by erasing everyone else can I be at peace. Ashura who fights for no one but himself, who loves nothing except his own being. When he finished, Chino-jun took the lead and applauded with a smile. Ten, on the other hand, covered her mouth, utterly stunned. Naruto's feelings were thrown into turmoil. He gazed at Gaara, as if finding some deep resonance between them. He, too, had once wandered in pain, searching for a reason to go on living. Fortunately, he'd met Irika-sensei, a teacher who acknowledged and cherished him. Chino-jun became his first companion. And then Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, and, of course, Jiraiya. It was these bonds that made him truly feel the joy of being alive. But Gaara, he's always walked alone. Perhaps, from this moment, a silent understanding began to form between the two boys. Still, pity is one thing, but barging into a hospital room and acting out is quite another. Naruto pointed indignantly at him, shouting in protest. Gaara responded with absolute disdain. Watching the clash between these two Jinchuriki, Chino-jun couldn't help but laugh out loud. They both stopped quarreling and glared at him. Is it really that funny? The reason Chino-jun laughed was because he remembered how, in the storyline years later, things would turn out a world apart from this moment. A sudden and dramatic reversal. Even Raza, resurrected during the Fourth Great Ninja War, was left in utter shock. Wow, you actually managed to make friends. Golden Sand surged forward once more. In the original story, it was just at this moment that Might Guy arrived in time to prevent disaster. But now, Chino-jun could only rely on himself to resolve the crisis. He darted forward without hesitation and taunted Gaara. For a big shots kid, you sure got some nerve, ambushing a defenseless patient. Where's your conscience? Are you even human? If you've got guts, pick a fight with me. With that provoking and relentless argument, the sand that had bound Lee finally slipped away. Gaara drew back all his sand into his gourd, his footsteps heavy as he followed Chino-jun toward the door. But not without one last thing. He turned and shot Naruto a fierce look. Coolly, he said, I will kill you. Just wait. Chino-jun couldn't help but add, by then, you'll be too busy loving each other to fight. What did you say? Naruto and Gaara demanded in unison. Ahem, nothing at all. Soon after, Gaara and Chino-jun stepped out onto the hospital rooftop. Naruto and his friends wanted to come and join the battle. But Jun and Chino stopped them. Shinanai, they called. On the rooftop, a wave of hot wind swept through as Jun, Achino, and Gaara faced off, tension heavy between them. Still, Naruto and his companions couldn't help but follow, lingering at the entrance to the rooftop, watching the showdown unfold. Even so, all of them stood ready to leap into the fight at any moment. Suddenly, two more figures dashed up the stairs at full speed. It was Temari and Kankuro. Temari had previously fought with Tenten, handing her a crushing defeat. The moment they locked eyes now, their gazes flashed with mutual hostility. Temari then sprinted toward the rooftop, intending to stop Gaara. But her expression softened into a smile only when she caught sight of Jun Achino. Kankuro hurried over as well, leaning in to whisper in Temari's ear, Little bro, you're going to reveal your ability if you keep this up. Don't forget our mission and the plan. Right now, Gaara's mind was set on one thing. Bloodshed. He could hardly care less about any plan. Temari, at her wit's end, unfurled her giant fan with a dramatic flourish. With a springing leap, she jumped directly onto her fan, and, incredibly, flew right off the rooftop. Since there were no cell phones back in the era of the Hokage, she could only go look for her sensei, in person. Jun Achino was almost stunned at the sight. He caught another clear sign that Kishimoto had borrowed from Journey to the West. There was no doubt now, the Iron Fan Princess was absolutely Temari's prototype. Hey, are we fighting or not? Gaara shoved Kankuro aside impatiently. Yun ikino miuri tsukut. Of course we're fighting. Anyone who backs out is a coward. And with that, they launched into a fierce and explosive battle. Meanwhile, Gaara's father, Raza, was on his way to the scene. Over a month ago, Raza had set his sights on the resource-rich land of Leaf. The turning point had come when he struck up a conversation with Orochimaru, the Prime Minister of the Land of Sound. After a round of strategic sparring, the two found each other's appetites matched perfectly. They quickly struck an alliance to attack the Leaf. The game was grand, the moves cunningly played. But then Orochimaru turned traitor. At the time, Raza had only one thought in his mind. What a dirty trick. Little did he know, Orochimaru was planning something even more sinister. At the border between the land of fire and the land of grass, lonely cliffs rose over the wilderness. Raza finally arrived, trudging happily to the meeting spot. What he found instead were Kabuto and Binbin, a filler character standing in for Kimimaro. Utterly baffled, Raza turned to Orochimaru. Orochi, why don't we go mining for gold in the desert? Raza whined, bending to tie his shoes. Orochimaru snapped back. You old gold miner, to hell with you. With that, he drew his gleaming blade, and as Raza was totally unprepared, Orochimaru stabbed him viciously from behind. In his final moments, Raza finally saw Orochimaru's true nature. Through dying breaths, he rasped out his last words. I let my guard down. You young people just don't respect the old ways. You trick me, a sneak attack on an old comrade, this isn't right. I hope you know karma's real. Mark my words. Go to hell. Orochimaru stabbed him even more ferociously. And as his life ebbed away, Raza breathed his last. Orochimaru let out a cold, contemptuous laugh, took on the guise of Raza, and began his march toward Konoha. The sun blazed down, scorching the world under its fierce heat. Men and women alike hid indoors, seeking refuge from the oppressive summer. Yet on the rooftop of Konoha Hospital, two figures remained. There, Jun Ichino and Gaara were about to engage in a fierce showdown. Naruto, standing to the side, cheered them on. Go get him, Jun. Knock out that red-haired gourd kid. Kankuro, ever the protective brother, was quick to retaliate. You blonde idiot, why do you always run your mouth? Are you calling me a dog? Says the big Tibetan Mastiff. You're nothing but a chihuahua. The two hurled insults back and forth, each with their own regional flair, giving a taste of their land's unique dialects. Gaara, unfazed, remained focused. There was no need for him to form hand signs or clap. The sand began surging forth in an endless tide. It coiled around him in swirling loops, like a hungry yellow serpent ever poised to strike. Jun Ichino couldn't help but laugh. Now that's some stylish special effects. Then, a sphere of blue energy began to take shape in his hand, slowly, deliberately. It crackled with fierce electric power. The sound was sharp and vivid, as if lightning itself was being forged in his palm. The moment stole Naruto's breath. He instantly forgot his spat. A Rasengan, with lightning. He stood there, thunderstruck. It was in this very moment that his fascination with spheres truly ignited. So much so that he would later invent bigger, wilder techniques. The giant Rasengan, wind style, Rasengan absorption. Gaara drew closer, step by measured step. Jun Ichino called forth Kuro, his loyal companion, ready to meet any move with unwavering resolve. When only 5 meters separated them, the sand swirling about Gaara thickened and swelled. He reached up and snatched at the air with blistering speed. Sand hand. Jun Ichino recognized the technique at once. Sure enough, some of the sand morphed into a razor-sharp claw, streaking straight toward him. Jun Ichino, however, remained completely composed. As a diehard Naruto fan who'd crossed into this world, he enjoyed a significant advantage in knowing each character's strengths and specialties. He unleashed a massive, crackling lightning Rasengan, smashing it headlong into the advancing sand. A sizzling sound split the air, and the sand hand disintegrated, scattered to powdery grains that fell harmlessly to the rooftop. Truthfully, Gaara had only been testing his opponent's strength. Now, Jun Ichino seized the initiative. He drew forth the shining Kusanagi sword, charging toward Gaara with blinding speed. Clang! His long blade came crashing down, only to be blocked by a barrier of sand, forged from nothing. This was the sand transformed from Gaara's mother's spirit, a force that existed solely to guard him. The compacted sand hovered, suspended in midair. Though it held back the sword, it shuddered a few inches downward under the collision's force. Gaara's sand claws lashed out once more. Yun Ikino Liptai, dodging with impeccable timing. With every new ninjutsu, or taijutsu he learned, mastering how to flexibly combine them in battle had become essential. Gaara, for his part, had thought his opponent would be easy to dispatch. He hadn't expected Jun to be so formidable. He frowned, gaze sharpening with newfound respect, and once more summoned a sand palm. But this time, it was easily 10 times as massive as before, with only 3 fingers, each tip honed to a lethal edge. At that very moment, a veil of sand covered Gaara's face, contorting his features into something twisted and fearsome. Kankuro's expression changed instantly, horrified by what he saw. If this goes on, my brother will lose control. Where are Temari and our sensei? Why aren't they here yet? Ikuno Jun let out a cold, mocking laugh. If you could transform, so can I. Looks like it's time we get serious. Hidden from sight, Kuro the Shadow Beast stood protectively in front of him. Ikuno Jun then cast multiple shadow clones, scattering them to confuse his opponents. Yet his true self stood still, utterly unfazed. Suddenly, 2 lines of toad-like markings appeared on his face, and his eyes turned pitch black. Shikamaru and the others could only gape in astonishment. What on earth? How did June suddenly get those ghostly eyes? Naruto, who had trained with Jiraiya for a time, immediately recognized the transformation. He was completely floored. Wait, don't tell me. June can use Sage Mode too? No way. I always knew those Toad sages had favorites. June grinned, raising his voice to console Naruto. Don't worry. Once you master your Nine-Tails Sage Mode, Rasengan in your left hand, Tailed Beast Bomb in your right, no one will dare mess with you. You could teach anyone a lesson, the peaceful way. At those words, Naruto could only break into a wide smile. Gaara, meanwhile, was not impressed by June's transformation. He scoffed. All flashy tricks, good for scaring others, but not me. If you could Shambyakugan, maybe I'd be impressed. June responded with an icy smile. He slammed his palms to the ground. A small, yet regal tiger cub suddenly appeared before them all. Summoning Jutsu. Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Naruto and the others were stunned as well. June can summon the Tiger Clan? Kankuro snickered. Tiger Clan? That's just a kitten if you ask me. The one thing Yuji the tiger loathed was being mistaken for a cat. Lightning flashed. Yuji lunged forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his sharp claws snatched away Kankuro's pants. Everyone, Shikamaru included, was frozen in place with shock. Naruto laughed, so hard he pointed at the scene. Look at that. Suna's little acorn doesn't even measure up to Konohamaru's. Tintin couldn't resist sneaking a glance, before covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. Kankuro was left feeling utterly humiliated. Yuji returned to the center of the rooftop, shifted back into human form, and strode over to grab June's hand. Their closeness had a distinctly ambiguous air. The crowd erupted with chatter. It could transform too. Yuji's eye technique passed into June's gaze. In a heartbeat, June's jet-black eyes faded to pearly white. So that's how it worked. When using the tiger eye technique, the eyes would turn white. Gaara was thoroughly stunned. It really is the Byakugan. Unbelievable. How fast do these face-slapping moments come and go nowadays? Gaara finally regained his senses. Once again, a gigantic sand hand swept forward to attack. June responded with a barrage of shadow clones. One after another, the clones shattered in bursts. The sand hand was about to reach the core that was gathering natural energy. Suddenly, Kuro leaped out and struck at the sand claw with a powerful swipe of his paw. But it was futile. The sand claw was simply too massive. Though Kuro's strike was forceful, the area it covered was too small, and the attack did no damage at all. Yuji wanted to unleash water style. Tiger breaks the wave. But, unfortunately, there was no water on the rooftop. One after another, his shadow clones vanished. Gaara's gigantic sand claw lunged at June's true body with sudden ferocity. In that hair-raising instant, June completed his absorption of energy. Sage Mode activated. In an instant, a surge of blue energy burst forth from his mouth. An excruciating screech tore through the air, like the grating sound of chalk scraping against a blackboard. The sand hand immediately froze solid. Gaara was completely taken aback. June unleashed another breath, attempting to freeze Gaara in place. But Gaara reacted with lightning speed. He dodged swiftly, escaping the freezing breath. And then, he summoned his shield of sand. A nearly impenetrable barrier rose up before him, enveloping him like a colossal egg. Yet this absolute defense wasn't born of the tailed beast's power, but rather from the love Karura had for her son, a mother's protection. June chose not to use monstrous strength or his devastating heaven-shattering kick. He knew all too well, when sand gathers at that density, its hardness rivals steel. No ordinary attack could break through. He might even break his own bones with a careless kick. Thinking quickly, he raised both hands and launched a rapid volley. Pew, 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 at the sand sphere. Once, twice, 3 times. Each time June fired off his finger bones, they would instantly regrow, as if by magic. Tintin was left wide-eyed. What sort of ninja tool is that? I've never seen anything like it. Round after round of fingerbone shots, all repelled by Gaara's shield, yet powered by Sage Mode. The bullets packed incredible piercing force. Tiny fractures began to spider across the sand shield. This will do nicely. Next, June summoned 2 beehives into his hands. A roaring swarm surged forth, engulfing the sand egg. Sage Mode, 1 minute left. The bees wasted no time. They swarmed to the cracks, forcing their way inside. This was a forbidden jutsu, curse-style, withered swarm. It would conjure 2 hives, unleashing a horde of killer bees that would strangle the enemy, draining their chakra and life force in the process. Suddenly, the sand egg shuddered violently. Clearly, Gaara within was under attack. Kankaro's face turned ashen. Ikano-jun narrowed his eyes and said with a cold smile, "Ha, so the One Tail is finally stirring." Meanwhile, Naruto, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt the nine tails inside him roil with agitation, as if something unseen was tugging at its very core. At that very moment, downstairs in the hospital room, Rock Lee slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself utterly alone. "Guy-sensei, where are you?" As always, the bond between mentor and disciple ran deep. Just then, Chun-Li, the nurse with a soft spot for him, rushed inside, wearing her hair in the exact same bun as Tenten. "Lee, I'm here." When Lee saw her, his brows furrowed slightly. He had already told Chun-Li, hot-blooded youth doesn't need romance. But Chun-Li just laughed and countered, "Then why do you like that little Sakura?" Chun-Li refused to give up. Upstairs, the battle was still raging. The massive sand shield was starting to waver. Suddenly, the sand cocoon began to tremble again. A thick, powerful arm slowly reached out from within. The arm was adorned with ancient, dark purple markings. It looked like the terrifying claw of some beast. Kankaro lost his composure. "What do we do?" He's about to go berserk. And just then, two shadowy figures darted up from downstairs. "Move aside." It was Temari and Baki. Baki rushed forward, face stern. As a former elite jonin of the early Hidden Leaf days, his skills weren't bad. He could clearly sense the terrifying presence. It felt just like the rampaging aura of the one-tailed back in the hidden sand. He glanced at the massive cocoon beside him. Lowering his voice, he growled, "Gaara, what are you doing? Have you forgotten why you came to the leaf? Put away your killing intent." At that moment, it was as if Gaara snapped to his senses. Then, he started to suppress the restless Shikaku chakra inside. In moments, the beastly claw slowly withdrew into the sand cocoon. The cocoon began to collapse, disintegrating into a swirl of flowing sand. Gaara appeared. In truth, even if Baki hadn't rushed over, Gaara's chakra was already about to collapse. All of it had been drained by the swarm of insects. His face had turned exceedingly pale, cold sweat pouring down, much of his life force drained. Temari hurried forward to support him. She glanced back at Ichino-jun. Her gaze was full of conflicted emotions. With Kankaro's help, Gaara left the rooftop. But, before heading downstairs, Gaara wanted to say something, but Naruto cut in. "All right, just go get some rest. Don't tell me you're going to say, just you wait. One day, I'll kill every last one of you. Can't you be a little more original?" Gaara's face went from green to white. He stared coldly at Naruto. With a grim, bitter edge, he replied, "Kid, the next time we meet alone, you're finished." With that, he left the rooftop. It might have been nothing, but after Ichino-jun's swarm drained him, Gaara's chakra was heavily depleted. He had no choice but to recover in the hospital as well. Ichino-jun started counting on his fingers. After just one Chunin exam, how many people ended up hospitalized? Downstairs, a knock sounded on the door to the sick room. "Lee, why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Are you all right in there?" Tintin's anxious voice called from outside. Chun-Li hadn't had time to style her hair into double buns. She could only open the door with her hair disheveled. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Chun-Li's face flushed bright red. She dropped her head and dashed away in a flash. Of course, Ichino-jun could tell exactly what had happened. And then, when he and Tintin headed downstairs, Ikano-jun received the task reward. Thanks to this reward, he planned to meet with Gaara once more. He glanced at Lee, who was blushing furiously. Ikano-jun couldn't help but chuckle. But when he thought about it, it made sense. In what way was our Chinese-style Lee inferior to anyone? Why should he be sidelined for 700 episodes just because he had 2 minutes of glory? Meanwhile, in Naruto's hospital room, Naruto looked at Ikano-jun's sage mode with envy. His current dream was simply to become a sage as soon as possible. "By the way, Shikamaru, what's your dream?" he asked. Shikamaru gazed lazily out the window and replied, "I just want to be an ordinary ninja, make a little money, then marry a woman who's neither pretty nor ugly, have 2 kids, the first a girl, the second a boy. When my daughter gets married and my son is grown enough to stand on his own, I'll retire from being a ninja. After that, I'll spend my days playing shogi or go, living a peaceful, reclusive life. And then I want to pass away before my wife does. These are my dreams." Naruto couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He completely failed to understand this utterly passionless way of living. In April, the Hidden Leaf Village. The heat hung in the air like midsummer flames. Ikano-jun and Tintin left the hospital, just in time to pass by Shikamaru's house. There, under an old tree, sat an elderly man with hair spiked like a pineapple, sipping rice wine and nibbling on stir-fried river snails. "Now, this is the good life," he exclaimed contentedly. Clearly, Shikamaru's ideals were inherited. A moment later, Ikuno-jun received his reward. This time, he was given 2 ninja tools. One was an attack claw that increased his attack speed. The other was a water spider, a tool for crossing rivers without using chakra, allowing for long walks on water. Seriously? Even if I just got Shikamaru's shadow jutsu, it would have been useful. These 2 are totally useless for me. Disappointed, Ikuno-jun stored the tools away. Just then, Tenten couldn't help but ask, Ikuno-jun, that bone you used in the fight earlier, what kind of ninja tool was that? Ikuno-jun scratched his head. Ah, that's actually not a ninja tool at all. It's a special taijutsu from the Shikatsu-miyako bloodline. Oh, I see. Tenten sounded a little disappointed. But nevertheless, a sweet smile brightened her face. After witnessing today's entire battle, she saw Ikuno-jun in a whole new light. And, secretly, she thought his abilities were at least on par with Niji. Thank you, Ikuno-jun. For what? Ikuno-jun replied with a radiant smile. If not for you, Lee might have been in real danger today. The 2 kept walking together, the sun growing more and more intense. Without hesitation, Ikuno-jun pulled out a large umbrella and let it float above them in midair. Its shadow fell perfectly, shading Tenten from the heat. What's this? Tenten looked up and asked curiously. It's a special tool. Ninja art, 1,000 needles of dew. The oil paper umbrella can release thousands of attacks to strike down enemies. But don't worry, you're perfectly safe right now, haha. Tenten looked puzzled. So this umbrella can just float in the air like that. Ikuno-jun explained, it's all controlled by chakra, of course. I just didn't want you to get too hot. Tenten gave another sweet smile. I'm not that delicate. With that, she leaped up, took the umbrella down, and began examining its construction with great interest. Ikuno-jun sighed. As I thought, she only has eyes for ninja tools. Just at that moment, the system suddenly appeared. Ding! New check-in mission. Please go to Tenen's home and sign in. Are you kidding me? Go to Tenen's house? I barely even know her. How am I supposed to just ask that? While he was still lost in thought, he found himself standing before a 3-story wooden villa. They had arrived at Tenten's house. No wonder she's known as the wealthy lady. Casually, Tenten offered, I'm home. Would you like to come in for some juice? What she didn't expect at all was. Ikuno-jun grinned widely and nodded. Sure. Tenten could have bitten her tongue with regret. Even though her opinion of Ikuno-jun had changed quite a bit, they were still, basically, strangers. Not even Niji or Lee had ever come over to her home. This guy doesn't pick up on social cues at all. Wasn't that just polite small talk? With no way out, she had no choice but to let Ikuno-jun in. Ikuno-jun was over the moon. Looks like I'll actually finish a mission. He eagerly changed into house slippers. Good grief. Tenten was nearly bowled over by the smell. You really don't need to change your shoes, she couldn't help blurting out. Ikuno-jun sheepishly hurriedly put his shoes back on and sat down on the living room sofa, asking, Where are your parents? He was genuinely curious to meet Tenen's family. Dad's off sourcing goods in a land of iron, and Mom's watching the shop. After that, the 2 of them fell silent. The atmosphere grew awkward. Ikuno-jun considered for a moment. Then an idea struck him. He decided to give Tenten a big surprise. He reached into the large pocket of his pants and produced 2 items. One was a set of attacking claws. The other, a water spider. Both were ninja tools he had just received as rewards from his system. What's this? Tenten's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are 2 of my ninja tools. I know you love collecting these, so I want you to have them. Tenten was astonished, covering her mouth. That really isn't necessary. Are you sure? Ikuno-jun nodded. Absolutely. My house is full of these. Only then did Tenten accept the 2 ninja tools, handling them with great joy. I'll seal them up in a scroll right away. Ikuno-jun, thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you. With new ninja tools in hand, Tenten could hardly contain her happiness. Then Ikuno-jun continued. Tion, have you ever heard of Frostmourne, the Sunstrider Bow, one-shot kill, Murasame, the Blade of Dying Ember, or Bankai? Tion shook her head, her face brimming with curiosity and the hunger to learn. Chia-jun began to explain in great detail. He talked on for half an hour without pause. For he knew too, one important truth. If you want to win someone's favor, start by understanding their interests, share their passions, and find common ground. And sure enough, it was as if an entirely new world had opened up before Tion's eyes. Though she had always loved ninja tools, everything Chia-jun described was entirely new to her. Each name crackled with wonder and allure. To her, Chia-jun seemed like a boundless fountain of knowledge. There was nothing he didn't know, and like herself, he deeply loved ninja tools. When his introduction finally ended, Chia-Jun's throat was hoarse from all the talking. He had hoped to take out a few books on ninja tools from his spatial storage, but, to his surprise, found none at hand. In the end, he produced a complete set of world standards in mechanical engineering for her. Included were volumes such as milling tools, reamers, thread-cutting tools. Though some sections went over her head, Tian was delighted to accept them all the same. Before she realized it, she had begun to see Chia-Jun as a kindred spirit, a true friend of ninja tools. Tian, your room must be packed with all sorts of ninja gear, right? How about showing me around? He asked. Tian shook her head. All my ninja tools are sealed away inside scrolls. So much for that. As he was puzzling over how to get upstairs, Tian suddenly asked, "Oh, by the way, do you know how to fix an air conditioner? The one in my room seems to be acting up." This was his chance. "Of course I can. How about I take a look for you?" Chia-Jun offered immediately. Tian nodded cheerfully, not thinking much of it, and led him upstairs. Clack, clack, clack. Their footsteps echoed up to the second floor. Chia-Jun was not prepared for what he saw there. Tian's room was like a portal to another dimension. He couldn't help but twitch a smile as his gaze took in the cartoon bedsheets, the heart-shaped picture frames, and a wardrobe crammed with plush toys. Was this really Tian's room? The same Tian who adored all those cold and deadly ninja tools? Not even Hinata's gentle bedroom was this dreamy. Tian offered an embarrassed laugh. My mom decorated it. Honestly, it's not really my style. And so, Chia-Jun began working on the air conditioner. He tinkered with it for ages, but couldn't figure it out. The system finally spoke up, unable to bear it any longer. It's out of Freon, Chia-Jun promptly announced. I found the issue. The unit just needs a Freon recharge. Wow, Xiao-Jun, you even know stuff like this? That's amazing, Tian exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. A moment later, she brought over a cup of papaya tea. Perched on the rim was a tiny cartoon puppy, its tail wagging in cheerful delight. This was just unbearably adorable. Back at the apartment, Chia-Jun summoned his system to receive his reward. But this time, the reward was unique. He would have to travel in person to Guming Forest to claim it. Guming Forest? A legendary place of inheritance, on par with the Dragon Cave, Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Flowerbrook Valley. Ichino-Jun recalled that lifeless, shadowy forest. The house built upon piles of white bones, and the enchanting, peerless spider sage. It had been several months since his last visit to Guming Forest. He had almost forgotten about that place. How do I get there? He wondered. After pondering for a moment, it came back to him. The system had once rewarded him with a way to reach Guming Forest. Wasting no time, he slipped into the universal space. Not far from the library, he found several arched doorways. One of those arches was etched with a toad emblem, currently shimmering and transparent, offering a glimpse into the lushness of Mount Myaboku. This meant the gateway was active. Ichino-Jun could enter whenever he wished. Just then, the doorway marked with a spider symbol also turned transparent. He stepped through. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes, he truly found himself back in that dim, foreboding forest. But to his surprise, it wasn't the spider sage who greeted him. Instead, it was a beautiful young woman. Hello, miss. May I ask what the spider sage is? I'm here to claim my reward. If it's the reward you seek, please follow me. With that, she led the way, winding through twists and turns, until they reached the edge of a tranquil pool.